The working individual Simiao enters a road survival game and acquires a fishing system with a golden touch. Skill unlocked. I have done nothing at all. Should a player display malicious intent without any prior provocation, a random deduction of supplies will occur, transferring them to the player's backpack. After enduring 3 days of the Novice solo mode, Simiao unlocks the chat channel and changes her nickname to I am a woman, declaring that the game is not particularly difficult. In the next moment, her backpack bursts at the seams. Simiao, buried beneath a mountain of supplies, exclaims, "The game is a piece of cake." Consumption guide. It is utterly vexing that the female protagonist boasts a plethora of golden touches, yet must timidly obscure her gender, being addressed as bro. Is it not acceptable to proudly embrace being a woman and simply be called sister? Chapter 1. The first day of the novice period. 2 minutes prior, the working individual Simiao was engrossed in her phone on the subway, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself unceremoniously sprawled on the pavement, legs in the air. Rubbing her backside and grimacing, she climbed to her feet, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. A seemingly endless straight road, flanked by stretches of yellow sand, devoid of any greenery, a desolate landscape. She rubbed her eyes, questioning whether her recent overtime had induced hallucinations. Just then, a voice imbued with artificial intelligence echoed in her ears. "Welcome to the road survival game. Proceed forward. Supply boxes will be available along the sides of the road. Beware of wild beasts after dark. We bear no responsibility if you stray more than 3 meters from your vehicle." The first 3 days constitute a novice protection period. Following that, the official game commences, unlocking more gameplay options. Stay tuned. The novice gift pack has been deposited into your backpack. Simiao glanced at the rudimentary, yet strangely advanced interface that flickered into view. At the center, a cartoon figure pedaled diligently on a bicycle along the road. The upper left corner displayed the weather and time. Clear, survival day 1, 8:06 a.m. In the upper right corner was her personal avatar. Upon seeing her upside-down, grimacing visage, she hastily changed the background to a vast desert, altering her nickname to Working Individual Insane Version. Donning a vest, Simiao felt a comforting warmth and began to explore other functionalities. In the lower right corner was her personal backpack. Upon opening it, she discovered a novice gift pack and chose to claim it. In a short span of time, she was drenched in sweat, her throat parched. The desert, the road, the blazing sun, her buffs were stacking up. The novice gift pack included Vehicle 1, 3 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 3 steam buns, and 1 lottery ticket. Upon selecting the vehicle, a black and red electric tricycle materialized before her. One of those that transports children, heavily advertised, yet lacking a canopy. Equipped with 2 small seats in the back, capable of a maximum speed of 25 kilometers per hour. She settled into the vehicle, as a weary worker would prefer sitting to standing. The front of the vehicle displayed a small screen, indicating a battery level of 100, with a range of 60 kilometers. The front featured a basket, while both the seat and rear could be lifted to reveal storage compartments. The footrest was widened, and the back of the vehicle boasted a semi-open storage box, clearly designed for families needing to transport children and groceries alike. Simiao hung her bag, which contained a half-finished Assam milk tea, 2 packets of candies gifted by colleagues, half a pack of tissues, 2 sanitary pads, a set of keys, and a data cable along with a charger on the hook at the front of the footrest. The phone is gone, and the charger has followed suit. Simiao, feeling too lethargic to comment, removes her light green shirt jacket and seeks a way to tie it around her head for protection against the scorching sun. Fortunately, the sun is not directly in front of her on the road. Otherwise, she would be unable to open her eyes. She begins to examine the lottery tickets, which can be utilized on the spinning wheel. The items on the wheel refresh every morning at 6 o'clock. Mineral water 500 milliliters for 10, steam buns for 5, sun umbrellas, vehicle upgrade cards, 1-hour power cards, wooden boxes, iron boxes, copper boxes, silver boxes, and gold boxes, with the area getting smaller as they progress, especially the gold box, which appears to have shrunk to a mere line. Simiao chooses to use a lottery ticket. The wheel spins rapidly, and the pointer gradually comes to a halt. She does not dare to wipe the sweat stinging her eyes. When she sees the pointer land on the gold box, she holds her breath, afraid to make a sound. Ha ha ha. A royal flush at the start. The game is as easy as pie. The irritation of being inexplicably thrown into the game dissipates for Simiao. It seems she's the chosen one. Who else could it be? After all, she is unburdened. As long as she eats well, her family will not go hungry, and it matters little where she lives. The gold box, though small and no larger than a palm, feels heavy, It could easily fetch hundreds of thousands outside. Upon opening it, she discovers a blue ocean-like pearl. Congratulations, player, you have acquired the fishing system. Simiao's previously exuberant smile falters. What does a fishing system mean in the context of survival on a highway in a vast desert? Could she be a nonchalant lucky star? Undeterred, Simiao delves into the so-called fishing system and soon realizes this fishing is not what it seems. Skill unlocked. I did nothing. Effect. Individuals harboring malicious intent towards the player, provided they do not provoke or threaten, will randomly lose a number of basic supplies, transferring them to the player's inventory. Simiao instantly envisions a series of actions that, while not overtly provocative, could incite malice in others. Unfortunately, this place is devoid of anyone but herself. Enemy search failed. She flips through the game interface, noting that the Novice zone will unlock after 3 days. She suppresses her disappointment and decides to hit the road to explore how the game works. The 3-wheeled electric vehicle sets off slowly, gradually gaining speed. The hot wind brings a slight coolness, but it carries sand, which she spits out in disgust. After riding for 20 minutes, just as Simiao begins to question her existence, a wooden box appears by the roadside, small and no larger than a shoebox. She stops the vehicle, cautiously circles the box, and gives it a kick, causing it to topple over. With no unnecessary movements, she picks up the box and returns to her vehicle, placing it on the seat to open. Inside, there are mineral water, 500 milliliters for 1, steam buns for 2, and a sun hat for 1. Just 3 simple items. Simiao immediately removes her jacket, dons the sun hat, tightens the strings, and her burning face finally finds some relief from the shade. The backpack starts with 10 slots, with identical items stacking up to 99. Currently, she has water 4, steam buns 3, dumplings 2, 1 gold box, and 1 wooden box. By saving a little, one can manage to eat for a day or 2. Simiao retrieved half a bottle of warm Assam from her bag, savoring a couple of sips before reluctantly stopping, then unwrapped a piece of wedding candy. Pulling out a Wangzai milk candy she had previously disregarded and popped it in her mouth to replenish her energy. At the time her colleagues distributed the wedding candies, she found it difficult to decline and casually stuffed them into her bag. Now, they had become a precious resource. She mounted her little vehicle and set off again. She could already see the dawn of victory. As long as she could endure until the end of the 3-day beginner period when the forum would unlock, a plethora of provisions awaited her discovery. Perseverance is victory. Throughout the morning, Simiao found 3 wooden boxes, yielding a total of 2 bottles of water, 3 steamed buns, 1 apple, 1 pair of sunglasses, 1 small fan, and 2 30-minute power cards. When the vehicle's battery was nearly depleted, Simiao decided to take a break, retreating to the shadow of the vehicle and using 2 wooden boxes as cushions. Otherwise, the road would scorch her. The front of the vehicle had a subport, and she placed the small fan on the pedal to blow cool air towards her face. Simiao stored away the Assam milk tea she might never drink again in her backpack and took out a bottle of water and a steamed bun for lunch. The steamed bun was the old-fashioned kind she used to eat as a child. Usually, one would suffice to fill her, but today, after expending considerable energy, she felt little effect after finishing it. Simiao thought that only with strength could she work, so she took out another bun to accompany her water. During this time, she examined the purpose of the power card. It took an hour to fully charge the tricycle, and the 30-minute car provided a mere 30 kilometers of range. Simiao chewed on the bun expressionlessly, pondering that the game could not be that cruel, allowing players to progress without trading during the beginner phase, so the power cards should at least be guaranteed. Of course, if her assumption proved incorrect, she would not hesitate to scold the game. Chapter 2. The second day of the beginner phase. After resting for an hour against the back seat of the electric vehicle, Simiao set off again, donning sunglasses and a sun hat, with the small fan clipped to the handlebars blowing cool air onto her face. The power card could be used while charging. Just as the 30-minute card was about to expire, she had completed 30 kilometers. She switched to a new power card and opened the wooden box she had just collected. Inside were 1 steam bun and an MP3 player. Simiao held the small, white MP3, this antique instantly transporting her back to her student days. Upon opening it, she discovered the music list was empty, yet it had a feature, voice input, though she had no idea which network it was connected to. With a multitude of sounds, Simiao plugged in the 2 accompanying earphones and played her favorite music. Driving was an exceedingly tedious affair, especially with the slow pace combined with the desert road conditions, which severely tested her endurance. This MP3 was just what she needed. The red tricycle set off once more. An hour later, the music in her ears shifted from soothing melodies to lively rhythms. 3 hours later, Simiao began a DJ version of local love songs. Let the good times roll. At 6 o'clock, the sky began to darken, and Simiao could finally drive no longer. She stopped to rub her seemingly lifeless backside and began to tally her supplies. She had collected 3 boxes in total that afternoon, yielding 2 bottles of water, 1 steamed bun, 1 MP3, 1 blanket, and 3 30-minute power cards. Adding her morning haul and deducting her consumption for the day, her backpack still contained, for bottles of water, 3 steamed buns, 2 baozi, 1 apple, 1 blanket, 1 30-minute power card, 7 wooden boxes, 1 gold box, and a quarter of a som. The remaining sunglasses, sun hat, and small fan that enhanced her comfort were all utilized. How should one put it? She would not starve, but the food was far from satisfying, dry and unappetizing. After finishing her dinner, the last bite of pickled vegetable baozi was taken with small sips of water. An ordinary person typically consumes about 3 to 4 bottles of water in a day. Having come here and sweating profusely, Simiao, despite her frugality, had consumed 4 bottles, leaving her in a half-dead state. Once the night had fully descended, she hesitated to turn on the headlights, fearing it would waste electricity. This power card truly constrained her to the minimum range, with a 30-minute card appearing only every 25 kilometers, offering a mere 30 kilometers of range. Simiao spread her 2-meter-long small yellow duck blanket beside the vehicle, folding it once more, lying atop it, and pulling the upper layer over her stomach. The temperature difference between day and night was significant here, and it was starting to get cold. Simiao, with her earphones on, was lost in a cacophony of thoughts, lying on her side towards the roadside, her gaze locking onto a pair of emerald eyes. Beware of wild beasts lurking on both sides of the road after dark. Stepping away from your vehicle by more than 3 meters is at your own risk. After a moment of silence, she nonchalantly turned over and quietly embraced the nearby wheel. After some contemplation, feeling it still insufficiently secure, she retrieved her green shirt jacket, which had been folded as a pillow, donned one sleeve, and tied the other sleeve to the wheel, securing it with a tight knot. That night, Simiao slept fitfully, relying solely on the meager sense of security provided by her MP3 music. She awoke shortly after 4 in the morning. Unable to sleep, she closed her eyes to rest until the sun rose at 6, revealing the beasts by the roadside, 1 wolf on either side. She wiped her face, got up, untied her sleeve, and, after considerable effort, shook out her blanket, folded it, and placed it in the storage compartment of the back seat. She donned her crumpled shirt, took out a bottle of water, and despite not wanting to spit it out, she munched on a breakfast bun while stretching her body around the tricycle. The blanket was too thin, and the road was unforgivingly hard. After a night's rest, her back and waist ached as if she had been beaten. After finishing her meal, Simiao squatted 2 meters behind the vehicle to relieve herself, patted her bottom, and resumed her journey. By morning, she had opened 3 boxes, water 5, buns 3, cooling oil 1, a 30-minute power card 1, and a 1-hour power card 1. Food consumed: steamed buns 2, buns 1, water 2. After a 1-hour nap, she applied cooling oil and set out again. In the afternoon, she opened 5 boxes, water 6, steamed buns 2, buns 1, a bottle of gum, a bunch of grapes, underwear 1, a 30-minute power card 4, and a 2-hour power card 2. For dinner, she had 1 steamed bun, 1 bun, and a bunch of grapes weighing about a pound, indulging herself with a third of it. Taking advantage of the fading light, she addressed her bodily needs, changed into clean underwear, and tossed the soiled ones into a wooden box, placing it in the rear basket. That night, she again laid on the ground, tying herself to the wheel with her shirt, noting that there were now 2 wolves on either side. She expressed gratitude for the MP3 that accompanied her through the tedium and fear, wishing to honor it as a golden legend, dismissing any fishing systems. Yet another night of restless tossing and turning ensued, waking repeatedly in dreams where she inexplicably found herself outside the road feeding the beasts, terrifying herself in the process. At 6, as the sun emerged, Simiao watched regretfully as 4 wolves departed, her heart heavy with concern. By this pattern, tonight would bring 6 wolves. Once the novice period concludes, will these wolves venture onto the road to attack players? With a sense of urgency, Simiao hastily finished her breakfast, resolved her physiological needs, and continued her ride. The morning passed, and she opened 4 wooden boxes, acquiring supplies: water 3, steamed buns 2, buns 1, chocolate 1, a 30-minute power card 4, and a 1-hour power card 2. She yearned for something different, her heart roaring in frustration as she leaned expressionlessly in the shadow of the back seat to rest. In the afternoon, she opened 4 wooden boxes: water 5, steam buns 3, buns 2, an inflatable mattress 1, a canopy 1, a 30-minute power card 6, and a 1-hour power card 1. Finally, she could escape the scorching sun. Simiao retrieved her canopy card and chose to use it, causing a rudimentary shelter to appear with 3 support poles fixed to the front and sides of the back seat. The edge of the canopy curved inward, not obstructing Simiao's normal entry and exit from the vehicle, although it failed to shield her from the slanting rays of the sun. However, it was quite satisfactory that it could block the most intense midday sun. After addressing her dinner needs, Simiao pulled out the inflatable mattress, an 80-centimeter single mattress, snugly placed beside the vehicle. At last, she lay on a bed. Simiao leaned against her aching back on the inflatable mattress, which came with a perfectly sized inflatable pillow. She pulled over a small yellow duck blanket to cover her abdomen, still binding herself to the vehicle with her shirt, listening to music while pondering what new gameplay would be unlocked once the novice phase concluded. In a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts, she turned and found herself gazing into the verdant, glimmering eyes of 3 lanterns by the roadside. Simiao greeted them with a nod, bidding them good night. The 3 wolves, feeling provoked, paced restlessly by the roadside. Simiao cast a regretful glance at her golden finger. I have done nothing. If the player does not actively provoke or threaten, any malicious intent directed towards the player will result in a random deduction of several basic resources, which will be transferred to the player's backpack. Why must it always involve humans? The perspective is far too limited. A night passed without incident, and the next day, 6 wolves departed, drooling, swiftly vanishing into the desert thickets on either side. Simiao deflated the air mattress, munching on a beef bun while stretching her limbs around the tricycle. Not to mention the randomness of the bun fillings, Simiao had already savored the flavors of sauerkraut, red bean paste, bamboo shoots, and today's beef bun, all quite delightful, the only 2 surprises in her monotonous life. Ranking first is the MP3, truly deserving of the title. After finishing her breakfast, Simiao splashed a handful of water on her face, treating it as a makeshift wash. She set off once more. Having entered the game 3 days prior at 8 in the morning, she had 2 hours left in the novice period and aimed to collect 2 more boxes, unwilling to waste any opportunity. Chapter 3. The conclusion of the novice phase through diligence and perseverance. Simiao discovered an iron box. This was indeed a cause for celebration. With eagerness, she rubbed her hands together and solemnly opened the box. 2 bottles of water, 1 self-heating rice, beef with green pepper flavor, 1 backpack slot, and 2 1-hour energy cards. Her supplies had evidently ascended to a new level. Backpack slot increases the number of backpack slots by 1 upon use. Without hesitation, Simiao utilized it. As the clock struck 7:40, she decided to halt her travels and organize her supplies. Currently, her backpack contained a total of 11 slots, filled with 5 bottles of water, 3 steam buns, 2 buns, 1 self-heating rice, beef with green pepper flavor, 1 apple, grapes, 2 30-minute energy cards, 2 1-hour energy cards, 21 empty wooden boxes, 1 empty golden box, and 14 Assam milk teas. Other items like blankets and inflatable mattresses were neatly stored in the vehicle's storage compartment. Simiao glanced at the iron box in her hand, took out an Assam milk tea, and placed it into the iron box before returning it to her backpack, which now displayed a miscellaneous iron box. It seemed she could exploit a glitch. Simiao retrieved the iron box again, took another empty wooden box, placed the Assam milk tea inside it, and then returned the wooden box to her backpack. The inventory now showed 20 wooden boxes and 1 miscellaneous wooden box. One icon represented an open empty box, while another depicted an open box filled with miscellaneous items. As for unopened boxes, Simiao had previously experimented and found that their icons resembled closed treasure chests, making them easy to distinguish. She then took another empty wooden box, placed a data cable inside, and added it to her backpack, which now displayed 19 wooden boxes and 2 miscellaneous wooden boxes. Just as she was busy organizing, the time reached 8 o'clock. Ding! The novice phase has concluded, and the survival game has officially commenced. The trading mall has opened. The regional channel has opened. Daily quests have commenced. The upgrade mode has activated. The dungeon mode has begun. The station rest area has opened. A flurry of notifications left Simiao bewildered. She clicked on her personal homepage, which had transformed from a simple interface featuring just her nickname and avatar. Player nickname, Worker, Insane Edition, Level 0, Race, Human Talent, Fishing System 10 Physique, 5 Agility, 6 Strength, 4 Spirit, 8 Survival Points, 0 Distributable Attributes, 0 Simiao scrutinized the meager data, her brow furrowing in consternation. She clicked on the explanation for survival points, the sole currency of the game, obtainable through defeating monsters, completing dungeons, and undertaking quests. Items in the trading mall were categorized into several types: miscellaneous items, vehicles, equipment, and skills. Among them, food was the least expensive. 3 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water required merely 1 survival point, while a set of 3 steamed buns cost 1 survival point. And beds and cooking utensils ranged between 3 to 10 points. For vehicles, 5 30-minute energy cards required 5 survival points, and 10 one-hour energy cards cost 10 survival points. Various styles of vehicle skins ranged from 10 to 50 points, while vehicle upgrade cards were priced at 100 points and a smart driving assistant at 500 points, with equipment requirements stipulating that vehicles must not be lower than level 3. As for equipment and skills with special functions, they were even pricier. Simiao hastily scanned through 1 backpack slot for 20 survival points, 1 attribute card for 100 survival points, degrade water ball technique for 300 survival points, and a talisman for 100 points, which could negate 1 fatal blow. Though all the items appeared valuable, acquiring them was no simple feat. Simiao opened the bustling regional channel 1328 Zone 996610000. A message from an anonymous user read, "I've been suffocating, finally able to speak." The owner of the cattle and horse faction chimed in. "Everyone, what is your situation? Let us exchange information. I'll start. I'm barely surviving on 3 days of cornbread." Another user replied, "I've been gnawing on bread for 3 days." Yet another added, "I'm subsisting on buns and steamed bread." Simiao pondered thoughtfully. It appeared that everyone's staple food varied, and tragically, 34 players had perished. Surely, they were not valiant warriors challenging wolves? She discreetly observed, seeking to understand the gaming experiences of others. After 3 days of solitary play, it was evident that everyone was bursting with pent-up energy as messages flooded in rapidly. Initially, the atmosphere was amicable, but it soon devolved into arguments. The frustrations of 3 days finally erupting. "I want to go home. This wretched game isn't worth a dog's attention," declared one user. "I'm the son of Wang Gang. I'll buy a backpack slot for 1 million, retorted a rich heir. "Wow, is that 1 million survival points? Young Master Wang is generous," another exclaimed. "Of course it's in renminbi. The game never said we couldn't leave. 1 backpack slot for 1 million? You all can keep your joy." Surprisingly, some believed him, for losing a slot wouldn't lead to death, but gaining 1 million could allow one to relax entirely. Soon, the rich heir boasted about acquiring 12 backpack slots. Simiao was taken aback. There truly were many fools in this world. She began experimenting with her fishing system. Skill: I have done nothing. If a player does not actively provoke or threaten, those harboring malice toward players will randomly deduct several basic supplies and transfer them to the player's backpack. She contemplated and changed her nickname to "I am a woman," and her avatar to a hand forming a heart against the sky. Then, in the regional channel, she posted, "This game isn't that difficult." The crowd responded. Simiao, fearing she lacked sufficient firepower, quickly added, "I haven't washed my hair in 3 days. I'll trade a backpack slot for 20 bottles of water. Private message me." The regional channel momentarily froze, then erupted in frenzied refreshes. Black Bear. A backpack slot costs 20 survival points in the store. 3 bottles of water cost 1 survival point. 1 backpack slot can be exchanged for 60 bottles of water. Can one die from not washing their hair? Rich heir. Women are just being dramatic. I've seen plenty like her. She'll probably start selling private photos this afternoon, calling everyone boss. Anonymous. Fool, die early, what bad luck. Rich critic, I said. Having too good a preservation skill isn't beneficial. Considering the rich heir's offer of 1 million for a backpack slot, Simiao's offer of 20 bottles of water seemed exceedingly foolish, raising questions about her intelligence. Survival was already vexing. The foolish Simiao was bombarded with supplies, and as she pushed aside 2 bottles of water and stood up, wiping her face, she glanced around. To her astonishment, the vehicle was surrounded by supplies, with even 2 oranges rolling onto the road. She opened her backpack and predictably found 99 bottles of water, 99 steamed buns, 99 apples, 99 self-heating rice, and 99 empty wooden boxes. Each slot could hold a maximum of 99 identical items, and the surplus had burst forth. Simiao joyfully clutched the supplies, her expression innocent. She was merely a woman wishing to wash her hair. What was wrong with that? It was all these people. Their malice was unbounded. As Simiao began to organize the supplies, she found herself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of items. Unfortunately, they were all basic necessities, lacking even a single power card. After 2 hours of diligent sorting, she unfolded a sleeping bag, generously provided by an anonymous benefactor, and began frantically stuffing it with essentials: towels, toiletries, a collapsible basin, underwear, toilet paper, pajamas, an outer jacket, a hat, socks, and slippers. The sleeping bag also contained food items: steamed buns, dumplings, bread, self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, biscuits, and chocolate. Alongside a tent, she had gathered bottled water, making it feasible to wash her hair at last. With a cheerful hum, Simiao retrieved a collapsible basin and her toiletries, brushing her teeth, washing her face, and bathing, ultimately changing into a clean black windbreaker, having used a full 20 bottles. She declared that the supplies had come too easily. Simiao decided to seal the fishing system for her own exclusive use, with the MP3 system coming in a close second. During this period, she hadn't been idle. She minimized the chat channel and positioned it in the upper right corner, keeping a vigilant eye on the movements of other players. The earlier criticisms of her being overly sentimental had long faded, as some players ventured out and reported finding an abundance of supplies, while others lamented the mysterious disappearance of their own. For the moment, no one had connected the dots back to Simiao. However, she remained acutely aware of her surroundings and discovered that the absence of a blacklist was reassuring. All the supplies were merely reserves from her fishing pond. By the time Simiao finished organizing her supplies and set out once more, it was already 11:30. With limited space in her backpack, she managed to sort out a few large bags of miscellaneous items, while the back seat of her tricycle was cluttered with larger items: a blanket, a toilet, camping chairs, and a small table, creating a chaotic scene reminiscent of a hasty escape. Chapter 4. Clear and sail today's task. Advance 100 kilometers. At a speed of 25 kilometers per hour. It would require at least 4 hours of driving. Simiao had been accustomed to driving around 10 hours daily in the preceding days, so this was a trivial matter. Just 20 minutes into her journey, she discovered her first wooden crate. She parked, approached, and opened it to find 1 cola, 1 hamburger, and 2 30-minute power cards. The supplies had improved. Simiao stowed the cola away, finally allowing herself to indulge in her treasured Assam milk tea, with lunch consisting of that peppery chicken leg burger. She monitored the chat channel, noting that sporadically, players were lamenting the loss of their supplies. Initially, they overlooked these losses, particularly with water, assuming they had merely miscounted a bottle of mineral water. However, there was no mistaking the disappearance of rare items. Rich kid, my tent. Class resentment. My self-heating hot pot, which I had been longing to eat. What on earth is happening? Why is the game inexplicably consuming supplies? I will report this to the authorities. Black Bear, first aid kit. Simiao found herself in fits of laughter. This was simply too entertaining. A group of players who had lost their supplies began to analyze the situation, and to alleviate suspicion, Simiao joined in the chorus, stating, 8 of the 20 bottles of water I just replaced have gone missing. To her surprise, this comment sparked additional reports of missing supplies. Simiao was taken aback, swearing that she had no intentions of exploiting the situation. It was perplexing how malice could manifest so unexpectedly. With a light-hearted spirit, she picked up a baseball bat and waved it around, feeling quite adept. At last, she had acquired a weapon. After a half-hour meal break, Simiao resumed her journey. She had packed her supplies: 1 bottle of mineral water, 1 loaf of bread, 1 tent, and a 30-minute power card. Setting off once more, she drove for a full hour before encountering an iron box. Stepping out of the vehicle, she took a few steps forward, but then returned, grasping a baseball bat with a serious expression. Beside the iron box lay a large goose. The rural trifecta consisted of the goose, a native dog, and a rooster. In her childhood, Simiao had been chased and pecked by her grandmother's goose, leading her to cry out, but later, the flavor of the goose stewed in a cast-iron pot was utterly delightful. Upon noticing Simiao, the goose stood up, flapped its wings, and launched an attack. Simiao aimed at its head and struck with her bat. With a loud thud, The goose wobbled to the side, dazed and struggling to maintain its balance. Seizing the moment, Simiao relentlessly struck the goose until it could no longer withstand the assault. Congratulations, player has slain a common goose. Gaining 10 experience points and 1 survival point. Loot acquired, 2 duck legs. The survival points were automatically credited. Elated, Simiao picked up her spoils and returned to her tricycle, where she opened the iron box under the shelter. Inside were 1 bottle of Sprite, 1 fried chicken, 1 hour power card, 1 backpack slot, and 1 cargo bed. Simiao utilized the backpack slot specifically for a baseball bat, allowing for easy access. Packaged food and fruits had a uniform shelf life of 7 days, and as she examined the 2 duck legs in her hands alongside a plethora of 99 steam buns, she found herself in a sweet dilemma. While exploring the trading mall, she was pleasantly surprised to discover a recycling feature, though the prices were drastically low, offering only a tenth of the value. A set of 3 bottles of water equated to 1 survival point, meaning she would need to sell 30 bottles to earn a single point. A set of 10 empty wooden boxes was valued at 1 survival point. But these transactions seemed like pure profitless ventures. Although trading with other players could yield greater rewards, it was evident to even the simplest of minds who was orchestrating the disappearances of supplies. Simiao chose to refrain from complicating matters for the time being, opting for full recycling of her excess items, keeping just enough water and food for 7 days. She recycled 30 groups of water, 30 groups of steam buns, 30 groups of dumplings, and 12 groups of empty wooden boxes, discarding a pair of foul socks that were returned to her. In the end, she exchanged the remnants for 63 survival points. Simiao pondered if this fishing system was a subtle ploy by the game to extract resources from players for its own recovery. Anyone could use it, players might win, but the game would certainly not incur losses. With this revelation, Simiao felt a sense of relief. Although being overwhelmed with supplies was exhilarating, it also instilled a sense of unease. This was as it should be. She was merely a tool in this game. Gathering her thoughts, Simiao redeemed a cargo bed, transforming the originally small back seat into a spacious cargo bed measuring 90 by 60 by 30. This made organizing supplies more convenient, accommodating an inflatable mattress, a blanket, a toilet, camping chairs, and a small dining table, all essential for resting. As she set off once again, the chat channel buzzed with news that iron boxes were guarded by monsters, and defeating them could yield survival points. The creatures were primarily rabbits, geese, and even cockroaches, rather trivial matters. The task appeared simple, and excitement buzzed among everyone. After collecting a wooden box, Simiao successfully completed the task of advancing 100 kilometers, earning a reward of 10 survival points and a camping lamp. Her survival points rose to 74, prompting her to open the shop and fix her gaze upon the vehicle upgrade card priced at 100. She resolved to save up for this upgrade to enhance her vehicle's speed. In the afternoon, Simiao encountered 2 iron boxes, guarded by a frog and a rooster, respectively. Congratulations to the player for defeating the ordinary frog, earning 10 experience points and 1 survival point, with loot consisting of 2 frog legs. Congratulations to the player for defeating the ordinary rooster, earning 10 experience points and 1 survival point, with loot consisting of 2 chicken legs. The 2 iron boxes yielded a total of 1 orange juice, 2 mineral waters, 2 steam buns, 3 snail noodles, 1 lighter, 1 vehicle wall, 3 one-hour electricity cards, and 2 backpack slots. Simiao utilized the backpack slots to exchange for a vehicle wall. The previously open tricycle was finally equipped with doors and windows, featuring 1 door on each side of the driver's cabin, while the cargo area remained unobstructed with a pair of double doors at the back. Simiao decided to sleep in the vehicle that night, reclining with her legs crossed. Her gaze fell upon the roadside. Would there be 8 wolves at night? Would they attack players? This concern was not solely Simiao's. It was a crisis faced by all players. Many had attempted to step off the road, only to be halted by an invisible wall, preventing them from proceeding even 10 meters backward. As the sun set, the chat channel visibly filled with anxiety, with players pleading for weapons and armor. Rich kid, 2 million for a vehicle upgrade card. First come, first served. Anti-rich, a backpack slot can be overlooked. Losing 1 won't be fatal, but without a vehicle upgrade, we might lose our lives tonight. Who would be foolish enough to trade? Rich kid, you anti-rich person. Get lost. You're bad luck. Perhaps there truly were no fools willing to trade with the rich kid, as he frequently appeared, while the anti-rich inevitably followed. The spectators regarded it as merely part of their gameplay. However, serious players were engaged in discussions on how to confront the looming crisis. Upgrading veículos, installing buys. And ensuring an ample supply of electricity cards would allow for a swift escape in the event of an ambush, or they could prepare torches to ward off the beasts. The ordinary weapons in the shop were relatively inexpensive, with a simple kitchen knife attainable for just 10 survival points. Completing the daily task of running 100 kilometers would yield 10 points, supplemented by experience gained from defeating monsters, ensuring the game consistently provided a safety net. At 6 o'clock, the sun set punctually. Simiao, who had just bathed in the morning, was once again drenched in sweat. She wiped her body with 2 bottles of water, donned fresh clothing, and organized the cargo area, positioning herself to sleep with her head towards the back and her feet resting on the driver's seat, curling up at a height of 165 meters. For dinner, she enjoyed self-heating rice for the first time in 3 days. The green pepper and shredded pork was delightful. Simiao savored every morsel, leaving not a grain behind. As darkness enveloped the surroundings post-dinner, a short while later, pairs of glimmering green eyes emerged from both sides of the road. Simiao gripped the accelerator, poised to flee, counting the eyes, 8 in total. Was the game truly set to accumulate such a challenge every night? Chapter 5, Everything Must Go. Simiao held her breath, observing the movements of the wolves. They stepped onto the road, encroaching within 3 meters of the vehicle, pressing their faces against the window, mouths agape and ready to strike, suppressing the urge to flee. Simiao felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. The 2 sides locked eyes through the car window, engaging in a silent standoff. The wolves did not initiate an attack on the vehicle, despite their jaws being capable of devouring her head. Their display was merely a facade of intimidation. A sigh of relief escaped Simiao's lips as she opened the chat channel. 982310000. Someone has perished. She focused her attention on the screen. Avid ming tea trinker, coldness. Thankfully, I ran fast enough. 8 wolves. Rich air, haha. My vehicle has been upgraded. A little sedan can take down a wolf with just 1 collision. Produce. Treasure chests are dropping. All iron boxes. Anti-rich. Which foolish individual made that trade? Initially resolved to endure to the end, Simiao's interest peaked upon seeing the iron boxes. Study hard. Everyone, do not panic. As long as we remain within the vehicles and do not attack first, the wolves will not assault us. However, most players lacking vehicular protection found themselves in close proximity to the 8 wolves, either fleeing in a frenzy or attacking recklessly. In a mere span of minutes, over 100 had perished. After all, how could a 25 kilometers h electric vehicle outrun wolves sprinting at 50 to 60 kilometers h? And the 3-wheeled bike, with its poor balance, was prone to overturning upon colliding with a wolf. Simiao observed the 8 active iron boxes nearby, each side drooling in anticipation. She began to offload her supplies in the recycling shop. Tents originally worth 10 points were sold for 1 point, camping lamps worth 5 points for 0. 5. Inflatable mattresses worth 8 points for 0. 8. Everything was up for sale. In her chaotic selling spree, even her MP3 was included, and finally, she gathered enough for the vehicle upgrade card. Here you go. With a single click, Simiao upgraded her vehicle. The 3-wheeled bike transformed into a 4-wheeled sedan, allowing her to redesign the interior. She eliminated the front passenger seat and connected it directly to the back seat, removing one side's back seat to create a spacious compartment capable of accommodating an inflatable mattress. After a design that could be described as rudimentary yet effective, the vehicle took shape, causing the surrounding wolves to retreat a couple of steps. Noticing in the chat that the rich air was already flaunting rare materials obtained from the iron boxes, Simiao licked her lips and pressed the accelerator. The car lunged forward, prompting the wolves to believe their prey was attempting to escape, and they immediately gave chase. Unexpectedly, the car reversed. One wolf, caught off guard and pursuing the rear, was struck and sent sprawling to the ground, howling in agony. The remaining wolves, enraged, roared and slammed against the vehicle, even leaping onto the hood. Simiao bit her lip, deftly maneuvering the car in swift, erratic motions, even instinctively mastering the art of drifting. Bang! The window cracked under the impact, and she glanced sharply outside, locking eyes with a wolf that was limping back to its feet. One more collision, and the glass would surely shatter. Exhaling slowly, Simiao retrieved a vehicle repair card and instantly repaired the damage. The glass appeared brand new, the cracks vanished. and the wolf's face outside looked surprisingly clear. Simiao was not one to engage in unprepared battles. An upgrade alone would not suffice. The 10-point vehicle repair card was too valuable to not have a couple in reserve before engaging in combat. She hoped these active iron boxes would be considerate enough not to leave her in a state of utter loss, especially since she had even sold her beloved MP3. Pain. The agony was unbearable. With a vigorous crash, Simiao left behind 7 black iron chests on the highway after half an hour, one of which was hurled off the road, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Her thighs were bruised from the impact, a strategic blunder. After waiting for a moment to ensure no other beasts had respawned, she maneuvered her vehicle closer to the chests, swiftly opening the door to collect them. It took her several frantic minutes to gather all 7. Thankfully, she made no significant mistakes. At this point, Simiao realized her back was drenched, her forehead slick with sweat. She felt exhilarated, though not afraid. In just half an hour, she experienced more thrill than in her mundane 20-plus years. In the upper left corner of her vision, a series of unchanged kill records appeared. Congratulations to the player for slaying a night gray wolf. Experience 30. Survival points 3 repeated 8 times. Congratulations. Player has leveled up to level 1. Earned 3 free attribute points. Simiao opened her personal profile. Player nickname. I am a woman level. 1, 270500, race, human talent. Fishing system 10 constitution, 5 agility, 6 strength, 4 spirit, 8 survival points, 0 allocatable attributes, 3. She allocated 2 points to agility and 1 to strength, clenching her fist and feeling a surge of power. She adjusted the car seat to recline, creating a makeshift bed measuring 1.7 meters while stacking the chests in the passenger seat. Time to open the boxes. Fast food set 1, cola 1. 1 hour energy card 3, backpack slot 1, car refrigerator 1, Pulse drink 2, chicken steak 1, peach 1, 1 hour energy card 2, car audio 1, water 6, watermelon 1. Electric stove 1, 1 hour energy card 3, orange juice 2, steam buns 3, attribute card 1, water 2, steam buns 2, attribute card 1, water 1, steam bun 1. Vehicle expansion card 1, 1 hour energy card 1, water 2, bread 3, vehicle upgrade card 1. From the 7 iron chests, she obtained 2 attribute cards, 1 expansion card, and 1 vehicle upgrade card. Simiao felt a momentary pang of disappointment for not unearthing the coveted skill cards, such as Fireball or Water Arrow. The expansion card could enhance her space by 1 cubic meter, allowing for free modeling. She opted to increase the height of the vehicle compartment to avoid bending down. Unfortunately, the vehicle upgrade card required 3 cards for a level 3 upgrade. Nonetheless, it was still a bountiful harvest. Simiao installed the car audio system, which boasted a voice command feature for music selection. MP3, no ransom for you. The mini refrigerator was placed beneath the passenger seat, filled with several bottles of drinks and fruits. Life was certainly looking up. Simiao reclined on her makeshift bed, attentively monitoring the chat channel while reflecting on the day's actions. She then slapped her thigh in realization. After the vehicle upgrade, it transformed into a sedan, rendering the separately installed car walls and bed unnecessary. These 2 items were priced at 50 and 40 respectively in the shop, along with the car canopy at 30 points, making the vehicle upgrade card more economical. Simiao shared her discoveries in the chat channel. I am a woman. If possible, save up to purchase the vehicle upgrade card directly. After the upgrade, the canopy, walls, and bed will all be included, saving a repeat expenditure. Hate the rich. Guess if I have means. Loving milk tea. Why not indulge in meat porridge? Simiao glanced at her backpack compartments, filled once again. 99 water, 99 buns. Calmly, she remarked, after the upgrade, I shall purchase 2 repair cards, allowing me to enjoy bumper cars with the gray wolf. The treasure chests contain valuable items that can replenish health. Study diligently. A good person. I shall give it a try. Study diligently. However, I suggest that players without resources can gradually advance their vehicle forward by 100 meters. It has been mentioned by others that after reaching 100, the wolf will cease its pursuit. Yet, one must proceed cautiously, for if the wolf collides, it counts as an aggressive act. Lao Lu, never mind, I shall remain in place, is the safest option. Me too. What do you need me for? As the situation became clearer, players began to showcase their antics. Simiao focused on organizing her supplies, not out of kindness, but due to her empty pockets after slaying monsters, seeking to regain some health. Her earlier foolish remark about trading backpack slots for water to wash her hair had inadvertently crafted a pretentious persona for herself. Once a stereotype is formed, even her normal words would be scrutinized. To those who harbored unwarranted hostility, Simiao felt no guilt in taking their resources. Sai becoming stronger? Is it not simply a matter of speaking? Chapter 6. The final battle with the giant spider. Simiao hummed a tune, as per her routine, leaving behind 7 days' worth of water, 2 sets of clothing, toilet paper, and recycling everything else. Her survival points reached 51, and she found herself in a more prosperous situation. After restoring her health, she began browsing the marketplace and unexpectedly discovered that upon reaching level 2, players could unlock personal showcases, albeit with only 1 item slot available. Simiao studied the showcase rules. For player items, the system would suggest a price, yet the final selling price was at the player's discretion. Moreover, payment methods extended beyond survival points to the option of a loan advance. For instance, Simiao could set the price of a vehicle upgrade card as follows. The buyer must pay within 2 hours with a specific attribute card. Should one fear that the buyer might default, a transaction fee of 5 could be paid to transfer the debt to the game, which would then pursue the buyer for payment. What player could owe money to the game? Simiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly listed her vehicle upgrade card and headed to the regional channel. The next stage of vehicle upgrades required 3 cards, and she was uncertain when she would assemble them. However, attribute cards could be utilized immediately. Converting resources to empower oneself in advance was the correct approach. I am a woman. My showcase has a vehicle upgrade card for sale. Only 1 available. First come, first served. The onlookers were intrigued, their eyes wide with amazement at this novel strategy. Anti-wealth. Everyone, do not fall for her deception. The strategy is clear. We will eventually acquire vehicle upgrade cards. The wolf is a resource, with experience drops and treasure chests. This woman is not to be trusted. She seeks to harvest our resources prematurely. A portion of the eager individuals calmed down upon hearing this. Yet, there were others unable to endure being encircled by 8 wolves all night, paralyzed with fear. The player, too poor to play, was one such individual. Having consumed a self-heating hot pot, her stomach rumbled ominously, and she felt she could no longer hold back. Initially planning to inch her way 100 meters away, she now found herself with a better option. She opened the homepage showcase of I Am Woman and saw a prompt to purchase an attribute card for a mere 2-hour payment. Realizing she was unable to repay her debts, transferring her resources to the game would incur an additional 50 points in interest, but without hesitation, she clicked to buy. After all, she had little to lose by abandoning a few resource boxes 100 meters away. It was better to convert them into an attribute card. With a single click, she upgraded her vehicle. Despite her lack of skill, she recalled that I Am Woman had once mentioned the necessity of preparing repair cards and reluctantly spent 10 survival points to acquire one. With determination, she set to work. An hour later, a drowsy Simiao received an attribute card, along with the exhilarating news that a buyer was eager to engage. Clumsy but determined. Sister, you are truly a good person. Simiao raised an eyebrow and opened the buyer's showcase, discovering an identical vehicle upgrade card, now at a higher price. She smiled faintly and allocated a point to her strength. Her current stats were Constitution 6, Strength 6, Agility 9, Spirit 8. She then drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, she found that the regional channel had exploded with activity overnight. As she brushed her teeth, she scrolled through the chat records, realizing that more players had begun emulating her strategy, boasting about their loot from opening boxes, which resulted in price hikes. One upgrade card had sold for a staggering profit of 70 points before 6 p.m. If the profit fell short of the suggested retail price of 80 for the vehicle upgrade card, sellers could pay a 5-point fee to have the system reclaim the item. At 6 p.m., a seller reneged on the deal, and while the system compensated them, it only refunded the suggested retail price of the upgrade card, amounting to 100 survival points minus the 5-point fee, resulting in a loss of 5 survival points. A comical turn of events. The sellers, now exposed, announced that they would still adhere to the suggested price, while the game imposed a 50-point interest on them, requiring repayment of 150 survival points. Those unable to pay would have their backpack supplies deducted, and those lacking supplies would face a loss of their box drops. The players quickly grasped the situation. This was a scheme to profit from both ends. As Simiao washed her face, she contemplated this as a form of protection. preventing resources from flowing disproportionately into the hands of a few players while others stagnated in their development, thus shrinking the overall player base. Ultimately, it seemed that only the game could reap the benefits from players. After finishing her breakfast, she stretched around her vehicle and set off promptly at 6:30 a.m. Following the vehicle upgrade, her speed had doubled from 25 kilometers per hour to 60 kilometers per hour, with a range of 60 kilometers on a fully charged battery within an hour. As for the power consumed by the onboard audio and refrigerator, it was negligible. Today's tasks were 1. Travel 240 kilometers. 2. Enter a rest area. 2 objectives lay before her. The travel task equated to 4 hours at her current speed. As for the rest area, no news had yet been shared. But with tasks established, how far could the station be? After driving for half an hour, Simiao stumbled upon a wooden crate. Inside were 1 water, 1 bag of chips, and 2 one-hour battery packs. Quite ordinary. Another half hour passed before she encountered her first iron crate. Simiao disembarked, gripping her baseball bat as she approached fiercely, only to find a black spider the size of a basketball perched atop the crate. Help! A chill ran down her spine as the spider's presence heightened her anxiety. It felt as if it could leap at her face at any moment. Simiao retreated to her vehicle, opened the miscellaneous items in the shop. In exchange for a gas mask worth 5 points, along with a pair of labor gloves for 3 points, and a large pot lid to serve as a shield. Once equipped, she took a deep breath and exited the car, ready to reclaim her territory, only to be horrified to discover that the spider had vanished without a trace. Simiao immediately began to whirl in place while wielding her baseball bat. This was the most terrifying scenario. Keeping her eyes peeled, she approached the iron box and, with a swift motion, flipped it open with her bat. Indeed, a dark figure sprang forth with alarming speed. Simiao quickly thrust the pot lid forward, and the two collided with a deafening clang. The giant spider landed and began to scurry rapidly. Simiao danced in place, caught in a chaotic moment where it was unclear who was more fearsome. With a crack of the bat, the spider was sent flying 2 meters away. Simiao rushed forward to finish it off, her mind racing with the mantra that it was merely a large crab, smashing it into a pulp. Congratulations, player, for defeating a common giant spider. Experience gained, 20 survival points. 2 dropped, 2 spider silk. The grotesque corpse vanished. The road was restored to its tidy state. And even the baseball bat was clean. Simiao disdainfully picked up her spoils and set about collecting the opened iron box. Back in the car, she removed her mask and wiped the sweat from her brow, finally in the mood to organize her supplies. Water. 3. Vehicle air conditioner. 1. 1-hour power card. 1. A tribute card. 1. A fruitful haul indeed. Simiao first installed the air conditioner. As the cool air enveloped her, she felt invigorated, applying the attribute card to her strength. The regional channel messages continued to scroll at a rapid pace. Rich kid, suddenly facing a higher difficulty. A massive python. I'm out, please. A grown man can easily take on a polar bear if he sets his mind to it. Noob. Seriously. A grown man can take on a polar bear if he sets his mind to it. Old 6. Really, a grown man can take on a polar bear? Rich kid. Who said that? Find them. Laughter erupted from the group below. It was evident that today the guardian monster of the iron box had leveled up. Chapter 7. Rest Area. Simiao resumed her journey, determined to complete her daily progress tasks in one go. Though battling monsters had consumed some time, her stomach was already rumbling by 1:30. However, the rewards were substantial. She had traveled 240 kilometers. Reward: 10 survival points, vehicle upgrade card, 5 wooden boxes, 2 iron boxes. Total supplies: water, 13, steam buns, 2 buns, 1 compressed biscuits, 2 strawberries, 6 insulated cup, 1 lunchbox, 1 vehicle water tank, 1 1-hour power cards, 4 attribute cards, 2. As Simiao savored her self-heating tomato beef rice, she organized her supplies, allocating attribute cards to agility and constitution, while the vehicle upgrade card remained displayed in her personal showcase, ready for trade. With everyone low on funds, bartering was the most practical approach. The 2 attribute cards held equal value in the shop, allowing for an equitable exchange that benefited both parties. Players who had yet to acquire a vehicle upgrade card opted to trade. The sentiment remained: lacking attributes wouldn't be fatal, but obtaining a vehicle upgrade card would enable nighttime monster hunting for resources. The vehicle upgrade card Simiao had put up for exchange was swiftly taken, augmenting her strength. Her current statistics were Constitution, 7, Strength, 7, Agility, 10, Spirit, 8. The vehicle-mounted water tank is installed in a location akin to that of a fuel tank, generating 20 liters of domestic water daily, thus eliminating the need to waste bottled water for personal hygiene. At noon, the regional channel offers new tidbits, as some well-meaning individuals compile the events surrounding recent occurrences. A player known as Xiao Shui posted a vehicle upgrade card in his personal showcase that morning. The buyer is required to return a vehicle card and provide additional supplies valued at no less than 40 survival points before noon. Simiao nodded, as it was common knowledge that game compensation incurs a 50% interest rate, necessitating a value of 140 survival points, leaving some room for maneuver. However, the situation took a turn when the buyer, Xiao Mei, chose to renege on her agreement, paying 150 survival points while simultaneously defaulting on 3 transactions. Utilizing 3 vehicle cards to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle, Simiao's eyes narrowed. It all sounded quite promising. Yet, it was apparent that the game's rewards were not easily attainable by players. Xiao Mei attempted to board the vehicle before settling her dues, intending to repay her debts with scattered supplies. Indeed, vehicle cards are rare, while water supplies are abundant. For instance, Simiao's backpack was filled with ample water, necessitating a price drop for a quick sale. Subsequently, as Xiao Mei opened boxes, the game left only basic water supplies, with all other attribute cards and survival points allocated to repaying her debts. Consequently, Xiao Mei defaulted on 3 transactions within a short span, earning herself the title of a notorious defaulter, while within 7 days, the market price surged by 10%. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei, seated in her little car, sipped milk tea and sent messages, with advertising as her primary aim. She resolved to become a purveyor of information in the game, beyond merely resuming her previous endeavors. The most significant reason was that she had drawn a golden finger from the Novice gift pack. Skill, darling, speak. Effect, each time she uttered this phrase with a fierce countenance, coupled with a question, she would receive an answer, albeit not guaranteed to be truthful, if met with silence. She would need to check her backpack for any missing items, usable 3 times daily. Though the answers lacked certainty, they were at least vaguely relevant, allowing for some deduction. For instance, she once grimaced at the heir, questioning whether a wealthy second-generation heir was indeed affluent. The response was if a dilapidated shack counts as wealth. She then sought out the heir indirectly, fabricating a fictitious luxury brand, and the individual eagerly engaged, even offering opinions on the matter. Xiao Mei quickly grasped the situation and unhesitatingly exposed the heir's deceit, leveraging the chat records to extort 5 backpack slots and 3 attribute points. She was thoroughly enchanted by this game, feeling as if she were swimming in water. At that moment, a message arrived from Xiong. Have you figured it out? What caused the sudden disappearance of supplies? Xiao Mei raised an eyebrow, deciding to use her precious opportunity to inquire. Perhaps there lay another player with peculiar skills behind this mystery, and she chuckled at the thought. She set her milk tea aside and, with a fierce expression, addressed the air, "Darling, speak. Where have those vanished supplies gone?" As her words lingered in the air, she rubbed her face with a blank expression, sighing despondently at her reflection. If this continued, her visage might truly change. Wait a moment, was it unusually quiet? Previously, her skill would elicit a response within 3 seconds. Her heart leaped, and she held her breath as she opened her backpack, only to emit an incredulous wail. Her supplies: 2 vehicle upgrade cards, 3 bottles of water, 1 small cake. She had even lost 1 point of strength and 2 points of spirit. What a catastrophic situation. The sky has fallen. The pessimism of humanity is not universal. Just as Simiao had finished her preparations and was ready to set off, a small cake suddenly struck her face, momentarily stunning her until she realized that this was a gift of supplies from some unknown benefactor. Wait, she had even spoken. Oh, how truly exceptional I am. Simiao tucked away the small cake, her expression abruptly serious. Such spontaneous gifting of supplies could easily lead to traffic accidents. She endeavored to clear out her backpack space, piling the supplies in the back seat, and decided to sell off what she wouldn't need. It was essential to exchange for more backpack slots. As the vehicle hit the road, it wasn't long before they encountered another iron box, once again facing the familiar sight of a spider the size of a basin. Simiao adeptly disembarked with her equipment, fully prepared this time, having even purchased a canister of insecticide from the shop. The pungent insecticide sprayed across the spider's face. And after half a canister, the spider began to stagger, as if intoxicated, its speed noticeably diminishing. Wearing a gas mask, Simiao remained cold and ruthless, wielding a baseball bat to deliver a fatal blow to the creature. Congratulations, player, you have slain a common giant spider, earning 20 experience points and 2 survival points. Loot obtained, 2 spider silk. Simiao returned to the vehicle with her spoils. 1 bottle of water, 1 chocolate bar, 2 pairs of socks, 1 vehicle-mounted air conditioner, and a 1-hour electricity card. She hung the air conditioner in her personal showcase and shouted in the regional channel. The original price of the air conditioner was 68. She listed it for 2 backpack slots, offering a discount of 28. Other ordinary supplies might not attract buyers, but who could resist an air conditioner? Soon, the vehicle-mounted air conditioner was purchased by a familiar player, rich second generation. Only he would be willing to part with backpack slots to enhance his conditions. Simiao equipped the acquired backpack slots and continued her journey. After nearly an hour of travel without sighting a single wooden box, she noticed the sun was setting as it approached 4 o'clock, and finally, a side road appeared on her left, marked by a sign for a rest area. Simiao deftly turned the steering wheel and veered in. Chapter 8. Mushroom Gathering Dungeon Today, Task 2. Enter the rest area. After advancing for about 3 minutes, she arrived at a location resembling a highway rest area, with a spacious parking lot, each spot equipped with charging stations. She reversed into a parking space near the exit and noticed several players curiously entering the building, while others remained in their vehicles nearby. Welcome players to the rest area. Here, eating, drinking, playing, and charging are all complimentary, but a parking fee of 2 survival points is required for every hour. Overnight stays are prohibited. Please vacate the premises by 6 p.m. Failure to comply will result in a towing fee of 2 survival points. Damage between players in the rest area is mutually exempt. It is completely safe. The rest area occasionally opens up dungeons. Tickets can be purchased to participate in games. Today's Task 2. Enter the rest area has been completed. Reward, 10 survival points, vehicle-mounted water tank. Simiao was quite astonished. This rest area truly appeared to be a place for relaxation, offering safety and entertainment. Albeit with a somewhat steep fee, she placed the baseball bat into the compartment of her backpack, along with a large pot lid that served as a makeshift shield. After charging the vehicle, she proceeded towards the building. Adorned in a dark green windbreaker of unknown origin and with her hair tied in a low ponytail, she cautiously glanced around, appearing rather unremarkable. Due to a mutual understanding of non-aggression, although everyone remained vigilant, they were more inclined to gather and exchange information. Simiao was no exception. The first floor of the building was filled with various lounges and recreational areas. The second floor housed the men's bathing facilities. The third floor catered to women. The fourth offered a complimentary buffet, and the fifth floor featured a rooftop bar and an outdoor swimming pool. Simiao quickly formed a group with a seemingly friendly girl, and they made their way to the women's bathing area on the third floor. The girl, evidently eager to talk, chattered nonstop, providing information without Simiao needing to pry. It had been several days since they had seen another person. Classes had been interrupted by sudden deaths, and she wondered whether her parents had managed to enter the game and if they could leave again. The absence of customer service in this wretched game was baffling. There should have been NPCs in the lounges. The girl rambled on, indifferent to whether anyone responded. Upon reaching the third floor, they collected their tokens and were given a set of bathrobes and towels before heading to the showers. To their delight, the clothes they discarded were treated to a cleaning and drying service. After enjoying a shower, sauna, and hot spring, the girl, clearly a northerner who despised coriander, lamented the lack of scrubbing services, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. While the hot spring was immensely relaxing and washed away the fatigue of the past few days, they both adhered to the rule of leaving by 6 o'clock and did not linger too long. Within half an hour, they had donned their freshly cleaned and dried clothes and made their way to the fourth floor for the buffet. After days of consuming buns and pre-packaged rice, everyone craved freshly cooked delicacies, be it stir-fried dishes or noodle soup. Simiao savored her seafood noodles, while the girl who disliked coriander began to reveal her secrets. Whispering excitedly, "I drew something amazing from the Novice gift pack." Simiao leaned in with intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, the girl abruptly shifted her tone, sounding disheartened. "Forget it. I see you've been quiet. Perhaps you're not interested. I've been rambling." Simiao felt a twinge of frustration. sensing she had been played, but unable to produce evidence. As the two exchanged glances, a sudden announcement echoed through the room. The 03 game room is now open. Interested players may proceed to participate. Simiao hastily finished her last bite of noodles, placed her bowl and utensils at the recycling station, and rushed downstairs, with the girl trailing closely behind, hastily swallowing a piece of meat whole. The other players in the dining area mirrored their urgency, sprinting downstairs. A crowd had formed at the entrance of room 03, murmuring over the posted rules. Simiao squeezed her way to the front to take a look. The admission fee was 10 survival points. Wasn't that rather steep? It was evident that everyone shared this sentiment. The 10 survival points earned from the advancement task would all be spent. Some players, hesitant to engage in combat, found themselves unable to pay even the parking fee after handing over their admission tickets. Simiao listened for a while amidst the commotion, sensing that someone had just entered. She was determined to take a look inside. The girl who disliked coriander was also eager for a new experience, and both paid their tickets to enter the dungeon. As Simiao regained her senses, she found herself before a quaint wooden cottage with a red roof, accompanied by 9 other players, each adorned with an ID above their heads. Yet none of them had entered after the initial group. The quest, the little girl gathering mushrooms. Rule 1. Players must collect a basket from the red umbrella and venture into the forest to gather mushrooms. After 6 hours, based on the value of the mushrooms collected, the top 3 players will receive rewards, while the bottom 3 will incur a deduction of 5 resources, and death will result in a loss of 50 resources. Rule 2. Each type of mushroom possesses distinct prices and functions. The forest conceals clues, and all items from the quest cannot be placed in backpacks. During the game, the marketplace will be closed, personal trading windows will cease, and regional channels will be disabled. Once the rules were proclaimed, the door of the little red house swung open, revealing a red-haired girl who stepped out, holding a magic wand. With a gentle wave, the rose vines entwined around the fence sprang to life, weaving themselves into 10 baskets that floated into the hands of each player. She then produced a clock from her chest, waved her wand again, and declared go. The 10 players, baskets in hand, share a moment of silence before each disappeared into the forest in different directions, Simiao among them. Grasping a basket adorned with a blooming rose, she advanced swiftly, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The forest was characterized by tall, straight trees, low shrubs, and expansive patches of green moss. The atmosphere was damp. Each footfall left a clear imprint upon the ground. Indeed, this environment was conducive to mushroom growth. In the distance, Simiao spotted a fallen dead tree and quickened her pace, wielding a hiking pole gifted by an unknown benefactor. As she approached the decayed wood, she discovered a row of yellow-edged mushrooms sprouting from its backside. Cautiously, she tapped around with her hiking pole to ensure no insects or snakes lurked nearby, eliminating potential hazards before kneeling down, gloved hands ready to collect the mushrooms. One by one, she gathered a total of 13, nearly filling the bottom of her basket. With a sense of triumph, Simiao tilted the dead tree in hopes of uncovering any hidden mushrooms, but to her dismay, none were found. Instead, she discovered a clue card. The yellow-edged mushrooms were highly toxic, and presenting them to the red umbrella would result in instant demise. Simiao sighed, realizing she had unwittingly paved her own path to ruin. The harder I try, the shorter my life becomes, she thought, discreetly tucking the clue card into the sole of her shoe before continuing on her way with a basket brimming with poisonous mushrooms. Over the next hour, she unearthed 5 or 6 different types of mushrooms, amassing 2 more clue cards. The white mushrooms were the least valuable, worth just 1 point each. The red umbrella's favorite, a whole red mushroom, fetched 100 points, but if broken, would result in a halving of the score. Perhaps the forest was vast, or perhaps time was still on her side, but she had yet to encounter another player. With her scant clues, Simiao resolved to gather as many mushrooms as possible. After wandering for another 2 hours, she stumbled upon a cluster of purple mushrooms and was about to harvest them when an urgent voice called out from ahead. "Sister, that thing is a bomb. You can't collect it." In an instant, Simiao retracted her hand just before touching the mushroom, stepping back a couple of paces. She looked up to see a male player approaching, his ID reading shoe sole, and his basket covered with a black cloth, obscuring its contents from view. Simiao's own basket was similarly concealed beneath a piece of clothing. I recently encountered another player who discovered a card claiming that the purple mushroom was a bomb. and touching it would result in instant demise. How peculiar. Simiao immediately displayed a look of trepidation, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. The two began exchanging clues, of course, substantiated by cards. As Simiao retrieved a card from the sole of her shoe, her counterpart mirrored the action, and they exchanged amused glances. It was not merely a fear of losing, but indeed a significant concern. Simiao, being astute, only presented two cards, one for the white mushrooms and another for the red mushrooms, keeping the yellow-edged mushroom that could be lethal as her hidden card. Her companion similarly revealed two cards, indicating that the blue mushroom and the red umbrella mushroom were quite favored, each worth 10 points. The cyan mushroom, however, carried a contagion, causing other mushrooms in proximity to rot. Simiao's heart raced at this revelation, and she felt an urge to discard the cyan mushroom she had recently picked up. What a dreadful thing. The player known as Soul displayed a remarkable sense of propriety and suggested they part ways to complete their respective tasks. Simiao nodded, and they each proceeded in opposite directions without looking back. After walking a few hundred meters, she finally discarded the cyan mushroom, only to witness the two adjacent white mushrooms beginning to rot, emitting a faint odor. Thankfully, they were merely the least valuable white mushrooms. Had they been red umbrella mushrooms, she would surely have been in a dire predicament. Turning back, she stealthily retraced her steps, and indeed, she found Soul fervently gathering the purple mushrooms, unable to contain his beaming smile. What a ruse about explosions. Simiao had known from the start, as the moment that individual appeared. Her backpack had inexplicably acquired a pair of rain boots. Such a blatant display of ill intent. Yet, Simiao could only feign ignorance, for she was not a match in strength. Revealing the truth might provoke an angry retaliation, and she was uncertain of her chances. Thus, she opted to go with the flow and exchange clues, leaving in a state of discontent. Simiao gritted her teeth and quietly departed. She would make him pay. With over 2 hours remaining, Simiao altered her strategy, choosing not to press forward but instead to return in the direction of the red house. Along the way, she encountered 2 additional players and exchanged clues. The black mushroom could elevate the quality of delicacies by 1 level, totaling 2 points, but could only be enhanced once. The orange mushroom was worth 30 points, while the cat's paw mushroom was not particularly valuable, yet favored by the red umbrella mushroom, potentially yielding a reward in return. However, placing the orange and purple mushrooms together would result in an explosion. Simiao felt a mix of emotions. While it could indeed explode, it was contingent on certain conditions. In the 5.5 hour, 8 players emerged from the woods, and upon spotting Soul, Simiao joyfully waved. Thank goodness for your warning about the orange and purple mushrooms exploding when together. A flicker of guilt crossed Soul's face. But he quickly regained his composure, asserting that this was a competitive game, where deceit was part of the strategy. Otherwise, they would not be working together to make dumplings. Simiao cheerfully approached. I have an orange mushroom in my basket. It almost caused an explosion. She lifted her garment to reveal the orange mushroom nestled among a dozen conspicuous yellow-edged mushrooms, all the while observing Soul's reaction. Soul, upon hearing this, felt as though he had inadvertently done a good deed, having accidentally saved a player. Simiao, ever grateful, presented a yellow mushroom with a golden edge to the sole of her shoe, a fleeting look of reluctance crossing her face. This mushroom is quite precious, worth 50 each. The Soul waved her hand while extending her basket. The other players observed their playful tugging, reminiscent of the festive tradition of red envelopes during the New Year. Simiao successfully dispatched a bomb, parting ways with the Soul to engage in conversation with other players. Sister, haven't we met somewhere before? The player she selected was left bewildered. As the 6 hours drew to a close, the 2 remaining players had yet to appear. Red Umbrella emerged from the house, and Simiao, stepping back, shielded the others before swiftly pocketing the yellow mushroom, crushing it through her gloves, which she then removed and tucked away as well. With a flourish of her magic wand, Red Umbrella caused the mushrooms in everyone's baskets to levitate, initiating the magic calculation. The Soul, brimming with excitement, discovered a clue. Purple mushrooms yield 200 points each. As for the bomb, it was a spur-of-the-moment fabrication, and unexpectedly, a rule of such nature genuinely existed. What divine assistance! However, in the next instant, the Soul was struck down by a sudden bolt of lightning from the now ominous Red Umbrella. Bewildered, he returned to the resting area, half of his supplies confiscated, and to his dismay, his rain boots and raincoat were also gone. It must have been that golden-edged mushroom that caused the trouble. How infuriating. Simiao, in splendid spirits, felt joyous despite not securing first place. The dungeon concluded. Players accumulated 765 mushroom points, ranking third, earning 100 survival points, 200 experience points, and a copper chest. Red Umbrella was quite fond of the cat claw mushroom she brought back and gifted her a spatial basket. Simiao returned to the entrance of Dungeon 03, dismissing the inquiries of onlookers as she made her way to the parking lot, and due to her aloofness, received generous supplies from a kind stranger. Noticing that the player possessed a spatial basket, the fishing system was bound to priority storage in the basket. Simiao exhaled in relief. Her long-standing worries were finally alleviated. She truly feared that she would be caught in a downpour of supplies wherever she went. Why was there so much inexplicable malice in this world? She had done nothing wrong. Such sweet troubles. She returned to her vehicle. The spatial basket transformed into a small mark on her thumb, containing approximately 100 square units. Ample space. Red Umbrella was generous. Opening the copper chest revealed 1 attribute card, 1 skill book, and 1 magic wand from Red Umbrella. All exquisite items. Simiao opened the skill book. Golden words established. Effect. The player can utter a designated word to immobilize any creature within earshot for 3 seconds. Usable 3 times a day. It was a control skill. Although 3 seconds may seem brief, it could decisively alter the course of battle at a critical moment. The magic wand from Red Umbrella. Effect. When equipped, it can absorb 1 fatal blow. Simiao hung the miniature wand around her neck. All were wonderful treasures. Indeed, participating in dungeons held great promise. With 200 experience points, she had met the requirements for leveling up and gained 3 additional attribute points, plus 1 from the chest. Simiao assigned 1 point to agility, 1 to constitution, and 2 to strength, leaving the purpose of spirit uncertain for now. Her current profile read, "Congratulations, player has leveled up to LV2. Earned 3 free attribute points. Player nickname, I'm a woman level, 2, 5, 502, 000, race, human talent. Fishing system level 10 constitution, 8 agility, 11 strength, 9 spirit, 8 survival points, 172 distributable attributes, 0 equipment. Red Umbrella's magic wand. Space basket skill, golden words command. Chapter 10. Sudden wealth. Simiao glanced at the time. It was 5:30, leaving her with only half an hour before the rest area would close. She recalled catching a glimpse of the time upon entering the dungeon, around 5 o'clock, indicating she had spent 6 hours inside, while only half an hour had elapsed in reality. The electric vehicle was fully charged, boasting a range of 300 kilometers, equivalent to 5 30-minute energy cards. Each 30-minute energy card was priced at 5 survival points in the marketplace, thereby saving her 25 points. The rest area was indeed a splendid place. Alas, prolonged stays were not permitted. Simiao planned to exit the rest area at 5:50 to swiftly grab a bowl of noodles in the dining area, addressing her dinner needs. When one is away from home, one must both spend and save wisely. News of the dungeon had circulated. The good news was that even in death, one would not lose their life, while the unfortunate news was a deduction of 50 resources. Simiao held a bowl of beef noodles when she encountered the individual who detested coriander. The two intuitively chose to sit at their previously occupied window-side table. Time was of the essence, prompting Simiao to take the initiative and exchange information. My game involves collecting mushrooms for points. The coriander hater promptly replied. My game is to dig bamboo shoots for points. 10 players ranked. Me too. The NPC is called Red Umbrella. The NPC is named Chonggao Gao. The two engaged in a lively back and forth, their hands never pausing as they hastily consumed their meals. Regrettably, the food in the rest area could not be taken away. Otherwise, it would have been a delightful dual feast. At 5:45, the pair rose swiftly, placing their trays at the recycling station, adding each other as friends before darting towards their vehicles. Other players followed suit with similar routines. Had the rest area merely prohibited overnight stays, some stubborn players might have dared to challenge the rule. However, with a towing fee of 2 survival points, no one wished to suffer a financial setback. Simiao's vehicle was parked towards the exit, and she swiftly maneuvered out before the congestion set in. Entering the main road from a side path felt like stepping into an alternate realm. The cars that had followed her had vanished, leaving Simiao alone on the highway. As 6 o'clock approached, new beasts might emerge on either side, so Simiao refrained from advancing further, stopping her vehicle to hang the task reward, a water tank, on her personal display. She was about to shout into the regional channel when she discovered it was already abuzz. Shu Soul, I am a woman, come speak. Yes, it is true, I deceived you, but I never intended to take your life. Your actions were excessively ruthless. Shu Soul had lost half her resources, which included a precious vehicle upgrade card, leaving her with scant survival points after paying the entry and parking fees. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, prompting her to retaliate in the regional channel. The other onlookers, now aware of the unfolding drama, nodded in agreement. Wealthy heir. The heart of a woman is the most venomous. A single strike could cost a life. From now on, everyone should be cautious when encountering this woman. Anti-wealth. Indeed, one must not show leniency towards women. Shu Soul, had you simply taken her life initially, we would not have witnessed this subsequent debacle. Consider it a lesson. Upon uttering these words, the feeble underwater players erupted in indignation, swiftly condemning Simiao for her lack of ethics and her disruption of the established order. The 100 space basket she had just acquired was half filled in an instant. She was bustling, engaged in the frenzy of collecting and selling. Her survival points had doubled. This was far more lucrative than mere dungeon profits. To her astonishment, she discovered a fully loaded handgun, categorized as basic supplies, with a market price of 100. The messages in the regional channel faded from her mind as she contemplated stirring the pot even further. Were she an ordinary individual, she would have been consumed by anxiety and rage for becoming a public enemy. Fear of reputational damage and social ostracism. Dread of being targeted in future dungeons. The underlying anxiety of survival was most palpable. Yet, Simiao was a woman endowed with a fishing system. Her path to empowerment deviated from a norm. While typical players proclaimed, I am the good one, trust me, let us collaborate to grow stronger, Simiao retorted, I have done nothing, yet you despise me. Hand over your supplies. With every breath, resources flowed into her possession. Those who loathed her were merely her designated chives. Once she comprehended this logic, it was as if she had attained a divine perspective, extricating herself from the mire of emotions. Consider the marketing accounts that fabricate sensational content for traffic, stirring division, and concocting topics that elevate blood pressure. The netizens embroiled in the fray passionately hurl insults, exchanging vitriolic greetings to one another's ancestors, while the editors merely grin at the rapidly escalating metrics in the back end, counting their coins. Simiao now embodied this mindset. With the sound of coins ringing in her ears, 1111. Anger was futile. She had not the time to laugh. A vibrant and sunny girl, the sole advocate of her cause declared, I am a woman and I will speak out. Do not hide away like a turtle. Grateful for the unexpected windfall he brought her, Simiao playfully chimed in. The showcase has a vehicle-mounted water tank, originally priced at 68, now only 3 one-hour power cards. A bargain. There's only one. First come, first served. The crowd questioned, is this phrase correct? The advocate's face twisted in fury. Simiao observed as the vehicle-mounted water tank was snatched up instantaneously, a predictable outcome. The buyer was a familiar face, a newcomer to the game. She too desired a bath. Delighted, Simiao affixed the water tank and boasted to her cousin, whom she had just contacted that morning, about her swift fingers. Incredible. Her cousin exclaimed, but I see the regional channel is denouncing her. Why are you purchasing her goods? The newcomer replied, I'm buying supplies. Not casting votes for a moral exemplar. By that logic, everyday commodities should have no market in this country. Once a hotel lobby manager, she frequently witnessed the affluent bringing their mistresses for illicit rendezvous, occasionally catching the original spouses in the act. Had she a penchant for justice? She could never endure such a position. Her moral standards were but fleeting shadows, oscillating between high and low. Simiao, too, was a flexible worker navigating the societal landscape for several years. She turned a blind eye to her married boss's extramarital escapades, feigning ignorance when the boss's wife came to investigate. It was only when the boss's hands reached for her that she would vehemently expose his misdeeds. Such was the reality. Those who bore malice towards her due to public opinion were her chives, not her clients. The clients required transactions, incurring costs, while the inexperienced, akin to chives, tend to self-harvest, coaxing one another into the same folly. Upon reflection, it is rather endearing. Chapter 11. Fireball Technique. Thanks to the fortune bestowed by the shoe's soul, Simiao experienced an unexpected windfall. Preoccupied with the possibility of respawning wild creatures after dusk, she hastily sold off her assets, accumulating 300 survival points to exchange for 3 vehicle upgrade cards, which she promptly utilized. The next level required 10 vehicle upgrade cards. The third-tier vehicle did not transform into a more spacious van or motorhome, but rather enhanced its defensive capabilities, adding a survival point recharge function. 1 survival point corresponded to 1 point of defense. Simiao, with her newfound wealth, decided to reserve an additional 10 points. With a spacious basket, her backpack no longer felt cramped. Instead of prioritizing the vehicle's internal comfort, Simiao opted to recycle and sell, exchanging for skills. Fireball Technique, Grade D, priced at 300 survival points. Usage effect: releases 8 fireballs daily, with a maximum range of 4 meters. The number 8 seemed familiar. Simiao immediately checked her personal data, her gaze fixating on her mental attribute, which was also 8. She spent 100 survival points to purchase an attribute card, enhancing her mental capacity. The effect of the Fireball Technique transformed instantly. Effect: releases 9 fireballs daily, with a maximum range of 45 meters. Indeed, it was straightforward and effective. Simiao then explored the Grade C Fireball Technique, priced at 500 survival points, boasting the effect of releasing 18 fireballs daily, with a maximum range of 45 meters. Higher-level skills required unlocking, and she currently lacked the purchasing eligibility. Simiao resumed her diligent recycling and selling. There remained many kind-hearted souls in this world, who collectively contributed 569 points to her cause. The Grade C Fireball Technique was now within her grasp. Without hesitation, she activated it, rolled down the car window, and directed a fireball towards the roadside. The apple-sized fireball struck the ground, erupting in a shower of sparks, startling a wolf that had approached, causing it to crouch and growl. Simiao remarked, "I didn't mean to." Yet, now that the moment had arrived, she observed with disappointment the 2 wolves flanking her. What kind of wolves are these? They are merely moving treasure chests. Despite possessing the skill, Simiao refrained from recklessness, choosing instead to remain in her vehicle, engaging in a game of bumper cars, while also testing the efficacy of her defensive points. After enduring 2 impacts the previous night that nearly shattered the car window, she carefully positioned herself to withstand 3 collisions, sustaining only minimal damage. 1 defensive point was deducted. Excellent. This was far more economical than repair cards. Simiao found her answer and swiftly vanquished the gray wolves, unleashing 2 additional fireballs as the cooldown reset at dawn. Congratulations! Player has slain a nighttime gray wolf, earning 20 experience points and 2 survival points. Congratulations! Player has slain a nighttime gray wolf, earning 20 experience points and 2 survival points. 2 iron chests yielded resources. Attribute card X1, Universal Trash Bin X1, Cargo Expansion Card X1, Lottery Ticket X1. No ordinary supplies, only valuable items. Simiao immediately allocated the attribute point to her mental capacity, allowing her to cast 20 fireballs daily. The Cargo Expansion card adjusted the rear seat height, aiming for a future without the need to bend down, while the Universal Trash Bin was positioned beside the rear seat, adjacent to a mini toilet. At last, it was time for the lottery ticket. An exhilarating moment awaited. Simiao rubbed her hands together in anticipation as she activated the spinning wheel, which offered an array of basic supplies. 50 assorted items, 30 energy cards, 10 wooden boxes, 4 iron boxes, 3 copper boxes, 2 silver boxes, and 1 golden box. With the ticket in hand, she set the wheel in motion, watching as it spun rapidly for about 10 seconds before gradually slowing down, finally halting at a silver box. With a hearty laugh, Simiao retrieved the silver box, which contained a skill book, an attribute card, and a carriage expansion card. The skill, title My Rules Are My Rules, boasted an effect that compelled all beings to endure her ramblings for 30 seconds upon her declaration, usable once per day. Once again, it was a control skill, and the duration of 30 seconds piqued Simiao's curiosity. Did it imply that she must maintain her speech without pause? With her 2 attribute points allocated entirely to mental acuity, her current stats were as follows. Player nickname: I am a woman level 2, 550, 2000 Race, Human Talent. Fishing System 10 Constitution, 8 Agility, 11 Strength, 9 Mentality, 11 Survival Points, 73 Allocatable Attributes, 0 Equipment. Magical Wand of the Red Umbrella Skills, Golden Words. C-Class Fireball, My Rules Are My Rules. Finally, the carriage expansion card allowed Simiao to stretch her neck and stand upright within the vehicle, improving her quality of life. She adjusted the driver's seat to face the passenger seat, set up a small dining table, and initiated a late-night snack session, complete with soothing music, a chilled cola, and an unknown, generous Soul-S family bucket meal. All that was missing was a tablet to binge-watch her favorite shows. However, with no series to follow, the regional channel still provided ample entertainment. Today, the majority had received vehicle upgrade cards, joyfully unboxing their treasures amidst discussions of dungeons and the inevitable peculiar incidents of resource disappearance. A wealthy individual lamented, "I just got my family bucket meal." A hater of wealth retorted, "You may not believe it, but I lost a gun." A distressed voice cried out, "I almost couldn't keep my dinner." A chorus of lamentations filled the air as Simiao savored her chicken wings with delight. Amidst this, advertisements for purchasing information from Xiao Tao punctuated the chatter. Buy information from Xiao Tao. Various dungeon details available at a bargain. Unfazed by finances, Simiao promptly clicked on Xiao Tao's profile, noticing a vehicle upgrade card being offered in exchange for an attribute card with a price increase of 20. I am a woman. How do you sell the information? Buy information from Xiao Tao. I provide you with a list of questions, each marked with a prize for your selection. For additional inquiries, consult separately. Survival points or energy cards are accepted for payment. Simiao perused the list sent to her. Known dungeon types. For survival points or 30 minutes of energy cards or information. Detailed rules of the rest area. For survival points or 30 minutes of energy cards or information. Vehicle upgrade strategies. For survival points or 30 minutes of energy cards or information without hesitation. Simiao chose to unlock all options. She paid with 3 30-minute energy cards, and by information from Xiao Tao, promptly sent over 3 images. In the realm of Zone 13728, various types of instances are known. Mushroom picking, bamboo shoot digging, berry gathering, and large-scale agricultural leisure harvesting activities. Groups of 10 are formed randomly, with a unified duration of 30 minutes for each entry. Upon death, players may drop a maximum of 50 items. The rest area is accessible, and it is noted that the earliest players arrive at 11 o'clock. Upon entering the rest area, the channel automatically separates, allowing for multiple participations in the instances, with each entry being a fresh experience. After 5:10 in the afternoon, tickets for the instance will no longer be sold. An anonymous benevolent player demonstrates the mechanics, where players are immune to each other's damage, yet damaging public facilities and wasting resources incurs penalties. Indirect damage to wallets remains effective, so one must be cautious. Regarding vehicle upgrade strategies, it is known that each level requires specific upgrade cards, with the third-level vehicle enhancing survival points and defensive capabilities, while additional household appliances require separate exchanges. After reviewing the 3 electrical cards, Simiao felt she had made a poor investment. Just as she intended to exit the private chat, she noticed a new message from Buying News to find Xiao Tao. Those missing supplies must be with you, right? I have observed that the main players associated with the lost supplies predominantly relate to you. Simiao raised an eyebrow and replied with a question mark. The notion of being exposed was anticipated. It was not overtly evident through the network, allowing for some degree of exploitation. But frequent visits to the rest area or instances would inevitably lead to players who interacted with her and encountered conflicts mysteriously losing their supplies. Such occurrences could hardly remain concealed. Buying News to find Xiao Tao. Silence fee. The conversation resumed as Buying News to find Xiao Tao employed her usual underhanded tactics. Simiao, unfazed, replied, "Perhaps you should first check what you were missing from your backpack." A chill ran down Buying News to find Xiao Tao as unwelcome memories resurfaced. Upon opening her backpack, she exhaled with relief, discovering that she was merely short 12 bottles of water, 2 small cakes, 1 cup of milk tea, and 2 watermelons. Nothing too alarming. Chapter 12. Instant Sanctuary. Buying News to find Xiao Tao. Sister, my dear sister, from now on, you shall be my deity. It was my disrespect. Spare me, I implore you. Buying News to find Xiao Tao immediately knelt in submission. Not only did she return the three 30-minute electrical cards, but she also generously included an additional rooftop extension card. This remarkable ability to extract supplies from her across the network compelled Buying News to find Xiao Tao to surrender with utmost reverence. Simiao activated the rooftop extension card, allowing the vehicle's rooftop to extend half a meter higher, which could be lowered when not in use. Finally, she could stand up, with a sense of entitlement. She utilized the card, spinning around in the cabin and stretching luxuriously. To be honest, Simiao felt a tinge of disappointment at how swiftly Buying News to find Xiao Tao capitulated. What was that saying? What fear is there of death if no one retrieves the body? It is the living one must fear. Her skill was revealed. It was not herself she feared, but rather the players. Empathizing, Simiao understood that if she were to hear of such a skill, her first instinct would be to be on guard, followed by irritation. A more assertive player would certainly not permit their control over supplies to be usurped, opting instead to strike first and eradicate the threat. Once aware of such news, it would undoubtedly linger in their minds, rolling over repeatedly. Consequently, Simiao could ascend to great heights, even if she had to sell off her resources at a discount. It would propel her to success. She resembled a suddenly affluent yet self-aware pauper, diligently restraining her avarice. By news from Xiao Tao, sister, many players have approached me regarding the mysteriously vanished resources. I suspect it won't be long before the secret is out. Simiao regained her focus. If Xiao Tao could deduce this, naturally, the other players would as well. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately replied, "You may sell it to them. I shall take 80% of the profits. My skill allows me to randomly deduct a certain amount of basic resources from those who harbor unwarranted malice towards me." After a lengthy pause, Xiao Tao stammered a response. "Sister, you are truly kind." Simiao raised an eyebrow, finding Xiao Tao intriguing. You could have easily let them indulge in their malicious suspicions and attacks, escalating the situation and drawing in more players, thereby profiting immensely and strengthening yourself. Yet, you chose to forego such a splendid opportunity, urging them to reconsider and mitigate their losses. It is exceedingly benevolent of you. Even a Leshan giant Buddha would yield to you. In Xiao Tao's eyes, this maneuver was akin to a marketing account that, after finally going viral with a post garnering 100,000 views, suddenly interjects to say, "Everyone, please calm down. I intentionally incited this division. Let us disperse." Was she perhaps weary of handling too much money? Simiao lowered her gaze. She simply felt unprepared, as though something was amiss. As the clock struck 10 that evening, she washed up briefly before retiring to bed. Rising at 5:30 the next morning, with dawn just breaking, she jogged around her vehicle for exercise, followed by a session of ba duanjin. Breakfast consisted of soybean milk and fried dough sticks. Today's tasks: 1. Advance 240 kilometers. 2. Participate in a dungeon. By midday, she had opened 6 chests. 4 wooden boxes containing 3 units of water, 1 chocolate, 3 sweet potatoes, 1 mango pudding, 1 garbage bag, and 3 energy cards. And 2 iron boxes containing 1 basic healing card, 1 vehicle upgrade card, 1 in-car awning, and 1 cargo expansion card. Simiao examined the description of the basic healing card. It can heal minor injuries upon use. A valuable item, she placed it in her backpack for easy access. The vehicle upgrade card remained in her personal showcase for attribute exchange, while she utilized the expansion card, creating more ample space. The in-car awning was installed on the edge of the passenger side roof, capable of extending into a 33-meter canopy to shield from wind and rain, allowing her to cook and set up tables and chairs beneath. Her equipment was becoming increasingly comfortable. After an hour's rest, she resumed her journey. The first task of advancing 240 kilometers had been completed, earning her 10 survival points and an ambient light. At 2 o'clock, a rest area appeared ahead, and Simiao, invigorated, turned in. The rest area seemed to be contracted to the same construction company, exhibiting a remarkably uniform and somewhat tedious style. Simiao headed straight to the women's bathroom on the 3rd floor for a refreshing shower, then ascended to the 4th floor to indulge in a lavish buffet featuring steak, oysters, and crayfish, unable to stop herself. With yesterday's experience as a foundation, players quickly adapted to the rest area's dynamics, seizing the opportunity to eat, drink, and exchange information. It was quite peculiar to see everyone walking around with their IDs hovering above their heads. At 2:45 p.m., an announcement echoed through the space. The first floor game room 02 had opened for dungeons. Simiao swallowed the last sip of her milk tea and promptly descended. The dungeon ticket cost 10 survival points. Aware that the most severe penalty would result in a mere loss of 50 resources, today Estubunug attracted eager participants. Players eagerly signed up, while a clever few cleverly stored the majority of their resources in vehicles to evade punishment. Simiao could effortlessly rise from scratch or graciously accept the gifts of kind-hearted souls, without the need for laborious efforts. Welcome to the Cozy Shelter. Rule 1. Players must select a location on the map and gather materials to construct a shelter within 72 hours. Rule 2. The top 3 players, based on the final shelter evaluations, will receive rewards, while the bottom 3 will incur a deduction of 5 resources, and death will result in a loss of 50 resources. Rule 3. The marketplace trading, regional channels, personal showcases, and email functions will be disabled, and backpack slots will only allow items to exit, not enter. Simiao quickly perused the rules and surveyed her surroundings, lush green hills and clear waters. She stood on a flat patch of grass by the riverbank alongside 9 other players. Among them were 4 women and 6 men, and 2 individuals evidently recognized Simiao SID, their expressions subtly revealing a hint of wariness. Simiao glanced at them. 2 novices? Time was of the essence. She needed to act swiftly. I have an axe, but I'm not adept at building. Who wants to partner with me? We can gather materials together, and later we'll rely on our own skills. A male player with the ID wind blowing through the wheat boldly stepped forward to break the ice. I have rope. I watched my grandfather build a bamboo shed when I was a child. Some opted for collaboration, while others preferred solitude. Simiao was among those who chose to go solo. She scanned her surroundings, eyeing a small island in the middle of the lake, and resolved to construct her shelter there. Approaching the riverbank, she retrieved an inflatable boat from her basket, an offering from an unknown benefactor. Those players who had yet to depart watched her as she rowed towards the center of the river, clicking their tongues in admiration, each to their own, showcasing their talents. The island, approximately 100 square meters, was adorned with lush trees, steep on one side and gently sloping on the other. After circling the island with satisfaction, she declared, "This is it, Chapter 13. The shelter 2C Meow perched upon a large stone, beginning her search for tools to construct her shelter from her storage basket. There are so many kind-hearted people in this world. Just yesterday, she had managed to exchange items for over 800 survival points, and her storage still contained a small pile of resources, occasionally increasing. How peculiar. As she mentally explored her storage, she discovered the desired item, a multifunctional outdoor spade. It was a hefty package that, once assembled, formed a shovel capable of digging, shoveling, sawing, and chopping, complete with a fire starter and an icebreaker. A plethora of functions. Holding the spade, she glanced around. The vegetation on the island was sparse, lacking the bamboo she desired. She decided to retrieve the kayak once more and head to the shore to collect resources. Why is she able to use her backpack slots normally? Wondered the man with the ID big watermelon, wiping the sweat from his brow. The thought of having to manually transport the bamboo and what he would chop down to the shelter site was daunting. Having experienced the convenience of backpack slots, players began to perceive everything as heavy. Wind blowing through the wheat struck the bamboo with his axe. Turning to glance at the woman rowing in the center of the river, after a moment as contemplation, he remarked, "She must have other spatial tools. The game only restricts backpack slots. It doesn't state that other spatial equipment cannot be used. Let us go and discuss with her about possibly helping us transport materials." Big Watermelon's eyes lit up. This could be advantageous. Upon disembarking and stowing away the inflatable boat, Simiao received 2 collaboration requests. "We will transport the materials for you, and in return, we shall compensate you." Simiao sensed a promising opportunity, but stipulated conditions. Half the payment must be made up front, and the task must be completed by midday to avoid delays. No problem. The other 2 were eager to alleviate the burden of moving materials, to expedite the process. Simiao even lent her entrenching tool to the Shigua. With her sights set on efficiency, she sought partnerships with other players, specifically requesting bamboo. Aside from one player who had chosen a shelter located near a bamboo grove for easy access, several ventured into the mountains, and 2 accepted her collaboration. How splendid! The formidable Deshigwa sighed in relief. She watched as Simiao departed, scratching her head. Indeed, her cousin was correct. When it came to purchasing, Simiao was not one to uphold moral standards, and she appeared quite amicable rather than intimidating. Throughout the morning, Simiao assumed the role of a porter. At the onset of the game, players were diligently focused on their tasks, leaving little room for mischief. Simiao successfully exchanged for 40 large bamboo stalks, traversing much of the map during transport and collecting some dead branches and tree roots to serve as firewood for the night. For lunch, she casually consumed a box of self-heating rice and took a brief respite before commencing the construction of her shelter. To safeguard against sudden floods that could inundate her haven, Simiao decided to construct a bamboo raft house tethered to the riverbank, a floating bamboo abode. She meticulously saw the bamboo to uniform lengths and secured a 45-meter base with rope. This singular step consumed over 4 hours. As the raft entered the water, splashing against the surface, Simiao observed it becoming soaked and gradually rising on the river, letting out a sigh of relief. With a few jubilant hops, she confirmed that it had not collapsed. Having completed the base and nearly exhausted her bamboo supply, Simiao intended to gather more materials before dusk. However, upon raising her gaze, she noticed several familiar players on the riverbank waving and bouncing about. It turned out they had all misjudged the materials needed, a common mistake for first-timers. No wonder the game allotted 3 days. It was a monumental undertaking, far more complex than the brief clips portrayed. Thus Shigua, emboldened by the fact that they were all female players, seized Simiao's arm and exclaimed, "I've already chopped the bamboo and prepared the transport fees." Delighted by this news, Simiao felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Time saved. With a flurry of activity, she secured another 40 bamboo stalks and rowed back to the island. The sky now darkening and rain beginning to fall. Quickly donning her raincoat, she retrieved a tent generously provided by a kind soul and set it up. The inflatable tent spanned 8 square meters, allowing for easy entry and exit. Lighting an oil lamp, she arranged an inflatable bed and a camping table, preparing a fragrant self-heating hot pot while listening to the gentle patter of rain outside, perfectly emulating the ambience of certain camping influencers. After a brief rest, Simiao extracted a bamboo stalk and resumed her labor, ever the diligent worker. Thatched the roof with reeds and constructed walls from bamboo strips. She began to slice the bamboo. Thankfully, she wore protective gloves. Otherwise, a few missteps could have led to cuts. With increased physical strength and stamina, Simiao worked swiftly and vigorously, proving herself a truly industrious player. The following day, with dark circles under her eyes, Simiao rose, splashed water on her face, donned her windbreaker, and proceeded to the riverbank for a thorough wash and brush. Amidst the misty rain, a fine drizzle enveloped the chill and dampness of the air, while wisps of smoke rose from across the river, indicating that some players were kindling fires to prepare their meals. Unhurriedly, Simiao retrieved an alcohol stove, warming herself a cup of soy milk. Once satiated, she commenced her labor, releasing a bamboo raft upon which she began to construct the framework of a bamboo house. The complexity of the craftsmanship escalated significantly, relying solely on her scant experience gleaned from watching short videos for guidance. With diligence, a seemingly slightly askew framework took shape. She opted for simpler design, settling on a sloped roof, lower in the front and higher in the back. Testing the bamboo's sturdiness, she found it firm and reliable. She stored the semi-finished bamboo house in her spatial basket and rowed across to cut reeds. One couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of her spatial storage. Such a sizable structure was effortlessly accommodated. There, a tired figure, the big watermelon with a dog tail, appeared, dark circles under his eyes betraying his exhaustion. Last night, rain had left him without a raincoat or tent, forcing him to endure the night in a drafty, half-finished shelter. And he was on the verge of collapse. Nearby, the wind stirred the wheat fields, and he wiped the rain from his face. Reflecting on how Simiao was not only well-equipped but also prudent, having constructed a portable bamboo raft, seemingly anticipating potential sabotage from other players. They had paid for entrance, after all, and surely aimed for one of the top 3 rewards. What was the point of merely participating? In this brief interlude, Simiao had already landed, stowed her inflatable boat, and headed towards the reed collection points marked on her map. Passing by the shelters of other players, witnessing their shared plight, warmed her heart. As she swiftly and vigorously harvested the reeds, her mind wandered to the subsequent embellishments for her shelter. She envisioned adorning it with beautiful bamboo and flowers, and gathering pine cones to create wind chimes to hang by her window. Since the instance was named Cozy Shelter, she intended to imbue it with warmth and comfort. After 2 hours of labor, she hastily consumed 2 buns for lunch, returning laden with a bounty of materials. The roof was complete, the walls erected, and the doors and windows taking shape, leaving only the bamboo bed to finalize the interior. Exhausted, Simiao fell into a deep slumber, her dreams filled with visions of endlessly splitting bamboo strips. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, a sudden clap of thunder jolted her awake, followed closely by screams and roars. She emerged from her tent, peering across the river, where the darkness seemed to flicker with 2 distant flames in pursuit. Swiftly, she surveyed her surroundings for any players who might have crept up in the dead of night. Cautiously casting a fireball spell, she circled the area, finding it eerily quiet, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Stifling a yawn, she returned to her tent to rest, lacking any inclination to seek justice or stir the pot. She was simply too fatigued, her dreams consumed by the incessant task of splitting bamboo. At 6 o'clock, her biological clock roused her punctually. Simiao resumed her work, uttering not a word. Just as she completed the framework for the bamboo bed, a voice called out from the shore. "Cargo transport, come quickly." Upon hearing this, Simiao's spirits lifted. She promptly retrieved her inflatable boat and paddled over. From a distance, she glimpsed a figure exuding an intimidating excitement. "Last night, that rascal Watermelon crept into my shelter and met his end by my thunderbolt. Ha ha ha. Let us go and seize his materials. We can't let anyone else benefit. I'll take 80, you take 20. Simiao was taken aback by the unexpected rewards that came with her zero contribution. Chapter 14. Sanctuary 3, Data Refresh. The sanctuary built by Deshigwa was situated against a protruding stone wall, topped with a roof, and its walls were made of bamboo interwoven with thatch, utterly lacking in aesthetic appeal. However, its resourcefulness could not be denied. Simiao and the formidable Chong dismantled the sanctuary thoroughly, leaving not a single bamboo behind. Chong, brimming with enthusiasm, hummed a tune throughout the process, her face practically radiating eagerness. Recognizing the opportunity for a little extra gain, Simiao decided to indulge her excitement. "You seem quite happy." "Indeed," Chong chimed in. "This game is fantastic. It offers us girls a chance to break through our limits. I never lost a fight against boys when I was younger, but once they hit puberty, they grew tall and strong, while I had to accept the differences in our physiological structures. However, this game changes everything. With resources, we can enhance our attributes. Strength no longer depends solely on physique. Just last night, I bested Deshigwa in a spar. My strength surpassed his." Chong exuded confidence from every pore, almost glowing with self-assurance. She glanced around and lowered her voice, "And there are skills too, which are not reliant on physique. If you have the means, exchange for one quickly." Simiao nodded gratefully, acknowledging her thoughtful suggestion. After placing down the materials, she refrained from further examining Chong's sanctuary and continued on her journey, gathering resources, transplanting flowers, and collecting beautiful pebbles, eager to return to her island and hasten her construction. With a deadline of 72 hours until 8 a.m. tomorrow, there was still work to be done. The bamboo house, measuring 3 meters wide and 2 meters deep, featured windows on the front and sides for illumination. To the left upon entering was a 1-meter wide bamboo bed, and to the right, a bamboo bench and table formed a cozy little living area. The bed was adorned with thatch, topped with a green floral sheet. Due to the rules mandating the use of locally sourced materials, Simiao was cautious not to bring in too many external items. On the table sat a bamboo tube holding a bouquet of pink wildflowers, capable of surviving in water for 2 days. She strung together the pine cone shells and hung them by the window. A large bamboo tube served as a planter for the transplanted green wildflowers, with pebbles layered atop the soil at the house's entrance. Simiao even enhanced the windows by adding a platform that extended outward, adorned with flowers and greenery. At the back, she crafted a small pond using clay and stones, where she placed 2 tiny fish and a snail she had caught from the river. Gradually, the bamboo house transformed into a delicate and cozy haven. On the 3rd night, Simiao opted to sleep inside, only to be awakened in the middle of the night by the chill of rain seeping through the window. Shivering, she gathered the bamboo mats and returned to her tent on the shore, having learned her lesson. The rain fell incessantly, and by the following morning, the deadline loomed near. After the downpour, the skies cleared, revealing a rainbow, which felt like an ill omen. On the final night, she refrained from any mischief, with little fear of player ambushes. Her only concern was for the flowers and plants she had transplanted, fearing they might perish and incur penalties. Time ticked toward 8 a.m., with players' sanctuary spread out. The game concluded abruptly, and Simiao was unceremoniously ejected from the instance. Shelter rated 98, ranked first, awarded 300 survival points, 600 experience, a mini shelter model, 1 title, and 3 bronze boxes. What a bountiful harvest! Today's task 2. Participation in the dungeon has been completed, rewarding 10 survival points and 1 parking voucher. Simiao evaded the players approaching for information and made her way towards the parking lot. Once in the car, she began to sort through her gains. The survival points and experience need no elaboration. The mini shelter is a diminutive model that can be enlarged or reduced. Simiao lamented the 3-sided, drafty bamboo roof of her waterborne shelter, which seemed to serve as an unconventional storage space. Title: Diligent Worker. Effect: Your focus inspires admiration. Wearing this title enhances skill learning efficiency. Simiao pondered. Could this signify the existence of skills conducive to learning? Finally, there were the 3 bronze boxes. It turned out that the first place rewarded such lavishly. Simiao rubbed her hands together, solemnly opening the boxes. Inside were a car-mounted television, 3 backpack slots, 2 attribute cards, 1 vehicle upgrade card, 1 skill book, mini bamboo, and a kidnapped little fish. Skill: Close-range melon watching. Effect: Players may close their eyes and gaze across mountains and rivers directly at a melon watching scene for a duration of 3 minutes. Usable 3 times daily. Warning: Melon watching entails risks. Simiao was puzzled, realizing it was akin to craning her neck at midnight to observe events from afar. It could barely be considered an exploration skill. Mini bamboo produces 10 bamboo stalks daily, eliminating the need for harvesting bamboo. Simiao mused. She wasn't a giant panda. This was entirely superfluous. Kidnapped little fish, upon use, allows one to disregard space and return to the vehicle, a one-time item. A valuable find. She hung it alongside the mini magic wand at her chest, a life-saving tool. Simiao affixed the vehicle upgrade card to her personal display, exchanged an attribute card, and seized the opportunity to gather 3 upgrade cards quickly, having already sold the previously listed vehicle upgrade card. With 1 attribute card and 2 points from the box rewards, she had a total of 3 points to allocate. Simiao first boosted her spirit by 2 points, increasing her fireball spell to a daily capacity of 26 casts. With the remaining point, contemplating the terrifying strength, she allocated it to power. Her current stats read: Constitution 8, Agility 11, Power 10, Spirit 13. Ordinarily, driving felt unremarkable. But after 3 days of physically demanding tasks while constructing the shelter in the wilderness, she felt invigorated. Unlike in the past, when even lifting 2 buckets of water would leave her gasping, Simiao felt empowered. She glanced at the time in the upper left corner. It was just past 4, ample time to participate in another dungeon. Level: LV2, 9302000. The experience gained from dungeon participation was far richer compared to battling monsters on the highway. Otherwise, relying on iron boxes to guard against monsters and the nightly respawning gray wolves would take several days to level up. Simiao reorganized her equipment. A baseball bat, a large pot lid, a gas mask, a windbreaker, gloves, a spade, 7 days' worth of water, rope, a tent, and an inflatable boat. She also purchased a basic healing card worth 100 survival points from a store. She packed 1 set of supplies into her backpack and another into the space basket to prepare for any spatial limitations in the dungeon. Additionally, she carried a small spade bag with an unassembled spade inside, roughly the size of a handbag, embracing the trend. After a moment's thought, she tucked a compressed biscuit inside as an emergency ration. As Simiao returned to the entrance of the gaming room, she pushed through the throng of onlookers to submit her ticket for entry. Welcome to Wilderness Fishing. Rule 1. Each player begins with a fishing rod, and the fish caught can be exchanged for survival supplies. The top 3 players with the heaviest total catch over 30 days will receive rewards, while the bottom 3 will incur a deduction of 5 supplies, and death will result in a loss of 50 supplies. Rule 2. Only fish caught with the rod are considered valid. Any form of cheating, direct or indirect, will result in a deduction of 5 supplies, rendering the catch invalid. Rule 3. Players may only select 3 items to participate in the game. Rule 4. Supplies can be exchanged daily between noon and 1 p.m. Rule 5. Marketplace transactions. Personal showcases, email functions, and regional channels are all closed. Backpack space for items is also restricted. After reading the rules, Simiao exchanged glances with the 9 other players. Was this wilderness fishing or merely a struggle for survival? 30 days could indeed be a grueling ordeal. Chapter 15. Fishing before each player lay a fishing rod, complete with line, hooks, bait, and a fish keeper. 3 meters away was a large iron box, the supply exchange station, densely covered with exchange standards. The conversion of fish caught followed a rounding principle. 3 pounds of fish for 1 pound of rice, 2 pounds for a package of salt, 2 pounds for a cooking pot, 2 pounds for an axe, 2 pounds for a pair of slippers, 3 pounds for a quick-dry outfit, 5 pounds for a backpack slot, 10 pounds for an attribute card, and 20 pounds for a 1 square meter space item. What marvelous items! The eyes of the crowd instantly lit up. This game no longer promised losses for all except the top 3. There was the potential for profit. Simiao felt elated. The notion of 30 days being a struggle seemed trivial, for she could fish until the end of time. The atmosphere became buoyant, laughter and chatter filling the air. "I once caught a giant grass carp weighing over 20 pounds, exclaimed a player with the ID Fishing Till Death, his face aglow with excitement. "Finally, I'm in my element, ha ha ha. I must catch hundreds of pounds." The others immediately looked at him with envy. Simiao began selecting her 3 items. This game was indeed meticulous. The entrenching shovel she had previously equipped was stowed back in her backpack. She placed the shovel, a mini bamboo house, and a small fish into the designated selection boxes. Bamboo house, I misjudged you. The bamboo house, which she had earlier dismissed for its lack of comfort, now proved its worth. She opted against the inflatable tent, as the bamboo house could be expanded or contracted for easy transport and could also serve as a spatial item for carrying heavy objects. With her selections finalized, she grasped her fishing rod and glanced at the supply exchange chart. "First step, let us exchange for a pot." Simiao commenced assembling her entrenching shovel and walked over to chop down a bamboo stalk the thickness of her wrist, clearing away any excess branches. She then took the bamboo pole to the riverbank, expanded the bamboo house, and placed it on the water's surface. To the astonishment of the other players, she sailed away, leaving them awestruck. Fishing Till Death stammered, "Why is she so impressive? We're all in the Novice village, aren't we? The dungeon only opened yesterday." The terrain resembled a tranquil reservoir, and Simiao positioned herself in the center of the river, rigging her fishing rod according to the instructions before casting her victorious first line. 10 minutes passed, half an hour. An hour. Simiao stared at the bobber until her eyes ached. How could this be? She was a woman endowed with a fishing system. She incredulously lifted the rod, only to find the bait had vanished. Consoling herself with the thought that there must be fish in the water, she felt an overwhelming urge to leap in and check for herself. As she was rebaiting the hook and preparing to cast it back into the depths, a sudden splash startled her. A fellow angler had removed his shoes and jumped into the water, diving back and forth, seemingly questioning his existence. Nearby players, alerted by the commotion, poked their heads out to inquire if there were indeed fish in the water. "Yes, try baiting one. Get lost." It was evident that everyone was having an unproductive day, including the one who had previously caught a 20-pound giant grass carp, now clutching his hair and muttering to himself, grappling with existential doubts and immense pressure. Simiao waited patiently for another half hour, her throat parched and her stomach pressing against her back. Just as the clock approached noon, her float finally stirred, revealing a small crucian carp. Overwhelmed with emotion, she held the fish tightly. It had been a hard-fought battle. She paddled to the shore, eager to exchange her catch for supplies. The exchange area was entirely self-service. She placed the fish in a weighing net, and the leaderboard displayed its weight while an electronic screen facilitated her shopping. The 16-pound fish rounded off to a 2-pound reward in supplies. How delightful! Simiao redmet upot, complete with a lid, and then dashed into the adjacent bamboo grove, where she had spotted bamboo shoots earlier in the day. A simple bamboo shoot soup would suffice for lunch. As she cooked, she remained industrious, digging up earth to mix with some straw, aiming to create a stove on her bamboo raft. To prevent the raft from burning through, She needed a thick layer of earth as insulation. Other players gradually arrived to exchange their catches for supplies, mostly small calamari. The angler who had been disheartened by his empty net began scouting downstream for a new fishing spot, as it was rumored that the previous location was no longer fruitful. Everyone felt a deep sense of discouragement, finally shifting their focus from expensive supplies to practical resource management, prioritizing the construction of a shelter for the night. After consuming her bland bamboo shoot soup, which left her somewhat green in the face, Simiao hurriedly joined the other players to divide the bamboo shoots sprouting in the grove before returning to the center of the river with her boat. She constructed her earthen stove to the left of her dwelling, while to the right lay her fish pond, where two tiny fish still swam energetically. Gazing at the minuscule fish, which were scarcely thicker than her thumb, she furrowed her brow and inserted the fishhook, with supplies worth 5 units. She figured it was worth a gamble. However, the tiny fish, intimidated by the enormous hook, flicked its tail and swam away. Simiao thought to herself, I feel scorned. Under the blazing sun, she propped her fishing rod against the boat and retreated into her shelter, slipping off her suffocating sneakers. Lying on a bamboo bed, adorned with a thatched mat, she used her previously spread floral sheet as a blanket to guard against the nighttime chill. At that moment, Simiao regretted not furnishing her bamboo house with more items. For lunch, she had resorted to using bamboo tubes and 2 sticks. Oh well, one mustn't be overly greedy. Compared to those players who were still constructing shelters without tents, she had already spared herself a significant task. In the afternoon, the fishing situation remained disheartening. Not a single bite. Simiao gazed at her old corn bait, tempted to boil a bowl for herself. After sipping some boiled water, she decided to try her luck at night fishing. The inky surface of the water was dotted with glowing floats. Suddenly, she felt a tug. What on earth could this be? Cries erupted from the bank. Simiao stood up, unable to see in the darkness, and recalled that she possessed a particular skill. Close-range observation effect. The player closes their eyes and can traverse mountains and rivers to witness the scene, lasting 3 minutes, usable 3 times daily. Warning: observing can be perilous. As she shut her eyes, her consciousness seemed to detach from her body, akin to dreaming, and her vision gradually sharpened. Above her, the player known as King of Survival appeared utterly terrified, frantically swinging a fishing rod, caught in desperation. On the water's surface, a green ghostly flame clung to the hook. Simiao's heart raced. Was this not wilderness fishing? How had she stumbled into a ghostly scene? It was utterly suffocating. She focused intently on the player's actions. In those 3 minutes, a tug-of-war ensued between the player and the ghost, neither willing to relinquish their grip on the fishing rod. It appeared the green ghost could not reach the shore. Simiao sighed in relief. As the skill concluded, she opened her eyes to see her bobber violently shaking, the fishing rod subtly being pulled away, and she hastily grasped it. Excellent. The fish hadn't surfaced, but she had encountered a specter. Simiao conjured a fireball and unhesitatingly hurled it. The ghost let out a wretched cry before dissipating. Congratulations to the player for defeating the green ghost, earning 10 experience points and a catch of 1 pound. Simiao's eye sparkled. This was no ghost. It was clearly a fish. Wilderness fishing, wilderness ghost hunting. Simiao found a 1-pound crucian carp added to her catch. Without delay, she paddled her bamboo raft in front of the player still struggling against the green ghost, proclaiming loudly, I will assist you in vanquishing it. The experience is mine, but the catch belongs to you. Exhausted, the King of Survival nodded fervently. Unable to endure any longer, Simiao conjured another fireball, and the ghost let out a final wail before vanishing. The King of Survival collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Congratulations to the player for defeating the green ghost, earning 10 experience points and a catch of 1 pound. Simiao crouched to sift through her catch, discovering another small crucian carp. Chapter 16. Fishing 2. Simiao honored her word, retrieving the small crucian carp for the King of Survival. That night, they were the only ones nearby engaged in night fishing, though a few players unable to sleep due to hunger gathered to witness the commotion. What was happening? The King of Survival gestured excitedly, explaining the situation. The others quickly seized upon the keywords. Their S8 ghost in the water, and killing ghosts grants experience and catches. Simiao possesses ranged attack skills. I want to join the night fishing. I need fire support. With a new mode activated, they were eager to test its depths. Simiao readily agreed. Just to clarify, the experience is mine, while the catches are yours. The group exchanged glances, a moment of silence passing, until one woman in the corner, her face concealed, proclaimed, "Just for tonight. No problem. When you gain the ability to hunt ghosts yourselves, I shall have no objections." For players sat in a row by the shore, 5 meters apart, refraining from disturbing one another. Simiao's bamboo raft anchored in the middle of the river, ready to assist while her own fishing rod remained active. Soon, the first ghost bit the hook. Simiao conjured a fireball, earning 10 experience points. Her spirit was at 13, allowing her to cast 26 fireballs daily, and with it being 10 p.m., she would soon refresh again at midnight. She sought experience, not catches, ensuring a win-win scenario, primarily to prevent her supporting players from going hungry. The 5 fishing rods took turns casting, and Simiao provided support wherever needed. Experience points, 10. Experience points, 10. Experience points, 10. Until the early hours of 3 or 4, the gathering disbanded as everyone could no longer endure the night. Each participant had managed to catch approximately 4 to 5 pounds of fish, returning home with bountiful spoils. Simiao, indulging in the rewards of her efforts, had accumulated an impressive 220 experience points along with 5 pounds of fish from her own catch, instantly amassing wealth. She lay in bed, her stomach grumbling, and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, sunlight streamed into her room, awakening Simiao. She brushed her teeth with some wood ash and inspected her fish basket, which contained 5 lively little carp. Instead of fishing, she ventured ashore to gather materials, installing windows for 3 openings that had allowed the wind to seep in the previous night. The thin bed sheet had proven utterly inadequate. She secured bamboo panels at the top of the windows, typically propping them open with a bamboo stick for ventilation and light, only to remove the stick and lower the panels at night to shield against the wind. The installation of the 3 windows consumed her entire morning. By noon, she carried her fish to barter for supplies. 3 pounds of fish exchanged for 1 pound of rice, 2 pounds for a pair of slippers. Her sneakers had been wet, then dry, only to become damp once more, exuding a faint odor and feeling sticky. Subsequently, she traded 2 tails of rice with another player for a small bamboo jar of salt, ensuring a modest supply sufficient for 30 days. She watched in disbelief as the player, exchanging 2 pounds of fish for a package of salt, scoured around for trades, and successfully acquired rice, flour, half a potato, and 2 tails of oil. Such talent. Last night, several players had kept their lips sealed, tightly guarding the news of their night fishing exploits, preparing to quietly amass wealth. While this game allowed for some financial gain, it diluted competition among players. However, selfless generosity was an impossibility. Where's that player who fishes to the point of exhaustion? I hope he doesn't tea-starve. Another player, known as Building Material AAA, snickered at his misfortune. I see him as nothing but a braggart. The others remained silent. And Building Material AAA, finding the atmosphere dull, contemplated engaging in more direct competition. Meanwhile, the player known as Fish Until Death, who had changed fishing spots twice, pondered the meaning of life as he gazed into his fish basket, which contained barely half a pound of fish. Rounded up, it barely counted. His face was pale, and he considered whether to simply eat the fish himself when a commotion arose from a distance. Did the brother catch any fish? Building Material AAA, munching on a sweet potato, approached with a grin. Upon glancing at the small Fish Until Death's basket, he exaggerated. This must be 20 to 30 pounds. Fish Until Death's expression soured. Building Material AAA, seemingly oblivious to his discontent, squatted nearby, chattering away. We still have 29 days left. How will we endure? Initially, Fish Until Death felt a surge of anger, followed by a cold gaze, and finally, he seized an axe, plunging it into the water beside him. You can't catch fish, and you dare to bother me. Congratulations to the player for slaying Building Material AAA. The catch rate was 10. Fish Until Death's eyes lit up, and he became fervent, swiftly casting his line again. Soon his float was yanked down. He had hooked a 10-pound black fish. Fish Until Death let out a triumphant roar, racing against the deadline to exchange his goods for a pot, rice, salt, and even indulging in a luxurious apple. He tucked his supplies into his pockets, and, while munching on the apple, passed by each player's fishing spot, radiating an aura of triumph. If Simiao had not been adrift on the river, she surely would have felt overshadowed by his display. At noon, she cooked 4 tails of rice, mixing in a bit of salt to satiate her hunger. The remaining 4 taels of rice were divided into 2 portions to prepare porridge for that evening and the next morning, truly a testament to her careful budgeting. Simiao crouched at the edge of the bamboo raft, washing pots while feeling melancholic. Outside, the roads offered some semblance of sustenance with steamed buns and dumplings. Yet her rations were growing increasingly meager. The afternoon continued to be uneventful, but Simiao had grown accustomed to it, with the promise of the spectral beings at night. She wouldn't starve. She decided to catch up on sleep, conserving her energy for the evening's labor. After consuming a bowl of rice porridge, which left her feeling unfulfilled, Simiao had long realized that with her attribute enhancements, her appetite had increased significantly, allowing her to devour 4 or 5 dumplings in one sitting. As night completely enveloped the surroundings, the 5-person team from the previous evening had resumed their endeavors. However, no one sought Simiao's collaboration. Each displayed their unique talents. Black Bear crafted a bow and arrow, igniting rockets to target the spirits, while others fashioned fishing rods tethered to trees. Windy Pig constructed a bamboo raft, using torches as weapons. Additionally, some players wielded spears, striking true with every thrust. Simiao felt a tinge of regret, but bore no ill will. She would not hoard others' resources or sulk when plans fell through. Observing that Simiao did not intervene, Black Bear and the others felt relieved. Windy Pig and Black Bear exchanged banter, reminiscing about a previous encounter in the regional channel where a player had disparaged Windy Pig by calling him the woman in a duplicitous manner. Yet here he was, amiable enough. Black Bear remained silent. Windy Pig continued to prattle, noting that Black Bear's mask was futile, as the disguise of his ID was effectively non-existent. Black Bear maintained his silence. Previously, when he had spoken in the regional channel, others had assumed he was male. His shared strategies had indeed earned him some respect. Black Bear, however, remained resolute in his discretion. Amidst their conversation, the fishing rod twitched. An apparition had taken the bait. Black Bear hastily retrieved an arrow wrapped in oilcloth, igniting it at the nearby fire before aiming at the green figure on the water surface. The firepower was insufficient. It would take 3 or 4 arrows to vanquish the creature, unlike the woman's fireball technique, which could obliterate a green ghost with a single strike. Just as she released her second arrow, a startled cry erupted nearby, followed by a loud splash. The sudden noise caused Black Bear to misfire, casting an annoyed glance towards the commotion. Windy Pig stood up to investigate. In the water floundered a player, their ID reading fishing to death barely visible. Help! Glub, glub. Their SA ghost. Glub, glub. Windy Pig instinctively cast out his fishing rod, only to be horrified to discover that an apparition had also taken hold of it. Face to face with fishing to death. Chapter 17. Fishing 3. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. Simiao, who had been delving deeper in search of higher-level green ghosts, turned back. Having wandered too far, she opted to activate her observational skills, her consciousness extending into the scene. On the shore, Windy Pig scrambled to secure his fishing rod, while fishing to death grappled with the green ghost in the water. Nearby, Black Bear was swiftly attacking the green ghost ensnared on his own fishing rod. Simiao recognized that news of a nighttime fishing for spirits would likely spread beyond containment. After 3 minutes, she observed fishing to death clambering out of the water, still shaken but alive. Regaining her focus, Simiao pressed onward in her exploration. Surely, not all these green ghosts would yield an experience of merely 10 points each, would they? Simiao maneuvered her boat to a stone wall, where her 10-meter rod could not reach the depths below, and decided to cast her line a couple of times. Lo and behold, a significantly larger apparition emerged. Simiao conjured a fireball for her attack. Congratulations, player! You have slain the green ghost, earning 15 experience points and a catch of 15 pounds. Indeed, her gamble had paid off. Simiao entered into a fishing frenzy. Congratulations, player! You have slain the green ghost, earning 20 experience points and a catch of 2 pounds. Congratulations, player! You have slain the green ghost, earning 30 experience points and a catch of 3 pounds. What a peculiar phenomenon, each catch contributing to her delightful accumulation of experience. As the clock struck 3 or 4 in the morning, the bobber lay still. Fatigue overwhelmed Simiao, prompting her to row back to the shallow waters. The following day, she awoke late, having missed breakfast, rising only at 11 o'clock and hurriedly exchanging her catch for supplies. On the 3rd day of her fishing expedition, Her accomplishments from the previous night were tallied: 120 experience points and 12 pounds of fish. Upon placing the 12 pounds on the scale, the leaderboard updated, and the likes of Black Bear immediately recognized where she had dined so well the night prior, with 4 to 5 fish caught. The frequency of her catches had not increased, indicating that the level of the apparitions had risen, resulting in heavier drops from her catches. Simiao paid no heed to their speculations. Her 186 pounds of fish momentarily positioned her in second place, while the first place was held by one who fished until death. The latter had made a remarkable comeback, having caught a 10-pound fish yesterday, and today, 2 more weighing a combined 16 pounds. He prattled on about the supplies he had gathered, while you lot sneak off to indulge nightly. I might as well put in a little effort. Last night, he had intended to engage in some underhanded antics to enhance his catch rate, but unexpectedly stumbled upon Black Bear and his companion's night fishing for apparitions, leading to a clumsy tumble into the river, where he found himself face to face with the apparition, a rather embarrassing encounter. He was determined to redeem himself. Meanwhile, Simiao was busy exchanging her catch. 12 pounds of fish translated into 3 pounds for 1 pound of flour, 3 pounds for 1 pound of oil, 3 pounds for 1 can of meat, and 3 pounds for a set of quick-dry clothing. Having gone 3 days without a bath, she felt rather unkempt. She ventured into the woods to gather some dry firewood, anchoring her bamboo raft by the shore to prepare a meal. With the pot heated, she poured in oil, sliced 2 pieces of canned meat for frying, added water, and included half a pound of noodles, as she was already feeling the pangs of hunger from having skipped breakfast. The small dining table in her bamboo hut was put to use. After finishing her meal, she leisurely washed the cooking utensils. Before long, 2 figures approached in tandem. Windy Pig ambled over with a sycophantic demeanor, bearing gifts, a bundle of dry firewood. Though of little value, it was certainly useful. After 30 days of cooking and boiling water, the firewood in the woods would inevitably run out. Trailing behind was Black Bear, also carrying a bundle. Simiao graciously accepted it, stacking it beside the stove in her home. The 3 squatted by the shore, beginning their negotiations. Experience points for me, the fish catch for you. That won't do. While the catch is important, experience is essential for leveling up. Half the experience, half the catch. That is no different from simply fishing by the shore. All right, fine. I'll take half the experience and give the rest to you. Simiao deliberately lingered by the shore, preparing her meal and taking her time, all in an effort to entice cooperative teammates, as her catch rate was too low and she regretted wasting so many fireball spells each day. With 2 helpers in tow, she would secure her 100 experience points. As the wind swept through, the pig and the Black Bear had their own schemes in mind. They lingered by the shore, fishing for ordinary specters, each catch taking 6 or 7 minutes, unlike the swift gestures of Simiao that yielded results in mere seconds. Instead of remaining idle at the water's edge, they considered the prospect of selling their fishing opportunities. For instance, if they fished for the apiao themselves, it would count as 5 attempts, yielding 50 experience points and a catch of 5 pounds. However, accompanying Simiao to fish for the larger apiao would grant them 100 experience points, and even after splitting the bounty, they would still secure 50 experience points and a catch of 10 pounds. The experience remained unchanged, yet the yield doubled, a clear profit. Furthermore, joining Simiao offered a chance to broaden their horizons and explore the potential for independent ventures. The trio reached an agreement to reconvene at 7 in the evening. Simiao paddled her boat to a secluded bend in the river, where she washed up and donned her quick-drying attire. Unfortunately, she lacked toiletries, feeling perpetually unclean. Earlier that afternoon, she had chopped a bundle of bamboo, intending to reinforce the single-layer bamboo raft, as the original design proved too damp with water seeping in. While she worked, she pondered the mini bamboo that could yield 10 stalks daily, realizing she had misjudged its utility. Yet, Simiao did not regret her decision to capture the small fish. It provided her with an escape route, allowing her to exit the quest at will. After a busy afternoon, she prepared noodles for dinner, leaving only 2 taels of rice, oil, salt, and a can of meat for sustenance. Fuel was needed for the night ahead. At 7 o'clock, Simiao rowed her bamboo raft to meet her companions. Both were determined, having constructed their own bamboo rafts during the day, now tethered to either side of Simiao's. Just as they were about to set off, a glistening figure suddenly leaped into the water ahead, surfacing intermittently to flaunt its 2-pound catch, reminiscent of a courting gorilla. Simiao remarked, while the black bear and the windswept pig observed that the day could indeed have been even darker. Simiao brushed aside her loose hair, noting her sudden nearsightedness. Everything appeared unclear. The windswept pig clapped his hands, exclaiming that her phrasing was too delicate, asserting that the figure was merely too small, even smaller than his 2-year younger cousin. His excitement raised the question of whether their commentary acted as an aphrodisiac. He dismissed any embellishments, suggesting the individual had deliberately chosen this moment to flaunt his inadequacies. At that moment, all three turned to look at the recently launched bamboo raft of the unfortunate king, who appeared utterly perplexed, pointing to himself. He merely wished to follow Simiao for a cozy spot. A sudden commotion ensued, but he decided to make a jest of it. Thus, he shouted to the slick figure in the water, "Brother, make sure to wash that backside. I know where you live." The other, scrambling and covering his rear, fled as if pursued by vengeful spirits. Simiao and her companions erupted in laughter, finding amusement in their otherwise monotonous lives. Chapter 18. Fishing for Simiao and her companions glided along on their large bamboo raft, gradually approaching the spot where they had fished for the large apiao the previous night, trailed by the unfortunate king. The raft came to a halt beneath a rocky outcrop, and Simiao retrieved her fishing rod, with the black bear and the windswept pig mirroring her actions on either side. Initially standing, they eventually settled onto the raft. After reinforcing the structure, they found they no longer had to worry about damp bottoms. Fortune seemed to favor them. The unfortunate king lingered about 5 meters away, hoping to share in the bounty, yet Simiao made no effort to shoo him away. Half an hour later, the black bear's movement stirred, and a tremendous force surged forth, nearly dragging a person down. The strength of the great spirit was on an entirely different level compared to the little spirit. Simiao promptly conjured a fireball, causing the spirit to let out a shriek. Congratulations to the player for slaying the green ghost, earning 30 experience points and a catch of 3 pounds of fish. Simiao reported the count, instructing the black bear to retrieve the fish, promising to assist the bear in taking down the green ghost next time at no cost. This had all been agreed upon beforehand. Soon, Simiao herself engaged the ghost, followed by the windy pig. At that moment, the valiant king of survival exclaimed, hastily securing the fishing rod aimed at the ghost to the bamboo raft, igniting a spear wrapped in oilcloth to jab at the green ghost. However, the green ghost suddenly yanked, dragging the raft 2 meters away in an instant, nearly sending the king of survival tumbling into the water. By the time he managed to ignite the spear, the green ghost had already pulled the raft several meters away. Simiao and her companions wondered if he would return for dinner. They watched as the king of survival struggled for an hour with the ghost. His fiery spear extinguished thrice before he finally managed to slay the green ghost. It was no easy feat. The king of survival sat on the bamboo raft, wiping sweat from his brow, utterly exhausted. He felt as if the meager meal from the previous night had vanished. Simiao had become adept at slaying, contemplating that the next day she might handle the windy pig's 2 tools all by herself. Why share experience points when she could keep it all? Simiao maintained a relaxed demeanor, believing that earning even a little was still worthwhile. That night stretched on for 6 or 7 hours. During this time, the king of survival, truly out of energy, requested Simiao's help just once. By 3 in the morning, the weary group tidied up and returned to their respective homes. Occasionally, they spotted other players fishing for ghosts. Simiao now found the ghosts somewhat endearing. The next day, she awoke at 11, preparing to head ashore to exchange her catch. It was the 4th day of wild fishing. From last night's endeavors, she gained 245 experience points and a catch of 13 pounds. News of nighttime ghost fishing spread, and today, players were thriving with catches averaging 5 to 6 pounds. Enough to stave off hunger, though not quite sufficient for a lavish meal. The catch for fishing until death reached 18 pounds, firmly securing the top position. Simiao had 13 pounds of fish, exchanging 3 pounds for a washing set, 3 pounds for a pound of rice, 3 pounds for a pound of flour, 3 pounds for a set of underwear, leaving 1 pound untouched in her account for attribute cards. The windy pig approached to trade supplies, offering half an apple for her washing set. The black bear also produced her own smoked rabbit meat for a trade. Simiao thought, fair enough. It's crucial for the 3 of them to live well. Hey, that materials trader hasn't been seen for 2 days. ISNT he trading supplies? The windy pig exclaimed. The smiling fishing until death suddenly stiffened, finding an excuse to leave in a hurry. The windy pig leaned in close to the black bear and whispered ominously, "I told you, fishing until death is suspicious." He must have been up to no good that night. The black bear's gaze turned icy. There were few fools among the players present. Given Simiao's substantial catch, it was evident that something was amiss with fishing until death. Many players began to harbor suspicions, growing wary of one another. In the afternoon, Simiao ventured into the mountains to hunt, striving to conserve food while using her fish catch to exchange for attribute points. Her experience had reached 15,152,000, and within 4 or 5 days, she would surely level up, at which point she would have 3 free attributes to allocate. Simiao, wielding a shovel, forged a path, stopping intermittently, and stumbled upon a wild loquat, its fruit sour and diminutive, yet still a fruit. It had been 3 days since Simiao had encountered her main character in the dungeon. After a 2-hour detour, she chanced upon a wild mulberry. Although she had not succeeded in hunting any meat on her ascent, she had collected a bag full of wild loquats and mulberries. On her return, she unexpectedly encountered the player fishing to death, who was engaging in nefarious deeds. "Congratulations, player, you have slain a random pedestrian," announced the game. With a fishing success rate of 10, fishing to death, flushed with excitement, lifted his gaze and spotted Simiao standing a few meters away, causing him to momentarily lose his composure, the guilt of his misdeeds flashing across his face. He quickly regained his confidence and asserted, "After all, dying isn't truly dying. In a game, one must compete for resources." Simiao pondered his words, fishing to death, sensing her contemplative demeanor, relaxed, and continued, "I'm not saying this to offend you, but you're simply too soft-hearted. Bringing those players along is inconsequential. If he possessed a fireball spell of that magnitude, he would have eliminated all players or controlled them to farm experience and fish. Women are too compassionate to achieve great things." Simiao nodded in agreement. There was merit to his argument. Thus, she raised her hand and conjured a fireball, sending him to the heavens. "You make a valid point. Fishing to death. Expelled from the dungeon, exclaimed, 'This plot is flawed. Shouldn't the opponent, after some hesitation, dismiss me with disdain?' Asserting that she would never stoop to such despicable acts and warning me to keep my distance? Ah, Simiao, unbound by convention, descended the mountain with glee. Having vanquished fishing to death, the game declared a fishing success rate of 30. Tonight promised a bountiful harvest. That evening, the player Windy Pig and Black Bear chose to venture solo, alongside King of Survival and another player, having ascended the cliffside by afternoon. They secured the bamboo raft to a tree on the cliff to ensure it would not be swept away by the green goblins. Simiao busied herself determining how many fish she could catch. In the first half of the night, she caught 6 fish, and in the latter half, 7, totaling 26 pounds and earning 260 experience points. Noticing her suddenly elevated fishing frequency, Windy Pig and the others exchanged glances, their expressions betraying unease as they subtly shifted away. Simiao seemed oblivious to the strange atmosphere and, at 3 in the morning, concluded her work, returning to shallow waters for some much-needed rest. She slept soundly until 11 the next morning, then prepared to exchange her spoils. On the 5th day of wilderness fishing, she had amassed 26 pounds of fish. Simiao exchanged 3 pounds for 1 pound of rice, 3 pounds for 1 pound of flour, 3 pounds for a can of meat, 2 pounds for a packet of pickled vegetables, and 10 pounds for an attribute card, leaving her with 5 pounds in her account, totaling 6 pounds of fish, which she intended to save for future attribute cards. She allocated the attribute card to her spirit, allowing her to cast 28 fireballs daily. As she gathered her other supplies and ready to depart, a player suddenly emerged, questioning whether she had slain fishing to death and the random pedestrian, the same exhibitionist from before. Though his ID was of no consequence, Simiao regarded him, then glanced at the other players, each wearing varying expressions. She felt a twinge of confusion. Yesterday, when you speculated that fishing to death had harmed other players, none dared confront him openly. Why now, in my presence, do you dance so boldly? Does my fireball not appear formidable? Still, I feel as though I resemble a virtuous individual, capable of being shamed into submission by moral condemnation, yet utterly helpless against the relentless pursuit of fishing to the point of despair. What is this called? Bullying the kind while fearing the wicked? Oppressing women while fearing men? The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Unimportant stammered, "No, I merely wish to inquire. Does murder enhance the fishing yield?" Simiao turned to the other players. "Do you wish to know as well?" The group nodded in stunned silence. Simiao conjured a fireball and sent Unimportant into the dungeon, nodding politely, "Tomorrow at noon. Observe how many fish I submit. Calculate for yourself." The crowd watched as Simiao departed, holding their breath in awe. After quite some time, Blowing Wind Pig finally captured Black Bear, exclaiming with excitement, "Wow, that nonchalant tone. To calculate for oneself is simply too cool. Do you think it's too late for me to ingratiate myself?" Alas, now I understand why sycophants scurry to ingratiate themselves without prior preparation. My attempt to ingratiate seems rather belated. Chapter 19. Fishing 5. Simiao returned to the bamboo house to prepare a meal, cooking half a kilogram of rice into a hearty dish, filling a large pot. Paired with pickled vegetables and canned meat, the sense of satisfaction was truly grounding. After the meal, she indulged in some tart wild loquats to replenish her vitamins. In the afternoon, she continued reinforcing the bamboo raft, hammering and tinkering throughout, also crafting 2 crooked backpacks for storage. Just as she was about to commence dinner, Blowing Wind Pig paddled over on the bamboo raft, waving and bouncing from a far sister. "Black Bear and I discovered a stream with crabs. Shall we catch some?" "Of course, let us catch them." They planned to prepare seafood noodles for dinner. Simiao followed her lead, navigating the increasingly cumbersome bamboo house, which had grown significantly in size. Without her enhanced strength, moving it would have been quite a challenge. The stream curved invitingly, with water cascading down from the mountains, crystal clear. Lifting stones revealed 1 or 2 crabs scuttling about, varying in size, some as large as a palm, others no bigger than a thumb, with even the tiniest making an appearance. The stream was also home to snails, all of which they gathered. "Look, fish!" Blowing Wind Pig exclaimed, discovering a small fish of thumb size nestled beneath a rock. Instinctively, she captured it, only to find her smile frozen in disbelief. "This will cost me 5 resources. I can't possibly eat it myself." She grimaced, grappling with the air in frustration. Simiao, observing the shoals of small fish darting about her feet, had an epiphany. They were practically begging to be caught. Black Bear, having just crafted a shrimp-catching device and preparing to toss it into the water, discreetly tossed aside her current tool. The two exchanged a knowing glance, grateful for their sister's willingness to take risks. Simiao returned with 5 to 6 pounds of crabs, fully laden, ready for a delightful evening of seafood noodles. The taste was beyond words, enhanced by the ambience. She crushed the crab shells and legs, preparing them for nighttime bait to attract the elusive spirits. Perhaps they would appreciate such a flavor. With no net and no other entertainment, Simiao could only pass the time slowly. The spirits, perhaps bored with crabs, left a player eliminated at noon, increasing the fishing yield. 7 fish in the first half of the night, 9 in the latter half. Experience points totaled 320, with a catch of 32 pounds. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 3. They received 3 free attribute points. Player nickname: I'm a woman. Level 3, 20, 955. 000. Race: human. Talent: fishing system. Level 10 constitution, 8 agility, 11 strength, 10 spirit, 14 survival points, 278 distributable attributes, 0 equipment. Magical staff of the red umbrella. Spatial basket, mini bamboo house, mini bamboo, captured tiny fish skills. Golden words: my rules are law. C-class fireball, close range melon. Eating 3 points were allocated to spirit. Enhancing fireball casting. This dungeon has proven to be exceptionally profitable thus far. Simiao hummed a tune and drifted off to sleep. The following day, she awoke at 11, yawning and feeling somewhat lethargic, possibly a consequence of her disrupted circadian rhythm. On the 6th day of wilderness fishing, she ranked first with a total catch of 32 pounds. Adding to her account, accumulated 6 pounds for a grand total of 38 pounds. The exchange rates were as follows: 3 pounds for 1 pound of rice, 3 pounds for 1 pound of flour, 3 pounds for 1 large cabbage, 3 pounds for a package of hot pot base, and 2 pounds for 1 roll of toilet paper. She had grown weary of using leaves for her needs. Additionally, 20 pounds could be exchanged for 2 attribute cards, leaving her with 4 pounds stored in her account. Everyone around was calculating her fish haul, having just eliminated a player with a catch of 6 pounds. That was quite a significant amount, especially considering the daily consistency. With only 5 pounds needed to exchange for a single backpack slot, it was difficult for the audience not to be tempted. Today, no player dared to taunt Simiao, fearing they might inadvertently bolster her fish catch. Simiao departed with an air of calm, her strides echoing the confidence of a leader. The windy pig approached her quietly, saying, "I exchanged for a backpack slot. It is now fully operational." Simiao paused momentarily, glancing at her, recognizing the gesture of allegiance, and warning her of potential ambushes by players using backpack slots. The black bear also approached, stating, "Increasing agility, strength, and spirit yields immediate benefits. While constitution may not be as apparent, yet it serves as the foundation of a sturdy house." With that, Simiao realized her frequent yawning and lack of vigor were not simply due to fatigue from her altered sleep schedule, but rather a consequence of her high spirit and overloaded constitution. She promptly altered her strategy, allocating the 2 newly acquired attribute cards to her constitution, raising it to 10. Likely a psychological effect, she immediately felt invigorated. The 2 had shown their sincerity, and Simiao reciprocated, stating, "As long as you do not provoke me, I will not act against you." The windy pig and black bear exchanged knowing glances, their objective achieved. The windy pig began to enliven the atmosphere, exclaiming, "So, the 2 of us shall now follow our big sister." The path ahead was becoming clear. Eliminating players could increase their catch rates, yet they could not inherit the fish of those eliminated. Therefore, swift action was necessary to maximize their benefits rather than waiting to harvest later. The windy pig and black bear had formed a bond and were now benefiting from Simiao's aura of strength. The windy pig jokingly remarked to the black bear, "At least we need not worry about 'I am a woman' suddenly sprouting a protrusion to violate us." The black bear replied, "While crude, there is truth in that." Returning to the present, the windy pig emphatically declared, "Sister, I shall take charge of your firewood from now on. May I temporarily place the bamboo house on the shore of my shelter for the night?" The black bear, in his usual husky tone, added, "I hunted a deer. There is meat." She and the wind-blowing pig had agreed to relocate the shelter nearby, keeping watch over one another. Simiao looked at the black bear with a hint of surprise, inquiring why she hadn't T-spotted a single feather while ascending the mountain. The black bear simply replied, "Skills." With that, Simiao chose not to press further. As long as she had meat to eat, that was sufficient. At noon, Simiao prepared a pot of smoked meat and steamed rice, and with nothing else to occupy her, she began to concoct loquat juice. By the riverside, the black bear and the wind-blowing pig were busily shifting the shelter, erecting bamboo barricades at the sides and rear, while applying a toxic herb juice found by the black bear to the sharp tips facing outward. By the time Simiao had prepared a hot pot with cabbage meat and canned food for dinner, the 2 had finally finished their labor. In the midst of a bamboo grove, a small area had cleared, revealing 2 bamboo huts standing 3 meters apart, set at a slight incline 3 meters from the water's edge. One side faced the river, while 3 sides were surrounded by barricades, leaving a movable gate for entry and exit. 2 bamboo rafts were tethered at the water's edge, with Simiao's bamboo hut floating just 2 meters from the shore. The water here was deep enough to support her hut. As night fell, the trio ventured to the cliffside to fish for spirits, aware that large spirits frequented this area, thus gathering in numbers. Simiao's colossal bamboo hut took center stage. She caught 7 fish in the first half of the night and 8 in the latter, gaining 300 experience points and a bounty of 30 pounds of fish. By 3 o'clock, the gathering began to disperse, and Simiao, the wind-blowing pig, and others returned to their camp, each heading to their respective homes. Furrowing his brow, the black bear suggested, "Let us take turns keeping watch tonight. It feels too quiet, as if there are spirits lurking." Simiao and the wind-blowing pig concurred, and they arranged a schedule. Simiao would watch from 3 to 5 a.m., the black bear from 5 to 8 a.m., and the wind-blowing pig from 8 to 11 p.m. This reversed routine left them each with dark circles under their eyes, their grievances heavier than the spirits in the water. Chapter 20. Fishing 6 at 3:35 a.m. The wind was calm. Simiao sat by the campfire at the water's edge, occasionally adding wood to the flames. With a sense of idleness, she prepared herself a bowl of porridge for breakfast, intending to drink it before dozing off. At 4:55 a.m., the black bear emerged from the shelter, zipping up his jacket. Simiao had finished her porridge, brushed off her backside, and returned to her bamboo hut to rest. The bamboo raft was 3 meters from the shore. Simiao skillfully picked up her bamboo pole, gliding smoothly over the water, and collapsed in a bed. As dawn broke, it became increasingly difficult to conceal oneself, reducing the chances of a surprise attack. Yet, it was precisely during such moments that one could easily become complacent. In a haze of sleep, Simiao heard the black bear shout and instantly sprang into action, rushing outside in her slippers. She was met with a fiery spectacle on the shore, as someone had hurled a barrage of fireballs into the area, landing on the shelter and her bamboo raft as well. Grabbing a spade, she flung the fireballs into the water. Looking up, she spotted a figure swiftly approaching from the forest, intending to ambush the wind-blowing pig who was preoccupied with extinguishing the flames. She called out a warning, but the distance was too great for the fireball technique to reach him. Propelling herself with her bamboo pole over the water surface, she prepared to assist on shore. Just as she soared through the air, a figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the shore, wielding a large knife and aiming a fierce blow at her. In a moment of panic, Simiao veered aside and fell into the water. With a splash, the icy water enveloped her, and as she paddled back towards the bamboo raft, her left leg was suddenly yanked downward. Oh no, someone was coming for her. Indeed, eliminated players are unable to inherit their catch, yet they can retain their fishing rates. Simiao possesses the fishing shares of 5 players. Let us aim for greatness. A player, known as Crystal Radish, grinned as he pulled her downstream. She had acquired a water avoidance pearl from her previous dungeon run, an item granting 5 minutes of underwater breathing, a one-time use. Simiao's fireball technique was formidable, but could it be cast underwater? Crystal Radish clung to her legs, propelling them downstream, and she gradually sensed the struggle weakening. However, why was there no notification? With a swift kick, she drew the dagger strapped to her leg, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But unexpectedly, her opponent embraced her head and whispered in her ear, "Freeze. By my sacred words." Effect: upon utterance of the command, any creature within earshot is immobilized for 3 seconds, usable 3 times daily. The faint voice barely missed being a shout in Crystal Radish's ear, causing him to freeze. Seizing the opportunity, Simiao swiftly snatched the dagger from his grasp and plunged it into his neck. Bring it on. Congratulations to the player for slaying Crystal Radish. Fishing rate, 10. The body of Crystal Radish dissipated. Simiao immediately surfaced, her lungs threatening to burst. In mere seconds, the battle on shore had concluded. Black Bear and Flash engaged in a fierce duel against the players who had ambushed Simiao, ultimately emerging victorious. Clambering onto the shore, Simiao felt the chill of the wind and furrowed her brow. Did Windy Pig perish? Black Bear also frowned, swatting away the bees buzzing before him as he made his way to the charred remnants of Windy Pig's shelter. The bees buzzed insistently around Simiao, and she swatted one away. Dazed, the bee spun in frantic circles. It's me. I'm the Windy Pig bee. Lacking offensive skills, she possessed only survival abilities. The industrious little bee had the effect of transforming once daily into a small bee for a duration of 1 minute, with no option to prematurely terminate the transformation. This was a reward she received from a previous dungeon for gathering nectar. Upon hearing Simiao's warning to be cautious, she had immediately transformed into a small bee. Merely a fragile little bee. Both Simiao and Black Bear had discerned the truth long ago, as a closer look revealed the ID hovering above the bee's head. Yet, it was amusing to watch the little bee flail in panic, spinning in circles. A few minutes later, Windy Pig reverted to her original form, plopping down on the ground and gazing at the remnants of her painstakingly constructed shelter, now mostly charred, pounding the earth in frustration. And you too, did you intentionally swap me? Naturally, the pair would not confess. Simiao assisted in extinguishing the campfire, then returned to her bamboo hut to change into clean attire. Perhaps they intended to inherit her bamboo hut, as they refrained from hurling fireballs at it during their ambush. Having eliminated 2 players that evening, only the 3 of them remained in the dungeon, along with the survival king. They were essentially safe now. Simiao woke up around 11, her stomach growling, and joined the other 2 to exchange resources. At the exchange point, the survival king trembled in his embrace. Just yesterday at noon, there had been 6 players, but today he felt utterly isolated. On the 7th day of wilderness fishing, Simiao secured her position at the top with a total catch of 1,196 pounds. She placed a 30-pound catch on the scale. Perhaps it was the threat of exclusion, Everyone present was an ally. Gozhong Wang was overlooked, while Chue Fengzhu eagerly proclaimed a meticulous plan to exchange resources. I will trade 5 pounds for a watermelon. How will you manage my rations for today? Simiao replied, no problem, having grown weary of the sour loquats. Hai Xiong also had no objections. Gozhong Wang timidly raised his hand, pleading to join. Take me with you. Simiao had a total of 34 pounds in her account, exchanging 3 pounds for 1 pound of rice, 3 pounds for 1 pound of flour, and 6 pounds for a thin blanket as the nights grew colder. 20 pounds were traded for 2 attribute cards, 1 for constitution and 1 for strength. The remaining 2 pounds were saved. At noon, Simiao and the others prepared their meal in the bamboo grove beside the exchange station. Simiao contributed rice and half a large cabbage. Chue Fengzhu provided watermelon, Hai Xiong brought meat, and Gozhong Wang produced a bottle of Lao Gan Ma and 2 bamboo shoots, fervently requesting to join the team. The 10-pound watermelon was sliced into 4 pieces. Upon taking a bite, the 4 of them were moved to tears, realizing that their lives were indeed improving. In the afternoon, Simiao took a 2-hour nap, and feeling unoccupied, she crafted a bamboo chair and a straw hat. That evening, the 4 gathered under the stone wall to fish for spirits. Simiao gained 360 experience and caught 36 pounds of fish. Hai Xiong acquired 150 experience and caught 15 pounds. Chue Fengzhu and Gozhong Wang, both novices, earned 100 experience and caught 10 pounds. Chue Fengzhu began calculating. If we catch 10 pounds of fish daily, maintaining a daily expenditure of 5 pounds. In 23 days, we will accumulate 115 pounds of fish for exchanging valuable items. We could even exchange for 10 attribute cards, plus 2,300 experience. This dungeon has potential. If even a novice like Chue Fengzhu could earn so much, Hai Xiong and Simiao would surely gain more. A month seemed rather short. A year would barely suffice. Regardless of how long they spent inside, it was merely half an hour outside. Simiao also felt that extending their time would be beneficial. With 2 attribute cards credited daily, she would wake up smiling in her sleep. Such bliss came to an abrupt halt on the 10th day when the resource exchange table was updated. What? Backpack slots now require 10 pounds. And attribute cards cost 20 pounds. Prices have doubled. Chue Fengzhu let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Not only had the prices of rare items surged, but rice had also risen to 4 pounds of fish for 1 pound. Were they to be deprived of life itself? Chue Fengzhu and Gozhong Wang wept in despair. On a brighter note, as resources became more expensive, the spirits had also grown stronger. The spirits in the deep pool beneath the stone wall were no longer the 15 experienced ones. The 20 experienced spirits had become the norm, and there were even plenty of 30 experienced spirits. Simiao managed to defeat one with 45 experience. It took 2 fireball spells to vanquish the foe. The formidable 45 experience spirit possessed immense strength, capable of tearing apart the bamboo raft anchored to the cliff. Gozhong Wang once again found himself outmaneuvered by the spirit. Ordinary fire dealt minimal damage to the robust spirit, and after an hour of struggle, Gozhong Wang opted to relinquish his experience to Simiao in hopes of assistance from the Grand Elder. Simiao joyfully acquired 45 experience and handed Gozhong Wang a 45-pound grass car from her catch. After 10 days of fishing, her hands had become a scale, effortlessly discerning the weight of each fish with a mere grasp. Chapter 21. Fishing 7 after the spirit matured. Simiao garnered an average of 450 experience and 45 pounds of fish each night, with her assistants also earning her an additional 1 to 200 experience. If one were to maintain a daily consumption of 5 pounds, it would still be feasible to exchange for 2 attribute cards each day. However, misfortune struck as the 10th night brought forth wind and rain, accompanied by occasional thunder, creating a damp atmosphere. Simiao was left with no choice but to trade for moisture-proof mats, insulation cotton, a cast iron stove for indoor heating, coal balls, raincoats, and headlamps, depleting her catch in the process, leaving her unable to save anything. Fortunately, her fireball technique remained robust, and Black Bear and the others had already relocated the battlefield, returning to shore to fish for the elusive spirits. Only Simiao remained, vigilantly stationed beneath the cliff. Achio, bundled tightly in her blanket, rose to exchange supplies, but knocked at the entrance of the wind-blown pig for quite some time without receiving a response. Could it be? Simiao muttered. Black Bear emerged from a nearby shelter, sneezing incessantly. The wind-blown pig had fallen ill, collapsed on a moisture-proof mat atop a thatch bed, flushed and trembling. "I can't go on," the wind-blown pig stammered. "The fever medicine cost 10 pounds of fish. This wretched game is sure to throw more mischief our way. Sister, just end it for me, increase my fish rate." Her reasoning was not muddled by fever. Rather, she calculated that persisting until the end might merely mean enduring a struggle for survival, without any profit to be gained. In light of this, she deemed it more prudent to seek an early release and cash in her existence. She licked her cracked lips, pitifully grasping Simiao's hand. "I'll sell you my life. Just grant me a few backpack slots as a parting gift." Simiao was left in exasperation. Yet what was that saying? The utilization of waste is not in vain. An early demise leads to an early rebirth. "Ah, go in peace," she replied. The wind-blown pig, perhaps possessing a high emotional quotient, struggled to speak but still distributed the remnants of a shelter: moisture-proof mats, pots, pans, and clothes. "If you don't mind this pair of underwear, get lost, get lost." Simiao and the others retorted in unison. The wind-blown pig offered a shy smile, pressing herself to rise and exchange her final catch before sharing her experience on monetizing with Go Zhong, the king of survival. With paper stuffed in his nostrils, Go Zhong exclaimed, "The thought process has been unlocked." Simiao exchanged 2 backpack slots and a few attribute cards for the wind-blown pig, efficiently escorting her out of the instance. That night, she gained 520 experience and a catch of 52 pounds. Quite satisfactory, lighting up the spirits of her teammates. Go Zhong, true to his name, managed to survive for 20 days before nearly being dragged down by a green ghost coming ashore. Previously, the green ghosts merely engaged in a foolish tug-of-war with players over fishing rods, refusing to let go for hours, their mouths the hardest part of their bodies. However, after 20 days, the green ghost would bite the hook for 10 minutes before beginning to chew on the rod while coming ashore. Go Zhong discarded his fishing rod to preserve his life, opting for an early death and rebirth, selling his fish rate to Simiao. Naturally, the price had changed by this time. On the 20th day, the supply exchange chart was updated once more: 20 pounds for 1 backpack slot, and 30 pounds of fish for 1 attribute card. Correspondingly, a super ghost appeared with an experience of 5,060. Simiao would need to cast 3 or 4 fireballs to defeat it. She offered Go Zhong 1 backpack slot and 1 attribute card as his reward for a sacrifice. Go Zhong wiped his face, lamenting, "The older I get, the less I'm worth." Indeed, the predictions of the windswept pig proved accurate. The harder one strives, the more insufferable hardships one endures, rendering it more prudent to relinquish hope early. As a seasoned individual, he advised the Black Bear to hasten in offering her life, lest she ultimately be worth no more than a mere inventory slot. The Black Bear, however, shook her head in defiance. She yearned to ascertain how far her perseverance could take her. Simiao, burdened with 9 lives, diligently ventured to the cliff's edge each day to tackle the arduous quests. Each night, she garnered 600 experience points and caught 60 pounds of fish. On the 26th day, the Black Bear chose to sacrifice herself, departing in silence with a single inventory slot. By this time, snowflakes danced in the air and the river's surface had frozen over, compelling Simiao to first break the ice to fish for the elusive spirits. On the final night, Simiao managed to reel in a green ghost, which she sensed would yield at least 100 experience points. Before she could conjure a fireball, it was devoured in an instant. As she was expelled from the instance, confusion clouded her mind. Pushing through the throng of onlookers, she ascended to the 4th floor and ordered herself a red wine, staked to calm her nerves. Finally, she resolved the perplexity surrounding the unaltered fish catch rankings of eliminated players. For this instance was aptly named "Everyone Must Perish." The message read, "You have died," randomly dropping 50 resources. You ranked first in the wild fishing leaderboard, earning 300 survival points, 600 experience points, 1 identical green ghost, 1 title, and 3 copper chests. Simiao trembled as she opened her backpack, discovering that half of her resources had vanished, including those in her spatial basket, and even the defense value of her vehicle had diminished by 4 points. Moreover, her items, including the mini bamboo and the magical wand of the red umbrella, were lost. Fortunately, her survival points and attributes remained intact. Otherwise, Simiao would have been inconsolable. Had she known, she would have used the abducted little fish to escape. Having learned a painful lesson, Simiao cradled her head in anguish for 3 seconds, nay, 10 seconds, before regaining her composure to count her resources. The green ghost, beginner, had the following effect. It could guard the player at night, clinging to enemies without letting go and refusing to work overtime during the day. Simiao produced a figurine resembling a large-headed green ghost, complete with big eyes and a tongue sticking out, adorably grotesque. She would test it outside the resting area. Title: You were right. Effect: passive, one-time skill, capable of reflecting 200 points of lethal or designated damage. This was a trump card. Simiao immediately began to input a multitude of actions concerning designated damage, concluding that losing life, money, skills, or talents was simply unacceptable. 3 copper chests, 1 vehicle expansion card, for inventory slots, 2 attribute cards, 1 vehicle water tank expansion card, and 1 skill book, alongside a resource exchange station. The first few were self-evident. Skill book: you may depart with peace of mind. Effect: provides a pacifying influence over ghosts. Usable 3 times daily. Simiao mused. This game is truly ruthless. Resource exchange station. Effect: can summon the resource exchange station at any time and place, a one-time item. Simiao was delighted, but uncertain about what currency would be required for the summoned exchange station. Should she prepare some fish in her backpack? She utilized the 2 attribute cards she had obtained. On the 20th day of the instance, Simiao leveled up once more. Altogether, she had acquired 462 experience points and 54 attribute points in this instance, valued at 400 survival points in the marketplace. A substantial profit. Her current data is as follows. Player nickname: I am a woman level. For 14325200000. Race: human talent. Fishing system: 10 constitution, 21 agility, 24 strength, 23 spirit, 25 survival points, 578 allocatable attributes, 0 equipment. Space basket. Mini bamboo house. Captured small fish. Green goblin. Resource exchange station skills. Golden words: my rules are rules. C-class fireball. Close range melon eating. You can rest easy. Title: head down and work hard. You are right. Chapter 22. The RV. After finishing her meal, Simiao noticed it was nearly 5 p.m., and the fatigue from 2 consecutive dungeons weighed heavily on her. She opted to unwind at the rooftop bar. The bartender, equipped with 2 mechanical arms, displayed quite an impressive skill set. Holding a glass of mint cocktail, Simiao found a spot at the edge of the rooftop and gazed down at the parking lot, where an array of vehicles, numbering around 500, filled the space. She entered a resting area, randomly accessing a dungeon. The current player count in Zone 1328 stood at 96761000, suggesting there must be around 20 such resting areas. Taking a sip of her drink, she began to manage her private messages. Players in the resting area and those on the road encountered 2 distinct sets of notifications. Breeze Pig: sister, I drew a team invitation card. Can I team up with you next time for the dungeon? Please. I'm a woman. Oh. Breeze Pig had a way with words, charming and considerate. Teaming up seemed quite appealing. She sought out Xiao Tao for information, whose name was reminiscent of secondhand car sales. More dungeon messages surfaced, along with offers to sell player skills. Xiao Tao remarked, I sold your skill for a hefty price. Let me know if there's anything you desire, and I'll send it to you. She tossed over a resource list. 3 vehicle expansion cards, 2 car refrigerators, 2 vehicle upgrade cards, 2 backpack slots, 20 30-minute power cards, and 4 one-hour power cards. Simiao exclaimed, is she truly worth this much? This is just a day's yield. She requested that the other party send her 80 of the useful items. Xiao Tao replied, sister, you wouldn't believe the reactions of those players. They first doubted me, accused me of selling fake information, then fell silent. Ha. I suspect they cursed you in secret. Once they realized the resources were dwindling, they became compliant. How could such a ridiculous skill exist? Xiao Tao continued, thanks to you, the players who usually boast the loudest have become humble. I reckon once this news spreads further, we might even apply for a civilized community in Zone 28. Simiao admitted that she too found the fishing system quite absurd. It is often said that one's actions do not reflect one's heart, and no one is without their dark thoughts. Simiao frequently cursed her boss in her mind. To put it plainly, there are those who still find fault with gold, and some who deem renminbi unclean. Even if Simiao were to achieve sainthood, there would still be dissenters. The fishing system ought to be renamed. Breathing is becoming stronger. Meanwhile, on the other side, Black Bear, after acquiring information from Xiao Tao, underwent a tumultuous experience of doubt followed by silence. Cradling her head while seated in the hot spring, she felt a throbbing pain. Who would have thought? How could this be? She lost a first aid kit, which contained only a few items. However, the inexplicable disappearance of supplies from her backpack left her deeply troubled and devoid of a sense of security. Consequently, she often found herself probing for updates from Xiao Tao. If that were the case, everything would make sense. Yet, she felt compelled to voice her thoughts. Initially, she questioned why I, as a woman, would exchange a compartment of my backpack for 20 bottles of water, asserting that not washing one's hair could lead to dire consequences. It seemed like a futile endeavor to prioritize hair washing amidst scarce resources. What difference would it make if her hair smelled? How could such sentiments be construed as malice? The truth was difficult for her to accept. Perhaps it would have been better had it simply vanished without explanation. The Black Bear soaked in the hot springs for an extended period, ultimately adding me as a friend. Black Bear, just popping up. I am woman, just popping up. Lingering in the rest area until 5:40 p.m., Simiao drove away, utilizing the reward from today's task, participation in the instance, which included a parking voucher. The parking voucher, usable for a single deduction of parking fees, whether for one instance or a 10-hour duration, it counted as one. Simiao returned to the highway, parking her vehicle in the middle of the road. She employed 4 expansion cards for the vehicle, allowing the roof to extend upward by half a meter, thereby providing ample height. Simiao opted to elongate the cargo area, ultimately creating a space measuring 35 meters in length, 22 meters in width, and 13.05 meters in height. She began to adjust the structure as her attribute points surged dramatically, finally willing to invest in enhancing comfort. After browsing and purchasing items in the mall and regional channels, she finalized the layout. At the rear of the cargo area, a 12-meter bed was horizontally positioned, with the rear door opening upward. Beneath the bed was a storage cabinet, and the wall at the bed's foot featured a mounted television and air conditioning unit. To the left of the bed was a separate, enclosed bathroom equipped with a toilet, shower, hairdryer, mirror, and washing machine. Everything one could desire. The water tank was upgraded to 100 liters, sufficient for daily needs. To the right lay the kitchen workspace, which included a built-in refrigerator, oven, induction stove, range hood, and a vegetable washing sink, all in miniature form. A window in the center could be extended outward, flanked by various storage compartments along the sidewalls. Further forward, the driver's cabin was located on the left, while the entrance door was on the right, featuring a foldable hidden table that could be utilized for dining when the driver's seat was turned to the right. Despite its compact size, the little vehicle was fully equipped. Although Simiao believed her frequency of using the kitchen and shower would be low, the arrangement of having a bed, toilet, and kitchen instilled a profound sense of security within her, akin to a home. Wherever she went, it felt like home. The exterior of the vehicle was equally well designed. The right door opened to reveal an outdoor kitchen workspace, which could be deployed by pressing a switch, complete with an induction stove and vegetable washing sink, along with compartments for spices. The roof featured an upgraded skylight that extended 270 degrees, seamlessly covering the sides and rear of the vehicle. An external storage box housed foldable tables and chairs, easily deployed for an enjoyable outdoor experience. Simiao admired her creation with satisfaction on the control panel. As darkness descended, making it unsuitable to venture out, she opted to release a green ghost. Upon landing, the ghost expanded, even treating the road surface as water, occasionally surfacing and diving back down, patrolling around the vehicle with remarkable diligence. Simiao observed for a while, only to witness the ghost swim to the edge of the road and seize a gray wolf that had just come ashore. Then a ghost and a wolf began to tug at each other. Simiao observed for a long while, her lips twitching slightly. Is this the so-called junior green ghost? It merely bites and possesses no other offensive skills. Thankfully, in its ethereal form, it is immune to physical damage. Otherwise, its head would surely be crushed by the wolf. Truly, this dungeon peripheral is nothing but a hideously cute spectacle. With a sigh, Simiao commanded the green ghost to release its grip, then dispatched the gray wolf with a fireball and eliminated the other as well. Congratulations to the player for slaying the nocturnal gray wolf, earning 20 experience points and 2 survival points. Congratulations to the player for slaying the nocturnal gray wolf, earning 20 experience points and 2 survival points. After the fishing dungeon, Simiao regarded these modest experience points and survival points with indifference. She understood that participating in dungeons was the only path to greater fortune. The 2 iron chests yielded supplies: 1 chicken steak, 1 milk tea, 1 coffee machine, a 4-piece floral set, 1 vehicle upgrade card, and 2 one-hour electricity cards. Simiao adorned herself with the floral set and, that evening, lay down on a proper bed, the weight of drowsiness washing over her as she drifted into dreams. Chapter 23. Drifting Today's Task. Advanced 240 kilometers. Simiao checked her new task while brushing her teeth. Today's mission was akin to a generous gift, lacking in difficulty. Today's bounty had been reduced to a single item. She pondered whether the news of the dungeon had become widely known, rendering the distribution of eggs unnecessary. Or perhaps the welfare was merely a promotional tactic, compared to battling monsters on the road, which could be fatal. Facing the dungeon's death penalty that resulted in a mere loss of 50 supplies was undeniably safer. Quick gains with low risk had players eagerly vying to enter the rest area. After finishing her morning routine, Simiao exited the vehicle and began to jog in circles. The morning air was exceptionally refreshing, and the sun rose slowly. The ethereal being, having refused to work overtime, had transformed into a little figurine, swaying atop the vehicle's cockpit. After half an hour of running, Simiao paused to set up her outdoor canopy and kitchen, preparing herself a fried egg, 2 slices of bread, and warming some milk. With her elegantly plated breakfast, she sat at the camping table, gazing at the undulating desert landscape. The ambience was perfect, albeit with a mouthful of sand. Spitting out the sand, Simiao quickly packed up. The wind was strong today, scattering sand everywhere and impairing her visibility while driving. Upon returning to the cockpit, she hastily finished her breakfast and habitually checked the messages on the regional channel. To her surprise, she encountered quite the sensational news, filled with self-reproach. The loss of 50 supplies and a fishing mishap had left her increasingly frustrated, leading her to vent her frustrations in the regional channel. However, unlike the previous outcry against her, where many had echoed their disdain, 2 days had passed, and death in the dungeon had become commonplace. The death penalty allowed players to be unburdened by the guilt of killing, yet it also fueled a frenzy of competition among players to eliminate one another for better rankings. The notion that dying in the dungeon was not truly death had become an accepted norm. Everyone engaged in such behavior, rendering any condemnation meaningless. The sheer number of those who criticized had grown tiresome. The wealthy scion remarked, "Just practice more, stop whining here." The envious retorted, "Just practice more, stop whining here." The critic chimed in, "Just practice more, stop whining here." While practicing his cleaving skills, the black bear noticed several familiar messages and well-known IDs, leading to a grave suspicion that they were also aware of the truth. Consequently, he succumbed in an instant. Fishing until death. What is going on here? This narrative seemed inconsistent. Previously, when accusations were made against him for being a woman, the entire internet ridiculed him. He resolved to make one last effort. Fishing until death. The prevailing winds of this world have been corrupted by her influence. Upon uttering this, he found that many resonated with his sentiment. The number of players suffering losses far exceeded those who triumphed, with the majority facing significant setbacks, to the extent that they might lose their very undergarments. Thus, it was only natural that he contributed yet another wave of strength to Simiao. Soon after, another player emerged, lamenting the inexplicable disappearance of supplies from their backpack. Fishing until death. What is happening? Is there a delay in the drop penalties? A throng began to speculate. Those who had purchased information wore a mysterious facade of knowing without revealing their insights. After all, they had spent money on this knowledge and lessons. Why should they share it freely? They relished in the misfortunes of others, feeling quite content themselves. The wealthy heir, a fellow veteran, light a cigarette for me. The envious, a fellow veteran, light a cigarette for me. The shoe sole, a fellow veteran, light a cigarette for me. Simiao was nearly reduced to laughter by these individuals. That morning, he had driven a staggering 240 kilometers in one go. Coupled with monster encounters and the effects of the sandstorm, the journey had consumed a full 5.5 hours, and by the time he halted, his stomach was audibly protesting. Players had concluded that only by completing the daily mileage could one access the rest area. As for the audacious individual who had entered the rest area by 10 that morning, they had likely endured a sleepless night behind the wheel. Simiao surmised that in the future, More players would opt to drive through the night, as early access to the rest area would allow them to complete more dungeons. During lunch, Simiao opened his loot boxes. This morning yielded 6 wooden boxes and 2 iron boxes. Contents of the wooden boxes included 3 waters, 2 soy milks, 2 milks, 1 sushi, 1 Orleans grilled wing, 1 vehicle-mounted water dispenser, 3 30-minute power cards, and 2 1-hour power cards. The iron boxes contained 1 orange juice, 2 egg tarts, 1 grape, 1 parking voucher, 1 attribute card, and 2 1-hour power cards. Simiao allocated the attribute card to enhance his physique, bringing it to 22. The water dispenser was installed in the passenger seat, where the refrigerator had previously been. After upgrading to level 4, the product slots in his personal showcase increased to 3, prompting him to display excess vehicle-mounted appliances, knowing full well that no one would spend survival points on them, as they were saving for skills. Thus, he opted to exchange them for power cards, for one can never have too many power cards. After a brief afternoon rest, he resumed his journey. Not long after, a fork in the road appeared, and Simiao adeptly navigated it. Today, everyone had learned to be clever, parking their vehicles near the exit. After parking, Simiao charged his power supply before heading to the 3rd floor for a sauna to unwind and wash some clothes. He then proceeded to the 4th floor buffet to indulge in culinary delights while awaiting the dungeon to open. It seemed that the dungeon would only commence once a sufficient number of players had entered the rest area. No wonder news had circulated that completing the mileage allowed entry into the rest area. It was likely that the early birds were too few, unable to gather a full party, leading to a lack of dungeons to conquer. Witnessing their leisurely pace seemed to incite urgency among others. After all, it was just business. As Simiao savored his afternoon dessert, an announcement echoed through the speakers. Dungeon in Game Room 01 is now open. Interested players may proceed to participate. With a swift gulp, Simiao devoured the dessert and dashed down the stairs, surrounded by fellow players engaged in similar frenzied activity. Only those who had yet to finish their food remained behind, scratching their heads in dismay. After paying a ticket of 10 survival points, Simiao entered the dungeon. The wind-blowing pig, who was about to send her a party invitation, noticed her hurried demeanor and sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity of a fortune. Welcome to the dungeon. Rapids Adventure. Rule 1. Teams of 2 will navigate the river. The first 3 teams to reach the finish line will receive rewards. Rule 2. The river sections are fraught with obstacles, requiring players to complete designated tasks. Rule 3. Each player may carry a total of 10 skills, equipment, or miscellaneous items. Rule 4. Marketplace transactions are disabled, personal windows are closed, mailing functions are suspended, regional channels are inactive, and backpack space for items is limited. A countdown of 959 began. Unlike previous 10-player dungeons, this one boasted a grand ensemble of 50 participants. 50 players stood at the dock, where charmingly designed dual-person boats resembling little yellow ducks, frogs, and seals bobbed upon the surface. I can't swim. The shore was abuzz with commotion. Time was of the essence, and as Simiao sought a reliable teammate, a player suddenly appeared, clinging to her arm. "Sister, please take me along." Clumsy and inexperienced, the player grasped Simiao tightly. Her cousin, a formidable presence, reassured her that they were in the same dungeon, instilling a sense of confidence. Upon spotting Simiao's female ID amidst the crowd, the clumsy player beamed with excitement and seized the opportunity to plead for assistance. Simiao recognized this ID. She was her first client who had exchanged an upgrade card for an attribute card, demonstrating discernment and generosity, a relationship worth maintaining. Chapter 24. Rapids Adventure 2. The duo successfully teamed up and promptly hurried to the shore, selecting a little yellow duck boat, positioning themselves face to face. The water swayed slightly. "Where are the safety belts?" the clumsy player complained, searching for stability amidst the only available ropes on either side. There were no oars, no life jackets. They quickly deliberated on which items to select, recognizing the necessity for cooperation in this team-based mode. "I have a protective shield that generates a 3-minute barrier," the clumsy player announced first. "I possess a binding skill that lasts for 3 activations, totaling 9 seconds. I also have range attacks. I have those as well. Healing cards are ready." After a brief exchange of information, Simiao began allocating resources and skills into the 10 slots in the upper right corner of her vision. A versatile shovel, useful as both in a weapon. Just in case they lost it midway, she prepared too. Skills included fireball and the golden tongue, along with close-range observation. Equipment comprised a captured little fish, a resource exchange point, and a mini bamboo hut. That made 8. Simiao added another healing card and a horn to amplify the effects of the golden tongue skill. 10 items secured. Simiao affixed the horn, captured little fish, resource exchange point, and mini bamboo hut to her chest, wielding the shovel to poke at the nearby crocodile's boat, only to find it unscathed. She was unsure whether the attack during the preparation phase was ineffective or if the boat's defenses were extraordinarily robust. Noticing 2 intense gazes upon her, she looked up to find 2 players on the crocodile's boat, visibly enraged. How could this happen? Simiao nonchalantly turned her head, leaving them with a perplexed expression. Not only Simiao, but many players were experimenting, attempting to eliminate their competitors right from the starting line, though their attacks proved futile. Opposite her, a novice player donned a pink pig helmet, poking a nearby dolphin with a wooden stick. Strangely, there was no death penalty this time. Could it be that the game had finally shown some mercy? Simiao pondered this. The countdown began. 321. The ropes tethering the kayaks snapped simultaneously, sending 25 uniquely designed kayaks tumbling downstream with the current. In that instant, an array of attacks dazzled the onlookers. Some wielded colorful paddles to knock their neighbors off. Others utilized range skills to send opponents plummeting, while some directly targeted the hulls. The chaos was akin to a pot of boiling stew. Simiao had previously conspired with a novice player, swiftly activating their protective shield, while she commenced her offensive against the other players. One by one, those struck by her fireballs fell into the water, akin to dumplings being dropped. They distinguished themselves, surging to the front. The novice player exuberantly waved her wooden stick. The wide river narrowed significantly within 20 meters, the current growing more turbulent. Facing the direction of advance, Simiao swung her shovel, creating an afterimage, occasionally adjusting her balance, successfully pushing into the front line. Several kayaks followed closely behind in a fierce pursuit. Simiao felt buoyant, yet with only 50 fireballs at her disposal. She needed to conserve her resources, uncertain of the length of this drift. The novice player was tasked with distracting opponents from the rear, her ranged attack being a water gun, which had the luxury of infinite ammunition here. Simiao remarked, "Ranged attack?" The novice player's face flushed crimson. "You just say it. Is it not?" With swift reflexes, she sprayed water into the eyes of a player attempting to ambush Simiao from behind. The opponent instinctively shielded their face and turned away, gritting their teeth, only to be met with a shovel that sent them crashing into the water. Simiao retrieved her shovel and paddled furiously. An astonishing hypothesis formed in her mind. With her current strength rating in the 20s, a swing of her shovel could surely crush an opponent's skull, yet there had been no death notification. Was there a damage exemption in this dungeon? Could players truly not die? The game couldn't possibly be so benevolent. Simiao's doubts were soon resolved. As they descended a steep slope, both players soared through the air with a shriek and splashed into the water. The novice player inadvertently fell into the water, emerging while sputtering and wearing an expression of horror. A player who fell into the water once would randomly lose one of their equipped skills or items. If they failed to cause another player to fall into the water before reaching the finish line, they would permanently lose that skill or item. This notification only appeared upon the first fall and would not resurface thereafter. The sky had indeed fallen. No wonder those who had fallen into the water were cursing upon their return. The novice player's recently used protective shield was now locked. This was a hard-earned item. Simiao's expression darkened, filled with anguish and rage. To enhance their chances of victory, 8 out of the 10 items she had brought into the dungeon were her most prized possessions. However, she had just knocked several players into the water, with a guarantee of safety, so there was no need to panic. Simiao instructed the inexperienced player to sit tight and paddle swiftly. The chaos behind them had escalated into utter disarray, with players attacking one another, repeatedly falling into the water and scrambling back up. The inexperienced player exclaimed, "If I don't get back up after falling and just cling to the boat, does that count as a bug?" Simiao retorted loudly, "Why don't you try it next time?" Just as she finished speaking, they encountered a steep slope, causing the inexperienced player's helmet to smash against the rock wall, leaving them dazed. Simiao's situation was no better. Her shoulder struck the stones. Though there was no visible wound, the pain was genuine. Gritting her teeth, she used her spade to prop against the rock, attempting to steer the little yellow duck to safety, avoiding a blockage. Just as she moved half a meter, a small frog collided with the stone, mimicking the same dazed posture and expression. Observing this, Simiao, feeling mischievous, decided to give the disoriented player a shove off the edge. A small star appeared at the spot on her hand where she had struck. Totaling 6 stars from previous knockouts, her achievements were verifiable. Yet, she wondered if there would be any corresponding rewards for these knockouts. As they passed the steep slope, the water became calm and expansive, granting the players a moment to catch their breath. Welcome to the Little Yellow Duck performance time. After a countdown of 3 seconds, players aboard the Little Yellow Duck kayak would need to jump into the water and drag the boat forward for 5 minutes. Those who automatically fell into the water would face no penalties, but being kicked off the boat would count as a fall. The countdown commenced. 3, 2, splash. Simiao and the inexperienced player eagerly leaped off the boat, one to the left and one to the right, pulling the Little Yellow Duck forward. Behind them, a stubborn player who ignored the advice was kicked into the water as the countdown ended, wailing and lamenting. The inexperienced player, splashing in the water, complained, "What if we can't swim in this dungeon?" A nearby player, pushing the Little Yellow Duck along, excitedly responded, "The game has granted us a temporary swimming skill. I used to be a landlubber, but now I swim swiftly and powerfully." With that, she and her teammate continued on with the Little Yellow Duck. The inexperienced player protested, "This isn't fair. This delay had erased the advantage they had previously accumulated." Other small frogs, crocodiles, and dolphins gleefully passed by them, some even playfully striking with their paddles. Simiao wiped her face, took a deep breath, and hid beneath the boat. The Little Yellow Duck was immune to all damage and could only be overturned, serving as an excellent shield indeed. On the bright side, spending these 5 minutes in the water might mean immunity from penalties. Rounded up, it was akin to acquiring 5 minutes of invincibility. Chapter 25, Drifting 3. Once they began to shift their mindset, everything became clear. Simiao and the inexperienced player transformed into water demons, pulling any player who passed by them into the depths. Everyone they managed to drag down was a victory. What is this called? In the water, they had no fear of those on the boat. Indeed, they often faced blows, their heads ringing from the impacts. Simiao struggled mightily to pull down 2 players, relying purely on brute strength rather than skill. The inexperienced player clung to a player's paddle, forcefully yanking them off the boat. "Ha! My shield has been redeemed." The other players aboard the Little Yellow Duck observed her maneuvers and soon emulated her, launching attacks on those aboard the vessel. Before long, the invincible 5 minutes had elapsed, and the surface of the water once again became narrow and turbulent. Simiao contemplated remaining in the water a while longer to see what would happen if she refrained from boarding the ship, pondering whether she might exploit a bug. Yet, in less than a minute, she was teleported back onto the vessel, leaving the bewildered opponent on the other side utterly perplexed. Excellent. This resolved the issue of players falling overboard and failing to reboard the ship. There would be no bugs to exploit. Having overcome this obstacle, their rankings had slipped to the middle of the pack. Simiao glanced back to see players struggling to paddle and fish along the shore, but soon enough, they were unceremoniously kicked back into the river by an unseen force. The game forbade players from idly fishing. Everyone was to be thoroughly engaged. Simiao turned back, conspiring with her bewildered teammate to advance forward. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at a stretch of calmer waters. Players aboard the Little Frog seemed to have received some sort of task as they began to leap frog-style on their boats, emitting rib-biting sounds. Hilarity ensued. Her bewildered teammate laughed uproariously, and as they passed the Little Frog, she seized the moment to poke their kayak with a stick while the player was airborne. Simiao could hardly contain her amusement. Of course, she did not hold back. The frog player was swiftly penalized, landing behind the Little Yellow Duck. Simiao successfully maneuvered her way into the middle row. After an unavoidable capsizing incident, Simiao clambered back up, only to discover her teammate had changed. Before her sat a tall, handsome gentleman, whose attire appeared to have been inadvertently torn, exposing his impressive abdominal muscles. Noticing Simiao's gaze, the player with the unfortunate ID flashed a shy, sunny smile. "Sister, I've been watching you for quite some time. You're truly remarkable." The game rules merely stated that the first 3 teams to reach the finish line would receive rewards. There was no mention of teammates being irreplaceable. Nearby, her bewildered teammate, having finally managed to surface, saw a striking gentleman occupying her spot and frantically waved. Sister, handsome men are trouble. Simiao cast a glance at the dazzling smile of the charming gentleman for a fleeting moment before wielding her paddle to send him back into the depths. His presence hindered her speed. Her ecstatic teammate clambered back up, tears of joy welling in her eyes. I knew you weren't one to forget your friends for the sake of good looks. After passing a series of theatrical tasks involving dancing dolphins and crocodiles pushing boats, everyone was utterly exhausted, their voices hoarse. The end of this drift felt despairingly distant, stretching over 2 grueling hours, with a drop of at least several hundred meters. Her teammate lay sprawled on the boat, her helmet cracked, her face pale, and her entire being crumpled as she lamented. When will this game end? She cradled her head in despair. I want to die, but I can't. Nearby players mirrored her pained expression, wearing masks of agony. At this point, the competition had devolved into a test of mental fortitude and endurance. Skills had long been depleted. Simiao had unleashed 48 of her 50 fireballs, reserving 2 for emergencies, while a multitude of tiny stars filled the gaps in her grasp. Her performance was commendable, yet she felt utterly drained. During the brief respite, she lacked the energy to evade incoming assaults. Even when she fell into the water, she remained composed, thinking, my balance is sufficient. If I fall, so be it. After peacefully soaking in the water for a minute, being forcibly returned to the boat felt rather pleasant, sparing me the effort of climbing back myself. In the first hour of drifting, players were full of vigor, shouting and attacking each other. By the second hour, fatigue began to set in, their voices growing hoarse. In the third hour, players were utterly exhausted, lying on the boat and drifting with the current. As the fourth hour commenced, they fell into a deep slumber, unwittingly entering a truce. By the fifth hour, despair set in, lamenting when this ordeal would end. The clumsy player leaned over the edge of the boat, retching violently. The scene was utterly grotesque. Nearby, a sleepy little frog player was jolted awake by the retching sounds. Paddling away while muttering curses, Simiao rubbed her throbbing temples, closing her eyes to gather her strength. Welcome to the Little Yellow Duck performance time. After a countdown of 3 seconds, players riding the Little Yellow Duck kayak must stand and dance for 5 minutes. A voluntary plunge into the water incurs a penalty, while being attacked and falling overboard grants an invincible state underwater for the remaining time. The countdown began. 3, 2. Simiao rose, devoid of emotion, and began to dance, merely flailing her arms and kicking her legs, mirroring the actions of the clumsy player across from her. The surrounding players had long since grasped the game rules, too weary to attack, even disinterested in the spectacle. After 5 minutes of awkward dancing, Simiao returned to her spot, while the clumsy player continued to vomit rainbows, earning disdainful glances from nearby players. It was utterly a case of mental pollution. What are you crowding for? If you're capable, step up. A player peered at the clumsy one, who was in a state of frenzied vomiting, and immediately waved their paddle to create distance. What was the difference between falling in water and falling in waste? The area around them widened to a radius of 5 meters. Simiao could not suppress the urge to turn her head and gag, kicking the teammate whose face was as pale as paper. What's wrong with you? Use a basic healing card. The clumsy player managed a weak smile, explaining, I've had this awful habit since childhood. Whenever I'm in a tense situation, I feel nauseous, leading to both ends acting up. Today is actually quite mild. I'm managing. Simiao quipped, otherwise perhaps we should just kick you out. The clumsy player, noticing her look of disdain, quickly added, but life is fair. When one door closes, another opens. The more intense the reaction, the stronger the build-up. It's merely the prelude to a skill. For instance, during my physical exam, I was so tense that I broke records. And in the math portion of the college entrance exams, my anxiety propelled me to the highest score. Even earlier, when I exchanged for the vehicle upgrade card, it was my urgent need that propelled me to take that first brave step, followed by a swift advance. Simiao remained skeptical. At this moment, the water before them was unusually expansive, with 25 boats and 50 exhausted players congregated in this area. Having rested sufficiently, Simiao resolved to struggle anew, wielding her shovel, and, thanks to her retching teammate, the surrounding players hastily cleared a path. Now tell me, does that have any effect? Chapter 26. Drifting for the Little Yellow Duck broke away from the main group, advancing to the front row. Simiao paused her movements, perplexed by the sudden visual obstruction. The clumsy player, confused, turned to look back. at least 100-meter-high cliff waterfall. Two individuals, in utter despair, plummeted through the air with a small yellow duck, shattering into 3 pieces as they plunged into the water below. Behind them, anguished cries echoed, and soon the sounds of splashes began, reminiscent of dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Simiao tumbled in the water for at least a dozen rotations before being propelled onto the small yellow duck. The suffocating sensation of being unable to escape, yet not meeting a fatal end, was overwhelming. Congratulations to the players for entering the final sprint phase of 100 meters. Just as Simiao was about to give up, a surge of energy coursed through her, and she, alongside her companion, frantically began to paddle. Not only they, but other players who received the notification also launched their attacks. A translucent wall, shimmering with blue light, materialized 100 meters ahead, undoubtedly marking the finish line. Suddenly, a shadow swept over Simiao's head. She looked up sharply to see a player soaring through the air, wielding a small crocodile kayak. It was a flying skill. Simiao immediately conjured a fireball attack, but alas, it was too late and fell short of its range. "Let me handle this," her companion shouted, rising to strike a pose as if drawing a bow. A flash of silver light zipped through the air, and in the next moment, the flying player yelped, clutching their rear end as they veered off course. "Who was that? What a pervert!" Her companion lamented, regretting the missed opportunity to take the shot. Before long, a nearby frog player hurled a lasso, presumably an item, ensnaring the feet of the flying player and dragging them along. Seizing the moment, Simiao grasped the rope held by the frog and pulled along. In the end, the flying player bore the brunt of it all, not only carrying the small crocodile and their teammate, but also dragging along a string of players, leaving behind a trail of tears. "Get away, Red Egg!" her companion exclaimed in astonishment. "What an invincible charging skill! Such power!" Simiao, however, had a different approach. She assisted the flying player in lightening their load, and, with a swift turn, sent a fireball towards the players trailing behind, causing them to plummet into the water. The flying player managed to stay afloat for 10 seconds before sinking, with only 30 meters remaining. Given the superhuman qualities of the players after leveling up, it would merely take a few seconds to reach the finish line. Just as Simiao prepared to use her immobilization skill, with a megaphone poised at her lips, she suddenly felt time slow. Out of the corner of her eye, a player wielding a small dolphin continued to move at incredible speed, turning back with a mocking grin. In slow motion, everything around her, except for the player, moved in a slow-motion frame for 3 seconds. It felt long, yet fleeting, and Simiao snapped back to reality, shouting into the megaphone, "Freeze." This was her specially purchased waterproof megaphone. In an instant, all players around her were immobilized, including her frenzied paddling teammates. Simiao pushed aside the hindering frog, her shovel dancing through the air, and then, synchronized with the time, she used her ultimate freeze ability 3 times in quick succession. A full 9 seconds of solo time. If Simiao couldn't win now, she might as well jump into the water and drown herself. With determination, she and her teammates surged past the finish line of the pale blue light wall. As the immobilization ended, the players continued with their momentum. The player who had been in first place in slow motion was relegated to second, crying out in frustration. Even louder than his outburst was the lament of the third-place flying player, the piggy heroine, who could have soared to the finish line in one breath. Who would have known she would be ensnared, dragged down by a string of burdens? Only the culinary enthusiast laughed heartily, oblivious to how they had emerged victorious in the blink of an eye. This must be the sensation of being carried to victory. As the final group of players reached the finish line, the 5-hour drifting dungeon finally came to a close. This farce had at long last concluded. Upon exiting the dungeon, Simiao navigated through the crowd of onlookers and found a massage chair on the 3rd floor for a well-deserved rest. She was utterly exhausted, more so than after 30 days of fishing in the wilderness, for at least there she had moments to recuperate. Congratulations to the players for being the first group to reach the finish line in the Rapids Adventure. Rewards included 300 survival points, 600 experience points, a matching rubber duck, a title, and 3 bronze chests. The players successfully knocked out their opponents 26 times, earning an additional 13 experience points, culminating in a total of 800 experience points. A significant profit. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 5, receiving 3 points to allocate to their attributes. Current level, 5-221-255-0000. Simiao then turned her attention to the other rewards. Rubber duck. Aside from capsizing, nothing can bring me down. Simiao's eyes sparkled. This was absolute defense. Title: Teammate has been vomiting for 3 days and nights. Effect: Passive. From now on, you shall lose the desire to vomit. Simiao took a screenshot of this title and sent it to the culinary enthusiast. The culinary enthusiast quickly replied, "Help." It turns out this absurd game is merciless to everyone. She too sent a screenshot back. Simiao glanced at it. Title: Floral emissions. Effect: Passive. Due to the player's indiscriminate vomiting, others have begun to disdain them, leading to the automatic transformation of any vomit into various flowers for the sake of enhancing the gaming experience. Simiao mused that she would never touch a single flower cake again. The culinary enthusiast exclaimed, "Thank you, great elder, for the lift. So this is what first place enjoys. Ha ha ha. Let me check my mail." Simiao opened the package sent by her. Inside were 2 vehicle upgrade cards. She raised an eyebrow slightly. The culinary enthusiast added, just a small token of appreciation. In future dungeons, I hope the great elder will spare me a glance." Simiao accepted it, as it was not a particularly costly item. Opening the 3 bronze chests yielded 1 vehicle skin design card, 2 backpack slots, 3 attribute cards, 1 chassis extension card, 1 skill book, and a mutant engineer shovel. Simiao examined the skill book. A brief nap will suffice. Effect: Closing your eyes for 3 seconds restores your body to its peak condition. Usable once per day. A healing skill. Quite commendable. The mutant engineer shovel, recognizing your fondness, has decided to exert itself further. It can shrink and be concealed within your ear. Simiao blinked. Is it like the golden cudgel? Holding the unremarkable shovel, she focused her thoughts, causing it to shrink. Upon contact with her ear, it vanished without a trace, leaving no sensation of foreignness. She then mimicked a pulling motion at her ear, and the shovel reappeared, returning to its original size. Quite amusing indeed. After experimenting with it twice, Simiao contentedly tucked it back into her ear, ready to catch others off guard. With the 3 attribute cards and the 3 points from her level up, Simiao allocated 3 points to Constitution, 1 to Agility, and 2 to Strength. Final personal data. Player nickname: I am a woman. Level 5-221-455-0000. Race: Human. Talent: Fishing system 10 Constitution, 25 Agility, 25 Strength, 25 Spirit, 25 Survival Points, 480 allocatable attributes, 0 Equipment. Spatial basket. Mini bamboo house, captured small fish, green goblin, material exchange station, little yellow duck, mutant engineer shovel. Skills: silver tongue, my rules are absolute, C-class fireball technique, close range melon eating. Go ahead and rest easy, I just need a nap. Titles: diligent worker, you are right, teammate has been vomiting for 3 days and nights. Chapter 27, Rescuing the Princess. After organizing her gains, it was only 3:30 p.m. Simiao spent 2 survival points to buy a small alarm clock from the shop, set it for 1 hour, and lay back on the massage chair to sleep. High energy throughout, desperately in need of sleep restoration. 1 hour later, Simiao turned off the alarm clock and adjusted the massage chair to sit up. At 4:30 p.m., she planned to join another dungeon, but first, she needed to purchase some skills. She began to sell off the materials in the spatial basket, accumulating 500 survival points to open the skill page in the shop. To be honest, she desired a flying skill. Who among humans does not wish to soar? After careful selection, the expensive options were out of reach, while the cheaper ones were beneath her notice. Ultimately, she chose a skill called Light as a Feather, C, with an effect based on the player's agility attribute. It was an upgradable skill with great potential, costing exactly 500 points, leaving her with none. She quickly sold off more materials to gather the dungeon entry ticket. Simiao descended the stairs and could not resist testing her new skill in the stairwell, smoothly flipping and leaping with grace. She felt lighter, able to jump over 2 meters in place, and could leap 3 meters high and over 5 meters far when sprinting. Quite impressive. Arriving at the entrance of Game Room 01, Simiao was about to skillfully push through the players when a prompt suddenly appeared before her. Player Windblowing Pig has sent you a team invitation. Do you accept? Note: free entry ticket. Simiao's eyes brightened. The ticket was inconsequential. What she truly desired was to team up with Windblowing Pig. Simiao clicked accept, and her view instantly shifted. Congratulations, player. You have entered the Rescue the Princess dungeon. Rule 1. Rescue the Princess. Rule 2. Meet character requirements. Rule 3. Death deducts 10 attributes. This time, the rules were astonishingly simple, yet the penalty for death was severe, worse than losing 50 materials. Moreover, there were NPCs present. Simiao stood outside a bustling city gate, surrounded by NPCs dressed in attire reminiscent of ancient Europe. However, she herself was clad in a black tactical jacket. Didn't they say to conform to the character? The other players were nowhere to be seen. Wind-blowing Pig's private chat page was grayed out. A task prompt was displayed in the top left corner of the home page. Go to the Lord's Mansion. Simiao decided to follow the task first. The NPCs acknowledged her presence, yet seemed oblivious to her attire. Hello, could you take me to the Lord's Mansion? She pulled out a bun and approached a small beggar squatting at the foot of the city gate. The little beggar swiftly snatched the steamed bun from her hand, devouring half of it voraciously before stammering, "Miss, you must be from out of town. There is an entrance fee to enter the city." "How much?" she inquired. "1 gold coin." Simiao retorted, "Is there rampant inflation here? Or is it merely a scheme to exploit outsiders?" She muttered to herself and instructed the little beggar to wait for her return. Walking a few hundred meters beyond the city gates into a secluded grove, she retrieved a golden chest from her novice package. Inside was the fishing system equipment, leaving only an empty shell weighing at least 2 pounds. She employed a fireball spell to melt the gold, hammering it into rough little coins. Unsightly, yet the gold shimmered wherever it was found. With a pouch full of coins, Simiao returned to the city gate, her stride imbued with newfound confidence. The little beggar had already consumed the large bun, feeling content. Simiao escorted the little beggar into the city, queued to pay the fee, and asked, "You've been to the city before, haven't you?" The little beggar nodded vigorously. "I know where the Lord's Mansion is. I also heard that 7 days ago, a princess was sent to Gem Mountain. You must be here to accept a quest to slay the dragon, right?" Simiao's lips twitched at the cliché script, but at least she had a lead. She entered the city with the little beggar, and her rough coins were not disdained as they made their way directly to the Lord's Mansion. From a distance, she spotted a crowd gathering at the entrance, where a freshly posted notice proclaimed a call to arms against the dragon. The text was unfamiliar, yet its meaning was clear. The dragon of Gem Mountain was a menace, and the Lord invited valiant warriors to vanquish it. The little beggar remarked, "The city has been bustling since last month." Simiao handed the little beggar a gold coin as a tip and approached to unveil the notice. Welcomed inside the Lord's Mansion by the guards. Soon, another announcement was posted on the bulletin board. Simiao was fortunate enough to meet the Lord, a plump NPC whose jewels dazzled the eyes. The Lord was exceedingly amiable, but subtly indicated that ordinary folks should not perish needlessly, hence requiring a few preliminary trials to earn a warrior's badge, enabling them to ascend the mountain with the main force to slay the dragon. Simiao thought it was all part of the narrative, thus she nodded and accepted the trials. So, why was the trial about killing crabs? When the NPC escorted her to the restaurant's kitchen to slay crabs, she found herself in disbelief. The guard NPC stated earnestly, "The dragon has a penchant for seafood, particularly crabs. If you carry a scent of crab, it will aid in your concealment." Simiao retorted, "Am I not just to be devoured as food?" Yet, upon seeing the task in the upper left corner update to obtaining a character card, she resolved to remain passive, speculating that her role might be that of a seafood chef. With this assumption in mind, she worked swiftly and diligently, frequently stealing techniques from the head chef. She learned the recipes for 18 seafood delicacies. Moreover, the restaurant's business was thriving. Simiao spent the day catching crabs until the moon hung high in the sky. Emerging from the restaurant, her back aching, feeling as if she had been assembling screws in a factory, she raked her fingers through her hair and, dragging her weary body, sought refuge in an inn for the night. The cost of a night's stay is merely a coin, a poignant reflection of the prices in this gem-laden city. Fortunately, the restaurant provides meals, and the supplies in my backpack are at my disposal. Otherwise, I would find my pouch of coins swiftly depleted. The following morning, I awoke early, ready to return to the restaurant and continue my crab-hunting endeavors. The NPC guard had mentioned a commitment of 3 days. Rubbing my cheeks, I stepped outside, only to find the inn nearly filled to capacity with aspiring dragon slayers, most of whom were wealthy scions accompanied by their attendants. After all, it is the affluent who can afford the journey to pursue such heroic and romantic tales, while the impoverished struggle merely to survive, their dreams confined to thoughts. As I departed the inn, I passed through the kitchen courtyard and was suddenly struck by the sight of a familiar figure, particularly the ID hovering above their head. Windy Pig. Windy Pig was deftly dispatching fish, wielding a stick with practiced precision to deliver a swift blow to the fish's head, swiftly scaling and gutting it in mere seconds. I stood in awe, wondering if they had previously worked in a market. Startled by my presence, Windy Pig looked up, nearly brought to tears upon seeing a familiar face. Finally, I found a teammate, I exclaimed, descending from the wall to exchange information. Hunting crabs. And you're catching fish? Windy Pig sighed, exasperated by the absurdity of it all. What sort of dragon-slaying prerequisite involves fish? Yet the NPC insists that the dragon has a penchant for fish, and that acquiring a fishy scent would aid in stealth. I frowned, perplexed by the unchanging dialogue. Did we appear that foolish? The players were merely playing deaf and mute under the weight of the quest. Windy Pig began to share the insights they had gleaned. This inn was bustling with travelers, presumably drawn here by the allure of dragon slaying. The prices were outrageous. 1 gold coin for a night's stay and 5 gold coins for a meal. Had I not secretly glimpsed the inn's ledger revealing that the staff earned merely 1 gold coin a month, I might have suspected that gold had depreciated. A realization dawned upon me. Was this gem city merely a tourist trap, or was it specifically designed to exploit the pockets of dragon-slaying brigades? Suddenly, I recalled the entry fee and asked, "Have you paid the entry fee?" Windy Pig exclaimed, "Of course not. The shop sells 5 survival points for 1 gold coin. Do I have an excess of gold with nowhere to spend it?" I simply transformed into a little bee and flew in. I suddenly felt that I had been too rigid in my approach to the quest. Windy Pig had already conceived a more flexible plan, rubbing their hands in anticipation. "Do you think we should pull off a significant heist before completing our tasks? With so many coins around, we could easily take a little back, then sell in the shop and surely recoup the cost of the entry fee." Inspired by this line of thought, I patted Windy Pig on the shoulder, acknowledging their brilliance. I still needed to hurry to the restaurant for more crab hunting, so I quickly assigned tasks. Each of us would cover a designated area, scouting the map and seeking other players' whereabouts to gather vital information. I returned to my crab hunting duties, and by afternoon, I was assigned the task of steaming crabs. The next step would likely involve engaging in cooking. In the afternoon, during her 2-hour lunch break, Simiao finished the staff meal at the restaurant and took a stroll. As she passed by the back garden of the Lord's mansion, she glanced around and, seeing no one, swiftly scaled the wall with the grace of a swallow. She intended to investigate clues regarding the princess, as such narratives often left traces in the princess's quarters, like a diary. The Lord's mansion resembled a vast castle, and after wandering for a while, Simiao nearly lost her way. Ultimately, in a fit of impatience, she hastily donned a random outfit from the laundry room, masked her face, and brazenly robbed a maid, compelling her to lead the way to the princess's bedroom. Upon arrival, she knocked the maid unconscious and began rummaging through the drawers. To her delight, the princess indeed had a habit of keeping a diary. "I am the 16th princess of Gemstone City, and in 3 days I must serve the evil dragon in the mountains. I wonder what has become of the previous 15 princesses. They are probably dead. I am frightened, yet I have no choice, for I am the chosen one." Simiao squinted her eyes, pondering the absurdity of it all. Was this a factory of princesses? It seemed this princess was not the Lord's daughter, but rather some destined individual. Could the mission to save the princess involve rescuing a dozen people? Simiao continued reading. "The day after tomorrow, I am to be wed, but Jack has come to find me, claiming he wishes to whisk me away. I am uncertain of what to do. Tomorrow is the day I must venture into the mountains. Jack says he has found a perfect solution. How wonderful." Simiao contemplated, pondering whether this princess was heading into the mountains or eloping with her lover. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, and without a moment's hesitation, she seized the notebook and nimbly climbed out the window. As she passed through a garden, she abruptly halted. A player ID. She approached to greet the individual. The player, known as Lanue, was a woman in her 30s, clad in NPC attire, a delicate blue corseted gown, complemented by a curled hair small hat, leisurely seated on a garden rocking chair, gently petting a plush cat on her lap. The scene was so natural that, had it not been for the player ID above her head, Simiao might have mistaken her for a native NPC. She stood 3 meters away, and upon hearing the noise, Lanue leisurely lifted her gaze, offering a warm and friendly smile. Are you also a player on a quest? Would you like to exchange clues? Simiao nodded. Lan Yue continued. I have come to the Lord's mansion to take on a task, which involves caring for this little cat. According to the NPCs, the evil dragon has a fondness for the scent of cats, so I am to interact with it to absorb its essence. Simiao remarked. Why does she get to play with cats while others deal with crabs and fish? That hardly seems fair. I suspect it has to do with your attire during the task assignment. I had devised a way to change into this outfit before the assignment and concocted a noble identity on the spot. The NPCs judge based on appearances, Lan Yue explained. How infuriating, Simiao exclaimed. Lan Yue gently scratched the plush cat's chin, continuing, you must have just visited the princess's bedroom, right? Did you find the diary? Simiao nodded. Given that Lan Yue was here as a domestic cat servant, she must have already explored the princess's quarters. Lan Yue chuckled lightly. To be honest, you are the third player to attempt to steal the diary. The previous two have already taken theirs. Simiao mused, a factory of princesses and a production line of diaries? Is this all part of a grand reality show? Simiao felt she had uncovered the truth. The romantic narrative of a hero slaying a dragon to rescue a princess had lured idle young nobles from far and wide to Gem City, significantly boosting its tourism economy. To enhance the appeal and reputation of the city, Gem City devised various tasks to ensure that every visitor would leave with a sense of fulfillment. Noble warriors were assigned leisurely and respectable tasks, while ordinary tourists were relegated to arduous labor. Even the capitalists found themselves humbled. Simiao quickly realized that the princess might also be an actress. Was there truly a dragon atop Gem Mountain? Lan Yu remarked. I borrowed some tomes from the Lord's library and came across numerous accounts of dragons, detailing their varieties, personalities, and abilities with great precision. It is said that a silver dragon resides on Gem Mountain, symbolizing wisdom, pride, and neutrality, with powers of frost and illusion. Upon hearing this, Simiao felt a wave of despair wash over her. It seemed more like a scripted game. Clutching her diary, she bid farewell to Lan Yu and hurried back to the restaurant to continue steaming crabs. The progress on her character card was gradually increasing, and were it not for this, she would have seriously considered striking. Returning to the inn, reeking of fish, she was soon visited by Chue Fengzhu, who knocked on the door. The two had agreed in the morning to exchange information. Chue Fengzhu circled the room, noting the bed, desk, and private bathroom, which made her envious to the point of tears. Simiao, being financially constrained, was lodged in the staff dormitory, a room shared with 7 others. May I borrow your bathroom for a shower? Go ahead. Chapter 29. Saving the Princess 3 after Chue Fengzhu emerged from her shower. Simiao had already flipped through the princess's diary once more. Upon learning that it was the princess's diary, Chue Fengzhu immediately showered her with praise, exclaiming, That's my sister. She immediately secured a vital clue. Simiao twitched her lips and tossed the diary to her, saying, It's wholesale. Chue Fengzhu responded with confusion. Once she finished reading, Simiao recounted her experiences at the Lord's manor, including Lan Yu's speculations. Chue Fengzhu promptly exclaimed, That's not fair. These NPCs were clearly biased in their assignments. This afternoon, I spotted another player at the Lamb restaurant on the adjacent street, nicknamed Barefoot Immortal, whose task was to kill sheep. I had assumed everyone was on the same quest line. She secretly reveled in the thought that killing fish was far easier than slaying sheep. Yet, here was another player who had concocted a noble identity simply by donning aristocratic attire, allowing him to pet cats for free. He could come and go from the Lord's manor at will, possibly even enjoying complimentary meals and lodging. The thought of it stirred a deep envy within Chue Fengzhu. What did her efforts in catching fish amount to? Simiao felt a pang of sympathy. After a brief period of lamentation, Chue Fengzhu paused to discuss the main quest. Although it seemed Gem City might be a grand scripted game, since the system had assigned them tasks. Perhaps the NPC portraying the princess had faltered. That Jack seemed suspicious, as did the dragon. They ought to investigate. Simiao nodded in agreement. Let us first complete the tasks on our character cards, and tomorrow we shall spend another day gathering clues. On the third day of crab hunting, Simiao encountered a player busy slaughtering rabbits at a rabbit meat restaurant with the ID cute bunny. Observing the anguish etched on the player's face, she felt a twinge of empathy. That evening, 5 players convened in Simiao's room, having gathered 4 princess diaries among them. The 4 individuals engaged in the art of slaying crabs, fish, rabbits, and Sheep simultaneously turned their gaze towards Lan Yue, who leaned against the desk with her arms crossed. Their expressions tinged with melancholy. Lan Yue had donned a new ensemble, a purple, form-fitting long dress with a modest hem, complemented by white satin gloves and a white top hat, exuding an elegance that was simply unparalleled. Meanwhile, the four others, dressed in their rugged sports attire, resembled rustic villagers in the city. Curiosity got the better of the inquisitive Wind Pig, who remarked, "Your outfit appears rather expensive, perhaps costing hundreds or even thousands of gold coins." Lan Yue lightly touched her jeweled earrings and, with a slight parting of her crimson lips, replied, "Ah, the wardrobe in the princess's chamber offers such garments free of charge." The four exclaimed in unison, "So it is a zero-cost acquisition. Doesn't anyone from the Lord's manor comment on your bold attire?" She continued, "Oh, I believe donning the princess's garments allows one to absorb her aura, facilitating concealment." Lan Yue responded nonchalantly. The four mused that this certainly made them appear rather foolish. After a brief silence, Wind Pig inquired, "Is there a marketplace for recycling?" The eyes of Simiao and the others brightened at the prospect. Lan Yue shook her head, dispelling their daydreams. Returning to the matter at hand, the five shared their clues. Simiao stated, "My character card has reached a progress of 999. The final step involves visiting the Lord's Manor tomorrow to receive the Warrior's Medal and acquire my character." The others nodded in agreement, affirming their similar status. "Is this dungeon exclusive to the five of us?" The ever-emo rabbit interjected cutely, "There is one more player, named Poor Guy, who we might encounter at the West City Gate. He lacks the funds for the entry fee and has resorted to working illegally at the docks. Uncertain if he has managed to enter." Simiao chuckled at the situation, suppressing her amusement. "Let's refocus," she urged. "I have gathered information regarding Jack. He is a wandering minstrel, and I have also discovered the identity of the 16th princess. She is the daughter of a vegetable vendor named Alice, who a month ago was struck by a crystal ball while shopping, chosen by an evil dragon as the princess. The Lord's Manor compensated her father handsomely, allowing Alice to reside there as a prospective bride. It is said that Jack loitered outside the manor during that time." Wind Pig lamented, who penned the script. Moreover, there were reports of Jack associating with a mysterious figure clad in a black robe. After the princess ventured into the mountains, Jack mysteriously vanished. Given that everyone was preoccupied with their character card tasks, there was little time to exit the city and investigate the dragon's lair at Gem Mountain. The clues were scant. It was best to wait until tomorrow to collect the character cards. After reaching an agreement, they disbanded, with Wind Pig, as per usual, taking a shower in Simiao's room before departing. The following morning at 10 o'clock, the five reconvened at the Lord's Manor. Lan Yue had once again transformed her appearance, this time donning a khaki riding outfit that showcased her gallant demeanor, turning the game into an unexpected spectacle akin to a fashion show. Wind Pig gazed on with envy. In addition to the five players, a multitude of NPCs who had passed the assessments were present. The Lord took to the stage, delivering a fervent speech, extolling their courage and righteousness, effectively elevating the emotional atmosphere to a crescendo. The noble youths, eager to slay dragons, were visibly animated. 10 minutes later, each individual was bestowed with a warrior's medal, a brooch resembling a gem. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the dungeon character, Crab. Players must traverse sideways. The higher the fidelity, the greater the rewards at settlement. Initial fidelity, 100. Simiao. She was mistaken. She is not a seafood chef. She is a crab. Nearby, several players lamented in anguish. Shui Fengzhu, gritting her teeth, tugged at her arm, exclaiming, "Want to learn how to blow bubbles like a fish. ISNT this madness? Lan Yu catwalk. Tutuku AI, bunny hop." Simiao forced a smile, sideways. The four of them turned to look at Barefoot Immortal, who remained silent. The NPC of the City Lord on stage proceeded to the next phase. "Today, the City Lord's mansion has prepared a banquet. Please enjoy. As the dragon-slaying army ascends the mountain tomorrow." Simiao chuckled. This is undoubtedly a scripted murder mystery. The Gem City was excessively lively. The streets even featured circus performances, devoid of any atmosphere of fear from the oppressive dragon. They decided to disperse and gather clues separately. Simiao stepped forward but suddenly recalled something, hastily turning sideways to walk. That was close. Shui Fengzhu began to mimic blowing bubbles, mumbling with pursed lips, "This task is quite a waste of breath." Lan Yu moved with elegant cat-like grace, while Tutu Ku AI bounced forward. Only Barefoot, immortal, walked silently ahead, just when everyone thought he would forfeit the reward. He suddenly arched his back, shook, and quickened his pace, resembling someone fleeing in haste. Simiao and the others. Chue Feng, Zhu covered her eyes, finding Barefoot Immortal S display too shocking for the eyes. Chapter 30. Rescue the Princess. 4 Simiao, light as a swallow, chose to venture outside the city while the afternoon was still available. Exiting through the east gate, after an hour of running, she reached the foot of Gem Mountain. She could have arrived sooner, but she had to walk sideways. This cursed task had already reduced her initial fidelity to 95. Upon entering the forest, the temperature dropped. Simiao zipped her jacket up to her chin. The atmosphere remained lively, filled with dragon-slaying squads. Every couple of kilometers, there were stalls selling food and water. After walking for half an hour, she encountered a checkpoint, where 100-foot deep chasm lay ahead, guarded by the city lord's heavily armed attendants. Without the city lord's official document, no one was permitted to pass. Simiao's long-standing doubts were finally clarified. The dragon resided atop Gem Mountain. Yet why did the dragon-slaying squads remain so obediently within Gem City, spending their resources? In this day and age, who would embark on a dragon-slaying expedition without a clever plan? It turned out the route was obstructed. Simiao assessed the chasm, which was at least 10 meters wide. Being light as a swallow would not enable her to cross. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed 2 carriages crossing the checkpoint onto the iron chain bridge. Ah, those were supplies for the dragon. Simiao, what a racket. This time, upon entering the city, Simiao did not dutifully pay the 1 gold coin entrance fee. Instead, she stealthily climbed over the wall in a secluded area. After several attempts, she succeeded, only to turn around and find Lan Yu smiling with arms crossed, standing not far away, seemingly having observed her for some time. Simiao nonchalantly walked sideways, exchanging intelligence. Lan Yu tucked her loose hair behind her ears and nodded casually. All right, I inquired at the dock about the news of the poor ghost arrival. It seems he must have obtained some clues and abandoned his entry into the city. There was a shadow in the morning, but by afternoon, he had vanished. Simiao suddenly recalled the 2 carts that had delivered supplies to the evil dragon. Could the poor ghost have been hiding among them? She recounted the situation regarding the abyss and the iron chain bridge. Lan Yu nodded, as anticipated. Shall we act tonight? Simiao agreed, deeming it unnecessary to follow the main group any longer, fearing that lingering might lead to unnecessary stops for local specialties. She planned to rendezvous with Chue Feng Zhu and the others. Lan Yu seemed surprised. The poor ghost has opted for a solo approach. Completing the task first will surely yield greater rewards. Are you truly concerned about the numbers? Simiao chuckled. I came in on a ticket, after all. I must maintain my reputation. She gracefully leaped down from the wall, grateful for her enhanced physique, or else a fall could have resulted in a fracture. This jump, with a restoration rate of 94. Simiao remarked, that was quite foul-mouthed. She expected Lan Yu to ascend the mountain early. Yet upon reaching the city gates, with Chue Feng Zhu and the others, she found Lan Yu still present, even having secured a cart. Get on, she called, raising the whip in her hand. Chue Feng Zhu leaned close to Simiao and whispered, Ah, this is the charm of my aunt. I feel I can do it. Simiao rolled her eyes and boarded the cart sideways. Among all the players, Lan Yu appeared the most relaxed, as if the task held little significance for her, effortlessly navigating through it. The confidence radiating from her was compelling, a stark contrast to the clever and agile Chue Feng Zhu, the clumsy bear, and the earlier formidable presence. They resembled small creatures striving for survival in the forest, clever yet perpetually vigilant, while Lan Yu embodied the essence of a tiger, patrolling her domain without a shred of doubt in her abilities. One could only speculate about her past before the game, but her status was undoubtedly high. The 5 of them traversed the darkness, soon reaching the foot of the mountain. The path was steep, prompting Lan Yu to stow the cart into her space and shift to foot travel. It's so cold. Will the silver dragon breathe ice? Chue Feng Zhu remarked, blowing bubbles and occasionally sipping water to soothe her throat. The silent immortal of Barefoot walked at the rear, discreetly shaking his behind in an unnoticed corner. Simiao shared details about the 10-meter abyss, suggesting that instead of engaging in a battle of wits with NPCs for the iron chain bridge, they might stealthily construct a temporary bridge nearby. A few pine trees could be felled, excess branches cleared away, tied together, and then transported to the cliff's edge to establish a crossing. Shui Feng Zhu and her companions, having fewer clues, volunteered for the task. After constructing the bridge, Simiao, utilizing her lightness, crossed first, swaying slightly but managing well. Shui Feng Zhu climbed the bridge, patting her chest nervously. This game truly tests one's mettle. I used to tremble at the thought of walking on a glass walkway. Indeed, I wouldn't dare venture out at night before. Now I can climb mountains and engage in mischief under the moonlight. The cute little bunny, unable to hop like a rabbit, suffered a restoration rate drop of 5. Shedding tears, Lanyu, with her graceful cat-like steps, observed the two struggling ahead and clicked her tongue in mild disapproval. Barefoot Immortal crawled behind, his rear swaying in a manner that facilitated his movement. Ascending the bridge, the temperature dropped further. Simiao exchanged points for a lightweight down jacket at the mall and donned it, exclaiming how cold it had become. The others showcased their unique skills. And as they continued their ascent, they stumbled upon an NPC-constructed house adorned with a sign advertising warm clothing and protective gear. The 5 of them quipped, "A full-service experience. Who says Gemstone City lacks dragons?" In this moment, they felt like illegal ticket evaders in a grand tourist attraction. Simiao, Unyeding, insisted that the game should bestow such a title upon them. Despite their predicament, they found humor and pressed onward. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, having passed several supply stations, they finally encountered a cavern. Its vastness suggested the presence of a dragon. Windy Pig, eager for adventure, proclaimed he could transform into a little bee to scout the situation. "Shoo, there's movement," Simiao and Lan Yu cautioned simultaneously, pulling the others into the shadows. In no time, a furtive figure descended, burdened with an object. It was a player, identifiable by their ID. Without hesitation, Simiao seized the opportunity as the player approached, swiftly pulling them into concealment while the others covered their mouths or stifled their footsteps. Just one of our own. The newcomer, a destitute individual, was about to unleash a skill when they noticed the IDs hovering above the group's heads, rolling their eyes in exasperation. "Misunderstanding. I merely sought to inquire about some information." Windy Pig interjected, attempting to ease the tension while poking at the unconscious figure the destitute had carried. "What's this situation? A princess?" The destitute, now sitting up, retorted with irritation. "What princess? Just a love-struck fool." He began a tirade of complaints. Originally, he intended to pilfer some funds at the docks. No, not pilfer, but rather transport some luggage to earn the city entry fee. Just as he was about to act, no, as he passed an NPC bedecked in golden chains, he overheard a rumor about delivering supplies to a wicked dragon. Instantly, he altered his plans, opting not to enter the city, but to linger at the docks for 2 days, ultimately seizing an opportunity to sneak in with a supply vehicle. Inside the cavern, there was but a maiden and a temperamental dragon. The destitute realized the situation was clear. However, this princess named Alice was truly a lovesick fool. Refusing to leave with him, his only recourse was to render her unconscious. Simiao and the others exchanged glances, pondering how to convey to him that this Alice was likely a character played by an NPC. She hadn't yet completed her role. How could she depart? If she left, would there not be a princess to rescue when the dragon-slaying party arrived the next day? Chapter 31. Saving the Princess, 5. The destitute continued his lament, looking up to find the expressions of the players were peculiarly nuanced, with one pouting and incessantly blowing kisses, unable to contain himself any longer. "I've endured you long enough. While I recognize my handsome visage, must you shower me with kisses incessantly?" The destitute fumed, his face adorned with a suspicious hue of red. Meanwhile, Windy Pig, resembling a goldfish blowing bubbles, exclaimed, "What? This is unjust, my friend. I am engaged in a quest." Simiao, her face buried in her hands, felt the situation spiraling into chaos. She glanced down at the unconscious Alice, adorned in a princess gown with cascading golden waves, appearing quite regal. Incorrect. She crouched down and grasped Alice's hand, her fingers slender and delicate, unmistakably the hands of someone cherished. Alice, the daughter of a vegetable vendor, was said to assist with chores, making it improbable for her hands to remain so pristine. Could it be a case of a substitute bride? Simiao pondered, recalling that Alice's diary mentioned Jack proposing a clandestine escape, devising a plan that could satisfy both parties. If someone were to impersonate Alice as she ventured into the mountains, it would indeed make sense. This was merely a convoluted plot designed for the visitors from afar. But why had the task not been completed? Next to them, Lan Yu held Alice's other hand. The usually reticent barefoot immortal interjected, "Must we deliver her safely to the Lord's mansion for the task to be deemed accomplished?" The group found this reasoning quite valid, considering the perilous nature just outside the dragon's lair. They proposed to escort Alice back that very night. "Are you certain there are no other women in the dragon's den?" The impoverished fellow assured them confidently. "None at all. Let us go. That dragon lounges in the pool, spewing ice everywhere at noon. It's terrifying." As Simiao and the others descended the mountain, they took turns carrying Alice. It was quite amusing, as this was a matter of contribution. The impoverished fellow observed the peculiar group, the assertive "I am a woman," the cat-like steps of Lan Yu, the incessant kisses blown by Wind Pig, and the occasionally swaying barefoot immortal. What a motley crew of companions. Is this task still available? They wondered, for the rewards were enticing. The group hastened down the mountain, their pace quickened by the distant roars of the dragon. "Where are we?" Alice, dazed and perched on barefoot immortal's shoulder, awoke with alarm. Simiao and the others were at a loss for words, remaining silent. It felt rather inconsiderate to interrupt her work. Only the uninformed impoverished fellow boldly declared, "Of course, we are here to rescue you from your plight. That dragon is dreadful. Staying with it puts your life at risk. Trust me, you and that creature cannot coexist in happiness. One day, a mere sneeze could bring you illness, or a careless movement could lead to disaster. Dear sister, heed my advice. Do not be consumed by romantic notions." Simiao and the others exchanged glances. Alice, feeling a flicker of hope, tearfully implored, "But if I flee, the dragon will take out its wrath on the people of Gem City. I am willing to sacrifice myself for the peace of Gem City." This left even the impoverished fellow speechless. Their role as players was to complete the task and depart, leaving subsequent events to unfold without their involvement. Silence enveloped them as they skillfully bridged the chasm of despair, allowing the group to breathe a sigh of relief. Alice sighed and kicked her legs. "Please set me down. Truly, you brave warriors are remarkable, and Gem City is honored by your presence." Simiao gently lowered Alice. "Is the performance over?" Once on the ground, Alice complimented them again, then suddenly blushed and said, "I need to relieve myself." Wind Pig immediately responded, "This is a desolate area. I will accompany you." Alice nodded gratefully, and together they walked to a secluded corner. The impoverished fellow scratched his head, puzzled. Why has she suddenly changed her mind? We're nearing her home. What a pity. Earlier, we were too focused on fleeing to even glance at that dragon. How imposing it must be, and it's set against a magical backdrop. As the impoverished fellow approached to speak, the wind-blown pig suddenly exclaimed in agitation, "The person has fled." Instantly, Simiao and the others rushed over to inquire about the situation. The wind-blown pig gestured animatedly. I felt awkward staring at her, so I turned my back. Suddenly, I sensed a light behind me. When I turned around, I saw that Alice had torn open a scroll, and in an instant, she vanished. The group murmured, "What a magical backdrop indeed." They retraced their steps, having spent the entire night climbing. By the time they reached the cave's entrance, dawn had broken. Simiao had managed to restore her integrity to 73, which was quite an achievement. The wind-blown pig appeared utterly exhausted, and even the mooncatcher seemed somewhat disheveled, with a hint of weariness in her eyes. The impoverished fellow had learned from them that the so-called dragon slaying and princess rescuing was merely an elaborate scripted game designed to boost commerce in Gem City. No wonder she refused to leave with me. A roar from the dragon echoed from within the cave, prompting Simiao and her companions to charge inside. Thinking to themselves that this dragon seemed rather ill-tempered and unlikely to cooperate with humans in a theatrical performance, Simiao, leading the charge, suddenly collided with an invisible barrier. Looking up, she beheld a pool of blood, within which a massive silver dragon was submerged, barely clinging to life, occasionally struggling and roaring, its body subtly marked with magical runes that bound it in place. Meanwhile, the very Alice they had been carrying all this way stood at the edge of the pool, a wand in her hand, reciting incantations. "Oh my!" The wind-blown pig gasped in astonishment. "This plot is all wrong. How has the princess turned dark?" The mooncatcher remarked, "Perhaps this silver dragon is the princess? If that were the case, everything would make sense. Players entering the city for tasks could, with careful observation, discerned that the so-called dragon slaying and princess rescuing was a ruse, leading to the conclusion that the fearsome dragon was, in fact, a benevolent creature. The impoverished fellow scratched his head, realizing that the silver dragon was not ill-tempered but in agony, crying out from pain. Truly, it was like a dark pearl, where swinging on a swing was forbidden. It was all your fault for causing this commotion. The boss is already powered up. The windblown pig was thoroughly exasperated. Had the impoverished fellow not stolen Alice, they would have been able to catch a glimpse of the dragon according to their original plan, and they would not have all been oblivious to the silver dragon's troubling state. The impoverished fellow resigned herself to the situation. Simiao was already devising a way to break the barrier and rescue the dragon. Tentatively, she cast a fireball, and the barrier quivered slightly. There was hope. She began to hurl fireballs, while the mooncatcher unleashed a volley of ice arrows, and the others showcased their skills as well. Noticing this, Alice furrowed her brow slightly. These unexpected nuisances were truly bothersome. As a sorceress, she had long been aware of the dragon's tail in Gem City. The discerning knew well that this silver dragon had likely struck a beneficial deal with the city, rendering it a good dragon. However, that had nothing to do with her. Following the script arranged by Gem City, she had replaced Alice and infiltrated the dragon's lair, easily ensnaring the dragon, which had long since dropped its guard toward humans. Alice hastened her incantation. With a sharp crack, the barrier shattered. Alice glanced over, a cold smile gracing her lips. I underestimated you. She resolved to eliminate these bothersome little insects first. Chapter 32. The Rescue of the Princess 6. Alice shifted her direction and began to chant a spell. Freeze! Simiao brandished the indomitable little yellow duck, seizing the ends of the rope and lunging forward to deliver a resounding slap to Alice. It is universally acknowledged that one must never allow a mage the opportunity to unleash their ultimate power. Unfortunately, the spell Freeze indiscriminately targeted only Alice, leaving the likes of Blowing Wind Pig and the others immobilized. Alice was sent crashing against the wall by the force of the little yellow duck, and Simiao pressed on, executing another incantation to kick Alice's magic wand away, then launching a fireball attack. A magical glyph shimmered across Alice's attire, causing the fireball to rebound in the same trajectory. Simiao promptly dodged aside and pursued with another incantation of Freeze. Surely, the defenses would not hold forever. After exhausting 3 uses of the spell Freeze, Simiao resorted to another control skill. My rules are absolute. Effect, by vocally declaring this phrase. All living beings are subjected to a hard control for 30 seconds, usable once per day. My rules are absolute. Simiao urled fireballs. Her monologue unceasing. I am unsure what to say, yet it seems obligatory to utter something. So, let me ramble on a bit. What should I say? That is an excellent question, yet I confess my uncertainty. What do you wish to hear? I am certain you would not enjoy my words, but alas, it is imperative to say something. Alice, subjected to the one-sided barrage, lamented, my head aches. This despicable little creature even wields mental assaults. How terrifying. Not only Alice, but even Blowing Wind Pig and the others found it unbearable, resembling 1,000 Tang songs, as they too learned the art of verbose discourse. After a combined 39 seconds of skill usage, Simiao transitioned to physical attacks, a cause for celebration, as they finally breached the defenses. The moment the time elapsed, she retreated behind the little yellow duck, while the others, including Lanyu, resumed their assault. With fewer attack skills, Blowing Wind Pig resorted to stealthily sabotaging the ground formations. For once the Silver Dragon was unleashed, it would surely provide tremendous support. Each of the 6 players showcased their unique abilities, aggravating Alice to the brink of exasperation. Yet these pesky creatures, despite lacking any magical aura, somehow managed to employ their skills. It's time to unleash my ultimate attack. Who has healing? Quick, keep me alive. Simiao, bearing the little yellow duck, flitted around the battlefield with grace, often shielding Blowing Wind Pig. In the absence of skills, she conjured makeshift weapons, such as dousing a bucket of oil and igniting it. Ultimately, through the collective effort of the 6, Alice stood her ground. However, the Silver Dragon was riled up. Though the dragon appeared battered, having lost a significant amount of blood, the adage a thin camel is larger than a horse held true. With a surge of rage, it let out a fearsome roar and unleashed a frost spell that sent Alice tumbling out of the cave. In the air, The battle between the dragon and the mage illuminated the surroundings with dazzling magic. The tourist group scaling the mountain to slay the dragon erupted in excitement, cheering fervently for Alice. The guards of Gem City interjected, "Wait, this narrative is flawed." Meanwhile, amidst the chaos outside, Simiao and her companions knelt beside the pool, gathering dragon blood, for it was evident that this substance would hold great value. Simiao even discovered 2 dragon scales. Attempting to return to the recycling system, 1,000 points. Originally priced at 10,000. Haha, wealth is within our grasp. The wind-blowing pig is too busy to even bubble, its mouth twisted in a grin. Each of the others beams with the joy of a bountiful harvest. So engrossed were they that they failed to notice when the battle concluded, only to be swept away by a gust of air. As Simiao grasped the little yellow duck and rose, she beheld the enormous head of the silver dragon facing them, snorting disdainfully. Just as the miser had said, even a sneeze could cause a cold. The wind-blowing pig immediately sprang forth, dancing with delight. "Great silver dragon, no need to thank us. It is our duty." The silver dragon, recalling the human's earlier antics, snorted again, sending them packing with a gust of wind. She was too weak and needed to recuperate swiftly. Simiao and her companions were expelled, soon greeted by the city lord's guard at the foot of the mountain, who proclaimed them this year's dragon-slaying heroes, saviors of the princess. Simiao glanced around and was taken aback by the actors. Dressed in princess gowns, they wore expressions of relief after a close call. "Brave warriors, our city lord has prepared a celebratory feast for you, along with generous rewards." Upon hearing this, Simiao and the others beamed with joy. In truth, once the silver dragon had been freed, the system had already notified them of the task's completion, along with a minor side quest to attend the celebratory banquet. Thus, they had thoughtlessly lounged by the pool, collecting dragon blood. What sort of rewards could they expect? Could they directly convert into gold? Please let it not be mere souvenirs, local specialties, or honorary certificates, as the wind-blowing pig began to chatter excitedly. The group arrived at the Lord's residence to rest, donning the prepared formal attire, enjoying the VIP treatment. The wind-blowing pig slipped into the coveted princess gown, while Simiao opted for a white suit, careful to walk sideways to avoid tripping over the gown. After the battle, her restoration rate had plummeted to 38, rendering her quite unrecognizable. It was a struggle just to walk sideways, leaving little attention for the fight. At the awards ceremony, she made another awkward attempt to navigate. The celebratory feast was lively, and the rewards were indeed substantial. After a flurry of gratitude from the city lord, each of them received a certificate of honor and a box of local specialties, gemstones. The city lord approached them privately, his face brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, brave warriors, for uncovering Alice's plot and aiding Princess Silver Dragon in her escape. Had anything befell her in Gemstone City, the consequences would have been dire." He rubbed his hands together, a bit embarrassed. "I trust you have seen through Gemstone City's tricks, and I humbly ask you to keep this a secret." Simiao and her companions, clutching the box of gemstones, chorused, "Of course." The celebratory feast concluded at dawn, allowing them to revel in the festivities. The city lord departed. The countdown for Simiao and her companions' dungeon began, with over 2 hours remaining. The wind-blowing pig eagerly pulled the cute rabbit to savor the delicacies while admiring the handsome NPCs with golden hair and blue eyes. Simiao took a glass of red wine and found a cozy booth on the second floor by the balcony to rest, idly toying with a reward ruby. This gem could be sold for 5 points in the recycling mall, and a whole box could yield around 100 survival points, a considerable bonus indeed. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the opposite booth, leisurely seated with a glass of red wine. It was Lanue. Chapter 33. The Rescue of the Princess 7. This evening, Lanue had chosen not a gown but a dashing tailcoat, the broad shoulder pads lending her an imposing and sharp presence, far eclipsing that of the city lord. "Why aren't you joining them?" Lanue inquired, her gaze drifting to the small garden below, where a whimsical pig and an adorable rabbit were dancing with a striking blonde gentleman, grinning widely with gleaming teeth. Simiao glanced briefly before averting her gaze. "It's too noisy." Lanue smiled softly, reminiscing, "When I was young." Simiao interjected, "You shouldn't use that line at your age. Various experiences led me to inherit the legacies of 3 wealthy husbands. People in the circle refer to me as the Black Widow. Yet, I too was once an innocent and romantic girl." She continued, her tone shifting to seriousness. Goodness, as someone who's been through it, I have a few words of wisdom for you. Just as Simiao was about to nod in agreement, she suddenly jolted. It was a skill. Lanue sipped her red wine, setting the glass down on the table as she gazed at Simiao, who was momentarily frozen, unable to move even her eyes. As someone who has traversed this path, I have a few words to share with you. Effect. Select a target and hard control them for 1 minute to hear your experiences. Usable once per day. You might be perplexed as to why I suddenly chose to act against you, but our encounter in this instance was no mere coincidence. Lanue sighed softly. Your skill is indeed a talent. I sent it. Such a wonderful and powerful gift. Yet it yields barely a fraction of its potential in your hands. What a waste. Her resources had not vanished. The matter had simply escalated, leading her to seek information and succumb to greed. Target selection. Choose a target to use, allowing entry into the same instance. You are formidable, yet with such immense talent. You seem so weak, like a dog parading a gold bar through the streets. Do you understand? What are you hesitating for? What are you afraid of? Lanue approached Simiao, leaning close to whisper in her ear, You desire to be a good person, so virtuous that even malice dares not consume you. Your heart is constantly tormented. I sent it? If so, then grant me this talent. I am a wicked woman, and I will make it shine. Offering you liberation in the process, don't you think? Simiao retorted, Dare to let her speak. Lanue straightened, placing her hand atop Simiao's head, activating her talent skill. For my use. Effect. The higher the target's affection, the greater the chance of acquiring the target's most precious skill, consuming 10 attributes each time. What a shame, only 30. Lanue popped a piece of luck candy into her mouth, enhancing her fortune. She collected information from all angles, analyzing Simiao's character, and opted for an elegant and relaxed persona. She should wait a bit longer, but she feared Simiao's growth might surpass her control. The game's bizarre skills and equipment were far too numerous, so securing her gains was essential. Simiao thought, I have so many curse words I wish to unleash. Yet, oddly, she felt an unsettling calm. There was anger, but not much, and not a trace of fear. For she held a trump card, emboldening her. Title, You are right. Effect, passive, one-time skill, capable of reflecting 200 points of fatal or specified damage. What is happening? The composed expression of Lanue finally shattered. Her innate skill has vanished. Simiao remained immobilized, only able to observe Lanue's furious demeanor from the corner of her eye. It's you. Lanue suddenly seized Simiao's hair, pulling it backward, unable to maintain her elegant poise any longer. She had underestimated you. She was too weary to engage in further conversation. As the control skill was about to conclude, she swiftly expelled Simiao from the dungeon. Simiao, having been kicked out, touched her slashed throat, feeling a bit breathless. She deftly maneuvered through the onlookers and returned to her vehicle, leaning against the driver's seat. Gasping for air. Ha! She laughed while patting the steering wheel, tears nearly streaming from her eyes. Upon player death, 10 attribute points were deducted, rounded to the nearest whole number. The task of rescuing the princess was completed, meeting the criteria for character 36, resulting in a 36 increase in survival points and experience rewards. Congratulations to the player for gaining 136 survival points, 272 experience, 1 honor certificate, 1 title, and 1 copper chest in the Princess Rescue Dungeon. You were right, the passive triggered, Talent Core 1, can choose to inherit or upgrade one's own talent. Simiao disregarded the dungeon rewards and first examined the talent core that had rebounded from Lanue. For my use, its effect stated, the higher the target's favorability, the greater the chance of acquiring the target's most treasured skill. Each use consumes 10 attribute points. No wonder she always felt there was a slow-motion effect surrounding Lanue. With so many scenes, it turned out she was subtly trying to charm her. Simiao could offer a favorability of 30, naturally captivated by this character design. Powerful, elegant, and leisurely in life, reminiscent of her childhood admiration for the stylish and capable urban women portrayed in dramas, aspiring to become such an adult in the future. However, Simiao was no longer a child. Having grown up, she now typed away in a spacious, bright office, bearing the burdens of life, where the glamorous appearance was merely a facade, and life was filled with trivialities, unending utility bills, and the unpredictability of prepackaged meals. To rely solely on a character design to boost her favorability to unprecedented heights, did she not possess worth? The system presented two options. She could inherit from my use, or upgrade the fishing system to level 10. Naturally, Simiao chose the latter. She had long been dissatisfied with the fishing system's ability to only transfer basic resources. What did she need so much water and steam buns for? The recovery was cumbersome. For my use, while powerful, required Lan Yu to toil for strategy tasks, leaving the initiative in the target's hands, which was labor-intensive. In contrast, the fishing system was straightforward and effective, one-to-many, both online and offline, with an expansive fishing pond. Upgrade. It must be upgraded. Fishing system level 20 skill 1. I did nothing. Players who do not actively provoke threats will randomly lose several basic resources to players exhibiting malice. With a 5 chance of losing precious resources, transfer to the player's backpack. Skill 2. If you think this way, I can't help it. If correct, sometimes it may bring you unexpected gains. Simiao's eyes sparkled as she began to scrutinize the wording. Skill 1 was upgraded, transforming resources from basic to a 5 chance of precious resources. Skill 2 requires some experimentation, yet she harbored a faint suspicion. After upgrading the fishing system, Simiao finally found the leisure to explore her other gains. Honor Certificate grants one-time access to Gem City, waiving the entrance fee. Simiao mused. Is this a chance for a safe retreat? Perhaps she could even procure some local specialties. Title: Let me speak. Effect: Passive. No longer will you be silenced. Immune to all vocal restrictions. Simiao remarked. This game is truly remarkable. Yet, this title is quite extraordinary. The freedom to speak implies she can unleash her skills, such as enacting rules with her golden words. This title is indeed fortuitous. Simiao discovered that titles activate passive skills, which are genuinely useful. Regrettably, her ability to speak could only be utilized once and has now expired. Chapter 34. Inventory Assessment. Simiao opened the final copper chest. Attributes Card X2, Universal Pet Food X1, Skill Book X1, Surprise Blind Box X1. The pet food can be fed to the green ghost, with a chance of upgrading the pet's level through consistent feeding. A bag costs 50 survival points in the marketplace. And although Simiao had previously seen this, she hesitated to purchase it for the green ghost, realizing it was a long-term feeding investment and she lacked the funds. Skill Book, Offspring, Gaze Upon Me. Effect: After a 3-second gaze, the opponent will incur a mental attack, the potency of which depends on their mental attribute, with the frequency determined by the same. Simiao cheerfully whistled. If she had possessed this skill earlier, she wouldn't have been left staring blankly in the dungeon. Surprise Blind Box. Effect: Opens daily to reveal surprises. Simiao opened the surprise blind box, the size of a jewelry case, and obtained a bag of universal pet food, which was indeed a pleasant surprise for the green ghost. The green ghost, swaying atop the car, remarked, "Today S-Class could have started earlier, slurp." In addition to the aforementioned treasures, there was a box containing gems with a recycling value of 100 survival points. Beautiful waste, serving no other purpose. Simiao decided to keep the largest blue gem for herself, and sold the rest. The 2 dragon scales were rare materials, and the 2 barrels of mixed dragon blood seemed to hold significant value. Simiao resolved to store them, as they clearly were hard to obtain treasures. Lastly, there were losses, with each attribute deducting 10 points. The 2 attribute points from the copper chest were added to her mental attribute. Final data: Player nickname: I am a woman. Level: 52241750000. Race: human. Talent: Fishing System 20. Constitution: 23. Agility: 23. Strength: 23. Spirit: 25. Survival points: 233. Allocatable attributes: 0. Equipment: Spatial basket, mini bamboo house. Captured small fish, green ghost, resource exchange, little yellow duck, mutated armory shovel, honor certificate, surprise blind box. Skills: golden words establishing my rules, C-class fireball, close range melon eating. Rest assured, I just need a nap. Light as a feather, offspring gaze upon me. Titles: diligent worker, teammates have already regurgitated for 3 days and nights. Let me speak. Simiao thought of Lan Yu, her expression darkening. She realized she had been overly naive, believing that the fear would lie with others if her skills were revealed. However, she was too weak. The deductions from her basic resources would not deter an ambitious individual like Lan Yu, but rather incite further eagerness. The contrasting styles of passive defenders and proactive attackers are entirely different. Had it not been for your timely reassurance, she would have surely faced disaster. A sense of urgency surged within Simiao. Strength was imperative. She needed to be formidable. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at the clock, 5:15 p.m. The instance was closing, so she opted to retreat to the fourth-floor dining hall for a dinner, mindful of her expenditures. During this time, Chue Fengzhu sent a message. Chue Fengzhu, why did you leave early, sis? Simiao bit in her steak with fervor. What's your new Ren? Do you realize you dragged a ticket with 2 others along? Chue Fengzhu. Simiao recounted the incident involving Lan Yu's ambush, advising Chue Fengzhu to remain vigilant, as this individual had undoubtedly consumed countless skills for her own gain. Chue Fengzhu. How could she pursue us so relentlessly? Chue Fengzhu. Rest assured, I shall expose her true nature in the regional channel, ensuring she becomes the target of everyone's disdain. What's your new Ren? Go ahead. I trust you. Chue Fengzhu. Once everyone departs the rest area after 6, I'll make my announcement in the regional channel. After finishing her meal, Simiao, lacking the patience to time her exit, used a parking voucher to leave the rest area. She parked her vehicle in the middle of the road and, with the new supplies in hand, began rearranging the interior. The kitchen and bathroom were relocated to the back of the vehicle, with a partition separating them from a 4-person card table equipped with an induction cooker for tea and hot pot. At night, the setup could be transformed into a spacious bed, while the vehicle's extension card allowed the bed to be pushed outward, creating a 1-meter walkway. On the opposite side of the walkway was a tea bar where a coffee machine was conveniently placed. The cockpit remained unchanged. Once the layout was completed, Simiao chose to apply a vehicle skin design card, painting the exterior a thatched green and the interior a refreshing avocado green, giving the entire space a natural and pleasing aesthetic. Satisfied with her handiwork, she took a stroll around the cabin. As the clock struck 6, the green spirit eagerly resumed its duties, seeking nourishment. Simiao poured a bowl of universal pet food, and the green spirit devoured it without lifting its head, eventually belching while clutching the empty bowl. Simiao chuckled, tossing the contented spirit out the window. Get to work. After 3 days of hunger, the green spirit, well fed, worked even harder, not only biting down on the ash-colored wolf that had come ashore, but also dragging it beside the vehicle for Simiao to dispatch. She felt a surge of satisfaction. Following the same method, she eliminated the 2 gray wolves. Congratulations, player, for slaying the nocturnal gray wolf. Experience gained, 20 survival points. 2. Congratulations, player, for slaying the nocturnal gray wolf. Experience gained, 20 survival points. 2. The 2 iron boxes yielded the following supplies: 1 pizza, 1 beverage vending machine, 1 vehicle expansion card, and 2 one-hour energy cards. Simiao held onto the expansion card, choosing to save it for the next wave. While the mini beverage vending machine generated a random drink each day, she placed it alongside the coffee machine at the tea bar and filled a glass with grape juice. Chue Fengzhu. Sis, I'm about to start a team. Simiao, seated in the booth, opened a regional channel. Chue Fengzhu. Lan Yu, come out. Stop hiding like a turtle. Simiao. This line sounds somewhat familiar. Onlookers began to emerge, inquiring about the situation. Rich second generation. Let us not dwell on this trivial matter of killing in instances. I have no desire to listen. Anti-rich. Agreed. Don't occupy public space. Simiao laughed heartily, thoroughly entertained by the talent on display. The foot of the dish. Wow. It seems that I am a woman who arrives at an inopportune time. Terrifyingly strong. Wow. It seems that I am a woman who arrives at an inopportune time. Black Bear. Simiao laughs heartily. This group is quite the characters. Daily Joy. So what exactly is the scoop? Blowing Wind Pig. Lan Yu possesses a devouring skill that enables her to strip others of their abilities, which is quite formidable. In the future, if you encounter her, keep your distance. The crowd gasps in astonishment. This is the new gossip. Chapter 35, Sandstorm. Rich second generation. Is it true? If she were this powerful, wouldn't she have been invincible already? Envious of the rich. Is there anyone who has had their skills stolen willing to speak up? No one. Rich second generation. Blowing Wind Pig. Are you just spreading rumors here? Blowing Wind Pig. I am merely offering a friendly warning, whether you believe it or not. It's up to you if you run or not. Envious of the rich. Wow, what a thrilling confrontation. Women are indeed filled with jealousy. Lan Yu, speak up. I support you. A crowd eager for drama begins to call for Lan Yu. Amidst the clamoring, Lan Yu finally appears online. Lan Yu, men should refrain from meddling in matters between women. Lan Yu, I do possess the skill, but it was taken from me by another woman. The news instantly ignites a wave of submerged players, thrusting Simiao into the spotlight. Bystander B. Such a skill should not exist. Bystander C. Exactly, it must be eradicated. As for the previously vocal rich players, such as envious of the rich, they have fallen silent. I am a woman. The skill has been destroyed. Simiao issued a disclaimer and then busied herself counting her supplies. Grateful for the generous gifts. Even though she clarified the situation, few chose to believe her. Empathizing with others, Simiao knew that no one would relinquish such a formidable skill due to external pressure. That would be foolish. This was also the reason she did not stop blowing Wind Pig from revealing the matter. In the end, the blame would surely fall on her. She was eager to see the formidable power of the upgraded fishing system. Simiao rubbed her hands in anticipation. 30 minutes yielded 16 electric cards. 1 hour yielded 9 electric cards, 2 vehicle upgrade cards, 1 vehicle navigation system, 3 vehicle compartment expansion cards, 1 vehicle solar panel, 6 attribute points for 136 survival points, and 1 instance ticket. All excellent items. Simiao's smile stretched from ear to ear as ordinary supplies filled more than half of her storage basket, making it impossible to account for everything. Just as she pondered where to begin, a private message from Lan Yu arrived. Lan Yu, Shaw, how does it feel to have struck it rich? Lan Yu, considering my cooperation, can we call this even? Simiao told her to leave. Lan Yu, Anzai. Let me offer you a little more as compensation. Lan Yu, check your mail. Simiao opened the email. Queen set. Defense 100. Automatically triggers. Simiao's eyes sparkled. She gazed at the blue gown and small top hat set displayed, the very outfit Lan Yu wore on her first day. An automatic trigger is akin to Alice's magical robe, isn't it? Simiao felt truly tempted, but she could not trust Lan Yu's character, fearing it might be a poison sweet. The system's bizarre skills were far too numerous, making it impossible to guard against them. With a heavy heart, Simiao closed the email. Seeing that she had not accepted the offer, Lan Yu clicked her tongue. With the potential for her use lost, all that remained in her possession were 2 talent skills. One of them is the Queen's wardrobe. The garments she adorns herself with, when praised, transform into defensive value. When criticized, they accumulate offensive power. They are exceptionally useful. She gifted Simiao with defensive clothing, partly as a gesture of truce, but also to convey the message that she is not easily vanquished. Simiao, in a frenzy, began to offload excess supplies, placing marketable items in her personal showcase and discarding the rest at a mere fraction of their worth. After 2 hours of diligent effort, she finally amassed 1,500 survival points, allowing her to acquire a coveted item. Simiao desperately needed passive skills and equipment, particularly those that could function autonomously even in a state of unconsciousness. Angel Wings. Effect. Manifest when the player is incapacitated and in need of assistance, transporting the player to a safe haven, deducting 10 attributes with each use. Must acquire it. She would have resorted to the painful act of parting with the dragon scale, if not for this stroke of good fortune. The angel wings transformed into a delicate pair of wings, entwining around her right pinky like a ring. A sense of security enveloped her. Simiao hummed a tune as she continued to organize other useful supplies. Solar-powered vehicle, capable of producing 3 one-hour energy cards daily, essentially ensuring a minimum range of 1,800 kilometers each day. Simiao installed it atop her vehicle. The onboard navigation displayed road conditions for the next kilometer. 6 attribute cards, each enhancing a different attribute by 1 point, with any excess allocated to mental fortitude. A dungeon ticket? Simiao picked up a small card resembling an energy card. Dungeon ticket grants random entry into a dungeon upon use. A splendid find. Is this not akin to a wild script? Which benevolent soul has bestowed this upon her? May good fortune follow the kind-hearted. As Simiao contemplated whether to enter the dungeon for overtime, she suddenly felt the vehicle sway. Upon checking the vehicle's defensive value, which remained unchanged, she calmly leaned towards the window for a glimpse outside. The area, illuminated by the headlights, revealed swirling sands, the figures of green ghosts on the ground becoming increasingly indistinct. A storm was brewing. Simiao activated the regional channel. Help! A fierce wind has come, and my RV nearly toppled, cried one player. I told you not to keep adding height. Another chimed in. Haha, my vehicle is 5 meters wide, with a stable chassis. No wetties. A wealthy player boasted. You must be struggling to stand straight now, mocked another. My dungeon ticket is missing. I'm going insane, lamented yet another. Visibility is reduced due to the sandstorm. Drive carefully tomorrow, cautioned a sensible player. Has anyone else noticed that nicknames can no longer be changed without a renaming card? Queried another. Is the game about to start harvesting players? Lamented a distressed player. Simiao surmised that the game would soon implement changes. So she tucked away her dungeon ticket and opted to rest and rejuvenate. She headed to the rear restroom for a shower, donned a padded sleepwear, lowered the table of her booth, reclined the backrest, and in 3 steps, fashioned a bed. She retrieved blankets and pillows from the storage compartment beneath the bed, completing her preparations. The wind howled throughout the night, with sand pattering against the vehicle's exterior. The green ghost, however, seemed undeterred, patrolling around the vehicle, appearing and disappearing. At 4 o'clock, her alarm rang. Simiao rubbed her temples and rose, realizing she needed soundproof walls or sleep earplugs. She turned on the car lights and glanced at the regional channel while washing up in the bathroom. Even at 4 in the morning, there were still people active on the channel. The wealthy heir remarked, 10 meters away, one cannot distinguish between man and beast. I nearly veered off the road. The player, known for his meticulousness, lamented, on a regular day, I can cover 50 to 60 kilometers in an hour, but now even 30 kilometers feels like a struggle. It feels as though EVE returned to the era of tricycles. Today's task requires a daunting 240 kilometers. Will I not be racing until the very heavens darken? Now, everyone understood that completing the day's mileage was essential for refreshing the rest area. Thus some ventured out in the dead of night, hoping to enter the rest area early and accumulate additional experience points. A few dedicated players had hit the road just after midnight. Simiao, having slept for 6 or 7 hours, finally rose at 4, which was rather late. After splashing her face with water and drying it with a towel, she approached the beverage vending machine for a cup of strong coffee, a delightful start to her day. From her backpack, she retrieved 2 steam buns, warming them in the microwave, one filled with red bean paste and the other with pickled vegetables, both of her favorites. She changed her pajamas for a practical windbreaker and sports shoes, stashing a pair of gloves in her pocket. Chapter 36. The Gobi Desert. Simiao transformed her bed into a card table, sipping coffee alongside her buns while the regional channel buzzed with activity. The meticulous player shared. At 2 o'clock, my vehicle finally flipped over. The good news is that the game is quite humane and does not allow players to lose their vehicles. The bad news is the hefty crane fee of 10 survival points. It pains my heart. The wealthy heir and the envious player exchanged remarks of schadenfreude, while a bystander lamented about his dungeon ticket. The crowd observed, this person has been insane for quite some time. As Simiao swallowed the last bite of her bun, she took her coffee to the cockpit, preparing to embark on her journey. Today's task, advanced 240 kilometers. Indeed, 10 meters away, one could hardly distinguish between man and beast. Yet fortunately, Simiao had acquired a car navigation system the previous night that displayed road conditions for up to a kilometer, including treasure chests appearing on either side, with guardian monsters marked by a warm glow, a thoughtful touch. Although visibility was improved, the winds were fierce, making high speeds risky. Simiao could only maintain a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. As she drove, an unsettling feeling crept over her, as if she had forgotten something. A faint green light appeared in the rearview mirror, and Simiao suddenly slapped her head. There was the green ghost, keeping watch outside. She slammed on the brakes, and the persistent green ghost surged ahead several meters before drifting back with a plane of air. Simiao chuckled and quickly poured a bowl of pet food for it. With the car halted, Simiao decided to open today a surprise blind box. The green ghost, floating in the passenger seat and eagerly licking the bowl, glanced up curiously. Not for you, Simiao thought cheerfully as she retrieved a car navigation card for the blind box, promptly displaying it in the showcase while announcing it on the regional channel. The price for the equipment or item was instantly snapped up, as she was a regular customer. The meticulous player exclaimed, "Thank you, great aunt, for saving my dog's life." Simiao replied with an emoji, examining the item she had received. The mooncake blind box generates a random mooncake each day. I absolutely detest mooncakes, the meticulous player lamented. Simiao opened the mooncake box to reveal a fresh floral filling. Images of the meticulous player retching at the sight of floral flavors flashed through her mind, and she nonchalantly placed the mooncake back, hanging the blind box in the showcase for item exchange. To be candid, she too harbored a dislike for mooncakes. As she resumed her journey, The green ghost chose to remain steadfast at its post, swaying gently from the rearview mirror. Simiao smirked slightly. At 5 o'clock, she encountered her first iron chest. Stepping out of the vehicle, she was nearly knocked off balance by the wind. The green ghost had already lunged forward, fiercely clamping down on the guardian creature. A gray wolf. Simiao swiftly dispatched it with a fireball spell and hurried back to the car, clutching the chest. Ugh, ugh, ugh. A mouthful of sand. At this moment, it felt as though her hair was filled with it. What dreadful weather. The iron chest contained 3 water, 1 cargo expansion card, 1 universal pet food, and 1 planting pot. Simiao retrieved the small planting pot, sufficient perhaps to grow a scallion, but without any seeds, she set it aside for the moment. As the clock struck 6, the green ghost immediately clocked out, glancing about before choosing to curl up comfortably atop the pot. Simiao caught a fleeting glimpse of it, but paid it no mind. The green ghost promptly adjusted into a more relaxed position, nearly spilling over the edge. After traveling 240 kilometers, Simiao had driven from 4:30 to noon. During this time, she had stopped to collect 8 chests, 5 wooden and 3 iron. None particularly remarkable. Congratulations, player, for completing today's task. Advancing 240 kilometers. Reward, 10 survival points. Simiao yawned, wiping the physiological tears from the corners of her eyes. For lunch, she munched on a bit of dry bread to stave off hunger, but alas, the rest area offered no culinary delights. However, a shocking revelation awaited her. Buying news from Xiao Tao. Latest update. Players who set off at dawn completed their tasks by 7 o'clock and have yet to refresh the rest area. Cade Kojiao. Goodness. I thought it was just my bad luck. Black Bear. Actually, it was announced earlier. Didn't you notice? The room numbers for the dungeon game were on a countdown from 321 for the past 3 days. Cade Kojiao. Was there a player yesterday who kept claiming to have lost their dungeon ticket? Does that mean we'll need tickets to access dungeons in the future? Windy Pig. No way. I just got started. Amidst the chaotic speculations, Simiao continued nibbling on her dry bread, resolving to heat up a pizza for a more substantial meal. Just as she finished eating and was preparing for a brief nap, the regional channel erupted with activity. Triathlon. Folks, you might not believe this, but the straight road has turned curvy. He was one of those who set off in the early hours, persistently driving forward without encountering a rest area, and then, over these days, the one straight path had inexplicably developed bends, nearly causing him to tip over in surprise. Buying news from Xiao Tao. Thank you, kind soul. But next time, could you sell me the news first so I can earn some gas money? Such swiftly outdated information is inexpensive. Buying news from Xiao Tao doesn't expect to profit from this. Merely sharing it for free to gain a bit of rapport and advertise. Triathlon. Haha, I'll definitely do that next time. Everyone, drive carefully. Don't flip your vehicle. The roadside is littered with gravel. The group began to speculate whether a new map might soon refresh, as the endless expanse of desert scenery had long since become tiresome. Simiao requested that buying news from Xiao Tao privately message her with any news of rest areas before she went to bed. 2 hours later, she rose to wash her face. Many players had reached the winding rocky paths, but had no news of a rest area. Simiao set back on the road once more. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the once unchanging landscape began to transform. The winding route on the navigation screen contrasted with the slowly encroaching gravel plains that replaced the desert on either side, rendering the scenery increasingly desolate and tinged with a somber hue, evoking a sense of heaviness within the heart. Simiao noticed that the green spirit suddenly grew somewhat animated. As soon as the vehicle halted, it eagerly set about its duties, meandering along the road after consuming its daily rations of pet food. By 6 o'clock, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Simiao activated all the vehicle-less lights, illuminating the area outside, though the weather was uncooperative, and the solar panels had failed to accumulate any energy that day. Nevertheless, Simiao, with ample resources, remained unfazed by this minor setback. Just as she was about to head to the kitchen to prepare a small hot pot for herself, she suddenly heard the green spirit calling out to her. Green spirit. Green spirit. This little fool could only repeat this phrase and convey rudimentary thoughts, such as grab, hunger after food, and meal after receiving pet food. Simiao leaned out of the window for a better view and was taken aback to find that after loading the map, the gray wolf had vanished, replaced by a cluster of dark, shadowy apparitions, with 2 green, glowing eyes that appeared rather unsettling at first glance. Furrowing her brow, Simiao opted to first allocate 20 points to vehicle defense before swiftly rolling down the window to allow the green spirit to unleash its attack. A fireball soared through the air, dissipating the shadowy apparition with a piercing cry, leaving behind an iron box and a few beads. Congratulations, player! You have slain a night wanderer. Experience gained, 20. Survival points gained, 2. Simiao did not immediately disembark to collect the box. Instead, she waited a moment as the green spirit managed to catch another apparition. Chapter 37. Adorable Zombies 1. Having dispatched 2 apparitions, Simiao was about to exit the vehicle when she heard the green spirit calling again in her mind. She hesitated, wondering if the quantity had increased. Moving to the other side to attack, she opened the regional channel, only to be greeted by a cacophony of despair. Help! After finally gaining the ability to slay wolves, a ghost immune to physical damage suddenly appeared. The heavens are against me. Terrifyingly strong. Haha. To combat ghosts, one must use anti-evil skills. Lightning, fire, peachwood, or even dog blood will do, perhaps even glutinous rice. Buying information from Little Tao. Here is something everyone can relate to. The system shop has increased prices for fire and lightning skills. After a brief pause, likely to assess the situation, the lamentations grew even louder. Frugally challenged, I painstakingly saved up 300D fireball skills, yet now the cost has skyrocketed to 400C. This cursed game. Simiao was taken aback upon reading this, inexplicably feeling as though she had acquired 100 survival points for free. Diligent learner, how many apparitions have you all killed? I'm on my 5th. I am a woman. Indeed, while Simiao kept an eye on the messages, she did not neglect her own attacks, essentially following the green spirit's lead. Piggy heroine, help. There are too many. I can't keep up. The apparitions have begun attacking the vehicles, and the defense points are plummeting. Everyone, quickly craft some fiery weapons to throw. Glancing at the vehicle's defense points. Now at 23, Simiao felt reassured. This battle against the apparitions continued for half an hour before finally concluding. Simiao had slain a total of 26 apparitions, earning 520 experience points and 52 survival points, comparable to the rewards from a dungeon run. The regional channel had become quite lively. Frugally challenged, I was wrong. This is no mere specter. It is an automatic influx of experience and wealth. I am utterly satisfied. The strength is astonishing. Ha ha ha. I no longer wish to traverse this map. Simiao opened the car door and descended to collect the boxes, some iron, some wooden, along with the orbs dropped by the wandering souls, varying in size and roughness. Soul orbs contain a modicum of soul energy. She turned her head and observed the green ghost, saliva pooling beneath it as it quietly rummaged through the soul orbs. Simiao was astounded. How could this ghost become increasingly lewd? However, as the green ghost exerted itself during the night, Simiao first appraised the soul orbs in the recycling mall, discovering they were worth 0.01 survival points each, not particularly valuable. She collected 20 orbs, forbidding herself from gathering more. The green ghost nodded eagerly, joyfully swimming about, snatching up the largest orbs as it passed. Simiao shook her head in amusement. 8 wooden boxes and 4 iron boxes yielded soul orbs valued at 1 survival point each. Simiao gazed at the empty wooden boxes containing 100 soul orbs of varying sizes. Such a bargain. Perhaps she would let the green ghost enjoy them as treats, as collecting them was quite the hassle. Simiao returned to the car to open the boxes. From 8 wooden boxes, she obtained 6 bottles of water, 2 steamed buns, 3 dumplings, 2 loaves of bread, 1 small cake, 1 mango, 3 eggs, 1 gene of rice, 1 fragrance, 1 waterproof mirror, 3 30-minute power cards, and 2 one-hour power cards. From the 4 iron boxes, she acquired 3 attribute cards, 1 car air conditioner, 1 car expansion card, and 1 lottery ticket, along with 2 one-hour power cards. Simiao allocated her attribute points to constitution, strength, and agility. She hung the car air conditioner in her personal showcase. A lottery ticket. Simiao rubbed her hands together eagerly. The wheel spun rapidly, ultimately landing on a copper box. Simiao felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly shrugged it off. After all, it was a windfall. She received 1 dungeon ticket and 1 rest area ticket. Holding the small rest area ticket, she marveled at the new requirement for entry. She tucked it away securely. The regional chat was abuzz with chatter. Shu Soul. I used to rely on the rest area for a breather every day. Now it requires a ticket. By the way, if we have tickets, do we still need to pay for parking? Legendary bystander. If we fight a wave of wandering souls every night with a steady influx of experience and survival points, perhaps entering the rest area isn't essential? Most people in dungeons are merely there to support, paying for tickets while frequently losing 50 of their supplies and attributes. It may be better to remain on the road. Wealthy heir. Dungeons reward items and skills. One must risk it to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Being a timid turtle leads to no prospects. Resentful of wealth. What do you mean by being a timid turtle? Let us all avoid the rest area and leave the show-offs to their own devices. Let them see what they can achieve without our support. Everyone held differing opinions, resulting in a cacophony of voices. Simiao recalled the second skill of the fishing system and decided to chime in. I am a woman. Everyone, let's cease this bickering. Together, let us build a brighter future. The regional chat fell silent. Wealthy heir, resentful of wealth, black bear, moon embracer. Simiao calmly began to check for any surplus supplies. Fishing system skill 2. If you think that way, there is little I can do. However, at times, being correct may lead to unexpected rewards. Indeed, it was an unexpected reward. Simiao gained an additional title. Silence speaks volumes. No one will mistake you for a mute. Effect. Passive. Your silence is indeed justified. Simiao, stroking her chin in contemplation, pondered whether this implied the possibility of skipping the answer. It was akin to a game of truth or dare. Skip, skip, skip. One phrase. An additional title. Simiao resolved to press on and seize the opportunity. However, upon repeating the same rhetoric twice, aside from the accrued basic resources, there was no sign of the anticipated titles. It appeared that thoughtlessness would not suffice. A touch of ingenuity was required. After a moment of reflection, Simiao opted for a self-heating hot pot for dinner. With her hunger satiated and the clock striking 8, she felt invigorated and decided to utilize a dungeon ticket to explore further. Welcome, player, to the zombie apocalypse. Rule 1. Eliminate 1,000 zombies. Rule 2. Survive for 30 days. Rule 3. Upon death, lose your most utilized skill. Simiao found herself on a dilapidated rooftop, gazing into the distance. She observed the overcast sky, with collapsed buildings reduced to ruins, desolate and devoid of any greenery. Extracting a spade from her ear, she cautiously navigated around the debris. Peering over the edge, her scalp prickled at the sight below. Zombies swarmed the streets, densely packed, more crowded than a national holiday attraction. One misstep could lead to a grim fate. She took a few steps back. The silver lining was the sheer density of zombies, making the task of eliminating 1,000 seem trivial. Just standing there and dropping heavy objects could result in numerous kills. As she contemplated throwing a few broken pieces of furniture, a thunderous banging resonated from the door behind her. Simiao spun around abruptly to see a cabinet precariously propped against the door. With a resounding crash, the door burst open, revealing a horde of dismembered zombies, their putrid stench assaulting her senses. Thanks to her teammate's 3-day bout of nausea, Simiao felt no urge to vomit. Frowning, she unleashed a barrage of fireballs, effortlessly dispatching 3 zombies. Indeed, there are no useless skills, only misplaced resources. Congratulations, player. You have killed 3 zombies, earning 3 experience points. The fireball obliterated the zombies' heads, leaving behind a solitary white glass bead on the ground. Simiao donned her gloves and picked it up for inspection. Zombie crystal core contains a small amount of energy. Habitually, she submitted it for system appraisal, receiving a valuation of 1, originally worth 10 survival points. Excellent. It was more valuable than a soul pearl. Simiao believed she could truly thrive in this environment. What a zombie-infested paradise. Money was strewn across the ground. Chapter 38. Adorable zombies too eager to embark on her grand endeavor. Simiao returned to the rooftop's edge and hefted a nearby, decrepit cabinet, its purpose unknown, preparing to toss it down. Congratulations, player. You have killed 5 zombies, earning 5 experience points. Indeed, this was a zombie tourist attraction. Even a falling brick could slay one. Regrettably, the kill rewards could not be reclaimed. Simiao resolved to reserve this method for later, focusing on accumulating crystal cores for now. Equipping a large pot lid as makeshift armor, she descended the stairwell. The scene before her was haunting. Bloodstains and bones littered the area. vividly illustrating the harrowing chase that had transpired, comparable to a level 10 horror scene. Furrowing her brow, she arrived at the next floor, where the fire exit bore the number 16. 16 floors. Simiao prepared to sweep through each level, simultaneously searching for a shelter to spend the night, as survival for 30 days was her ultimate goal. Fortunately, this time the trading mall has not been banned. However, the regional channel has turned gray, preventing communication with players outside. Otherwise, Simiao would have to devise a means to scavenge for supplies. With a deft motion, she cast a fireball, annihilating a zombie that lunged at her with outstretched claws, acquiring a crystal core. Just as she was about to retrieve it, another zombie pounced from the side. Simiao warded it off with a pot lid and followed up with another fireball. This strategy was ineffective. She felt that picking up loot was too cumbersome. She needed to exploit a bug. An idea struck her. She examined her equipment and selected the Green Ghost Summon. Upon its arrival, the Green Ghost hovered around, surveying the multitude of zombies on the ground, its form distorting in terror. Simiao quipped, "You two don't realize who is truly more terrifying." It was still before work hours, and the Green Ghost declined to work overtime, preferring to return to its lair. With a gentle expression, Simiao tempted it. "Let us make a deal. You help me collect these shiny orbs, and any soul orbs we acquire will be yours, along with an abundance of pet food." The Green Ghost's eyes sparkled with excitement, for the offer was exceedingly generous. Accepting the occasional overtime was not out of the question. Simiao's mind. The Green Ghost was capable of biting the gray wolf and collecting soul orbs. Surely it had its own little stash to utilize. Immunized against physical damage, the Green Ghost maneuvered effortlessly among the zombies, a sight that filled Simiao with envy. With the automatic pickup feature in play, Simiao began to shift her strategy, deciding to find a suitable terrain to lure the zombies in and subsequently amass experience and loot in bulk. She was disinclined to scour through layers, as breaking it often led to unsettling horror scenes that dampened her spirits. Moreover, with only 56 fireballs at her disposal, the quantity was limited. Close-range combat posed risks of injury and contamination with filth. Simiao was not one to suffer needlessly. If she could exploit a bug, there was no reason to exhaust herself. This building was a mall apartment complex, with 3 floors of a comprehensive shopping mall below. The middle section was vacant, and looking down from the 3rd floor, the 1st floor hall was teeming with zombies, unfortunate souls who had failed to escape the apocalypse. The 3rd floor dining area had evidently been scavenged repeatedly by survivors, leaving only dust-covered tables and chairs. Simiao chose a nearby restaurant and cleared all the furniture into her basket space, ensuring they did not come into contact with other supplies. She then approached the edge and began to drop them down. Tables and chairs crashed from the 3rd floor with a series of loud thuds, accompanied by the furious roars of zombies, instantly transforming the once quiet mall into a cacophony of chaos. Congratulations! Player has defeated 16 zombies, earning 16 experience points. The Green Ghost had already floated down to collect the crystal cores. Simiao employed her agility, dodging the zombies on the 3rd floor while continuously tossing heavy objects down the corridor. Once her heavy items were depleted, she casually wandered into a nearby shop, for there was plenty to be found. Congratulations! Player has defeated 25 zombies, earning 25 experience points. Congratulations! Player has defeated 12 zombies, earning 12 experience points. Simiao beamed with delight, swinging her engineer's shovel, causing a zombie to tumble from the 3rd floor with a resounding thud, taking down another in the process. She ran laps around the 3rd floor corridor 3 or 4 times, accumulating a total of 400 experience points. During this time, the Green Ghost returned with the collected loot before descending once more. With her heavy items exhausted, Simiao wandered into a cinema to replenish her supplies, only to be startled by a sudden fright. At the ticket gate stood a zombie clad in employee attire, remarkably intact. Instead of charging at Simiao, it smiled and waved, beckoning her to present her ticket. Simiao muttered to herself, "What on earth is this?" She unleashed a fireball spell, only to have it thwarted by an invisible barrier that materialized before the creature. Stunned, Simiao pondered whether this was an evolved zombie. Such a formidable entity. Why was it not hunting humans, but instead collecting tickets? With a frown, Simiao cautiously brandished her shovel in an attempt to attack, but each strike was rebuffed. Then a thought struck her regarding her newly acquired skill. Gaze upon me. Effect. After 3 seconds of eye contact, the target would suffer a mental assault, the potency of which depended on her mental attributes, with the frequency also determined by the same. She wondered if it would affect a zombie, suppressing her discomfort. Simiao engaged in a staring contest with the zombie. After 3 seconds, its eyes became increasingly vacant, and the barrier flickered before vanishing. Seizing the opportunity, Simiao cast her fireball spell, successfully vanquishing the zombie. Congratulations, player! You have slain a zombie, earning 5 experience points. Ah, a more valuable zombie. Simiao rubbed her slightly throbbing temples and approached to pry open the crystal core with her shovel, revealing a milky white orb. Crystal core contains a trace amount of energy. Market buyback price, 5. Although the price was higher, the effort was considerably more troublesome. Simiao preferred to dispatch weaker foes, systematically cutting down ordinary zombies while ready to handle the evolved ones as they appeared. Bang, bang, bang. The first floor hall had unwittingly become littered with dismembered furniture. The zombies dispersed, likely lining up to ascend the stairs to confront the source of their troubles. Simiao thoroughly ransacked the tables and counters in the third-floor restaurant. Preparing to shift her position, she ascended the stairs and secured the fire exit. After climbing to the rooftop and barricading the door, she began to tally her earnings: 650 experience points and 580 survival points from the crystal cores. The green ghosts had not been fully collected, which was to be expected. She opened the marketplace inventory and began browsing through the high-powered firearms. A heavy machine gun, complete with 50 rounds, was priced at 500 survival points, with bullets costing 1 survival point for every 5. Simiao found this quite promising. After recouping her costs, the expense of shooting a single zombie would drop to 0. 2 survival points, yielding a return of 1 survival point. A 4-fold profit. She decided to purchase it and additionally spent 10 survival points on a tutorial. The money flowed out, yet Simiao felt no regret, knowing she would earn it back in spades. She set up the gun and followed the tutorial step by step. Thankfully, she had invested in physical attributes. Otherwise, she might have been shaken apart. After expending the 50 rounds provided, Simiao began to take the endeavor seriously, as each subsequent bullet represented cost. 02, 02, 02. Simiao reflected on how this game truly honed one's skills. In just over a month, factoring in the dungeon times, she had transformed from a timid soul who would wait 10 minutes to retrieve a takeout order at home, to someone confidently wielding a heavy machine gun amid a city of zombies. Cool. Chapter 39. Adorable Zombie After Nightfall. Simiao descended to find a relatively clean room to rest, setting up an inflatable mattress and sofa. Dinner consisted of a box of self-heating rice and a cola. After a quick change, she settled onto the sofa, eating while tallying her earnings. The green ghost, engrossed in a bowl of pet food, indulged in a feast. Utterly exhausted from the day's toils, yet pitifully destined to keep the night watch, always on standby for 24 hours, a challenging existence indeed. Simiao, with a flick of her wrist, revealed a box containing soul orbs, instantly capturing the green ghost's attention, its eyes glued to the tantalizing prize. I adore working. Simiao chuckled, shaking her head in amusement. The antics of the green ghost lightened the heavy solitude of the apocalypse. After savoring a hearty mouthful of rice, she checked her profile. Experience points totaled 1679, and after deducting expenses for a machine gun and ammunition, her balance stood at 800. What a fortune! With proficiency expected to increase by tomorrow, the potential for further gains was promising. If this continued for 30 days, how grand would that be? The more she contemplated, the more her heart soared, her lips curling into a smile as she drifted into sleep, the diligent ghost keeping watch, occasionally snacking on soul orbs, crunchy delights. As dawn broke, Simiao energetically ascended to the rooftop to commence her work. The morning passed amidst the rhythmic sound of gunfire, yielding 1653 experience points and 1,000 survival points. Hilarity ensued, laughter almost causing her head to spin. However, her exuberance soon turned to dismay, for her overconfidence had attracted a formidable foe. An extraordinary zombie scaled the rooftop from the rear. Had it not been for the glint of her frying pan reflecting light, she might have been ambushed. With a swift roll, she repositioned herself, casting a fireball and swiftly brandishing her rubber duck as a weapon. This zombie was remarkably agile, evading her consecutive attacks with ease. It landed nimbly, launching a counterattack with lightning speed. Freeze! Simiao commanded, the fireball following suit. The zombie's head was obliterated upon landing, and a pale blue orb fell to the ground. Relief washed over Simiao. She had feared her words of caution would prove ineffective against such creatures. It seemed they were deemed living beings by the system's judgment. She collected the crystal core and peered over the rooftop's edge, finding nothing below. However, if she continued her reckless behavior, trouble would inevitably find her. Resolving to tidy up, she decided to seek a new stronghold below, ensuring at least some cover from potential ambushes. Summoning the green ghost back to her mind, she stowed her weapon and rubber duck into her spatial storage and changed positions. In the afternoon, she took up shooting from a window in a resting room. Yet her limited view significantly diminished her earnings. During this time, an extraordinary zombie paid her a visit, climbing through the window and startling her so much that her aim went awry. That night, she secured the doors and windows tightly. On the second day of the dungeon, she garnered 2,763 experience points and 2,221 survival points. What a fulfilling and prosperous day it was. Her account boasted 3,000 survival points, a level of affluence unprecedented. Finally, Simiao was free to explore the trading mall. Regrettably, her level imposed restrictions. Skills unlocked at level 5 peaked at C grade, such as her fireball spell, while no learning type skills were available. Having encountered various experiences, Simiao recognized the proficiency of the mage Alice from Gem City, who was undoubtedly a formal practitioner. As players, their expedited progress had its limitations. Simiao perused the skill shop thoroughly, ultimately managing to acquire a few additional skills and items. The sea-level thunder technique, priced at 600 survival points, allows the emission of 2 mental thunders daily, covering a radius of 45 meters. The alarm system, costing 500 points, alerts the user of impending danger with a beeping sound in their mind. The protective talisman, available for 100 points, can deflect a single fatal blow, with 3 provided in total. Thus, 1,400 survival points were swiftly expended. Unfulfilled, Simiao finally glided to the storage area, indulgently purchasing a massage chair for 50 survival points. It is wise to save where one can and to spend where necessary. With countless days of battle ahead, it is imperative to rest and rejuvenate. Simiao concocted her own justification, delighting in her moment of relaxation. The green ghost remained silent, solely focused on consuming food. The following morning, Simiao rose to wash up, nibbling on a steamed bun while moving a wardrobe blocking the window to peek outside. To her satisfaction, the streets were once again teeming with zombies. The thousands she had eliminated were but a drop in the bucket for this city. She finished the last morsel of her bun, readied her weapon, and commenced firing, while simultaneously giving a kick to the sluggish green ghost. Time to get to work. 2 hours swiftly passed, and as Simiao paused to hydrate, she suddenly heard the whirring of helicopter blades, bringing the binoculars hanging around her neck to her eyes. She observed a helicopter approaching from a distance. Alarmed, she wondered if it was the natives. The aircraft hovered in place, then began to disperse flyers, which were swept toward her window by a gust of wind. Puzzled, she took the flyers, her mind filled with questions. "Welcome, players, to the City of Hope," it proclaimed. Simiao thought, what is this Easter egg? Players from afar, everyone in the City of Hope extends a warm welcome. We shall host you, facilitate exchanges, and foster mutual progress. Simiao continued reading. Purchasing agents earn a 1% commission with a minimum guarantee of 100,000 orders and a maximum historical transaction of 30 million orders. Astonishing. In this post-apocalyptic world, she mused, could she be perceived by the natives as a randomly refreshing mobile merchant? Simiao raked her fingers through her hair and called the green ghost back. Turning the flyer over, she discovered additional benefits for joining. 24-hour exclusive personal butler, an independent luxury villa, and customized courses with professional one-on-one instruction in ability awakening. The final item truly stirred her heart. She resolved to venture to the City of Hope, contributing to humanity's resistance against the zombies. The helicopter had yet to depart, so Simiao stowed the green ghost and all other belongings into her spatial storage, then ascended to the rooftop. The helicopter lowered a ladder, where an enthusiastic native woman waved energetically, her eyes gleaming with excitement, seemingly on the verge of drooling. Simiao climbed aboard. Inside the helicopter were 3 individuals. "Greetings. I am your personal butler for the upcoming journey. Chung Yi. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? The woman named Chung Yi spoke earnestly. Her apparent drool merely an illusion. Simiao noted that the alarm system had not gone off and replied, "My surname is C. Hello, Miss C. Allow me to introduce you to the city of Hope and the subsequent arrangements." The helicopter swiftly soared away from the city, discarding the horde of zombies behind. Simiao learned more. It appears that I am not the first player to arrive here to complete tasks. Hope City has even developed a comprehensive reception process. 5 years have passed since the apocalypse began, and Ms. C, you're the 106th individual to descend upon the vicinity of Hope City. As I approach Chapter 40, Adorable Zombies, I note that Hope City is situated 100 kilometers from Zombie City. I opted for a direct flight, bypassing inspections. Upon passing through the city gates, I beheld a bustling crowd below, as well as a dazzling wall constructed by our extraordinary abilities to cleanse the zombies. I withdrew my gaze. It seems that this post-apocalyptic world has not succumbed to despair, but rather has blossomed with new vitality, resilient and emboldened, tirelessly searching for players. The helicopter landed on the rooftop helipad of a villa, and I disembarked with Chung Yi, proceeding directly inside. The villa boasted professional fitness equipment, training rooms, a bar, and karaoke rooms, everything one might desire. If Miss C wishes to play mahjong, I could summon a few colleagues to join. Chung Yi wore a knowing expression, hinting at something more. I remarked, "You offer special services here. It hardly seems like a legitimate establishment." Chung Yi replied earnestly, "Not at all. We are a reputable organization." Upon entering the spacious reception area on the first floor, I found the leather sofas significantly more comfortable than inflatable ones. I sighed in contentment as I accepted the tablet from Chung Yi and began selecting packages. The professionalism was evident. The volume of transactions corresponded to the level of benefits. Placing an order for 10,000 units entitled one to one-on-one training in martial arts and firearms over a 30-day period. Ordering 100,000 units allowed selection from local specialties, such as potions for awakening abilities, along with a suite of supportive examination packages. Ordering 1 million units would earn an honorary medal from Hope City. As I squinted at the screen, I wondered if this was akin to an honor certificate. Jengye, smiling, remarked, "It is said that players who have purchased this honorary medal speak highly of it." Curiously, I inquired about after-sales feedback. Chung Yi maintained his smile, stating, "That information is confidential for our clients." I continued to peruse. An order of 10 million units came with a complimentary tank and helicopter with guaranteed instruction. Even without these perks, I would still make a purchase. The commissions from even the most modest orders were significant. For every 10,000 units ordered, even if the cheapest bread rolls were chosen, I could earn 1,000 survival points. Furthermore, the knowledge gained here, whether combat techniques or awakening abilities, was precisely what I needed. I promptly indicated my desire to order 10,000 units and requested a preparation list for the items. Chung Yi immediately produced a document expressing appreciation for my efforts. Soon, a multitude of individuals arrived at the villa, some delivering crystals while others awaited the transport of supplies. I numbly placed orders for compressed biscuits, gasoline, weapons, and basic materials, as crystals clinked into my account only to be swiftly spent, leaving me with merely a fraction of my commission. These individuals seemed more knowledgeable about the marketplace prices than I did, which was quite alarming. I toiled from noon until nightfall, feeling more exhausted than if I had been battling zombies. The people around her come and go, bustling about, yet only Chung Yi remained steadfastly by her side. In the evening, Simiao indulged in a sumptuous meal prepared by a chef who, prior to the apocalypse, was renowned for crafting state banquets. This chef had awakened a culinary ability, creating dishes that not only tantalized the palate, but also had the potential to restore supernatural powers and rejuvenate the body. Whether it truly nourished Simiao, she could not ascertain, but the flavor was undeniably exquisite. "May I take a few portions with me when I leave?" she inquired. "It would be our utmost honor to receive Ms. C's endorsement." "We are more than willing." One cannot help but remark that the treatment and emotional value in Hope City are indeed unparalleled. As an ordinary person, Simiao had never experienced such indulgence before. She simply found the people here to speak beautifully and possess striking appearances. Chung Yi smiled slightly, thinking how accommodating this batch of players was. Despite their apparent ease and proficiency, they had undergone numerous trials and tribulations, each regulation backed by tales of hardship and sacrifice. The following day, after completing her order transactions. Simiao accompanied Cheng Yi to the Supernatural Research Center. At the onset of the apocalypse, half of the population had failed their awakenings, succumbing to zombification. While only a select few with extraordinary talents could awaken their abilities, the majority remained ordinary. 3 years prior, with the assistance of a player who wished to remain anonymous, a potion for supernatural awakening was developed. As long as an individual's affinity for a certain type of supernatural ability reached above 50, there was an 80% chance of activation. Simiao sat in the apparatus, her head encased in a cumbersome metal contraption. Her mind wandered, pondering the influx of players. Congratulations, Ms. C. Your affinity for wood-type abilities is an impressive 92. Even without the awakening potion, given time, you would likely awaken independently. Upon removing the cumbersome device, Simiao observed a cold liquid being injected into her arm. It felt chilling at first, but soon warmth surged within her, as if a wave of energy was surging forth. The researcher beside her offered gentle reassurances, guiding her on how to control her abilities. Beads of sweat formed on Simiao's forehead. After various attempts, she finally managed to tame the swirling energy. Newly awakened abilities are relatively weak, Ms. C, so it is crucial to avoid overexertion. The crystal core contains impurities, and direct absorption of energy is discouraged. We recommend purchasing our energy orbs, which are gentle and non-irritating. Simiao suddenly remembered something and asked, if I do not absorb the crystal core and do not use the energy orbs, will my abilities not upgrade? Chink, ye clarifiet. It will merely be a slower process. The human body naturally absorbs energy from the environment. Feeling somewhat reassured, Simiao concentrated, and from her fingertips sprouted a small tender sprout, which shyly recoiled after a brief wiggle. From the following day onward, Simiao commenced her training at the villa, engaging in basic physical conditioning, combat courses, and sparring with seasoned supernatural beings. Occasionally, she assisted with procurement, enjoying custom meals for each of her 3 daily repasts. Even the later revealed Green Spectre received a specially prepared meal. This place felt like paradise. Cheng Yi accompanied her during training, seamlessly transitioning into advertising. Upon her return, Ms. C can also promote Hope City to other players. We warmly welcome everyone to visit. Simiao nodded enthusiastically, finding it a simple matter. In the final 5 days, Simiao resolved to venture out for practical combat on the front lines, simultaneously seeking to gather some crystal cores, which are ever more valuable in abundance. Curiously, she inquired of Cheng Yi, are there no players who refuse to cooperate? Cheng Yi chuckled. No one can seize the resources of our world. They have developed over many years and are not to be trifled with. Simiao paused her actions. What about the crystal cores I've collected? I hope they won't be confiscated after all this effort. Cheng Yi reassured her. As long as you refrain from employing weapons of mass destruction, those can still be taken away. Consider them local specialties. Simiao felt relieved. On the 30th day, Simiao's course officially concluded. The coach kindly presented her with a set of subsequent course recordings and a training plan. Warmth filled her heart as she exchanged a protective talisman with him. This item was quite useful, but the Hope City demanded fundamental resources, leaving her unable to spare any to purchase it. However, in recent days, Cheng Yi and others had discreetly sought her assistance in procuring items, offering her even greater commissions. Simiao accepted everything, earning both large and small sums. In the afternoon, she and Cheng Yi ventured out for hunting. As they prepared to conclude their outing, the front line suddenly erupted with commotion. Zombies were attacking the city. Simiao stood atop the city wall, gazing outward, where a relentless swarm of zombies surged forward, fearlessly colliding with gunfire, each following the other. Cheng Yi's expression turned grave. When zombies attack in such numbers, there are almost always high-level zombies commanding them. Is there anything I can do? Cheng Yi similed. You truly are a good person. Simiao received her good person card with mixed feelings. She did not attain the treatment of a protagonist. Instead, she found herself as a mere bystander, observing the valiant defense of Hope City against the zombie onslaught. Eventually, a woman clad in white soared to the city gate, her melodious song resonating through the air, and Simiao felt her drained abilities surge back to fullness. That is our city lord. Cheng Yi gazed up, awe etched across her face. Simiao also lifted her gaze to the distant, somewhat blurred figure, thinking, splendidly, the mightiest support has ascended to the role of city lord. Upon completing the dungeon and returning to their vehicle with 100 portions of packaged delicacies, Simiao felt a twinge of bittersweet nostalgia, marveling at the resilience of lives stubbornly surviving within their plight. This was undeniably not a mere collection of data. Her role within it resembled that of an NPC laboring for the gaming platform. She mused with a chuckle. Checking the time, she noted it was a little past 8:30. Having entered at 8, the half-hour interval remaining unwavering. The Green Ghost had dutifully taken a night watch. The regional channel buzzed with heated debates over whether to enter the dungeon. The intertwining of dungeon and real-time left Simiao momentarily disoriented, unsure of the present moment. Recalling Chang Ye's request, she posted an advertisement in the regional channel. I am a woman. Utilizing a dungeon ticket may lead you to a zombie world. Survive for 30 days, and you can trade with the indigenous people of Hope City as a middleman, procuring resources from the marketplace for commission. Simple and efficient. The crowd gasped in astonishment, subsequently bombarding her with inquiries. Simiao addressed 2 critical questions, leaving the rest unanswered out of indifference. By information, contact Xiao Tao privately. Sister, such valuable news. Please sell it to me next time. She sent over the materials she had acquired for Simiao's skills during this period. Simiao accepted the materials, responding with perfunctory memos, promising, next time, for sure. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the zombie apocalypse mission. The rewards include 200 experience points, 100 survival points, 1 copper chest, and this charming calami. The real profit lies in the additional income. With a total of 690 experience points, 11 survival points, 600 energy orbs, and 100 exquisite food portions, a thoughtful gift of a small space for time stasis was also provided. Furthermore, there are 3 skill equipment purchased the following day. The awakened wood-based ability and practical experience from combat courses. This is indeed a lucrative venture. Simiao summoned her abilities. As vine-like tendrils, as thick as her fingers, emerged from her wrists, gracefully climbing to the coffee machine at the tea bar to brew her a cup of coffee. Excellent. Now, even in the absence of the Green Ghost, she can autonomously collect loot. While sipping her coffee, Simiao began to inventory her supplies. The copper chest contained 1 skill book, 1 attribute card, and 1 honor medal. The skill book, D, Fireball Technique, is currently quite popular, and Simiao decided to display it for trade in her personal showcase. The attribute card is to be utilized for mental enhancement. The honor medal holds 10 blessings from the Lord of Hope City, Ain, which can be used to restore her team's energy. Simiao was delighted. This is a group healing technique. Such a treasure. Simiao resumed her browsing in the trading mall, feeling affluent and ready to spend. First, she equipped the smart driving assistant valued at 500 points, thereby liberating her hands and eliminating the burdensome task of driving. She gathered 10 vehicle upgrade cards to elevate her vehicle to level 4, adding a 4-way surveillance and early warning feature, which was rather ordinary. Moreover, the vehicle space needed expansion. The current compact vehicle was no longer befitting her needs. In one go, Simiao enlarged the cargo space to that of a light truck, measuring 7 meters in length and 5 meters in width, effectively creating a living space with a bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and a second-floor retractable terrace, arranged as a lounge and training area. Contentedly, Simiao wandered through her newly transformed RV. Life was indeed improving, with a bathroom that featured a wet and dry separation. She ascended to the second-floor terrace, lowered the mosquito net, and felt the cool breeze on her face. Peering out, she observed the Green Ghost diligently patrolling around the vehicle, gliding back and forth. Settling onto the sofa on the terrace, she continued to browse the trading mall and finally succumbed to the temptation of purchasing a trailer RV. A spacious 15 square meters, designed with a kitchen, bathroom, living room, and a bedroom. Simiao thought it wise to acquire it, anticipating that she might need to spend the night outdoors in future missions, thus making her life easier. With determination, she placed the order for the trailer RV, ensuring all appliances were arranged and even stocked up on water and non-perishable food, along with an array of tools, a soldier's shovel, ropes, raincoats, generators, and solar panels, an indulgent expenditure. She even generously purchased 10 bags of pet food for the Green Ghost. The fireball technique displayed in her showcase was sold to a familiar buyer, Black Bear, in exchange for a skill book. Shadow. Transfer damage to the shadow. Each use deducts 5 attributes. Simiao remarked, "This skill comes at quite a cost. I shall save it for now." Speaking of attributes, Simiao promptly waved her hand to purchase 40 attribute cards, 10 for each category. She had them all. And she must equip the debuff removal skill. Such skills are exceedingly expensive. Simiao spent 500 survival points to acquire one, enabling her to use it 3 times daily to break control. The last survival points dwindled to 2,000. Simiao, uncertain about what to purchase, decided to save them for the next upgrade, hoping it would unlock more formidable skills. Personal information, player nickname. I am a woman level, 5, 306, 335, 0000 race, human talent. Fishing system, 20 powers, wood element physique, 35 agility, 35 strength, 35 spirit, 39 survival points, 2072 distributable attributes, 0 equipment, space basket, mini bamboo house, kidnapped little fish, green ghost, resource exchange station, little yellow duck, mutated engineer shovel, certificate of honor, angel wings, honor medal, alarm, 3 amulets. Stasis space, 100 servings of delicacies, skills, golden words, my rules are rules, C-class fireball, close-range melon eating, rest assured, a nap will suffice, light as a swallow. Gaze upon my offspring, C-class thunder technique, shadow, here I come. Titles. Head down and work hard. Teammates have been throwing up for 3 days and nights, let me speak. If you don't talk, no one will consider you mute. Truly, wealth is on the rise. Chapter 42. Old-fashioned game 1 at 5 o'clock the following morning. Simiao awoke and ascended to the second floor for training. She had purchased a folding treadmill from the mall, freeing herself from the arduous task of running around the vehicle. At 6 o'clock, as the green ghost finished work, Simiao concluded her training, descended to wash up, and changed into a fresh outfit. While having breakfast, she activated the smart driving system, setting it to travel 240 kilometers to complete the day's tasks. Upon detecting a treasure chest, the vehicle would automatically halt, reminding her to engage in combat. The green ghost acknowledged this and prepared for departure. After finishing the pet food, the green ghost abruptly lifted its head, displaying annoyance. Simiao burst into laughter. As the vehicle started, gradually accelerating to 50 kilometers per hour, Simiao ascended to the second-floor terrace to practice her powers. After all, how could one not appreciate the worry-free after-sales service? The city had provided her with a training tutorial for wood-based powers, alongside a packet of seeds that previous wood element users had praised. The comprehensive collection included hemostatic and anti-inflammatory herbs, flexible vines, bud flowers emitting a beguiling fragrance, high-moisture berries, and starchy tubers. Everything one could possibly need. As Simiao wove vines into baskets, straw hats, and various shapes, she honed her precise control skills. When fatigue set in, she would focus on the swiftly retreating scenery on both sides, setting targets, and then striking rapidly to practice her speed and accuracy. She forcefully tossed a football made of woven vines forward, then swiftly retrieved it with the vines as the vehicle passed by, repeating this until she could recover it flawlessly. In addition to practice, she engaged in real combat, retrieving wooden boxes and manipulating vines for long-range attacks against iron boxes guarded by monsters from the terrace. Freed from the tediousness of long, stinky drives, Simiao could dedicate more time to learning and improving, even indulging in the regional channel's messages for a bit longer. On the second day of entering the Gobi Desert, the rest area had yet to refresh, but more players were emerging with tickets to exit the rest area. At noon, she completed her daily task, earning 10 survival points. Simiao opted to use a rest area ticket, noting that a fork leading to the rest area was about to appear, reminding herself that missing it would be her own responsibility. Feeling a sense of elitism, she directed the smart driving system to turn into the rest area. Uncertain whether the game has undergone adjustments, the regional channel is filled with shouts of "Do not enter. Do not enter." Yet upon glancing at the parking lot, it is evident that vehicles are nearly at capacity. Players visibly display their affluence, as their cars are predominantly luxurious RVs, with some even adorned in the colors of Ultraman and Crayon Shinchan. Simiao often feels a sense of inferiority due to her overly serious demeanor. The lounge area retains its familiar layout. Simiao ascends to the third floor to indulge in a brief soak in the hot springs while listening to other players chatter about the game. After half an hour, she proceeds to the fourth floor for a hearty meal, ordering a pot of tea as she awaits the opening of the dungeon. She acquires a compressed package of dungeon information from Xiaotao, a source for game intel, containing over 100 pieces of data collected from various sources. Priced at 10 survival points, likely aimed at volume sales, while other players remain oblivious. Simiao is more than willing to purchase a copy to enhance her understanding of the game's mechanics. Xiaotao even offers a membership service for daily updates, charging a mere 100 survival points per month, ensuring fairness for all. Simiao discreetly pays the membership fee, playfully threatening, "If you dare run off with my money, I will end you." Xiaotao reassures her, "Sister, rest assured, the likelihood of me dying is far greater than that of fleeing. If I go missing one day, just assume I have met my end." Simiao muses that it feels like a disclaimer for potential flight. Xiaotao continues, "Here's an additional tip. Recently, new name change cards, anonymous cards, and group creation cards have been released. Given this trend, it seems inevitable that players will band together, and who knows? There may soon be team dungeons requiring cooperation. You might want to scout potential teammates in advance. Random teams can be quite chaotic." Simiao takes note. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the game room number 01 opens. Simiao makes her way to participate. After paying a 10-point entrance fee, she successfully enters the dungeon. Welcome, players, to Truth or Dare. What a cliché game. However, Simiao knows that if one remains silent, no one will mistake them for mute, as they can skip the truth-telling. She relishes this game. Rule 1. 10 players will participate in the game, and the game will conclude once 7 players have been eliminated. Rule 2. Eliminations will incur a deduction of 10 attributes. No matter how many times Simiao encounters this penalty, it gives her a headache, and the other players share a similar expression, clutching their heads in despair. As for resource deductions, they can leave important items or trades with trusted individuals before entering the dungeon, but attribute deductions cannot be circumvented. The more powerful the player, the more attributes they lose, resulting in greater elimination costs, perhaps a form of game balance. Simiao finds humor in her predicament. The 10 players stand in a circular hall, surrounded by 10 closed doors, each marked with a number. Simiao notices that in addition to their usernames, each player has a corresponding number above their heads that matches the door behind them. Her number is 4. A prompt appears. Please set the game rules for room 4 of the dare. The resources forfeited will be claimed by the players. Simiao raises an eyebrow and types, "Anyone entering will die instantly." The game coldly rejects her input, indicating that the escape rate must be at least 50. She is not disappointed, opting for a straightforward approach by establishing that players must roll dice 5 meters away upon entry, with no skills allowed to cheat or influence the outcome. Rolling a 1, 3, or 5 results in attribute and survival point deductions, while rolling a 2, 4, or 6 allows them to exit the game room. Simiao feels quite benevolent. It is merely a skill most commonly utilized, possessing attributes of 2 and a survival point of 10. The ratio does not reflect her conscience, but rather the baseline of the game. Simiao, reveling in schadenfreude for a moment, suddenly realized that amid the plethora of skills and survival points, she was indeed the greatest target. She raked her fingers through her hair, feeling the weight of her baldness. During the 10 minutes of setting the game rules, the 10 players exhibited a range of behaviors, some lewd, others laughing heartily, and a few with furrowed brows. Upon glancing around, it became evident that they were all in the same boat. Each player's adventure room had its own rules, with the rewards and penalties of truth or dare established by the dungeon parameters. The reward for honesty was 10 survival points, while lying or forfeiting resulted in a penalty of 90 survival points to be distributed among the other 9 players. As the 10 minutes drew to a close, a spinning wheel appeared beneath everyone's feet, with a rotating pointer that would indicate who would be subjected to a random truth or dare in 1 minute. The countdown began, and all eyes fixated on the wheel, observing as the pointer seemed poised to land on a player renowned for their devastating output. In a sudden move, she hurled a bottle of cola from her backpack, halting the pointer in its tracks. The player identified as Wealthy Flower in Bloom stood in astonishment. It could be played this way too. Please, player 5, complete your truth. The remaining players submitted their questions, which were randomly selected for inquiry. An input box appeared before Simiao, and glancing around, she noted that aside from the distraught Wealthy Flower, the other players were pointing and gesturing in the air. Simiao began to type her question. What is the highest value among the 4 attributes? As the 30-second countdown concluded, the final query revealed was from a well-meaning soul. What is the most precious skill? Wealthy Flower in Bloom turned pale. Was there any difference between this and drawing a bottom card? Ultimately, she chose to accept the penalty, forfeiting 90 survival points. Simiao received 10 survival points. Ah, this is the allure of the game. The wheel began to spin once more, the earlier cola bottle vanishing without a trace. This time, the players, armed with experience, showcased their skills to manipulate the direction of the pointer, employing a variety of colorful tactics. In Chapter 43, Old-Fashioned Game 2, there were players who wished to directly attack others to cut the root of the problem, but the game did not permit such actions. The pointer, much like a rubber duck in a drifting dungeon, could not be damaged, only allowed to circle and rotate. Simiao directed her vines to hover above the pointer. Should it show any inclination towards her side, she would promptly swat it away. Yet, with 10 seconds left on the countdown, her vine was scorched to charcoal by a fireball. Ah, is that not my skill? Simiao maintained a playful spirit, continuing to conjure another vine to disrupt the battle. Finally, as the countdown concluded amidst the chaotic collaboration of the players, the pointer halted at the feet of the devastating output player. Wealthy Flower in Bloom let out a pig-like squeal of laughter, reveling in misfortune. Please, Player 6, enter Room 5 for your dare challenge. Wealthy Flower in Bloom laughed even louder, exclaiming, The group watched as the reluctant, devastating output player made their way to Room 5. Though the scene inside remained shrouded from view, Player 1, Tianshan Sprite, pondered aloud, if not a coincidence. Could it be that the adventure room of the previously selected player becomes the next player's destination? The others nodded in agreement, their expressions slightly brightening, a sweet reward for a little toil. This game certainly knew how to maintain balance. In no more than a minute, the fierce output emerged from Room 5, visibly flustered and gritting his teeth as he glared at the player known as Flower Blooming Not Wealthy. The latter, grinning foolishly, seemed unfazed. Observing from the side, Simiao thought to herself that given the mutual animosity reflected in their eyes, neither would likely show goodwill in adhering to the game rules or skill attributes. It was undoubtedly a limitation of the game. As the next round commenced, the players, now more experienced, chose to conserve their skills, merely staring at one another until the final 10 seconds, when one player could no longer contain himself and made a move. The pointer, as if afflicted by some ailment, jerked about erratically, stuttering back and forth. No one moved. Player 9 employed a control skill, immobilizing everyone in place. The opposing player, feeling smug, leisurely manipulated the pointer until, with a mischievous grin, it landed right at Simiao's feet. You have quite the reputation. You must be quite wealthy. Initially intending to partake in the experience, Simiao swiftly altered her course of action. She activated her newly acquired skill. I'm out. I can use this 3 times a day to break free from control. Yet, she chose to remain still, only springing into action at the last second to deftly twist the pointer to Player 9's feet. Player 9 gasped in shock, stammering, How do you still have a control-breaking skill? Simiao, brushing aside her loose hair with vines, replied, Because I am wealthy. The other players erupted into laughter. Player 9 was then prompted to enter Room 6 for a daring challenge, cursing as he went. Player 1's hypothesis was confirmed. It was now Player 5's turn to watch anxiously. Approximately a minute later, Player 9 emerged, his clothing slightly soiled, and the fierce output, having gained nothing, wore a dejected expression. The game restarted. For reasons unbeknownst to her, perhaps due to Player 9's earlier proclamation of her wealth, Simiao felt herself becoming the target of attention, as the pointer continually landed at various bizarre angles at her feet. It seemed that having too great a reputation could indeed be a burden. With a sense of inevitability, the pointer finally settled at her feet. Truth or dare, Player 4. Please respond, the game commanded. Simiao crossed her arms, while the other players excitedly gestured in the air. The question drawn was, What color are your underwear? What? Who asks such questions at this time? Player 9 exclaimed, fuming with rage and casting a murderous glare at the 4 male players present. Each of the men protested their innocence. Which fool? Can a perverted creep kindly exit the survival game? Such a prime opportunity to probe for secrets. And this was the best they could muster. All 9 players erupted in curses, one of whom was merely feigning outrage, while Simiao remained silent, embodying the essence of discretion. With her passive title allowing her to skip responses without being regarded as mute, she opted not to reveal her cards prematurely. Instead, she merely shaped her lips into a silent response. The crowd reacted. Did Player 9 just hear her speak? I didn't catch that. Player 1 remarked. Her lips moved. It must be some sort of silencing skill. Upon hearing this, The others found it quite reasonable, secretly cursing the cunningness of such a skill. Simiao chacold inwardly. And as time expired, she earned 10 survival points as a reward for her silence. As the new round commenced, Simiao successfully propelled the pointer, which landed atop Player 3's head. It was a daring challenge. Player 3, with a wary expression, cautiously entered her adventure room. Simiao, as the master of the adventure room, had the privilege of observing the unfolding events within. She witnessed Player 3 enter the adventure room, their expression shifting dramatically after reading the rules. Reluctantly, they picked up the dice from the ground, beseeching the heavens and invoking every ancestor for luck before forcefully rolling the dice towards the red line 5 meters away. 5 meters, an impossible distance even for a seasoned gambler. Fortune eluded them, resulting in a roll of 3. Consequently, they lost 2 attribute points. Meanwhile, Simiao received a reward of attribute points, amounting to a total of 2 when rounded. Thus, Player 3's aggregate attributes hovered around 100. The reward was confidential and valid only during the game. Simiao accepted the 2 attribute points with delight. Emerging from the room, Player 3 bore a dejected expression, their gaze towards Simiao filled with animosity. This was certainly not a game conducive to camaraderie. After another 4 rounds, Simiao navigated through with caution until she was struck in the 5th round. Player 4 was summoned to challenge Room 8. Simiao proceeded to Room 8, where the game rules dictated that if one could solve a problem within a day, they could leave. Otherwise, they would incur a penalty of 2 attribute points. At first glance, Simiao felt reassured by the ample time provided. However, upon examining the problem, she found it incomprehensible. Regarding the one-dimensional wave equation, frac partial 2u partial t2 a 2 frac partial 2u partial x2, where 0 is a constant, with initial conditions u 0 t phi x and frac partial u partial t 0 x psi x, and boundary conditions u 0 t0 and ul t0 determine its classical solution uxt. She caught a glimpse of several emoticons, donning a mask of despair. Then, she loudly protested. Wasn't it said that there would be a 50 escape rate? She could guarantee that among the 10 players present, only the questioner could solve it. The game maintained an air of aloofness, refusing to respond. In the context of the instance, whether one solved the problem or not seemed to yield only 2 outcomes. How could they not consider it a 50 escape rate? Simiao, overwhelmed with frustration, found that even a mere glance at the problem caused her head to ache. Ultimately, she resigned in defeat, painfully forfeiting 3 attribute points. Lamenting her lack of knowledge, the rules remained confidential and valid during the game. Upon exiting Room 8, Simiao shot a fierce glare at the bespectacled Player 8, who adjusted their glasses and regarded her with the condescending look of an academic towards the less learned. Chapter 44. The old-fashioned game 3. Each round of the game consisted of a minute for the spinning wheel, followed by a minute for questioning and answering, or entering the adventure room, regardless of the duration spent inside, synchronized to 1 minute in the outside world. Consequently, a round could be completed in just 2 or 3 minutes, creating a rapid pace. Despite Simiao's myriad skills, she found it challenging to endure such intensity. Fortunately, her vines had no usage limit, allowing them to persist for several hours without destruction. The other players, starting off by utilizing their skills, gradually resorted to various items, ultimately resorting to poking each other with sticks, all within the span of merely 2 to 3 hours. As a player under close scrutiny, Simiao gained 30 survival points through 3 rounds of truth-telling and had ventured into the adventure rooms of Players 7 and 1. The game set by Player 7 is a scratch-off lottery, featuring 100 tickets with 50 bearing rewards, while the others simply express gratitude for participation. She must draw 50 tickets, revealing at least 25 thank you for participating responses. Failure to do so will result in the loss of her most frequently utilized skill. For Simiao, the most commonly employed skill is the fireball, a valuable asset worth 600 survival points. Sweating profusely, she manages to retain her skill against all odds. Player 1's adventure room is also a test of fortune. Simiao has come to understand that this group of veteran players places too much faith in their opponent's abilities, opting to pass on skill-based challenges and instead leave their fate to chance. Only Player 8 remains unconvinced of his rival's mathematical prowess. Simiao observes that those entering Player 8's room emerge seething with rage, their resentment potent enough to fuel 10 malevolent sword immortals. This is not merely a matter of attribute deduction. It is a blow to their intellect. Games should be just that, games without the added humiliation. Simiao boldly suggests, why not offer player 8 as a sacrifice? The chorus of agreement echoes, I. Player 8's expression fractures, forgetting to push up his glasses. Being offered up means he will forfeit the chance to participate in truth or dare, which at first glance seems advantageous. He could lie back and win while also benefiting from the 10 survival points awarded to players who fail at truth. However, it also signifies that no player would dare enter his room, as every challenger succumbs to his mathematical onslaught. Distinguishing between survival points and attribute points is not beyond him. Thus, he takes the opposite approach, vigorously sweeping the pointer towards his feet with his mountaineering staff. Simiao swiftly knocks the staff from his grasp. Player 8 grits his teeth, retrieving another staff, and scrutinizes Simiao's agile vine. Is it not a skill? Could it be an ability you acquired in that apocalyptic zombie dungeon? Simiao harbors a disdain for clever individuals, continuing to dislodge his staff. This game is truly grueling, rivaling the trials of drifting. Player 2, in her adventure room, draws a ticket that deducts 10 survival points, yet under the principle of rounding. Simiao's earnings amount to 0. Not player 2. Can't you even muster 5 survival points? Player 2 is already in tears, sniffling and wiping her eyes. She initially restrains herself, but soon collapses to the ground in a fit of wailing. The sound is heart-wrenching, echoing sorrowfully. How exactly does one get eliminated from this game? To be frank, I wish I were dead. Me too. Me too. Several players appear pallid, while those who earn points remain silent. Player 2 hiccups. I just tried to take my own life, but I couldn't escape. The others murmur, this child has been unhinged for a while now. Simiao begins to calculate her gains and losses. After 4 hours and 100 rounds of gameplay, with 45 true sessions, she accumulates 250 survival points through rewards and the penalties of other players' failures. Her adventure room has been opened 12 times, with 5 opponents managing to retreat unscathed, while the remaining 7 contribute a total of 196 survival points, 5 attributes, and skill hardening. The pointer has lingered at her feet 12 times, with truth 5 times, dare 7 times, and 4 narrow escapes, resulting in a loss of 200 survival points and 6 attributes. Summarizing survival points at 246, attribute points at 1, and skills at 1. The harvest is decent, yet undeniably exhausting. Each venture into the adventure room necessitates relinquishing her precious 600 fireball spells to the whims of fortune. Such a sense of lost control is utterly disheartening. One could only remark that karma arrives with alarming swiftness. Player number 8 adjusted his glasses and inquired, have any of you considered that perhaps we are steering the game in the wrong direction? With a name like Grand Adventure, shouldn't we design thrilling and exhilarating, or even terrifying and chilling content? As far as I know, most players have surrendered their fates to chance. What remains of the enjoyment? The crowd responded, if you find it amusing, why not pose a mathematical challenge? Player number 8 chuckled, isn't that stimulating or frightening? The crowd retorted, alas, we cannot strike, otherwise his face would bear the marks. Suddenly, player number 2 perked up, proclaiming, the game indicates I lack sufficient chips to prevent me from unjustly taking from you. I am to be eliminated. Woe is me, I am finally liberated. I'll take my leave. No sooner had he spoken than player number 2's figure vanished, along with his designated adventure room. The crowd gasped, their expressions sharpening with intensity. Only 3 players remained who could ultimately triumph. The rest would face bankruptcy and expulsion. Simiao began to manipulate her vines, frantically disrupting the other players. A stick swatted away. A trekking pole flung aside. Bamboo cast aside. Cola dispatched. Steam buns? Even the buns were sent flying. The player who brandished the large bun lamented, I have no prospects for my next meal. Simiao grinned menacingly. Fear not. For the rest area offers a complimentary buffet. Her vines danced with fierce vigor. There exists a rule stating that if player number 9 is selected for adventure thrice, she cannot enter her own adventure room. Thus, she must advance. Relying on her vine's prolonged endurance, Simiao began to eliminate players one by one as their skills were depleted. Intentionally losing a round to secure her own adventure room, she targeted a single player relentlessly until they were bankrupt and eliminated. One could only say the enmity was palpable. Of course, other players were unwilling to submit quietly, devising various methods to disrupt her rhythm. An extreme tug-of-war ensued. An hour later, one player exclaimed, "Sister, I am quite impoverished. Eliminating me yields no profit for you. Eliminate them instead. They possess wealth. I know who asked about your underwear color. Eliminate him." 8. Cast out player 8. Simiao had indeed no intention of sparing player 8. After eliminating 2 players and familiarizing herself with the process, she began to zero in on player 8, forcing him to oscillate between truth and dare. Player 8's smile widened. Wasn't it agreed that I would be kept safe? He opted to forfeit his survival points, remaining silent during the truth segment, losing points in increments until he ultimately forfeited 2 attributes and 1 skill, exiting the dungeon with a mere 4 survival points. The remaining players looked grim, and just as Simiao was considering her next unfortunate target, she witnessed players 1 and 9 vanish in succession. Momentarily stunned, she quickly comprehended that they likely possessed an item akin to a fishnet, enabling exit from the dungeon back to their vessels. With 6 players eliminated, only 4 remained within the dungeon. The 3 remaining players commenced bidding. "Great Aunt, I shall offer you my survival points as a reward. Please do not slay me. I shall bestow upon you all my rewards. Spare my life. Why are you still raising prices? I am willing to sacrifice a vehicle upgrade card." Simiao, Chapter 45. The rest card. Congratulations, player. You have successfully completed the Truth or Dare challenge, earning 200 experience points, 100 survival points, and 1 copper box. Simiao arrived at the 4th floor cafe, ordered a beverage, and began to tally her gains. Aside from herself, there were 2 other players who had cleared the level, along with 2 who had fled. The majority of the survival points from the remaining 5 players had been scavenged by her, totaling 250 points. While it may seem meager, it is understandable. Who wouldn't hasten to purchase skills and equipment with a bit of money in their accounts? Hoarding would be a waste, though one cannot discount the unfortunate souls diligently saving for skills. In addition to the survival points, she also possessed 13 attribute points and 4 skills. Hardening enables weapons to become more resilient. Shield summons a shield 3 times a day, each lasting 10 minutes. D. Water arrow technique. D. Thunderstrike technique. Simiao utilized the first 3 for herself, while the 4th was duplicated and placed in her personal showcase for skill exchange. The mooncake blind box she had previously listed sold, allowing her to trade it for a cake blind box, a delightful treat for afternoon tea. Simiao opened the copper box containing her dungeon rewards. Inside, she found 1 attribute card, 1 rest area ticket, 1 rest card. Curious, she clicked on the rest card. It read, "Upon use, enter a state of rest. No distance traveling tasks for a day. Indulge in leisurely dining and enjoyment, undisturbed by monsters at night. However, one must decline any grueling dungeon activities. Note, can be gifted." Simiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately chose to use it, gifting it to Lanyu. How generous of her. In another rest area, Lanyu, having just reaped a bountiful reward from the previous dungeon, was preparing to exchange her ticket for entry into the next one when she was suddenly notified that she could not exert herself while in a state of rest. Her smile faltered as disbelief washed over her. A gift from a mysterious friend allowed her to enjoy a holiday today. Lanyu, what madness is this? Resting during the crucial moments of seizing wealth is absurd. In a fit of rage turned to laughter, she quickly sent a private message to Simiao. Mysterious friend? Simiao, a gesture of reciprocity. Imagining Lanyu being barred from the dungeon, helplessly watching others grow stronger, made her chuckle heartily. Oh my, how could such a useful card exist? Simiao opened the trading mall to search for another rest card. If it was reasonably priced, she would purchase it. Money grants one the freedom to indulge. Unfortunately, none were available, likely a reward from the dungeon. Simiao settled for seeking out Xiao Tao to help keep an eye out for any card for sale, including a positioning card, as she still remembered her grievances with Lanyu. The extra 14 attribute points remained untouched for the time being. Last time, she had added 10 points all at once, and now she felt slightly out of sync. She needed time to digest and adapt. After a half-hour break, Simiao resolved to re-enter the dungeon, only to discover her status had quietly shifted to resting. A gift from a mysterious friend. Today she could revel in her holiday. The retribution arrived swiftly. Simiao crossed her arms, her expression vacant. It likely wasn't Lanyu. If she had such a splendid item, she would have surely used it on herself. Could it be a player eliminated in the previous dungeon? Number 8. Simiao let out a long sigh. She transformed her sorrow and indignation into an appetite, indulging in a hearty meal before departing the rest area to resume her journey. Since she could not participate in the instance, remaining there would only squander her time. It was far better to hit the road and collect a few more boxes. After all, even the smallest flies are meat. The regional channel on the highway was noticeably quieter than at night, with many familiar active players absent. It seemed that while everyone vocally condemned complacency, each one eagerly participated in instances without fail. Compelled to rest, Simiao sat on the second-floor terrace, deftly toying with some vines, collecting boxes whenever the vehicle halted upon encountering them. For the most part, she remained idle, which felt somewhat unfamiliar to her. Yet, as she lay there, she eventually dozed off, sleeping until dusk. When Green Ghost arrived excitedly for duty, she found herself disappointed, for not even a shadow of the wandering spirits was in sight. She had been calling out for them in her mind. Upon waking, Simiao nearly fell off her pillow, propping herself up to see Green Ghost gazing up at her from beneath the vehicle, a look of sorrow etched across its face. "Ha ha ha!" Simiao exclaimed. After this rest, Green Ghost's snacks had vanished, prompting her to produce some pet food for a little extra dining. As Simiao descended to prepare a meal, she cast a glance at the regional channel. The channel was filled with cries of despair. It turned out that tonight, the duration of the wandering spirits' attacks had extended to 40 minutes, with an increased frequency and assaults from all directions, leaving most players overwhelmed as their vehicle defenses plummeted. Players railed against the wandering spirits, accusing them of lacking honor in combat, pressing them relentlessly as though they sought their lives. Savoring a small hot pot accompanied by sweet watermelon, Simiao turned on the vehicle's television to immerse herself in the commotion, continuing to monitor the regional channel. However, the drama soon turned personal. Fishing to death. As a woman, I possess a skill that deprives others of theirs. It's simply terrifying. I propose that players with rest cards lend them to me, so we can form a schedule, ensuring that I am a woman remains excluded from instances, keeping us all safe. Passerby B. I second that. Rich second generation. You are truly brave. Anti-rich. You are truly brave. Simiao felt exasperated. The fishing instance was a relic of the past. Yet fishing to death still lingered on it. Fishing to death. I was tragically eliminated in the first 3 days of my favorite instance. No one can understand that heartbreak. No one. Fishing to death. I have a group card. Players interested may apply to join. Simiao remained silent, busy counting the supplies generously gifted by kind-hearted players. Skimming over a heap of basic materials, she uncovered 2 attribute cards, 6 one-hour energy cards, and 2 cargo expansion cards. Biting into the watermelon, she sighed softly. Indeed, breathing could enhance one's strength. Blowing wind pig and the meticulous vegetable sent her private messages, inquiring if she wanted to stir the pot in the regional channel. Even Black Bear expressed concern. Only Lan Yu chimed in. Are you thrilled? Are these people your shills? Simiao told her to scram, feeling a headache over the absence of a blocking feature. She sought news from Xiao Tao. Sis, just wait. I'll sell the news in their group. Their worries, however, did not materialize. It was now evident that the wandering spirits' attacks grew increasingly potent. Rather than using the rest cards to harm others, it would be wiser to keep them as a safeguard for herself. Moreover, given the game's notorious money-grabbing nature, Simiao doubted that rest cards were the only offering. Surely, there existed overtime cards as well. They were all merely the game as fodder. Chapter 46, Survival on the Island 1. As soon as the clock struck midnight, Simiao activated the intelligent driving system, eager to complete the day's mileage and reach the rest area early, thus allowing for participation in additional quests. After driving for a few minutes, Simiao suddenly recalled the presence of a watchful green specter outside. She hastily brought the car to a halt, leaning out to confirm her suspicion. Indeed, a forlorn spirit lingered behind. A sense of guilt washed over her, prompting her to offer a bowl of pet food as an apology. The green specter was surprisingly easy to appease, as a mere bowl of pet food sufficed. If that failed, she would simply offer more. Adjusting her seat in the cockpit for greater comfort, Simiao collected treasures with vines whenever she encountered chests. Eventually, exhaustion overcame her, and she returned to rest for a few hours, instructing the intelligent system to overlook wooden boxes and to stop only for iron ones. The latter were scarce, just 2 or 3, but their combined resources were significantly more valuable than those of the wooden boxes. By 6 a.m., the day's tasks were completed, and the sun had just begun to rise. After the spirit consumed its breakfast of pet food, it returned to its pot for rest. Simiao donned her gear, a tactical jacket, combat boots, and tucked a pair of gloves into her pockets. She took a moment to assess the spoils from the previous night, searching for any useful items. From the 2 wooden boxes, she retrieved 3 waters, 1 compressed biscuit, 1 parking ticket, and 2 30-minute energy cards. Indeed, a parking fee would still be required upon leaving the rest area. From the 2 iron boxes, she obtained 1 milk, 1 rest card, 2 insulation panels, 1 expansion card, and 2 one-hour energy cards. Upon seeing the rest card, Simiao wasted no time in offering it to her good friend, Lan Yu, in an act of kindness that repaid a previous favor. Lan Yu, who was also on the road at dawn and heading to the rest area, exclaimed, "Sometimes I truly wish to report this." Simiao chuckled, stowing away the remaining supplies before using her ticket to the rest area. Before long, a fork in the road appeared ahead. Upon arriving at the rest area and finishing her self-service breakfast, she began to hope that the number of players present would reach the required count to initiate a quest. What a wonderful age it was. How can anyone sleep soundly? Perhaps the sudden increase in wandering spirit attacks the previous day had instilled a sense of urgency in most players. By 10 a.m., the quest commenced. Simiao hurriedly presented her ticket and plunged into the adventure, anxious that some impudent player might attempt to use a rest card on her. Lanya had been quite frantic in private messages for a while. Welcome players to survival on the island. Rule 1. 10 players must participate together. The 3 who endure the longest shall receive rewards. Rule 2. Each player may carry 3 miscellaneous skill items. Rule 3. For the first 10 days, players may not attack one another. The island conceals Easter eggs that can enhance survival rates. Rule 4. Death incurs a deduction of 50 resources. Simiao mused that contemporary players were well acquainted with the ways of the world. Were it not for Rule 3 prohibiting attacks in the initial days, it was likely that a chaotic brawl would ensue within 10 minutes, determining the top 3 and concluding the quest. It appeared to be a test of endurance. However, Simiao remained unperturbed. Equipped with wood-based abilities and a pouch of universal seeds, starvation would not be her fate. Yet, before she could revel in her good fortune, the game imposed a sanction upon her. Detecting the imbalance caused by her powers, it temporarily restricted her abilities. Simiao raised an eyebrow in surprise, only to see an additional message appear. As compensation, the rewards for the quest would be doubled. Simiao's expression softened, although still displeased. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. She opened the trading marketplace, its interface a dull gray, mirroring the personal showcase area and the private messaging channel. Even the notifications from the dungeon had grown lethargic, silent yet fully functional. Players were instructed to select 3 miscellaneous skill items. Simiao, realizing the passive nature of her title, mused that it must indeed be equipped by default. What a stroke of good fortune. She opted for a trailer fully equipped with tools, even stocked with water and a box of compressed biscuits and instant noodles, truly a preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Next, she selected a small fish bait, an escape route, and a fireball spell for attack. Content with her choices, Simiao took a moment to observe the other players, 5 women and 5 men, all roughly level 45, and notably formidable. She memorized their IDs before opening the map, confirming it was an island surrounded by ocean. Choosing a sheltered slope, she hastily made her way to claim territory. She pondered whether this island might face typhoons or tsunamis. The island remained in a state of untamed development, lush with vegetation, and occasionally revealing glimpses of flying creatures and wildlife. Simiao navigated along the sandy edge, and with her agility, it took her a solid hour to reach her destination. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she donned the hat from her outfit for shade and leapt onto a colossal rock, 500 meters from the shoreline, deciding to set down her trailer there. The trailer was a grand oval shape, with the main entrance facing a row of storage cabinets. To the left lay the kitchen and dining area, and through another door was a dry-wet separated bathroom. To the right was the living room with a sofa booth, and through yet another door, the bedroom with a generous 5-meter bed. Upon entering, Simiao switched on the air conditioning, grateful for the respite from the oppressive heat that stung her skin. The solar power kicked in promptly. She felt a refreshing breeze wash over her and went to the storage room to inventory her supplies: a spade, ropes, gloves, water shoes, a raincoat, a chainsaw, a generator, an oil lamp, a flashlight, an inflatable kayak, 100 bottles of mineral water, 30 packs of compressed biscuits, 24 packs of instant noodles, 10 self-heating hot pots, 10 self-heating rice packs, 30 bars of chocolate, 3 sets of change of clothing, a down jacket, 2 blankets, and a first aid kit. Such an abundance of food could sustain her for a month. Although water was a bit scarce, the trailer was equipped with a miraculous water tank, holding 100 liters and producing an additional 100 liters daily. There was no possibility of running short on water. The initial extravagance of outfitting the trailer now brought her immense peace of mind. Simiao felt a smile tugging at her lips as she hummed a tune. This island survival was turning into a vacation. She assembled the spade and kept it close, storing away the other supplies that were temporarily unnecessary. Having run dry from her earlier exertions, she grabbed a bottle of water. As she stood by the window, sipping her drink, she noticed a player panting as they dashed across the beach, only to abruptly retreat, staring in awe at her large trailer. Simiao stepped outside with her spade in hand as the anonymous player approached, standing 3 meters away, licking their dry lips, and loudly stating their purpose. I possess a skill for hunting prey. I just observed that the forest is teeming with animals. You will surely not lack for meat in the future. Could you lend me some tools? I can offer you 10 pounds of meat in return. Simiao indeed neglected to prepare for meat, or rather, the game rarely offers fresh meat, primarily providing fast food. The earliest drops included 2 frog legs, which she had long since forgotten. Simiao handed her a chainsaw, skillfully threatening, I want 20 pounds, payable in installments within 3 days. If you dare to run, I will end you. Anonymous accepted the chainsaw, gleefully continuing onward. With this formidable tool, the shelter would be easily within reach. Anonymous selected 3 items: a predator of prey to ensure a source of food, 1 offensive skill, and 1 defensive skill, as there was no room to choose trivial items like tents. If it weren't for the tools, food, and water sources in her trailer, Simiao would not have been so extravagant as to forego an opportunity to select a skill. Chapter 47. Island Survival 2. Anonymous left with the chainsaw and quickly returned half an hour later, accompanied by a player identified as Fat Ant. Simiao was laboriously climbing a tree, attempting to harvest coconuts for her food reserves. Hearing commotion below, she glanced down, raising an eyebrow slightly. Unhurriedly, she tied a rope around a cluster of coconuts, then severed the stems of 5 or 6 coconuts, letting them plummet earthward, the rope attached. Grasping the other end of the rope, she secured it around a tree branch, creating a buffer to prevent the coconuts from smashing upon impact, thus avoiding a costly mishap. She methodically repeated this process for several clusters of coconuts before finally releasing the safety rope and descending the tree. At the base, there were a total of 16 green coconuts, all vital provisions. She hefted a cluster in each hand and, with familiarity, asked the 2 eager players to assist her. Lack of space made everything inconvenient. Anonymous and Fat Ant exchanged glances, resigned to their task. Simiao directed them to carry the coconuts to the clearing beside the trailer, clapping her hands to inquire about their intentions. Anonymous began by introducing Fat Ant, who had a skill involving a large protective shield. Simiao mused that since the top 3 players would receive rewards, it might be advantageous for the 3 of them to band together, outlasting the other players before engaging in a fair competition. True to her name, Fat Ant was plump and amiable, exuding a sense of warmth. Rubbing her hands together, she said, I'm quite adept at cooking. Nowadays, young ladies don't seem to enjoy cooking, but if we form a group, I could take care of all our meals. While Simiao did not particularly require a culinary assistant, she needed someone to safeguard her home. Once the trailer was set up, it could not be retracted, and she still needed to explore the map for those elusive Easter eggs. If one day she ventured out on an expedition and returned to find her home gone, it would be as if the sky had fallen, plunging her back to square one. Moreover, with 10 players in the instance, should 3 groups form, one would inevitably be left as a lone wolf. Although Simiao was not afraid of being alone, there was no need to endure unnecessary hardship. Anonymous and Fat Ant appeared to be amiable and should be easy to work with. After a moment of contemplation, Simiao inquired of Fat Ant, how large is your protective shield? Will it fit in the trailer? A sudden storm or tsunami could sweep away her trailer, worth thousands, leaving her at a severe disadvantage. Fat Ant measured the dimensions around the trailer, hesitating before responding, it should be fine. Upon hearing this, Simiao promptly decided to form a team. It was essential to join forces. Both Anonym and Aunt Fat are individuals of keen insight. Instead of requesting to occupy the caravan, they instinctively took the tools generously provided by Simiao and established their respective shelters within a 500-meter radius, forming a stable triangular formation with Simiao. The buzzing sound of the chainsaw reverberated as bamboo trees occasionally fell. Simiao was busy processing coconuts, storing them in the storage cabinet beneath the living room sofa. Although the three had agreed to band together, they decided to share their rations, with Anonym providing meat for protein and Aunt Fat, who grew up in the countryside, contributing her knowledge of wild vegetables and mushrooms for vitamins and culinary skills. Simiao would supply kitchen spices and energy, giving each of them 3 packs of compressed biscuits and 3 bottles of water as initial provisions. They also agreed on a schedule for exploration, taking turns to search for hidden treasures. In truth, the other 2's shelters were bare and didn't require guarding, but they intended to contribute something for the advantage they gained from Simiao. Once their own shelters developed, they would need to take on the responsibility of guarding them. Simiao planned to set out in the afternoon, while the other 2 busied themselves with their shelters, also keeping an eye on her place. She securely locked the doors and windows, stepping outside with her entrenching tool, rope, sun hat, and a roll of garbage bags. Unfortunately, the Green Goblin counted as equipment and would occupy a slot. Otherwise, having it guard the place would have been ideal, as a bag of pet food would keep it on duty for 24 hours. Regrettably, that was not the case. Simiao walked along the beach, hoping to find some seafood. She had considered the possibility of Anonym and Aunt Fat teaming up to steal her supplies, but even without cooperation, they could still pilfer her resources. Now, with 2 guardians, she could also fend off other players. Simiao walked for over 20 minutes on the soft sand, yielding no results until she reached a rocky shore, where she found a piece of kelp wedged between the rocks. She took out a garbage bag, shook it open, and placed the kelp inside. The system's garbage bags were indeed sturdy, equipped with a drawstring for easy carrying. Upon meticulously searching the crevices of the rocks, she discovered a row of oysters. Simiao squatted down to pry open the oyster meat, laboriously extracting over 20 of them, small in size, but sufficient for a bowl of soup. With this bounty, her spirits lifted. Hunting wild food would certainly reduce the need to consume stored rations. While she was immersed in the water prying oysters, a flash of golden light caught her eye, indicating a hidden treasure. Her face flushed with excitement as she clicked to claim the treasure, receiving a beautifully packaged book on piglet postnatal care. She thought, I want to discard it, but feel reluctant, so I can only grudgingly toss it into the garbage bag. A stroke of bad luck. As the sun set, Simiao returned home from her foraging, her clothes soaked and feeling the chill in the breeze. She washed the oysters and placed them in the refrigerator to prevent them from spoiling, then quickly took a shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes, putting her dirty garments into the washing and drying machine in the bathroom. Feeling refreshed, she stepped outside to find Anonym and Aunt Fat had arrived, both bearing gifts. Anonym, true to her hunting skills, brought a seabird, while Aunt Fat had gathered wild vegetables and a handful of chestnuts. There was a wild chestnut tree laden with fruit nearby. They decided to harvest it the next day to prevent other players from getting to it first. The chestnuts are diminutive, merely the size of a thumb, suitable for consumption both raw and cooked. Simiao nodded repeatedly, exclaiming how splendid it was that her teammates were not inept. She unfurled the outdoor retractable kitchen of the RV, bringing out the seasonings for Aunt Fat to showcase her culinary prowess. This is kelp, and this is the meat of the sea oyster. Anonymously, she took the seabird to the shore for processing, to conserve freshwater resources. The island teems with wildlife, indicating the presence of freshwater. Thanks to you, Anonym, we need not worry about water, Simiao smiled. Aunt Fat's culinary skills were indeed impressive. Despite Simiao providing only oil, salt, and MSG, she managed to concoct a delightful feast. The seabirds were small, weighing about half a pound, chopped and stir-fried in the pan, while the kelp and oysters simmered into a soup, and the wild greens were sautéed separately. The three gathered around the 2 dishes and a soup, seated beneath the awning of the RV, enjoying their meal in silence. Alas, they lacked a staple food. Aunt Fat muttered, tomorrow, we shall search for cassava or similar starches. However, with the chestnut harvested, we should have enough for a couple of days. After the meal, Aunt Fat cleaned the dishes and stove before leaving with Anonym. They agreed that Simiao would guard the home while the other two ventured into the mountains to gather chestnuts. Simiao lay on her bed, flipping through channels on the RV television to pass the time, though the content was nothing new. She discovered a survival show set on an island, aiming to glean some knowledge. Chapter 48. Island Survival 3. As the tide rose in the dead of night, Simiao, close to the shore, could hear the sound of the waves. At dawn, the tide receded, leaving behind nature's scattered gifts on the beach. Anonym and Aunt Fat promptly altered their plans, deciding to collect seafood before searching for chestnuts. While Simiao was tasked with guarding the RV, she kept herself busy exercising in the open space in front of the vehicle, performing a series of basic warm-up movements before wielding a spade as a weapon, practicing her chopping technique. In about half an hour, Anonym and Aunt Fat returned, drenched in sweat and bearing their bounty. A few sea conchs, kelp, and shells, though not much. They each resolved their breakfast, and Anonym and Aunt Fat hurried off to the back mountain to gather chestnuts. Exhausted from her training, Simiao turned on the television to pass the time and, inspired, excitedly chopped a bamboo stalk to weave a basket, as well as a rake reminiscent of Zhubeji's, which she had seen used in videos to find clams with pinpoint accuracy. Simiao was lost in a reverie of abundant harvests. By 11 o'clock, Anonym and Aunt Fat returned, their foreheads glistening with sweat, bringing back processed chestnuts in 2 garbage bags, weighing approximately 20 pounds. Pure starch, they exclaimed. They planned to boil the chestnuts for lunch, rationing each person a pound. In the afternoon, Simiao and Anonym ventured out to forage, leaving Aunt Fat to guard the RV. Unperturbed by the blazing sun, Simiao set off post-meal, equipped with a bottle of water and a chocolate bar for energy. She cautiously explored the forest, finding it cooler due to the vegetation's shade. The forest was rich in resources, yet Simiao could not identify any of them. She collected a few samples to bring back for Aunt Fat to identify. The ground was often littered with animal droppings, prompting Simiao to analyze them. Though her attempts proved futile, she resolved to return that evening to watch a nature documentary. Occasionally, she spotted wild monkeys swinging from the trees, moving with incredible speed and even hurling leftover fruit pits at passersby. With a tempestuous fury, Simiao was poised to teach the monkey a lesson, only to suddenly realize the potential of the fruit pit in her hand. If monkeys could consume it, surely humans could as well. She resolved to adopt a different form of retribution by pilfering the monkey's food reserves. As she scoured the vicinity, she indeed spotted a fruit tree, upon which 5 or 6 monkeys perched. They instantly launched an assault as she drew near. The terrain was constricted, overrun with weeds and shrubs, leaving Simiao unable to maneuver effectively. She was left to endure a barrage of blows before retreating in disarray, her head adorned with bumps. Truly, it was a case of a human being oppressed by monkeys in their domain, deciding instead to scavenge for oysters along the rocky shore. Simiao exited the forest with a garbage bag full of assorted samples, exhaling a long sigh. On her way back, she encountered Anonymous unexpectedly. Hesitating, she inquired, "Who are you?" Were it not for the ID above her head identifying her as Anonymous, Simiao would have failed to recognize her, for at that moment, Anonymous sported a bruised and battered visage, appearing quite pitiable. Anonymous gingerly touched her swollen face, and upon noticing Simiao's expression, her sadness deepened. She had merely attempted to extract a wild beehive. Simiao gave her a thumbs up in acknowledgement, conceding defeat. Upon returning to their base, Aunt Fat's exaggerated response dealt another blow to Anonymous, causing Simiao to stifle a laugh as she rummaged through the medicine cabinet for ointment to alleviate her swelling. Primarily, she feared she would lose her appetite while gazing at that unfortunate visage. With time still on her side, Simiao ventured to the shore once more. Arriving at the site where she had pried open oysters the previous night, she endeavored to continue her efforts. Ding! Another surprise awaited her. This time, it was not a postpartum care card for sows, but rather a children's songbook of 300 verses. She thought to herself, "I have been ensnared by this game." Gritting her teeth, Simiao battled the air for a while. The island was indeed vast, and after 2 days, she had yet to encounter any other players. As dusk fell, she returned with a meager haul and that cursed children's songbook. From a distance, she caught a whiff of something delicious and hurried home, asking Aunt Fat what was simmering in the pot, as it smelled utterly divine. It was a snake stew, and Anonymous had insisted on joining the hunt despite her injuries. Simiao exclaimed, "Ah, this is delightful." Half an hour later, as she savored the slippery snake meat, she thought, "Oh my goodness, this is truly delicious." Among the assorted samples she had brought back from the forest, Aunt Fat identified only one familiar seasoning: lemongrass, known for its ability to mask fishy odors and enhance flavor. Particularly effective in seafood and meat dishes, such as lemongrass grilled fish. Simiao felt no disappointment. Any yield was a boon. After their meal, Anonymous, her formerly swollen face now sporting a sly grin, rubbed her hands together, a sight that was almost blinding. "Sister, I was fortunate enough to stumble upon an egg this afternoon. May I exchange it for some supplies?" Simiao, puzzled, queried, "What kind of egg?" "An attribute card." Anonymous replied with a sly smile. Simiao was bewildered, wondering why Anonymous had received an attribute card while her own were merely postpartum care and a children's songbook. "What do you wish to exchange for?" "I need 2 sets of clothing, one for myself and one for Aunt Fat, along with a small set of toiletries and a bucket of hot water every day," she declared in one breath. There was no choice. Having fewer attributes wouldn't lead to her demise. But lacking clean clothes would mean she would have to don a grass skirt and be bare-bottomed. "No problem," Simiao replied amicably, heading inside to gather the requested items. She had stockpiled 3 sets of clean clothes, plus the outfit she was wearing, totaling 4 sets. It was more than sufficient to spare 2 sets for them to maintain some semblance of dignity. She had no desire to dine with 2 stinky wildlings in the future. Moreover, these items could be procured for a mere 20 survival points at the marketplace, while each attribute card was priced at 100, allowing her to reap an 80-point profit, much to her delight. Simiao handed the goods over to them, and the 2 received them with utmost seriousness. Anonym suddenly expressed concern. "Auntie Pang, given your physique, do you think the clothes will fit?" Auntie Pang unfurled the garments and chuckled. "Not at all. This spacious sportswear will merely fit snugly." They agreed that Anonym would be on duty the following morning, with Simiao taking the afternoon shift. The 2 departed with hot water in hand, utilizing a bamboo bucket crafted by Auntie Pang during her leisure hours. Woven from bamboo strips and secured with 2 layers of Simiao's waterproof garbage bags, ensuring durability for an extended period. What a talented bunch, Simiao marveled. That night, she retired early, rising at dawn the next day to forage along the shore, with a handful of chestnuts tucked away for breakfast. Flanking Auntie Pang, they ventured along the beach in search of treasures. Armed with her rake, Simiao scoured the sandy terrain, yet found nothing. Doubting her purpose, she resolved to pry open oysters to maintain a semblance of dignity as a beachcomber. Upon reaching the rocky shoreline, she stumbled upon delightful little creatures stranded by the tide. With sheer determination, she moved aside stones and captured a lively octopus, realizing that life was indeed improving. Harnessing her strength, she enthusiastically overturned stones, stone after stone after stone. Finally, congratulations to the player for discovering an Easter egg, a fishing rod that guarantees at least 1 catch per day. Overjoyed, Simiao returned to the RV before lunch, where Auntie Pang had already prepared a meal of chestnuts, oyster seaweed soup, and a plate of unknown wild vegetables stir-fried with sea snail meat. After finishing her meal, Simiao adhered to their agreement to watch over the homestead in the afternoon, bidding farewell to Anonym and Auntie Pang as they set off to explore. In the afternoon, after training, Simiao immersed herself in the wonders of the animal kingdom, initially driven by duty but soon captivated, watching with great interest. As dusk fell, her teammates returned from foraging, with Anonym presenting 2 colossal coconut crabs. Though somewhat intimidating in appearance, they were deliciously fragrant with a hint of coconut flavor. Auntie Pang brought back a string of coconuts. The juice was drinkable, and the flesh could be eaten raw or sautéed, adding a delightful touch to their meals. Dinner consisted of main course, chestnuts, side dishes, seaweed and oyster soup, sautéed coconut slices, and roasted coconut crab. Beverage, coconut juice. While enjoying her chestnuts, Simiao mused that they were a tad dry and could hardly serve as a staple. On the following day, free from duty, Simiao planned to explore further afield, even contemplating a fishing expedition at sea. She informed Auntie Pang not to prepare lunch for her, as she would suffice with 2 packs of compressed biscuits and bottled water. That evening, she set up the vehicle's projector outside, and the 3 gathered to watch the animal kingdom, expanding their knowledge until 10 o'clock when they finally dispersed. Anonym, still wanting more, and Annie Pang made their way back to the shelter in the dark, guided by a kerosene lamp to rest. It is impossible not to envy Simiao's luxurious RV. However, they possess a strong sense of territoriality. A golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode, where one has the autonomy to make decisions and hide treasures. If one were to rely on Simiao's RV, even speaking would require a cautious demeanor. Aunt Fat remarked, "You kindly change my attire. Next time, I shall barter with the young lady for a blanket using a colored egg, as the nights are growing increasingly frigid." An anonymous figure chuckled. "Then I shall await your blanket with anticipation." The following day, long before dawn, Simiao set out, first inflating her kayak and donning her backpack, fishing rod, a box for her catch, a spade, and a flashlight, fully equipped and ready for adventure. Half an hour later, Simiao pulled the zipper of her collar up to her chin, feeling the biting cold and the relentless wind. She had promised herself never to use an empty lure. Yet here she was, not daring to venture too far from the shoreline for fear of losing her way. She paddled downstream with the current. Utilizing a lure rod, designed to mimic bait for fishing, she required no additional bait. All she needed to do was cast her line repeatedly. After drifting on the sea for an hour, she finally caught a decent-sized sea bass, quite commendable. Gradually, Simiao began to master the technique, reeling in her catch with increasing frequency. However, aside from the sea bass, every other fish remained unfamiliar to her. Whatever she caught would ultimately be consumed, as she intended to show her spoils to Aunt Fat. Eventually, she hooked a piece of kelp, and the sun began to wear her down. She decided it was time to return home, but couldn't resist casting her line one last time. Congratulations, player! You have discovered an Easter egg, a diving pearl that allows one to survive underwater for an hour each day. Simiao was elated, having stumbled upon a rare treasure. Without hesitation, she donned the pearl and leapt from her kayak, swimming deep into the school of fish. The underwater world was vibrant and enchanting, leaving Simiao in a state of wonder, pondering what each creature was. Clearly, she would need to return home and watch some documentaries about the marine world. Yet, she recognized sea urchins and abalones, which are the easiest to catch. As she collected them, she found herself unprepared for the unexpected bounty, necessitating multiple trips back to her vessel. An hour passed swiftly, and just as she was about to retreat, she spotted a slippery creature approaching. Without a second thought, she kicked her legs into action. Though her knowledge was limited, Simiao was aware that the majority of sea snakes are venomous, extremely so. She discarded the sea urchins she was holding. Her life was paramount. In a frantic attempt to escape, she even let go of a small fish she had caught, racing back to her vessel to avoid a deduction of 50 resources. Fortunately, she swam swiftly enough to evade the snake's grasp, frantically fleeing the area once aboard her boat. Indeed, the greater the bounty, the greater the risk. Upon returning to the shore, Simiao deflated her kayak, rolled it up, and slung it over her shoulder, carrying a bucket brimming with her catch. In the past, such a weight would have felt overwhelming. However, for Simiao now, it was a breeze. This was the essence of progress. She returned to her RV, only to find it was merely 3 in the afternoon. Aunt Fat was busy weaving straw sandals and had even crafted a pair for Simiao. "Such a bountiful harvest," she inquired, taking the various bags from Simiao. Upon seeing the sea urchins and the sizable abalone, she exclaimed, "I never expected that entering the game would lead to such high-end delicacies." Simiao, drenched and with her hair tangled and salty, set her belongings down and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. When they emerged, Aunt Pang had already sorted the fish catch, keeping the edible ones and storing the inedible ones in the refrigerator. It was agreed that I would share the expenses with the anonymous girl, but it seemed I was now mooching off you. Aunt Pang felt a bit embarrassed. Simiao waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's no trouble at all. With you both here, I can venture out with peace of mind." Compared to the food, the fishing rods and diving gear represented the real investment. To be honest, Simiao felt a tinge of regret for opting for a trailer. Such expensive equipment meant that any misstep could render her efforts in several instances futile. Indeed, indulgence often comes at a high price. Simiao harbored a thought. If they could consistently find surprises and equipment daily, this adventure could be prolonged, and there would be no need to rush towards its conclusion. "Right? I feel the same," exclaimed the anonymous girl, returning that evening, her eyes sparkling with excitement, clearly having reaped bountiful rewards in recent days. Isn't our purpose in participating in this adventure to acquire equipment? Now that we are getting it daily, where can we find a better opportunity? Aunt Pang, munching on sea urchin, douse their enthusiasm with cold water. Have you considered that perhaps this equipment cannot be taken outside? It might be limited to use within the adventure. Simiao replied while the anonymous girl took a hearty bite of abalone and muttered, I think, given the game's nature, it's quite likely that we will be allowed to select a few items as rewards from the equipment. So we must gather more gear. The next morning, Simiao stayed behind, adhering to the usual routine of training and watching documentaries about the animal kingdom and the underwater world. By noon, Aunt Pang returned, trading her a property card obtained from a surprise egg for a blanket. Simiao had 2 spare blankets and generously offered a large tarpaulin, or else she would feel guilty holding onto the property card, laughing heartily. In the afternoon, Simiao ventured into a different sea area. In the morning, she had crafted a large bamboo net to hold her catch, using a spade's pointed edge as a makeshift fork for spearing fish. Having viewed the underwater world, she identified several delicious fish. Simiao deftly gathered conchs, Australian lobsters, and octopuses, all while remaining vigilant against potential dangers lurking in the depths. On one occasion, after finally spearing a fish, a larger fish darted out from the side and swallowed a whole. Furious, she chased after it, but alas, it proved too swift. Sometimes, she even encountered sea turtles that seemed to have far longer lifespans than her own. Curiously, she would reach out to touch their shells, then hitch a ride along with them. In her hour of diving, Simiao primarily sought surprises, but regrettably returned empty-handed. However, fortune smiled upon her that day, as she did not encounter any sea snakes, only a rather irritable baby shark, which she managed to scare off with a couple of jabs from her fork. Perhaps I should explore a different patch of sea tomorrow, lest it complain about me to its mother. In the following days, Simiao and the anonymous girl, along with Aunt Pang, took turns exploring the surroundings. During her watch, Simiao devoted her time to watching various educational documentaries to enhance her knowledge base. Unlike the frantic pace of the zombie adventure, this natural setting allowed for a slower rhythm, causing her pace to naturally decelerate. Of course, it wasn't all smooth sailing. Simiao had been chased by sea snakes and stung by jellyfish, leaving her lips swollen like sausages, much to the delight of the anonymous girl, who laughed heartily. Later, they discovered several hidden treasures: a property card, a sunshade, a collection of Tang poetry, and a machete. Simiao felt targeted. On the 4th day, an anonymous player unveiled a fishing net, ensuring they would be inundated with seafood, enough to have 3 meals a day until they were nearly overwhelmed. They longed desperately for staple foods, craving carbohydrates. After consuming 20 pounds of chestnuts, they found themselves reminiscing about them, and soon enough, they stumbled upon a chestnut tree. When Fat Ant returned to rally players, Simiao followed her to shake the tree, engaging in a battle of wits with other players. Due to the inability to attack one another, everyone exercised restraint. However, Simiao orchestrated minor surprises, such as digging traps or placing venomous snakes. On the 3rd day, a hapless player fell victim to a snake bite and was eliminated tragically. Simiao, adhering to the principle of reciprocity, used a chainsaw to chop down a tree, while another player climbed to pick coconuts, unaware that the tree was being felled from below. She narrowly avoided a coconut crash landing on her head. Later, news of Simiao's mobile home spread, and she began trading, exchanging treasures for supplies. Extra pots and pans could be swapped, and even bed linens could be bartered to craft garments for the unfortunate grass-skirted players, maintaining their dignity. There were also curtains and sofa covers. With a second property card in her possession, Simiao reduced her elimination risks by selling everything, earning a tidy sum in the process. She rolled about on her bed, now devoid of sheets, before drifting off to sleep. On the 9th day of survival on the island, rain fell. Simiao invited the anonymous player and Fat Ant into the living room to watch a nature documentary, initiating a discussion on how to eliminate the other players. After days of exploration, they had located the hideouts of the other players, forming a triad of alliances. Why not launch a midnight raid on the 11th day? Suggested the anonymous player. The others likely had similar thoughts. The 3 whispered among themselves, contemplating their options. I have a shield. I'll stay back to guard the house, Fat Ant declared. Simiao exchanged glances with the anonymous player, beginning to share their skills to gain a clearer understanding. The anonymous player possessed a D-grade Thunderstrike skill and a temporary evasion ability that transformed her into smoke. The rain continued on the 10th day, with tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. Simiao refrained from venturing out to sea, instead donning a raincoat to search the shore for any hidden treasures. As she traversed a rocky beach, the wind knocked her off balance, and she seemed to step on something that shattered beneath her foot. Quickly, she shifted her weight, discovering a small, crushed sea turtle. "Oh dear, my apologies," she exclaimed. "Congratulations, player. You have discovered a treasure." The message read, "Turtle shell. Grasping it forms a protective barrier." Simiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a remarkable defense. Her confidence for the knight's raid sword. After returning, she carefully secured the miniature turtle shell to her left wrist, ready to grasp it at any moment. As night fell, Simiao and the anonymous player prepared to set out, stealthily positioning themselves outside shelter before launching their surprise attack at the stroke of midnight. Navigating the forest at night proved challenging, so they opted to circle along the beach. "Is that someone ahead?" the anonymous player suddenly whispered. Upon hearing this, Simiao swiftly concealed herself with the anonymous player among the rocks, observing quietly. "Look, there's a treasure," the anonymous player exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Simiao replied, "Everyone who sees it shall share in the spoils." The Easter egg serves as a culinary blind box, allowing for a daily unveiling. Truly, it seems that fortune favors those who dare to observe. Simiao draped a piece of kelp over her head and cautiously peeked out to observe the silhouettes across from her. Two furtive figures appeared, somewhat familiar in their demeanor. It seemed everyone was contemplating a midnight raid. Simiao signaled to her anonymous companion, deciding to alter their strategy. They would crouch in their sanctuary while lying in wait for the others, planning a surprise attack once the time was right. The anonymous one made a circle gesture, affirming that their goal was to eliminate opponents, regardless of the location of the ambush. The two remained hidden in the crevice for over 20 minutes. Just as they were about to rise, they spotted 3 more sneaky silhouettes approaching. Simiao thought to herself that if it weren't for the disparity in numbers, she might suspect a phenomenon akin to a wall of ghosts. It appeared her RV was far too popular, drawing everyone in like moths to a flame. Simiao and her companion continued their concealment, tiptoeing in the narrow space for another 20 minutes, until they finally emerged, covered in dirt and dust. Simiao tucked a conch shell into her pocket, ensuring that she left with something. The two stealthily approached their stronghold, navigating through the terrain with ease. Even in the darkness, and empathetically deduced the hiding places of 2 groups of 5 individuals. These 5 were scattered in various positions, seeking cover. One was even hiding in the blind spot beneath the RV's large rock, while another clung to a coconut tree on the right. Simiao harbored serious doubts that the second wave of ambushers had already spotted the first group in ambush but chose to remain silent, biding their time like a mantis waiting for a cicada. What to do? The tension was palpable. The excitement in her anonymous companion's voice was barely contained. How could another small group be launching an all-out offensive while neglecting their own territory? Simiao pondered, what is there worth defending? Victory brings wealth, while defeat leads to collective elimination. The anonymous one looked at Simiao with sympathy. She estimated the equipment on the RV to be worth at least 2,000 survival points. Losing it in this scenario would render her efforts in previous instances futile. No wonder I, as a woman, have traded even the sheets for a return on investment. Simiao interjected, "Can you suppress your snickering, even a little?" The sea roiled tumultuously, while 3 groups lay in wait, drenched by the rain. Faintly, they could hear Aunt Fat watching Animal Planet, likely lounging in comfort. Such a delightful existence indeed. Simiao wiped the rainwater from her face. "Do you think Aunt Fat could be the mastermind behind it all, waiting for us to eliminate 5 opponents, exhausting our skills, only to emerge and eliminate us?" The anonymous one began to entertain fanciful thoughts. Upon hearing this, Simiao realized it was indeed a possibility. The anonymous one gritted her teeth. "If that's the case, I'll surely berate her upon returning to the regional channel." Simiao cautioned her, "Such gossip has become commonplace. No one is interested in it anymore." The anonymous one, unconvinced, produced evidence. "You're the top influencer in our District 28. Anything associated with you can spark a debate." Simiao replied gratefully, "Thank you. To be honest, I envy your mindset. You seem to navigate effortlessly even with a plethora of detractors." Simiao mused to herself, "As my adversaries can be monetized, haha. Moreover, Your nickname is truly super cool. The sentiment expressed by Anonymous is sincere. It is only under the veil of anonymity that she finds solace. As for Simiao, her audacious declaration of her gender in the survival game is bound to provoke a contingent of disgruntled males. Consider the male PhD. He is presumed to be exceptionally intelligent. While with a female PhD, Simiao smiles, for she possesses the advantage granted by the author, or rather, her ability to monetize her skills. When one can transform their talents into profit, even the most unassuming can appear charming. Wouldn't you agree? Green Ghost. Chapter 51. Survival on the Island 6. Each player's field of vision displays a timer in the upper right corner. 23:57, 23:58. Anonymous holds her breath. Simiao stands ready, her gaze fixed on the nearest assailant, a mere 10 meters away. With her speed, she can hurl a fireball upon him in an instant. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resonates, illuminating the sky momentarily, causing all to freeze, and players suspended in the coconut trees nearly tumble down. Anonymous exclaims, "I haven't even used my skills yet." At such a critical juncture, a thunderstorm interrupts. For that fleeting moment of brightness, everyone sheds their disguises. Even the plump ant emerges to witness the spectacle. Never mind, charge. Simiao and Anonymous dash forward simultaneously, launching their fireball and thunderstrike towards their targets. The second wave of attackers, oblivious to the ambush from behind, are caught off guard. One cries out as he is eliminated, taking down two in the process. The last remaining player seemingly possesses a teleportation skill, vanishing in an instant. Simiao wields her large cleaver to secure their assets at the RV, while Anonymous remains behind to guard against the vanished player. The plump ant has already erected her large protective shield, encasing the RV. Upon seeing this, the player emerging from behind the rocks promptly abandons his objective. The plump ant shouts to Simiao, "I can only hold this for 3 minutes." Hearing this, the previously retreating assailant senses an opportunity. He disappears, and Simiao's fireball misses its mark, redirecting its fury toward the player leaping down from the trees. The situation now stands at 3 against 3. The plump ant looses arrows from within her shield, while Simiao and Anonymous serve as decoys outside. Don't run. Engage. Simiao, like a fool, spins in circles, brandishing her cleaver in a display of reckless fury rife with vulnerabilities. According to the game mechanics, such individuals are destined to be mere cannon fodder, meeting an early demise. Anonymous watches in disbelief. Her sister is, after all, a top player from Zone 28. Does she not bear the weight of fame? Perhaps Simiao's performance is too convincing, or perhaps the opponents have concealed skills at play. A cold arrow flies in from the side. Simiao dodges, only to find the ground beneath her collapse, as if ensnared in quicksand. A bolt of lightning strikes overhead, and Simiao instinctively grasps her shell, summoning a massive turtle shell apparition to shield her from the attack. Anonymous and the plump ant swiftly employ their skills to locate the assailant, unleashing a barrage of abilities with full force. As Simiao rises from the mire, Anonymous has already vanquished the player who had been launching arrows. The remaining 2 players have once again submerged, uncertain if they have fled or merely waiting for the shield as countdown. The rain intensifies. Simiao releases her grip on the turtle shell, the illusion dissipating. She ascended the large rock in 2 swift strides, with a mere 2 minutes left on the countdown of the protective shield. Trapped outside her home, she felt utterly speechless. An anonymous companion soon joined her, shaking off the raindrops from her face, exclaiming in exasperation, "It's maddening. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I dread the thought of them coveting. Eliminating 3 would be quite commendable." Aunt Fatty consoled them. As the shield dissipated, Simiao couldn't contain her eagerness to enter the house, muttering to herself as she rushed to the bathroom to shower and change. The anonymous companion called out, feeling drenched and uncomfortable, insisting on changing clothes as well. A player transformed into a small stone, lurking beneath the door of the RV, scoffed, thinking that women truly were overly sentimental. Listening to the sounds of the television inside, he surmised that the 2 sentimental ones had already gone to change, leaving only an elderly lady. He quickly broke free from his stony state and prepared to launch an ambush, knowing that women are most vulnerable while bathing. However, as he stealthily entered the house, he was met with a frying pan to the face. With a resounding thud, he was sent sprawling backward, his head ringing. A fireball spell and a thunderbolt struck him in succession, expelling him from the instance. The anonymous companion laughed heartily. Sister, your sentimental persona is quite steadfast. Simiao waved her hand dismissively. It's merely a prejudice. The last player witnessing our ferocity must have fled in terror. Haha, I can finally enjoy a good night's sleep. I am utterly exhausted, the anonymous companion yawned as she walked into the room. In truth, the three of them were on high alert, huddled in a room, waiting to ensnare their prey. Half an hour later, the anonymous companion pondered, are we truly engaging in a battle of wits with the air? My legs are going numb. Simiao raked her fingers through her half-dry hair. This is not a sustainable approach. It's time to take shifts. You two can push the sofas in the living room together to make a makeshift bed. It had now come to the point where Simiao required someone to watch over the house for 24 hours, and there was no question of merely sneaking in. Furthermore, after finishing her shower, Simiao noticed the lights abruptly extinguished. After 2 days of heavy rain, the solar panels had ceased functioning, the reserve batteries were depleted, and they had entered a state devoid of electricity. Most of the RV's functions were rendered useless, leaving it merely as a place to sleep. Simiao contemplated the necessity of gathering firewood outside the following day. That night, the anonymous companion took the first half of the night shift, Aunt Fatty the latter half, while Simiao enjoyed a restful sleep. The next day, she rose early to accompany the anonymous companion to the shelters of the two groups, hoping to launch a surprise attack and seize some supplies. Where did they go? The anonymous companion exclaimed in shock. The players had not only fled, but had also taken all the supplies with them, leaving behind only 2 bundles of firewood. The other player had similarly vanished, rolling up their bedding and leaving a trap that nearly turned Simiao into a hedgehog. They dismantled all the shelters, dragging a heap of debris back to use as firewood. After a busy day, they returned home at 3 in the afternoon, where Aunt Fatty, sporting dark circles under her eyes, had prepared a pot of seafood porridge. Oh, there's rice? The anonymous companion explained. Didn't we open a food blind box last night? I opened it in the middle of the night and found a pound of rice. Finally, we can enjoy some rice. A pound of rice, cooked in a dry grains, was insufficient for 3 people, so Aunt Fatty made seafood porridge, which they divided into 2 meals. Simiao savored the warm porridge, feeling her body enveloped in warmth. It was yet another rainy day, with Aunt Fatty cooking over a wood fire. The animal kingdom was no longer a sight to behold. Simiao decided to introduce some delightful activities to uplift the spirits. In the evening, she brought out 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot. The essence lay in simmering the hot pot base in a pot, accompanied by an array of other ingredients. Seafood was indispensable, including lobsters, abalones, and grouper. Although the vegetables were somewhat scant, she cracked open 3 coconuts, using the coconut water as a beverage and the flesh as an addition to the hot pot. The 3 of them sat outdoors under the night sky, enjoying their meal to the point of sweating profusely. The package of vermicelli that came with the self-heating hot pot was nothing short of a culinary delight. They fervently wished for tomorrow's mystery box to yield staple foods. Rice or flour would suffice. Chapter 52. Survival on the Island 7 on the second day. The food mystery box yielded neither rice nor flour, but instead produced a single corn. They chopped it into 3 segments and boiled it, savoring every bite with delight. Aunt Fat mumbled, "My childhood nightmare was a variety of corn. I swore I would never eat it again, yet here I am, relishing it." Simiao plucked the kernels off one by one, savoring the delightful explosion of flavor with each bite. Anonym took a bite of the corn cob and exclaimed, "Ah, it's truly sweet." With 2 shifts added for night watch, the 3 of them divided into 4 shifts, working tirelessly. The 2 not on duty ventured out to locate 2 other players. The island was vast, easily accommodating 2 individuals in hiding, so they scanned the skies for any signs of smoke before heading towards it. After fruitlessly dismantling several shelters, one player could no longer bear it, exclaiming that they wouldn't even allow a sip of hot water. She cursed and used an item to exit the instance. Only 1 player remained. This last player was either exceptionally tough or had acquired a remarkable item, as they managed to survive without making a fire. Simiao and her companions searched for days in vain, ultimately deciding to outlast the opponent. Their daily routine involved securing rations and hunting for surprises. Nighttime was not conducive to movement, so they gathered for entertainment, crafting bamboo strips into cards for playing landlord or even makeshift mahjong, accommodating for 1 less player. Before they knew it, 20 days had passed on the island. At last, the sun shone brightly, prompting Simiao to get the solar power running again, allowing them to watch television that evening. Simiao proposed, "Let us temporarily disregard that player and establish a final competition among the three of us." The long night was the perfect time for overthinking, so they quickly settled on a plan to ensure everyone felt at ease. Anonym and Aunt Fat agreed without hesitation. After some consideration, Aunt Fat remarked, "I once purchased instance information from Xiao Tao. In this instance, without a time limit, the final reward will correlate with survival duration. The longer, the better. We shall compete to see who can endure the longest. Whoever can't withstand it will depart, preserving goodwill." ISNT, that incredibly simple, Anonym declared, confident in her ability to endure indefinitely. However, the next day, the food mystery box produced no staple food, but rather a bottle of useless chewing gum, leaving Anonym nearly choking on her frustration. Sitting in front of the television, Aunt Fat suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Come quick! The starch content in unripe green bananas rivals that of potatoes and yams." Upon hearing this, Simiao and Anonym rushed over to watch. They saw the person on the screen peeling and slicing green bananas, blanching them for a cold salad, which made the neighboring village's children weep with longing. Not only were the green bananas cooked, but the roots were also ground into starch to make cold noodles, the hearts consumed as fruit, and the flowers prepared as a salad, an entire family of bananas utilized in perfect harmony. On the island, aside from coconuts, the abundance of bananas is unmatched. Previously, they would naively harvest ripe bananas to eat, and even pick the nearly ripe ones to ripen them further. They had never encountered such a multitude of culinary possibilities. Simiao and Anonymous promptly set off with their tools. They chopped down 2 clusters of unripe green bananas and even unearthed the roots to take home, idly hoping to extract starch for making cold noodles. That evening, they blended the green bananas, but the process of creating banana cold noodles proved to be a monumental task. Lacking proper equipment, they resorted to using an electric saw to cut the bananas into smaller segments, then chop them into fragments, grinding them with stones, and constantly washing them with water, allowing the starch to settle and filtering it repeatedly. Each step consumed an inordinate amount of time, and the 3 idlers took turns working. Finally, after 5 days, they harvested 3 pounds of starch from over 100 pounds of roots. When Simiao finally tasted the cold noodles, her hands trembled, for the effort had been immense. Beside her, Anonymous was already in tears, visibly distressed. "With you like this, eternity awaits. If all else fails, go seek that go on." To her surprise, Anonymous actually went, carrying 2 days' worth of provisions, dried meat and seafood, with coconut water to quench her thirst. After 2 days, she had seen nothing of him. Where on earth was he hiding? She found herself contemplating every crevice in the rocks. Anonymous, in anguish, buried her head in her hands. Meanwhile, Simiao expertly chopped the banana roots, initiating a new round of the starch crusade. Aunt Fong even followed a tutorial to handcraft a grinding stone. Anonymous, after a bout of complaints, turned to see the 2 of them remaining so composed and couldn't help but self-reflect. Yet, after a night of composure, the madness resumed the next day. On rainless days, Simiao would venture out to cast her fishing lines, immersing herself in the joys of the underwater realm. Despite her efforts to protect her skin from the sun, it visibly darkened, her body becoming solid with muscle. Even Aunt Fong transformed from a plump, fair lady into a robust, sturdy figure. The 3 of them shared the same sun-kissed skin, their smiles revealing the whitest of teeth and brightest of eyes. Anonymous was the type who would lament about resigning, while consistently showing up for work, vocally expressing her grievances yet exhibiting remarkable endurance. Occasionally, she would venture out with provisions to seek the elusive Go Wong, affectionately dubbed the 4th wheel by the others. Yet, she always returned empty-handed, initially exuberant, but eventually dejected. Anonymous and Aunt Fong ceased sleeping on Simiao's living room floor and returned to their own humble abode. Of course, they still relied on the television for entertainment, with Aunt Fong being the most attentive viewer. She rubbed her rough, dark hands together and shyly confessed, "I lack education. I dropped out after 2nd grade. I married young, endured domestic abuse, escaped, and unwittingly found myself sold to an older man on a train. Life was tough, so I kept running. For over a decade, I didn't dare return home, working various jobs in the shadows as I lacked identification. Eventually, I married again, merely to obtain a marriage certificate for my ID. Securing social insurance and access to health care, which finally made me feel stable. Simiao and Anonymous listened in silence. At first glance, her story seemed foolish. How could one not possess identification? Why rely on marriage for legal registration? However, both Simiao and Anonymous had been employed and recognized the harsh reality of labor laws that had existed for decades, realizing how few companies actually provided social insurance for their employees. The plump ant embodies the silent majority, those lives unaccounted for and unseen. When they are noticed, it is often with skepticism regarding how anyone could lead such a foolish existence. What do second-grade textbooks impart? Have they mastered the characters? In a time devoid of navigation systems and smartphones, venturing out relied solely on the ability to inquire verbally. What is more daunting is that Mandarin was not yet widely disseminated and dialects prevailed. The plump ant appears to be in her 50s, indicating she belongs to the generation born in the 1970s. A fascinating tidbit: compulsory education was proposed in 1986, yet it did not fully take root nationwide until 2000, achieving an 85% population coverage by 2011, with complete implementation by 1993. Simiao, a member of the post-1995 generation, has indeed arrived at an opportune moment. Resting her chin on her hand, mused, thus, in the grand tapestry of 5,000 years. It has only been 2 to 3 decades since women have universally embraced education. The main force has only just begun to mature. Simiao, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of realization. She had previously perceived a sense of impending doom, yet suddenly recognized that her side had merely assembled its forces, poised for action. For reasons unknown, she found herself smiling. In contrast to the contemplative Simiao and Anonymous, the plump ant's mind was less burdened with thoughts. She had stumbled into this survival game, relying solely on instinct to endure and thrive. Thus, upon realizing that this chapter afforded ample time to pause and enrich herself through television, the plump ant proposed a plan to outlast her companions. She indulged in documentaries, educational programs, and survival reality shows, rarely venturing outside, instead choosing to remain anchored before the screen. Simiao was deeply moved by her determination. Ant with such resolve, you could succeed at anything. Of course, this chapter would not best me. Simiao had fallen in love with fishing, departing early and returning late, casting her line without weariness, gradually understanding the enduring passion for fishing that some harbor unto death. If she were to enter a deep-sea fishing chapter, only to be eliminated before showcasing her skills, she would likely lament her fate. As Simiao immersed herself in fishing, the plump ant fixated on television. An Anonymous pursued the elusive fourth member. Time quietly slipped into the 30th day of their island survival. They had accumulated 5 pounds of banana starch. This bounty arose from their decision to forego extracting starch from banana roots, opting instead for the starch-rich green bananas. Through their rudimentary methods, they could yield 1 pound of flour from every 10 pounds, crafting noodles and achieving a semblance of staple food freedom. One could argue that watching television has its educational merits. Their collective task evolved from washing starch to papermaking. As the supply of toilet paper dwindled, Simiao had not stockpiled enough. They utilized bamboo as raw material, guided by a tutorial from certain variety show. The trio stumbled through their first 2 attempts before finally succeeding, producing a piece of paper that left them with sore skin. After crafting the paper, they commenced the process of sun-drying and boiling salt. The fourth member, a stubborn little cockroach, observed from the shadows, witnessing the trio's salt-drying efforts, nearly succumbing to despair. Had there been rice on this island, he mused, those 3 might even venture into farming. With gritted teeth, the stubborn little cockroach departed, trekking back to his refuge to resume his previous task of sewing animal skins with a bone needle. He stumbled upon a hidden surprise, a cookie blind box, allowing him to randomly acquire a different flavor of cookie each day, providing a stable source of carbohydrates, coupled with some seafood and seaweed alongside coconuts. The stubborn little cockroach managed to survive. As she sewed, tears trickled down the corners of her eyes, a poignant reminder of her unfortunate fate. This was not the exhilarating game of vengeance she had envisioned. Chapter 53, Survival on the Island, Part 8. Day 40 of Island Survival. Once again, rain began to pour, accompanied by a drop in temperature. The sun had vanished, leaving them without television, and the 3 were reluctantly regressing to a primitive era of fire. Fortunately, they had taken care to collect dry firewood, stacking it beneath the awning in front of the RV, covered with large banana leaves. Rainy days were perfect for enjoying hot pot. Simiao produced 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot. The aroma was irresistible. Anonymously, while eating, she mused, "Where on earth is that player hiding?" If the remaining count didn't display 4, I would suspect he had already been eliminated. Simiao savored the noodles, relishing their delightful taste. Aunt Fat, as she was known, hesitated while adding vegetables and inquired, I find a packet of lettuce seeds a couple of days ago? Should we plant them? Could it be true that they were actually going to cultivate them?" Anonymously clutched her hair in despair. Aunt Fat reassured her, "These vegetables grow quickly. We could harvest them in a month." A month. Simiao had grown accustomed to Anonymously's dramatic lamentations. However, they would need to wait for the weather to clear before planting. Aunt Fat took Anonymously to stitch animal hides, while Simiao, having a down jacket, found herself idly passing the time. Each time Anonymously ventured out in search of the 4th participant, she would return bearing some prey. Aunt Fat, following the program on television, preserved the pelts, albeit in a somewhat fragmented state. "We could weave fabric too. Bamboo and banana leaves are excellent materials," Aunt Fat suggested eagerly. Anonymously nearly lost her composure. "Please, Aunt." On the 43rd day, the sun shone brightly. Aunt Fat could hardly contain her excitement to cultivate the land. Anonymously was eager to search for others, and Simiao was impatient to go fishing. Each of them envisioned a promising future. Simiao paddled her kayak, skillfully casting her line. But after a long stretch of unsuccessful fishing, she questioned her existence and submerged herself into the sea, manually hooking a fish to maintain the dignity of a fisherman. Congratulations, player. You have discovered an Easter egg. Unlock a miscellaneous skill equipment. Simiao began to reflect on her skills and equipment, although she was reluctant to venture out to till the soil and search for others. The survival of the 4th participant undeniably impacted the idyllic lives of the 3 of them. A spark ignited in her eyes as she unlocked the ability to observe events from afar. Skill effect. The player can close their eyes and gaze across mountains and rivers directly at the scene of unfolding events for a duration of 3 minutes. Usable 3 times daily. Caution. Observing may carry risks. She returned home with a bucket full of fish and asked Aunt Fat the ID of the last player. Upon learning of Simiao's newfound skill, Aunt Fat was equally intrigued. The 2 of them began counting off the players who had been eliminated on that day, employing a process of elimination. Stubborn little bug? Simiao mused. Indeed, the name suited him well. With her eyes closed, she silently wished to uncover the fate of stubborn little bug, and her consciousness gradually transported her to a rugged cliffside. There, in a cave halfway up the mountain, a wild man with frizzy hair chanted fervently to the heavens and earth, then solemnly opened a box resembling a food blind box, producing a large packet of biscuits and gleefully jumping rope. Simiao thought to herself, "It seems his mental state is rather unkempt." Nonetheless, she recognized the location. In the northwest of the island, there exists a sheer cliff, towering over 100 meters above sea level, marking the highest elevation of the land. Below the precipice lies a chaotic jumble of rocks, with tumultuous waves crashing against them. Thus, it is inevitable that Simiao's small kayak would capsize there, prompting her to paddle away swiftly each time. Unexpectedly, there was a cave. With this knowledge, Simiao and Annie Pang resolved to eliminate their opponents. They left a note outside their dwelling, packed provisions, and hastily set off, even managing to rest on a tree during the night. By the following afternoon, they finally reached the edge of the cliff. Simiao closed her eyes and indulged in another slice of melon. Excellent, the target was still there. She retrieved a rope from her backpack, securing it between 2 sturdy trees, ensuring that it did not directly face the cave, as that would be akin to alerting a snake in the grass. Simiao calculated a slightly offset position, and together with Annie Pang, they began their descent. The cliff was not uniformly smooth. There were footholds, yet caution was imperative to avoid dislodging loose stones. They struggled for several minutes, perspiration streaming down their foreheads, occasionally buffeted by the sea breeze. Meanwhile, in his makeshift shelter, the stubborn Xiao Chong was munching on a biscuit. Did something just fly by outside? Perhaps it was a seabird. After finishing the last crumb, he lay on a straw bed covered with animal skins, feeling utterly despondent. The 3 other players had a television and could gather to play mahjong. To be frank, He had a penchant for mahjong since childhood, and the sight of 3 players missing one was agonizing. He nearly succumbed to the urge to step outside. Why could this instance not accommodate 4 players? Surely, 4 could enjoy each other's company. Xiao Chong harbored serious doubts about his ability to endure their absence. In such a mindset, he noticed 2 figures silhouetted against the light entering the cave. His first instinct was not to flee, but rather to breathe a sigh of relief. They were leaving. The game was over. He wiped away a tear and utilized his escape gear to exit the instance, mitigating his losses. At long last, Simiao and Annie Pang arrived, exclaiming, "Wait, at least we should have fought." Simiao released her grip on the turtle shell in resignation. They began to claim their inheritance. Fortunately, Xiao Chong was a tidy player, and the animal skin could be repurposed as a cushion. Though Xiao Chong had departed, he left behind a precious biscuit blind box. With laughter and chatter, Simiao and Auntie Peng journeyed home, traversing mountains and valleys, arriving just before nightfall. From a distance, they spotted anonymously seated in front of the RV, a sorrowful expression etched on their face. "You want to kill someone without inviting me." Anonymously clutched their clothing, voice hoarse. "Do you know how long I searched for him? Over 20 days. 20 days. Simiao rubbed her nose, recounting the stubborn Xiao Chong's hiding spot and his hasty retreat, while swiftly producing the biscuit blind box to hand to anonymously. Though anonymously held the biscuit blind box, joy eluded them, still incredulous. "Once, I had a wild idea to go take a look." Simiao opened the RV door, hurriedly washing up and changing into clean clothes. With Xiao Chong's departure, only 3 players remained in the instance, each eligible for rewards, and an option to exit without facing death penalties had emerged. For dinner, Simiao extracted 2 boxes of self-heating rice to celebrate. The combined weight of the rice amounted to merely 4 ounces, insufficient to share among them. Anonymous pondered, excavating a food blind box from the sand. "Yesterday, I returned to unbox and discovered a pack of spicy strips. Today, I opened a can of cola." Although the 2 had ventured out to forage without her, Anonymous still retained saliva, preserving these exquisite items. Upon hearing about the spicy strips, Simiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Truly a treasure. Stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, tomato beef brisket rice, spicy strips, and cola. Coupled with the now tiresome seafood, it constituted a lavish dinner. The trio indulged heartily, even pouring the oil from the spicy strips to mix with banana starch noodles. Now, only the 3 of us remained. The plan to outlast our teammates officially commenced. Chapter 54. Island Survival 9. Simiao and her companions unanimously believed that the longer they endured, the more substantial the rewards would be. Even Anonymous, usually impatient, began to embrace a healthier lifestyle, foraging for honeysuckle in the wild to brew a leisurely drink. Lettuce was planted, as Simiao's RV was surrounded by rocky, sandy terrain. Hence, she cultivated 10 square meters adjacent to Aunt Fat's shelter. Aunt Fat and Anonymous discussed reconstructing the shelter. The previous one had merely sufficed. Now, with ample time, they could refine it, taking a month to expand the 2 square meter doghouse into a spacious bamboo cottage with a living room and kitchen, even featuring a stilted design, with the first floor uninhabited for firewood storage. Simiao climbed the stairs, strolling around the interior. Not bad at all. There's even a balcony. The nearby bamboo would be completely harvested by the 2 of you. Thank goodness it's just a game. Simiao, hands tucked into her pockets, attempted to sit on a bamboo sofa with a bunch of bananas and wild pineapples adorning the bamboo coffee table, quite aesthetically pleasing. She shared her experience. "Previously, I had a side quest to build a shelter. Upon completion, I was rewarded with a similar shelter, which could vary in size and was quite practical." Upon hearing this, Anonymous rubbed her hands together eagerly. "That sounds wonderful. I hope I receive one too." Simiao then pulled out a box of self-heating hot pot as a housewarming gift. Much to Anonymous' delight, Aunt Fat had some too. Everyone had some. Out of Simiao's initial 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot, only 4 remained, all premium supplies. They planned to stock up more after venturing out. In the evening, they enjoyed hot pot in front of the RV, accompanied by the growing lettuce, which bore holes from insects and was free of pesticides, nearly consumed by the bugs. Aunt Fat, the kitchen overseer, remarked, "We are running low on banana starch. Since the weather is favorable, let us prepare some more." The 2 responsible for the meal nodded, without the need for a lookout now. Work progressed swiftly with all 3 working together. As night fell, it was time for television. The three sat in a row, munching on wild pineapples, grimacing at the sourness. At 10 o'clock, they dispersed. Simiao secured the RV, showered, and retired for the night. Before dawn, she rose to prepare for fishing at sea, greeting the sunrise. Congratulations, player. You have discovered an Easter egg. When Simiao spotted a book, a headache began to throb. Could it possibly be another tome on swine postpartum care, nursery rhymes, or the 300 Tang poems? The exquisitely packaged book bore the words "Secret Manual" in large characters. Simiao felt a fleeting thrill. Unwrapping it to find the interior empty. What did this mean? A book with no words? After fiddling with it for a while, even lightly brushing it with seawater, there was no change. With a sense of resignation, she set aside her book, opting to delve into her studies at a leisurely pace. At 8 o'clock, Simiao returned to the RV, hauling a bucket of fish and carrying an inflatable boat. Aunt Pang had already prepared breakfast, banana powder noodles, and fish porridge. Anonymous returned from another direction, drenched in sweat, holding a processed wild boar, a small one weighing around 20 pounds. Aunt Pang joyfully accepted the wild boar, deciding to make half of it into smoked bacon while the other half would be chopped and stored in C's refrigerator. Coincidentally, the food blind box for the day contained a yam, perfect for making soup. Simiao and Anonymous, responsible for the meals, remained silent during breakfast. While having breakfast, Simiao assisted in chopping the wild boar and cleaning the seafood, preparing some for drying and others for refrigeration. Anonymous regularly brought back a net filled with seafood, often more than Simiao, with several pounds of shrimp dried for snacking, sweet and chewy. Simiao would always pocket some shrimp when she went fishing. At 9:30, the three of them set out with tools to harvest bananas. Cuckoo swung his machete, tying the bananas together with rope and securing them to bamboo for the return trip. After 2 hours of effort, they had collected over 1,000 pounds, as a single bunch weighed several dozen pounds. Will we eventually eat all the bananas on the island? What are you thinking? Bananas are herbaceous plants and grow faster than bamboo. They piled the bananas beside the RV, and at noon, the three had a light meal of dry rations before taking a 2-hour rest. At 3 o'clock, they resumed work. Aunt Pang's stone mill had begun to take shape. As their proficiency increased, the yield of flour grew higher, resulting in a remarkable harvest of 112 pounds of dry banana starch after 5 days, a sufficient supply for a while. The starch team disbanded, and the following day, they regrouped to gather firewood. On the third day, Aunt Pang announced a partnership with Anonymous to form a weaving team, while Simiao shook her head repeatedly, opting instead to venture out to fish. Life had become rather too comfortable. She needed to engage with the perilous underwater world, honing her reflexes against various dangerous creatures such as sea snakes, sharks, and jellyfish. In the evening, during their regular television time, the three sat together with their seafood snacks. On the 78th day of island survival, they had successfully woven a somewhat crooked piece of fabric, adding another collective activity to their repertoire of friendly competition. Sometimes it was one-on-one, other times two against one, or even a free-for-all among the three. Simiao finally discerned the skill sets of her companions. Anonymous possessed skills such as Predator-S Nemesis, Thunder Strike, and I Float, while Aunt Pang had Shield, Cold Arrow, and Healing, alongside skills unlocked from dungeon Easter eggs. Thanks to Aunt Pang's healing abilities, they sustained no injuries during their playful skirmishes, merely competing to see who would succumb first. On the 100th day of island survival, rain fell once more. Unable to watch television, they gathered around a fire to play mahjong, or one would hold a book kindly provided by Simiao. Aunt Pang was engrossed in a book about postnatal care for sows, while Anonymous strained to recall the melodies from a collection of nursery rhymes. Simiao, however, placed her wordless manual over the fire, hoping to uncover some secret techniques. The manual remained aloof, unresponsive to Simiao's 108 attempts at engagement, standing resolutely still. Simiao found herself in awe. Both Simiao and Anonymous shared a common trait of modern youth, an aversion to trouble and excess baggage, while Aunt Pang was the most adept at finding tasks to occupy her time. I observed on television that coconut meat can be rendered into oil, a process that is quite fascinating. I also learned that tung oil can be utilized to create oilcloth and oil umbrellas, which is equally intriguing. Fish oil, as portrayed on the screen, is yet another remarkable substance, and the anonymous individual who catches fish is visibly exhausted. Tomorrow, I shall definitely cease my gaming. After the anonymous food mystery box reveals a family bucket, I inexplicably find myself rejuvenated. Simiao remains silent, solely focused on fishing, being the darkest among the trio. On the 150th day of survival on the island, Aunt Fat struggles with electricity issues and begins to follow a scientific program on wind power generation, attempting to modify Simiao's generator. Simiao and the anonymous individual are taken aback, kneeling before her. Ashamed, Aunt Fat, with her second-grade education, endeavors to advance civilization significantly, while Simiao and the anonymous individual merely ponder what to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. On the 200th day of island survival, Aunt Fat abandons the game. She leaves with a burst of determination, leaving Simiao and the anonymous individual to gaze at the miniature wind turbine, reminiscent of a primary school science experiment. After a long silence, the anonymous individual weakly remarks, "Aunt Fat left so decisively. Could it possibly be out of fear of you?" The generator's components did not materialize from thin air. They were all various electrical appliances from Simiao's RV, her oven, flashlight, and ambient lights. Simiao wipes away a tear, conceding, "Well, the child has grown up. I must support her. No matter how impoverished we are, we cannot neglect education." Had they initially endeavored to win Aunt Fat's favor using her persona, their rapport would surely have flourished. In Chapter 55 of Island Survival, Aunt Fat's departure signifies an end to their mahjong games, although they can still engage in card games. Yet, Simiao and the anonymous individual find themselves in a silent standoff. The absence of Aunt Fat has rendered the household half disbanded. The first challenge is preparing meals. Neither of them enjoys cooking. They prefer outdoor adventures. Simiao sometimes spends the night fishing, while the anonymous individual often ventures out to explore the island in search of hidden treasures. Eventually, they decide to divide their supplies and eat separately, for with their capabilities, they shall not starve. The food mystery boxes are diverse, sometimes yielding delightful surprises and at other times merely a lollipop. The biscuit mystery box serves as an economical option, reliably providing carbohydrates, albeit rather mundane. Both Simiao and the anonymous individual desire the food mystery boxes, as they inject a modicum of joy into their monotonous island life. Each unboxing brings a thrill. They clutch the food mystery box tightly, unwilling to yield, even as the biscuit box teeters on the edge of the ground. Ultimately, they resolve the matter with a game of rock, paper, scissors, with the victor claiming the food mystery box. Simiao triumphs, laughing joyously while cradling the box. The anonymous individual exclaims, "This is unfair. How disappointing." They agree to gather bananas together each month to make noodles, but the anonymous individual, clutching her supplies, turns to leave, adopting the demeanor of a child running away from home. Wait, I'll trade you an egg for the television rights." The anonymous individual, having taken only a few steps, returns with an ingratiating smile. Simiao crosses her arms, giving her a sidelong glance, indicating that she must first assess the quality of the egg. A guaranteed good item, a net that never loses fish. Simiao's eyes sparkle. This is a treasure. She rolls up her sleeves and eagerly assists the anonymous individual in transporting the supplies back to their shelter and with the net in hand. She cannot wait to venture out to fish. On the first day after Aunt Fat's departure, the household disbanded, even dividing her inheritance among themselves. On the 110th day of survival on the island, Simiao went fishing. On the 120th day, she prepared rice noodles. On the 130th day, she fished again. By the 140th day, upon her return from fishing, she was startled by the sudden appearance of an anonymous figure, mistaking them for a wild person. On the 150th day, she made more rice noodles. On the 160th day, while enjoying self-heating rice, she was caught by the anonymous figure, resulting in a loss of half her meal. On the 180th day, 6 months had passed. The anonymous figure repeatedly fiddled with the remote control, nearly exhausting all available television content. Reflecting on past shows, she realized how absurd they had been. The male lead's mistress, upon encountering the devoted wife and adorable daughter, felt an overwhelming sense of shame and promptly departed, leaving the male lead wounded, while his wife comforted him with a pat on the shoulder, asking if he was all right. Was she insane? What utter nonsense had they once consumed with glee? Simiao, who had also been subjected to such drivel, could only scoff. She lowered her head to study her unreadable manuscript, attempting to move the heavens with sincerity, engaging in a stream of consciousness. On the 250th day of survival, she pleaded with her sister, "I beg you, let me win just once, and I shall have tales to tell for the rest of my life. I'll even share the rewards with you." The anonymous figure, with an unusually cheerful demeanor, hung onto Simiao's arm. Simiao, with a cold smile, dismissed her without mercy and set out to fish. By the 300th day, the anonymous figure began skipping rope, fervently offering prayers for a typhoon or tsunami to arrive. Simiao mused that this truly struck a nerve. If a tempest were to arise, she would undoubtedly flee with her valuable camper. Otherwise, it would be a significant loss. On the 365th day, the anonymous figure lounged languidly, her breath faint. Do you think Aunt Fata's suggestion to outlast her teammates was ill-intentioned? She left so easily, leaving the two of us to torment one another. Simiao retorted, "That's you. I do not find it torturous. I can fish all day long. How could I possibly be bored?" The anonymous figure leaned closer, scrutinizing Simiao until she finally discerned her sincerity. The next day, the anonymous figure brought her entire family to bid farewell. Initially considering the dungeon's time limit of half an hour, believing that lingering a bit longer would extend their lifespan, she realized that enduring such pain only sapped one's spirit. It would be better to depart earlier. Aunt Fat's abrupt exit seemed to signal that they had reached the end of this chapter. Recalling Aunt Fat's expression then, it reminded her of someone brimming with confidence, eager to embark on a grand endeavor. If only I had realized this sooner. With that, the anonymous figure departed. The island was left with Simiao alone, and she finally felt the eerie quiet settle in. She sat in silence on the patch of ground before the camper, a place once shared by the three of them for meals, where Aunt Fat cooked oil and the anonymous figure frantically prepared seafood. Those moments felt vivid, yet belonged to a distant past. Simiao took out a food-blind box, opened it gently, revealing a portion of rice. She felt a twinge of happiness, albeit just a little. She sighed as she returned to the camper, closed the door, and drifted into slumber. The mini wind turbine, ingeniously crafted by Aunt Fat, creaked rhythmically, maintaining a small light. The following morning, Simiao set out with provisions to fish. The underwater world remained as lively as ever. She had even made friends with the fish, sharks, sea turtles, and seals alike. On the 400th day of her island survival, Simiao sprinted ashore, racing towards the camper before the towering waves crashed. Retreat, retreat, withdraw. Congratulations to the player for outlasting 9 others. Experience points awarded: 200 survival points, 100 title, 1 copper box, 1 player survival on the island for 400 days grants 200 experience. The player's abilities are momentarily locked, doubling the rewards. Ultimately, she amassed 80,000 experience, 200 survival points, title, 2 copper box, 2. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to V7. Experience: 111, 600, 200, 000. To her astonishment, she had jumped 2 levels. All her efforts were indeed rewarding. This was an experience-centric game. Simiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction, barely taking the time to examine the specific rewards before hastily presenting her ticket to enter the new dungeon. Although she had spent over a year in the previous dungeon, she had not forgotten about the rest card, fearing any delay might lead to a forced rest. Congratulations to the player for entering the downhill mountain bike dungeon. Rule 1. The top finishers will share a prize of 100,000 survival points. Rule 2. There is no death in this game, only elimination. Each time a player is eliminated, they lose a random attribute point from their equipment, which is awarded to the victor. Rule 3. Remote skills and ranged attacks with weapons are prohibited. Rule 4. Players may choose to abandon the game after 10 minutes, resulting in a deduction of 10 survival points. Simiao glanced around. Indeed, it was a massive dungeon with over 100 participants. So many people, so much excitement. The venue was set atop a snow-capped mountain, blanketed in white. Everyone, after reading the game rules, shivered in the cold. Some were eager to participate, enticed by the prospect of 100,000 survival points. Even if shared among 100 players, that would still yield 1,000 points each. Others, however, wore expressions of trepidation, already resolved to retreat once the 10 minutes elapsed. 1-minute countdown. Simiao cast her gaze towards a line of bicycles sprawled out 100 meters ahead, realizing she would have to race for them. Chapter 56, Downhill Mountain Biking. The players began frantically donning their clothing, their noses running from the cold. Aside from dressing, Simiao had to swiftly organize her earnings from the previous dungeon, hoping to unveil useful skills and equipment. Title: Fisherman. Effect: never empty-handed. Excellent, but temporarily useless. Moving on to the next. Title: Extended Stamina. Effect: your endurance is enhanced. Opening 2 copper boxes yielded. Upgrade Book 1, Turtle Shell 1, Diving Pearl 1. Fishing Rod, never empty-handed 1, Net, never miss a catch 1, Collection of 300 Nursery Rhymes 1, Rest Area Ticket 1, Voluntary Overtime Application 1. Simiao rejoiced. Time was of the essence. She hurriedly retrieved the turtle shell, donned a pair of gloves, and secured the shell within, affixing it to her palm. A faint green turtle shell phantom materialized around her, remarkably sturdy. Turtle shell consumption, 1 survival point per minute. Just as Simiao braced herself, grabbed the money. A minute passed swiftly. Time's up. With a resounding shout, Simiao dashed out, noticing that most players were immobilized, though a few, likely possessing skills to break free, fled with remarkable speed. With the first immobilization, Simiao approached a bicycle, casually selecting one to inspect the brakes, which were intact. At the second immobilization, she swiftly conjured vines in an attempt to sabotage other bicycles, but upon failing, she opted instead to entangle a cluster of bicycles into a chaotic mess. With the third immobilization complete, Simiao rode downhill, accelerating over 100 meters, the cold wind whipping past her. However, as she gripped the handlebars, her gloves hindered her control over the brakes, prompting her to regretfully stow away her backpack for later use. As the 9 seconds elapsed, Simiao found herself trailing behind, having engaged in mischief while the few players with skills to break free had already surged 100 meters ahead. Once the control was lifted, the players erupted into a flurry of exclamations and immediately set about disentangling the bicycles, resulting in a few scuffles. Even at a considerable distance, Simiao could hear their curses directed at her, their voices ringing loud and clear. She smirked, redirecting her gaze to the players ahead as the course began to narrow and curve. Most players were inexperienced with such challenges, and coupled with the slippery snow. Before Simiao could make her move, 3 of the 5 players ahead had already fallen, with one unfortunate soul being flung off the track, losing a valuable resource in the process. No resting here. With this reference in mind, Simiao exercised caution, employing a foot brake strategy to maintain balance, sacrificing speed in the process. Soon, players from behind began to close in, grinning menacingly, elbow you. Unfazed by the bulk of her opponent, Simiao met the challenge head-on, leaving her adversary stunned and incredulous as he crashed to the ground. Wake up. We are in the era of skill points. The age where size dictated strength is long gone. Gradually mastering her technique, Simiao began to accelerate, deftly navigating the curves while delivering a sharp elbow to a fellow player. Of course, she was not solely on the offensive. As a prominent figure from District 28, she was also perceived as prime prey, especially with her level 7 insignia, suggesting great wealth. With ranged attacks and weapons prohibited, the players' methods devolved into primal tactics, colliding with bicycles, kicking, elbowing, or shoving opponents to the edge of the track to eliminate them. Unlike them, Simiao wielded her unique ability to summon vines, which danced with ferocity. A player, caught off guard by a sudden strike to the face, shouted in protest, "Unfair." Simiao simply smiled. The vines represented an extension of her energy, not a distant skill, merely an interpretation of her reach, allowing her to strike from afar. Without you, Swallow, how can I survive? Simiao pedaled steadily when suddenly an agonizing roar erupted from behind, causing her body to stiffen, and she was thrown off balance. Tumbling with her bicycle, dusting herself off, she saw her opponent laughing maniacally as he sped past her, a good 8 meters away. Simiao thought, what an unpredictable skill. How unfortunate. She hastily got back on her bike and continued onward. In the distance, the track had transformed, the elevation had dropped by at least 500 meters, and the group had thinned to a mere line. The snowy terrain was treacherous, and the newly introduced muddy ground proved equally challenging. Players were falling left and right, transforming into mud-covered monkeys in their frantic attempts to regain control. Simiao noticed that the players who initially competed for the top ranks alongside her had vanished, likely opting to alter their strategy by abandoning speed and choosing to cluster within the larger troop to ambush and collect drops. With a heart set on ranking, Simiao surged forward. This dungeon differed from the prolonged battles of island survival, emphasizing speed, excitement, and thrill. As long as she avoided the chaotic skirmishes within the large group, she could maintain her pace. Just over an hour into the dungeon, Simiao reached the finish line, regrettably falling short of first place. The victor was a somewhat familiar figure, the Pig Knight, who executed a final maneuver, soaring through the air on a bicycle and landing triumphantly at the finish line. This time, the Pig Knight demonstrated experience by employing a protective shield during her flight. Simiao, filled with regret, retracted her vines and resolved to acquire a flying skill for herself. Congratulations to the player for completing the mountain bike speed descent dungeon and achieving a commendable second place, earning 200 experience points and 10,000 survival points. What a bountiful harvest! One could only imagine the wealth amassed by the first-place Pig Knight. Ejected from the dungeon, Simiao glanced at the time. It was just past 11 o'clock. Having participated in 2 consecutive dungeons, she felt enriched with experience and survival points and decided to take a moment to rest. In a hasty glance, she thought she spotted a voluntary overtime application emerging from a copper chest. Without hesitation, Simiao headed to the 3rd floor to indulge in a shower, sauna, and massage, her curiosity piqued by the application. The name was indeed peculiar. Voluntary overtime application. I love work. Work makes me happy. It promised immediate job availability with a chance to earn triple salary compensation. Simiao's lips twitched slightly. Well, if it was useful, that was all that mattered. Now, she had nothing to fear from being penalized for taking a break. Calmly, she opened her private messages from Lanyu, only to find them flooded with activity. Indeed, only those on vacation had the leisure to send messages, while the busy ones were preoccupied with leveling up and earning survival points. Anonymous and Fat Ant also messaged her. She recognized them easily. Fat Ant gifted her an attribute card as compensation for her electrical mishaps. Simiao mused that Fat Ant was quite courteous and accepted the gift without hesitation. After relaxing, Simiao made her way to the 4th floor restaurant for a hearty meal, indulging herself after the 400 days of restraint on the island. She savored the flavors, craving more oil, salt, and vinegar while the seafood beckoned. At noon, Simiao returned to the parking lot to her vehicle, feeling a sense of security in her own transport. She lowered the privacy curtain and began to carefully organize the spoils from the 2 dungeons. The first item she examined was the cryptic tome she had studied repeatedly on the island, which turned out to be an upgrade book. Upgrade book can upgrade talents, abilities, skills, items, and vehicles. Her initial thought was to upgrade the fishing system. However, upon attempting to use it, she discovered that 1 upgrade book was insufficient. She needed to gather 3 in total to upgrade the fishing system. She perused the shop but found no upgrade books for sale. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to abandon the idea. Chapter 57. Counting the harvest, Simiao chose to upgrade her abilities. Upon using the upgrade book, it transformed into pure energy, which entered her body. She summoned vines and, in a mystical manner, intuitively learned certain skills, such as the ability to restore a small amount of stamina by consuming the vines, with even better effects when using specialized medicinal seed materials. The summoned vines could remain for 24 hours after detachment, awaiting her command. Simiao cultivated a small section of vine, placed it into the storage cabinet on the 2nd floor, and indeed, a small light appeared in her mind, allowing her to direct it to perform simple actions, such as opening the cabinet top and descending from the 2nd floor. In high spirits, she continued to organize her other gains. The fishing rod, which never fails to catch fish, synergized with her title of fisherman, presenting an opportunity for exchange, while the net that ensures no fish escape must be retained. The turtle shell could be used indefinitely within the instance, but once removed, it would downgrade, consuming 1 survival point per minute. It was costly, yet its flexibility and lack of usage limits were advantageous. The diving orb remained unchanged, permitting 1 hour of underwater survival each day. Simiao opened the 300 nursery rhymes. The 300 nursery rhymes. Upon randomly flipping a page, a melody would play, causing listeners to lose their murderous intent, as though returning to the years before they became ruthless. Simiao's lips twitched. Well, it could serve as a talisman against evil. The mountain bike speed reduction lacked the title of a bronze box, yet provided 1,000 survival points, far more valuable than anything else. Moreover, there was a reward for downing 12 players, 23 survival points, 1 vehicle expansion card, 1 skill replication card, 1 vehicle upgrade card, 1 parking ticket, and 1 serving of seafood fried noodles. Simiao grimaced at the seafood fried noodles and opened the skill. Replication. The ability to replicate 1 miscellaneous item each day. Simiao mused. It was a fleeting joy, yet some miscellaneous items could be quite valuable, such as the heavy machine gun she had previously purchased in the zombie instance for 500 survival points, comparable to a C-class skill. It could be resold, simply offloaded into the recycling system, yielding 50 survival points daily. What a treasure! Without hesitation, Simiao replicated a heavy machine gun and listed it in her personal showcase for 400 survival points or equivalent exchanges, such as electric card skill upgrade cards. After tallying her gains, she assessed her losses. She had fallen 6 times in the instance, with 4 unfortunate incidents resulting in being thrown off the track, losing 1 attribute point, 1 bun, 1 charm, and 1 vehicle upgrade card. The falls were becoming tiresome. Simiao rubbed her face, her teeth aching. This random drop penalty mechanism truly instilled a sense of insecurity, as a single game could lead to utter ruin. The regional channel was rife with complaints, and Simiao's name was frequently mentioned. However, this time, there was a reason, so the fishing system remained eerily silent. The speed reduction of the mountain bike had indeed led some players back to the Novice village, culminating in a chaotic ambush before the final destination. Simiao had not anticipated such a narrative development. Players' standards were gradually declining, swiftly transitioning from honorable tactics to cunning deceit. If one continued to approach issues with the same peaceful mindset as before, it would be all too easy to find oneself at a disadvantage. Simiao read it and dismissed it from her thoughts. Current data. Player nickname. I am a woman level. LV71118000200000. Race. Human talent. Fishing system 20 superpower. Wood system constitution. 36 agility. 36 strength. 36 spirit. 39 survival points. 13892 allocatable attributes. 22 equipment. Space basket. Mini bamboo house. Captured small fish. Green ghost. Resource exchange center. Little yellow duck. Mutated military shovel. Honor certificate. Angel wings. Honor medal. Alarm. Amulet X2. Stasis space. 99 servings of delicacies. Fishing rod. Net. Diving pearl. Turtle shell. Children's songs collection. Voluntary overtime application. Rest area tickets X2. Dungeon ticket X1 skills. Golden words. My rules are rules. C-class fireball. Close range melon eating. Rest easy. A nap will suffice. Light as a swallow. Gaze at my offspring. C-class thunder technique shadow. Oh, here I am. D-class water arrow. Hardening. Shield. Duplication title. Head down and work. Teammate has been vomiting for 3 days and nights. Let me speak. If you don't speak, no one will consider you mute. Fisherman. Ultra long standby. Simiao chooses to allocate attribute points, adding 3 points to each of the 4 categories. Now that she has money, she must spend it. After reaching level 7, the marketplace unlocked numerous equipment and skills. Simiao quickly identified some valuable items. Lock card. After use, it can lock 1 talent, superpower, skill, or miscellaneous equipment, making it immune to any form of loss. Priced at 1,000 survival points. Although exorbitantly expensive, Simiao gritted her teeth and purchased 3, locking the fishing system with system superpower and her heavily modified trailer. Remaining balance, 3,000. Flight expert. After use, it allows flight, consuming 1 survival point per minute. Priced at 2,000. Buy. Piggy bank. For every 100 survival points spent in the marketplace, it refunds 1 survival point. Priced at 2,000 survival points. Simiao. Tears streaming down. I must buy this. I regret not seeing it sooner. A loss of 50 survival points. Treasure Mouse's fur. Has a chance to guide players to treasure. Priced at 100 points, so inexpensive, I'll buy 1. In the blink of an eye, 6,100 survival points were spent. Simiao slid back and forth, ultimately purchasing 40 attribute cards for backup, costing 4,000. Then she began restocking her trailer. Although she constantly complained that the trailer restricted her movement, it was undeniably useful. She stocked up on additional batteries, combined with gasoline for power, hoarding everything, including cartridge stoves and gas canisters. 10 sets of clothes were procured to serve as a middleman. A plethora of travel toiletries in small packets were also gathered for the same purpose. 2 blankets, 5 sleeping bags, 10 waterproof tarps, 10 ropes, and 10 machetes were accumulated for trade. Food staples included 300 pounds of rice, 100 self-heating rice packs, 100 self-heating hot pot meals, 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of 8 treasure porridge, 10 boxes of canned meat, 10 large packs of compressed biscuits, and 10 large packs of dehydrated vegetables. Chocolate was still uneaten from before. Rather ordinary. Additionally, 10 units each of salt, oil, monosodium glutamate, and chili powder were acquired. Finally, the trailer's storage compartments were filled to capacity, prompting Simiao to spend money on expanding the trailer space. The trailer's value, $1,500. Account balance, $1,342, a figure sufficient for emergencies, allowing for a minor loss of 10 without causing significant distress. Having assessed her current state, Simiao exited her vehicle and re-entered the dungeon. Charge 4th. Welcome, players, to the Impact class. Rule 1. Players must gain admission to the world's top universities within 1 year. Rule 2. Upon death or failure, a deduction of 10 survival points will occur. Simiao pondered, where is the option to abandon the game? Chapter 58. The spring class Simiao had long bid farewell to the college entrance examination a decade ago, having forgotten most of the knowledge, preferring to battle zombies rather than engage in such meticulous tasks. With her mind consumed by survival skills, she found it impossible to concentrate on studying. However, upon reflection, Simiao realized that since failing or abandoning the game would result in a deduction of 10 survival points, she might as well take a moment to explore and understand this world. Rather than focusing on examinations, acquiring other practical skills could also be beneficial. With her thoughts clarified, Simiao took her time to familiarize herself with the character card assigned by the system. A high school dropout, she now found herself in a repeating school, surrounded by classmates who were also repeat students, all seemingly players grappling with their own anxieties. Some even abandoned the game on the spot. Given that her account only held 10 survival points, she thought, let them deduct it. Simiao watched enviously as others exited the game with such nonchalance. As players left, their character cards plummeted to the ground, lifeless, swiftly collected by NPCs who entered to maintain order, urging them to focus on their studies. With only 313 days remaining, the remaining players exchanged glances, noting that it was rather unusual for anyone to be indifferent after witnessing a classmate's sudden demise. This bizarre place certainly felt off. A motley group of players gathered for a mathematics lesson. After the class, 3 more players succumbed. Simiao sighed in exasperation. This was hardly a comedic setting. Following mathematics, they attended an English class, during which 6 players vanished and another 3 departed post-class. From an initial 30 players, only 17 remained in the classroom. Once the bell rang, there was no lingering attachment to the classroom or textbooks. Everyone surged out, nearly colliding with the NPC teacher who was clutching stacks of books. Simiao was among the throng, and upon exiting, she felt the air was fresher, the sky broader. She joined the flow of students, scrutinizing the school, which appeared quite ordinary. With a meal card in her pocket and a rumbling stomach, she decided to grab a bite. After dining, Simiao discovered a secluded wall and nimbly scaled it. After 2 classes, she had attempted to grapple with her assignments, but most of her thoughts had been consumed by game skills and equipment. Realizing her efforts were in vain, she resolved to abandon the tasks and explore alternative side quests. Dressed in her school uniform, her pockets contained only her meal card and ID, devoid of any wealth. As she contemplated whether to sell some gold for money, she stumbled upon an alley where 2 spirited youths were robbing a primary school student of his pocket money. She swiftly veered into the alley. 5 minutes later, the valiant Simiao had chased away the miscreants and received a 10 yuan token of gratitude from the young student. Money for the internet cafe was secured. She found a newly opened establishment offering discounts and spent a modest sum of 10 yuan for 2 hours of gaming. The trending topics are merely celebrity gossip, which Simiao chose to overlook. She took a moment to review the admission scores from previous college entrance examinations, only to be met with disillusionment. The miraculous occurrence of waking up to a scoreline that had regressed by 200 points was not to be found. Resting her chin on her hand, she began exploring various training courses, searching for skills worthy of her attention. Dance, housekeeping, maintenance, none ignited her desire to learn. Ultimately, Simiao resolved to indulge in every game available, hoping to glean insights from them. As she prepared to embark on this gaming adventure, an unexpectedly familiar NPC burst in, exclaiming, "Skipping class. How dare you? Everyone return and write a reflection, and summon your parents." Simiao swiftly turned and fled. competing with two players adorned with ID tags for the path. The aftereffects of her previous dungeon run propelled her forward as she elbowed one player aside in her frantic escape. Outside, she witnessed a throng of truant NPCs being rounded up and returned to school, allowing her to saunter back to the internet cafe. The player she had elbowed approached her, grinning through clenched teeth. "You've got quite the strength. Have you invested in power?" Indeed, she was adept at confronting those who pried too much into her affairs. In an attempt to shift the conversation, she remarked, "Our pockets are cleaner than our faces. We're all orphans here. I have a way to make some money. Care to join?" Simiao regarded her with disdain. "I refuse to engage in anything so lowly." The player rolled her eyes. "I, too, have my burdens to bear. You know." Returning to her computer, the player presented Simiao with their money-making scheme. There was a notable mountain in City A, popular among hiking enthusiasts. 10 days prior, an unfortunate soul had ventured alone into the mountains and had not returned. Despite various rescue attempts, the family had issued a reward, 100,000 for a living rescue, and 20,000 for a deceased one. For players like them, such an endeavor was not insurmountable, and saving a life was a noble act, akin to constructing a towering pagoda. What do you think? Simiao's eyes sparkled at the thought of easy money. They simply had to pursue this venture. However, should they not change out of their school uniforms? The two made their way from the internet cafe directly to a public restroom, where they exchanged their attire. Shedding their student identities made many things considerably easier, with both of them too impoverished to afford a bus ride to the base of Mount A. And needing a mobile phone to download a map, they exchanged glances and ultimately decided to set up a stall to sell their supplies. Selling fruit seemed the most conventional option. Simiao had a bounty of fruit from system rewards, along with some generously donated by unknown benefactors, sufficient for a modest stand. Don't miss out. Fresh, affordable fruit fresh from the suburban farms. They called out. Hordes of eager customers gathered. Indeed, just picked this morning from my uncle's orchard. A player holding a durian interjected, "My geography is poor. Don't deceive me." Simiao, watching from the sidelines, felt her toes curl in embarrassment. Despite her companion's improvised and haphazard sales pitch, they managed to sell a significant amount of fruit, netting a total of 800, largely thanks to the durians, strawberries, and blueberries. After a visit to the mall, where they found that smartphone prices had decreased to 300 or 400 for a decent model, they were content and prepared to pack up and leave. Suddenly, a player adorned with a large gold chain sauntered past, casting a scornful glance at their stall and scoffing. People can never earn money beyond their comprehension. Simiao, so many troubles. 5 minutes later, they wrapped up their stall and followed the big gold chain, engaging in a friendly exchange before robbing him. They netted 3,000. Selling fruit was merely a preliminary task. The big gold chain's notion of earning money through recognition involved scratching lottery tickets at a store, aided by a little gadget that granted him a form of X-ray vision. Simiao's gaze immediately turned perilous as she gripped the man's shoulder, causing a cracking sound. "Where's the gadget? Show it to me." The big gold chain yelped in pain, regretting his earlier bravado. However, he had no intention of revealing the device. He chose to abandon the game, relinquishing 10 survival points to mitigate his losses. With the 3,000 in hand, Simiao and so many troubles emerged from the alley and headed straight to the mall to purchase the phone they had admired earlier, spending $798 on 2 devices. And then they acquired a SIM card using their ID. With newfound wealth, neither of them deemed the bus worthy, opting instead for a taxi to a mountain. The driver, noticing the 2 young girls, kindly cautioned, "It's too dangerous. Not long ago, a young man went missing and hundreds searched for him with no news. It seems quite ominous." Simiao and her companion merely smiled in silence. Chapter 59. Sprinting Class 2. Certain areas of a mountain had already been developed, complete with ample amenities. The camp at the foot of the mountain boasted hotels and restaurants. Due to the incident involving Xiao Shuai's disappearance, rescue teams and family members had gathered, creating a tense atmosphere. "We need proper gear. We look far too amateurish. If we enter the mountain and are mistaken for lost hikers, that would be quite laughable." So many troubles pointed at the well-equipped rescue teams bustling about. Simiao found her logic compelling. Although their funds were limited, the mall was still operational, and mountain climbing gear was reasonably priced, making it a worthwhile investment. The 2 girls evaded surveillance, changed their clothes, and set off to avoid unnecessary persuasion and delays. They were busy and had no time for chatter. Simiao moved swiftly, akin to a swallow in flight, while so many troubles, possessing some agility skills, kept close behind. As night fell, they quickened their pace, navigating by map to the location where Xiao Shuai had vanished. The altitude had surpassed 3,000 meters, rain fell, and with nightfall, the environmental challenges compounded. Had they not enhanced their physical attributes, they would have truly struggled in such conditions. So many troubles wiped the rain from her face and sighed. We must be a bit unhinged. With so many ways to make money, yet we chose this. In truth, after robbing the big gold chain, their mindset had shifted. Enduring such hardship was entirely unnecessary. Simiao shrugged. Didn't you say that saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda? Quite honorable, right? What initially had no connection to them became entangled in causality, and to retract their intention to save would seem rather low. Most importantly, they possessed the capability and confidence to accept responsibility for their actions. Just think of the potential sum of 100,000. Simiao painted a vivid picture for her companion. So many troubles perked up, already daydreaming about how to spend the money before even seeing the man. With just over 300 days left, 50,000 would suffice for daily expenses and rent, but if they aimed to learn something, it would fall short. What do you want to learn? I don't know. I just want to experience the games of this world. Simiao replied, what a coincidence. That's exactly what I plan to do. To her surprise, the freedom within this copy was quite substantial. As long as they refrained from engaging in a main quest, the experience remained pleasant. Skills and equipment were not restricted, allowing them to savor the taste of extraordinary power. Simiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, once liberated from tasks and principles, this place felt like paradise. However, she wondered if there would be players here who might act recklessly, stirring up chaos. Pondering this, Simiao furrowed her brow, sensing an unease she could not quite place. Shaking her head, she focused on the search and rescue mission. This trekking route spanned 200 kilometers across the mountains, characterized by steep terrain and erratic weather. Simiao, momentarily distracted, nearly slipped off a cliff, quickly stabilizing herself with a vine. The two ventured through the mountains for a day and a night, skillfully avoiding rescue teams they encountered along the way, utilizing their skills to evade detection. It felt akin to thievery. Amidst Simiao's playful banter with the invisible mini-farts, who had just experienced the flying skill, she finally set him down. Finding the right person for the task seemed like a distant prospect, and they needed to activate their skills. They exchanged glances, both puzzled. You didn't bring anyone skilled for this task? Simiao asked incredulously. I thought having legs was sufficient. Many farts replied with an innocent expression. Simiao rolled her eyes, recalling her previous experience on the survival island while searching for the last player. She closed her eyes and began to chant the name of Xiao Shuai. In an instant, her consciousness blurred before sharpening, revealing an image in her mind. A man, barely clinging to life, trapped in a narrow crevice, suspended above an unfathomable abyss, supported only by a small branch beneath him. So, is it 100,000 or 20,000? Many farts inquired eagerly. Simiao opened her map app to study the terrain, responding, if we dawdle any longer, it'll be 20,000. With newfound direction, their search became significantly more efficient. Simiao activated her skill once more, attempting to elevate her perspective to identify the surrounding environment for any notable landmarks. Eventually, she spotted a rather peculiar large stone resembling a longevity peach. They decided to approach this stone. Utilizing her flying skill, Simiao soared into the air, while many farts employed his invisibility skill, the duo gracefully gliding through the sky. Within 20 minutes, they located the longevity peach-like stone and the deep, narrow crevice. Simiao descended, peering into the gap and estimating the distance to be roughly 10 meters. She retrieved a rope, preparing to descend. They were determined to conduct their rescue openly and honorably, at least for the sake of appearances. Simiao began her descent to rescue the individual, while many farts kept watch above. Xiao Shuai's awareness was fading. The food in his backpack had long been consumed, and Simiao noted that the moss nearby had been half removed. Truly a desperate survival situation. To avoid losing the potential reward of 100,000, Simiao conjured vines to offer him a portion for stamina restoration. Without further delay, she swiftly climbed back up, carrying both individuals with her. Many farts, affectionately nicknamed Xiao, Shui, 100,000 as they descended the mountain together. With their current stamina, carrying someone weighing over 100 pounds posed no challenge. Descending the mountain, the encounter with the rescue team and the gratitude expressed by the families was swiftly brushed aside, along with a series of tedious scenes. By the afternoon of the third day, in the instance, the two had earned a sum of 100,000. Simiao took half, barely achieving a semblance of financial freedom. Accompanying the arrival of this sum was a system reward. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the side quest. Save a life. The player successfully rescued a life, earning a survival point of 0.5. Though modest, a reward nonetheless. Simiao and many others were instantly enlivened by the news. The college entrance examination and saving lives were initially just a means to earn some money. Yet unexpectedly, a side quest had been initiated. Indeed, good deeds bring good rewards. Their plans required alteration. Simiao's close observation allowed her to comprehend the target's environment, and with astute utilization, she could secure her objectives effortlessly. Upon returning to the city center, they settled in a half-finished building, with Simiao bringing out her mobile home while many others produced a tent. Their aim was to accumulate survival points without attracting external attention. Thus, discretion was paramount. Many others began searching online for news about missing children and women, as following these leads could yield significant results. Simiao utilized her skills based on the target names provided. The close observation skill could be used 3 times daily, necessitating careful management. This particular case involved a missing aspiring college student. If they acted swiftly, they might catch the military training. Simiao savored the exquisite dishes prepared by the zombie instance's culinary expert while casually pointing to the news on her computer screen. Not receiving a response, she glanced over to find many others drooling over her meal. Simiao smirked. Indeed, a masterpiece. Chapter 60. Sprint Class 3, Turning Her Back. Simiao hastily finished her meal, knowing that each serving of this rare delicacy was irreplaceable. Sharing was out of the question. After eating, she focused on the target's name and profile for a moment, then closed her eyes to activate her close observation skill. Inside a dilapidated van, 5 or 6 women were slumbering. Simiao elevated her perspective to gather more information. The unfortunate news was that the van was in motion, uncontrollable. But the good news was that as the skill neared its conclusion, Simiao witnessed the van turning into an abandoned factory. On the doorpost of the factory, a for rent sign with a phone number was displayed. How considerate. Simiao promptly dialed the number, feigning an inquiry, and managed to extract the detailed address from the other party. It was just in a neighboring city. Simiao and many others purchased train tickets and set off without delay. Upon arrival, they rented a small, shabby car to hasten towards the vicinity, coinciding perfectly with the onset of night, which facilitated their operations. The two, fully equipped, concealed their faces, hair, and hands to avoid drawing attention. They did not present themselves as virtuous individuals. Many others grumbled, employing an invisibility skill to scale the wall and quickly search for their target. Simiao produced a seed with hallucinogenic properties, hastening towards her objective, incapacitating every NPC she encountered. Good or bad, all fell. The count reached 78,916. Many others had already begun tallying their victorious results. They focused solely on saving lives, refraining from any judgment, skillfully binding the individuals and placing them into the vehicle, delivering them under the cover of night to the local police station, and then following the leads gleaned from the human traffickers' phones. In a mere 2 months, they collectively harvested 349 survival points, and Simiao had successfully recouped her losses from the previous failed mission. Gradually, whispers of their rescue operations began to circulate, with many saved individuals expressing their gratitude in interviews for the assistance of the enigmatic benefactor. However, during these moments, there would inevitably arise individuals eager to showcase their own cleverness, suggesting that such clandestine rescue efforts could lead to disaster, urging the mysterious figure to reveal themselves and collaborate with the authorities to share intelligence. How Duo Pai, while gathering information online, encountered such remarks and was incensed, muttering in frustration about the triviality of it all. For Simiao, the focus remained solely on survival points, and she casually reassured How Duo Pai, speculating that these opinions might be the work of a human trafficking syndicate attempting to force their hand into visibility, hence they need not pay heed. Upon hearing this, How Duo Pai found some merit in the reasoning. chastising herself for attempting to understand their logic, realizing they were fundamentally on different wavelengths. After coming to this realization, how Duopai ceased to concern herself with such discourse. In this world, there are still many rational individuals. Some desperate souls began invoking the mysterious figure, having already exhausted prayers and offerings, clinging to any semblance of hope as their lifeline. Simiao and how Duopai grew increasingly busy, their gaming sessions becoming sparse, as they were either on the road or en route to assist others, with rescue missions ironically consuming the least amount of time. On this day, they set out to rescue a hiking team that had gone astray in an uninhabited zone. Such rescues typically incurred fee. In short, funds were running low, and they needed to generate some income. After completing the necessary formalities, Simiao opened the door of the rented SUV, only to find how Duopai already engaged in a game in the passenger seat, just as she was about to start the engine. Simiao noticed an unfamiliar figure in the back seat, who greeted her through the rearview mirror. A mission? A share? Simiao queried. Are you so familiar with getting into the vehicle? The player seeking to share the mission, known as Study Hard, bore a somewhat familiar ID, often sharing insights in the regional chat with a commendable reputation. According to her, she had reviewed her study materials at school, practiced with past exam papers, and felt adequately prepared before taking a breather, only to stumble upon the buzzing mystery surrounding the enigmatic figure. Upon realizing this was likely the handiwork of players, Study Hard surmised that there must be a mission dangling ahead. Otherwise, it was unusual for players, driven solely by self-interest, to altruistically undertake numerous good deeds over 2 months. How Duopai set her phone aside, turning to scrutinize the newcomer. Why should the mission be shared with you? She inquired. She refrained from questioning why the other did not undertake the task independently, as that would merely be self-defeating. Study Hard smiled slightly, adjusting her glasses, and replied nonchalantly, I possess a skill that allows me to temporarily share my knowledge base with others. Simiao and how Duopai exchanged a glance, exclaiming in unison, the salvation of the world requires your participation. This was indeed a reward for completing the quest. It had to be seized. Study Hard provided the two with a trial card. Simiao had never felt so erudite. As her hands grasped the steering wheel, insights about its operational principles, structural design, and airbag installation locations surged into her mind, vividly accompanied by a plethora of knowledge about the surrounding scenery, from soil and vegetation to climate and architecture, as if a series of pop-ups were automatically appearing, requiring no effort on her part. So this was the perspective of the intellectually gifted? The humble canine, Simiao, exchanged glances with many others, truly a sight to behold. With a fervent commitment to learning, she boldly joined the rescue team and, owing to her intellect, swiftly supplanted the original information-gathering responsibilities of her peers. Possessing a portal skill, she could utilize it thrice daily. Simiao was not surprised when this individual instantly transported themselves onto their vehicle. With the portal at their disposal, they could conserve the time typically squandered on travel, ensuring their movements remained more clandestine. Most crucially, they would save a substantial sum of money. Their budget of 100,000 was primarily consumed by travel expenses. For instance, the vehicle they rented cost 600 daily, not including fuel, a considerable expenditure. Simiao, along with her companions, pondered why the other player was so exceptional. As if summoned by her thoughts, a black gold card materialized at her fingertips. Calmly, she remarked, this black card allows unlimited transactions in the dungeon world. Although labeled as unlimited, I discovered a cap at 100 million. Simiao silently accessed the trading mall. She too desired such a card that promised financial freedom. She yearned to experience the challenges faced by the affluent. Her companion, Many Pies, covered her mouth in awe, exclaiming, this is the world of the wealthy. If she were to wield a black card to make a purchase worth 100 million, she wouldn't even know where to begin. Simiao stored the off-road vehicle in her spatial basket, and utilizing the portal, she guided the two to the location where the trekking team had last appeared. This area was entirely barren, resembling the desolate landscapes beyond the roads, leaving one to ponder whether spirits might emerge at night. Simiao tidied her wind-tousled hair and retrieved a dandelion seed, using her abilities to nurture it, allowing the seeds to scatter in the wind. In her mind's eye, faint points of light emerged, enabling her to vaguely sense the surrounding environment. Any luck? Many Pies inquired. Simiao shook her head. No, Let us search against the wind. Chapter 61. Sprint Class 4 folks, we have successfully contacted the mysterious rescuer. We will document the entire rescue process, the man announced as he set up a camera on a tripod. After delivering his opening remarks, he returned to the tent, engaging in jovial conversation with a few companions, speculating on the number of rescuers that might arrive. At least 5, otherwise the endeavor would be arduous. We have posted a rescue fee of 500,000. Capturing their true identities would undoubtedly attract significant attention. As Simiao, poised to manifest the hallucinogenic flower, and her companions remained at the edge, a brief silence fell before one of them slowly spoke. I possess a skill. Simiao and Mini Pies turned to her in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Moments later, a sudden gust of wind surged across the desert, stirring up dust and stones. As the tents of the hiking team were uprooted, the freshly cooked meat soared into the air, and the delicate camera was not spared. Toppling to the ground, the group erupted in startled cries, scrambling to salvage their equipment. Simiao's hallucinogenic flower, a classic purple bud, had unknowingly blanketed the campsite. 10 minutes later, the tempest subsided, leaving the camp in disarray. Simiao stepped over an unconscious NPC, crushing a camera beneath her foot, before retrieving the remnants and stowing them away in her backpack. The system apparently possesses a method of calculation whereby most items not classified as system rewards are cleared during the settlement phase. Otherwise, had one diligently studied with an infinite black card in hand, one could have amassed a fortune through the resale of dungeon supplies long ago. Simiao bound the individuals with vines, waiting until 3 or 4 in the morning, when the diligent learner activated the portal, dragging a group of people to the local police station, snapping photos for upload, and collecting the final payment. Should these rascals dare to delay their payment, I would climb over in the dead of night to settle the score. Many expressions of distress were evident. Perhaps the air of mystery surrounding her rescue methods was fully realized as the group awoke in the hospital 3 days later, immediately paying the final amount and bursting with exuberance. To be candid, this was the best sleep I have ever had. I felt as though I was floating, with a smile that would not fade. Shortly thereafter, the diligent learner discovered an abundance of online pleas for assistance, with numerous posts requesting calming potions. Many were in fits of laughter. Haha, you could become wealthy from this. Simiao was at a loss for words. The dreamflower is a mutated plant from the zombie world, its fragrance luring targets into deep slumber, ensnaring them in sweet dreams. With no side effects other than being consumed as sustenance. Eventually domesticated by humans, it has become a beneficial herb. With the diligent learner's involvement, efficiency has soared. Identify the target, obtain the address, teleport, rescue, and deliver them to the local police station. Job done. On fortunate days, 2 operations could be completed in a single day. The external world gradually replaced the mysterious figure's title with that of a clandestine organization, speculating that its members are distributed across various locales, each performing their designated roles, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Subsequently, fraudsters began to exploit their name for deceitful purposes, only to be tracked down by Simiao and her companions, successfully dismantling a cyber fraud den, resulting in a revenue of 1,000. They are indeed the Good Samaritans. Many were wide-eyed with excitement. After completing this operation, the trio decided to take a breather, basking in the glow of the diligent learner's infinite black card, and experiencing a taste of the joys of affluence aboard a luxurious cruise ship. There, they chanced upon a player known as the Gambling King, who had made a rather unfortunate choice of name, currently losing everything in the casino, his hair in utter disarray, and his mental state far from pristine. He had been aboard for several months, spending every hour in the casino, leaving the staff concerned he might collapse from exhaustion. Moreover, each time he lost everything, he would produce gold bars to exchange for chips, a significant client. Simiao and her companions exchanged glances, wondering about the depth of his addiction. The Gambling King, noticing the 3 players, approached them with the eyes of a starved dog eyeing a meat bone, casually toying with a chip. Care for a game? Simiao shook her head. After the encounter with the moon embracer, her wariness had heightened to the point where even a person's affinity could be wagered, let alone a direct bet. Who knows what skills this Gambling King might possess? The 3 of them declined his invitation. But the Gambling King was reluctant to relent. What are you afraid of? Losing something is merely a trifling matter for us players. Simiao resolutely declined. her gaze towards the gambling king growing increasingly probing. His eager and almost desperate desire to wager with them raised suspicions. After a moment of persuasion, the gambling king, noticing that his three big fish were reluctant to bite, tugged at his tie in frustration and resorted to a provocative tactic. Indeed, women were often timid and averse to risk. Just as the three were about to depart, Simiao interjected, "Wow, has avoiding gambling become a virtue exclusive to women?" A lot of Pai remarked, from his tone, that seems to be the case. Hao Shui adjusted her glasses and said, "I possess a unique skill." Indeed, Hao Shui had a plethora of peculiar skills, and she cursed the gambling king, predicting that his next endeavor would inevitably fail. The trio slipped away from the gambling king and stealthily returned, hiding behind to observe him as he resumed his game of chance with the locals. He won, yet his shock was akin to that of a homeowner discovering a burglary upon returning home, as he clutched his hair and murmured, "How could I have won by such a margin?" The three of them retreated quietly. Upon reaching the deck of the self-service restaurant on the 6th floor, a lot of Pai pondered aloud. Could it be a skill akin to a desperate comeback? The more one loses, the more fiercely one wins? It's quite possible. He has been losing here for months, and if he were to wager against us and win, he might end up bankrupt. They exchanged glances, recognizing that such bizarre skills were exceedingly unpredictable. The alarm device Simiao had purchased earlier remained silent, failing to detect this form of danger. Oh dear, they had relaxed on the cruise ship for several days, during which the gambling king, relentless in his pursuits, attempted to entice them into a wager, only to be thwarted by their united front. At last, tranquility had returned to their world. Following this, they dedicated themselves to rescue missions, traversing vast distances to aid those in need. During this time, Simiao and a lot of Pai utilized the knowledge base shared by Hao Shui to participate in a mock examination at their school. Upon exiting the examination hall, both stood tall, feeling an unprecedented sense of intelligence. "I solved the last major math problem," a lot of Pai exclaimed animatedly to Hao Shui. "If we could mass-produce our skills, you could sell your knowledge base, and, as a woman, I could offer sleep-inducing incense. We would surely prosper. And what would you sell?" A lot of Pai pondered deeply, realizing, to her dismay, that she seemed to lack any particularly special skills. After the exam, they decided to indulge in a complimentary meal at the cafeteria, which had generously loaded their meal cards with a year's worth of dining fees. Chapter 62. Sprint Class 5. The cafeteria was a bustling sea of people, all engaged in their meals. It appeared that aside from the players and a few abstract NPCs responsible for their class, everyone else was quite normal, each absorbed in their daily routines. Simiao stood in line for her meal, her appetite insatiable as she filled her plate to the brim, mirroring a lot of Pai and Hao Shui's actions. It must be said, free food tasted all the better, although Simiao's space basket was filled with various offerings from kind-hearted individuals. The majority consisted of plain steamed buns and dumplings, and she could not subsist solely on such simplicity. Thus, she had to spend money on meals. Oh, over there are 2 players, and it seems that another local has an excess of players as well. Surely, not everyone is here just to mooch off the food? With a calm demeanor, Hao diligently remarked, "It's quite normal. I just inquired and discovered that only 6 players are still attending classes, while the rest have either fled or dispersed, though they occasionally return to savor the cafeteria and dormitory amenities." Simiao, after finishing her meal, accompanied by several curious peers, requested Hao to guide them to the dormitory. The living conditions were remarkably commendable, featuring 4-person accommodations with bunk beds and desks, as well as private bathrooms, far superior to the majority of university dormitories. Given the numerous players who had abandoned the game early on, the beds were scarcely occupied, explaining why some players lingered around. While Simiao and her companions wandered outside, they often took refuge in tents or caravans. After spending a night in the dormitory, they set off the next day to accumulate survival points. Time flew by, and before long, the final examination approached. Armed with the knowledge shared by Hao, Simiao entered the examination hall, seizing the opportunity to evaluate the earnings from this instance. The survival points amounted to 2,730, with expenditures of 237 points on various skills and equipment, resulting in a net profit of 2,493. Including the historical balance, her total reached 3,835. Furthermore, her daily commitment to using the replication skill had enabled her to amass 300 heavy machine guns, Even if she sold them to the system at a discounted price, she would still obtain 15,000 points. This was far more lucrative than her previous endeavors of rescuing others across distant lands. Simiao could vividly imagine the frustration of those who had once lost the replication skill, lamenting their misfortune. Unfortunately, heavy machine guns were the most expensive and compact items available for her current level, leaving her with little room for additional profit. Beyond survival points, she had honed her skills through numerous rescue missions, particularly her wood-based abilities, which she now wielded with great proficiency. Upon completing the examination, Simiao was promptly ejected from the instance, bypassing the subsequent processes of score checking and application. Congratulations, player, for completing the sprint task of the instance. You have earned 200 experience points, 100 survival points, and 1 bronze chest. Initially, Simiao intended to continue with her tasks, but was informed that players could only participate in 3 instances per day. With a fleeting sense of disappointment, she navigated through the crowd to the 4th floor cafeteria, where she ordered a glass of mango juice to open her chest. Upon opening the bronze chest, she received 1 experience doubling card and 1 skill cheat tip. Upon examining the experience doubling card, she realized it could be utilized during the instant settlement. Simiao prudently decided against recklessly doubling her 200 experience points and opted to save it for a more opportune moment. Perhaps when encountering a scenario akin to survival on a deserted island, envisioning a potential windfall. The cheat tip allowed players a chance to acquire a clue at the cost of 100 survival points. It was an exploratory skill, and Simiao felt a nagging suspicion that the game was toying with her. Sure enough, her companion sent a screenshot revealing an identical cheat tip. However, was a different case, acting as a stellar ally. Simiao and her friend exchanged thoughts on their double misfortune, amplifying their frustrations. The instance rewards were modest, yet it was Simiao's extensive use of the replication skill, over 300 times, that constituted her substantial earnings. She accessed her personal inventory, noting that the items she had previously listed, including the heavy machine guns, had been traded away, granting her 3 attribute cards, 2 vehicle upgrade cards, 31-hour energy cards, 24 30-minute energy cards, 6 cargo expansion cards, and 1 skill card. The art of transformative hairstyles. Players are afforded the freedom to change their hairstyles at will. Simiao, are you exploiting bugs to sell wigs? Despite the grumbling, Simiao swiftly acquired 6 heavy machine guns, exhausting all available slots for items. The remaining machine guns were kept in reserve, intended for future sale when funds were needed, to prevent excessive wealth in the account which would elevate the cost of failure in quests. Simiao spent a substantial sum of 1,000 survival points to repurchase a spatial device, a wallet-like marker inscribed on the inner side of the left wrist, possessing an internal capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. Another 1,000 points were spent to purchase a locking card to secure it, allowing for the storage of essential supplies. The upcoming punishment drop in the dungeon would reveal whether the items within could evade disaster through a glitch. The piggy bank activated, yielding a rebate of 20 survival points. Well, even the tiniest fly is still meat, enough to cover 2 dungeon entry fees. After spending, Simiao utilized an attribute card, augmenting each of the 4 attributes by 3 points. Final data, player nickname, I am a woman level, LV71120002000, race, human talent, fishing system 20 ability, wood element constitution, 42 agility, 42 strength, 42 spirit, 45 survival points, 1955 allocatable attributes, 42 equipment, space basket, mini bamboo house, captured small fish, green goblin, resource exchange station, little yellow duck, mutated armament shovel, certificate of honor, angel's wings, honor medal, alarm, 2 amulets, stasis space, 86 servings of food, fishing rod, net, diving pearl, turtle shell, 300 nursery rhymes, voluntary overtime application, 2 rest area tickets, 1 dungeon ticket, piggy bank, treasure mouse fur, experience doubling card, wallet space. Skills, golden words, my rules are law, C-class fireball, close range observation, rest assured and nap will suffice, light as a feather. Gaze upon my offspring, C-class thunder technique, shadow, hey I'm out, D-class water arrow, hardening shield, aviator, duplication, cheating tips, transformative hairstyles. Titles, diligent worker, teammate has been vomiting for 3 days and nights, let me speak, if you remain silent, no one will consider you mute, fisherman, extended standby. Simiao gazed at the bountiful array of skills and equipment, overwhelmed with a sense of achievement. Many comments, "Quick, look at the regional channel." Several players who joined our sprint class seem to have perished. I am a woman. Simiao promptly opened a regional channel, aware that while the penalties for dying in dungeons could induce despair, there had yet to be instances of outright demise. I see you like a watermelon. I had arranged to explore the dungeon ticket with another player tonight, only to discover her icon was grayed out. Study hard. I have memorized the names of 30 players. 4 of them are grayed out. The names of the 4 players were revealed. Simiao randomly targeted 2 of them using close-range observation. ID. Queen's arrival was in the laboratory, while ID. Dashing young master found himself in a confined space. Simiao, intrigued, elevated her view. What a spectacle! An urn, a mourning hall, a funeral, and several women clinging to children, embroiled in a dispute over inheritance. The urn was knocked to the ground amidst the chaos, falling unnoticed. Simiao, wow, what a vivid tapestry. Chapter 63. The Green Goblin grows fat. In a brief moment of skill utilization by Simiao, the regional channel was inundated with messages. Gambling King. I have encountered this flamboyant gentleman before. He leaves his mark everywhere in the dungeon, claiming he wishes to spread his seed across every world. I wonder if he has met his demise at the hands of those women. Gambling King. And then there's this queen, strutting into a certain backward tribe, declaring herself the sovereign and establishing a reign, even adorning herself with the mantle of a goddess. Quite the performer, isn't she? A throng of onlookers was utterly astonished. Windy Pig. What kind of dungeon is this, with such a high degree of freedom? How can it be so chaotic? Clumsy Foot. This is bound to cause an uproar. Gold Chain. There are even players setting up stalls to sell fruit by the roadside. Windy Pig. Clumsy Foot. Terrifyingly strong. Who is this person? So plain and unassuming? Simiao felt as though she had been struck in the knee with an arrow. What was wrong with selling fruit? Many farts in private messages insisted, "Sister, do not worry. This is entirely my doing. It has nothing to do with you." Simiao smiled, and in the next moment, she saw Gold Chain continuing to spill the beans in the regional channel. Gold Chain, yes, it's that woman, calling out to sell fruit by the roadside. Accompanied by some sycophant named Many Farts. They jointly pilfered my money. How utterly shameless. Simiao covered her face. Many Farts had already launched a strong rebuttal. Many Farts. So what if I sell fruit? I neither steal nor rob. Labor is the most honorable pursuit. And you're the one using a perspective-enhancing item for some perverse purpose. Players, beware of this Gold Chain in the dungeon. You never know what depraved things he might do with that item. Lanua, thank you for the warning. Terrifyingly strong, thank you for the warning. Black Bear, thank you for the warning. Upon realizing the heat was on him, Gold Chain quickly made himself scarce. Not long after, he hung the perspective-enhancing item in his personal showcase. Simiao was a step too late. She too desired such an item, yearning to experience the freedom of a scratch card. Many Farts, in private messages, lamented, "Who is this with such swift fingers? Picking my peaches." Study hard. While toying with a lens, sneezed, feeling quite pleased as she merged the lens with her glasses. She opted to use a group creation card, inviting female players she had collaborated with during this period, who had left a good impression on her, into a group titled Breaking the Game. Simiao, upon seeing the group invitation from Study Hard, joined without hesitation. Despite Study Hard appearing quite youthful, seemingly just of age, Simiao, having shared a knowledge repository with her, had no doubt regarding her intelligence. The group had several familiar IDs. Many Farts, Terrifyingly Strong, Clumsy Foot, and Fat Ant, with the numbers steadily increasing. All were level 56. Presently, Simiao, at level 7, was the highest. Everyone was thrilled. Messages flew across the screen, and the atmosphere was far more harmonious than in the regional channel. Clumsy Foot, excitement. Unbelievable. I'm flailing my arms and legs. Did I really join the great group? Fat Ant. When will the group leader offer knowledge repository sharing? It's so beneficial for learning. Simiao made a brief appearance. The conversation quickly veered toward the trending topics. Terrifyingly strong. According to what they say, the dungeon is merely an ordinary world with such a high degree of freedom. The trading mall operates normally, and even if players face setbacks, they won't be crushed by the natives. Diligent study. Indeed, I am more inclined to believe that they have breached the forbidden boundaries of the game and faced its retribution. Simiao recalled the newly acquired skill in her possession. A clever trick, Upon usage, players have a chance to receive a clue, costing 100 survival points each time. If not now, then when? Simiao activated the skill. The first 2 attempts yielded nothing but air, but the last bore fruit. The clue revealed, entangled within the causal fabric of the dungeon world. One would be stripped of their existence upon exit failure. Simiao's heart raced as a cold sweat broke out, realizing the gravity of the situation. She had traded a considerable amount of supplies in the zombie realm, intervening in numerous causal threads while rescuing others in the previous dungeon. In a sense, she had also meddled in many fates. She shared the clue in the group chat, wiping away her cold sweat. A torrent of anxiety flowed. Fortunately, we were too preoccupied with rescuing others to concern ourselves with anything else. We even hesitated to eliminate the most malevolent foes, or else we might have become ensnared ourselves. Simiao gradually regained her composure and reassured them, not necessarily, as we were genuinely tasked by the system. In the group, it was evident that everyone was shaken by the news. Simiao then recounted the fates of the charming gentleman and the queen, prompting a flurry of speculation. The situation was dire. The charming gentleman had little to say, having already fathered several children. He could not escape this predicament. What about the queen? Was her arrival a result of altering the local dynamics? The group buzzed with conjectures. After consulting Simiao, Diligent Study decided to share several clues in the regional channel, serving as a warning to fellow players. Although they possessed extraordinary abilities, appearing capable of anything under the game's guise, they were merely players beneath it all, susceptible to punishment at any moment. One must not become arrogant. Simiao enjoyed a sumptuous dinner in the resting area, departing at 5:30, returning to the highway. With the car in self-driving mode, she reclined in the massage chair to relax, stopping to utilize her vine skill on monsters whenever she encountered treasure chests. As the clock struck 6, the green ghost clocked in punctually, eagerly commencing work after consuming pet food. The wraiths along the roadside began to respawn, approaching like specters, with chilling winds and mournful cries. The green ghost dashed in, biting down on one, excitedly squealing. Simiao ascended to the second-floor terrace, surveying the surroundings and replenishing her vehicle's defense by 100 points, having the funds to do so. She conjured a wooden arrow, attempting a physical attack on the wraiths. The effect was minimal, but not without merit. However, it paled in comparison to her fireball spell, as Simiao could now unleash 90 fireballs and 90 thunderstrikes, achieving perfect accuracy. After a flurry of spells, the wraiths were nearly vanquished, with 50 minutes elapsed and an additional 10 minutes added. Simiao glanced over, surprised to see that the green ghost had consumed a significant portion of the wraith it had bitten. Was this the effect of the pet food and soul orbs? Simiao felt no urgency, sitting on the terrace with keen interest, observing when the green ghost would finish its meal. The green ghost, dragging the wraith closer, was so eager that it almost spoke. Simiao smiled and urged, "Hurry up. There's soul orbs scattered everywhere. Be careful not to let the wind carry them away." Upon hearing this, the green ghost instantly perked up, wide-eyed, and voraciously devoured the remaining half of the wandering soul, causing its form to swell significantly. In a flurry of excitement, it hurriedly gathered the scattered soul orbs from the ground, all of which belonged to it. Simiao found the scene amusing and used vines to retrieve the fallen chests, stacking them on the terrace. There were 22 wooden chests and 7 iron chests. Experience points totaled 1,300, and survival points amounted to 130. Chapter 64. Newly acquired title. Simiao minimized the regional channel and the game interface, positioning them in the upper right corner of her vision, and commenced the grand endeavor of opening chests. The 22 wooden chests contained basic supplies, 27 bottles of water, 15 steamed buns, 10 loaves of bread for self-heating rice packs, 1 chocolate bar, 1 watermelon, 1 durian, 10 pounds of rice, 2 buckets of oil, 1 pack of salt, 1 towel, 1 hairdryer, 2 expansion cards for the carriage, 10 30-minute electricity cards, and 5 one-hour electricity cards. The 7 iron chests yielded 3 bottles of cola, 2 cups of milk tea, 2 hamburgers, 2 apples, 3 attribute cards, 1 parking ticket, and 1 dungeon ticket. Simiao gathered the perishable food and fruits with a shelf life of 7 days together, contemplating the abundance of supplies strewn about. Although the number of chests had increased, their intrinsic value had evidently diminished. Not a single piece of equipment or skill had dropped from so many iron chests. After organizing these items, Simiao began to arrange the items in her basket space. Now equipped with a wallet space, this area was dedicated to storing resources acquired from the fishing system. Each time she opened it, she felt as though it contained more items, a testament to the abundance of kind-hearted individuals in the world. She decided to sell off everything she did not need, particularly the steamed buns and dumplings that would expire in 7 days. As usual, she retained the 7 days' worth of food and fruit, selling off the rest to acquire 346 survival points, as if they were free. A heavy machine gun listed in her personal showcase was sold, all transactions conducted via electricity cards. Additionally, she had purchased supplies sent by Xiao Tao in exchange for information, reaping substantial profits from the sales. In her correspondence with Xiao Tao, she mentioned that the personal positioning card she requested had not been received, but she had something else that might be of use. Xiao Tao sent 2 email packages, one containing a rest card and the other a voluntary overtime application form. Simiao accepted these and compensated her with 2 attribute cards as a reward. With the small rest card in hand, she wore a mischievous grin, eagerly anticipating the moment when she could use it at midnight. The regional channel buzzed with discussions about the evening's wandering soul attacks, and Simiao noted that the number of participants had dwindled by another 16, casting a shadow over the atmosphere. Conversely, the group dedicated to breaking the game was filled with laughter and chatter, viewing the wandering soul attacks as inconsequential, akin to picking up money. Their diligent studies allowed them to exchange in used skills and equipment, facilitating resource circulation within the community, albeit strictly prohibiting reselling. Any violators will be promptly expelled from the group. Simiao possessed the most heavy machine guns, which would take ages to sell in her personal showcase. Thus, she generously donated 10 to the group warehouse. Even if she only received 300 survival points for them, it was preferable to the paltry 50 she would have received from the recycling system. Witnessing her generosity, others began to follow suit, contributing various useful items to the warehouse. With a trading market in place to stabilize prices, inflation was out of the question. The second-hand market was experiencing a dramatic decline in prices, particularly for food and water, which were largely overlooked by buyers. In the warehouse, Simiao rummaged through the items and discovered several intriguing treasures that she acquired at a bargain, thus saving a substantial sum. Meanwhile, her heavy machine guns were snatched up in a frenzy. Those who failed to secure one expressed their discontent. Ultimately, Simiao directly compared the number of participants in the group, which totaled 36, ensuring that everyone received one. In a matter of moments, her account swelled to 10,800. Simiao exclaimed, "This crowd was worth my time." Her account balance skyrocketed to 12,785. If she were to engage in a dungeon raid, she'd find herself losing 10 units, along with 2 fireball spells. With a hint of melancholy, Simiao opened the trading mall, lamenting the dilemma of having excess funds with no place to spend them, a true conundrum of the affluent. Nevertheless, she decided to upgrade her vehicle first. With her financial prowess, Simiao swiftly gathered 20 vehicle upgrade cards, enhancing her vehicle to level 5. A new turret defense tower was added, allowing for the recharge of survival points for autonomous attacks. Simiao generously invested 500 points, boosting her vehicle's defenses to 500 points. As she anticipated the upcoming onslaught of wandering souls the following day, utilizing a vehicle expansion card, Simiao reconfigured the layout, enabling the left and right compartments to extend, ultimately forming an invincible mobile home measuring 10 meters in length and 6 meters in width, fully equipped with various living facilities, including a separate bedroom, kitchen, and living room. No longer would she need to endure the inconvenience of assembling makeshift furniture. Satisfied, Simiao took a leisurely stroll within her mobile abode, reclining in a massage chair to unwind. Just then, she received a message from Windy Pig, along with an invitation to a group. Windy Pig announced, "Sister, I have created a group called the Sacrifice Squad." Curiously, Simiao joined the group and was met with Windy Pig's pinned message. Windy Pig articulated their mission: "We may perish, but we shall not do so in vain." She recounted the events that transpired during their fishing expedition in the wilderness, emphasizing that when faced with insurmountable odds, one must decisively convert their life into tangible value. Black Bear, who was also added to the group, raised a valid concern. "The reason we succeeded last time was that I am a woman willing to pay, if faced with unreasonable adversaries who simply attack. How can we bargain?" Windy Pig acknowledged the merit in this statement, asserting that their goal was to unite and expand the sacrifice squad, ensuring that in future dungeon raids, they could find allies to shield each other, thus minimizing losses when the odds seemed insurmountable and their lives still held worth. Black Bear retorted that relying on moral coercion would only yield counterproductive outcomes, expressing skepticism about placing hope in the compassion of the strong. With an eye roll, Windy Pig replied, "Why are you so stubborn? I said this is just one way of thinking. Having multiple strategies is beneficial." Simiao watched the lively exchange between the two, intrigued. Their approaches during the fishing expedition were starkly contrasting. Windy Pig was quick-witted and free-spirited, while Black Bear adhered steadfastly to his own logic. Black Bear asserted, "Forgive my candor, but you are merely encouraging everyone to abandon the game and seek a quick end. Over time, this will lead to a loss of fighting spirit, with players only seeking shortcuts." Windy Pig responded, "Are you serious, sister? You're just elevating my argument." The atmosphere had grown tense at this point, prompting Simiao to produce a watermelon to lighten the mood. The Wind Pig established a group, poised to embark on an ambitious endeavor, when suddenly, the Black Bear doused her enthusiasm with cold water, casting aspersions and disrupting the atmosphere, leaving everyone momentarily discontented. The aggression reached its zenith. The Wind Pig retorted, "You, a coward masquerading as a man, dare to accuse me of lacking resolve while I strive for peace? I can hardly muster the energy to respond to you." She continued, "Could it be that you are attempting to argue that the Black Bear possesses both male and female attributes, and that your deliberately subdued voice is merely a result of a sore throat?" The Wind Pig remarked, "Isn't it exhilarating to have a throng of individuals in the regional channel calling you Brother Bear? Hiding beneath the guise of masculinity provides you with a sense of security." She pressed further, "Only you truly know whether you intentionally obscure your gender to mislead others into believing you are a man. It's rather audacious for one who seeks to abandon their own gender to accuse me of lacking fighting spirit." The Wind Pig's verbal onslaught was comparable to a heavy machine gun, unleashing a barrage of words. The Black Bear, seemingly withdrawn, remained silent. At this moment, Simiao took a bite of watermelon, realizing it was her time to enter the fray. "We are all sisters. Quarreling is unwise. Be cautious, lest others accuse you of sowing discord." In the group, the Wind Pig exclaimed, "Sister, why are you also playing the part? This accusation is tightening around my neck." The Black Bear remained silent. Simiao had received a title from the fishing system as a reward. Fishing system skill 2. If you think that way, there's little I can do. Sometimes, the truth can yield unexpected rewards. Simiao had discerned the application of this skill, which, like skill 1, involved casting aspersions and using grandiose reasoning to sidestep specific issues and conflicts, forcing a resolution. For instance, in this scenario, she wielded the warning of female disunity, disregarding all else, and successfully compelled the two to mute themselves, triggering the desired effect. Title: King of Hats Effect. Your words occasionally provoke distaste in others. Simiao Muzed. What use is this? Chapter 65. Honorary President Simiao was rendered speechless by the title and resolved to engage in more cheerful pursuits. She threw 20 heavy machine guns into the warehouse of the dedicated task force group, each priced at 300 survival points, and then made an announcement in the group. The Wind Pig exclaimed, "Sister, what have you done?" The heavy machine guns, originally priced at 500 in the marketplace, were listed at 400 by Simiao in her personal window, yet here they were available for just 300. Was this not a boon? The previously silent members of the group, who had been merely observing, were suddenly galvanized into action, and those capable of purchasing did so eagerly. For these weapons were indeed highly effective. In contrast to the elite route established by the diligent study group, the Wind Pig opted for a more populist approach, frequently advertising in the regional channel, resulting in a steady increase in group membership, effortlessly surpassing 500 individuals. As Simiao's heavy machine guns made their debut, the numbers surged even higher. The Wind Pig was overjoyed. Simiao, witnessing a substantial influx of survival points, shared in the joy. It was a mutual triumph. However, upon observing the group becoming a chaotic mix of players who, in their frustration at failing to drive down prices, resorted to moral coercion, Simiao realized the basket was beginning to overflow. It was a multifaceted strategy. The Wind Pig sent a private message. "Sister, once they explode with more resources, I shall expel them." Simiao raised an eyebrow, clearly aware that the wind pig had grasped the essence of her fishing skill. In a single night, nearly 60 heavy machine guns were sold across 2 groups, yielding a staggering profit of 18,000. Simiao caught a glimpse of her own reflection in the car window, her smile crooked with delight. The Life and Death squad was still abuzz with activity, and Shui Fengzhu hastily messaged Simiao. Shui Fengzhu, sister. Our Life and Death squad indeed faces a critical issue, as Black Bear pointed out. If we encounter formidable opponents in the dungeon who are unwilling to reason and resort to violence, it is highly likely that we will not fare well. Shui Fengzhu. However, I still believe there is room for maneuvering. After all, we all grew up in a peaceful society. Transitioning abruptly from good to evil, from 1 to 0, requires a process of internal conflict. This very process presents an opportunity for our squad. We could propose a plan that offers those who have not yet succumbed to darkness, players still willing to uphold their morals, a more dignified choice. This could be a win-win situation. Simiao found it hard to disagree. Back in the fishing dungeon, she refrained from attacking players without provocation, adhering to the principle of non-aggression, willing to pay the price for her principles and boundaries. Now, however, she had moved beyond that stage and was prepared to compete. I am woman, so what does this imply? Shui Fengzhu rubbed her hands together with glee. Hee, I was thinking of inviting you to be the honorary president of our Life and Death squad. To command respect. I am woman. I see. A prestigious enforcer? Shui Fengzhu. Honorary president. Shui Fengzhu. Together, we shall elevate the Life and Death squad, establishing our own rules. Shui Fengzhu. All right, let us gather more members for the group to facilitate sales. Simiao recalled the 60 heavy machine guns she had sold through Cuckoo. By all means, they must proceed. What is this Life and Death squad? They are merely her potential clients and good sisters. Moreover, the Life and Death squad essentially consisted of grassroots players banding together, bargaining with high-level players, which would undoubtedly offend some of the elite and those who subscribed to the survival of the fittest philosophy. Their reputation would not be stellar. Simiao becoming the honorary president would inevitably attract animosity. After all, the fishing system does not rain down resources every day. Shui Fengzhu was evidently aware of this and had hinted at it. Simiao and Shui Fengzhu quickly reached a consensus. Simiao would stand by the Life and Death squad when necessary, prioritizing the lives of its members in dungeons. In return, she would have the freedom to sell her goods within the group. In the brief time they conversed, Shui Fengzhu had already silenced all players who insulted Simiao or advertised in the group. No advertisements allowed, except for the honorary president. Simiao began to wholesale her surplus supplies at low prices, providing benefits for her sisters, tempted by the allure of generous benefits. Within just a few hours of its establishment, the Life and Death squad became the largest group in District 28, surpassing 2,000 members. Given that District 28 originally had over 9,000 players, this was a substantial influx. Shui Fengzhu began to fervently promote the spirit of their squad. Simiao noticed many familiar IDs in the group. Study hard, ant fat, terrifyingly strong, and awfully clumsy. Simiao. It seems everyone is quite clear about their roles, seamlessly transitioning between the game and the Life and Death squad. As the Windy Pig extolled her life-saving techniques in the group chat, the regional channel erupted into a cacophony of insults. The wealthy heir scoffed, a bunch of losers unable to handle defeat in the game, resorting to moral coercion. Are we? The envious retorted. This is an era of the survival of the fittest. What use is all this flashy nonsense? If I can kill you, why would I pay for your life? The one fishing to the bitter end chimed in, a group of naive fools, merely seeking attention. The Windy Pig proclaimed, the life-saving squad is recruiting. Plenty of benefits in the group. Heavy machine guns for 300 survival points, and with a level 7 powerhouse, I, being a woman, serve as the honorary president. Boundless security. The crowd noted that the Windy Pig remained silent, relentlessly advertising. Meanwhile, Simiao, the honorary president, was preoccupied with organizing supplies in her storage space. Unable to sell everything, there was simply too much. Even amidst this busyness, she remembered to arrange a rest card for her good friend, Lanue, just after midnight. Enjoy your rest. Lanue replied. This life is becoming unbearable. She rubbed her temples, opting to use the costly voluntary overtime application she had collected. Truly, she was paying to work. Simiao counted the money, her hand cramping. She had earned 20,000 survival points in one night, along with 3 attribute points, a basic healing card, and oh yes, the title of Hat King. With the intelligent driving mode activated, she began racking up kilometers. Simiao didn't forget to call Green Ghost into the car, feeling quite pleased, and purchasing 10 bags of pet food, reveling in her wealth. Green Ghost floated about the pet food, bubbling with happiness. Chapter 66. Hiking 1. Today's mission. Advance 240 kilometers. Simiao set the intelligent driving to hit the road at dawn, bypassing wooden crates and stopping at metal boxes to wake her up from monster hunting. She got up 4 times during the night, and by 6 in the morning, as dawn broke, today's mission was complete. Simiao yawned and used her rest area ticket, successfully entering the rest area 10 minutes later. After freshening up, she hurried to the 4th floor buffet for breakfast, saving herself another meal. A few sparse players had already arrived, having set out early in the morning to eat and drink while waiting for enough players to start a dungeon. Just as Simiao took a sip of milk, a player sat across from her, Black Bear. Dressed in a black tracksuit, Black Bear silently began slurping noodles. Simiao curiously scrutinized her. Dark circles under her eyes, evidently having been under Windy Pig's barrage last night. What coincidence! She initiated the conversation. Good morning. Simiao was taken aback. Your voice is better? Black Bear replied slowly. You haven't been targeted and killed yet. What does that make me? Simiao exclaimed, wow, quite aggressive, taking a hefty bite of her sandwich. She continued, why not change your nickname then? Don't tell me you can't get a name change card. Black Bear pursed her lips. Would she lose face? Changing it would be akin to bowing to Windy Pig, which she absolutely refused to do. Seeing this, Simiao burst into laughter. Don't be stubborn about money. With your level, hanging an honorary elder title in the life-saving squad would be more than sufficient. Windy Pig probably thinks the same. She gestured a number. I earned this much last night. Black Bear's eyes widened. She was aware that Simiao was selling supplies in bulk, especially the heavy machine guns, and they were practically flying off the shelves. But this was just too lucrative. She hesitated and inquired, do you subscribe to the theory of the wind-blowing pig? Simiao burst into laughter, replying, I am making money, my friend. What is the wind-blowing pig's so-called dedicated task force aim to achieve? If not simply to flaunt her prowess in laboring, it merely capitalizes on the needs of ordinary players, congregating them to formulate rules for profit. Noticing that He Xiong's brow had furrowed, she shrugged and continued, I truly do not comprehend why you harbor such aversion. Given He Xiong's past conduct, it is evident she is a law-abiding player. When the moral order began to crumble and the previous norms became obsolete, the emergence of a more suitable task force to uphold the last bastion of integrity should be regarded as a positive development, should it not? She rested her chin on her hand, pondering, so you do not automatically identify with the morally shackled elite players? He Xiong fell silent. Simiao nearly dropped her sandwich. Speaking earnestly, if conditions permit, consider seeking a psychologist. The paranoia of not acquiring a comb is reaching its peak. She continued, is it not true? Currently, we have a dedicated task force, and in the future, as their numbers grow, they could unite to compel players to provide this compensation. Simiao questioned, what is the issue with that? You could hold the honorary title of president. By rounding it off, aren't those your troops? Simiao was fully aware that bearing such a title would necessitate treating players from the dedicated task force with extra care during raids, ensuring to share some resources and rewards, but she had yet to incur those costs. Last night, she had already reaped a profit of 20,000 survival points, an undeniable windfall that had delighted her so much she awoke with joy twice in the night. She could not fathom how He Xiong consistently pinpointed the victims' locations with such precision, smoothly identifying with them, while also fretting unnecessarily. The two exchanged incredulous glances, clearly on different wavelengths. After finishing breakfast, they parted ways, turning to leave. By 10 o'clock, the parking lot was gradually filling with players' vehicles as the raid commenced. Simiao promptly presented her ticket to enter. Welcome to extreme hiking. Please select a difficulty, easy, hard, hell. It felt invigorating. Without hesitation, Simiao opted for hell, eager to broaden her horizons. Hell mode activated. Skills disabled. Equipment disabled. Talents disabled. Powers disabled. Store disabled. Inventory items disabled. Simiao exclaimed. This is akin to entering battle unarmed. She wiped her face in disbelief. Rule 1. 10 players must proceed on foot. The top 3 players with the greatest distance covered will receive rewards. Rule 2. Death results in a 50-point deduction of resources. Rule 3. Supplies will drop along the way, so be vigilant in collecting them. Upon examining the configuration of this raid, Simiao recognized it as a trial for experience, akin to island survival, where survival time would proportionally double the experience earned. Here, it would be the distance covered that would yield a similar enhancement. This was her favorite type of raid, and she also possessed an experience doubling card. Surely, she could traverse until the end of time. As she glanced around, she found no sign of other players. Beneath her feet lay a road resembling a rural path, 3 meters wide, flanked by lush green fields, devoid of any signs of life. A signpost indicating the direction ahead stood before her. Simiao took a tentative step forward, and the signpost displayed a distance of 0.00005 kilometers. She stepped aside, the distance remaining unchanged, and took a half step backward, resetting to 0. Another step back plunged her into negative numbers. It appeared that only forward movement counted towards her progress. Thus, Simiao commenced her forward journey. An average adult can traverse 46 kilometers in an hour, but with her enhanced attributes, Simiao could effortlessly cover 10 kilometers. She attempted to veer off the road to forage for supplies in the adjacent fields, perhaps for a sip of water, yet found herself unable to escape the path. Resigned, she continued to walk ahead obediently. After an hour, her distance transformed to 10 kilometers. Soon, Simiao spotted a bottle of water not far ahead. She quickened her pace, picked it up, and opened it to quench her thirst, finding it identical to the bottled water rewarded outside. It truly felt like survival on the open road. Having entered this realm, she still had to navigate on foot. Outside, there were vehicles, yet within this scenario, only her 2 legs were of use. Under the blazing sun, Simiao grew warm and removed her athletic jacket, draping it over her head while persevering onward. Once, she had a good friend named MP3. Upon reaching the 20-kilometer mark, Simiao discovered a piece of bread and stuffed it in her mouth to appease her growling stomach. After more than 2 hours of walking, she finally traversed the fields and arrived at the foot of a mountain. The good news was the shade offered by trees. The bad news was that she now faced an uphill climb. Inevitably, her speed diminished as Simiao huffed and puffed her way forward, picking up leaves from the ground to tuck into her pocket. At the 30-kilometer mark, she found a pack of spicy strips. At the 40-kilometer mark, a bottle of mineral water. At the 50-kilometer mark, a multifunctional small pot. At the 60-kilometer mark, as the sun set, Simiao found a packet of biscuits. The supplies were indeed disheartening. Was this the hellish difficulty? Dizziness overcame her from hunger as she ravenously devoured the biscuits alongside half a bottle of water. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on. At the 70-kilometer mark, only half a bottle of water remained, yet she stumbled upon a mobile phone. The device contained only a hiking group app, and upon opening it, Simiao discovered 3 frantic players already engaged in conversation. The sky has fallen. I'm so hungry. AAA, I'm so thirsty. Heart thief, I'm so tired. Simiao licked her parched lips. Well, it seemed they were all in the same predicament. The sky has fallen. A newcomer has arrived. The sky has fallen. What difficulty level is this? Heart thief and I are on hard mode. AAA is on easy. I'm a woman. Hell. The sky has fallen. Tough one. AAA tough one. Heart thief. Tough one. Simiao smiled, realizing that youth often breeds a sense of invincibility. Chapter 67. On foot 2, after finding the group, Simiao was no longer isolated and alone. Though the chat was filled with trivialities, it provided a means of communication, and even the nonsense became entertaining during dull moments. Soon, another player joined the chat. They exchanged information within the group. Each player's initial map was identical, rural farmland, leading into mountain trails after a few hours of climbing. The difference lay in the players' choices. Those opting for easy mode could unlock 2 skills or items, while those on hard mode faced similar challenges, and those on helm mode entered bare. The supply drops also varied slightly. Easy mode yielded supplies at every 5 kilometers, hard mode at 8 kilometers, while helm mode only at 10 kilometers. Upon seeing this, Simiao felt utterly numbed. If, upon the conclusion of the copy settlement, she is not granted rewards multiplied several times, she may escalate the matter to the central authorities. Her mobile phone lacks a flashlight function, providing only a feeble glow from the screen. In the darkness, Simiao pressed on for another 10 kilometers, discovering a bottle of water, which she eagerly consumed to replenish her hydration. Enduring an arduous trek of 80 kilometers, she felt parched and famished, her clothing dampened by sweat multiple times. As the temperature dropped at night, a chilling wind howled through the forest, creating an eerie atmosphere punctuated by the occasional bird call. Exhausted, Simiao resolved to halt her journey for the day, seeking refuge to rest and regain her strength. She reclined on the ground, the group chat now bustling with 10 members. After a brief observation, fatigue overtook her, and she turned on her side, falling into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, her back and waist ached. She performed a series of stretching exercises and splashed water on her face before resuming her journey. At the 90th kilometer, Simiao came across a pack of compressed biscuits, which she consumed to stave off hunger, as her supplies were insufficient. By the 100th kilometer, she discovered a sleeping bag, remarkably light at only 500 grams, which felt as insubstantial as air when carried on her back. At the 110th kilometer, while others in the group savored self-heating hot pot meals, Simiao stumbled upon a water bag, capable of holding 10 liters and equipped with a faucet for dispensing water. It was a splendid find, though she wished it were already filled. Reaching the 120th kilometer, Simiao ascended to a hillside, where a turn in the path offered a sudden expansive view, revealing the farmland she had traversed the previous day. A refreshing breeze swept over her, prompting Simiao to spread her arms wide, feeling much of her fatigue ease. She sat down on the ground, picked up a nearby apple, wiped it on her clothing, and took a bite. The apple was both crisp and sweet and remarkably large. As she savored it, she glanced at the messages in the group chat. AAA, it's so difficult to choose. The tent, sleeping bag, and moisture-proof mat weigh a combined 10 gene, plus a box of mineral water, 2 watermelons, and 3 Hami melons. All impossible to carry. The sky has fallen. Get lost. Heart Stealer. Get lost. Coca-Cola chicken wings. Get lost. With a stoic expression, Simiao contributed a get lost to the conversation. Truly, those who are parched perish from thirst, and those inundated drown. After finishing the apple, Simiao sighed and continued her ascent. As she walked, an unsettling realization struck her. Were there not an inordinate number of graves lining the roadside? It resembled a rural mountain road she had traversed during a business trip to the south, where the mountainside was dotted with tombs. Some were relatively intact, constructed from stone bricks, while others were mere bare earthen mounds, their fronts truncated by the road. Some had collapsed, leaving only vague outlines, and in some extreme cases, only an open grave remained, with an urn placed directly on display, akin to a showcase, visible to passers-by. The sight had left a profound impression on Simiao then, and today she encountered a similar scene. Every 3 meters, a small grave appeared. Every 5 meters, a larger one. With a stroke of luck, she might even glimpse an urn. Simiao began to reminisce about the green ghost, whose charm was undeniable. She queried the group whether they were experiencing the same phenomenon. Misery loves company. The sky has fallen. Graves by the roadside? There seems to be one ahead. The sky has fallen. Help. Should I pay my respects before moving on? Do you not know the saying that once you engage, a connection is formed? Et claimet dianta. Please, no more. I'm already filled with trepidation. Simiao also felt a chill creeping down her spine. Although there were wandering spirits attacking outside the road, they were visible and could be dispatched. However, the rows of silent graves by the roadside were far more unsettling. The unknown was the most terrifying of all. Taking a deep breath, Simiao quickened her pace. The once despised sun now served as her warm beacon. How comforting it was! As she reached the 130-kilometer mark, Simiao fell into contemplation while holding 3 incense sticks. She rose and surveyed the nearby graves. The overly grand ones were intimidating. She lacked any skills and could only rely on physical combat, making them formidable foes. Conversely, the shabby graves raised concerns about the possibility of encountering a miserly spirit, rendering her offerings a waste. Ultimately, she chose a grave that was neither too grand nor too decrepit, placing the 3 incense sticks before it as her tribute. Surely, something must be returned for her offerings. The incense ignited spontaneously, releasing a pungent aroma that made Simiao step back cautiously, her senses heightened. As the incense burned away, a card materialized before her eyes. Filled with joy, Simiao rushed forward to claim it. Wild card grants a 10-minute escape from the road. Upon reading the card, she immediately turned back, her footsteps retracing rapidly. The kilometers flashed backward beneath her, and she felt no remorse as she hurried back 5 kilometers to a wild pear tree. Earlier, she had lingered here for 5 minutes, drooling at the sight, the memory vivid in her mind. With determination, she chose to utilize the wild card. A 10-minute countdown appeared in the corner of her vision. Climbing the pear tree with agility akin to a monkey, she frantically plucked pears, resorting to breaking branches when necessary. In those fleeting 10 minutes, Simiao managed to gather 132 pears. Though small, with 3 or 4 weighing only a pound, they were juicy and provided vital hydration and energy. Unfazed, Simiao placed a pear in her mouth, cheerfully unfurling her sleeping bag to store the bounty. Approximately 30 pounds of provisions. With her supplies secured, she resumed her journey. Half an hour later, she returned to the 130-kilometer mark. Disappointed to find no resources left to collect, she glanced at the grave with the 3 incense sticks and offered it a good spirit card. At the 140-kilometer mark, she discovered a lighter. At 150 kilometers, a headlamp, an invaluable companion for night travel. By the 160-kilometer mark, she found an MP3 player. Simiao knitt in gratitude. Tears of joy brimming in her eyes. Little P, this time, I shall never abandon you. Simiao had traversed 90 kilometers today, and with the time spent returning to gather pears, nearly 10 hours had elapsed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the already chilly forest became increasingly ominous, especially with the large and small graves lurking deeper within. This MP3 player had arrived just in time. Hastily, Simiao activated the music, inserting one earbud while keeping the other ear attuned to her surroundings. The mysterious birds commenced their calls once more. She chose a less frequented stretch of the path, settled down, and began her evening repast, gnawing on one pear after another until, at last, she consumed 10, only then feeling a semblance of satiety. Her cheeks aching from the effort, she extracted all the pears from her sleeping bag, placing them on her right side and shielding them with her coat to prevent them from rolling away. The sleeping bag shuddered slightly. At least tonight, she had something to cushion her. Simiao donned her headlamp, its brightness sufficiently illuminating the area up to 5 meters ahead, just enough to catch a glimpse of the nearest grave. Nonchalantly, she averted her gaze, laying out her meager supplies before her, pathetically scant. A solitary lighter, an empty water pouch, 100 pears, her sleeping bag, the headlamp, and several empty mineral water bottles constituted her entire inventory. There was also a mobile phone. Simiao opened the hiking group chat, where a flurry of players was already embroiled in a heated argument, an all-too-familiar spectacle. Yet she found it tiresome and sought a distraction. AAA, what a pity. I just found a tent, but I already have one. What to do with it? I must reluctantly abandon it, regretting the lack of a trading channel. Otherwise, I would have generously gifted it to you all. AAA, alas, tonight's self-heating hot pot is spicy, which I cannot handle. Much of it went to waste. Such a shame. AAA, rice is the best. It feels more substantial. The others chimed in. Aside from AAA, who played on easy mode, 7 were on a moderate difficulty, perfectly balanced, while only Simiao and another player, known as Tian Huang Di Lao, opted for the hellish challenge. AAA seemed confident that everyone else would struggle to compete with her, boasting freely. Simiao felt no inclination to type, finding it an exhausting endeavor. Yet, AAA would not let her be. AAA, I'm a woman, not the captain of some death-seeking squad. A big deal, yet you remain silent. Simiao, this damned hell difficulty has locked down my fishing system. Otherwise, I would certainly make triple to comprehend the consequences of her glib tongue. She cast aside her phone and succumbed to sleep. Accompanied by the melodies from her MP3, Simiao endured the second night of the quest, awakening several times in the dead of night without any ethereal visitors. Only the persistent mosquitoes troubled her. She scratched at the large bump on her forehead, rose to stretch her limbs, and devoured 5 more pears before shouldering her pack and resuming her journey. Having gone 2 or 3 days without a bath, Simiao could faintly detect an unpleasant odor emanating from herself. Her scalp itched intolerably, and her socks reeked, rendering her akin to a refugee. She trudged laboriously upwards. The incline of the mountain path was roughly 10 degrees, with a gradual increase in elevation. After traversing one hill, she would soon behold another, higher peak, which could induce despair in any observer. For the most part, Simiao focused on the kilometers beneath her feet, each step a small victory. for only in this manner did she find a sense of purpose. At the 170-kilometer mark, she found bread. At 180 kilometers, a complete set of windbreakers. At 190 kilometers, a sun hat. Simiao paused for a brief respite, voraciously consuming 3 more pairs. At this rate of consumption, her stash of pairs would scarcely last a few days. At last, she reached the 200-kilometer milestone. From a distance, Simiao spotted 3 incense sticks on the ground, and with uncontainable joy, she hurried over to retrieve them. She dashed to the roadside and chose to light them at a grave that was slightly more opulent than the last one. The incense ignited spontaneously, and as it burned away, a card materialized before her eyes. Simiao quickly picked it up to examine it. The card read, "Wildcard, upon use. Allows departure from the road for 10 minutes. Without hesitation, she turned and sprinted back. Having experienced the advantages of the wildcard, she became particularly attentive to the wild resources along the roadside. After retracing her steps for a full 6 kilometers, she arrived at a stony waterfall where spring water cascaded down the rocks, forming a moderately sized puddle at the edge of the road. Simiao utilized the wild card, filling her 10-liter water bag, then swiftly took a shower, washed her hair, and changed clothes, scrubbing her soiled garments in the process. In a flurry, she grabbed a slender bamboo stick from nearby, removed the drawstring from her pants, and fashioned a fishing line by attaching it to the pointed end of the bamboo, casting it directly into the small pond. Title: Fisherman Effect. Never empty-handed. The passive title had not been disabled. Under the influence of the title, Simiao inexplicably caught a small fish the size of her palm. She cast the line twice more, each catch smaller than the last. With only 2 minutes remaining, Simiao decided to abandon the fishing endeavor, quickly running a few meters away to pull down a dry log she had set her sights on earlier. Securing her source of firewood, the 10 minutes elapsed. Simiao had bathed, changed, replenished her water supply, and caught 3 small fish for protein, even preparing firewood. At last, on the 3rd day of the dungeon, she was able to enjoy a warm meal. With great strength, Simiao snapped the dry tree into 3 sections, stripped the bark, and assembled them together to ignite with her lighter. The fish were skewered on the fishing rod she had fashioned and roasted slowly, while a pot of spring water was placed over the fire to boil. Simiao decided to fill all her empty water bottles with the boiling water. In her current circumstances, even firewood was a precious commodity. Thus, time slipped away, and 2 hours had passed. Simiao's load increased by 20 pounds of water, and with the pears and other items, her total weight reached 45 pounds. Breathing heavily, she resumed her journey, taking half an hour to return to the 200-kilometer mark. Although the back and forth had consumed time, Simiao was uncertain how far ahead suitable wild resources lay, compelling her to retreat. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient supplies. However, she now possessed 10 liters of water and a large collection of pears, no longer facing the dire situation of intermittent meals. Because of this, Simiao now felt a sense of familiarity towards the graves lining the roadside. They were all benevolent spirits. AAA, by the way, did you offer incense at the graves? I lit one, and there was no response at all. Tiantail, call out Mom, and I'll tell you. AAA, get lost. Cola chicken wings. You need to light 3 sticks together for it to be effective. ISNT that the custom in your area? AAA, oh no. The 2 sticks I have left are useless then. AAA, what good things did you all receive? Tiantail, I want to tell you. Thief of Hearts, I want to tell you. Cola chicken wings, I want to tell you. Simiao found this amusing. Clearly, this AAA had offended everyone terribly. Chapter 69. Hiking at the 210th kilometer, Simiao stumbled upon an inflatable mattress, remarkably lightweight, weighing no more than a pound. Slung over her shoulder, it posed no burden, alleviating her concerns about the dampness of the ground on which she might rest. Simiao resembled a refugee, adorned with pots and pans, while 2 damp garments, including underwear, fluttered from her back in the breeze. The MP3 player pulsated with energetic DJ music, fueling her spirit. At the 220th kilometer, a moment of joy arrived as she finally savored a meal of rice. Simiao devoured the self-heating rice with shredded pork and green peppers with fervor. By the 230th kilometer, she acquired a sizable mountaineering backpack, perfectly timed as her sleeping bag could no longer accommodate her increasing supplies. She liberated the sleeping bag, stuffing pears, bottled water, and a lighter into the backpack. Though the sleeping bag and inflatable mattress were light, Their bulk necessitated their attachment to the exterior of her pack, along with her cooking pot. Her clothes, now dried, were also stowed away. Fully equipped, Simiao resumed her journey, donning a sun hat and headphones, adopting a more respectable gait as she ventured forth. At the 240th kilometer, she discovered a mini gas stove, weighing a mere 50 grams. In its folded state, it was even smaller than a mobile phone, ready for use upon connection to a gas canister. Simiao harbored serious doubts about her ability to crush it with her bare hands. In the group chat, AAA was stirring up animosity again, declaring that he had found a household gas cylinder sufficient for 2 to 3 months, lamenting its weight, which prevented him from taking it along. At the 250th kilometer, she acquired an umbrella. While nibbling on a pear as she walked, Simiao noticed that her load had diminished by 10 pounds throughout the day, making her feel lighter and quicker with each step. Even when climbing uphill for an hour, she managed to cover approximately 13 kilometers. Rising with the dawn, she pressed on, resting for 2 hours when the sun was at its zenith, and continuing her journey until darkness fell. After 10 hours of hiking, she had advanced around 110 kilometers, bringing her total to 270 kilometers. As night descended, Simiao plopped down onto the ground, shedding all her gear. In the last 20 kilometers, she had gained a bottle of gum, flavored with cantaloupe, a perfect companion for her trek, and a bottle of cola, a source of mental rejuvenation. However, her main sustenance was woefully lacking. She had nearly finished her last pear, her expression devoid of emotion. She unfurled the inflatable mattress on the ground, spread her sleeping bag atop it, and used her backpack as a backrest, lying down to scroll through her phone. The user of the sky is falling lamented. I can't take it anymore. It feels as though something in the grave is secretly watching me. Another added, I must investigate what lies within this grave. AAA chimed in, urging everyone to witness this reckless spectacle. Go forth, conquer the unknown, vanquish your fears. The sky is falling fell silent, likely off to excavate the grave. Simiao and the others observed with a detached curiosity, awaiting the outcome of this daring venture. Before long, the number of participants in the chat dwindled by one. A chill crept up Simiao's spine as her imagination conjured terrifying images, such as a group of spirits peering at her from behind. Taking a deep breath, she abruptly turned, only to be met with the vast, enveloping darkness of the night. After a brief silence, someone in the group finally spoke. Do refrain from courting danger. Is it not better to walk peacefully through life? The heart thief remarked, do you believe that the sky collapses due to one's own volition? Or is it a temptation that leads one astray? The Timeless replied, to be candid, I too often feel a surge of frustration, desiring to pry open the tomb and discern its secrets for peace of mind. The unknown indeed harbors the greatest terror, but a tomb is merely a tomb. What lies within besides ashes? Questioned the heart thief. Do ordinari, gravi, ziugitri azuris. Observing the animated discourse in the group, Simiao felt a weight upon her heart, enviously contemplating AAA's carefree demeanor, who seemed solely preoccupied with flaunting resources and inciting envy. She lay back, closed her eyes, and let her mind wander before drifting into slumber. As dawn broke the following day, Simiao rose to tidy her bedding. With unboiled spring water from her flask, she washed her face and rinsed her mouth, munching on a pear as she set out on her journey. She did not skimp on her meal, eager to quicken her pace, hopeful that better resources awaited ahead. At the 280-kilometer mark, Simiao crested a hill only to behold an even taller mountain, a seemingly endless expanse that filled her with a sense of despair, as if she were trapped in a perpetual cycle. She sighed, casting a glance at the distance she had covered, finding slight solace, and bent down to pick up a packet of pickled vegetables. At the 290-kilometer mark, she discovered a bottle of milk. Upon reaching 300 kilometers, she unearthed a stress relief toy, a white cat head that could be molded into various shapes, proving to be a genuine source of comfort. As she squeezed the cat head while continuing to nibble on her pear, the toy quickly took on a creamy hue from her profuse sweating. When I next have the opportunity to bathe, I shall take you along, she mused casually, continuing to knead the toy. At 310 kilometers, she stumbled upon a pack of instant noodles. Lacking any means to ignite a fire, her pot and water were rendered futile. She could only consume them dry, saving the seasoning for later, as the oil, salt, and vegetables contained within were all valuable commodities. At the 320-kilometer mark, she found a 250-gram gas canister, compatible with her mini stove, capable of burning for 34 hours. I acted hastily. I should have saved the noodles for later. Under the blazing sun, it was time for a midday rest. Simiao halted, retrieving her inflatable mattress from beneath a tree's shade, intending to recuperate and gather her strength. How vexing. I suffer from indecision. Should I choose a case of cola or a case of beer? The burden is simply too much to bear, AAA lamented. Simiao thought to herself that had the fishing system been in AAA's hands, he would have amassed great wealth long ago. She considered that this tactic might serve her well in dire times. 2 hours later, Simiao resumed her journey. To her left lay a forest, while to her right stood small graves every 3 paces and larger ones every 5. Occasionally, trees laden with wild fruits emerged by the roadside, wild loquats, wild kiwis, and wild figs, causing her mouth to water. At the 330-kilometer mark, Simiao spotted 3 incense sticks from afar, and the memory of the loquat tree she had longed for resurfaced in her mind. If she retraced her steps by just 2 kilometers, she could reach it. Growing weary of pears, she craved a change of fruit. Picking an incense stick, she randomly selected a grave that caught her eye, familiar with the ritual. However, upon burning the incense, what emerged was not the familiar wild card she anticipated, but rather the legacy of a collapsed sky. As Simiao gazed at the small package adorned with the nickname "The Sky Has Fallen," she approached and opened it. To her delight, it did not contain fragments of humanity. The challenge presented by "The Sky Has Fallen" was indeed formidable. It allowed the bearer to carry 1 skill item and acquire resources every 8 kilometers. Now, Simiao faced several options: to inherit the skills brought by "The Sky Has Fallen," to claim its resources, to adopt its traveled kilometers, or to accept the provision of resources that dropped every 8 kilometers. First and foremost, she could eliminate the resources and the kilometers, as both were fixed and offered no further gains, rendering them impractical. Simiao found herself hesitating between the skill and the 8-kilometer resource drop. Empathizing with the situation, she recognized that excluding talents and special abilities, she could only select 1 skill or item. Naturally, her priority would be a spatial item, as moving on foot necessitated consideration of weight management. It was highly probable that "The Sky Has Fallen" possessed a spatial item, which would liberate her hands and allow for a lighter approach. If its capacity were substantial, she need not worry about compromises when resources increased. Simiao harbored serious doubts that the individual known as AAA was merely flaunting their resources, for it seemed illogical to forego a spatial item with 2 opportunities at hand. Yet the allure of the 8-kilometer resource drop was undeniable. She found herself ensnared in a difficult choice. Perhaps her indecision had lingered too long, as a 10-second countdown suddenly appeared before her. With a sigh, she opted to inherit the skill item from "The Sky Has Fallen." The blind box revealed a mooncake, a delightful surprise that offered a random flavor each day. Simiao mused that it was acceptable. Mooncakes were high in calories, providing a stable source of carbohydrates and fats. She wiped her face, realizing that empathy was not a panacea. Upon opening the blind box, she discovered a mooncake excessively packaged, filled with salted egg yolk, its crust crisp and flaky. Eating it with water, she found it more satisfying than a pear. Substantial indeed. At the 340th kilometer, she received a pair of socks. At the 350th kilometer, a small axe appeared, a mere 2 pounds in weight, albeit with a slightly short handle, just the length of her arm. Nevertheless, she finally equipped a weapon. With the axe in hand, Simiao continued her journey, practicing her chopping skills to stave off rustiness. At the 360th kilometer, she stumbled upon 3 sticks of incense. Elated, she hurried over, offering them in reverence. However, a rest card was bestowed upon her. For the next 24 hours, she would be unable to accumulate kilometers. Simiao's smile froze in place. Silence enveloped her like a grave. Indeed, the rest card was a bane, both inside and outside the game. What kind of rest card was this? If not a disqualification card. Disgusted, she slumped to the ground, seemingly drained of all strength, left with no recourse. Sprawled out in a starfish position, she dozed off, exhausted from her relentless forward march over the past few days. Awakening in the middle of the night, she was startled by the sound of rain. Quickly, Simiao unfurled her umbrella, shielding her bag from the downpour. Her stomach gurgled. Checking her phone, she saw that the midnight hour had passed. and the mooncake blind box had updated. Durian snow skin. Simiao joyfully indulged, all the while observing fellow players in the chat, similarly roused by the rain, cursing their misfortune. In the dead of night, I heard a noise and initially thought it might be a ghost knocking at the door. However, it turned out to be the sound of rain. My tent, though quite adequate, is rather noisy. Simiao, AAA received a warm greeting. The heart-stealing thief. Without an umbrella, I can only squeeze in with the spirits. Cola chicken wings. What do you mean? Did you take refuge in a grave? The heart-stealing thief, indeed. Did you not notice that an open grave is accessible? Cola chicken wings. But there are urns in the open graves. To call it a grave is an exaggeration. It is merely a hollow in the hillside containing an urn, and one must squat down tightly to fit inside. The heart-stealing thief. So what? Just squeeze in. Everyone, a true warrior, a steadfast champion of materialism. Simiao glanced at the hazy urn a few meters away in the rain-soaked night and quickly averted her gaze. The heart-stealing thief. What is there to fear? Did you not collect wild chestnuts and ferns on the mountain as children? The gravesite is where you find them most. I often climbed over graves, picking up fallen items next to the urns without a second thought. Simiao. Oh no, this one is a local, seasoned in such matters. She silently finished her mooncake. The slope was already drenched from the rain, making it impossible to sit. However, she could not remain crouched all night. So she set up her inflatable mattress, which was waterproof. If it got dirty, she could simply wipe it clean later. The mattress was 3 fingers high, making it difficult for rainwater to seep in. Simiao lay on her side, curling up, with an umbrella propped beside her to shield her head and upper body. Her backpack, filled with supplies, was squeezed against her stomach, while her lower legs were left exposed to the rain, as the umbrella was too small. She was resigned to the situation. A pot was placed outside to collect rainwater. Listening to music, Simiao soon drifted off to sleep. Several hours later, dawn broke, accompanied by a light drizzle. Simiao sat up, momentarily lost in thought. Since her walking distance would not be counted before 5 a.m., it was better to remain still and rest. The pot had collected a significant amount of rainwater, providing her with a decent water source, which she decided to use to wash her face and tidy herself up. After a night of rain, the path had turned chaotic, with fallen branches and leaves washed into a desolate scene. Simiao set up a camping stove to boil some water to warm herself and avoid catching a cold. She had 67 pairs left, along with 3 packets of instant noodle seasoning. Having consumed her mooncake in the early hours, it appeared that she would again rely on pears for sustenance today. Simiao crunched into a pear while playing a melancholic song suited for the rainy weather. Another person was gone from the group. Simiao's eyes brightened. Wasn't there an inheritance to inherit now? Unfortunately, she was banned for 24 hours. Simiao pounded her chest in frustration. Meanwhile, the heart-stealing thief was advancing briskly. Fragrance. She had offered incense yesterday and received an inheritance from the collapsed sky. Choosing one option from 3, it matched the difficulty of the collapsed sky, both requiring an 8-kilometer supply refresh. Thus, she opted to inherit the kilometers of the collapsed sky. Her total score surged beyond 500 kilometers. How delightful. Truly delightful. The heart-stealing thief was pondering how to eliminate other players from afar to inherit their assets when a midnight rain fell. Truly a blessing from the heavens. She unhesitatingly employed her skills. The multitude of lies she spun had a potent effect. The more people believed her deceptions, the more inciting they became, with a certain probability of manifesting into reality. She spoke nonchalantly of piecing together a tomb with an urn as if it were as natural as eating or drinking. Under the pressure of the pouring rain, one player succumbed to the temptation of entering the crypt. Previously, the sky had fallen, leading to a bento for those exploring the tomb. Now, the heart-thieving rogue was eager to collect 3 incense sticks to pay homage and inherit the legacy of the deceased. She exerted herself to run 30 kilometers, her brow glistening with sweat, and finally, to her delight, ignited the incense. Rest card. You are too fatigued and require rest. The next 24 hours will not count towards your progress. Heart-thieving rogue. I'm not tired. I'm not tired. I love working. Chapter 71. On foot 6 during her enforced rest, Simiao dined and dozed to the rhythm of the rain, enduring until 5 p.m. when she resumed her journey. She quickened her pace, resolutely forging ahead. At the 370th kilometer, she discovered a travel-sized toiletry kit containing shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, toothpaste, and a foldable toothbrush, each bottle weighing a mere 50 grams, making it light enough to carry. Though not food, these supplies significantly enhanced her quality of life. In high spirits, Simiao promptly opened the toothpaste and toothbrush, rinsing her mouth with water from her hydration pack. Fresh breath begins with me. After brushing, she found the pair tasted even more delightful. At the 380th kilometer, she unearthed a 100-gram pack of pork jerky. Simiao unwrapped it, chewing as she walked, her pace quickening. Darkness enveloped the sky, and with her headlamp illuminating the path, she navigated the rain. At the 390th kilometer, she stumbled upon a pack of toilet paper, which she immediately stuffed into her backpack to shield it from the rain. It was disheartening. For days, she had resorted to using leaves for such purposes, diligently collecting fresh ones for emergencies, and she still carried a handful, weary from the journey. At the 400 kilometer, she found a pack of instant noodles. After pushing through the rain for 40 kilometers over 3.5 hours, Simiao decided to pause and prepare a warm meal to rejuvenate herself. She set up the portable stove and gas canister, pouring mountain spring water into the pot to boil, then adding the noodle cake and seasoning. The aroma soon wafted through the air as Simiao held the umbrella with her neck, using the bamboo chopsticks left over from grilling fish to awkwardly eat the noodles. Burning her lips. This was simply too delicious. In the group chat, everyone engaged in friendly exchanges. AAA, I found a large pack of instant noodles, but unfortunately, they're all spicy, which I cannot eat. Heart-thieving rogue. Versailles, get out of the game. Heart-thieving rogue. By the way, did any of you obtain a rest card? I was lucky enough to find one, allowing me to rest for 24 hours. The heart-thieving rogue boasted extravagantly about the rest card, hinting at hidden benefits. Simiao, also forced to rest, thought, is that true? Why did she not receive any benefits? Surely the dungeon wouldn't treat players differently? Wait, it's possible after all. She was in a hellish dungeon, while the heart-thieving rogue was merely in a difficult one. Perhaps the rest cards differed as well. Simiao suddenly found the instant noodles in her hands less appetizing. However, that did not prevent her from finishing every last bite, including the broth. After a quick rinse, Simiao resumed her journey, resolved to walk until midnight. In the group, AAA has fallen silent, leaving the Heart Stealer to boast incessantly about the rest card, extolling its virtues to the heavens. This has stirred a collective desire among the others to acquire such a coveted card, promising both respite and benefits, while their competitors press on with weary determination. One extraordinary card it is. The Heart Stealer, seated in a camping chair, grimaces as she taps away on her phone, fervently persuading other players that the rest card is a coveted treasure that everyone desires. Let everyone rest. No work allowed. Meanwhile, another player, tirelessly working away, has just completed the 500th kilometer and found 3 incense sticks. Days of arduous travel have left him utterly fatigued, yet pausing for rest would only exacerbate his anxiety. For this dungeon is fiercely competitive, measured by endurance. How he longs for a rest card, granting him both a reprieve and a glimmer of hope. Clinging to this thought, he cannot help but pray as he lights the incense. Moments later, he gazes at the rest card in his hand, donning a mask of despair, tugging at his disheveled hair, murmuring, could it be due to the differing difficulties? Simiao responds, indeed, I believe so. Yet, the weary player refrains from sharing that his rest card differs from the Heart Stealer's description in the group. There is no need. After all, this is merely entertainment for the players. At the 410th kilometer, Simiao acquires 3 incense sticks. Truthfully, the sight of the incense now evokes a hint of trepidation within her. She fears yet another tumultuous 24-hour suspension, having just been released. Nevertheless, fortune favors the bold, and Simiao steels herself to light the incense. To her delight, she discovers an inheritance from a previously eliminated player. The choices are limited. Inherit supplies, inherit mileage, or inherit an 8-kilometer supply refresh. Without hesitation, she opts for the 8 kilometers. Once back on the road, Simiao strides with renewed vigor. At the 418th kilometer, she finds a compact folding camping chair, light enough to carry. Satisfied, she stows it away, grateful for the convenience it offers, eliminating the hassle of inflating a mattress each time. At the 426th kilometer, she discovers a 250G gas canister. At the 434th kilometer, she finds 500 grams of sweet potatoes. At the 442nd kilometer, She uncovers 500 grams of salt. Simiao pauses, reflecting on her progress of 80 kilometers for the day. Decent enough, but any further delay could hinder her progress for tomorrow. The rain continues to fall from the sky. Once again, Simiao curls up on her sleeping pad, propping an umbrella overhead as she settles into her familiar sleeping position. Before drifting off, she retrieves the refreshed mooncake blind box, eager to indulge in a moment of joy. As she unveils a flower cake, memories of a previous unpleasant experience flood her mind, leaving her with a complicated mix of emotions as she carefully stores the flower cake away. A night of silence passes, and at dawn, Simiao brushes her teeth and washes her face using rainwater collected in her pot. She chops the sweet potatoes into small pieces with her axe and tosses them into the pot to cook. While waiting, she takes advantage of the rain to enjoy a natural bath. After changing into clean clothes, she sits on her chair, savoring the warmth of sweet potato soup, reminding herself that she must eat the flour cake to sustain her life. A new day begins, and Simiao sets forth once more. With only 8 players remaining in the group, the atmosphere decidedly somber. Simiao discovered a player known as the Butterfly, suspected of employing psychological tactics to eliminate competitors. The method of attack involved incessantly professing affection and sharing some rather corny love lines. For instance, AAA lamented, "I accidentally tasted coriander, it's so annoying. Why does this grilled fish have to contain coriander?" To which Butterfly responded, "Hurry, spit it into my mouth. Even Xiao's saliva is fragrant." Another example featured the heart thief expressing, "I wish for another rest card." Butterfly chimed in, "Game on. Quickly fulfill her wish." Yes. Simiao observed that any player who dared to speak would be ensnared by the Butterfly, akin to a repulsive adhesive plaster, impossible to shake off. With her singular prowess, the Butterfly swiftly overshadowed AAA, becoming the most detested player in the group. Simiao, typically reticent, remained unperturbed by the annoyance and instead found the spectacle engrossing. The Butterfly provocatively remarked, "Why are you silent, being a woman? Are you secretly weeping? I long to fly to your side and tell you how warm my embrace is." Simiao felt a sense of powerlessness, akin to being unreachable through the network cable. Chapter 72. On foot at 450 kilometers, she found 100 milliliters of cooking oil. At 458 kilometers, a thermos, perfect for holding hot water. At 466 kilometers, a raincoat. Joyous news. No more need for an umbrella. Simiao's arms had grown weary from holding it, so she quickly stowed it and donned the raincoat, which was ample enough to cover her backpack entirely. Although her supplies were increasing, her pears and water were depleting, resulting in a lighter load. The sleeping bag, mattress, and camping stove were all designed for outdoor use, rendering them quite lightweight, bringing her total weight to around 20 pounds, a rather manageable burden. At 474 kilometers, a set of sports underwear was discovered. At 482 kilometers, a trekking pole. At 490 kilometers, a package of pre-made Yangzhou fried rice, weighing 300 grams. Food at last. Simiao glanced at the time. It was just past 10 o'clock, and she continued her journey. At 498 kilometers, 3 incense sticks appeared. Simiao lit the incense as an offering. It was neither a frustrating rest card nor a player's inheritance, but rather an ordinary wild card. This time, Simiao did not turn back. Instead, she tucked the card away, planning to use it when encountering suitable wild resources. After all, she was a woman with Yangzhou fried rice. Sufficient food and water meant she was in no rush. Within the group chat, amidst the Butterfly's frenzied spamming, a normal player's reasonable comment suddenly emerged. The normal player remarked, "I'm so tired. Can any expert share what rewards are given for advancing certain kilometers? I could use some hope." The Butterfly replied, "Be good, take a nap. Everything exists in dreams, including me." The normal player retorted, "Get lost." The Butterfly continued, "The scent of an elder sister arrives before the slap." AAA exclaimed, "Get this person out of here. I'm about to be sick." The normal player echoed, "Agreed. Toss both of you out." The heart thief stated, "I reached 400 kilometers without any rewards. Is there anyone more formidable to share their experience?" Tian Wangu Di Laoa did. "Nothing for 500 kilometers either." Simiao's gaze swiftly fell upon the ID of Tian Huang Di Lao. This was a formidable adversary. AAA exclaimed, "No way, you beasts. I've only just reached 300 kilometers. How have you advanced so far? Are you cheating?" The Butterfly quipped, "Who told you to hoard too many supplies and make yourself overweight? However, my beloved chubby baby is still my cherished one. Simiao remarked, this group of players. And it's only been a few days, yet their mental states are all out of sorts. Thankfully, she has her MP3. At the 506 kilometer, she indulged in a packet of pickled vegetables. Simiao paused to ignite a fire and prepare a meal, having already gathered the ingredients for Yangzhou fried rice. All that remained was to stir-fry them until heated. The rice was rather soft and of mediocre texture, yet it was still rice. Simiao savored every grain, finishing it entirely, followed by a pear for dessert. She then unfurled her inflatable mattress, propped up her umbrella nearby, and commenced her afternoon nap. A half-hour later, the rain intensified and a gust of wind swept through, whisking her umbrella away. Upon waking and realizing the situation, Simiao hurriedly dashed to retrieve it. After that commotion, she found herself devoid of the desire to sleep and resumed her journey. The wind grew fiercer, presenting a significant resistance, and the rain stung her face painfully. Simiao squinted against the elements and pressed forward. At the 514th kilometer, she encountered a collapsible cart with 2 wheels, equipped with a handle and a base. Weighing approximately 3 pounds, but capable of carrying a load of around 100 pounds without issue. This was a miraculous contraption to relieve her shoulders. She unloaded her backpack and secured it onto the cart, dragging it along, which instantly halved her exertion. Now, she no longer feared the burden of excessive supplies. To shield her provisions from the rain, Simiao removed her raincoat and draped it over her backpack while she sheltered herself under an umbrella. At the 522nd kilometer, she discovered a folding fruit knife. At the 530th kilometer, she found a 2-person tent. Overcome with joy, Simiao shed tears. She was now a woman with a tent. No longer would she have to sleep under the open sky. The 538th kilometer brought her a pair of water shoes, and at the 546th kilometer, a packet of snail noodles. As night fell, Simiao chose a roadside spot shaded by trees to set up the accompanying tarp of her tent. Sitting in her camping chair, she kindled a fire and boiled the snail noodles. The daunting kilometers ahead instilled a sense of urgency within her. She resolved to labor for 3 more hours after her meal. The flavor of the snail noodles was intensely powerful, and Simiao found herself sweating profusely as she ate, all while keeping an eye on the messages on her phone. Despite the unpleasant antics of the butterfly in the group chat, no player chose to ignore the updates. Simiao occasionally glanced at her phone, which informed her of the relentless kilometers ahead. Having traveled for several days, it became increasingly clear that the players would not regroup, prompting her to devise strategies to eliminate the competition. After all, the survival conditions of this instance were exceedingly harsh. One must endure solitude and withstand fear, a dual test of both body and spirit. Simiao's objectives were clear. She aimed to double her experience through kilometers, rendering the duration of her journey inconsequential and allowing her to maintain focus. However, the other players exhibited palpable frustration in their messages. When would this end? A player named Triple boasted about wealth, while the butterfly continued to irritate others. Eventually, yet another player succumbed to madness, launching into a lengthy ghost story in the group chat. The tale began with a group of players entering an instance, trapped on a rural path, amidst increasingly numerous graves. Simiao thought to herself, this is a rather contrived ghost story. It felt all too relatable. Suddenly, she sensed an eerie atmosphere enveloping her surroundings. She finished every drop of the river snail rice noodle soup, briefly rinsed her bowl and chopsticks with rainwater, and continued her journey. Forward, forward. The ghost stories from the group unconsciously surfaced in her mind, prompting her to pull out her MP3 player and play a few uplifting songs to bolster her spirits. Beijing welcomes you heralded the 552nd kilometer, followed by a large cabbage at the 560th and a pack of facial tissues at the 568th. Curiously, Simiao placed the phone components alongside her mobile device, and after a moment of experimentation, discovered a newfound functionality, sending voice messages in the group chat. She pondered its usefulness, shook her head, and dismissed the thought. At the 576 kilometer, exhaustion overcame her, and Simiao resolved to call it a day. The last item she unearthed was a miniature heating device, small enough to fit in her palm, which could be activated with a gas canister, just sufficient to warm her hands and feet. As she fumbled in the dark to set up her tent, dawn approached. Simiao lay inside, having changed into dry clothes. Finally free from the damp chill, she placed her pot outside to collect water, zipped up her tent, and opened a mooncake blind box. Inside, She found a red bean paste mooncake, reminiscent of the wife cake she used to enjoy as a child. She set it aside for breakfast the next day. Out of habit, she glanced at the group chat before sleep, only to be startled by a terrifying photograph, a shadowy figure standing before a tomb, illuminated from below by a flashlight, a grotesque grin adorning its face. How could they share photos? Simiao sprang up in shock, determined to retaliate against the unsettling atmosphere by jamming her MP3 headphones next to her phone speaker and playing horror-themed songs. Let all be destroyed. Chapter 73. On foot that day, everyone was weary. First, they were bombarded with AAA's ostentatious displays of wealth, then pursued by the nauseating butterfly chasers. The night was filled with immersive ghost stories, midnight horror films, and finally, curiosity led to a voice message titled "I Am a Woman," which was expected to be a stand against workplace injustices, only to deliver another crushing blow. The soundtrack heightened the terror. One player could no longer endure the perverse atmosphere and rage quit the game. Noticing a player had departed from the group, Simiao wore a twisted smile, already contemplating the other's inheritance. With this thought lingering in her mind, she awoke early the next day at dawn, boiled water, paired it with mooncake, filled her thermos, and repacked her gear to hit the road once more. It was another day of torrential rain. The warming device she had acquired the previous night was repurposed to dry her underwear, as there was not a single piece of clothing on her that was dry. Shielding herself with an umbrella and donning her rain boots, she dragged her fully loaded cart through the downpour, inevitably slowing her pace. As the rain intensified, Simiao noticed the road beginning to wash away, with clumps of mud occasionally containing a chestnut or two, which she collected. The mountainside graves were also being eroded, with some fragile tombs starting to collapse, revealing urns of ashes within. Simiao felt a heavy weight in her heart, sensing that if the rain continued, disaster loomed. Meanwhile, the latest installment of Ghost Stories in the Group had just been released. For 10 years, I have been an avid reader. The incessant rains over the past few days have washed away the graves. As a woman, my curiosity compelled me to take a glance, and suddenly, a chill ran down my spine as if I were being watched. Simiao remarked, "Indeed, this cursed being has directly woven players' names into ghost stories, making them the protagonists. What an unparalleled sense of immersion." Previously, the main characters in these tales were simply AAA and the butterfly, but last night, perhaps due to her voice, she was so frightened that she resolved to take her revenge. Simiao sighed, reflecting on the myriad of demons and spirits surrounding her. Of course, she herself was no paragon of virtue. At the 584th kilometer, she noted 500 grams of rice. By the 592nd kilometer, there were canned meats. Upon reaching the 600th kilometer, she acquired a 100-meter rope. Simiao attempted to secure the small cart around her waist with the rope, freeing her hands, though she had to maintain her balance to avoid tipping over. As the clock approached 11, Simiao decided to kindle a fire and prepare a meal, cooking all the rice at once to have dinner ready. She first scooped out the cooked rice, pouring the nutritious broth into a thermos. Then, she diced the canned meat with a fruit knife, layering it atop the rice to steam. Finally, she tossed in shredded cabbage leaves for a brief steaming. After mixing in a packet of preserved vegetables, she savored the dish. Simiao divided the rice with preserved vegetables and canned meat into 2 portions, one for lunch and one for dinner, saving herself the trouble of cooking later. The stove and pot were rather small, producing insufficient heat. While it sufficed for instant noodles, it was a struggle to prepare rice, wasting precious time. Yet, even this meager flame had to be conserved, as half of the gas had already been consumed, and she hoped to replenish it by afternoon. The rain poured relentlessly, leaving Simiao disinclined to take a midday nap. She rested momentarily on her camping chair before resuming her journey. At the 608th kilometer, she found another trekking pole. By the 614th kilometer, she discovered 3 incense sticks. Simiao hurriedly offered them. How wonderful! They were a legacy. She inherited the kilometers and resources. Choosing the kilometers, her count instantly surged from 614 to 1,010. Simiao erupted into laughter, her joy so immense that it felt as though her mouth might split from ear to ear. She exclaimed, grateful for her adversary's diligent efforts. However, her elation was short-lived, as she soon encountered a mudslide ahead, a torrent of earth, stones, and debris rushing down the road, accompanied by tangled grasses and trees. Without a moment's hesitation, Simiao clutched her belongings and sprinted back down. Normally, One would seek refuge on higher ground, but this wretched game confined her to the road. With her feet moving swiftly, she made a decisive choice at a sharp bend, activating the wilderness card to swiftly ascend a tree atop a grave. Below her, the mudslide surged off the road, cascading into the canyon and obliterating the terrain. Simiao was scraped by flying debris, swaying like a discarded bag on a power line, fragile and helpless. Her belongings remained tethered to her waist, drifting alongside her. Time was of the essence, and Simiao maneuvered to the side, truly resembling a thief of hearts, rolling and crawling along the graves. Apologies. She inadvertently stepped on a grave slope, hastily clutching her belongings to make her escape. 10 minutes later, she was forced back onto the road. The good news was that she had evaded the mudslide area. The unfortunate news was that her kilometer count had regressed by 6 kilometers. The path ahead lay strewn with gravel and mud, compelling her to engage in a primitive climbing mode. Moreover, Simiao had utilized a wilderness card, and in her flustered state, she had carelessly lost her camping chair, inflatable mattress, 2 climbing poles, and her raincoat, which had been torn with 2 large gashes. The losses were substantial. With a heavy heart, Simiao opened the group chat in search of solace. To her relief, the number of players had diminished by 1, leaving only 6 remaining. Thief of hearts. Help! I nearly got swept away by a mudslide and lost all my supplies in the chaos. Eternally stranded. 1. AAA, what is going on? Why did you all advance to the new storyline while I did not? Butterfly. Because you're simply inept, but darling, even if you're clumsy, you're still my precious. Simiao sighed, exasperated that even in such dire circumstances, they could still find time to annoy one another. She sent a chilling voice message to the group, hoping to cool the atmosphere. After vigorous activity, it was indeed rather warm. Regrettably, no one chose to listen to her voice message. Text and images were unavoidable, but voice messages did not play automatically. Everyone was not foolish. While she felt a tinge of disappointment, there was a silver lining. The player who had been eliminated was the one sending terrifying images, thus reducing the mental torment. She focused on organizing her supplies and tended to the minor cuts on her hands and feet, relieved they were not severe. As she continued her ascent, the thought of a small cart was now out of the question. After liberating her shoulders for a brief moment, Simiao found herself shouldering her backpack once more, now burdened with the extra weight of a small cart. Fearing the mudslide was not yet over, she refrained from recklessly advancing and waited in place for an hour or 2 until the rain subsided, before cautiously using her climbing poles to begin her ascent. Each step was met with a mix of mud and gravel, tangled with errant branches. Simiao estimated that making a kilometer or 2 in an hour would be commendable. She needed to traverse the mudslide area before nightfall, for lingering there overnight could spell disaster. As she walked, she could not resist stopping to gather chestnuts. The wild resources outside the road were plentiful. Simiao lamented her lack of gloves, which made her foraging cumbersome. After a flurry of activity, she amassed 5 pounds of high-quality carbohydrates in the form of chestnuts. Wiping the rain from her face, she glanced at her tattered raincoat and shook her head, continuing her journey. Chapter 74. On foot, Simiao struggled to navigate the muddy slope, grateful for the directional markers underfoot. During her climb, she gathered chestnuts and kiwis, increasing her load to 10. Upon reaching a rocky incline, she heard a faint rustling sound and, upon inspection, discovered a small squirrel caught between the stones. The drenched little creature, startled, emitted a series of frantic squeaks. Simiao mused that it was hardly worth the trouble, but after taking a few steps, her heart softened, and she returned to rescue the squirrel. In a group of eccentrics, perhaps caring for an adorable little squirrel would provide some comfort. The squirrel trembled in her hands, its tail and paws injured. Lacking proper medical supplies, Simiao could only cleanse its wounds with water, wrapping them in a washcloth. Cradling it against her chest as she continued onward, the squirrel peered out with a feeble head. "Hang in there, don't give up," as Simiao encouraged it. She contemplated for a moment, picked up a chestnut, and struck it against a stone until it shattered, placing the pieces into her pocket. The squirrel, trembling, cautiously picked up half and stuffed it into its mouth, cheeks puffed out. Simiao found amusement in this sight, but her smile faded upon glancing at the distance traveled. After 1 or 2 hours, she had only covered 2 kilometers, truly a hellish challenge. Before darkness fell, Simiao had yet to emerge from the treacherous mudslide area. With a headlamp illuminating her path, she trudged onward and eventually reached a safe zone. She exhaled in relief, although the pathway transformed from a cement road to a narrow, steep gravel trail. It was certainly preferable to the perilous mudslide that threatened to collapse at any moment. Simiao pressed on, aware that this place was still not entirely secure. At the 1016th kilometer, she found a bottle of energy drink. Taking a hearty swig, she tipped the bottle slightly toward the squirrel, which tentatively licked a few drops before clinging to the cap. Amused by this, Simiao unloaded her backpack. Although the sleeping mat was missing, thankfully, the tent remained intact. She set up the tent and placed the squirrel inside, then sat at the entrance, commencing to prepare a meal over a fire. She reheated the leftover rice from midday, enjoying a satisfying meal and sharing a morsel with the squirrel. There were no special treats, for only the strong deserved to be her pets. The squirrel, driven by its instinct for survival, eagerly devoured the food. Friends who often fell ill knew that the ability to eat was a blessing. Being able to consume food indicated that its health was improving. After finishing her meal, Simiao attended to her personal hygiene. She activated her heating device to dry her underwear while checking the group chat for any latest shenanigans. 10-year bookworm. After the mudslide, I, as a woman, managed to traverse mountains and cross mudslides, selecting a safe location to set up camp. She ate, and even took a moment to tidy her personal hygiene. Simiao, 10-year bookworm. Yet, while changing clothes, she suddenly felt a chill on her back, as if someone were watching her, and she faintly caught a whiff of a decaying odor. Instinctively, Simiao sniffed the air. What was that burning smell? She quickly turned around to find the squirrel sprawled atop the heating device, promptly lifting it aside. The squirrel, belatedly aware, clutched its singed tail, whimpering. Simiao couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Realizing it was time to restore order in the group chat, she feared that if this continued, they would be inundated with inappropriate content, which was truly repugnant. I am woman. How boring. Allow me to offer some benefits to everyone. I am woman. Voice message. I am woman. Voice message. I am woman. Voice message. The group members responded. Thief of Hearts. Is the sister's benefit a horror song? Butterfly. Behave. Woman. Don't cause trouble. Simiao felt her skin crawl from the discomfort. I am woman. I guarantee with my credibility that it is something good. Thief of Hearts. I'll trust you just this once. Thief of Hearts clicked on I am woman's voice message, and her body began to sway to the lively, upbeat tune that warmed the hearts of the listeners. Thief of Hearts, quick listen. It's something good. Other players remained skeptical, cautiously clicking to hear a snippet, relieved to find it was a normal song. Simiao, undeterred, established a rule. No more useless messages to avoid overshadowing the voice notes. Thief of Hearts, agreed. AAA agreed. The Butterfly, let's follow what sister says. The Eternal Land, I concur. The Bookworm of 10 years, all right then. Simiao's uplifting songs genuinely bring a sense of relaxation, and the atmosphere in the group lightens as well. Everyone seems carefree. Simiao breathes a sigh of relief. The environment has been quite challenging. An enduring mental strain is no easy feat after a night of silence. The next day, Simiao felt a tickling sensation on her face. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered a squirrel's tail brushing against her as it sat with its back to her, munching on chestnuts. She pushed the tail aside and stretched, welcoming a new day and a new journey. While waiting for water to boil, Simiao washed her face and brushed her teeth. Opening a mooncake blind box revealed a small green bean mooncake, just a few bites worth, and she shared a little crumb with the small squirrel. Setting off once again, the rain had lessened, but navigating the gravel path became arduous with her small trailer. Simiao had no choice but to carry her backpack as the trail grew increasingly narrow. On one side, the gentle slope of the forest transformed into sheer cliffs, unfathomably deep, while the interior became rocky walls. The only constant was the presence of small graves every 3 steps and larger ones every 5. Her water shoes crunched on the gravel, making a squeaking sound as the little squirrel nestled against her chest, curiously peeking out. At the 1024th kilometer, she found 500 grams of noodles, a welcome addition to her meals. By the 1032nd kilometer, she stumbled upon an eggshell mattress, which was quite delightful. After sleeping on a gravel beach last night with only a thin tent floor, she had nearly been uncomfortable. At the 1040th kilometer, she encountered a familiar military shovel. Simiao expertly wielded it a couple of times before securing it to the side of her backpack for easy access. By the 1048th kilometer, she discovered a lollipop, savoring its orange flavor as she unwrapped it and popped it into her mouth. The group chat was harmonious that day, devoid of ostentation, cheesy pickup lines, or ghost stories. Everyone adhered to the rules, playing a few vocal songs on repeat, which felt like sustenance for the spirit amid such a monotonous and seemingly endless environment. As the road conditions grew more complex, her pace inevitably slowed. After a morning's journey, the 3 incense sticks she had been longing for had yet to appear. Her water supply was dwindling, and she hesitated to use too much for cooking noodles at lunchtime, as her gas canister was also running low. At the 1056th kilometer, she found a 2-person tent, but since she already had one, she left it behind. At the 1064th kilometer, she discovered a hefty 250G stove with greater power. She decided to take it along, planning to alternate between the two. By the 1072nd kilometer, she found a 250G gas canister, a valuable item. At the 1080th kilometer, she came across a bottle of iodine, a medical supply. As night fell once more, Simiao paused to set up her tent and light a fire. She caught the chattering little squirrel, examined its wound, and applied iodine for disinfection. As for her own scratch, it had already healed and formed a scab. Thanks to her robust constitution, Simiao felt quite confident in her chances within this scenario, with her 4 attributes and the title of extended stamina. Her endurance was significantly enhanced, surely granting her an advantage over other players. Chapter 75, Hiking Day 10. On the second day, the rain had completely ceased, but the temperature had dropped. Simiao emerged from her tent, having worn damp clothes for several days. As the wind blew, she couldn't help but shiver. Nearby, the drowsy little squirrel poked its head out, only to retreat back in an instant. As per the established routine, hot water was first heated. The mooncake blind box revealed a large mooncake, reminiscent of those she loathed in her childhood, one that was larger than a basin, filled with a haphazard assortment of greasy fillings that were utterly unappetizing. Yet, to Simiao's delight, this was a treasure. She could have devoured it all in one breath. But mindful of her limited supplies, she restrained herself to only half, finding it not at all cloying. The little squirrel showed no interest in the mooncake, prompting Simiao to toss it a few chestnuts instead. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Simiao poured the hot water into her thermos and commenced an inventory of her supplies. The water bag was empty, leaving 3 bottles of boiled water. She had been intentionally consuming her heavy pears, now reduced to around 20, weighing about 5 to 6 pounds. The combined weight of pots, pans, and the gas canister was 5 pounds. The tent, sleeping bag, and mattress added another 10 pounds. Clothing, shoes, and toiletries weighed 5 pounds. Food items such as cabbage, salt, oil, and preserved vegetables totaled 5 pounds as well. The chestnuts and kiwis she had gathered yesterday weighed 10 pounds. Tools, including a shovel, a small trailer, a thermos, and an MP3 player, collectively added up to 8 pounds. Although she felt impoverished, the total weight still reached 50 pounds. After a moment of contemplation, Simiao resolved to abandon the small trailer, thus reducing her burden by 3 pounds. Following the principle that the journey would become increasingly arduous, she deemed it improbable that a smooth concrete path would present itself for her trailer. With 47 pounds of supplies on her back and the little squirrel nestled in her front pocket, she set forth on her journey. In the group chat, silence reigned. The latest updates consisted of 3 voice messages and 5 endorsements. AAA ceased to flaunt wealth. The butterfly no longer indulged in cheesy love declarations. And the bookworm refrained from sharing ghost stories. Together, they aimed to cultivate a civilized community. Simiao played a catchy local DJ tune for herself. Just as she was about to set her phone down, she noticed someone speaking up in the group. Tian Huang Di Lao, I am a woman. May I request a song? I am tired of the current selection. Other players soon chimed in, offering kind words. Simiao relished this humble approach, which brought her comfort, and thus generously nodded in agreement. Tian Huang Di Lao, Above the Moon, thank you. AAA, Grand Ambitions, thank you. Thief of Hearts, Ambitious, thank you. 10-Year Bookworm, All Out, thank you. Butterfly, Only Have Feelings for You, thank you, sister. Simiao played each request in order, although the sound quality suffered significantly after the voice messages were converted. What did it matter? As she listened, she found the playlists of these individuals quite agreeable. Indeed, the perfect song-requesting companions. After a few voice messages, the group fell silent once more. Simiao felt satisfied, If it were a matter of endurance, she wouldn't fear the challenge. But when it came to creative antics, she worried she might not outdo these eccentric individuals. At the 1088th kilometer, she discovered an ultralight folding camping chair, reducing her burden by 3 pounds. How delightful, as it would allow her to sit comfortably anywhere. At the 1096th kilometer, she came across 3 incense sticks. Recalling that a landslide had recently claimed a player, she noted there might be a legacy. She selected a tomb and offered the incense in tribute. Invitation card. Access to the tomb granted. Simiao fell into contemplation. It sounded perilous, yet fortune favored the bold. She decided to take the risk. After utilizing the card, a sudden and foreboding door emerged in front of the tomb. Ominous in nature, revealing only a few descending steps. Simiao donned her headlamp and grasped her entrenching tool, contemplating for a moment before wedging 2 stones to secure the door, ensuring her escape route remained intact. Having completed her preparations, she cautiously stepped onto the stairs. The sound of her footsteps echoing, tap, tap, tap. A little squirrel darted outside, anxiously chattering as if it were on the verge of speaking. Simiao glanced back, but turned her attention inward once more. After traversing a few meters, the tomb passage grew increasingly constricted, the rough stone walls chilling and oppressive. Simiao found herself hunched over, aware that should an ambush occur, her movements would be severely restricted. The onset of claustrophobia weighed heavily upon her. She resolved to advance for 3 more minutes, planning to retreat before reaching the end. 3 minutes later, she emerged into a space that opened up before her, crawling out of the tunnel into a tomb chamber of approximately 10 square meters. In the center lay a coffin, surrounded by boxes of burial treasures, with 2 human skeletons in the corner. Simiao circled the area, deciding to inspect the burial goods first. As she opened a box, a wave of foul odor assaulted her senses. The contents reacted swiftly. Metal oxidized, silk crumbled to ash, and the ink on the books blurred. Simiao sifted through the items with her entrenching tool, but found nothing useful. Her gaze inevitably shifted toward the coffin, a decision she hesitated to make. With resolve, Simiao pried open the coffin, revealing a thoroughly decayed skeleton, devoid of any treasures, utterly mundane. Frowning, she finally approached the 2 skeletons in the corner. Eureka! The death notice, imbued with the profound resentment of 2 buried slaves, had been signed in the target's blood, promising their demise within 7 days unless the target was released. A one-time use item. The moment Simiao laid eyes on it, she resolved to arrange this for her dear friend, Lan Yu. She tucked the death notice away and retraced her steps out of the cave. As the canyon wind swept by, Simiao inhaled the fresh air. The cave door shut behind her, and the stones she had placed were crushed to dust, rendered unnecessary. The little squirrel scampered up to her chest pocket, taking a seat. At the 1104th kilometer, she prepared a self-heating hot pot. At the 1112th kilometer, she had windproof glasses. Simiao paused. Lunch would consist of her beloved tomato-flavored hot pot, featuring noodles, meat, and dehydrated vegetables, an attempt at nutritional balance. At the 1120th kilometer, she noted a 250G gas canister. At the 1128th kilometer, a super light down jacket. At the 1136th kilometer, an energy drink. At the 1144th kilometer, a cantaloupe. Simiao's face contorted in distress. She was allergic to cantaloupe, and consuming it left her mouth itching. With a long sigh, she moved on. At the 1152nd kilometer, she had 500G of potatoes. Simiao decided to halt her journey for the day, using a fruit knife to dice the potatoes before boiling them, conserving fuel. Given the canyon's exposure, the wind was fierce, and her small stove's flame flickered precariously. She needed to resort to a high-powered stove while shielding it from the gusts. While setting up her tent, she harbored serious doubts about its ability to withstand the winds. The environment was indeed challenging. That night, Simiao lay in her tent, watching the fabric contort into various shapes under the relentless wind, her heart heavy with worry, while the little squirrel nestled on her chest, fast asleep. Chapter 76. On foot for 11 days before dawn, the wind whisked away Simiao's tent, yet fortunately, she had secured it firmly with stakes the previous night, allowing her to retrieve it. Donning her windproof glasses, she tucked the startled little squirrel into her pocket and diligently packed her belongings. Breakfast consisted of cold water paired with a half-eaten mooncake from the day before. She saved the mooncake blind box for a surprise on a dull day. Once back on the trail, the fierce wind impeded Simiao's progress, causing her speed to dwindle. Moreover, the path grew increasingly narrow, with a sheer cliff to her left reminiscent of the Guizhou hanging road, where the narrowest sections measured less than a meter. The uneven surface made it easy for the wind to inadvertently push someone off. The rules of this double-standard game were apparent. While traversing the mountain roads earlier, players could not reach beyond the edge to pick wild fruits, left only to drool beneath the trees. Yet here, they could freely extend their hands over the wall, which translated to a risk of falling with no compensation. Simiao endeavored to stay close to the inner side, but with small graves every 3 steps and larger ones every 5, the journey was arduous. In the group chat, "AAA help," I was almost swept away by a mudslide. Thankfully, my 3 large packs of instant noodles, 5 compressed biscuits, 10 bottles of water, and 2 pounds of jerky are all safe. Flower Butterfly. Has the adorable AA finally reached the plot? Keep it up. There are more challenges ahead. 10-year bookworm. Triple barely survived the mudslide. But it's merely an illusion. Double vision begins to cloud his sight. Whispers fill his ears, and the jerky in his hand seems increasingly familiar. Simiao, here we go again. She immediately jumped in to organize the workplace. What shall we listen to? Request a song. The 2 quiet members of the group quickly chimed in. Heavenly Old, borrowing another 500 years from the heavens. Thief of Hearts, Unforgettable Tonight, DJ version. Simiao, does this song have a DJ version? She searched and, to her surprise, found one. At first, she was perplexed, but slowly, an unusual sensation blossomed within her. The little squirrel perked up, leaning toward the headphones, and as Simiao believed music had no boundaries, the squirrel attempted to stuff the headphones into its mouth as if they were provisions. Simiao quickly reclaimed her headphones, laughing. After all, this was her spiritual sustenance. The MP3 of Golden Legend. The other members of the group also settled down to request songs properly. AAA, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, DJ version. 10-year bookworm, The Pain That Breathes, DJ version. Flower Butterfly, 2 butterflies, DJ version. Simiao covered her face, then joined in, feeling invigorated. Heavenly Old seemed out of place in the group. At the 1,160th kilometer, a serving of pre-prepared grilled fish. Simiao was already salivating, her mind filled with thoughts of grilled fish since morning. At the 1,168th kilometer, bottled water. 1. At the 1,176 kilometer, disposable underwear. 3. Due to the wind resistance, Simiao only managed to cover 24 kilometers in the morning, reducing her speed to around 5 kilometers per hour, effectively having her progress. If the supply of resources were still based on a 10-kilometer interval, it would be utterly disheartening. Simiao began to grill the fish. The pre-prepared version could be eaten after a bit of heating, and soon, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, intoxicating her senses. She savored the fish in one go, sharing a morsel with the little squirrel. Its weight was so negligible that it could be swept away by the wind at any moment. Seeking refuge in the embrace of Simiao, behaving as submissively as one could under the circumstances, the little squirrel lamented, "I've boarded a pirate ship. Oh dear." After an hour's intermission, Simiao resumed her slow progress, her hair tousled by the breeze, taking on an adult appearance. At the 1,184-kilometer mark, she discovered cold medicine. At 1,190 kilometers, a trekking pole, and at 1,198 kilometers, 3 incense sticks. Upon lighting them, Simiao exclaimed with delight, "How wonderful! This is a legacy." For reasons unknown, only one option remained for her, to inherit the supplies. The haul included a tent, a military cot, a camping stove, a gas canister, a cell phone component, clothing, shoes, 10 aluminum foil boxes, and a flashlight. The food comprised 2 pounds of rice, 200 grams of beef jerky, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a snack mystery box. As the supplies scattered across the ground, Simiao crouched down to sift through them. The tent was redundant, and the military cot, elevated 15 centimeters off the ground, was transportable, contributing a weight of 4 units. She opted against the camping stove, but retained the gas canister. The clothing and shoes were unnecessary, but she decided to take the aluminum foil boxes and the flashlight, adding 3 units of weight. After merging the phone components, Simiao gained the ability to send images, albeit with little utility. The rice, beef jerky, and water were valuable resources, and she resolved to enjoy a rice meal that evening. Opening the mystery snack box, she found popping candy. Simiao eagerly poured some into her mouth, relishing the lively sensation of the candy. This mystery box was delightful, a true source of mental sustenance. She then decided to open her own mooncake mystery box, doubling her joy. However, 2 seconds later, she found herself holding a floral mooncake that resembled a painful mask, lamenting the poor quality as a regretful loss. That evening, she prepared rice accompanied by pickled mustard greens from a can, opting for a haphazard method to conserve fuel. Having advanced only 48 kilometers today felt insufficient, leaving her momentarily disoriented. The following day, she traversed 42 kilometers, the next 32 kilometers, and then 24 kilometers on the fourth day. Do not inquire further. The path had dwindled to half a meter in width, necessitating a scramble over the rocks to proceed. The silver lining was that the wind had lessened and the little squirrel began to frolic, finding the narrow trail akin to a grand avenue. Simiao had discarded the tent, deeming it unnecessary as there was no room to set it up on such a constricted path. That night, she cocooned herself in her sleeping bag, almost face-to-face with the grave. The harsh environment had dulled everyone's enthusiasm for song requests in the group. 6 individuals vied for 3 coveted reward slots. Without progress, there would be no resources or achievements. Yet each step forward seemed increasingly desperate, and climbing might soon be the only option. A character named Flower Butterfly remarked, "What of it? I am a woman, and you are the leader of the death-defying squad. Look at the worth of my life. A mere token would suffice as an offering to my plight." AAA responded, "Surely you jest. Having come this far, it would be a pity to give up." Thief of Hearts interjected, "Ignore the foolishness above. I am willing to offer an attribute card as compensation for your withdrawal from the competition." Flower Butterfly remained silent, solely repeating, "I am a woman." Simiao contemplated and proposed in the group, "Let us all state what compensation we seek for abandoning the game. And those who wish to remain may consider and select the 3 lowest offers to eliminate." Flower Butterfly chimed in, "I do not ask for much. I require 20 attribute cards." The demand, valued at 2,000 survival points, was quite substantial. "I am a woman. Let everyone continue to linger. I am not worried at all." Butterfly, 15 cards. Fixed price. Butterfly, 10 cards. I truly mean it. Butterfly, 6 cards, just 6 cards. The winners may give me 2 each, considering we have all shared a moment together. No one paid him any heed. Such is the nature of desperation. When there are no buyers, one is rendered worthless. Simiao believed there was still time to linger. At the 1,304th kilometer, a bottle of 8 treasure porridge. At the 1,312th kilometer, self-heating rice. Simiao tied herself to a crooked tree with a rope, eating and resting. The path beneath her feet had dwindled to less than 30 centimeters and was fraught with peril. Stones occasionally loosened and tumbled down, making the journey increasingly arduous. With supplies failing to keep pace, and everyone was simply enduring. Simiao possessed mooncake and snack blind boxes, sufficient for minimal sustenance, yet water was critically lacking. She looked down at a cliff several meters below, where a half-mountain waterfall cascaded. She resolved to descend and procure a substantial amount of water. Filling a 10-liter water bag and a bottle she had not dared to discard, enough to sustain her for 7 or 8 days. Chapter 77. On foot, while Simiao busied herself with gathering water, the other players were not idle, advancing by their own means. The 10-year bookworm selected the difficult mode, allowing the carry of 1 skill. Upon seeing the theme of extreme trekking, she bypassed the typical choices of stable food supplies and instead opted for agility skills, akin to Simiao's, moving with the grace of swallow. With this skill enhancement, the 10-year bookworm's distance had already reached 1,400 kilometers, 300 of which she inherited from the remnants of eliminated players. She felt her chances of victory were substantial. Greater speed meant more food supplies could be secured each day, leaving no reason for defeat. Thus, she scoffed at the desperate proposal in the group. With the certainty of winning, why should she compensate the failures? With such thoughts, she found 3 incense sticks, skillfully lit them as an offering, and joyfully received a 24-hour rest card. 10-year bookworm. She clutched her head in agony. One must not become too complacent. After a moment of suffering, she reconsidered, realizing that offering some compensation was not out of the question. It was time to secure her gains. 10-year bookworm. So, Butterfly wants 6 attribute cards. I can offer 2. in a state of desperation and hunger. Butterfly wept tears of joy, nearly falling off the cliff in his excitement, clutching the nearby tombstone. He was feverish, dizzy, and utterly drained, with a yearning heart but a weary body. Butterfly, truly, Bookworm is magnanimous. You are my deity. 10-year Bookworm, be quiet. Before long, the eternal wilderness expressed willingness to offer 2 cards as well to compensate Butterfly for his withdrawal. The heart thief had just filled his water bag and managed a difficult wash when Simiao replied with an "Oh, I am a woman. The price is set. The final 3 who receive rewards will compensate after they leave. Those eliminated need not provide anything. We are all dignified individuals. Surely no one would renege on 2 attribute cards?" Regardless of their inner thoughts, several in the group patted their chests, assuring that they would never default, for they valued their honor. The butterfly, alas, it seems that only the words of my sister hold weight. Henceforth, I declare you to be my sole deity. Simiao's brow furrowed, urging him to depart. I am woman. Is there anyone else wishing to withdraw? What is your bid? AAA, regardless. I have resolved to endure until the end. Furthermore, I have not consented to any compensation plans, so do not count me in. AAA believed his chances were immense. He opted for a straightforward approach, receiving supplies every 5 kilometers, a strategy that eclipsed all other players. He also possessed 2 skills, one related to space, alleviating the burden of weight, and another for attack, though it regrettably found no opportunity to be employed. He moved slowly, yet with great tenacity. When victory seemed assured, why should one extend compensation to the vanquished? The butterfly gracefully retreated. Competitor 1. Inheritance 1. Simiao replenished her water supply and advanced with full vigor. At the 1,320th kilometer, she encountered mobile phone components. Frowning, she combined them with her phone, and her eyes brightened. She could now check the status of players in the group. Astonishingly, the player with the highest kilometers was not the eternal wanderer, but rather the decade-long bookworm, renowned for spinning ghostly tales. Simiao was taken aback, realizing that appearances can be deceiving. 10-year bookworm, 1,416 kilometers. I am woman, 1,320 kilometers. Eternal wanderer, 1,280 kilometers. Heart thief, 1,267 kilometers. AAA, 800 kilometers. Simiao clicked on the kilometers of eliminated players, discovering that the butterfly had reached 1,012 kilometers. Her breath quickened. If she could inherit the butterfly's kilometers, she could turn the tide. She forsook sleep, leveraging her extended endurance title, and pressed on through the night, moving laboriously like a mountain goat. The little squirrel had thrived, gradually adapting to the environment and becoming bolder, leaping about on Simiao's shoulders. Simiao brushed aside its fluffy tail and tossed it a couple of chestnuts, engaging in playful antics. The squirrel truly did play, occasionally bringing back hazelnuts and pine nuts for Simiao. Quite a delightful treat. At the 1,328th kilometer, she found a can of Red Bull. Simiao sat closely by a tomb, her feet dangling over the cliff, gazing at the sunrise, awash in the hues of dawn. As she opened a mooncake blind box and a snack blind box, a red bean cake, a packet of white-skinned peanuts, 300 grams. Nourishing provisions indeed. Simiao finished the mooncake, sipped water in small gulps, and ate a few tart kiwis. Apart from food, she discarded everything else: pots, stoves, chairs, and camping beds. Excessive burdens. After replenishing her energy, she resumed her journey. At the 1,336 kilometer, Simiao traversed the distance from sunrise to sunset, perilously slipping off the cliff multiple times. Yet, fortune favors the diligent. 3 incense sticks. She threw her head back and laughed for a moment, planting the incense beside the tomb on her right. Butterfly, am I not your deity? Let offerings be made to the divine. The butterfly remained true to her word. Before Simiao appeared 3 options: inherit skills, inherit supplies, inherit the 8 kilometers of material drops. Alas, the kilometers she coveted most were absent. She donned a mask of anguish and tremulously accessed the profiles of group members. 10 years of bookworm. 1416, I am a woman. 1336, the earth endures. 1300, heart thief. 2279, AAA. 834, Simiao's last shred of hope dissipated. She nearly broke down. Though she ranked 3rd and would receive a reward, she felt unsatisfied. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at the 3 options before her. 8 kilometers of supplies? The inheritance of supplies, with the butterfly flower having abandoned the game. What could be salvaged? Simiao opted for the inheritance of skills. Finally, she acquired a spatial item. Simiao tossed the bundles of supplies she had gathered into the space, startling the little squirrel, which dropped the chestnut in its mouth and curiously scurried over her, especially to the spot where the chestnuts had been placed. Where are my rations? Simiao chuckled at the sight, exhaling a breath of relief. At the 1,344th kilometer, an invitation card appeared. Simiao entered the tomb, disregarding everything for a much-needed sleep. Having hung precariously on the cliff for days, she had barely managed to rest. Upon waking, she found that the little squirrel had ransacked the tomb. It dragged a piece of parchment to Simiao's side. Simiao examined it. A skill book. No longer feeling drowsy, she sat up with a start. Save file. Effect. 1 slot, capable of sacrificing a skill to return to the time node, limited to instance use. Simiao blinked. She immediately saved the current time node and attempted to revert. Good news. The sacrifice skill was not limited to the skills she currently possessed. It appeared she would need to purchase some inexpensive skills for backup in the future. She tried to save a new file, overriding the previous time node, but failed. Simiao felt a tinge of disappointment. The back and forth was cumbersome, yet it was still a blessing. It signified countless opportunities for trial and error. Simiao grinned broadly, secretly resolving to bring the skill book out of the instance. Chapter 78. Hiking 13, Simiao calmed down, beginning to strategize on how to eliminate her competitors. Currently, only 5 players remained, vying for 3 reward slots. The kilometers of the eliminated players would be inherited by the others, meaning only the last 3 standing would achieve results and partake in the final ranking. Simiao opened the group chat, vacillating between the IDs of the 4 players. Heart Thief at 2279. Wait, it's already refreshed to 2,283 kilometers. Not dying from a fall or starvation is guaranteed. 10 years of Bookworm is running so fast, likely possessing a skill. The Earth Endures dared to select Hell mode, undoubtedly skilled. Ultimately, Simiao focused her attention on the player with the least kilometers, AAA. With only 5 kilometers yielding supplies, they were a long-haul contender, but their lagging kilometers suggested they might have been overly indulged or simply slothful, indicating a significantly lower level and attributes. After pondering for a moment, Simiao sent a message in the group. Setting the trap. I am a woman. I can see your kilometers. Heart Thief at 2283 has just inherited the kilometers from the butterfly flower. 10 years of Bookworm has been stuck at 1416 for quite some time. Must have drawn a rest card. The Earth Endures at 1306, AAA at 842. The group erupted in chaos. AAA, how did you manage to get here? Did you fly? The Bookworm of 10 years. The Heart Stealer is insufferable. The Heart Stealer. Then I am bound to win. I shall remain by the waterfall, sipping water, and outlast you all. The endless years. AAA, it's fake, it's fake. It must be a trick. AAA, I am a woman. What about your own scores? Simiao, unabashed, declared, 1760. The Bookworm of 10 years. Impossible. You're on hellish difficulty. With all skills sealed. And how could you possibly be faster than me in bear form? Simiao, speaking nonsensically, I have 88 agility. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Triple glanced at her own 28 agility, lamenting her misfortune. Simiao thought that with her allocated attributes, claiming 88 points was not a lie, and she continued messaging. I am a woman. From now on, I will report our scores daily, so everyone knows where they stand. The faces of the Bookworm of 10 years and others turned grim. This was akin to running naked. Stagnation would raise suspicions of having acquired a rest card, and a decrease in speed would lead to doubts of injury. Was there no shred of privacy left? Indeed, Simiao aimed to unsettle their minds. She slowly munched on chestnuts from her rations, rested sufficiently, and emerged from the tomb, resuming her journey. A little squirrel scurried into her pocket. At the 1,342nd kilometer, compressed biscuits. At the 1,350th kilometer, 3 incense sticks. At the 1,358th kilometer, 8 treasure porridge. Simiao discovered that this game was rather humane, not offering any raw food like rice or noodles. Otherwise, it would truly be blood-curdling. Over the short distance, Simiao took 2 days, and soon it was time to report scores again. The Heart Stealer, 2301, I am a woman. 1784, the Bookworm of 10 years. 1433 The Endless Years, 1331 AAA, 880. Everyone's progress was quite similar. It was once again the moment for public execution. A disheveled AAA had his defenses shattered. They were all beasts. He saw no chance of victory, lagging over 400 kilometers behind fourth place. After nearly slipping off a cliff, his spirit broken, he spoke up in the group. AAA, I have 880 kilometers with a 5-kilometer drop for resources and 2 skills to inherit. What price do you intend to pay for my life? Simiao glanced over, remaining silent, biding her time while his spirit shattered further. Others had similar thoughts, and thus the group remained quiet all day, until the next day when Simiao announced the scores. The Heart Stealer, 2310, I am a woman. 1795, The Bookworm of 10 years. 1439, The Endless Years. 1342, AAA. 891, AAA. Didn't the Heart Stealer say he would sip water and outlast us? How can he still be moving? The Heart Stealer, love to walk, just love to walk, hee hee. AAA, come on, family, give a little. It's like feeding a dog. I am a woman. A firm price, 2 attribute cards. AAA, but I have a 5-kilometer drop. I am a woman. Your kilometers are lower than a butterfly's. Among the 5 in the group, for urged AAA to abandon the game, as there was no chance of success. Remaining meant endless suffering. It would be better to take some compensation and leave, providing a modicum of psychological comfort. Sometimes, what people fear most is having a way out otherwise. How would the saying, burning one's boats, come about? Ultimately, AAA succumbed to the sweet words of a few, accepting a promise of compensation in the form of 2 attribute cards for the victor, and chose to abandon the game. After all, their words were so melodious, promising to look out for her in the next dungeon. Well, one could consider it a new friendship. However, Simiao was utterly indifferent to AAA's self-consolation and promptly placed the 3 incense sticks she had previously acquired but not utilized before the tomb. How splendid! It was an inheritance. Moreover, it was an unshared inheritance, inheriting mileage, skills, supplies, and a 5-kilometer drop. Simiao wasted no time choosing her mileage. Her score instantly transformed to 2270, a mere 40 kilometers less than the Heart Thief. Nevertheless, the data she reported was 2,686, firmly securing the top position. This facade of prosperity brought Simiao a sense of delight, albeit knowing it was false. Alas, however, the top 3 positions were assured. Not in vain was her scheming. Simiao, maintaining her composure, updated her data in the group chat. I am woman. 2686, Heart Thief. 2310, Decade Bookworm. 1439, Eternal. 1342. The pressure now lay upon these 2. Decade Bookworm. Eternal, if we combine our scores, we reach 2781, firmly in first place. What you say, shall we collaborate and split the rewards? Compared to the attribute cards of the previous fluttering butterflies and AAA, half the reward was indeed quite sincere. Eternal, if you abandon the game, I am in hell mode. The rewards will surely amplify, offering high value for effort. Decade Bookworm, no problem, but how will you compensate me with experience? We are all at this level, eagerly awaiting to level up and unlock the shop for essential items. The trading market monopolizes the player economy, with critical supplies requiring level unlocks for purchase, all subject to limits. Otherwise, there would have been resellers long ago. Heart Thief, not the 2 of you, as though you can assuredly inherit each other's mileage. Do you consider me and woman as heir? Decade Bookworm, even if we cannot inherit, I will still be third. It's none of your concern. Go drink some water. The chatterbox continued to prattle in the group, while those with sense had already set forth. The top 3 were secured. Simiao now merely needed to ensure she did not fall and continued to advance. The farther the better. At the 2,270-kilometer mark, she found a bottle of mung bean porridge. Meanwhile, the 2 in the group were still bickering. At the 2,278-kilometer mark, she obtained a bun. Still bickering. At the 2,286-kilometer mark, 3 incense sticks. Simiao, hungry and with high cheekbones, sluggishly made her way to the waterfall for water. In the group, the bickering continued. Heart Thief, can't the 2 of you be a bit more expedient? It's been 3 days. 3 days. At this rate, we'll be having children. Decade Bookworm, we have our own pace. You need not interfere. Heart Thief, yes, yes indeed. Discussing while walking is quite efficient. I assent it. Simiao quickly discerned that Decade Bookworm had allied with Eternal to manipulate her and Heart Thief's mindset. Success was so near, yet these two were dawdling. Who could endure such a situation? Chapter 79. On foot 14, Simiao soon discovered that Heart Thief's mileage had come to a standstill. Could it be that he had drawn a rest card once more? She tucked away her phone, casually speculating as a nimble little squirrel leaped down from the edge of the cliff, landing on Simiao's shoulder. The creature began to rummage through its chubby cheeks, producing an assortment of stored provisions such as pine nuts and hazelnuts, all of which it deposited into Simiao's open palm. Simiao couldn't help but chuckle. This conscientious squirrel seemed concerned for her well-being. However, her own situation was far from optimistic. Engaging in high-intensity exercise, coupled with taut nerves and insufficient food and sleep, had taken a toll on her resilience. All that remained were a mooncake blind box, a snack blind box, and a 10-liter water bag filled with water collected from a waterfall. She was barely surviving, yet not in immediate danger of starvation. The following day, the Heart Stealer had not updated her mileage. Simiao quickly deduced that something must have gone awry. Either an injury had befallen her, or the path ahead was obstructed. The Heart Stealer found herself at a small platform, confronted by a prominent rock formation that offered no foothold. Scaling it would require a precarious detour, fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to a fall. Weighing the risks and benefits, she concluded that the cost of continuing was too high, opting instead to remain and safeguard her current progress until the quest concluded. She assessed her supplies, a cake blind box to replenish her energy, approximately 6 liters of water, enough to sustain her for 10 days to 2 weeks. If necessary, she could retreat a few kilometers back to the previous waterfall, where she could rely on the water source and cake blind box to endure. The gnawing sensation of hunger was undeniably distressing. The Heart Stealer considered spending some currency to alleviate her plight, and during a negotiation between 10-Year Bookworm and Eternal Wilderness in a group chat, she chimed in, expressing her willingness to contribute financially. Heart Stealer, you two need to hurry up. Regardless of who wins, I will cover the compensation for Butterfly and AAA's attribute cards. Simiao immediately echoed her sentiment. I am a woman. 1. As per their agreement, the victorious trio was required to provide a total of 12 attribute cards to Butterfly and AAA, which meant each of them would contribute 6 cards, amounting to 600 survival points. For Simiao, whose account balance stood at 20,000, this was but a trifling expense. Concerned about potential subsequent developments, such as the emergence of skills capable of altering the situation, she resolved to secure her contributions without delay. 10-Year Bookworm, finally willing to part with some gold. You two are quite patient. Simiao rolled her eyes in exasperation, nearly losing her composure, as hunger had begun to make her hands and feet tremble. With her energy dwindling, the probability of a fatal misstep loomed large. In short, she could hardly proceed any further. Simiao grasped 3 incense sticks, waiting like a hunter poised for prey. Should either 10-Year Bookworm or Eternal Wilderness abandon their game, she would promptly ignite the incense to make an offering, hoping that fortune would favor her with a transfer of mileage. For the time being, she remained motionless, fixated on the group chat. 10-Year Bookworm and Eternal Wilderness were unusually verbose, reminiscing about their childhood experiences of climbing mountains to gather chestnuts. Simiao did not dare miss a single message. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is often an ulterior motive. Previously, Eternal Wilderness had spoken far less than she, yet now she was waxing lyrical, hinting at hidden agreements within her ramblings. Private messaging was not permitted in the group. Thus, they could only communicate such arrangements through this manner, coordinating when to abandon the game, with one party ready to immediately insert the incense to inherit the mileage, akin to Simiao's earlier strategy of waiting for AAA. In the eyes of those with experience, thoughts are all too predictable. Simiao's eyes widened like brass bells. On the other side, the heart-stealing rogue executed a similar maneuver, clutching 3 incense sticks, poised for action. Though life remained, the inheritance had already been claimed. At 3:36 in the morning, Simiao noticed a missing member from the group. Without a second thought, she inserted the incense, despite her dark circles. How delightful! It was an inheritance. Skills of succession, resources inherited, and an 8-kilometer bounty awaited. Simiao donned a mask of anguish, exclaiming, "Who is it? Such swift hands!" She sighed deeply and selected her skill. The player who had abandoned the game was a seasoned bookworm of 10 years. As the saying goes, he represented a hellish difficulty, and the rewards would surely escalate, making him the ideal candidate to complete the final challenge with high cost-effectiveness. After days of struggle, the player determined to relinquish all rewards aside from experience, compensating the 10-year bookworm. Given the opportunity, Simiao would undoubtedly choose experience. It was rare to encounter such a valuable opportunity. The 10-year bookworm possessed the skill light as a swallow. Upon seeing this, Simiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. What an exceptional skill! She felt invigorated. Knowing that the dust had settled and the option to withdraw had emerged, she could exit before meeting her demise. The situation had shifted. The data in the group now stood as follows. Tian Huang Di Lao, 2729, was sure NV Run, 2718, 2294, and the heart-stealing rogue, 2323. Ostensibly, she ranked second, yet in reality, she was at the bottom. Nevertheless, Simiao believed she could still persevere. The heart-stealing rogue was clearly faltering and might opt to withdraw under the guise of false rankings. Armed with the light as a swallow skill, the 29-kilometer gap seemed surmountable with some effort. Indeed, the next moment revealed that the heart-stealing rogue, seeing the nearly 400-kilometer distance to a sure NV Run, had chosen to quit, succumbing to defeat. Only two remained in the group, Simiao and Tian Huang Di Lao, both facing hellish difficulty. With the assurance of success, Simiao's heart calmed, her anxiety dissipating. She tucked her phone in her pocket and pressed onward. Grateful for the 10-year bookworm's light as a swallow. How wonderfully effective it was. At the 2,302-kilometer mark, she found a bottle of 8 treasure porridge. At 2,310 kilometers, 3 more incense sticks were acquired, along with the 10-year bookworm's 8-kilometer resource drop, which brought a smile to Simiao's face. At 2,318 kilometers, she stumbled upon steamed buns. At 2,326 kilometers, self-heating rice appeared. At 2,334 kilometers, she discovered a self-heating hot pot, and she joyfully claimed second place. Stealing a glance at the group, Simiao noted that Tian Huang Di Lao advanced at a pace of 5 kilometers daily. Surely, this individual had fortuitously inherited a 5-kilometer drop from AAA. Only now did the challenge begin to taste like an extreme test. Simiao savored her hot pot, letting out a contented sigh. By the time she reached the 2,500-kilometer mark, Tian Huang Di Lao, with a total score of 2,903, had perished. Simiao munched on pine nuts delivered by the little squirrel, feeling a sense of delight. At 2,550 kilometers, she secured 3 more incense sticks, delightfully receiving a 24-hour competition card, while a mooncake blind box yielded a small piece of mooncake. Resting for a day to conserve energy, the following day's mooncake blind box still contained only a small piece. It was truly unbearable. Simiao sighed and continued forward, ultimately choosing to end the quest before tumbling down a cliff after a loose stone shifted beneath her feet. After an arduous journey to gather food, the little squirrel exclaimed, "What a vast expanse for just one person! Congratulations to the player for achieving the 2nd rank in the extreme hiking distance. The player has earned 20 experience points, 200 survival points, and is now able to carry 2 items. With a distance of 2,550 kilometers and an experience total of 2,550. The challenge is set to hellish difficulty, with rewards tripled. A prompt appeared, indicating that the player possesses an experience doubling card. Should it be utilized? Absolutely. Congratulations to the player for acquiring 306,000 experience points, 600 survival points, and the capacity to carry 6 items. Please select the items you wish to take from the dungeon. A list of options materialized before her. MP3, Little Squirrel, Save File, Light as a Feather, 10 square meter space. Mooncake Blind Box, Snack Blind Box, 3 Incense Sticks, Death Notification, Supplies from 10 kilometers of hiking, Supplies from 8 kilometers of hiking, Mobile Phone Parts Voice. Mobile Phone Parts, Image, Mobile Phone Parts, Information, and a few miscellaneous items including tents and sleeping bags. In Chapter 80 Inventory, Simiao promptly dragged the save file into one of the 6 available slots, securing her position. She then leisurely made her selections. The death notification was chosen as a gift for Lanyo. For the 8-kilometer hiking supplies, Simiao opened it to view the details. It resembled a passive title that did not occupy skill slots and would provide suitable supplies based on the environment. Simiao deemed this a valuable asset and checked the option. for slots had been filled. Next, she opened the mobile phone option. Mobile phone, for use exclusively in the dungeon world, capable of generating up to 5 phones for group communication. This serves as an excellent tool for team coordination. She checked the option. For a final slot, with a tearful heart, Simiao relinquished the MP3 and chose 3 incense sticks instead. MP3, you heartless villain. With the selection of supplies complete, Simiao exited the dungeon. She returned to her vehicle to tally her gains and sent the promised compensation to AAA. She and the Heart Stealer had arranged in the dungeon that she would provide AAA with 6 attribute cards, while the Heart Stealer would give 6 attribute cards to the Butterfly Thief. Simiao believed her credibility outweighed the value of 6 attribute cards. Thus she proceeded with efficiency. With 306,000 experience points, her total experience reached 419,647, allowing her to level up twice and ascend to level 9, with 6 attribute points to allocate. Meanwhile, most players remained at level 35, while elite players like Black Bear diligently studied at level 67. Simiao felt she was far ahead, recognizing her own excellence. She assigned 10 points to each of the 4 attributes, resulting in the following data. Player nickname: I am a woman, level LV9 for 19647800000. Race: human, talent. Fishing system 20. Abilities: wood element, constitution, 52 agility, 52 strength, 52 spirit, 55 survival points, 20585 assignable attributes, 0 equipment, space basket, mini bamboo house, kidnap small fish, green goblin. Resource exchange station, little yellow duck, mutant armory shovel, honor certificate, angel wings, honor medal, alarm, amulet X2, stasis space, 86 servings of gourmet food, fishing rod, net, diving pearl. Turtle shell, 300 nursery rhymes, voluntary overtime application, rest area ticket X1, instance ticket X1, piggy bank, treasure mouse fur, wallet space, 3 incense sticks, mobile phone, death notice. Skills: golden words, my rules are law, C-class fireball, close range melon eating, go in peace, a nap is all I need, light as a feather stare my offspring. C-class thunderbolt, shadow, here I come, D-class water arrow, hardening, shield, aviator, copy, cheating tips, versatile hairstyles, save file, 8 kilometers resource drop. Titles: diligently working. Teammate has been vomiting for 3 days and nights. Let me speak. If you don't talk, no one will consider you mute. Fisherman, super long standby, Hat King. At last, Simiao released the little squirrel. The squirrel suddenly found itself in an unfamiliar environment, dropping the pine nuts from its mouth in shock. However, upon seeing the familiar biped with a look of surprise, it climbed onto her shoulder and settled in, brushing its fluffy tail against Simiao's ear. Unable to withstand such an adorable trial, Simiao immediately poured a bowl of universal pet food for it. From now on, you shall be named Chestnut. Chestnut buried its face in the pet food, munching silently. Suddenly, Simiao sensed a gaze filled with longing and looked up to find the green goblin perched on a potted plant. Green goblin. Crying JPG, Simiao laughed heartily. Sharing the bounty equally. Here you go, have some too. Everyone deserves a treat. The green goblin savored its favorite pet food, occasionally glancing at the little squirrel, and playfully poked the squirrel's head with a finger. The little squirrel turned, fluffed up its fur, and dove into Simiao's clothing, trembling with fear. The green goblin withdrew its hand and floated away. Coward, not worth fearing. Simiao couldn't help but chuckle. The little squirrel was just an ordinary creature, lacking any special skills. Simiao bought it a cozy nest for a comfortable retirement. Checking the time, it was still early, around 10:30. Simiao opened the trading mall, seeking the cheapest skills to stock up on, preparing for skill consumption and saving files. Ultimately, she selected a D-class waterball skill, costing 300 survival points, and purchased 10 at once, totaling 3,000. The previously set parameters from the hiking instance had automatically disappeared, and Simiao attempted to establish the current time as a new save point, but the attempt failed, proving that it could only be used in instances. What a pity. Otherwise, the skill would be truly invincible. After completing these tasks, Simiao leisurely explored what delightful items had been unlocked in the trading mall after reaching level 9. Energy orbs, a means of restoring supernatural abilities, priced at 20 points each. Simiao purchased one, comparing it to the energy orbs from the zombie dungeon, Hope City. The energy contained within was notably pure, yet Simiao estimated its cost to be equivalent to a single primary crystal core. In essence, the marketplace acquired it from players at a mere 1 survival point, processed it, and resold it to players for 20 survival points. Truly a shrewd business practice. Simiao Muzed. Previously, she had exchanged and brought back 527 energy orbs from Hope City. Thus her reserves were ample, and she opted not to purchase more. Continuing her exploration of other unlocked items, she noted the cost of the rest area ticket, set at 10 survival points, and the rest card, priced at 100 points. Limited to 1 purchase per day. The voluntary overtime application was available for 200 points, also restricted to 1 per day. The group creation card was listed at 500 points, while the contract was a mere 10 points. Such affordable items caught Simiao's attention. The contract allowed players to draft an agreement, which would take effect upon signature, endorsed by the game, and could be carried into dungeons without occupying an equipment slot. It seemed to be a high-demand item. Simiao promptly shared this information with Blow-Wind Pig, suggesting that with such a contract in hand, the devoted team would not fear high-level players reneging on their commitments. Blow-Wind Pig was online and quickly gestured to have her procure 50 copies to store in their Group S repository. Of course, these group members would not receive them for free. They would need to exchange contribution points. Simiao took a moment to glance at the status of the devoted team and found it well-structured, resembling a guild in the game. Members undertook various tasks to earn contribution points, which could then be redeemed for items in the repository at prices lower than the market value, or for rare items. Simiao held the honorary title of president, possessing 10,000 contribution points with administrative privileges, allowing her to select precious resources preferentially and freely advertise and sell within the group, a privilege not extended to ordinary members. Senior members acted as wholesalers, while Blow-Wind Pig and other administrators served as the platform, with regular members as consumers. Simiao reviewed the task list and noted the simplest task: to voice support in the regional channel 10 times for a contribution point. This is merely a score-boosting small team, she remarked. Another task involved compiling a list of players who had failed to follow through on commitments, creating a database of unreliable players. It appeared quite organized. Simiao observed Blow-Wind Pig actively addressing players' inquiries within the group and shook her head, realizing that if it were her, she would likely grow impatient and lack the ability to manage such a large undertaking. However, everyone has their own area of expertise. Simiao only needed to ensure her level remained among the top ranks. Chapter 81. Wordplay with the establishment of the devoted team platform. Simiao could circumvent the marketplace's shrewdness, selling the vast quantities of basic resources acquired through the fishing system in bulk. In a bid to clear her inventory and quickly realize profits, she decided to sell at a discount of 30, earning twice as much as she would have by selling to the recycling system at a mere 10. Blow-Wind Pig, ever shrewd, categorized the purchase of goods from the repository as a task, granting contribution points, albeit modestly. A purchase of 100 survival points would yield only 1 contribution point, limited to 3 transactions per day. Encouraged by the low prices and the added incentive of contribution points, players in the devoted team group prioritized placing orders in the repository. Especially after the Wind Pig congratulated Simiao on reaching level 9. The group was filled with an electrifying excitement. Wind Pig exclaimed, "Congratulations to our esteemed honorary president. A true powerhouse." The tireless first member echoed, "Congratulations to our esteemed honorary president. A true powerhouse." The diligent flower of effort joined in, "Congratulations." A cascade of copied messages followed. Simiao felt as though she had inadvertently wandered into a sales settlement group. Nevertheless, considering her substantial earnings within just a few hours, she resolved to maintain her role as honorary president as long as the benefits from the tireless squad outweighed any inconveniences. Wind Pig thoughtfully crafted a flawless response for her. "Sister, simply copy and paste this into the group." Wind Pig reassured her, "Rest assured, unless absolutely necessary, we won't trouble you. The anchor of stability must remain mysterious. We'll handle the trivial matters ourselves." Simiao found Wind Pig to be exceptionally considerate. She copied the message and sent it to the group before going incognito, continuing to explore what the trading market had unlocked. The expensive bow, long-range attack, with the first arrow dealing 1 survival point, the second 2, the third 4, the fourth 8, and the fifth 16, with damage scaling accordingly. With her current balance of 17, 597. She could only fire 15 arrows, quite a terrifying prospect. Indeed, the bow was as costly as rumored, suitable for a mutually destructive scenario, she thought. After this expenditure, she'd be left destitute and despondent. Simiao glanced at the bow's price. 5,000 survival points. She gasped but ultimately gritted her teeth and purchased it, also spending an additional 1,000 survival points on a binding card that secured it from being dropped. With 6,000 survival points spent, the piggy bank returned 1, immediately replenishing 60 survival points, bringing her balance to 11,675. Simiao chose to purchase 30 attribute cards, leaving her with 3,000, which returned 30 from the piggy bank. The original C, Fireball, and C, Thunder spells are discarded into the squad's warehouse, and she procured B, Fireball, and B, Thunder spells, leaving her with 2,000, receiving 20 back. Control spell 2 cost 2,000, yielding 20 back. Dispel spell 2 cost 3,000, with a return of 30. After the shopping spree, her account balance dwindled to 1,757, a figure that was both impoverished and reassuring. With a grave expression, Simiao retrieved the death notice. She had purchased the expensive bow and acquired numerous control and dispel skills, all in preparation for a friendly spar with Lanyu. She sought information from Xiao Tao. Sister, here is the nest card you requested. She opened the nest card's details, select a target to use, allowing entry into their instance. Surely, Lanyu had used this card to gain access, right? Finding Lanyu's avatar, she noted the status as busy, indicating she was indeed in an instance. After all, it had been days. The voluntary overtime application should be secured by now. Simiao decided to wait a moment and sent Wind Pig a task, asking her to monitor Lanyu's status. The instant she emerged from the instance, Simiao would use the nest card to join her in her next venture. Wind Pig responded with an affirmative gesture. Simiao gently stroked the tail of the little squirrel as she opened another chat group. This group, dedicated to the elite gameplay, exclusively traded rare resources, fostering an environment rich in information exchange and collaboration for dungeon raids. It was a stark contrast to the other group she frequented. Glancing at the group members, now numbering 65, she swiftly added 31 heavy machine guns to their inventory, for this was a congregation of discerning clientele with ample wealth. The group leader, dedicated to learning, had not imposed any restrictions on the members regarding depositing goods into the warehouse, as no one would lower the standards by tossing in mundane buns or steam buns. Most members of the group were female players at level 67, and Simiao recognized familiar names such as Black Bear, Bookworm for a Decade, and Windy Pig, evoking a sense of camaraderie within their small circle. Minutes later, Lanyu exited a dungeon, changing her status to online. Simiao immediately utilized the nest card, eagerly awaiting her entry into the next dungeon. At noon, Simiao indulged in a hearty meal at the fourth-floor restaurant, with the little squirrel accompanying her for a complimentary feast. Just then, the level 8 black bear emerged from the dungeon, sitting opposite Simiao and curiously glancing at the little squirrel. With the knowledge that players could now participate in a maximum of 3 dungeons per day, the urgency had dissipated, allowing for leisurely breaks in between. Players enjoyed their meals in the restaurant, relaxed in the baths or saunas, and lounged on the rooftop, swimming and sipping drinks. Looking around, Simiao noticed that many players had vanished from sight, likely having purchased anonymous cards for concealment. She was still waiting for the ID, I am a woman, to fish for her, wishing fervently for a nickname card or one that sparkled in vibrant hues, ensuring that all would notice her. In the afternoon, Simiao returned to her vehicle, closing her eyes to rest while patiently waiting. In a short span, 2 skills sold to the dedicated team, along with other basic resources, netted her 3,160. 16 heavy machine guns sold from the breaking game brought in 4,800, raising her account balance to 9,717. Finally, players were welcome to join Lanyu in the dungeon. Word game. Rule 1. The more character cards obtained in the film city within 3 days, the richer the rewards. Rule 2. Death incurs a deduction of 10 attributes. Simiao instinctively calculated. Her 4 attributes summed to 221, and rounding the loss of 10 resulted in a deduction of 22 points, equating to 200 survival points. The cost was exorbitant. Fortunately, this dungeon did not prohibit skills or items, allowing her to use the abducted little fish to return to her vehicle before incurring losses. She quickly saved her progress at the current node. Players were instructed to answer questions to gain entry qualifications. Simiao snapped back to attention, reading the questions. Unlike her previous direct entry into dungeons, this time there was a quiz component, and the pure white space contained only Simiao. As the prompt sounded, a 16D surround image began to play before her eyes. With subtitles and visuals, it felt akin to watching a film. Chapter 82. Word Game 2. Simiao observed a young girl in a white dress sprint past her. Turning her head, she saw the girl rush to the center of the road, safely escorting an elderly woman with mobility issues from the flow of traffic to the roadside. She watched as the girl assisted the elderly lady across the street, greeted a security uncle with familiarity, and helped a mother push a stroller while carrying luggage. Such a paragon of helpfulness, she was truly the model student. As the scene shifts, the exemplary student observes a stray cat rummaging through the garbage bins in the community, her demeanor turning cold as she approaches to shoo it away. A girl in white hastily rescues the cat and takes the elevator upstairs, brushing past another girl dressed in black. The girl in black saunters out of the community, her head lowered, perpetually silent and indifferent to her surroundings. When an elderly person's wheelchair becomes stuck on a manhole cover, she feigns interest in her phone, hastily walking away. She often wears a face that betrays her disillusionment. Yet she buys food from a convenience store to feed the stray cats in the neighborhood, and upon seeing them eat with delight, a faint smile graces her lips. The scene freezes and a prompt appears. Please evaluate the two characters. Simiao strokes her chin, sensing a strange familiarity. Suddenly, realization strikes her. One is a hypocrite, a paragon of virtue in public yet indifferent to small creatures, while the other is taciturn in society but gentle towards animals. Generally, when these two personas are juxtaposed, the one in white is criticized, with common rhetoric suggesting that someone who cannot show kindness to animals cannot be a good person. Their everyday acts of kindness are mere facades, designed for praise. Conversely, the girl in black is lauded, the sentiment being that someone who treats animals well cannot be a villain. She is simply inept at expressing herself. A clever interplay of contrasts unfolds. Simiao contemplates and replies. White attire, good person. Black attire, good cat. After a brief pause, the prompt chimes, congratulations. You have earned entry qualification. The environment shifts, and Simiao silently assimilates into a bustling city. She gazes upward at the grand sign, reading Film City at the entrance. No trace of other players is apparent. Upon inspection, she finds a trading marketplace and private messaging features disabled, yet her skills and equipment remain fully functional, offering considerable freedom. Simiao remains vigilant. Having navigated through a sprint dungeon, she knows that high freedom often conceals countless hidden rules that can lead to instant failure. She does not lose sight of her objective and promptly activates the close-range skill Gleaning the Moon, mentally reciting the ID, but unlike previous successful attempts, her mind is blank this time, revealing nothing. Undeterred, she employs a small cheating technique in hopes of uncovering clues about Gleaning the Moon, but again, she encounters failure. Simiao concedes, recognizing the cunning nature of the woman who had acted against her so early on. Extras, extras. We need extras. A woman shouts through a megaphone at the roadside. After a failed attempt to seek adversaries, Simiao resolves to undertake a task instead. After all, being an extra constitutes a role of its own. She approaches to audition. Being an extra requires skill, so take this certification. Not for $998, not for $899, just $499. Guaranteed to pass and receive your certificate. Simiao muses, isn't this a scam? Nevertheless, she decides to proceed, recognizing it as merely a task. Swiftly, she produces a gold coin, and under the scrutinizing gaze of the audition head, she breaks off a piece with determination. Upon paying the training fee, her previously empty task list in the upper left corner refreshes instantly. Character card, extra, in progress. She anticipated a training session or two, yet the group leader immediately conducted on-site training and assigned her a role, playing a corpse, a minor character, and a maid kneeling on the ground while listening to the emperor's affection for his beloved. In short, she performed the tasks, while the group leader profited from both ends. Simiao was exasperated, tossing aside her worn embroidered shoes in frustration. Nevertheless, her efforts bore fruit. After 8 kilometers, she triggered 6 drops, earning a total of 1,200 in cash. Not only that, but Simiao successfully acquired an extras character card and caught the group leader's attention, advancing to the role of a foreground actor. In essence, she could now share the screen with the protagonist, and, with a stroke of luck, may even utter a line or two. However, Simiao had come with a mission of vengeance, and as time slipped away, she had yet to catch sight of Lan Yue's hair, which made her anxious. She attempted to find an alternative route. Ever since childhood, she had harbored a dream of becoming an actress, yearning to experience the roles of an extra, a special guest, and a leading actor. The group leader remained unmoved. Every individual coming to the film city harbored an actor's dream. Simiao resorted to a monetary tactic, placing a bag of gold in the group leader's hand. I just want to experience it. Even a second of screen time will suffice. The group leader glanced at the gold, his eyes gleaming, yet he resolutely declined. What do you take me for? I am a person of professional ethics. Simiao, bugging the card, failed. She dutifully took on the role of a foreground actor, delivering a single line. Sir, the lady has run away again. The protagonist's acting was even less proficient than hers, and the numerous trivial matters prolonged the shoot. By the time Simiao left the set, night had fallen. Clutching her newly acquired character card, a plain white piece of paper inscribed with the words foreground actor, Simiao reflected on her day as a beleaguered worker and felt the urgent need to treat herself. Thus, she sought out a hotel to freshen up. The earlier portrayal of the maid had left her hair styled with what seemed like half a bottle of hairspray, rendering it stiff and uncomfortable, likely due to subpar products, causing her scalp to itch. After her shower, her late-night snack was delivered to her room. When she stepped outside to retrieve it, she spotted a player with a cotton candy-shaped ID lurking in the corner, holding a camera. A paparazzo? Simiao raised an eyebrow. The cotton candy figure noticed Simiao, eyes lighting up, and immediately approached her, brazenly entering her room. I'm a dedicated member of a team. I even bought your heavy machine gun. Ah, client. Simiao closed the door, unboxing her dinner, which appeared quite appetizing. Who are you planning to spy on? The cotton candy figure leaned out the window, replying, a trending star living next door. As long as I can capture intimate photos of him with his assistant, I'll complete my task. In the midst of her words, she had already climbed onto the neighboring air conditioning unit and was poised to surreptitiously photograph through the window. The curtains were a thin layer of white lace, barely obscuring the entwined figures within, yet their faces remained indistinct, causing the cotton candy figure to become increasingly anxious. Normal paparazzi would wait for another opportunity. In a bold move, the player paparazzo broke through the window, skillfully using a control skill on the startled pair, snapping a photo of them entangled together. Mission accomplished. And departed. As Simiao sat next door enjoying her meal, she was suddenly startled by the sound of shattering glass. Curiosity piqued. She stepped outside to witness the audacious cotton candy making its escape, having leapt from the third floor and vanished into the night. The surrounding NPCs gasped in astonishment, while eerie shrieks echoed from the adjacent room. Simiao was taken aback. Was this brutality permissible within the confines of the game? To her, the game exuded a strong sense of control, adhering to a strict order where players could only engage within its established rules. In essence, players were mere fodder for the game, and such disruptive antics as cotton candies, akin to a mouse wreaking havoc on a grand banquet, seemed utterly intolerable. Just then, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, obliterating cotton candy. Simiao swallowed her chicken leg, contemplating the importance of lawfulness, beginning with herself. The following day, Simiao refrained from pursuing the group leader for a character role. The higher-tier roles for special guests were plentiful, but could not be secured in a day or two. With only 3 days at her disposal and a quest to locate Lan Yu, the character card's value was diminished. She resolved to abandon this line of pursuit, opting to wander the film city in search of new tasks while simultaneously seeking clues about Lan Yu. The film city was vast and bustling with people, and now that anonymous cards were available, players could conceal their identities. If one were to deliberately disguise themselves within the crowd, they could easily go unnoticed. Abundant job postings filled the city, ranging from chefs and waitstaff to delivery riders and insurance salespeople. Simiao applied for a sales position with high flexibility, hoping to strike a balance, only to be informed that the first day would entail training in an absurd money-grabbing dance, leaving her speechless and disheartened. This instance, dubbed Word Game, set in the film city, necessitated a character that aligned with the theme. Pursuing roles as a waiter or delivery rider was simply off course. While passing a drama society, Simiao spotted a recruitment notice for stage actors and promptly entered, presenting her previous experience in a bid to demonstrate her qualifications. Consequently, she was granted a minor role. She was ushered to the backstage lounge, where she changed into attire resembling that of a cleaning service worker, simultaneously applying makeup and perusing the script. The task update appeared in the upper left corner. Roll card, stage actor, acquiring. Simiao settled down to study the script, which detailed a fast-paced tale of vengeance. In summary, the impoverished protagonist endured bullying from a wealthy rival in high school, leading to her withdrawal. After 7 years of perseverance and strategic planning, she returned with a vengeance, methodically dismantling the wealthy antagonist's life, ultimately leaving her isolated and imprisoned. Simiao's character was that of the antagonist's aunt, whose daily duties revolved around child-rearing and gossiping, with minimal lines. "Madam, the Sir won't be dining at home tonight." And "Madam, the Sir left early this morning." Simiao assured them she could handle it, confidently entering the stage with a cloth in hand, only to find herself face-to-face with the player portraying the antagonist's 7-year-old son. This player was a familiar acquaintance, having collaborated in the Dragon Princess instance. Now unfortunate enough to have drawn the short straw of mimicking a sheep, shaking his rear for 2 days. The footloose player was a burly man in his 40s, and Simiao could hardly believe the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, the game did not adhere to conventional expectations. The barefoot immortal, upon noticing I was a woman, expressed great delight. Seizing the moment before the performance commenced, the two of us nestled in a corner, enjoying complimentary boxed lunches while exchanging intelligence. The barefoot immortal had also taken up the role of an extra, and given the hundreds of film crews bustling within the studio, it was hardly surprising that we had not crossed paths. With his imposing stature, he had even portrayed a general, albeit one who was swiftly felled by the protagonist with a feeble arrow upon his entrance. Just yesterday, I witnessed a player struck down by lightning. What could have transpired? Surely, it was a transgression. As Simiao nibbled on some stir-fried cauliflower, she mused that the boxed meal at this theater was far superior to that of the previous day's production. After finishing our lunch, we took a brief respite before taking the stage at 2 o'clock, with the audience filling the seats below. Indeed, it was a game, a ragtag troupe without so much as a rehearsal. Before Simiao scene arrived, she observed the performance from backstage. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the actress portraying the female antagonist. The actress was gripping the leading lady's chin, looking down with an air of superiority, declaring, "If I wish to bully you, I shall do so without reason." The face was unfamiliar, the head devoid of an ID. Yet her every gesture and expression exuded an elegance that unmistakably echoed the essence of a character named Lanyu. Simiao stifled the impulse to rush forward and stab her for a blood sacrifice. The first act revolved around a school bullying scenario, where the brazen antagonist, accompanied by her sycophants, strutted off, leaving the battered protagonist sprawled on the ground, vowing vengeance. Following a hurried scene transition, the barefoot immortal took the stage. Seated in a classroom, his robust physique contrasting sharply with the smaller actors beside him, eliciting peals of laughter from the audience. With a blush on his cheeks, he clenched his fists tightly, closed his eyes, and recited his lines. "Wah wah wah, Teacher Chin, they are bullying me." The transformed leading lady, Teacher Chin, was a competent actress, exuding a strong sense of conviction. She gently patted the barefoot immortal's head, her face radiating warmth and concern. Ultimately, she reprimanded several children for their misdeeds. The young ones, barely 7 years old, gazed up at the nearly 2-meter-tall barefoot immortal, teetering on the brink of tears as they apologized. "We promise we won't pull your pants down again." Simiao covered her face, falling victim to her old habit of secondhand embarrassment. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared beside her, the actress portraying the antagonist, suspected to be Lanyu. "Hello," she greeted politely, holding her script, but upon noticing Simiao's gaze, she distanced herself. Simiao averted her eyes, bowing her head. She had not forgotten how cotton candy had been struck down by lightning the previous night. If this person truly was an NPC, it would spell trouble. Yet, the more she pondered, the more her frustration grew. In a swift motion, Simiao drew forth a pre-prepared triangular blade and lunged at the actress's abdomen, eliciting a sickening squelch as blood trickled down the blade's seams, rendering her palms sticky. While dying in the dungeon merely resulted in the loss of material attributes, the death notification could obliterate a person entirely. She fixated on the actress's slowly paling face, withdrew the blade, and before succumbing to the lightning, cast a water balloon spell, reverting to the moment she first entered the dungeon. The good news was that she had evaded the wrath of the lightning. The bad news was that she had lost 300 survival points and would have to restart the character card grind. Simiao closed her eyes in disbelief. It turned out to be not what she had expected. Overthinking serves no purpose. She glanced at her skills panel, noticing the water balloon technique had diminished by 1. After answering questions about good people and good cats to obtain an entry ticket, Simiao sought out the group leader to accept the task. Adeptly playing the roles of a foolish corpse and a hapless palace maid, she acquired a background actor card and skillfully executed the role of a noblewoman, exclaiming, "The master is in trouble." Subsequently, she secured a prospective actor card. Upon discovering Cotton Candy sneaking about in the hotel, Simiao, considering the other S status as a client, kindly advised in high-freedom dungeons, one should refrain from making a scene. Just as Cotton Candy was about to climb out the window to take clandestine photographs, she hesitated, scratching her head and deciding to heed the wise counsel of her elder. She then shifted her approach and quietly made a hole in the wall. Curious, Simiao peeked at the photos on her camera. Male assistants? After Cotton Candy completed her photography, she intended to report to the newspaper, generously sharing the task with Simiao. Simiao noted the location of the newspaper office, nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Cotton Candy diligently patched up the hole, a significant undertaking that did not disturb the neighbors. What kind of skill could achieve such a feat? With such a useful skill at her disposal, why hadn't she utilized it earlier? Simiao pondered, ultimately deciding to abandon her inquiries. She certainly could not disclose her own saving grace to Cotton Candy. The following day, Simiao skillfully arrived at the drama club for an audition. Again vying for a minor role, the barefoot immortal still clutched the script of a 7-year-old child. After eliminating the possibility of the female supporting actor being a threat, Simiao focused solely on her task. Chapter 84. Wordplay for Teacher Ningqin. It's almost your scene. A staff member whispered to the supporting actress before turning to Simiao and stating, "The housekeeper needs to go on stage too." Simiao chuckled internally at the mention of the housekeeper role. The stage transformed once more, shifting from a school setting to the opulent mansion of the supporting actress. Upon returning home, the barefoot immortal recounted the bullying he endured at school, his large frame contrasting sharply with the petite figures of the supporting actress and her husband seated beside him. Simiao, portraying the cooking maid, placed the prop dishes on the table, standing nearby as a background figure, accentuating the wealth of the supporting actress's household. The actor playing the supporting actress's husband was a charismatic and sophisticated gentleman. Upon hearing the conversation, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor, expressing his intention to speak with several parents. The barefoot immortal, with a blank expression, delivered his lines, "Great." Teacher Chin also mentioned that mom and dad should come school. As soon as the words left his mouth, the supporting actress, who had been engrossed in her phone, interjected, "I'm busy. I'm going abroad for a show tomorrow. Let dad handle it." A flicker of displeasure crossed the husband's face. Unwilling to argue with his wife in front of their child, he nodded in agreement. "I'll go." The barefoot immortal immediately raised his hand, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Dad is the best." From her position in the background, Simiao noticed the barefoot immortal was digging his toes into the ground. The subsequent scenes did not feature Simiao, leaving her to wait in the audience. While the supporting actress was away for her show, the supporting actress's husband took the barefoot immortal to the parent-teacher meeting, leading to an inevitable encounter with the lead actress. During several fortuitous encounters outside of school, the husband of the female supporting character comes to realize that the female protagonist is truly a kind-hearted and cultured woman, in stark contrast to his wife, who merely indulges in beauty salons and shopping excursions or frolics with her frivolous companions, devoid of any semblance of a devoted wife or mother. The female protagonist, on the other hand, possesses a profound appreciation for history, is well-versed in economic and political discourse, and notably volunteers in a nursing home on weekends. When the husband of the female supporting character represents his company in charitable visits to the elderly, he is captivated by the radiant presence of the female protagonist amidst the crowd. His heart flutters, especially when he hears his son affectionately refer to her as Teacher Chin, which inadvertently fuels certain thoughts within him. He begins to unconsciously compare Teacher Chin to his own wife, ultimately concluding that aside from her privileged lineage, she is devoid of merit. Their marriage, originally a union of convenience, is devoid of genuine affection. His patience with his wife wanes. and he finds himself spending more time outdoors with his son, often encountering the female protagonist in the process. At this juncture, the female supporting character senses something amiss. Simiao plays a pivotal role in this unfolding drama, while driving her BMW to the supermarket. She unexpectedly captures a heartwarming scene of the female protagonist and the husband of the female supporting character shopping with their son, snapping a clandestine photo. Indeed, Simiao believes this to be the most significant contribution of her character to the narrative, propelling the plot forward. Upon seeing the photograph, the female supporting character becomes enraged and confronts the female protagonist, only to discover that she is the same vulnerable girl whom she had tormented years ago. Through a series of events, the villainous female supporting character becomes notorious and is ultimately imprisoned, with both her family and in-laws disowning her. Even her son is reluctant to acknowledge her as his mother. The female protagonist, having achieved her revenge, finds solace and, upon receiving a confession from the ex-husband of the female supporting character, silently shakes her head and departs from the city alone. As the curtain falls, applause resonates throughout the theater. Simiao, as a peripheral character, steps forward to take her bow, preoccupied with checking her character card's progress, when suddenly the host calls her name, ushering her into the next interactive segment. Simiao is baffled. Does a minor character truly need to deliver a speech? However, her amusement quickly dissipates, for she realizes that only 3 individuals remain on stage, aside from the host, herself, an actor portraying the barefoot immortal, and the actress playing the female supporting character. As they are all players, it is improbable that a mere native could be randomly drawn into this special segment. Simiao squints, feeling deceived. The facade of the charming character, Lanyue, falters unexpectedly, revealing an unforeseen aspect of the proceedings. A flicker of regret crosses her eyes as she swiftly tells Simiao, who appears ready to act, that she cannot harm her, for she is now a bona fide native. Parasitic effect. The ability to enter into a contract with natives of the instance world, acting under the guise of native, protected by the rules, at the cost of a one-time payment of 1 year of life. Upon entering the survival game, the player's lifespans are uncertain, allowing Lanyue to seek a suitable candidate without hesitation, ultimately finding a terminally ill patient in a hospital, offering 1 year of life as compensation to take over their body. Now she acts under the guise of an indigenous identity. The benefits accrue to her, while the drawbacks must be borne by the indigenous themselves. Simiao cast a lingering glance at the one cloaked in indigenous skin, Lanyu. Sacrificial water sphere technique, rewind. She returned to the very beginning of the instance. After answering the questions posed by the good-natured cat to obtain her entry ticket, she refreshed at the entrance of the film city and promptly employed her ability to eavesdrop, silently reciting the name and appearance of the indigenous Ningqin. In the next moment, a scene gradually unfolded in her mind. A pallid woman lay on a hospital bed, shrouded in gloom, devoid of the glamorous allure of the stage. Extras, extras. We need extras. Simiao seized the lead extra and inquired, "Where's the hospital in the film city?" The lead extra instinctively replied, "Chenghua Avenue." What a familiar thoroughfare, she mused, releasing the individual and hastening her way. Simiao resolved to lie in wait, aiming to intercept the transaction between Lanyu and Ningqin. En route, she triggered an 8-kilometer drop, earning 200 cash, securing funds for her hotel stay that night. Arriving in a flurry at the hospital room, lacking an anonymous card and mindful of the risk of alarming the prey, she left a section of a plant, born of her abilities, on the hospital balcony before departing in haste. She assumed the role of a waitress 500 meters from the hospital, shaking milk tea while attuning herself to the dynamics of the ward. Following the upgrade of her abilities, she had gained a skill for remote control, allowing her to sense the surrounding environment and perform simple tasks. This time, she finally put it to use. Due to her swift and vigorous work ethic, she was assigned the task of pounding lemons. After preparing 100 cups of lemonade, movement finally stirred in the ward. A gust of wind swept through the curtains, and a purple figure appeared at the foot of the bed. It was Lanyu. Simiao immediately activated her ability. The dreamlike flower on the balcony blossomed a small bud, releasing a fragrant aroma. As Lanyu, who was attempting to entice Ningqin into signing a contract, suddenly changed color, she barely had time to cast a 1-minute control skill before collapsing to the ground. Simiao, feeling an urgent pang in her stomach, abandoned her half-prepared lemons, and rushed to retrieve her. Oomph. There was no shortage of strength and means. Chapter 85. Wordplay 5. Simiao entered the ward brazenly, carrying a bag of fruit under the pretense of visiting a patient. Inside the room, one lay on the bed, another sprawled on the floor, while the dreamlike flower continued to emit its fragrance from the windowsill. As the master of the domain, Simiao remained unaffected by the enchantment. She closed the door and, from a distance, unleashed a control skill upon the unconscious Lanyu. My rules are my rules, bolstered by a minute of superfluous chatter. Simiao began to sing a nonsensical tune, simultaneously drawing out an exquisite bow, an impressively crafted golden longbow that generated golden arrowheads with each drawn string. The first arrow, 1 survival point. A flash of purple light coursed through Lan Yu's purple attire, absorbing the damage. Not particularly surprised, Simiao swiftly drew her bow again. The second arrow, 2 survival points. The third arrow, until the 7th arrow, finally pierced through Lan Yu's defensive garment, only to be met by another flash of blue light that deflected the damage. Simiao remarked, a nesting doll, indeed. However, she boldly speculated that the Queen's ensemble previously sent to her by Lan Yu boasted a defense value of 100, while the cumulative damage of the expensive bow and its 7 arrows amounted to 127 survival points. Thus, it could be inferred that the survival points consumed by the bow were equivalent to its damage output. With her mind divided among multiple tasks, Simiao sang melodiously, calculated swiftly in her thoughts, and deftly drew back her bowstring. As the damage accumulated, the 8th arrow dealt a staggering 128 damage, and the 9th arrow soared to 256. It directly breached the defense of Lan Yu's 2 garments. Following the flickers of blue and white light, the golden arrowhead pierced through Lan Yu's heart, the golden radiance fading. Yet the wound remained a stark reality, blood gushing forth in rhythm with her racing heartbeat. Simiao stowed away the expensive bow and instead grasped the turtle shell in her palm, a shadow of the shell manifesting around her, consuming 1 survival point per minute, though any duration less than a minute was rounded up to a full minute. In the presence of Lan Yu, Simiao exercised utmost caution. She sang a haphazard tune while moving in to collect the blood. Just as her hand was about to graze the wound, Lan Yu abruptly opened her eyes, employing a control-release skill, clutching her injury as she retreated. In response, she unleashed a control skill upon Simiao. The exchange of control-release and counter-control continued in a relentless cycle. Simiao released control, countered. Lan Yu released control, countered. This back and forth persisted for 6 rounds until Lan Yu, having exhausted her control-release skills, finally succumbed to vulnerability. Simiao cried out jubilantly, raising her hand. Unconsciously, Lan Yu raised both hands, her face adorned with a mask of agony, her gaze seemingly accusing Simiao of possessing an abundance of control and release abilities. Simiao chuckled. She had come well prepared. Control skills inherently dictated that her rules were absolute, and she had also purchased additional classes to lift her hands, allowing her to execute control 10 times a day. Furthermore, her release skills, which she had acquired as well, permitted her to break free 9 times daily. If she could not subdue Lan Yu with such advantages, she might as well be appended. Simiao clutched the turtle shell and approached Lan Yu aggressively to harvest her blood. Then, in plain view of Lan Yu, she procured a death notification letter and inscribed her ID upon it. Lan Yu, under control, could only watch as a new prompt appear before her. A mysterious friend has issued you a death notification. Failure to lift this status within 7 days will result in permanent demise. She muttered, "Cursed mysterious friend." Simiao observed as the notification dissolved into black particles. Merging into Lan Yu's brow, her spirits buoyed. With a smile, she patted Lan Yu's shoulder and said, "I want to kill you. Good luck." With that, she burst into laughter, carrying her bag of fruit and departing with a flourish. Simiao was not acting out of kindness. Although the time spent in the dungeon was uniformly set to half an hour, the actual time for players was calculable. For instance, the 300 heavy machine guns Simiao had previously duplicated were carried out with her. Now, with only half a day into the dungeon and 2.5 days remaining, if Lan Yu chose to stay and complete tasks, she would forfeit the opportunity to seek an antidote for 2.5 days, especially since trading and regional channels were disabled within the dungeon. Should she opt to exit the dungeon, it would amount to a self-inflicted wound. For someone like Lan Yue, being slain was merely a matter of fate. Victors and vanquished alike could shift the blame outward. Allowing her to wield the power of choice introduces an additional layer of complexity. And the weighing of pros and cons can only lead to a reluctant decision to make sacrifices. Such frustration and humiliation are undoubtedly magnified. It is akin to a father being slain, where one seeks revenge and anguish, yet for some reason is compelled to commit patricide. This evokes a profound struggle, guilt, existential doubt, and a haunting psychological shadow of vengeance. Moments later, the composed Lan Yue lowered her hand and cast her gaze upon her bleeding chest. With an impassive demeanor, she utilized a basic healing card, a soft glow emanating as her wound gradually mended, leaving behind only tattered clothing and bloodstains. She clicked her tongue, shedding the 3 garments that had lost their defensive value, and retrieved 3 new ones from her space, boasting a defense value of 300. Were it not for the game's limitation of a maximum of 3 items, she could have swathed herself like a bear. She had previously conducted an experiment, allowing herself to be besieged by the wandering souls on the nighttime highway. The defense value of 300 could withstand an hour. Yet Simiao breached her defenses in less than a minute. Such terror was unparalleled. Meanwhile, humming a tune, Simiao returned to the milk tea shop to continue pounding lemons. Upon reaching 100 progress on her character card acquisition, she promptly resigned, earning a wage of 72 yuan. Simiao held a gray card, confirming her earlier suspicions. Indeed, this off-topic character card lacked substance. The previously acquired supporting actor and emerging actor cards were at least of white quality. Simiao shook her head and proceeded to the city gate to seek out extras, adeptly accepting tasks. Due to a misalignment in timing, this time the role of the extra transformed from a mere corpse to that of a zombie. The emerging actors, previously portrayed as servants frantically fleeing while calling out "my lord, my lady," now morphed into fervent fangirls, clutching their idol's leg and screaming in desperation. Simiao felt her resilience being tested. Later that night, at the hotel, Cotton Candy appeared with her camera, lurking stealthily. Simiao casually reminded her not to disrupt the order. Cotton Candy, overwhelmed with gratitude, completed her task clandestinely and shared a tabloid assignment. Simiao expressed her thanks, yet the following day opted to perform domestic duties at the theater. In the theater, she encountered the barefoot immortal and Lan Yue, who bore the face of the indigenous Ningqin. Simiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. She hadn't left? Lan Yue approached with a script in hand, her demeanor as familiar as if they were old friends, entirely unfazed by the knife wound she had received the day before. "I seize your talent. You skillfully evaded disaster, which is your own merit. I shall not seek your forgiveness under false pretenses. Likewise, if I can lift the death notice through my own abilities this time, shall we consider it settled?" Simiao rolled her eyes, dream on. Of course. She intended to pursue the kill. "I possess a secret formula that can forge one's constitution with dragon's blood. You must also be hindered by your body's inability to digest. Hence your gradual progress?" Simiang's thoughts stirred. Indeed, she lacked survival points, with dozens of attribute cards lying dormant in her account. Yet she struggled with digestion, forcing her to increase her points slowly, participating in a dungeon to accumulate and assimilate before advancing. After all, one must allow time for digestion. Lan Yue produced a secret formula and handed it directly to Simiao. However, Simiao did not hastily accept it. Instead, she retrieved a contract from her space. Such a remarkable item. Of course, she must keep at hand. One secret formula is insufficient. I must also be reimbursed for the expenses of 6 skills, several rest cards. Those are indeed valuable. Ones I have been reluctant to use, along with compensation for mental anguish and lost wages. Oh, and by the way, during our earlier encounter, I expended 1328 points, which must also be included. Simiao has begun to submit false claims, ultimately drafting a compensation note amounting to 50,000 survival points, along with a specified book for upgrades as an apology. The body refinement formula was merely a pretext. Lan Yu. Simiao cast her sidelong glance, arms crossed, icy and unyielding. Can you not just hurry up and perish? Lan Yu, chapter Shao. In the end, Lan Yu signed a contract and promptly paid for the body refinement formula and 2,000 survival points, with the remainder to be paid in installments, guaranteed by the system. So there was no fear of default. Simiao expressed dissatisfaction. Is that all the money? Burdened with a countdown to death and immense debt. Lanyu could no longer endure it, rolling her eyes. Do you think everyone can exploit opportunities as you do? Simiao pouted. She was studying the body refinement formula, containing more than a dozen medicinal herbs, of which she possessed 2 barrels of impure dragon's blood, but the rest were nowhere to be found. Just then, a staff member approached to remind Lanyu it was time to take the stage. And you, housekeeper. Simiao. The onstage plot had progressed to the scene where the barefoot immortal was bullied at school and the female protagonist intervened, compelling the parents to address the issue with the school. Lanyu adjusted her attire and ascended the stage, taking her seat and lowering her head to play with her phone, while Simiao also took to the stage, feigning to carry a tray of prop dishes, then standing nearby as a mere backdrop. After several scenes, they reached a special segment where Simiao, Lanyu, and the barefoot immortal remained on stage for an interactive session. The host skillfully engaged the audience's emotions before posing a question. Could the esteemed teachers share their thoughts on this play? As the words fell, Simiao noticed the scene beginning to shift. The audience held flowers and vegetable leaves, all eager to participate. An electronic screen appeared behind the audience, displaying images of her, the barefoot immortal, and Lanyu, with icons of flowers and rotten vegetable leaves hovering above their heads. Simiao grasped the situation and awaited the host's inquiry. The host read from card. What are your views on the entanglement between the female lead and the antagonist? We invite the 3 teachers to respond. Simiao was still organizing her thoughts when the barefoot immortal to her left immediately exclaimed, "It is jealousy." Simiao rolled her eyes, recalling the backstory of the characters in the script, and remarked, though the antagonist comes from a wealthy background, her family does not show much concern. She yearns for her parents' love. Observing the female lead, who is cherished despite being inferior, fills her with envy, prompting her to wish to destroy this beauty. Years later, the female lead exacts her revenge, choosing to destroy that which the antagonist values most. Upon finishing her explanation, Simiao noticed Lanyu slightly curling her lips. Lanyi Ue, arms crossed, spoke leisurely. There are a total of 15 scenes. The first lays the background, detailing the bullying of the female lead by the antagonist and the reason for revenge. Scenes 2 through 14 showcase the female lead's various attempts to seduce the antagonist's husband and son, culminating in the 15th scene. The protagonist of the tomb raiding narrative incessantly declares the need to submit cultural relics. Is this truly a call for submission? It serves merely as a disclaimer, a means to pass scrutiny. In a horror film spanning 2 hours, the revelation arrives in the final 2 seconds, disclosing that the protagonist has ingested poisonous mushrooms, leading to hallucinations. Is this a cautionary tale against indiscriminate mushroom consumption? Again, it acts solely as a disclaimer for approval. The screenplay follows suit. While it ostensibly tackles the theme of anti-bullying, it is merely a facade. In truth, it elaborates extensively on the female lead's ascent to power. Yet due to the disruption of others' families, it must embellish the narrative with various justifications. The protagonist seeks vengeance. The supporting female character is not a flawless victim, and there is no physical contact between the protagonist and the husband of the supporting character. Instead, they engage in discussions about child education and lofty topics encompassing history, politics, and economics, as well as philanthropic endeavors that showcase compassion. Even in the conclusion, the protagonist rebuffs the affections of the supporting character's ex-husband, rendering her beyond reproach. Is she not? Even the husband of the supporting character presents his own disclaimer, an arranged marriage devoid of affection. Yet now, society no longer subscribes to this narrative, which does not preclude him from being labeled a morally bankrupt man engaged in emotional infidelity. As this assertion is made, the audience erupts in commotion. Even Simiao gazes incredulously at Lanyu. Can this interpretation truly be valid? The more Simiao contemplates, the more sense it seems, and she feels her defeat is not as severe as it appeared. Surprisingly, however, during the voting segment, the trio receives entirely contrary results. Simiao garners the most flowers, with scarcely any rotten vegetables. Conversely, Lanyu receives the most rotten vegetables, with only a handful of flowers. Even the straightforward declaration of jealousy by the barefoot immortal earns more flowers than Lanyu. The barefoot immortal is in high spirits. Simiao and Lanyu furrow their brows in confusion. How could this be the outcome? The host continues to inquire. What do you believe this story aims to convey? The barefoot immortal immediately responds. The jealousy among women is indeed terrifying. Still perplexed by the previous results, Simiao and Lanyu simultaneously roll their eyes. Before Simiao can speak, Lanyu interjects, arms crossed, and with a deadpan expression, anti-bullying, do not bully classmates. It is evident that Lanyu has come to terms with why she has attracted rotten vegetables and has opted to slide into submission. Simiao surveys the audience below. Indeed, the power of voting resides with the spectators. She observes that throughout this performance, the audience's reaction has been quite favorable, clearly indicating that they are the target demographic for such narratives, engrossed in the perspective of the female lead, deriving pleasure from it. Yet, just moments ago, Lanyu vehemently articulated that the crux of the plot revolves around the female lead's destruction of others' families, with the rest merely serving as a cover. The audience below is undoubtedly discontent. Who would willingly acknowledge being accused of reveling in a story that depicts the protagonist's devastation of others' families? Hence, they shower Lanyu with rotten vegetables, while only a select few offer her flowers. Is it for the flowers that they cater to the audience, providing a conventional, uncontroversial answer, such as emphasizing the importance of family education or not neglecting children's mental health, or perhaps the anti-bullying narrative? Or are they expressing their genuine thoughts? Simiao ponders for a moment and concludes, I believe the author of this story is rather narrow-minded. All eyes turn to her. Simiao gradually articulated. The motivation behind the female protagonist's quest for vengeance is indeed justifiable. The antagonist deserves to face repercussions as well. Yet, why must her retribution manifest in the destruction of the antagonist's family? The antagonist has committed numerous wrongdoings without facing punishment, largely due to the backing of her influential family, including the protective aura provided by her husband. Given that this is a fictional narrative, why not endow the protagonist with direct power, allowing her to achieve success or secure a public office, thereby lawfully bringing the antagonist and her protectors to justice? The protagonist's path of vengeance should not be confined to the realm of seduction. Usurping a husband serves little purpose. Instead, depriving the antagonist of her family's livelihood, leaving them to face dire consequences, will be far more satisfying. Lanyu squinted at Simiao, contemplating the transformation of foes into allies. Indeed, during the voting segment, Simiao garnered the highest number of flowers. Rather than chastising the audience wielding the voting power, she drew them into her cause, uniting them against a common adversary while calling for the screenwriter to be held accountable. Following Lanyu's earlier scathing remarks, the audience, in a state of self-defense, found themselves contemplating this notion. With the slightest nudge from Simiao, they swiftly turned against the more despicable perpetrator, the screenwriter. What was that quip? Your kidneys are failing. Mediocre doctor. I possess the remedy, divine healer. It was truly a play on words, deftly aligned with the theme. In Chapter 87, titled Wordplay, Simiao secured the most flowers during 2 rounds of questioning, ultimately obtaining a golden character card. In high spirits, she tucked the card away and, upon exiting the theater, immediately immersed herself in her next task. During this endeavor, she triggered an 8-kilometer drop, promptly picking up the 200 yuan lying on the ground, feeling quite pleased. The ability to find resources simply by walking was remarkably delightful. Simiao arrived at the newspaper office where she had previously spoken with Cotton Candy. The door displayed a recruitment notice. Journalist? Critic? Surprised by the notion of a professional critic being openly recruited, she curiously entered the newsroom to apply for the critic position. An NPC escorted her to a spacious office, where several players were already anxiously preparing for examinations. It seemed that competition for this character card was fierce. Simiao settled into her seat, receiving the exam paper handed to her by the NPC. Upon inspection, she noted the following question. Xiao Lin posted online, criticizing the kindergarten uniforms. Her sister, once lively and cheerful, could no longer bounce around after donning the skirted uniform. Both her backpack and shoes were pink, and her toys had shifted from remote-controlled cars to Barbie dolls and cooking sets. Most alarmingly, that Barbie doll was depicted with a baby in its belly, and now, her sister spoke solely of caring for the baby. Xiao Lin found this utterly terrifying, calling for schools to eliminate gender biases, such as the stereotype that girls must wear pink skirts and to standardize toys. In the comment section, User A, but girls look adorable in skirts, soft, pink, and fragrant. User B, distinguishing uniforms is essential for identifying children. Otherwise, how will we manage when they share restrooms or sleep together? User C. Why prohibit such attire? Must we suppress their innate desire for beauty? Question 1. Please analyze the points of critique in the negative reviews by Xiao A, B, and C. Simiao mused. It appears that negative reviewers first learn from the experiences of their predecessors. She rested her chin on her hand, jotting down notes. Xiao A's description of things as delicate and fragrant does not hold true for every child clad in a pink dress. For instance, a chubby child might appear darker in pink, thus rendering them less appealing. Xiao A unjustly dismisses unattractive children based on this narrow view. In contrast, Xiao B's critique is comparatively sophisticated, addressing realistic issues associated with girls wearing skirts. However, Xiao B conveniently omits the drawbacks, such as the potential for wardrobe malfunctions, injuries, difficulties in using the restroom, and attracting unwanted attention, serious concerns that remain unacknowledged. Xiao C invokes the age-old notion of freedom in beauty, attempting to equate the allure of the pink dress with an individual's right to choose, rather than recognizing the imposed standards. Question 2. Please analyze the stance of Xiao A, B, and C in their negative reviews. Simiao, without hesitation, eloquently remarked, the manufacturers of pink dresses and those who cherish them seek to project an image of wisdom and fairness. Yet they are unwilling to confront their inability to effect change, instead opting to mask their inadequacies with superficial niceties. Upon completing her thoughts, the examination swiftly transitioned to another topic. Having absorbed the wisdom of her forebears, she was now ready to craft her own critiques. Task: a female driver, in haste to get a manicure, inadvertently causes a minor collision. Simiao did not need to exert her intellect. A plethora of phrases instantly materialized in her mind. Was there even a need for a negative review? The title itself was rife with latent peril. The juxtaposition of female driver and manicure was akin to an atomic bomb, poised to detonate the fragile sensibilities of certain individuals. Simiao contemplated and wrote, "Behold the consequences of a woman lacking means. Had she invited the manicurist to her abode, she would not have encountered such mishaps. The second, indeed, a woman cannot afford to be impoverished, not even able to hire a driver. The third, might we refrain from occupying public spaces? The likelihood of male drivers causing accidents is eightfold that of women. I long for more coverage of male drivers' mishaps, as it is captivating." The examination presented yet another prompt. Topic: a female college student rejects stable employment, only to fail in her entrepreneurial venture and return home to cultivate sweet potatoes. Simiao reflected, "Foolish girl, seek a supportive husband to elevate your ambitions. If you cannot find one, cast your inquiries online." Topic: a woman is harassed late at night, presumably after attending a cosplay event, with the assailant stating, "You resembled her too closely. I could not restrain myself." Simiao retorted, "If you cannot control yourself, perhaps a dog leash would suffice, preferably tethered near a restroom to prevent starvation." Topic: on the wedding day, the mother-in-law displays a sullen demeanor due to the groom's failure to present a substantial red envelope. Simiao remarked, "The groom is at fault. Marrying her son without a token of goodwill would leave anyone devoid of a smile." Topic: a man, having been defrauded of 100,000 by his online girlfriend, weeps drunkenly, questioning the existence of virtuous women. Simiao advised, "Spare your tears. It is quite possible that your online girlfriend is merely a foot-scratching brute, and the notion of a virtuous girl is as elusive as a clean boy." The examination questions were being answered at an increasingly rapid pace, and Simiao's pen flew across the paper, punctuated by her gleeful laughter. The other players beside her observed with a mix of amusement and intrigue as Simiao, with a mischievous grin, completed all 100 questions. She acquired the critic character card, a golden piece that signified her mastery of the task. She felt emboldened, ready to engage in a dozen debates upon exiting. Filled with determination, she left the office, only to return moments later to exchange information with the other players. There was a job opening for editors just a street over. Without delay, Simiao hurried over, but not before picking up a paparazzi assignment at the press office to capture a photo of a rising star undergoing a hemorrhoid surgery, and upon returning, craft an eye-catching headline to fulfill her task. The freedom of the assignment was exhilarating. She nodded enthusiastically, grabbed the camera provided by the press office, and departed. Arriving at the hospital, she discreetly positioned her vine among the greenery near the surgical room, initiating 24-hour surveillance. She then made her way to the editor recruitment location, only to find it closed for the day. With a sigh, she picked up 200 yuan from the ground. It was only 6:30, and rather than idling, she decided to seek employment elsewhere, even in a gray card roll. As she passed a coal noodle stall, inspiration struck. She ventured to an unmonitored spot, gathered some fruits, and set up a makeshift stall. Indeed, the character card, mobile vendor, was being acquired. Who said one must work for someone else? Entrepreneurship is a role in itself. Seated behind her fruit stall, Simiao pretended to savor a gourmet delicacy from a zombie dungeon quest, meticulously consuming it, as her stock dwindled to 81 portions. The fruits were for sale at her discretion. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her stall. How much for all this fruit? I'll take it. Without glancing up, Simiao recognized the voice. It belonged to the unscrupulous woman who owed her 48,000 survival points and a book for upgrading. 20,000, thank you. Nearby, an NPC eyeing the fresh produce gasped in shock at the transaction. Simiao sold all her fruits to Lan Yu, acquiring the gray character card, mobile vendor. She dusted herself off, rising to leave. That evening, she casually spent the night at a hotel. By 9 the next morning, she was promptly positioned at the entrance of the cultural company. Hello, I'm here for the screenwriter interview. The front desk worker, just starting her shift, yawned and instructed Simiao to fill out a form while she awaited her interview in the lounge. Simiao filled in her information nonchalantly, her mind still monitoring the surgical room entrance. At 9:30, the interview had yet to commence, and several more applicants had gathered, Barefoot Immortal, Cotton Candy, and Lan Yu. It seemed the interviews would only commence once enough players had assembled. An NPC soon emerged from within, leading them to the office for their interviews. These are our company's best-selling works. Please extract the core elements and selling points after reviewing them. Simiao gazed at the walls adorned with books, casually selecting one to peruse. The title read, The Pampered Wife of the Cold Young Master, Running Away with a Child. Upon reading the title, it was no exaggeration to say that goosebumps prickled all over Simiao's skin. The expressions of Cotton Candy and Lan Yu nearby were equally dismal. As Simiao flipped through the pages with a furrowed brow, she distilled the essence of her readings. Maternal prestige through progeny. She unearthed another tome, her scalp prickling. 6 treasures in one birth. The stunned heir of 9 generations. Maternal prestige through progeny. After being divorced due to infertility, I found myself pregnant. Maternal prestige through progeny. In the Central Realm, Su Shirlin saved Lady Bai. Maternal prestige through progeny. For the sake of dragon energy, I bore 2 children in the harem over 3 years. Maternal prestige through progeny. Simiao was almost unable to recognize the phrase anymore and hastily switched to another wall of books. A strategy system where neglecting romance leads to demise. Reluctantly entangled in a romance with a wealthy and handsome man. To save the world, I forged a pact with the Demon King. Reluctantly entangled in a romance with a wealthy and handsome man. The domineering CO only has physiological reactions to me. Reluctantly entangled in a romance with a wealthy and handsome man. A marriage alliance between 2 nations. I donned a bridal gown to wed the prince of an enemy state. Reluctantly entangled in a romance with a wealthy and handsome man. Simiao wore a mask of anguish. Can we simply engage in romance? Simiao resolved to switch bookshelves once more. 9 grandsons and 1 granddaughter. Sought after. After acknowledging my lineage, my 3 handsome elder brothers. Sought after. Starting as an ancestor, every villainous disciple adores me. Sought after, plus philanthropic endeavors. Another switch, another switch. Simiao was drenched in sweat. The villainous junior brother wept again. Saving the man. The world-destroying demon lord transformed into a kitten. Saving the man. I shared life and death with the prince of the cold palace. Saving the man. Simiao wiped her brow profusely. After the divorce, her ex-husband went mad, pleading for reconciliation. Witnessed in her distress. In her rebirth, she vowed to cease loving him. To not love is to triumph. The moonlight of her heart turned out to be herself. A misunderstanding ensued, yet the male lead remained attainable. Simiao wiped her cold sweat, only to find Marshmallow sighing beside her, wearing a grim expression. After a tormenting morning, the 4 of them appeared haggard. No. The Barefoot Immortal, nearly submitting a blank sheet, scratched his head in frustration before departing, remarking, You women just love this. Marshmallow rolled her eyes. So what? Your male-dominated genres are filled with all manners of stockings. Just leave. Simiao regarded Marshmallow with newfound respect. Such a sharp tongue. They criticized among themselves, leaving no room for outsiders to seek superiority through belittlement. Simiao and her companions successfully advanced to the second round. Simiao received a slip of paper, instructing her to craft a script based on its content. Upon reading the title, the female lead falls for her father's murderer. Simiao felt her eyes glaze over, seeking to glean the contents of her companion's notes. Marshmallow, weary, remarked, the female lead falls for her family's annihilator. Lanyu massaged her temples. The female lead falls for the world's destroyer. Simiao mused. It appears hers may not even be the most twisted. The father's murderer, truth be told, a plethora of scenarios began to play out in Simiao's mind. For instance, the female lead falling for her father's murderer during amnesia, or her father being a nefarious villain while the male lead acted as a righteous avenger. Or perhaps the female lead had been abandoned since childhood, feeling no bond with her father, akin to a passerby, or her mother was slain by her father, instilling deep-seated hatred within her. The male lead, compelled to slay her father, having succumbed to madness for her protection. In the simplest terms, their conflicting allegiances led them to confront one another on the battlefield, a clash to the death. With templates aplenty, Simiao propped her chin on her hand, deliberating before hastily putting pen to paper. In the past, the protagonists of such tales resembled spinning tops, lacking initiative and subject to the whims of anyone who wished to torment them. However, now the pen rests in the hands of Simiao, and a transformation unfolds. With fervent strokes, she breathes life into her creation. The heroine is a princess of the demon clan, endowed with extraordinary talent. Yet, constrained by the archaic rule prohibiting women from inheriting the throne, she finds herself relegated to the shadows. Unwilling to accept her fate, she stumbles upon a male lead of immense potential within the slave tower, forging a contract that binds him as her demon servant. She commands him to eliminate all those who oppose her ascension, including her own father. Ultimately, the heroine rises to become the demon's sovereign, while the male lead lies gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death, seeking an answer. Exploitation. It is all exploitation. The proud heroine, too stubborn to acknowledge her feelings, shatters the male lead's resolve with her words, leading him to lose his will to survive and succumb to his injuries. On that fateful day, snow fell, casting a haunting beauty upon the scene. The heroine, oblivious to love, never fathomed that her moment of pride would cost her the one she cherished, plunging her into unbearable sorrow. Ha ha ha! Simiao chuckled, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Nearby, Cotton Candy and Lanyu turned to her. The three submitted their scripts. Each received 3 votes, but could cast only one for themselves. Simiao opened Cotton Candy's script. Ah, it felt familiar. A princess, her kingdom in ruins. Her family slain by the male lead who led the rebellion. Forced into hiding, she endured countless hardships, gaining empathy for the struggles of the common folk. As she lurked beside the new monarch, she observed his benevolence towards his subjects, so different from her cruel brother, and gradually relinquished her hatred, embracing the greater love that belongs to all, not just her lineage. The heroine, unwilling to ignite war for her own selfish desires, ultimately rejected the male lead's confession and retreated to the mountains, seeking to dissolve the hatred of her clan through love. Conventional, yet acceptable. Simiao then turned to Lanyue's script. Lanyue's approach was more direct and brutal. The male lead, parasitized by a demon, became a vessel for evil, with the true malevolence attributed to the dark thoughts of humanity. The male lead, merely a hapless container, bore the brunt of the world's scorn. Of course, the heroine was not without her flaws. She drained the male lead's powers through a dual cultivation technique, subsequently imprisoning him, a mere beauty without his abilities to silence the masses and indulge in her whims. Simiao exclaimed, "Wow." She cast 1 vote for herself and 2 for Cotton Candy. Feeling disheartened after reading the script, Cotton Candy was moved and bestowed all her votes upon her beloved president. Lanyu asked, "Shall I take my leave?" In Chapter 89, the game of words continued. Simiao garnered 4 votes, Cotton Candy received 2, and Lanyu held 3 votes but could cast only 1 for herself, ensuring her last place. Yet, She held the power to decide whether Simiao would rank first or share the top position with Cotton Candy. With a subtle smile, she cast her 2 votes for Simiao. To forsake hatred for the sake of love seemed dreadfully mundane. Simiao mused that this made her appear petty. However, upon reflection, she realized this was the treatment afforded to the strong, while the defeated were left to sulk in silence. She comforted herself with this thought. In the final results, Simiao secured first place with 6 votes, earning the coveted gold card for screenwriters, while Cotton Candy received 2 votes for the white card. And Lan Yu acquired a gray card. The trio emerged from the studio, adeptly exchanging information. Rule 1. Within 3 days, the more character cards obtained in the film city, the more substantial the rewards. At first glance, there appears to be no competition among players in this scenario. Characters that have been auditioned can still be recruited after players leave, fostering a spirit of camaraderie in their exchanges. Cotton Candy remarked, "I know of a place looking for a junior editor." Upon their arrival, they discovered it was indeed a marketing account's junior editor position. The recruiting NPC stated in a formal tone, "Our editors prioritize not just writing skills or factual accuracy, but rather igniting the emotions of our readers." Simiao nodded in agreement, contemplating the art of selective quoting. The 3 were ushered into an office, where 2 weary players were idly picking at their feet, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall. It was already the afternoon of the 3rd day, with only half a day left. Once the required number of participants was present, the interview commenced immediately. They began with a draw, and Simiao was delighted to draw number 3, advancing directly to the second round, while participants 1 and 5 and 2 and 4 had to compete for the remaining slots. Simiao leisurely retrieved a banana from her backpack and began to eat. Had the auspicious glow of fortune finally graced her? The first match featured participants 1 and 5, Lan Yu and a girl with the username Bad Girl, who appeared quite young. Simiao found it alarming that the game allowed minors to participate. Lan Yu and Bad Girl stood at opposite ends, each with a balloon attached to a deflated tube. According to the game rules, they would take turns speaking. The balloon of the player who became enraged would inflate, and whoever's balloon burst first would be eliminated. A test of the marketing account's ability to provoke, indeed. Simiao savored her banana with renewed enthusiasm, even sharing a piece with Cotton Candy. As they watched the countdown reach its conclusion, the match began. Lan Yu assessed Bad Girl at a leisurely pace, refraining from immediate retorts. However, Bad Girl, eager to launch an attack, exclaimed, "Sister, oh no, should I call you Annie? At your age, still playing survival games. How pitiful." The balloon before Lan Yu remained unaffected by such feeble taunts. With a subtle smile, she inquired, "May I ask why you chose such a username? Surely, you don't think it trendy or unique. How self-pitying, yet still hoping someone might see through your facade, recognizing you as a good girl underneath. How juvenile." Instantly, Bad Girl's balloon swelled to the size of an apple, intensifying her embarrassment as she retorted loudly, "Hoping someone will love you is nothing to be ashamed of. It's far better than being an old woman like you, unwanted." Lan Yu's balloon remained eerily still, exuding an unsettling calm. She raised her gaze, surveying her opponent with a tone of feigned pity. Such a pitiable child, so young and yet unaware of the world's harsh realities. "Just look at your stance, classic duck-footed. Many must have praised your cuteness, but do you know why that posture is considered adorable?" She spoke with an insinuating undertone. "Do you understand why the white ice cream at the corner of your mouth is deemed charming?" The expression on the Bad Girl's face gradually turned sour as the balloon before her swelled rapidly to the size of a watermelon. Enraged and humiliated, she unleashed a bolt of lightning at Lan Yu, who effortlessly deflected it with a casual wave of her hand. The unattractive girl, with her feet awkwardly turned inward, devoured ice cream, leaving her mouth smeared in a mess. In stark contrast, a group of charmingly beautiful girls posed with their own inwardly turned stances, licking ice cream in a manner that defined cuteness. This led some naive children to equate the inward stance and ice cream licking with adorableness, prompting them to imitate the scene. Meanwhile, onlookers Simiao and Cotton Candy felt a shiver run down their spines. "No, you are deliberately twisting this in a revolting manner to disgust me." The Bad Girl attempted to resist. Lan Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "You are certainly entitled to your interpretation, just as you can numb yourself to being perceived as a vessel of lust." She paused, a smirk playing on her lips, defending your so-called freedom of motion. With a loud bang, the balloon burst, and the flustered Bad Girl, unable to mount any defense, was swiftly eliminated from the instance. Fragments of the balloon fell to the ground, and the office fell into a profound silence. Cotton Candy rubbed her arms and whispered to Simiao, "It's over. I feel overwhelmed." As a fellow woman, she felt a deep sense of shame just by listening to this exchange, let alone the humiliation faced by the bad girl in public. It was terrifying. Lang yi wadet sende. Cotton Candy approached her cautiously, standing 8 feet away, facing a male player whose ID was Asking Heaven. As the countdown concluded, Asking Heaven eagerly inquired, "Cotton Candy, do you enjoy ice cream too?" The balloon before Cotton Candy inflated in an instant, darkening her vision. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Let us have a duel. Whoever loses must leave this place." Earlier, when the bad girl attacked Lan Yu, the instance had not intervened. Hearing this, Asking Heaven felt underestimated and immediately engaged Cotton Candy in combat. They soon realized they could only stand and attack, unable to venture beyond the back of the balloon. Simiao discreetly attempted to cast a control skill on Asking Heaven, but it failed. A flurry of diverse skills whirled through the small office, while the two exchanged banter. This game truly stirs trouble. My mother taught me since childhood that one should never hit a woman. How hilarious, as hitting someone is illegal. Please don't try to adorn yourself with a gentlemanly aura. Indeed, sharp-tongued as ever. I'm hitting you with all my might. If you utter a kind word and call me bro, I might just concede this round to you. Men tend to talk the most nonsense when they're at a disadvantage. Simiao, holding her shell to avoid accidental injury, observed the two exchanging blows until they ultimately perished together. She remarked, "Quite well, with just 2 left, we can directly proceed to the finals." Rounding it off, it's as though they VE advanced without a fight. Chapter 90, Wordplay 10. Simiao and Lan Yu stood behind their respective balloons. After a 2-second silence, Lan Yu smiled. "Don't be nervous. I certainly won't resort to any vulgar methods of attack against you." Simiao chuckled. "Well, thank you for that." Skillfully, she drew out an expensive bow, preparing to shoot. Lan Yu quickly interjected, "Let us engage in an intellectual duel. If my equipment gets damaged, I'll have to repair it later, which would delay my debt repayment." Unfazed, Simiao decisively released the first golden arrow. As the color drained from her face, Lan Yue raised her hand to shield herself, only to discover that the arrow had inflicted merely a trivial amount of damage, insufficient even to tear her garments. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she pondered why it was so feeble. Simiao continued to draw the second bow, remarking, "Surely you do not believe that by signing that debt agreement, I would protect you until the debt is repaid? How naive. I can easily recoup my losses with just a few words in the regional channel." Lan Yue deflected the second assault, registering a damage of 2. Was it doubled? Calculating swiftly in her mind, she interjected, "Speaking of which, your talent is indeed enviable. Yet, it is a pity that you are accompanied by such a timid master. A person as unremarkable as you would have faded into obscurity long ago were it not for your exceptional talent." Simiao launched a third attack. Here it comes again. The notion of being unworthy of her talent. Talent is born for me, attempting to disrupt her resolve. How absurd. Who is unworthy here? One should not harbor excessive possessiveness over another's gifts. The golden arrow pierced through Lan Yue's sleeve, dealing 4 damage. Her expression grew grave. Raising her head, she smiled and said, "Indeed, it is my fault. But do you comprehend that feeling of watching a precious item fall into the hands of someone incapable of utilizing it? It is truly heart-wrenching, akin to witnessing a stray dog clutching a $100 bill. Wouldn't you wish to claim it for yourself? You ought to be stronger. You have yet to grasp the power you wield." The 5th arrow flew forth. Simiao retorted, "When a woman falters, her words become incessant." Damage registered at 8. Lan Yue had already discerned the pattern of damage amplification. The previous arrow's damage doubled. With her 300 defense value garments layered upon her, she surmised that they could withstand no more than 8 arrows. Her tone sharpened as she quickly stated, "Yet you could certainly grow more swiftly. Instead, you cling to that ludicrous baseline and principles. Utterly foolish. In a survival game, strength reigns supreme. If you're the strongest, you embody the principle." Simiao's actions remained relentless, inflicting 16 damage, her confusion palpable. "When you usurp my talent, did you not realize that the skill was a result of witnessing another player commit murder? In an attempt to redeem himself, he espoused the law of the jungle, berating me for being too indecisive to accomplish great deeds. I fail to understand why he urged me to abandon my principles. Just as he now suggests, should I embrace darkness, you would be the first to suffer. Simiao struggled to comprehend their mindset. Is it truly something to take pride in? To forsake one's principles and become the villain? Do you consider yourself enlightened, looking down upon the world, eagerly lecturing me in hopes that I will acquiesce to your ideology and forgive your prior offenses? The golden light flashed, dealing 32 damage. You are evading the issue. Lan Yue fixed her gaze intently upon Simiao, her voice sharp. You are undoubtedly the strongest player in Area 28, yet you refuse to establish your own faction, merely serving as a nominal honorary president for that pitiful little squad, not even taking charge of its management, leaving yourself vulnerable to being unceremoniously discarded. Simiao felt weariness creeping in. And so what? I could just as easily cast him aside. Do not jest. You revel in the comfort of order, hiding beneath the structure created by others, unable to forge your own path. Damage registered at 64. One piece of defensive clothing rendered useless. Amusingly, the theatrical game reveals that those who recognize the power of voting lies in the hands of the audience inevitably falter. Who are you to utter such words? Simiao's balloon remains steadfast, as does the one belonging to Lan Yu. Beyond the tangible pain, all else is mere nonsense. Entering through one ear and exiting through the other, Simiao unleashed her 8th golden ray, inflicting 128 damage. Suddenly, she smiled and said, Lan Yu, do you fancy yourself clever, believing you have discerned the rules of the world? You think moral boundaries are but illusions, akin to that playwright's game where slight adjustment in the narrative can render the heroine's love for her father's murder justifiable. You perceive this, and thus devoid of reverence. You mock those who uphold the rules as foolish. Lan Yu's garments hung in tatters, resembling rags, revealing her final layer of protective attire. Nonchalantly, she flicked her sleeves and retrieved a talisman from her bag, clutching it tightly. Psychological manipulation does not affect me. Is that so? Simiao questioned, unconvinced. You ridicule my yearning for order, mock my willingness to sacrifice greater personal gains to protect that order, believing it to be sheer folly, a misguided moral compass. Yet, you fail to recognize that rules exist to safeguard interests. Whose interests? Simiao never proclaimed herself a paragon of virtue or vice. For her, maintaining stability maximizes benefits. A crop of diligent individuals can be reaped at any moment, their yield easily channeled into profit. She thrives within order. Why would she not support it? After all, a full meal every day is a certainty she cherishes. Lan Yu forcefully imposed her ideology upon her, then laughed at her perceived foolishness. Simiao found the situation bewildering. Why would a notorious crime lord strive to redeem themselves and reintegrate into society? Was it due to a sudden emergence of conscience? Or perhaps because a putrid mass of filth can never grace the stage? Simiao now stood as the leader of the righteous path, comfortably seated atop her perch. Was she merely indulging in the luxury of redemption? Lan Yu's seemingly reasonable existential inquiry translated into charming absurdity. It resembled a delinquent extorting a classmate, taunting the top student for being a product of parental discipline, a pitiable existence. Is this not pure madness? What superiority could possibly stem from such perspective? Simiao drew her bow and suddenly recalled the assessment for entry tickets, pondering, do you consider yourself a hypocrite or a true villain? Lan Yue, Papa, refrained from hastily answering. There is a saying, one would rather offend a true villain than a hypocrite, for the latter operates at a higher echelon, committing misdeeds while maintaining a facade, seamlessly blending in. Yet, curiously, some have used this very phrase to exonerate true villains, claiming they embody authenticity, daring to love and hate, to act and bear the consequences, disdainful of pretense. The derisive tone of the two he-he's was palpable. Lan Yu nearly lost her composure. Thus, it became clear how superiority was derived. It all made sense. With relentless determination, Simiao pressed forward, delivering a piercing retort. In that case, you are no different from that so-called bad girl. She embraces her wickedness as a trend, while I stand apart from the mundane, obedient girls. You flaunt your mischief as fashion, yet I possess a clarity that surpasses those who merely conform. A flash of brilliance erupted, inflicting 256 damage. The protective talisman held by Lan Yu shattered, leaving her defenseless, as she incredulously exclaimed, "You dare to compare me to that fool?" Simiao glanced at her inflated ego, arching an eyebrow slightly. "My apologies, my mistake." She appears barely of age, her naivety excusable. Yet you, having lived 2 decades longer, remain oblivious. TSK, TSK. The 9th arrow struck true, delivering a staggering 512 points of damage. The balloon burst, and Lan Yu transformed into a wisp of smoke, swiftly drifting toward the exit. Simiao acquired the character card, Editor, a golden card. Chapter 91. The Wanderer. One. Lan Yu cast a lingering glance at Simiao before turning away. Unfazed, Simiao hurried to the hospital, intent on capturing candid photos of the trending young star as his surgery neared its conclusion. With the images in hand, she raced to the newspaper office, concocting a sensational headline along the way. Shocking. The popular young star shocks everyone by undergoing this procedure on his rear. Upon seeing the photos and the title, the NPC promptly rewarded her with a golden character card. The quest concluded here, leading her to the settlement page. After 3 days of diligent work, Simiao received a gray card, waitress, street vendor, a white card, extra, aspiring actor, and a golden card, stage actor, screenwriter, critic, editor, journalist. Congratulations, player, for completing the textual quest. Rewards: 2,000 experience points, 2,000 survival points, and 5 copper chests. Ejected from the quest, Simiao pondered thoughtfully, realizing that the golden card corresponded to the copper chests. She returned to her vehicle, where a little squirrel eagerly approached, nimbly perching on her shoulder and nuzzling its tiny face against her. Simiao affectionately scratched its chin, ready to open the chests. Upon opening the 4 copper chests, she obtained Skill 1, Title 1, Item 1, 2 quest tickets, 1 experience doubler card, 3 rest area tickets, 10 contracts, 5 one-hour energy cards, and 10 pet food. The value of these copper chests was dishearteningly low. Simiao sighed in resignation and first examined the title. Leak King. Congratulations, player, for grasping the essence of sustainable development, the distinction between a satisfying meal and perpetual fullness. Title effect. Passive: for every 10 attribute points added, randomly increased by 1 point. While she found the title of Leak King hard to accept, she was exceedingly pleased with the title's effect. After reveling in her success, Simiao pondered while stroking the squirrel's tail. Sustainable development, indeed. The fishing system effortlessly harvested resources. Yet, apart from an initial flurry of activity at the game's onset, she rarely exploited it deliberately, as if doing so would lead her astray. Why? This question often occupied her thoughts while fishing during survival on the island, while contemplating as she hung precariously over cliffs in the walking quest, and even as her mind remained active within the textual quest. Why? Simiao recalled feeling uneasy in the Sprint class quest, where players had immense freedom, akin to monkeys claiming kingship. Conversely, she felt a sense of calm when witnessing the mischievous cotton candy being struck down by heavenly lightning in the textual game. A vague answer began to crystallize in her mind. In the realm of survival games where order is meticulously constructed, she stands unparalleled, with a significant advantage. Thus, any actions that threaten this delicate balance pose a direct threat to her status, including her own fishing endeavors. The resting zone instance requires a sufficient number of players to commence, although the game seemingly bestows extraordinary abilities upon individuals, permitting them to transcend the collective and soar to great heights. Numerous signs indicate that the players as a whole constitute the true essence of the game. Should she exhaust the resources, her foundational economy would inevitably diminish, jeopardizing her prospects. Her gaze fell upon the coveted skill book, which bore the inscription, Skill, Realm of the King. It allows one to worship, question, and uphold the rules. Players begin to exhibit imperial potential, commanding that no beings within the realm defy the king's orders, with the extent and duration determined by the player's energy. Simiao remarked, "Wow, what an imposing skill." Her eyes lingered on the words of worship, question, and uphold, a subtle smile gracing her lips. How fitting. The fault lies not with those who adhere to the rules, but rather with the flawed rules themselves. The final item caught her attention, the wondrous script, which enables one to alter external perceptions temporarily for a duration of 3 minutes, consuming 10 survival points each time. It seemed an extraordinary item indeed. Noticing that it was only a little past 2:40 in the afternoon, Simiao resolved to take a break, planning to re-enter the final instance of the day at 3:30. Having resolved the matter concerning Lanyue, a weight lifted from her heart, she opened the small team chat to replenish supplies. Throughout the 3 days of the text-based game, she had not forgotten to replicate the heavy machine gun. Truly a clever and diligent player. Final personal data. Player nickname. I am a woman level. LV9. 439647800000. Race. Human talent. Fishing system 20 special ability. Wood element constitution. 52 agility. 52 strength. 52 spirit. 55 survival points. 10421 distributable attributes. 30 equipment. Space basket. Mini bamboo house. Kidnap small fish. Green goblin. Supply exchange. Little yellow duck. Mutated armory shovel. Honor certificate. Surprise blind box. Angel wings. Honor medal. Alarm. Amulet X2. Stasis space. 79 servings of food. Fishing rod. Scoop net. Diving pearl. Turtle shell. 300 nursery rhymes. Voluntary overtime application. Rest area tickets X2. Instance tickets X3. Piggy bank. Treasure mouse fur. Wallet space. Mobile phone. 3 incense sticks. Expensive bow. Wondrous script. Experience doubling card X1 skills. Golden words of authority. My rules are the rules. Belevel fireball technique. Close range melon eating. Rest easy. I'll just sleep it off. Light as a feather. Stare my spawn. Be thunder technique. Shadow. Hey, here I am. D water arrow. Hardening. Shield. Aviator. Replication. Cheating tips. Ever-changing hairstyles. Save. 8 kilometers of resource drop. D water balloon technique 8. Attention. Hands up. School's out. Off work. Realm of the King titles. Diligent worker. Teammates have been throwing up for 3 days and nights. Let me speak. If you don't talk, no one will consider you mute. Fisherman. Long standby. Hat King. Leak King in just half an hour of participating in the instance. The 2 groups had already accrued 600. The funds were inexhaustible. Money was simply never spent. Simiao opened the trading mall and found only 3 types of herb for the body refining secret recipe, with 6 still missing. She contacted the Windblown Pig and sent a list of missing herbs. The Windblown Pig responded enthusiastically, assuring her that he would post the task in the group, categorizing it as a top priority. Acting swiftly, he promptly issued the task in the group, offering substantial contribution points, and soon managed to collect 2 of the herbs, Phoenix Flower and Peacock Tail. Simiao carefully stored the herbs, but realized she still needed 4 more. Concluding that it would not be a simple task to gather them all, and decided to set it aside for the moment. With some free time on her hands, she stepped out to a restaurant to indulge in some delectable cuisine, only to coincidentally encounter the black bear. In the future, if she meets a player named Lanyue, she should heed her advice and flee without listening to her ramblings. The black bear, currently gnawing on a chicken leg, seemed to sense her gaze. Simiao felt a pang of sympathy. This child appeared to internalize everything, even contemplating the wind-blown pig's relentless work ethic. If he were to encounter Lanyue's ideological bombshell, he might very well be blown away. The black bear remarked, I have a feeling this ISNT going to be good. He left, holding his tray, casting a lingering glance over his shoulder. Simiao chuckled to herself. At 3:30, Simiao arrived at the entrance of the dungeon and paid 10 points to enter, with the black bear trailing behind her, feigning unfamiliarity. Welcome, players, to the dungeon. Roleplay. Please draw your character card. Simiao first saved her progress, then observed the 3 cards laid out before her, selecting the one in the middle. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the character Wanderer. Upon reading those words, an ominous premonition washed over her, sending chills down her spine. Rule 1. Survive for 30 days in the urban area of City B. Rule 2. Abide by the law and behave well. Rule 3. Failure or death results in a deduction of 50 resources, in addition to the fundamental rules of the dungeon. The Wanderer had its own specific stipulations. Stipulation 1. You may not acquire resources through monetary labor, begging, or gift exchanges. Stipulation 2. System resources are prohibited. Stipulation 3. A restoration level below 60 results in imprisonment or being sent to a shelter, constituting mission failure. Simiao sighed. What a cruel fate. She was forbidden to break the law, beg, spend money, trade, or even exchange labor for resources. It was as if they were outright suggesting players rummage through garbage bins. And this was a commitment of 30 days, not merely 3. Wiping her face, Simiao surveyed her surroundings, finding herself in a secluded park devoid of human presence. In the distance, a cat basked in the sun on the grass, embodying a serene existence. Feeling despondent, Simiao paced restlessly, contemplating whether to sacrifice a water ball spell to return to the character selection phase. After all, isn't money meant to be spent? Let us do it. Sacrifice to revert. Please draw your character card. This time, Simiao opted for the left card. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the character Wanderer. This is illogical. She sacrificed another water ball spell and chose the right card this time. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the character Wanderer. Simiao tugged at her hair, realizing she had been trapped in a scheme. It was truly a waste to expend 2 water ball spells for such an inconvenience. Recognizing that further lamentation was futile, Simiao began to experiment with the resource prohibition, discovering that she could neither withdraw items from her backpack nor her storage space. Resources could only be accumulated, not extracted. She pondered for a moment, attempting to replicate her sports jacket using her copying skill, but the effort was in vain. She then tried to replicate a leaf she had casually picked up nearby, only to face another failure. Disheartened by her inability to cheat the system, she commenced briskly walking around the park, aware that she had an 8-kilometer radius for resource drops, hoping to gather supplies through this method. Upon reaching the lake, she surveyed her surroundings, finding no one in sight. Seizing the moment, she picked up a small twig, using a willow branch as makeshift fishing line, casting her first hopeful line into the water. In Chapter 92, titled The Wanderer 2, under the effect of the title Fisherman Never Returns Empty-Handed, Simiao successfully caught a small fish using her rudimentary mimetic gear, though it was hardly larger than her palm. She strung it together with the willow branch, holding it in her hand as she continued her journey, on the lookout for a suitable spot to roast her catch. Realizing that the instance did not seem to prohibit foraging, Simiao felt quite pleased. After walking for most of the day, she had yet to encounter another soul. Gradually recognizing that this was indeed a spacious forest park, upon reaching the 8-kilometer mark, she stumbled upon 2 pieces of paper on the ground. With a glum expression, she approached to pick them up. The good news was that she had encountered an 8-kilometer resource drop. The bad news was that the drop consisted of worthless paper currency, neither edible nor drinkable. Perplexed and disheartened, Simiao held the money, which was utterly useless, deciding to walk another 8 kilometers to see if fortune might smile upon her. She mused that skills, too, ought to be adaptable. Wouldn't you agree, little 8? After a lengthy half-hour, she finally spotted a figure and discovered an additional 200 yuan. Clutching the money, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. It dawned on her that money was not the panacea she had once thought. Regardless, at least she had caught a fish. Retreating to a secluded spot devoid of surveillance cameras, she set about cooking her catch. However, just as the fire began to crackle, and before the fish skin had even begun to cook, an administrator approached, declaring, "No fires allowed here. Don't run away." Yet run she did, for being caught and sent to confinement would result in elimination. What a pity it would be to lose such a splendid opportunity for sustenance. As she fled, Simiao wondered if her act of kindling a fire in the park was indeed against the rules. Amidst her thoughts, she noticed in the upper left corner that her restoration percentage had subtly decreased by 1 point, now reading 99. A conspiracy, she exclaimed. It must be a conspiracy. It seemed that not only had her fishing title resulted in a penalty for her open flame, but the 8-kilometer drop had also left her with currency she could not spend. With tears in her eyes, Simiao departed the forest park, making her way to the street. While waiting for the traffic light, she observed a van passing by, emblazoned with advertisements for a grand opening sale at a certain mall. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Grand openings often featured numerous tasting events. Unable to spend money and lacking even bus fare, Simiao was compelled to rely solely on her own 2 legs. Without a local phone, she navigated her way to the newly opened mall by asking for directions. The mall was bustling with activity, filled with parents and their children. Clad in a black sports outfit, Simiao was consumed by her yearning for food. Upon entering the mall, she immediately spotted a bakery on her left, bustling with youthful, attractive staff members who were smilingly inviting passers-by to partake in samples. Standing before the tasting station, Simiao indulged herself, sampling each offering from left to right, savoring every morsel without missing a single one. Clerk, Simiao, with her thick skin, finished her meal and remarked that the flavors were delightful, encouraging further efforts. She departed, hastening to the next sampling point. The supermarket on the first basement level had become bustling with activities and throngs of people. The tastings required queuing. While waiting in line, Simiao found the remnants of bread she had just consumed digesting within her. Milk, soy milk, yogurt, biscuits, mooncakes, roast duck. To her surprise, there were even samples of fruits. How considerate! Simiao, with a toothpick, nonchalantly speared 3 pieces of pineapple and departed under the bemused gaze of the promoter. Upon exiting the mall, Simiao could not claim to be full, but rather that her stomach was sufficiently occupied, alleviating her anxiety. She settled onto a bench beside the mall plaza, resting her chin on her hand as she pondered life. 30 days. How would she endure these 30 days? She sighed, feeling the only item provided by her circumstances, her identification card. Truly a legal vagabond. She ventured to the library, seeking a map of the city, while also enjoying the air conditioning and the complimentary hot water, which even included disposable cups. After downing a cup of warm water, she felt quite refreshed. She began to memorize the map, particularly the locations of the malls, for they would serve as her sustenance over the coming month. City B was bustling, with a population exceeding 10 million. Nearly every few kilometers boasted a comprehensive shopping center, with countless supermarkets. Simiao circled several densely packed streets filled with malls, numbering a total of 57. Naturally, she could not visit the same establishment daily. She would alternate her visits. Simiao rummaged through her skill set and discovered a talent called transformative hairstyles, allowing her to alter her appearance at will. She stealthily tested it in the restroom, finding no prohibition. This way, even if she revisited the same mall, a simple change in hairstyle, along with a modest bow of her head, would easily prevent her from being recognized. 57 malls, visiting 2 each day, filled her month with plans, and occasionally returning to 3. Perhaps life would not be so arduous after all. Simiao suddenly brimmed with confidence regarding her wandering existence. She took a hearty sip of water, refilled her cup, preparing to replenish her hydration for the day. As she passed a reading area, she noticed 2 sheets of discarded paper fluttering on the ground and discreetly picked them up, appearing to be wasted drafts. She borrowed a pen from the service desk. Why memorize when she could take notes? Simiao scribbled on the back of the paper, marking the streets and malls. Grateful for the orderly planning of City B, with its straight and even roads, she felt assured she would not lose her way. Simiao remained in the library until 5:30 p.m., before emerging, her stomach growling as she headed to the nearest mall. She realized that only a few vendors frequently offered promotions, bakeries, dairy products. Occasionally, if fortunate, dessert shops would also have events along the way, allowing Simiao to snack as she walked. She existed in a state of being neither fully satisfied nor in danger of starvation. After her meal, she returned to the library to enjoy the air conditioning, restroom, and water once more. With ample time, Simiao selected some seemingly useful skill books to enrich her knowledge base. Encyclopedias on medicinal herbs, tool crafting, and geological analysis. She read them with great enthusiasm. As the clock struck 9, the library commenced its closing procedures. Reluctantly, Simiao set aside her book and departed. Now faced with the dilemma of where to spend the night. The park? A bridge arch? Suddenly, she was ensnared by an enticing aroma. Unwittingly wandering into the outdoor food street, skewered delicacies, grilled treats, and sizzling squid beckoned to her senses. Salivation began to pool in her mouth, and since she had arrived, she resolved to indulge in a late-night snack. Who could possibly have conceived the delightful idea of tasting events to attract patrons? Simiao was utterly enamored. Often, she didn't even need to approach the booth. Delectable morsels were presented right to her lips. For just 1 yuan, a lady offered samples of skewered delights, encouraging her to partake for free. Simiao was halted, promptly pausing to sample both spicy and non-spicy options, before politely smiling and making her escape. The offerings consisted primarily of skewers and beverages. She traversed the food festival from beginning to end, enjoying only a modest taste of the myriad flavors. She sidled into a corner, evading surveillance and bustling crowds, shedding her sports jacket to tie around her waist. Employing her transformative hairstyling skills, she fashioned her hair into a vibrant blonde mane. After her metamorphosis, Simiao navigated the food festival once more. Upon her departure, she retrieved a map, marking the location as a wild supply spot, a place she could revisit for a change of hairstyle and flavor, for even bread and milk could become monotonous. Chapter 93. The Wanderer 3 emerging from the food street. Simiao followed the riverbank park marked on her map, initially intending to find a nearby gazebo with restroom facilities for the night. However, she was captivated by a free children's playground and found herself unable to move further. The playground boasted numerous non-mechanical play structures, including a mushroom-shaped slide. Ascending a side staircase, she traversed a winding glass walkway to enter the mushroom's interior, where 5 uniquely shaped slides awaited her descent. Observing many parents accompanying their little ones up the mushroom slide, Simiao feigned to follow a group of children, adopting the guise of an adult. Once atop, she discovered a cozy refuge, sheltered from the elements. The second floor offered a degree of privacy, and Simiao resolved to spend the night there. She descended the stairs, retreating to a corner to await the dispersal of the children. The charm of a bustling metropolis allowed her solitude to pass unnoticed, as others presumed she was merely lost in thought, extending their respect and understanding. At midnight, after attending to her personal hygiene at a nearby public restroom, Simiao climbed back to the second floor of the mushroom. She used her jacket as a pillow, recalling a discarded shopping receipt she had found in a supermarket, dated May 5th. The weather had warmed, yet the nights remained quite chilly. However, Simiao possessed a robust constitution, as sturdy as an ox, and felt no trepidation. Lying on the floor, she examined her skill set, endeavoring to unearth something useful. Originally, her wood-based abilities were primed for nurturing fruits. However, Simiao had stealthily salvaged rotten strawberries from a fruit shop as trash bin, extracting seeds to cultivate. The good news was that the strawberries had grown. The bad news was that consuming them felt akin to eating air, providing neither satiety nor relief from thirst. Yet, fortune had not entirely abandoned her. Within her skill set, Simiao unearthed an intriguing ability. I will simply sleep it off. Effect: closing her eyes for 3 seconds restored her body to its peak condition, usable once a day. In times of desperation, one might resort to certain skills. This is not a matter of automatic healing, but rather a resource to be utilized once daily, sufficient to stave off any threat to life. Simiao considered herself remarkably astute, yet with the dawn barely broken, she resolved to wait until evening to experiment with her newfound strategy. The challenge of securing sustenance for the next 30 days loomed large, yet Simiao slept soundly. At 5 the following morning, the sound of sanitation workers sweeping the streets roused her from slumber. Rubbing her sore waist, she rose and descended from her mushroom-shaped abode, greeted by a hazy atmosphere. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her that the supermarket's tasting events would not commence until after 10 o'clock, necessitating several hours of hunger. She intended to wash her face in the public restroom, only to discover it was locked, perhaps out of fear that someone might indulge in unsavory behavior during the night. As she grumbled about this inconvenience, an attendant arrived to unlock the door, casting a curious glance at Simiao, who responded with a polite smile. After washing her face and rinsing her mouth, she gazed at her serious reflection in the mirror. With food sources coming into focus and her health secure, she nonetheless pondered the need for clean clothing. Seizing the opportunity, Simiao decided to scour the community donation closet for a couple of clean garments. She selected an affluent neighborhood, which had restricted access, and feigned interest in renting an apartment, prompting the doorman to direct her towards the property management office. Once inside the community, Simiao surveyed her surroundings and indeed inquired at the property management office about available rentals. The staff scrutinized her attire. She was clad in a plain black tracksuit devoid of any logos, akin to generic apparel. They informed her that while there were rental options, prices started at $4,000 and there were no single rooms available. Simiao promptly indicated she would reconsider and exited. She headed straight for the previously marked donation spot. Reaching into the collection for clothing, passers-by cast curious glances her way, yet remained engrossed in their own affairs, showing no interest in a peculiar individual. Simiao had developed a thick skin, who would recognize her outside the confines of the game. Suddenly, she turned sharply upon hearing a click. A dark figure, a bear, perhaps. Alarm surged through her as her toes began to dig into the ground. The bear held up a phone, and, for the first time, Simiao witnessed such a radiant smile upon its face. The bear snapped a couple more pictures, pondering how to extract the photographs from the game. Such embarrassing memories were surely to be cherished. Taking a deep breath, Simiao retrieved a yellow hiking backpack from the donation pile. The potential for embarrassment was fleeting but the quest for resources remained paramount. Luck appeared to favor her. The backpack contained a variety of outdoor clothing, windbreakers, quick-dry shirts. This was indeed a donation from the affluent community, with everything neatly coordinated. Simiao was perplexed until the bear approached to enlighten her. Last night, a gossip circulated in the community group, suggesting that a parent was dissatisfied with their daughter's daily adventures outdoors, which nearly cost her life, thus prompting inquiries about available gear. This clothing was likely donated by that family. Simiao was astonished. Did this community also have a second-hand trading group? The bear chuckled in affirmation. Indeed. There were even individuals selling second-hand toys for 10 yuan. The timeline of this narrative precedes their game by 7 to 8 years. The wealth in this realm has only been cultivated for 30 years. The frugal older generation has yet to pass away. What is so extraordinary about a second-hand group? Simiao accepted the grand gift, but felt a twinge of headache regarding where to procure undergarments. Surely, one cannot don second-hand lingerie, even if she wished to. It would be impossible to acquire such items. Hi. She put away her phone and inquired, "What role do you play? A garbage collector?" Simiao corrected her. "Please refer to me as a wanderer." Hi, what differs? Simiao proclaimed loudly. Doesn't it sound a bit more grandiose? To be candid, I am conducting a study on how long one can survive in the city without spending money. The disparity itself is a form of performance art. Hi pondered for a moment and nodded, a cultured scavenger. Simiao gritted her teeth in annoyance. Hi smirked and said, "In that case, I shall organize some clothing donations. You wait to collect." Instantly, Simiao found Hi remarkably attractive. She too wished to see if she could exploit a glitch. Contemplating her phone, which could conjure a duplicate, she mused about its potential. She feigned retrieving it from her pocket and handed it to Hi, containing merely a small group for a walking app. Use this to contact me. Hi grasped the phone and discovered that the group could only send text messages. No voice or images could be transmitted. The simplicity was rather alarming. By the way, what is your role? Simiao inquired, tossing her bag behind her with curiosity. Hi-Hei's expression shifted subtly as she was about to respond when a figure approached. It was the property manager from earlier, scrutinizing Simiao with curiosity, his gaze landing on her backpack. He hesitated, asking, "Mr. Chun, is this your friend?" Simiao was perplexed, scanning Hi-Hei from head to toe. Long hair and a curvaceous figure. How could she be referred to as Mr. Chun? Hi-Hei replied calmly, "Yes, she's my friend." The property manager, still skeptical, departed. One cannot pursue a homeowner, questioning whether their friend was there to pilfer clothing from the community. Mr. Chun? Hi sighed, let us go surely. There are no regulations preventing a performance artist from entering another's home? Of course not. Simiao followed her upstairs, then marveled. The security door swung open wider than her outstretched arms. Upon entry, she was greeted by an awe-inspiring view of the vast river. The living room was at least 100 square meters, adorned luxuriously, exuding an unmistakable scent of affluence. Simiao was astounded. The disparity between players was astonishing. Chapter 94. The Wanderer 4. Simiao reclined on the genuine leather sofa, rolling comfortably for a moment. Last night, she had slept on a cold, hard mushroom-shaped bed, nearly suffocating her. Hi ventured to the bar fridge for drinks and answered a call, her expression reflecting impatience as she dismissed the caller. Something urgent came up. Enjoy yourselves. Before hanging up, Simiao regarded the unfamiliar brand of beverage before her, instantly recognizing its expensive appearance. She waved her hand. "I want to drink it. It will deduct points." The bag she had just acquired from the charitable donation had already cost her some restoration points. Stealing clothing from charitable donations is also illegal. Simiao deemed it unnecessary to risk her restoration points for a sip of water. She could simply relish her time on the sofa. Hi gazed at her with pity. How unfortunate. However, upon reflecting on the role she was playing, her smile faded. Indeed, how could that property manager address her as Mr. Chun? The stoic black bear explained. The character she drew was that of a wealthy second-generation internet celebrity. Although she had not transformed, everyone around her unanimously perceived her as a man. Wasn't he that preferable to my current existence of wandering aimlessly, sampling supermarket delicacies and sleeping in parks? Black Bear inquired. Do you have daily tasks to complete? Simiao nodded. Indeed, I constantly grapple with how to manage my basic needs without breaking the law. What tasks do you have? Black Bear tossed her phone to Simiao. Her assignment was to post or comment online daily in accordance with her persona. Curiously, Simiao opened her homepage. Yesterday, she had criticized a certain television drama as being painfully unwatchable, and today, she had liked a sensational expose about a popular star's hidden life. The comment section was abuzz with activity, effortlessly garnering tens of thousands of likes, making her even more popular than the actual protagonist. This storyline is designed to fulfill your desires. Isn't it? Simiao quipped, only to be met with a disapproving glare from Black Bear, who snatched the phone back. Indeed, in just 2 days, Black Bear had already savored the comforts of a wealthy second-generation lifestyle. The timeline of this scenario was set in a prosperous era. Housing prices had not yet plummeted, employment rates were favorable, and everything thrived. The persona of a wealthy heir or heiress was still highly esteemed, starkly contrasting with the critical atmosphere of their original world, where flaunting wealth could lead to scrutiny regarding the legitimacy of one's family fortune. Complaining about hardship could result in demands to share one's inheritance. The tolerance for the affluent had significantly diminished, causing many previously vibrant second-generation heirs to adopt a low-profile lifestyle. Now, however, the situation was entirely different. Black Bear perused the original owner's past posts, even when employing a sarcastic tone to critique celebrities or trending events. The comment section was filled with sycophantic admirers. For the first time, Black Bear experienced a life where any action would elicit fervent praise. While enjoying late-night snacks with the original owner's friends at a roadside stall, she was commended for her down-to-earth demeanor. Waiting at a crosswalk, she was praised for her law-abiding nature. Even in the designated smoking area, she received compliments for her refinement. Black Bear seriously questioned whether, one day, should she commit a grave act under this identity, someone would undoubtedly justify her actions as serving a righteous cause. She found no pleasure in this. With a swipe of her finger, she noted that today's trending topic was last night's star-studded red carpet event, featuring a certain actress showcasing her voluptuous curves in a daring outfit. Indeed, this was an era where it was openly accepted to refer to a woman's cleavage as a career line. Many female stars did not find it offensive. Rather, they eagerly squeezed together their assets to flaunt their figures and gain attention. In a different societal climate, such behavior would have drawn scathing criticism. Shaking her head, Black Bear opened the trading mall and asked Simiao, "What supplies do you lack?" Her trading mall was still functional, albeit requiring payment. Of course, Simiao responded promptly, listing her needs: 2 sets of new sportswear, an umbrella, a tent, a sleeping pad, a portable stove, and plenty of gas canisters. Simiao was also thinking about her grilled fish. In such a vast city, there had to be places for free, legal camping. Additionally, she requested disposable underwear, as washing and drying were inconvenient, and suggested stocking up on convenience foods. Black Bear placed the order, ultimately compiling a hefty package weighing 50 pounds. The scattered fragments accumulated to a value of 300 survival points. Simiao swiftly initiated the transfer. Charitable donations cannot be discarded. I shall retrieve them, though it might incur penalties. Let us seek an uninhabited place for our experiment. The Black Bear, amiable in demeanor, picked up the car keys and stepped outside, accompanied by a bag of luggage. Simiao, shouldering the yellow hiking backpack pilfered from charitable donations, resolved that if she successfully exploited a bug, she would enlist the Black Bear's assistance in returning the bag to the charity, uncertain whether her integrity would be restored. The two took the elevator directly to the underground garage, where Simiao placed the package in the back seat. Just as she was about to occupy the front passenger seat, the Black Bear interjected, "Please sit in the back." Simiao was about to protest, deeming it impolite, when she heard the Black Bear, fastening his seatbelt, calmly remark, "There are paparazzi trailing me. If you wish to avoid becoming tomorrow's headline as the scandalous female lead, I suggest you comply." Instantly, Simiao settled into the back seat, astonished. "But you are not even a celebrity. Why would there be paparazzi?" It was revealed that the original owner's father was remarrying, drawing the attention of numerous online spectators eager for drama. Simiao smirked. "It seems your life as a wealthy heir is not as smooth as one might expect." The Black Bear shrugged and pressed the accelerator. "The stepmother is even 2 years younger than the original owner." Simiao nodded in agreement. "I comprehend. Love knows no age. However, why is there no one extolling the romance between the martial emperor and her 50-year younger paramour? Such a lack of taste." The corners of the Black Bear's mouth twitched. Women possess a sharp tongue. One day, be cautious not to poison oneself with mere words. Suddenly, Simiao exclaimed, "Wait, why has my integrity diminished?" She emitted a sound akin to a pig being slaughtered. Originally, after pilfering from the charity, she had 98 points remaining, which had now surreptitiously dwindled to 97. What was happening? Surely, one cannot be penalized for mere complaints. Perplexed, she pondered when the black bear's slow, deliberate voice drifted from the front. "Are you unaware? Not fastening your seatbelt in the back seat is illegal." Simiao resolved to visit the library tomorrow to study legal texts. Truly, ignorance had cost her dearly. The striking red sports car traversed the bustling streets. Arriving at the foot of the forest park, the black bear, burdened with a large package, ventured into the mountains, heading straight for a pre-selected free campsite, depositing the items before quietly departing. Upon returning to the car, the black bear retrieved the phone that Simiao had previously entrusted to her and sent a message. Simiao, already positioned by the lake, promptly wrapped up her fishing endeavor, clutching a string of small fish as she made her way to the campsite. Following the information provided by the black bear, she reached the campsite, and just as her hand brushed the backpack, a notification materialized, designated as donated supplies, invalid. Simiao's hand halted mid-air, her smile evaporating, and she indignantly clenched her fist, exclaiming, "This is not right. I paid for it. How can it be termed a donation?" The system remained unyielding. Simiao's attempt to exploit the bug had failed, and she ultimately resigned herself to the harsh reality of scavenging for food and rummaging through trash. The black bear expressed deep sympathy for her plight. "Shall I take these items back? Would you like to accompany me to see if we can spend the night?" Simiao, patting her rumbling stomach, replied weakly, "Let me consider it. I will inform you in advance if I decide to join." She offered the small fish she had just caught to two stray cats peering curiously from a corner. Now, she needed to head to the supermarket and mall in search of sustenance. The black bear watched as Simiao hurriedly departed with her yellow backpack, her silhouette exuding an aura of desolation. Chapter 95. The Wanderer 5. The black bear shook his head and drove back to his luxurious mansion. While waiting at a traffic light, he noticed a cat sitting motionless in the middle of the road. With time to spare, he quickly exited his vehicle and gently carried the cat to the roadside before driving away. As previously mentioned, the black bear had become an internet sensation. Passers-by would recognize him instantly, especially with his luxury car and the act of rescuing a cat, which propelled him into trending topics. Upon returning home, his former acquaintances messaged him with playful jabs, revealing that the internet moves faster than his car. Expressionless, he opened the trending entries. The brief video, under 10 seconds, showcased the cat rescue, a shaky, amateurish recording, but the comment section was already overflowing with praise, utilizing extravagant phrases like "the fierce tiger within the heart smells the roses delicately." The black bear set his phone aside and gazed out the window. To be candid, he had engaged in similar acts prior to his current life, once even caught on camera and posted online. However, during that time, the comments were far from amiable. He was berated as a do-gooder and accused of violating traffic regulations, with some even fabricating non-existent accidents to condemn him. He mused that the world resembled a vast Edinburgh, just as he pondered the absurdities of life. Simiao had seized the opportunity to partake in a supermarket's complimentary beef meatball tasting event. How generous of the proprietor. Reluctantly leaving the market, she stumbled upon several delivery riders gathering water in front of a refrigerator, piquing her curiosity. She discovered it to be a charity fridge, equipped with a camera. Simiao opened the fridge and took a bottle of mineral water, wishing for the well-being of all good souls. In the afternoon, she made her way to the library, indulging in books, water, and restroom facilities. By 5:30, she dashed to another shopping center, where she managed to acquire free bread, yogurt, and soybean milk. Simiao felt that such meager sustenance could hardly compensate for the energy expended during her wanderings. A wave of melancholy washed over her as she sat on a bench in the square, occasionally catching bubbles drifting her way. Turning her head, she spotted a row of rocking chairs, a delight for children. Opening her yellow backpack, she examined her attire, having only glanced at it that morning. Inside were a yellow windbreaker, a gray windproof jacket, two quick-dry shirts, quick-dry pants, a lightweight down jacket, a sun hat, socks, and gloves, all appearing to be about 60% new, which Simiao did not mind. She planned to visit the black bear's home to use the washing machine and dryer, and a shower would also be acceptable, wouldn't it? 2 hours later, after her shower and dressed in freshly dried clothes, Simiao was kindly reminded that wanderers were not permitted to stay overnight. Regrettably, she shouldered her belongings and departed the warm, comfortable dormitory. The black bear found it amusing as she turned back multiple times, saying, "I'll go register you at the property management. Remember the password for the security door. You can still come by to shower when I'm not home." Simiao immediately grasped his hands. "You're a good person." The black bear disdainfully shook her off. As Simiao was ushered out, she glanced at the time. It was only 8 in the evening and decided to spend another hour at the library. As she ascended in the elevator, she was taken aback by the sight of a row of computers outside and promptly squeezed her way out with the crowd. Indeed, the library had established a computer reading area, connected to the internet but not permitting gaming. With a sense of delight, Simiao settled down before a computer and, upon opening a web page, stumbled upon the trending story of the black bear rescuing a cat. She blinked in surprise, then stifled a laugh, her mouth contorted in amusement. No wonder she had noticed the bear's face appeared even darker when she passed by that evening. How amusing. After her moment of levity, Simiao turned to more serious matters. She believed that her individual intelligence was limited, yet the wisdom of the crowd was boundless. Thus, she initiated a thread titled, starting with an ID card, "How to Survive and Be City for 30 Days Without Spending a Penny. Where can I find free food, drinks, and lodging?" Filtering out irrelevant information, Simiao discovered several reliable suggestions. One could visit the trade union station, where entry was granted with an ID card, offering a 24-hour hot water lounge and restroom facilities. Taking note, she continued. In B City, the exhibition center was hosting a food fair for 3 consecutive days. Featuring over 1,000 vendors with numerous tasting opportunities, tickets could be found online and were free of charge. Consulting at a car dealership could yield free snacks. And during meal times, one might even be offered a boxed lunch, albeit with the necessity of appearing somewhat interested to give the salespeople hope. Alternatively, one could simply head to the dining area on the 3rd or 4th floor of a mall, queue at popular restaurants, and sample small snacks until sufficiently satiated. Then feign impatience and leave, thus preserving both practicality and appearance. Or one might as well sit in the queue at a hot pot restaurant, claiming to wait for a friend, while enjoying an array of snacks and drinks. Simiao felt there was great potential in these ideas. Truly, the wisdom of the crowd knew no bounds. As the evening wore on, she recalled that during this season, the mango greenery along Shiming Road in B City would be ripe for the picking. One could simply gather as they pleased until thoroughly filled. In fact, it might be even better to visit B University, where the greenery around the College of Arts bore loquats, providing a healthier option free from exhaust fumes. Simiao exclaimed, "Enough, enough. Talking about food is making my mouth water." She mused that the internet could indeed be a source of knowledge. Pulling out a crumpled homemade map from her pocket, she marked the locations of the mangoes and loquats, all wild resources. After this flurry of activity, the library's closing time arrived. Simiao reluctantly vacated the warm room, shouldering her backpack as she stood on the street for a moment, observing the flow of traffic before heading to the nearest trade union station. Upon arrival, her curiosity led her to swipe her ID at the verification area, prompting the door to swing open. The station was surprisingly spacious, featuring distinct areas for reading, resting, and watching films, television included. Hot water, tea, disposable cups, restrooms, a refrigerator, microwave, and first aid kit were all available, while several delivery riders were charging their devices in the designated area. Simiao quietly meandered through, eventually settling into a booth in the resting area, casually picking up a nearby magazine to browse. She resolved to spend the night there. By now, it was 10 o'clock in the evening, and Simiao's stomach growled in protest. She closed her eyes, thinking that perhaps a brief nap would suffice. 3 seconds later, she opened her eyes, touched her belly, and realized she was no longer hungry. How astonishing! Did this imply that she would never face starvation in the future? Rounding off has evolved to the point of forsaking the necessity of sustenance. 2 words, utterly astonishing. Chapter 96. The Wanderer 6. Simiao spent the night on the sofa of the guild's resting station, exhibiting remarkable decorum by not lying down, but rather leaning awkwardly against it. Occasionally, individuals entered and exited in the middle of the night, the lights remaining on, but adjusted to night mode. While not cold, it was hardly an ideal place for an overnight stay. At 6 the following morning, while using the restroom, Simiao discovered a cabinet labeled with disposable toothbrushes and toothpaste. She retrieved a set for her morning routine. Although the toothpaste was as hard as that found in a budget hotel, it was better than nothing. After using them, she discreetly pocketed the toothbrush and the remaining half of the toothpaste. As she was about to leave the guild's resting station, a volunteer arrived to tidy up and cheerfully inquired if Simiao required assistance. Those who sought refuge here were either delivery riders or sanitation workers. A young person like Simiao, whose profession was indiscernible, was certainly a point of interest after spending the night. Simiao swiftly conjured an excuse she had fabricated earlier, stating with utmost seriousness, "I am merely passing through on a journey, and I shall be leaving today." The volunteer appeared skeptical. With a polite smile, Simiao shouldered her bag and exited the resting station, her footsteps quickening. She fervently hoped not to be apprehended and taken to a shelter. She had to evade that fate. The resting station was not suitable for her to stay any longer. Simiao resolved to continue her search for a place to spend the night. She decided to consult the benevolent online community once more, rallying the power of the masses. The hour was still early. The library wouldn't open until 9. Hence, Simiao opted to explore Shiming Road, hoping to see the so-called mango greenbelt. She walked briskly, reaching her destination in half an hour. Both sides of the street were lined with towering mango trees, each adorned with clusters of mangoes, most of them green, with a few displaying a yellow-green hue. Simiao gazed up for a while and chose a relatively short branch that hung low, leaping a few steps to pluck a mango. A passerby gasped in astonishment at how high the young girl could jump. However, an amiable lady approached Simiao and kindly cautioned her, "You must be a tourist from out of town, right? These mangoes are grown by absorbing exhaust fumes and contain excessive heavy metals. They are unsafe to eat." Simiao smiled, replying, "I'm just picking a few for fun." With that, she leapt again and gathered 3 more. Amusingly, what heavy metals could possibly harm a player's body? She felt no fear. With the mangoes tucked away in her pocket, she departed from Mango Street, determined to find a secluded spot to taste them. If they proved delectable, she would return under the cover of night to gather a bounty for her provisions. Upon finding a bench by the river, she sat down, peeled a mango, and took a bite. What difference did it make? Simiao savored 4 in succession, feeling quite satisfied and resolving to return that evening for a full haul. Perhaps she would also visit B University to sample loquats. Now, she was headed to the library. As Simiao walked, she muttered to herself, feeling inexplicably busy with her itinerary. She adeptly made her way to the computer reading area, where yesterday's posts still lingered, stacked high, with the latest replies reaching an impressive 365 layers. There was no time to peruse. She first checked for news on the food exhibition, which was set to commence the next day and last for 3 days. Good news. Tickets could be claimed for free within a limited time. Bad news. She had to fill out information. Simiao possessed her identification card, but lacked a local phone number. She could only contact Black Bear to borrow a phone number. Black Bear, who was exercising on the treadmill at home, was taken aback. To be honest, she yearned to experience this event herself, as her life as a rich second-generation individual was carefree and free from the burdens of employment. Black Bear provided his phone number for Simiao to register for tickets, while he opened a new SIM card for himself, ensuring the tickets were secured. After resolving her food supply for the next 3 days, Simiao's spirits lifted. Although she could sustain herself with mere sleep, hunger was an incessant companion. The skill she had employed last night had left her stomach predictably empty by morning, and enduring hunger day after day made her feel the weight of existence. The combination of cold and hunger rendered life rather dull. She opened a help post and browsed the latest replies, which indeed offered her reliable advice. She learned that she could spend the night in the emergency room's waiting area at the hospital. Previously, during a bout of a urinary tract infection, she had rushed to the emergency room in the middle of the night, feeling an overwhelming urgency but unable to relieve herself, which left her feeling quite insecure. Thus, she had waited in the emergency waiting area, sitting and lying down to rest, unnoticed throughout the night. An insight struck her. The newly built maternal and child hospital in B City boasted excellent facilities. During her sister-in-law's delivery, she had spent an entire night waiting in the resting area outside the delivery room, able to lie down when weary without being hurried along. Simiao could easily wait outside the delivery room, remembering the name of a patient, as the monitors displayed such information, and simply begin her wait. Simiao felt enlightened. The university classrooms, typically left unlocked at night, also provided restrooms and hot water, though one needed to leave before the early morning classes began. Lingering too long would attract the attention of security. Her eyes sparkled with a newfound idea, and she resolved to indulge in the university classrooms tonight. Embarking on a quest for loquats, she noted her plans meticulously. At noon, Simiao glanced at her pre-planned supermarket itinerary. It would take her 40 minutes to walk there, and with tastings, the round trip would consume 2 hours. The meager samples were insufficient to replenish the energy expended on her journey. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to forego lunch and opted for fruit fast. In the afternoon, Simiao immersed herself in knowledge. At 5:30, she departed from the library and hurried to the shopping mall near B University, where she managed to snag free samples of yogurt, grilled sausages, and bread. Those large chain bakery outlets often had sampling stations. She navigated through them, tasting different breads and self-branded beverages, then pretended to browse the store before discreetly exiting. By 7, Simiao feigned forgetfulness regarding her student ID and blended into the flow of students entering the university. As anticipated, the literature department had a grove of loquat trees, where numerous students were picking fruit. Simiao smoothly joined in, weaving tales of her department when asked. The loquats were small and even more tart than those found in the market, but she thought to herself, what does it matter? And filled her bag to the brim. Leaving the loquat grove, she noticed a bustling event at the main sports field, where a throng had gathered around large promotional signs. With a swift change of direction, she approached. It turned out to be a social gathering between the foreign languages and civil engineering departments, sponsored by yogurt, featuring various games and a snack buffet. Simiao expertly positioned herself at the snack area, alternating between yogurt and small bread rolls. Delightful indeed. She refrained from overindulging, slipping away quietly before attracting attention. Choosing a public study room, she settled in the back, lost in thought, unnoticed by others. The study room was sparsely populated, and by 11 o'clock at night, only Simiao remained. Upon hearing what appeared to be a security guard inspecting the classrooms, she swiftly gathered her belongings and slipped into the restroom. It wasn't until the footsteps faded that she cautiously returned to the classroom, refraining from turning on the lights, instead relying on the dim glow of the street lights outside as she reclined on a chair. With her eyes closed, she thought a brief nap would suffice. Although she had eaten quite a bit that day, she believed it would be a waste not to take advantage of the opportunity. Chapter 97. The Wanderer 7. Simiao was true to her word. Despite her backpack being laden with several kilograms of loquats, she stealthily departed the classroom at 4 in the morning. With a grace akin to that of Swallow, she effortlessly scaled the wall and soon found herself on Mango Street. The sky had yet to brighten, and the streets were desolate, occasionally interrupted by passing vehicles and the sight of large cockroaches emerging from sewer grates. Simiao nimbly climbed a tree to pick the fruit, gathering a mix of ripe and slightly unripe ones, halting her efforts after collecting approximately 10 kilograms. As she descended from the tree and dusted off her hands, she contemplated her next move when her eyes narrowed at the sight of a furtive player approaching from across the road. Though the individual wore a mask, Simiao quickly recognized the ID hovering above their head. They exchanged glances from across the street, and a mango fell from the stranger's grasp, rolling away. Breeze Pig? Oh, my goodness, sister, I found family, Breeze Pig exclaimed as they rushed across the road, nearly throwing themselves into Simiao's arms. What's going on? Simiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Wiping away a tear, Breeze Pig glanced around, noticing the surveillance cameras of the nearby shops, and whispered urgently, "Let us find a safe place." Half an hour later, the two found themselves crouched inside an unfinished building, staring at one another. Breeze Pig rummaged through their pockets and produced several mangoes, devouring them voraciously. "Sister, did you also draw an inconspicuous identity? Is it to avoid the scrutiny of green mangoes?" Simiao shook her head. "I possess an identification card." Breeze Pig gazed at her with envy. The character Breeze Pig had drawn was a suspect in a crime. Beginning her journey in a disheveled office, where a still-warm corpse lay on the floor, and a safe had been broken into, with a stack of confidential documents clutched in her hands. The quest forbade her from tampering with the scene, compelling her only to flee, with the mission of surviving 30 days in B City without being captured. Upon hearing this, Simiao suddenly felt her wanderer identity was not the worst after all. At least she wasn't a fugitive, able to enter public spaces freely, even visiting the library to borrow books. In contrast, Breeze Pig had to evade surveillance and had rendered her phone and ID useless. Simiao cast a sympathetic glance her way before adding, I even encountered Black Bear. She is now a wealthy second-generation internet celebrity, Mr. Chun. Breeze Pig paused in surprise. A man? Simiao nodded. Indeed, a man. Breeze Pig slapped her thigh, causing a few mangoes to tumble from her grasp. This quest certainly has its twists. Had I not clashed with her in the group earlier, Black Bear might have accepted everything wholeheartedly, even feeling immensely secure. Now, however, Breeze Pig relished the irony. She was the quintessential ruler, fixated not on the magnitude of her power, but on the enormity of the challenges she faced and the multitude of schemers intent on her downfall. With her newly acquired and delightful identity, she hoped to rectify her unpleasant habits. Should she later grasp the intricacies of a wealthy heir's life, it would be utterly disastrous. Simiao could hardly contain her amusement. She cleared her throat and remarked, I still need to head over there for a shower. Upon hearing this, Chui Fengzhu immediately adopted a serious demeanor and declared, what has she done wrong? The fault lies with this world, which incessantly tells us how arduous and burdensome it is to be an emperor, diligently governing the realm without ever having gazed upon its splendid landscapes. A solitary ruler inevitably attracts envy and malice, surrounded by opportunists with no genuine intentions. Bah, silly child, can you truly believe that? Simiao admired her remarkable ability to shift her expressions. Nevertheless, residing in this dilapidated building seemed rather pleasant, as there were no interruptions. She resolved to spend the night here in the future. Assessing the room's layout, she intended to find a cozy nook, but as she took 2 steps, she inadvertently triggered a drop of 8 kilometers, revealing 200 yuan ahead. Simiao felt a tumult of emotions. Picking up the money felt uncomfortable, yet leaving it behind was even more distressing. Just as she bent down, a hand suddenly darted from the side, swiftly snatching the 200 yuan. Chui Fengzhu, clutching the money, was radiant with excitement. Wow, I found 200 yuan. Simiao crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at her. Chui Fengzhu felt a chill run down her spine and quickly altered her words. Sister, what kind of extraordinary skill do you possess that can yield gold coins? How about I exchange survival points with you at a 1-to-1 ratio? Although Chui Fengzhu bore the stigma of a suspect, she could still shop at unmonitored small stores or street stalls. Upon hearing the prospect of an exchange, Simiao immediately retrieved the cash she had accumulated over the past few days. After all, she couldn't take the money with her once she left this instance. It wasn't much, just 2,000 yuan. Chui Fengzhu then said, Actually, I misspoke earlier, it's 10-to-1. Simiao agreed without hesitation, even at 10-to-1. That amounted to 200 survival points. She couldn't let this pig slip away. Once Chui Fengzhu's wallet was sufficiently filled, she rushed out to spend. Her trading market had been suspended, and the crackdown on illegal activities had intensified. After days of hiding, she had been reduced to foraging for wild vegetables. Seizing the opportunity with cash in hand, she hurried to acquire some equipment. Simiao intended to attend a trade fair for a buffet, so she left her mangoes and loquats in the dilapidated building. Noticing the time was getting late, she hurried on foot to meet He Xiong at the fair. She collected a paper ticket using her ID, and upon turning around, she saw He Xiong stepping out of a green sports car, switching to a luxury vehicle with ease that made her scavenging seem laborious. He Xiong, wearing sunglasses, exuded an air that discouraged any approach. Once they reunited, Simiao entered the venue with her paper ticket, while He Xiong scanned his ticket with his phone. The fair was divided into 2 halls, featuring a total of 200 participating vendors and a significant number of visitors, with promotions claiming attendance of 100,000. The central stage featured performances and speaking segments. Simiao, holding her own space, immediately began to scout for culinary delights. The vendors at the trade fair were exceedingly generous, offering an abundance of samples, with sausages provided one by one, unlike the thin slices typically found in supermarkets. Simiao darted about like a mouse in a rice bin, indulging in one delicacy after another: spicy fish fillets, fragrant duck necks, beef pies, seafood stir-fried noodles, Buddha jumps over the wall, and hot and sour soup, each dish more enticing than the last, with a black bear accompanying her. Initially observing with restraint before joining in the feast, she was thoroughly captivated. Time slipped away, and after 2 hours she had barely navigated one exhibition hall. Her stomach already satiated, yet The prospect of 2 more days of such delightful indulgence lay ahead. Resolutely, she decided to reserve the remaining exhibition hall for the next day as a surprise, concluding her explorations for today. Upon leaving the trade fair, Simiao headed to the library to enrich her knowledge, and the black bear, with nothing pressing to attend to, accompanied her. Driving the car, the black bear noticed Simiao promptly fastening her seatbelt this time. "By the way, I encountered Windy Pig this morning," she remarked. "She was clutching a suspect script, hiding from everyone, and I suspect she's now holed up in a dilapidated building, munching on steamed buns." The black bear raised an eyebrow slightly. Simiao swore she could see the corners of his mouth twitching with amusement. As they passed through a traffic light, Simiao caught sight of a bustling school entrance filled with children donned in red scarves. Suddenly, she squinted, recognizing a familiar figure. Annie Fat, who, oddly enough, was also wearing a red scarf and carrying a large backpack, incongruously blending in with the other children as she entered the school gate. Even as she bent down to scan her face at the entry checkpoint, no one around seemed to find it strange. "What is going on?" the black bear inquired. Noticing Simiao leaning against the window, her curiosity piqued. In a daze, Simiao replied, "This scenario is rather intriguing." The black bear had transformed into a man, Annie Fat into a primary school student, and she herself into a pitiful child scavenging for scraps. Upon hearing that a player had drawn the student card, the black bear's expression turned sympathetic, imagining her spending 30 days mingling with chattering children in class, which made him feel quite irritable. Watching Auntie Fat's figure disappear with her high ponytail through the school gate, Simiao resolved to return after school to stake out the area. The green light signaled, and the black bear continued driving. Resting her chin on her hand in the back seat, Simiao pondered deeply before an epiphany struck her. Reflecting on her tumultuous childhood, she recalled being sent to an orphanage after a family upheaval. Feeling utterly out of place in a new environment and often fantasizing about running away to live as a free-spirited vagabond. Covering her face, she chastised herself. "It's just a game. Don't take it so seriously." Upon returning to the community, Simiao took a refreshing shower, and as her hair dried, she saw the black bear fully equipped, casually inquiring about the location of the dilapidated building. Simiao smirked, realizing he was eager to witness the commotion surrounding Windy Pig. Not taking the car, they donned sunglasses and masks, exiting the community together before converging on another street, then hailing a taxi to the vicinity of the abandoned building. Buckled in, Simiao mused, "ISNT, it's strange that I can hitch a ride, but not find a place to stay. Do you think I should adjust my schedule? Flipping day and night. Sleeping at your place during the day and wandering the streets at night?" She pondered aloud. The black bear, preoccupied with the unfolding drama, replied nonchalantly, "Do as you wish," noting that he owned several lavish properties, none of which he could inhabit at once. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the dilapidated building. Simiao looked up and immediately spotted Windy Pig peering curiously from the 11th floor. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicle, one might assume it to be a pursuit of her. Simiao exchanged a glance with Black Bear, sharing a chuckle. The dilapidated building lacked an elevator, yet the ascent to the 11th floor posed no challenge to their current physical condition, and they swiftly reached the top. Early that morning, Windy Pig embarked on a substantial shopping spree with 200 yuan, acquiring a gas canister, drinking water, cooking utensils, condiments, rice, noodles, a tent, sleeping mats, an inflatable sofa, a small dining table, and disposable cutlery, presenting a rather impressive display. As Simiao reached the 8th floor, she was greeted by a tantalizing aroma, and upon investigation, discovered dumplings simmering in a pot. Windy Pig had changed into a black tracksuit, her hair neatly styled, and upon seeing Black Bear, she playfully approached, exclaiming, "Rich lady, no. Rich brother, robbery." Black Bear pushed her aside, surveying the stark, windowless hovel with a click of her tongue, lamenting its pitiful state. Windy Pig, teeth gritted in frustration, remained undeterred by their banter, and proceeded to retrieve the loquats and mangoes she had set aside that morning. Black Bear, intrigued, sampled a couple, finding them rather average. Simiao generously shared her phone with Windy Pig, thus transforming their walking app group into a stable triangle. As the large dumplings were finally cooked, having been boiled en masse without the luxury of a refrigerator, Windy Pig presented a generous pot containing over 30 plump dumplings. Simiao and Black Bear unabashedly claimed half, primarily motivated by Windy Pig's amusingly vexed expression. Though Simiao could not partake in a meal, she was able to store them in her space, declaring with utmost seriousness, "These dumplings are a rare treasure, personally cooked by the group leader." Windy Pig remarked. The three of us sat in the windowless room. "Hey, Black Bear, could I borrow your phone for a moment?" Windy Pig rubbed her hands together, eager to investigate the current developments of the case, as homicide investigations typically garnered much attention. Black Bear, swayed by the prospect of the dumplings, tossed her phone to Windy Pig. As Windy Pig opened the web page, her gaze suddenly fixated, and she exclaimed with clarity, "Has young Master Fu appeared at the Beast City Food Exhibition, indulging in a buffet? Is he possibly planning to venture into the catering industry?" Black Bear nearly choked on her saliva. Simiao was beside herself with laughter, exclaiming, a buffet." The news headline featured a photo of Black Bear at the food exhibition that morning, complete with a side profile of her savoring spicy soup, and in the background, a passerby in black, though only a silhouette. Simiao was certain it was herself. Moreover, why had her player ID appeared in the news? Such a lack of privacy was quite absurd. Windy Pig laughed uncontrollably. Black Bear, her face darkening, snatched the phone back. Hey, I'm done laughing. I still have important matters to attend to." Windy Pig reclaimed her phone and quickly searched for the name of the company linked to the crime scene. Discovering that the case was still under investigation, with only the identity of the deceased, a textile factory owner, revealed and no further details disclosed, Windy Pig pondered a new angle. What if I managed to solve the case? Would that clear my name? Simiao, intrigued, asked, "How can you be so sure you aren't the murderer?" The Wind Pig shrugged, stating that it was quite evident that a dungeon would not aid in evil deeds or allow the true culprit to escape, for even dungeons have their moral assessments. Upon hearing this, Simiao found it quite reasonable. Just as she was about to respond, she noticed the Black Bear unexpectedly rise and walk to the window, shielding its eyes to gaze outside. "What's going on?" Simiao and the Wind Pig approached, particularly the latter, who was anxious, fearing it was there to apprehend them. The Black Bear pointed at a swiftly crawling black and white mass below, hesitatingly asking, "Could that be a giant panda? Where? Simiao exclaimed, her eyes widening. "It seems so. And there's a player ID on its head. Is this a joke?" The Wind Pig clutched her hair, lamenting her fate. "Some are rich heirs. Others are national treasure pandas. And here I am, stuck with the script of a street rat. What am I supposed to do? Mix into the city's hierarchy?" The dilapidated building they occupied was situated on the outskirts of the city, adjacent to a forest park, which in turn bordered the Yuangling mountain range. As newcomers, they were unaware if wild pandas roamed deep within the mountains. Perhaps their gazes were too intense, or perhaps the panda player possessed some skill. Their eyes met in the air. Simiao recognized the ID on the panda's head, which belonged to an old acquaintance notorious for their unfortunate mishaps. A few minutes later, the trio and the bear convened on the ground floor. Upon seeing Simiao, the panda, known as Clumsy Panda, expressed uncontainable joy, vocalizing merrily. Simiao, perplexed, dug into her ears, unable to comprehend. She then retrieved her mobile phone and invited Clumsy Panda to join a group chat. With its large paws, Clumsy Panda cautiously tapped on the keyboard. "Sister, I found family." The Wind Pig leaned in, recognizing the line as her own. Chapter 99. The Wanderer 9. Clumsy Panda's dungeon task was to secure a position in B City. Upon realizing this, she felt overwhelmed and contemplated abandoning the game. But the silver lining was her advantageous identity as a national treasure panda. Unfamiliar with this guise, she had rolled and crawled for 3 to 4 days from the Yuangling mountain range to reach the city's outskirts. It had been quite a journey. However, during her 3 days of travel, she had devised a preliminary plan. There are distinctions even among national treasures. To ensure a more luxurious life, she resolved to become a social media sensation. Clumsy Panda proudly typed this declaration. She intended to strut into the city unabashedly, rejecting human assistance, weaving through the streets and alleys, becoming a sight to behold, thereby dramatically enhancing her fame. Most importantly, she would have a storyline. As a seasoned observer of events, Clumsy Panda knew precisely how to create buzz. A catchy narrative was essential. For instance, scenes like a panda crossing the street at traffic lights, assisting sanitation workers in cleaning up, or stealing takeout would captivate the audience. Clumsy Panda gently patted her round head and suddenly requested Simiao and the others to take photos of her to capture her best angles. She began striking various cute, silly, and majestic poses. Simiao, black bear, wine pig, such theatrics. Among them, only the black bear possessed a local phone, and it snapped dozens of photos of Clumsy Panda. The adorable character, with its round face and glossy fur, approached with a playful demeanor, nodding enthusiastically. As it tapped the screen of a mobile device, it seemed to implore, with such charm, "Wouldn't you want to pet me?" Upon witnessing this, Simiao couldn't resist reaching out to touch the rotund panda head, playfully tugging at its ears and cheeks, utterly enchanted by its cuteness. The trio spent half an hour captivated by the giant panda. Suddenly, the panda, now slightly smaller, exclaimed, "Sideopus, Sideopus." Simiao perked up, sensing approaching vehicles, and remarked, "There are quite a few." The wind pig immediately grew anxious, fearing capture, and suggested I should transform into a little bee and hide. The black bear, unfazed, calmly noted that the panda's presence had been spotted and shared online, attracting a gathering crowd. After all, encountering a giant panda in the wild is a rare stroke of luck, and witnessing one on the urban fringe is unprecedented. Now, the panda felt a surge of anxiety. It was time to go public. It waved goodbye to the others and swiftly departed. Simiao and her companions did not intervene. Being fellow players, each had their own unique approach to their tasks, respecting one another's choices. The wind pig sighed, lamenting, "Just as I settled in, I must move again." The sudden appearance of the panda at a construction site would undoubtedly draw much attention. She realized she had become a person of interest. Simiao offered a sympathetic glance, while the black bear smirked slightly and remarked, "I know a place that's better suited." Upon hearing this, the wind pig immediately clung to the black bear's arm, exclaiming, "Sister, you are my savior." The black bear, slightly taken aback by her boldness, sighed, "It's another abandoned building, though it's a villa complex with fitted doors and windows to shield from the elements." Without hesitation, the wind pig began packing her belongings. After they hastily left the construction site, the online audience grew exponentially, eager to catch glimpses of the panda. The panda needed to maintain a low profile, avoiding capture by authorities while ensuring no threat to humans or public order. The stakes for her performance were high. Curiously, she strolled along the sidewalk, baring her teeth to deter closeness while refraining from aggression. She ambled along, pausing to nibble on bamboo leaves in the greenery when hunger struck. Videos of the panda rapidly proliferated online, overshadowing even the wealthiest socialites indulging in lavish buffets. The citizens of City B were abuzz, and attention spanned the nation and beyond, captivated by the sudden appearance of this wild panda. Indeed, they had dismissed the possibility of an escape from a zoo. As the two plump residents there lounged lazily in the sun, some captured footage of the panda on their balconies, while others spotted it feasting in bamboo groves or rummaging through a local market. The world was encountering the panda. When the City B Fire Department received a report, they reiterated incredulously, "Are you saying a wild panda is foraging in the market?" The panda insisted, "I merely noticed some bamboo shoots on the ground and was curious. I was not scavenging." One afternoon, the trending topic of the giant panda entering the city in B City obliterated all rankings. Upon returning to the library to access the internet, Simiao was astonished. It was indeed a national treasure. An official account was live-streaming the panda's movements from various angles, with aerial shots capturing the excitement of the host, whose face flushed with exhilaration as they urged citizens to refrain from approaching the panda or feeding it unauthorized snacks. Simiao even witnessed traffic police clearing the way to ensure the panda's safety, while experts from a rescue center, having traveled thousands of miles, collected fecal samples for analysis. At 14:23, news broke that a wild panda had been spotted in the direction of B City Forest Park, currently patrolling the Jinhua district. Citizens were advised to remain calm and avoid surrounding or provoking the creature, ensuring both human and panda safety. Preliminary tests indicated that the panda was a 10-year-old adult female, weighing 150 kilograms, robust in form. Simiao covered her face, thinking of the hefty black and white figure. The instigator. The traffic police officer felt a tingle of anxiety as she glanced around. Hundreds of phones and cameras were directed at her, with drones hovering above. Onlookers, unable to cross the police line, were capturing the spectacle from rooftops, atop cars, and even climbing trees for a better view. Had it not been for her thick fur, Her toes would have been visible to the crowd. Gritting her teeth, she continued her patrol as scripted. Eventually, she arrived at a traffic light, causing great agitation among the gathered spectators. A traffic officer attempted to intervene, while behind him, firefighters dangled bamboo shoots and carrots to lure her back. However, the panda remained unfazed, standing patiently at the roadside, waiting for the light to change. Once the green light illuminated, she nonchalantly surveyed her surroundings before crossing the pedestrian lane. Drivers halted by the police were left in disbelief, paralyzed with caution. The first comedic moment unfolded. The panda adeptly gauged the situation after crossing the road. She chose not to complicate matters further, instead setting her sights on a towering banyan tree. To the astonishment of the crowd, she skillfully ascended and nestled in a branch that would be difficult to relocate overnight, exhausted from her endeavors. Watching the live stream, Simiao mused, indeed. The giant panda enjoys exceptional treatment. Hundreds of people surround it, reluctant to impose any harshness. Had a wild boar entered the city, they would have swiftly deployed shields to drive it away. The comment section and live chat were abuzz with activity, an explosion of memes showcasing pandas scavenging, defecating, waiting at traffic lights, crossing streets, and even climbing trees. Everyone was exhilarated. Such an adorable, rotund creature could elicit a smile even from the most stoic of individuals. And even those burdened with additional responsibilities could not help but express that it was a delightful dilemma. After all, this incident was a tale worth telling for a lifetime. Chapter 100. The Wanderer 10. Simiao, captivated by the antics of the panda, did not forget to position herself at the primary school gate before the school day concluded to catch a glimpse of Aunt Fat. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Aunt Fat emerged, laughing and chatting with the children. Upon noticing Simiao standing among the parents, she hesitated momentarily, a hint of shyness and embarrassment flickering across her face. She bid farewell to her desk mate, loosening her red scarf as she walked away. Simiao watched in astonishment as she transformed from an elementary school student into a formidable ant, her aura shifting dramatically. The plump ant folded her red scarf and tucked it into her pocket, patting it with a smile as she explained. The props provided by the quest make the locals believe I'm a student. Simiao nodded, finding it quite clever. Let us go. I know a delightful beef noodle shop nearby. The ant, feeling somewhat awkward standing at the school gate, warmly invited Simiao to dinner. That hurts, Simiao exclaimed. 10 minutes later, she found herself seated in the beef noodle shop, watching the ant devour her meal with gusto, while she struggled to maintain a neutral expression, nearly drooling. Upon learning of Simiao's status as a drifter, the ant displayed a sympathetic expression and promptly consumed Simiao's portion of beef noodles as well. When not adorned with the red scarf, the ant was merely an adult in the eyes of the world, facing no other restrictions. Hence, she had recently rented a hotel for an extended stay, and, as for finances, she discreetly exchanged some gold. Her mission was to attend school for 30 days and achieve the highest score in the exams at month's end. Oh, and she had weekends too. Who could envy her, though none spoke of it? At that moment, the television on the wall of the noodle shop began broadcasting news, featuring a segment on a wild giant panda entering the city. Images of the panda in various poses filled the screen. The ant, while eating, found it curious that a wild panda had made its way to the city. B City was akin to their former world as Shenzhen, a coastal metropolis, and the surrounding mountain range was merely a small hill. Could there truly be wild pandas? Her geographical knowledge was poor, and she refused to be deceived. Curiosity piqued. She glanced up at the television, only to choke in surprise. The panda bore the player's ID atop its head. Yes, this astonishing ID was not concealed by an anonymous card. It was utterly ubiquitous, leaving players with no privacy whatsoever. Simiao handed the ant a tissue, stifling laughter. The ant, recovering from her shock, remarked, "No wonder there's a wild panda. It turns out it's just dressed up as a player. Such a grand spectacle. What could be its purpose?" Simiao, suppressing her amusement, explained it's for gaining recognition and building a reputation. The ant nodded, recalling her recent readings of popular science literature at school. Typically, wild adult pandas, after being rescued, are released back into the forest. If they linger, they must be tranquilized and transported back to the mountains, which indeed requires some effort. Otherwise, one might awaken to find themselves air-dropped back into the depths of the forest, returning to square one overnight. In truth, there was a simpler method to complete the task. Sustaining a significant injury that required a year and a half to recover was hardly a challenge. Yet, the rarity of being a panda was a treasure in itself. Even the most mundane acts were met with adoration for such a delightful creature. To not engage in some activity felt like a wasted opportunity. Upon exiting the noodle shop, the two, with nothing else to do, went to observe the spot where the panda was sleeping. They joined a growing crowd of onlookers, all eagerly rushing towards the location. The chosen site for the panda was a large tree in a riverside park, spacious and non-disruptive to traffic, quite considerate. She hung plumply from a branch, partially concealed among the leaves. A protective perimeter surrounded the tree, with police, firefighters, traffic officers, and ambulances arriving in droves to maintain order. A truck filled with fresh bamboo leaves, carrots, and apples was also present. A group of individuals clad in uniforms gathered beneath a tree, deliberating on how to coax the giant panda down and strategizing subsequent arrangements. Drones from the television station hovered persistently above, seeking the perfect vantage point. The scene was a bustling spectacle, more vibrant than a festive market during the new year. Spectators perched on vehicles, adorned flower beds, and even climbed trees, each one brandishing their mobile devices with palpable excitement. "Is it hungry? The poor thing is rummaging through trash," they exclaimed, desperate to offer it something to eat. "Family, welcome to the giant panda live stream. Do you see that fluffy white bundle up there?" Simiao, noticing the sudden activation of a live broadcast beside her, sidestepped to avoid the crowd. It was indeed a throng, and she observed a lively atmosphere where every individual was swept into a shared experience, witnessing an amusing occurrence that made hours feel effortless. It is a human tendency to revel in merriment. Simiao and Aunt Fat watched the commotion for half an hour before the gathering dispersed. Simiao decided to head to the library to use the internet, and upon hearing this, Aunt Fat opted to accompany her to complete some assignments. As for the black bear, it was summoned by its biological father in the afternoon to foster a bond with its stepmother. Simiao remained in the library until closing time before departing for her newly relocated luxury but unfinished accommodation. Aunt Fat, knowing that the next day was a weekend, decided to join in on the excitement. The luxurious, unfinished building was perched on a hillside, a bit distant, so Aunt Fat hailed a taxi, while Simiao hitched a ride. The wind-breaking pig, busy preparing a late-night snack, perked up at the sound of the car and cautiously peered from its hiding spot. Upon recognizing Simiao and another player, it sighed in relief and returned to cooking its river snail rice noodles. Simiao wrinkled her nose, somewhat bemused. "Aren't you a suspect? Why are you still making river snail rice noodles?" Making it obvious. The wind-breaking pig lamented, "You don't understand. Sometimes I just crave this dish. If I don't indulge, I feel utterly miserable." "No need to feel. You are already quite unfortunate," Simiao retorted. Aunt Fat had long been in the wind-breaking pig's dedicated group, and due to her higher status, she was a focal point of attention. Upon finally meeting her, the wind-breaking pig was exceedingly hospitable. "Would you like something to eat? Don't be shy." Aunt Fat waved her hand dismissively. "No, your life isn't easy either." This luxury unfinished building, while still under construction, boasted doors and windows with tiled floors and walls and plastered surfaces, yet lacked water, electricity, and a bathroom. The wind-breaking pig had previously endured a drafty, incomplete structure, so the current conditions were considerably improved. It invited the two to sit on an inflatable sofa while it settled at the entrance of the tent. "So, how is the plan for the clumsy, foot-dragging panda's debut progressing?" The wind-breaking pig had been cut off from the world, truly isolated, and had been pondering this matter all afternoon. Simiao shared the general situation with her. The wind-breaking pig, upon hearing, felt a wave of envy. While others were cast in glamorous roles, what was she left with? Just a fleeting period of being engrossed in detective fantasies, imagining herself as a suspect, outsmarting the detective. The wind-breaking pig felt a twinge of injustice. But upon learning that Aunt Fat was off to teach at a primary school, her spirits lifted slightly. The trio chatted for an hour before Aunt Fat departed for a grand hotel, while Simiao and the wind-breaking pig settled down in the unfinished building. As the morning sun rose, Chue Fengzhu prepared a delightful surprise for Simiao, a luxurious inflatable mattress accompanied by a vibrant, multicolored blanket, easily obtainable for 10 yuan at a local market. Simiao, upon lying down and covering herself with the blanket, was promptly met with a notification of inappropriate lodging from a game. leaving her speechless as she got up to scavenge a few discarded cardboard pieces to lay upon. This time, the game was as quiet as a mouse. It seemed that she need not hide any longer. The abandoned building was her newfound sanctuary. However, she pondered whether 2,000 yuan would suffice for her expenses. Chui Fengzhu, overhearing her, smirked with satisfaction, assuring her that there were indeed skills involved. As night fell, Simiao utilized her ability to rejuvenate with a single night's rest, emerging fully refreshed and without hunger after merely a few hours. Especially since a buffet awaited her that day. She handed over the 400 yuan she had acquired yesterday to Chui Fengzhu, intent on procuring additional supplies for enhanced comfort, such as purchasing window films to obstruct prying eyes from outside. Chui Fengzhu accepted the money, pledging to fulfill her mission. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Simiao departed the dilapidated structure, heading towards the exhibition. Upon arriving at the entrance at 9 o'clock, she found that He Xiong had been delayed by a prior engagement, leaving Simiao to indulge in the festivities alone. She began at the first exhibition hall, feasting on hearty staples and meats to satiate her appetite before venturing into the second hall, which showcased an array of snacks and beverages, including various dried fruits and yogurts. Holding a wasabi-flavored walnut, she was perplexed yet astonished by the unexpected flavor. She continued to indulge in the culinary delights until noon, reluctantly exiting while caressing her pleasantly rounded belly. Such splendid days were still to come. Moreover, Simiao overheard nearby attendees exchanging tips. They mentioned that on the final afternoon of the event, many vendors would rather generously give away their exhibits than carry them back, free of charge. I come here every year, and I know the drill. Make sure to bring a big bag. Upon hearing this, Simiao promptly resolved to return and prepare a large bag, ready to indulge in both eating and collecting. Meanwhile, He Xiong sat in a lavish mansion, her mind wandering elsewhere. Last night, she had received a call from the original owner's father, inviting her to a family reunion dinner, only to be stood up. The morning meal was served, yet it was fraught with tension. The original owner's father, nearing 60, had taken a much younger wife in her 20s. The three of them sat around a grand table while He Xiong ate and drank, her attention drifting away. After all, she was merely staying for a month. Any potential siblings vying for inheritance mattered little to her. However, the dinner was far from relaxing, as she was scolded by old Deng to be cautious with her words and actions outside, ensuring she didn't bring shame or trouble to the family. While her stepmother hastily attempted to smooth over the situation with gentle words. He Xiong remarked, "They're all just trying to assert their presence." Just as she prepared to rise and leave, old Deng was called away by his assistant, presumably to attend to some official business upstairs. Only 2 individuals remained at the table, along with a few staff members in the kitchen. The young woman smiled slightly and said, "Xiao Chun, your father, at his age, bears the livelihood of thousands on his shoulders. The industry has been in decline, leaving him restless at night. While we cannot assist with external matters, let us ensure he finds some peace while at home. Let us maintain a harmonious relationship to ease his burden." He Xiong crossed her arms against the back of her chair and replied, "No, if we were to get along, he would only fear me more." The woman's smile faltered slightly before she sighed. "I understand you perceive me as a vain woman drawn to your father's wealth, but believe me or not, my feelings for him are sincere." She began to elaborate on how she had singled out Mr. Chun amidst the crowd. Black Bear felt a wave of annoyance and interrupted her. "You need not elaborate. He is enticed by your beauty and youthful form, while you are attracted to his riches. It seems a mutual arrangement, does it not?" The woman fell silent, then spoke softly. "In life, one must maintain a facade. And love that transcends age and even gender, serves as that very facade, does it not? Xiao Chun, you are still quite young. This facade is not only necessary for me, but does your father not require it as well? If it were not for love, what would compel a 60-year-old man to pursue a 20-year-old girl? Wealth and power alone. That would be excessively superficial and stark, a source of fear in today's world, which is far different from the past." Black Bear scoffed. "So for the sake of your appearances, you wish to drape this facade over everyone? You proclaim that love knows no age. Yet it invariably involves young girls falling for elderly men, while no one champions the notion of true love between an elderly emperor and his numerous young consorts. If the genders were reversed, this so-called true love would be laid bare. Do women believe this? No. Do men? Do not speak of laughter." The woman smiled faintly. leisurely picking up a spoon and tapping it against the exquisite dish before her, producing a delicate sound. The bodies of the poor, their labor, their desires, and even their perceptions, all serve as the fertile ground from which we extract profit. Billboards by the roadside, notifications on our phones, bombard us ceaselessly, dictating what car to purchase, what clothing is in vogue, and whom to love. Is this not what everyone engages in? The outdoor equipment sellers proclaim life is a wilderness. Cosmetic sellers declare women beautify themselves for their admirers. They implant ideas into consumers' minds, only to reap the rewards by selling products. Whether life is a wilderness or a wasteland, or whom a woman truly aims to please with her makeup, let those discussions persist. They serve to drain people's energy and time, sparing us from their troubles. Black Bear gazed at her intently before turning to leave. As she departed from the opulent villa, the sun outside radiated warmth, yet a chill coursed through her heart. She began to ponder whether she truly belonged to herself. No, she felt like a mere refuse bin, a patchwork of contradictions, unable to find coherence. She wondered why she and the wind-blown pig appeared so at ease. In the library, while observing the rotund bear, Simiao noticed Black Bear's presence. After hearing her hesitant remarks, Simiao smiled slightly. Do you know what is the most remarkable aspect of this information age? The profound life philosophies that ancient sages might grasp in a lifetime can now be uncovered with a simple online search. Whatever clarification you seek is readily available. She typed a few words into the search bar. Why can people never achieve self-coherence? A plethora of articles cascaded onto the screen. The dissonance between perception and reality, coupled with the tug of multiple roles, led Simiao to allow the black bear to entertain itself. She wished to continue observing Kai's antics. Upon awakening, Kai found herself encircled, as though caught in an inescapable net. Almost startled, she nearly tumbled from the tree, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. After a few moments of hesitation, primarily driven by hunger, Kai finally decided to descend. She hurried toward the truck bed filled with bamboo shoots and fruits. It was time for a feast. She devoured small apples and occasionally indulged in a steamed bun, ultimately overindulging and feeling quite stuffed. With a satisfied pat on her belly and a burp, the surrounding bipeds exclaimed, "Oh, how adorable," and began snapping photos in a frenzy. Kai noticed a few individuals inching closer, one of whom was awkwardly brandishing a large iron cage. Immediately abandoning her feast, she commenced her daily patrol. She trotted along the riverside path, a throng of admirers trailing behind her, while others cleared the way ahead. Early morning anglers were hastily evacuated, leaving behind their fishing gear. Kai sauntered over, pretended to fish for a short while, and then continued her escapade. Not only did Kai engage in fishing, but upon passing a pool, she also took a refreshing bath. Later, she swung on the swings, slid down the slide, and climbed on the monkey bars at an open children's park. Whenever hunger struck, she sought out the bipeds for food. Sitting on the ground, she selectively chose her treats, rejecting carrots and shelled bamboo shoots, and opting instead for apples, honey, and a splash of milk. The crowd erupted with delight, exclaiming, "So cute." Today, the internet was flooded with panda memes as the naming contest for the giant panda commenced, with enthusiastic participation in the voting process. The most popular names included Little B and Baby B from B City, clearly indicating intent, followed by Big Head, due to the panda's notably large and round head that frequently got stuck while sliding down the slide. Now, an additional apple was added to the mix. Authorities were in a quandary about how to coax the giant panda into the zoo, hoping to prevent it from wandering the streets. Onlookers, relishing the spectacle, mused about the possibility of the panda visiting their homes for a few days. Other players engaged in their tasks observed the internet-famous panda and thought, what a playful creature. Envy was left unspoken. That evening, Simiao departed the library, returning to the unfinished building where Aunt Fat and the black bear remained engrossed in their studies. Upon her return, Simiao was taken aback to discover chaos. The windy pig had absconded with funds, rolling up their belongings and fleeing. Perplexed, she pulled out her phone to find a message from the windy pig sent half an hour earlier. "Bad luck. I was reported while shopping. I've packed your belongings in the basement. I've left." Venturing to the basement, she found her possessions in a dimly lit corner. Besides her own stash of mangoes and loquats, the windy pig had left her a tent, a sleeping mat, 2 bottles of water, and a bag of toast. Simiao, not harboring any hope, reached out only to be alerted that the attempt to claim the tent was futile. She withdrew her hand and replied to the windy pig, advising her to stay safe. They resolved to part ways. Simiao saw no reason to associate with a suspect, fearing that if captured and imprisoned, she would be eliminated from the game. With mangoes and loquats in tow, she departed the unfinished building. With a determined stride, she returned to the library. The theoretical black bear in her mind was taken aback upon seeing Simiao's return, exclaiming, "What happened?" Nearby, a plump ant poked her head out. Simiao skillfully opened her previous help request and replied, "The wind-blowing pig has fled. I need to find a new place." Remaining in the villa area might attract the police for inquiries, which would be troublesome. The post had already reached the 650th floor. The panda was truly popular. Within the thread, someone even suggested she impersonate a panda, offering free food and lodging along with the position. Simiao was speechless, having scanned the options without finding anything reliable. She opened the page, and having experienced the perks of abandoned buildings, directly searched for derelict structures in B City. She promptly excluded those in remote suburbs that would hinder her opportunities for free meals and drinks. Ultimately, 3 sites made the final cut. One of them was located in the city center, a sunken shopping mall that was said to be a labyrinth with numerous exits. Its business having dwindled to the point where the lights flickered ominously, casting eerie shadows both day and night. Locals felt a chill just wandering through it. Simiao marked it as a potential option on the map, and after this flurry of activity, the library's closing time approached. She and the black bear departed, waving goodbye while shouldering their belongings, reminding each other to stay in touch through their group chat. Her phone could replicate 5 groups within the dungeon, and now the black bear, wind-blowing pig, and the plump ant were all in the chat. The incompetent scriptwriter had also been included, but since they were unsuitable for transport, Simiao returned them, rushing to her destination. She just reached the top of the stairs when she locked eyes with wind-blowing pig, who was peering down curiously. They exchanged glances with a mutual sense of bewilderment. Having forgotten the address, what bad luck. Since we're here, let's grab a late-night snack before leaving. Wind-blowing pig cheerfully waved. Simiao rolled her eyes. If she could eat, she would have already flaunted it. Noticing Simiao turning to leave, wind-blowing pig quickly added, "Wait. Just now, a homeless man in this building tried to hassle me, but I scared him off. Want to check out the stash?" Simiao felt a twinge of disdain, but decided that since she was already there, she might as well take a look. 5 minutes later, the two of them were sifting through the homeless man's makeshift dwelling with a sense of distaste. Wind-blowing pig moved aside a gas canister, but left behind the pots and pans. Simiao circled around, feeling increasingly disgruntled, and ultimately found nothing of value. With a frown, she left, only to see wind-blowing pig laughing with glee. "Still laughing? We should hurry. He might report you." The laughter abruptly ceased. Indeed, what a stroke of bad luck. This time, they confirmed the address correctly, each taking a different direction to avoid running into one another. Simiao arrived at the abandoned sunken mall. The flickering lights created an eerie atmosphere, and the surroundings were eerily silent, with weeds overtaking the courtyard, while small creatures occasionally scurried away. Simiao chose an unlatched derelict shop, laid down some cardboard on the floor, and settled in for the night. Lying on the hard makeshift bed, she began to long for her MP3 player. Alas, she was truly sentimental, still reminiscing about the little pea she had discarded multiple times. Where was her self-respect? Her dignity? The night passed without incident. The following day, Simiao first sought out the black bear to take advantage of shower, washing her clothes and hanging them to dry, treating herself to mangoes and loquats as a token of gratitude. She emptied her yellow hiking backpack, reserving space for supplies to be packed later in the afternoon. The living room television broadcast news about giant pandas. Following a spirited vote by passionate netizens, the wild panda was officially named Big Head. It had been 3 days since Big Head ventured into the city, and to ensure the normalcy of citizens' lives, the relevant authorities decided to implement a capture plan. Simiao listened with a sense of schadenfreude, realizing that the antics of the panda were about to become a battle of wits. The internet was rife with lamentations and protests. How could they even consider capturing such an adorable creature? It didn't bite and even waited at traffic lights. It even knew to hide in the greenery when it needed to relieve itself. Why not just let it roam freely? Simiao switched to a live broadcast channel, observing from an aerial perspective as Big Head ambled towards Wetland Park, eventually halting in front of a food stall, fixated on the aroma of grilled sausages and corn. The panda exclaimed, "I the giant panda, demands sustenance. The staff had already been evacuated, leaving no one to feed it. Undeterred, Big Head took matters into its own paws. Much to the astonishment of onlookers, standing up and snatching a boiled corn from the pot, stuffing it into its mouth. Delicious. Simiao watched for a while before heading out with the black bear, one to a food fair for some free treats, the other to the library for contemplation. As per usual, she began with filling her stomach with staple foods, even participating in a promotional event by a rice manufacturer. Simiao savored a bowl, nodding in approval. This is delightful. She wandered between the two venues, eventually growing weary and resting in the lounge area. A quick trip to the restroom was convenient, and, out of boredom, she picked up a pile of promotional brochures, engrossed in the delightful snippets of food and culinary knowledge they contained. With a little effort, one could always find joy. Chapter 103. The Wanderer 13. Around 3 in the afternoon, exhibitors began distributing free samples, and Simiao, following experienced elders, joined the throng. Many individually packaged snacks that originally required scanning a QR code to claim, such as sunflower seeds, twisted dough, jellies, and sakama, were now being given away for free. Simiao mingled among the crowd, quickly filling her backpack to the brim, leaving the exhibition with a triumphant spirit. She now had a stash of snacks for the foreseeable future. Upon arriving at the library, she generously shared some of the small twisted dough sticks she had pocketed with the black bear and Aunt Fat. Truly a display of magnanimity. Upon hearing about the event, Aunt Fat expressed her regret at having missed it. The black bear, with a somewhat disheveled appearance and a vacant gaze, stared at the small dough sticks for a while. Seemingly unresponsive, Simiao chuckled at the sight. The black bear snapped back to reality upon hearing her laughter, slowly stuffing the dough sticks into its pocket. Recalling its task of checking in for the day, it browsed trending topics online, searching for something profound to ponder. The major trending headlines continued to revolve around the panda in Beast City, a topic beyond its capacity to comment on. Below, another trending post caught its attention, a celebrity sharing personal life philosophies. The black bear clicked on it, feeling bemused. I never have overly high expectations of my husband. As long as he comes home and fulfills his responsibilities, I don't concern myself with the outside world. There's no need. Life is rarely clear-cut. A chorus of agreement followed. This is maturity. Indeed, engaging in tumultuous disputes like the youthful crowd can be quite draining. One must possess clarity regarding their desires and the aspects they can relinquish in order to navigate life smoothly. Black Bear expressed her exhaustion and turned to Simiao, lamenting the incessant presence of those who spread mental detritus far and wide. These individuals transform their own ineptitude into life philosophies, while simultaneously deriding the youthful exuberance of others. Simiao glanced at the news, uttering the most pitiful sentiments amidst a heartwarming backdrop, accompanied by melodious, uplifting music that heightened the ambience. Clearing her throat, she mimicked Black Bear's previous low-toned demeanor, saying, I never expect too much from my wife. As long as she tends to her duties at home, I remain indifferent to the outside world. There is no need for it. Life is often delightfully muddled. Black Bear interjected, I feel as though I've been struck in the knee. Quickly, she urged, praise my maturity and wisdom. Simiao, grinning, continued her banter. With such a backdrop and atmosphere, one could even declare a love for excrement and still sound heartwarming. Black Bear raised an eyebrow. Simiao straightened her posture, feigning profundity as she declared, embrace the excrement, the unclassifiable excrement. Do not forsake it due to external judgment, for it is consumed solely by oneself and is of no concern to others. Let go of anxiety. With age, everyone awakens to their innate appetite for excrement. At that moment, we shall all be mature, and we must remember that everyone is entitled to their freedom of excrement. Ah, the freedom of excrement. Black Bear covered her face, while an adjacent ant, bewildered by the commotion, cast a perplexed glance. If you wish to indulge in excrement, go to the restroom. Why shout about it? Are you attempting to persuade others to partake as well? For reasons unknown, the words struck a nauseating chord within them, despite their belief in their worldly experiences. The expressions exchanged between Black Bear and the ant were laden with nuance. Simiao, realizing the absurdity, clapped her thighs, activating her Hat King title. Hat King, your words occasionally induce a sense of nausea. Simiao chuckled, artidi. Black Bear, having completed her 3-room, 1-hall endeavor, transferred Simiao's discourse on excremental freedom to her account, pairing it with an audio track that bore a striking resemblance to the background music that accompanied the husband's indifference. The original account boasted millions of followers, and numerous marketing accounts lurked in anticipation. Upon encountering such a preposterous video, confusion ensued, leading many to suspect a hijacking of the account. However, it wasn't too long before someone recognized the music as identical to a trending headline. A comparison of the two contents revealed an uncanny similarity, igniting a frenzy. The jesters flocked to the scene, and the loyal fans began to defend their beloved, prompting the original account's loyalists to retaliate, resulting in a chaotic comment section. Within a mere half-day, freedom of excrement had morphed into a new meme, with expressive stickers proliferating everywhere. Whenever one stumbled upon a bewildering yet audacious post, it invariably included a series of freedom of excrement stickers. For instance, a post about a naive young man, engrossed in his filming endeavors, insinuating that he was merely seduced by a woman. In reality, he was 36 and she was 18. The comment section buzzed with freedom of excrement memes. Simiao was utterly amused. Ha 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 ha. However, this shouldn't be considered overly connected to the current world, right? Don't turn around and blame her for this. The black bear curled the corners of its mouth. Finally, after these few days, it managed to release some pent-up frustration. The plump ant, still feeling nauseous, remarked that she couldn't comprehend the youth, so peculiar. The internet is vast, showcasing the clever antics of giant pandas and bipedal creatures, alongside the absurdity of freedom to indulge in the most bizarre comments. Meanwhile, Simiao's life as a wanderer was tranquil yet unyielding. The floor of the underground shop was hard and cold. Occasionally, passers-by, either lost or on a deliberate adventure, would wander by. At night, mice would emerge to nibble on her supplies. She tossed aside the snacks that had their packaging nibbled, leaving that cold and oppressive environment behind. Carrying her luggage, she made her way to the nearby mall, randomly selecting a massage chair. As she reclined for just a few seconds, the chair promptly began to demand payment. She feigned ignorance and lingered. A few minutes later, the massage chair forcibly ejected her. Clutching her bag, she turned to glance back, truly an evolution, indeed. Shaking her head with a sigh, she exited the mall and headed to the library. Here, she felt at ease. There were restrooms with hot water, and she could surf the internet while enjoying some gossip. The plump ant had gone to school today. The black bear, however, had nothing to do. Engrossed in a psychology book, occasionally frowning, then experiencing moments of clarity, followed by existential doubt. Simiao studied for 2 hours to enhance her knowledge base, then opened her browser to indulge in the latest gossip. The headlines were still dominated by the giant panda. In the face of such a phenomenon, even the absurdity of the freedom to indulge had to take a back seat. Days had passed, and the giant panda continued to roam the city, with waves of onlookers gathering, including those who flew in from afar just to join the spectacle. Naturally, the relevant authorities had to take action. They initially attempted to lure it with food, laying a trail of its favorite apples leading to a cage, hoping to entice it into captivity. The panda, however, was no fool. It kicked over a small apple and turned away. After several failed attempts to lure it with food, which generated a plethora of memes and left the onlookers enamored, the staff were left in disarray. Later, it was suggested by some clever soul that since the panda was a 10-year-old adult female, it might still be in heat. Thus, they brought in a male panda from the zoo. Was this a ploy of seduction? After a nap on a tree, the panda awoke to find a large iron cage beneath it, containing another giant panda. Curious, it quickly descended and circled the cage twice, but never ventured inside. It was no fool. The panda turned and hastened towards freedom. Watching the replay of this live event, Simiao was brought to tears from laughter. Chapter 104. The Wanderer. 14 in the evening, the plump ant returned from school to the library to do her homework, hesitating to speak, swallowing her words several times. Simiao noticed and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" The plump ant scratched her head and leaned closer, whispering, "Tomorrow evening, there will be a parent-teacher meeting, and I would like to ask for your help to attend." Simiao immediately responded with enthusiasm, assuring her it was no trouble at all. She even contemplated whether she should find a way to change into decent clothing, not wanting to bring shame upon her child. Black Bear, embodying the guise of Mr. Chun, had become quite the internet sensation, making her presence at the parents' meeting somewhat conspicuous. Thus, Aunt Pang chose not to invite her. The following day, Simiao visited Black Bear's home to freshen up, feeling invigorated as she headed to school. Taking on the persona of her aunt, she sat at Aunt Pang's desk, listening as the teacher praised Aunt Pang for her enthusiastic participation in class and her ability to mediate among the children as quarrels. Simiao felt a swell of pride. To Aunt Pang, these little ones were akin to chicks under a mother hen's care. Aunt Pang and the chattering children leaned against the corridor window, observing the scene of parents seated in rows inside. A myriad of sentiments welled up within her. Leading to a gentle sigh, she turned her gaze towards her own talent. In her existence, love burgeoned into flesh and blood. The fire of life within the player remained unextinguished, and existence thrived. She sensed that the faint flicker of her inner flame was gradually intensifying, becoming ever more radiant. "Chubby, your aunt is peeking at your essay." A friend beside her snapped her back to reality. Aunt Pang instinctively ruffled her hair, only to be scolded. "Could you not pat my head like an adult? I'm going to get angry." Aunt Pang chuckled awkwardly. The parent meeting concluded successfully, and Simiao departed with Aunt Pang. "Recently, the hotel I'm staying at is undergoing renovations, and a batch of curtains is set to be discarded. Would you like some?" Aunt Pang inquired. Simiao nodded eagerly yes. Even a bedsheet will do. They went to the hotel, where Aunt Pang, already familiar with the cleaning staff, led her to the storage room. Simiao selected a large light green curtain. She didn't leave immediately, but instead rested in the room Aunt Pang had booked. As it was only 7 in the evening, still early enough to avoid being reprimanded for overstaying, Simiao felt blissful and took a lovely nap until she was unceremoniously ushered out at 8, returning to her life of wandering. With her belongings in tow, she sighed. Simiao pulled out her map to review her marked resource points, ultimately deciding on a nearby 24-hour guild station. From that day forth, Simiao adjusted her routine. She would sleep and freshen up at Aunt Pang's or Black Bear's place in the mornings, read at the library by 3 in the afternoon, and roam until 9 in the evening, returning the next day to catch up on sleep. Occasionally, when tempted by hunger, she would sneak into food festivals and supermarkets for samples, while the visible quantity of snacks she packed from fairs noticeably diminished. One night, while aimlessly wandering the streets, she happened upon a park where a certain panda was resting in a tree. From a distance, she spotted a plump black and white figure nestled among the branches, with a group of workers under the tree cordoning off the area. It had been 10 days since the wild giant panda had entered B City, and the panda had spent 10 days in the tree, cleverly evading 2 tranquilizer darts along the way. Now, it was a bona fide kung fu panda. It was both a source of frustration and pride. Simiao glanced at the panda from afar, and it seemed that the panda had spotted her as well. As they exchanged gazes, the panda raised its paw and waved. Simiao quickly sensed someone looking her way and hurriedly covered her face as she departed. Don't cause a scene. Compared to her nomadic existence, the fugitive life of the suspect, known as the wind-blown pig, is fraught with peril and hardship. To date, she has changed her hideout 5 times, subsisting on nothing but plain water and steamed buns. Even the greenery is under surveillance, rendering her unable to pluck any fruit. Fortunately, my sister had previously gifted me 400 yuan. Otherwise, I would truly be left to drink the bitter winds of the Northwest. Upon reading the messages in the group chat, Simiao expressed sympathy and replied, "Weren't you planning to solve the case?" The wind-blown pig lamented, "The pursuit is intensifying. Several times, I narrowly escaped by transforming into a little bee. We must endure." Simiao sighed in response. Time swiftly passed, and it was now the 25th day of the ordeal. Simiao began to feel a glimmer of hope. One day, Heixiong suddenly proposed an audacious plan. "Isn't my original father's wedding approaching? I feel rather solitary going alone." Simiao and the plump aunt, who had come over to do homework, looked at her in surprise. With excitement gleaming in her eyes, Heixiong whispered, "What if I brought a girlfriend with me? A true love decades older than I?" Simiao responded, while the plump aunt interjected, "Could it be me? I've never been worldly. Please don't frighten me." Wasn't this akin to causing a commotion? A sensational news piece that could turn everything upside down. Heixiong presented a video to the two. The original father's new wife was a somewhat renowned host, currently being interviewed. She spoke candidly about her controversial marriage, asserting that age is merely a number and encouraging everyone to bravely pursue love. "I just happened to fall in love with a man who is wealthier and older than I. In truth, compared to his soul, these matters are trivial." Heixiong remarked, "I find that quite reasonable." Simiao and the plump aunt exchanged glances. The plump aunt, with a determined bite of her lip, declared, "Let us do it. After all, donning a red scarf makes me just a primary school student." The wedding day would attract a plethora of prominent figures, necessitating an invitation. He Xiong procured one for Simiao, facilitating her entry to witness the spectacle and indulge in feasting. Simiao felt invigorated by the prospect, even contemplating that old Chun could host more weddings. On the eve of the wedding, the plump aunt paced nervously, while He Xiong lounged on the sofa, occasionally bursting into laughter. Simiao remarked, "Look at this child," amusing herself. Perhaps Simiao's gaze of incredulity was too evident, as He Xiong snapped back to seriousness and solemnly stated, "That woman said to me, the consciousness of the poor is merely a part of their arbitrary profit-making. She is fully aware of her actions and takes pride in them." The plump aunt halted and turned to look. They saw both money and dignity. When ordinary people engage in disreputable acts, they hide or lay low, allowing themselves to be mocked. Yet when the elite commit similar acts, they bring them to the forefront. They proclaim indifference to external judgment, appearing carefree, while in reality, they conform to society's standards of acceptance. Simiao nodded. Indeed, if one person consumes excrement, it seems peculiar. Thus, let everyone partake, making it a tradition. Yet, excrement is not easily ingested, hence they coined the term freedom to consume excrement, liberty, and rights. The defense of freedom and the assertion of rights, the resistance against injustice. These fundamental codes were immediately activated. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, whether one faces adversity or any other challenge, the imperative remains to uphold one's rights. Chapter 105. The Wanderer, Day 27 of the Vagabond Life. Simiao awoke in the guest house run by Aunt Fatty, finally preparing to leave around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. With a weary determination, she made her way to the venue of the wedding taking place that evening. It is often said that the affluent know how to revel in their wealth. In a city where land is precious, they had secured a parcel, erecting a charmingly antiquated structure adorned with waterfalls and streams, all within legal bounds. Presenting her invitation card, Simiao caught the eye of the doorman, who, upon observing her unremarkable attire, mused that the wealthy exude a relaxed confidence. To arrive at such a significant event clad in sportswear suggested an extraordinary level of affluence. Simiao thought to herself that she was experiencing what it meant to have a great scholar advocate on her behalf. She strode confidently into the venue, following the directional signs to the outdoor wedding site. As the ceremony had yet to commence and guests were sparse, she had arrived rather early. She promptly headed to the buffet area, indulging in the offerings. With a heaping plate in hand, she settled into a lounge area and inquired about the situation with Black Bear. He and Aunt Fatty were still waiting in the car, with Black Bear's phone buzzing incessantly. Aunt Fatty anxiously checked her reflection in the mirror. Observing her, Black Bear smirked, "Just be yourself. After all, I love not just your exterior but your essence." Aunt Fatty sighed, her worries evident. "I'm mostly concerned about losing face. This performance may well circulate online endlessly. If my visage appears on the big screen, I'll be mortified." At 5 o'clock, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sunset painted the sky in breathtaking hues, draping the wedding venue in a romantic veil. Simiao had eaten her fill and even collected a few business cards, settling in a corner as the host spoke animatedly. The groom chimed in, and the music commenced. A flower-strewn path welcomed the bride as she gracefully walked hand in hand with her father towards the altar. Following the exchange of vows, Simiao caught a glimpse of the dazzling diamond ring, while nearby, an unfamiliar guest began to gossip. "Have you seen Xiao Chun?" "No. I suspect he is too upset to come." "Huh, that child still has much to learn." Simiao remained silent, merely enjoying the unfolding drama. When inquiries about her background arose, she casually remarked that she was merely there to enjoy the food and drink, prompting laughter from those around her who found her humor delightful. After the ceremony, guests transitioned to the banquet hall, with the bride retreating to change into her toasting attire. The groom, Old Chun, wore a sullen expression as he approached the side. "Is that rascal still absent?" The steward felt a pang of bitterness, realizing the turmoil of the situation. As Old Chun and his new wife began to toast, Black Bear finally made his entrance, confidently escorting Aunt Fatty through the banquet hall. Directly positioning himself beside Old Chun, he seized the small wine cup from Old Chun's hand, declaring, "Sorry for the delay." Instantly, all eyes in the room turned toward Black Bear, bewildered not only by his tardiness, but also by the unexpected presence of Aunt Fatty. Aunt Fatty managed a polite smile. The atmosphere was exceedingly peculiar, drawing the attention of neighboring tables. Simiao, seated at a nearby table, was on the front line of this unfolding drama. The black bear was truly commendable, finally revealing his intentions at this moment. Simiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Who was that person? Many began to murmur, casting furtive glances at the plump ant. Before Old Chun could utter a word, the black bear interjected, "Dad, this is my girlfriend, Fatty." Old Chun felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The plump ant, 50 years of age, had not sought any beauty elixirs since becoming a player. She simply bore a robust, dark figure. "Xiao Chun, do not jest with your father," the bride interjected, offering an apologetic smile to the guests, framing the situation as a child's ignorance. The black bear, however, spoke with utmost sincerity. "I am not joking. In truth, I have harbored feelings for Fatty for quite some time, but I feared familial disapproval. After all, Fatty is only a few years younger than you, and our family is not wealthy. She is just an ordinary person." Old Chun clutched his chest, struggling to withstand the revelation. "Yet, after listening to your interview, I resonated deeply with your sentiments and have decided to confront my emotions. Age is but a number, and wealth is of no consequence. I love Fatty for her pure soul. From childhood, the family chef prepared my meals, but the first time I tasted the noodles Fatty made, I finally felt the warmth of home. Dad, Fatty and I are getting married next month, and I hope you will attend." Old Chin's breath quickened, words of protest barely escaping his lips. The bride quickly interjected, "Of course. Love does not discriminate based on status or wealth, just as your father and I, with a 30-year age difference, have made it work. Why should there be opposition in your case? Your father will agree, won't you, Old Chun?" The audience gasped in astonishment. Simiao inhaled sharply, astonished. Logically, such behavior was akin to a brazen affront, directly trampling on the bride's dignity. She should have been incensed. Yet, this bride possessed an impressive fortitude. Not only did she remain unperturbed, but she also seized the opportunity to reinforce her stance, compelling both Xiao Chun and Old Chun to confront the issue head-on. At first glance, it seemed she was the primary victim, but in truth, the one truly embarrassed was Old Chun and Xiao Chun, who had chosen a 50-year-old, impoverished girlfriend. After this incident, Xiao Chun would find it challenging to navigate social circles. If he were to marry, Old Chun might, in a fit of rage, cast him out. If it were merely a moment of anger, Xiao Chun would be perceived as unreliable, bearing the stigma of being unsteady, an unsuitable heir. The bride considered how, should Xiao Chun falter, her future children would still have prospects. She longed to transfer today as wedding to Xiao Chun and Fatty, solidifying this affair. The black bear glanced at the eager bride, his lips twitching slightly. The plump ant, under the scrutiny of the crowd, felt her scalp tingle. Old Chun inhaled deeply, then collapsed straight to the ground. "I do not approve of this marriage." Thus, the grand ceremony concluded in a farcical manner. Simiao, having consumed a feast of gossip, left the venue with lingering excitement, hitching a ride down the mountain in a luxurious car. The car owner, overwhelmed with excitement, danced joyfully, exclaiming, "Ah, true love, true love. Does true love even realize its own magnificence?" In truth, who in the circle was unaware? It was merely a tale of an old bull courting tender grass, yet they insisted on draping themselves in a veil of pretense. Now, father and son were each grasping their own piece of this facade, fiercely competing with one another. Half an hour later, a video from the wedding venue leaked online, quickly going viral. In the face of such sensational news, even the most popular panda had to take a step back, seizing the moment while Old Chun was incapacitated with anger. Black Bear hastily uploaded a rather eye-catching selfie with her partner, announcing their marriage for the following month, accompanied by a nearly verbatim quote from a recent interview with the bride. "I simply happened to fall in love with an older woman, 20 years my senior, who lacks wealth. In comparison to her soul, these facts are insignificant." She then encouraged everyone to transcend societal norms and bravely pursue love. Chapter 106. The Wanderer's 16, disguised while out shopping, Windblown Pig succumbed to temptation and entered a small restaurant for noodles, where she overheard several young people animatedly debating the essence of true love. They mentioned the identity currently adopted by Black Bear. Upon learning that the group was planning something significant, although unaware of the specifics, She couldn't help but inquire. The young people, intrigued, eagerly shared the entire story with Windblown Pig. As she peered at the phone thrust before her, she saw a video featuring Black Bear entwined with her partner, proclaiming the warmth of home. Their usernames were glaringly displayed above them, and in the corner, one could see, "I'm a woman," peeking in. Windblown Pig exclaimed, "Had I known it was this sort of affair, even if I had to become a little bee, I would have to get in there to witness the scoop firsthand." She became animated, whispering excitedly to the others. Previously, that host claimed to have merely fallen for a man older and wealthier than herself, which seemed acceptable. But now, with the genders swapped, my goodness, it's both absurd and comical, leading one to question the sanity of those involved. How could they say such a thing? This is a purer form of true love, with an age difference of over 20 years and devoid of financial motives. Now, we have not only the freedom to indulge in our desires, but also the freedom to love older women. Windblown Pig truly began to regard Black Bear with newfound respect. A seemingly innocent person can wield greater power when driven to madness. Just then, a girl gazed at Windblown Pig with an air of recognition. Windblown Pig hastily finished her last bite of noodles and made a swift exit, nearly unmasking herself in her glee. Wait, isn't she the one who stormed into a rival's office to drown their money tree, inadvertently stumbling upon a crime scene? Windblown Pig sprinted to a corner, transforming into a little bee to escape the scene. The chaos caused by Black Bear's actions was nothing short of overwhelming. Many players engaged in tasks within this realm witnessed the video, especially with the two sporting player IDs. It was a source of both laughter and bewilderment. They certainly knew how to have fun. After completing her escapade, Black Bear joined Simiao's band of wanderers, primarily due to having been ousted, with her bank card and home passwords having been altered. Fortunately, she had made prior arrangements and had a bit of cash tucked away. The plump ant donned a red scarf, transforming into a primary school student, vanishing without a trace, leaving many who sought to unearth her background empty-handed. Once old Chin awoke. The fervor surrounding the news subsided, supplanted by the arrival of a giant panda named Big Head at the zoo. This wild panda, which had roamed the city for over 20 days, was finally apprehended and registered at the Bee City Zoo, now officially part of the establishment. Due to its immense popularity, the zoo became inundated with visitors, prompting the creation of an expansive habitat filled with abundant food, drink, and toys. Far too many to count. The panda was utterly content, blissful. To put it succinctly, during these 20-some days, it feasted and drank without once experiencing the distress of an upset stomach. It was splendid. If the experience could be graded, she would award it a perfect 10. On the 30th day of this narrative, Simiao spent her time in the library, accompanied by the Black Bear. The plump ant was engaged in examinations at school, while the wind-blowing pig lingered in an unfinished building. The panda was actively engaging with visitors, lost in their flattery, floating on a cloud of admiration. Everyone seemed to possess a bright future. The Black Bear continually scoured online discussions for updates. The original owner's account had been deactivated, prompting her to hastily register anew using the original S identification to fulfill the daily requirement of posting an online statement. Aside from the account, the video of that fateful wedding had vanished without a trace, including the earlier segments celebrating unrestrained freedom. Occasionally, she would encounter emoticons related to that freedom in others' comment sections. The stepmother remained the epitome of elegance and poise, appearing on the big screen to speak passionately about her marriage, as though the wedding debacle had merely been a minor episode. In the comments section, numerous individuals expressed envy, proclaiming her a winner in life. A beacon of clarity who had bypassed the trials of supporting a man and had directly reaped the rewards, alongside the ever-repeated notion that older men are more caring. After the excitement faded, the world continued as it always had. This was not what the Black Bear had envisioned. Simiao noticed her growing despondency and casually reassured her. "What's the rush? The seeds of change have been sown. When the time comes, someone will surely unearth them." The Black Bear glanced at her. Simiao, sipping her free hot water, remarked, "Why is it that when a young girl falls for an older man, it's love? Yet when a young man loves an older woman, it's deemed madness? What account for this disparity?" The Black Bear pondered for a moment before responding. "It's due to the difference in status. The majority of resources are still controlled by men, encompassing not only wealth and position, but also various traditional customs that endorse them. However, societal norms will evolve. Once this generation of women educated and assertive. Seizes resources and authority, a new landscape will emerge. A decade ago, relationships between older women and younger men were frowned upon. 10 years hence, they have become fashionable. Why? Because those who dominate online discourse have aged and transformed into the elder sisters, whose rights are upheld. Those are the ones defended. As this cohort, generally well-educated and competitive, reaches their 30s and 40s, a vibrant tapestry of diversity will unfold. Thus, Simiao believed it was merely a matter of time. History is destined to unfold. There is no need for alarm. The black bear adjusted her logic, her brows gradually relaxing as a faint smile graced her lips. She recalled the increasing number of boy bands engaging in suggestive live streams, showcasing a variety of handsome young men, all adeptly adorned with makeup. Some even managing their underarm hair with remarkable diligence. Furthermore, there existed numerous male streamers who thrived on the female viewership, adeptly criticizing men while leading the charge against them. Their eloquence unmatched. Such effects were undeniably the result of monetary investment. Ultimately, it was evident that women had gained financial independence. After all, the crux remained the necessity to earn. Congratulations to the player for completing the role-playing dungeon. Character restoration rate, 97. Reward increase, 97. Experience gained, 591. Survival points, 591. Copper chest, 1. Title, 1. Simiao emerged from the dungeon, joining the black bear for one final meal at the restaurant. She eagerly piled her plate with delectable dishes, savoring each bite while tallying her rewards. Title, Freeloader. Effect, participation in any dining gathering will guarantee acceptance. Simiao pondered, is it permissible to be a legal freeloader? Intriguing. Upon opening the copper chest, she discovered Skill Book 1, 2 one-hour energy cards, and 1 vehicle upgrade card. How trivial, she remarked, feeling somewhat dismissed by such meager offerings. Simiao opened the skill book. Night Owl Champion. Passive ability, capable of erasing fatigue from sleepless nights. It resembled more of a title than a skill, yet it sufficed. After a good night's rest, it would alleviate her need for sustenance, and now the Night Owl Champion would eradicate her need for sleep as well. Chapter 107. Intermission. After tallying her rewards, Simiao purchased an additional 10 attribute cards, supplementing her existing 30. Each of her 4 attributes increased by 10, triggering the Leak King title, granting a return of 10 on investment. Mental 2, Physique 1, Agility 1. She then procured 40 more attribute cards for future use. Feeling affluent and prosperous. Perhaps it was due to overindulgence or the sudden influx of attributes, but a wave of drowsiness washed over Simiao. She took a sip of her milk tea and gazed at her personal homepage. Player nickname, I am a woman level, LV9, 440238800000. Race, human talent. Fishing system 20 ability. Wood element constitution, 63 agility, 63 strength, 62 spirit, 67 survival points, 53 allocatable attributes, 40 equipment, space basket, mini bamboo house, kidnapped small fish, green goblin, material exchange station, little yellow duck, mutated armory shovel, honor certificate, surprise blind box, angel wings, honor medal, alarm, amulet X2, stasis space, 79 servings of delicacies, fishing rod, net, diving pearl, turtle shell, 300 nursery rhymes, voluntary overtime application, rest area tickets X2, instance tickets X3, piggy bank, treasure mouse's fur, wallet space, mobile phone, 3 incense sticks, expensive bow, magical script, double experience card X1 skills, golden words, my rules are the rules, level B fireball technique, close range melon eater, go in peace, a nap will suffice, light as a feather, gaze upon my offspring, B-level thunder technique, shadow, here I come, dewater, arrow, hardening, shield, aviator, copy, cheating tips, shape-shifting hairstyle, save file, 8 kilometers of resource drops, dewater sphere technique, X8, attention, raise your hands, school's out, off work, king's domain, Night Owl Champion titles, focused doer, teammate has been vomiting for 3 days and nights, let me speak, if you don't speak, no one will consider you mute, fisherman, long standby, hat king, leak king, freeloader Simiao gazed at the immense experience points, feeling a slight headache. She still needed over 300,000 experience points to level up. If it weren't for encountering experience dungeons, grinding through these few hundred experience points in narrative instances would seem to stretch into eternity. Simiao felt a bit bald. She looked up at the level of the black bear across from her, which was 8. At first glance, the difference between level 8 and 9 appeared negligible. Yet the vast experience required was enough to elevate one from level 1 to 8, truly daunting. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, the two bid farewell and returned to their respective vehicles without extending an invitation to tour each other's rides. Simiao opened the car door, and the little squirrel immediately nestled close, warmly affectionate. She settled into the driver's seat, activated the intelligent driving mode, and departed from the rest area. Having completed all 3 instances for the day, only a few hours had passed on the road, yet Simiao felt as if an eternity had elapsed. She allowed the car to cruise along, taking in the scenic views to refresh her spirits. As the clock struck 6, all players emerged from the rest area, and the regional channel buzzed with excitement. Simiao found herself once again in the midst of a sensational scoop. More accurately, she was a mere scrap of the unfolding drama. An unseen player, somehow equipped with a prop, had brought the video of Black Bear and the plump ant's romantic escapade into the channel, igniting a frenzy. This prompted a veritable uproar. The unseen player even took the time to elucidate that within the instance, Black Bear assumed a male identity, leading everyone to instinctively perceive her as a man. Furthermore, there was the matter of her father seeking a young mistress within the dungeon. This only served to heighten the excitement among the onlookers. Many spectators remarked that the unseen player might as well bid farewell to the world of photography. With such explosive news, capturing the reactions of the audience would surely be a comedic delight, wouldn't it? Anonymous, why didn't you take photos? I'm a woman, and I managed to capture her from the table next door, huh? It seems everyone shares the same posture while indulging in gossip. I am a woman. It's commendable that Black Bear Ant has done well. I've long been exasperated by the facades of those individuals, treating everyone as fools. Rich second generation. Oh please, us men are well aware. Only you women fall for the notion of true love. How foolish. Lunar Gatherer. Exactly. You only bully the weak and fear the strong. You never criticize the wealthy and powerful for their lechery, but instead target women for their vanity and materialism. Rich second generation. It's inevitable. There aren't too many wealthy and powerful old men, but young and beautiful girls appear every year. Have you considered the market dynamics? Bad teeth. I'm a woman too, and there are plenty of young and handsome fellows. Shall we form a sisterhood? Simiao. She recalled that Bad Teeth is none other than that sunny boy with 8-pack abs who boarded her ship during the drifting dungeon. What a peculiar situation. The regional channel fell silent for a moment. Anti-wealth. A grown man should aspire to something greater. Bad Teeth, what do you know? Level 9 players are rare, starting at 400,000 experience points. There's a plethora of young and handsome men. I must compete fiercely for them, right, sister? Everyone, quite reasonable. Bad Teeth. You old and unattractive men shouldn't be envious. Not everyone can thrive on soft rice. Bad Teeth. I'm a man, and I see nothing wrong with loving older women. Sister. Simiao seriously doubts that her disgust has been muted by her teammates for 3 days and nights. Just listen to this classic I'm a man too sentiment. It truly is delightful to hear. Anti-wealth. Bad Teeth, be quiet. You're embarrassing us men. Bad Teeth. If you wish to be big men, then go ahead, but why impose such expectations on me? Enjoying soft rice is my freedom. Are you claiming that not being a big man means one is not a man? Loving men is your deceit. Simiao chakod, unoriedli typing. I am a woman. Please respect Bad Teeth's freedom to enjoy soft rice. Cap King. Sometimes your words are quite off-putting. Thousands of players following the regional channel felt inexplicably uneasy, a sense of nausea creeping in. On their vehicle, Clumsy Foot released 2 flowers, bewildered, thinking a formidable enemy was approaching. She nervously glanced around outside, repeatedly refreshing the ghostly figures eliminated by the defensive towers. Everything seemed under control. How strange. Clumsy Foot spoke in the regional channel. Clumsy Foot, please respect Bad Teeth's freedom to enjoy soft rice. Terrifyingly strong. Please respect Bad Teeth's freedom to enjoy soft rice. The channel was flooded with messages. Wind-blowing Pig was beside himself with joy, initiating a support task in the dedicated squad. The next moment, the regional channel was overwhelmed with hundreds of messages, resoundingly declaring respect for Bad Teeth's freedom to enjoy soft rice. Rich second generation and others. The world has indeed changed. While they gagged, they shifted the blame onto Simiao, who instigated this. The winds of change are upon us. Simiao sat comfortably at home. As the fishing system's supply basket began to rain down resources, filling up in the blink of an eye, with several rare items appearing. It seems the chais have been diligently growing during this time. Amidst the plethora of resources, liquidating them proves to be a cumbersome endeavor, truly a sweet burden. She leisurely added in the regional channel, "As a woman, please respect the freedom of older women with poor dental health." In a swift motion, a deluge of 99 copy-pasted responses followed. Initially, there were dissenters, but their voices quickly faded amidst the overwhelming influx of information. Upon witnessing this, Simiao felt a delightful sense of empowerment, realizing the exhilaration of wielding influence over discourse. Chapter 108. Intermission 2. It took half an hour for the regional channel to regain its normalcy, returning to video content. Kaida Ko Jiao. I cannot believe I missed the grand spectacle. Kambu Jian were resurfaced, sharing light-hearted videos featuring a panda shell, quaintly playing the fool. Kaida Ko Jiao. Terrifyingly strong. Aha! You've always wanted to be a national treasure, and now you've truly been gratified. Xiaditsi, my Evans. What kind of instance is this? It appears rather enjoyable. Kambu Jian fervently shared several videos, one showcasing Simiao indulging in food and drink at the supermarket, another featuring a pig lounging in a dilapidated building gnawing on steamed buns, and even a scene of a plump ant mingling among a group of elementary school students on an outing. Simiao, Kaida Ko Jiao, plump ant, what about privacy? Is there no semblance of privacy left? Kambu Jian seemed to possess some skill, as so many have been surreptitiously filmed without realizing her presence. How insidious. This evening, the regional channel was particularly lively. Along with the commotion came the specters that refreshed precisely at 6 o'clock, now more densely populated, lasting for an hour. Simiao's vehicle had been upgraded, now equipped with a turret defense system that replenished firepower at survival points, automatically rising from a roof to combat threats upon detection. Its speed may not be swift, yet was more than adequate for the current challenges. Simiao sat steadily in the vehicle, observing the specters obliterated by the turret through 4 surveillance screens. The turret unleashed light projectiles, or, one might say, the power of wealth, proving effective against the specters. At times, a single shot could eliminate several at once, boasting maximum lethality. Each projectile equated to 1 point of damage and 1 survival point, while defeating a specter only rewarded 2 points, somewhat of a financial drain. The turret engaged in indiscriminate attacks, causing the green specters to cower, retreating into potted plants, watching hungrily as soul orbs litter the ground. The little squirrel, having never witnessed such a scene, was terrified and hid within Simiao's clothing, refusing to emerge. After an hour, the specters ceased to respawn, leaving only a multitude of boxes and soul orbs in their wake. The turret, having accomplished its duty, retracted back into the vehicle. Simiao opened the door, stepping out with the warm little squirrel nestled in her arms, ready to collect the fallen treasures. In total, 103 specters were vanquished, yielding 2060 experience points and 206 survival points. The dropped soul orbs were of minimal value, merely a snack for the green specters. There were 36 wooden boxes and 9 iron boxes. Simiao gathered the boxes and ascended to the second floor to commence opening them in the spacious area. In the opening of 36 wooden crates, the contents revealed included 16 bottles of water, 2 servings of milk tea, 1 can of cola, 2 cartons of orange juice, a cake, a family bucket, 3 self-heating rice meals for self-heating hot pots, a tent, an inflatable sofa, a sled, 9 bags of charcoal, 2 down jackets, 6 thermal cotton garments, 5 universal pet foods, 12 30-minute power cards, 5 one-hour power cards, 6 vehicle upgrade cards, 2 vehicle skin design cards, 1 rest area ticket, 1 team-up card, and 1 rest card. Among the 9 iron boxes, there were 3 bottles of water, 3 attribute cards, 1 experience doubling card, 1 skill book, 1 mooncake blind box, 10 contracts, 1 motorcycle, and 4 anti-skid chains. Simiao opened the skill book and discovered the skill Loving Touch, which grants a chance to evolve a pet upon petting. Without hesitation, she pulled the little squirrel from her embrace to bestow it a loving touch. The little squirrel, with a distorted face, squeaked in delight. After organizing this haul of supplies, the busy Simiao swiftly arranged the items in her basket. Following her usual practice, she set aside perishable foods nearing expiration, some at a discounted rate for her diligent team. while the majority was sold at a mere fraction of their worth into the recycling system. Beyond the basic supplies, there were a few items of considerable value. Not to mention the power cards, vehicle upgrade cards, and attribute cards, she had also obtained 2 skill books and a special item. The skills included light as a feather and invisibility, with the latter consuming 1 survival point per minute. Simiao already possessed the former, which she stored in the diligent team's warehouse, while the latter was a commendable skill that she decided to keep for her own use. She wondered which kind-hearted individual had contributed it. The item was a substitute doll, designed to absorb a fatal blow for the player. Upon inspection, Simiao found a chubby little figure clad in a red cloak, reminiscent of a snow king. The little squirrel approached and sniffed the diminutive object, only to lose interest upon realizing it was lifeless. Meanwhile, the green ghost hung from the rearview mirror, zealously consuming soul beads. After the ghostly assault, Simiao commanded the intelligent driving system to set off. She took a refreshing shower, changed into comfortable attire, and reclined on her large bed to peruse the regional channel and private messages, alongside information purchased from the news broker, Xiao Tao. The windy pig remarked, "Only after 30 days of fleeing does one truly comprehend the script they have been handed." Upon infiltrating a competitor's office to water a money tree, they discovered a corpse in an open safe, which ignited the temptation to steal confidential documents. It's utterly amusing. Simiao felt a twinge of guilt, for the truth behind the case had been reported in the final 2 days, yet the windy pig's furtive antics were too endearing for the group to break their silence. She then perused the folder sent by Xiao Tao. The privileges of membership were indeed advantageous, as she received daily updates without needing to prompt. The volume of player skills and dungeon information was steadily increasing. Simiao noticed that the skills of the diligent and studious black bear Annie Lawn were meticulously catalogued, leaving no room for privacy. Unsurprisingly, her own information was even more extensive. Upon seeing an expensive bow listed, she inferred that the mischievous Lan Yu had sold her information. Rolling her eyes, she decided to sell the information regarding the death notification she carried to the news broker, Xiao Tao, who responded with a laugh. Haha, she must be frantically searching for an antidote now. Seeking news from Xiao Tao, the smooth cement road ahead has transformed into a rugged gravel path. Caution is advised against potential overturning. Upon hearing this, Simiao promptly inspected her vehicle, noting its dimensions to be quite reasonable and unlikely to tip over. Afternoon. As Simiao ventured onto the gravel road, the jolting motion nearly disassembled her, plunging her comfort level significantly. However, she considered herself fortunate, at least avoiding a crash. Some players, in their folly, recklessly constructed 2 or even 3 layers on their vehicles, leading to inevitable flips, resulting in the loss of their hard-earned coins, thus enriching the game further. Simiao chose prudence. She halted her vehicle and decided to take a restful nap. The little squirrel remained steadfastly by her side, snuggling up beside her pillow. Despite her initial urge to cast it away, she ultimately relented, planning to give it a refreshing bath the following day. Outside, the on-duty green ghost languidly leaned against the window, its soul orb losing its allure. Chapter 109. Midpoint 3 after a night of silence. Simiao awoke at 5 the next morning. Following a brief wash, she ascended to the second-floor lift platform for her foundational training, opening the car windows for ventilation, only to be greeted by a chilling gust. Gazing out, the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any vitality. Save for the relentless wind howling, Simiao engaged in her warm-up routine, running, practicing her strikes, and honing her abilities, completing her regimen just as dawn broke. As she prepared to have breakfast before setting out, the regional channel relayed grim news. Players who had ventured onto the gravel road at midnight were lamenting their fate. After completing their travel quotas, they found a rest area absent despite having used their rest area tickets. Are we about to change maps again? Wondered the frustrated player. It seems the desert dungeon also switched maps 3 days later, rendering the rest area non-existent. Many lamented the futility of their expended rest area tickets. Simiao, upon reading this, felt little surprise. She took a shower, donned windproof clothing, lined for warmth as the temperature dropped. In the kitchen, she warmed a cup of soy milk and 2 beef buns while the little squirrel busily munched on its pet food, cheeks puffed up delightfully. As the green ghost returned from its shift, it perched on a potted plant, simultaneously consuming pet food while staring intently at the squirrel. Simiao observed, questioning whether it was merely her imagination or if the green ghost was consuming its food with unusual speed today. Evidently, competition breeds urgency. With thoughts of a potential map change looming, she pondered the possibility of acquiring more soul orbs from fallen spirits, thus deciding to procure a batch of them for the green ghost. The price of soul orbs was quite low. A bag of universal pet food cost 50 survival points, while a marketplace offered only 0.01 per soul orb, meaning the cost of a single bag of pet food could purchase 5,000 soul orbs. She posted a task within her dedicated team to acquire soul orbs at a slightly higher rate than the market, and within half an hour managed to amass 20,000 orbs. Arranging them in a pile in the living room, the green ghost was moved to tears. Simiao gently stroked the squirrel's velvety fur, feeling content. Although the rest area would no longer refresh, the mileage tasks remained steadfast and essential. Simiao activated the autopilot for her journey. To upgrade to the next vehicle level, she would require 50 upgrade cards valued at 5,000 survival points. Simiao possessed 16 vehicle upgrade cards, and with the acquisition of 34 additional cards, she would attain a complete set. Resolute in her decision to enhance her vehicle, she eagerly anticipated the potential unlocking of new functionalities. To this end, she scoured 2 groups and managed to purchase 23 cards at a discounted rate of 10%, followed by the acquisition of 11 cards at full price from the trading mall, culminating in an expenditure of 3,170. A rather exasperating discovery awaited Simiao. The piggy bank only rewarded a return of 100 for every 1,000 spent when utilized within the trading mall, while other trading channels remained utterly silent. Having gathered the requisite vehicle upgrade cards, Simiao paused to upgrade her vehicle on the spot. A fundamental principle of survival games is the avoidance of wasting players' time during upgrades, provided one has the funds the moment the cards are presented. The completed product is instantly delivered. The upgraded 6th level vehicle bore no change in appearance, yet it boasted a pivotal new feature. Its maximum speed had doubled from 60 to 120. Consequently, Simiao needed only to progress for 2 hours each day to fulfill the daily mileage requirement of 240 kilometers. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of an updated mileage requirement the following day. Furthermore, driving on gravel roads would impede speed. Once back on the road, Simiao glanced at the display, noting a speed of 80 kilometers, remarkably swift. 2 hours later, she accomplished her daily mileage, but, undeterred, utilized a rest area ticket, only to find nothing of significance. Prior to using the ticket, every player harbored the belief that they might be the exceptional one. What if? Simiao felt somewhat sheepish. However, she was unable to enter the rest area dungeon and still possessed 3 unused dungeon tickets. Additionally, she held a voluntary overtime application, which, when used, permitted her to find work anytime and anywhere, with a chance of earning triple rewards. Idleness was not an option. Simiao resolved to undertake 1 dungeon in the morning and another in the afternoon, meticulously planning her schedule. Just as she was contemplating this, a private message arrived from Windy Pig. Windy Pig, sister, did you hear about the soul attack last night? 36 players perished in District 28. Windy Pig. Many lower-tier players couldn't even acquire the fireball spell, floundering in a frantic defensive stance. I'm a woman. So? Windy Pig. Shall we engage in a lucrative venture? The 5th-level vehicle possesses turret attacks, capable of harvesting souls. Even the most inexperienced players now command at least a 3rd-level vehicle. If we invest 30 upgrade cards to elevate her vehicle to 5th level, considering last night's scenario, the returns would yield approximately 2,000 experience points, 200 survival points, 30 wooden boxes, and a minimum of 5 iron boxes. Simiao swiftly calculated the investment of 3,000 survival points, noting that the experience was already accounted for and could not be shared. The survival points would be halved due to firepower constraints, leaving her with a meager 100. Nonetheless, the abundance of resources within the wooden and iron boxes was enticing. Upon a rough assessment, Simiao estimated her previous night's wooden and iron box haul to be worth around 2,500 survival points. In addition to the invaluable experience, doubling cards and skills that could not be purchased in the mall, promising a swift return on investment. It was an opportunity too good to pass up. Noticing her account held only 2,000 survival points, she promptly commenced trading surplus materials to raise funds. The supply from the life-risking squad and the consumables available in the game were limited, but the recycling mall welcomed all. Whatever one required, they had in abundance. Simiao cleared her basket space, banking 3,000 survival points. She then proceeded to the regional channel, ready to reap the rewards. At this moment, everyone has accepted the absence of a rest area today. Those equipped with dungeon tickets are preparing to tackle the dungeons, while those without are idly lounging in their cars. Consequently, the regional chat channel is particularly lively. I am a woman. I possess a few dungeon tickets and am seeking teammates. Level 68 players, please. I am a woman. By the way, no men, please. Toothless, sister. In my previous life, I was a woman. Simiao has attracted a multitude of players. Besides those eagerly signing up, there are disgruntled male players. Rich second generation. What is wrong with men? This is discrimination. Simiao leisurely adds, there is no discrimination. It's simply more convenient for female players to team up. We don't have to be coy about bathing. Having more men just complicates things. Marshmallow. Indeed. And male players are prone to impulsive behavior, which causes more issues. A lot of nonsense. With an all-female team, we 1T have to worry about such matters. Effectively eliminating risk from the outset. What a relief. Windy pig. Let me share some statistics. Yesterday, on the notorious list of the dedicated squad, 16 players were named, with 13 being male. This highlights the generally poor cooperative spirit among men, who tend to make empty promises and evade responsibilities, all while claiming it's survival of the fittest, and that deception is acceptable, strong, and terrifying. Moreover, we are in an era of skill points. A large physique does not equate to greater strength, though size is indeed present, clumsy, to be sure. All male players, this era has truly changed. Previously, the label of trouble was solely attributed to women, but now it seems to be directed at men. Eternally old, every group has its share of rubbish. Most individuals remain quite normal. Nail biting, getting anxious, are we? How is he talking about you? Why take it personally? Strong and terrifying. Only an abnormal person would feel targeted. A normal person would not. Simiao, observing the banter between these two cousins, could only chuckle in disbelief as she busily sold her wares, thinking of her newfound wealth. Chapter 110. Intermission 4. Toothless. You two sisters are quite articulate. As a man, I must say some men truly are disgraceful. They bring shame upon us. Nail biting. At least Soft Rice understands. He is different from those unsightly men. Toothless. Shy JPG barefoot immortal. Toothless, you're pushing it. It's obvious. Toothless. I speak sincerely. I have always preferred playing with girls. When men gather, they engage in petty competition, even try to outdo each other in how far they can urinate. It's childish, and their tempers are volatile. Just a fleeting glance can provoke violence. It's terrifying. Amidst her bustling activities, Simiao glanced at Toothless' words and couldn't help but smirk. Such familiar rhetoric. One could only say that strength lies in numbers, and with such a crowd, Simiao had earned 3,000 in no time. With private messages flooding in for team requests. After a flurry of activity, she ultimately sent 120,000 survival points to Windy Pig, who promptly replied with an acknowledgement. Windy Pig, it's still quicker for you to earn money, sister. Windy Pig, for future collaborations, just leave it to me. You can sit back and wait for your earnings. Windy Pig not only sought out Simiao, but also approached other players, even reaching out to Black Bear. After painstakingly gathering a substantial sum of 300,000 survival points, the lion's share of 120,000 was contributed by Simiao. Following her was the formidable Piggy Heroine, who, having secured first place in the downhill mountain biking competition, pocketed a neat 20,000 survival points. At merely level 7, she found herself with a hefty sum that she could scarcely spend, each foray into dungeons fraught with trepidation, fearful of incurring losses. Upon hearing of such a lucrative investment opportunity, I, being a woman, could not resist and promptly invested 10,000 points. With an air of satisfaction, Piggy Heroine surveyed her account brimming with survival points, relishing the moment. Such reputation precedes her. While there are not many players at level 7, the leader of the dedicated squad remains unparalleled. The transaction fees alone could yield substantial profit. However, Piggy Heroine was acutely aware that should she dare breach the contract, these 6 and 7 level players would undoubtedly come after her with fierce determination. For instance, she knew that the player I am a woman possessed the talent to steal and had issued a death notice against her. With a sharp whistle, she dispatched the meticulously crafted collaboration proposal to the squad's group chat. The contract adhered to a standardized format, restricted to players with level 3 vehicles, inviting those willing to participate. The dedicated squad had expanded to 3,000 members, making it the largest in the entire 28th district with around 300 active participants. Piggy Heroine established a series of tasks to ensure the group remained vibrant. The support plan spread like wildfire, igniting interest among many. Upon signing the contract, participants could claim 30 vehicle upgrade cards, guaranteeing ascension to level 5 vehicles equipped with defensive turrets. In exchange, they were required to pay the equivalent of 2 nights' worth of soul-dropped wooden and iron chests. Once the contract was signed, the loot would automatically transfer, eliminating any possibility of cheating. The system dictated pay-to-play, reputation. Piggy Heroine proclaimed limited quantity, first come, first served, entirely voluntary. Although 300,000 survival points seemed plentiful, it could only purchase 3,000 vehicle upgrade cards, sufficient for 100 individuals. In less than half an hour, the group of 3,000 had exhausted the offer. Those still deliberating the viability of the investment began to suspect they had been prematurely harvested. The news reverberated through the regional channel, inevitably leading to mockery. Fishing until death. One lamented, given last night's frequency, the loot from opening chests would have sufficed for 30 vehicle upgrade cards. We were truly scammed. What fools! Those unburdened by the struggle of survival engaged in casual banter, while those teetering on the brink of life and death felt they had struck gold. A player named Towards Rainy Days acquired 30 vehicle cards and immediately upgraded 24, securing defensive turrets. The remaining 6 were sold at a discount, netting 540 survival points, 300 allocated to the turrets, and 200 to vehicle defense. Having completed these transactions, she felt a sense of stability wash over her. Slowly, she extracted a steamed bun from her inventory and nibbled on it, observing the lively chatter in the regional channel without uttering a word. At level 4 and with a vehicle at level 3, her situation was dire. Sometimes, her ventures into dungeons left her destitute, unable to even afford the parking fees at the rest area, leading to loans from the system. Despite the apparent success of those at levels 7, 8, and 9, the vast array of dungeon types posed significant challenges. In 10-player dungeons, 7 players often merely accompanied others, and losses could result in having 1s resources or attribute survival points. The competition in larger dungeons of 50 or 100 players was even more brutal, with the risk of total financial ruin looming large. In the realm of rainy day narratives, the most favored instances of role-playing are devoid of competitive tasks among players. Everyone is rewarded, and no effort is in vain. Much like the recent instance participated in by I Am Woman, where Xiang Yuqian also took part, she received a cup of tea and a script to enjoy after work. For her, 30 days were exceptionally comfortable, experiencing the game without the pressure of failing examinations. Regrettably, such instances yield minimal experience and survival points, leaving Xiang Yuqian rather impoverished. Last night, an assault by wandering spirits nearly cost her life. After all, one's existence outweighs any resources she would have otherwise missed. Once she levels up her vehicle to level 5, she will possess the means for self-preservation, and the future will undoubtedly improve. Those in the group lamenting their losses are merely indulging in self-pity. Xiang Yuqian, ever the astute calculator, remained vigilant to the messages from her dedicated team, particularly concerning support missions. Before the game commenced, she had been criticized for her lack of financial investment, deemed unworthy of true love. However, her current data contributions are tangible and impactful. She copied and pasted a message in the regional channel. Please respect the freedom of those who prefer softer fare. Below, a stream of replicated replies followed. Amused, Xiang Yuqian exchanged 10 contribution points in the group warehouse for a self-heating hot pot, treating herself to a delightful dinner. Meanwhile, Simiao, having concluded her investment project, delved into her own gaming endeavors. Although the players in the regional channel and group were amiable, their pleasant discourse was predicated upon her strength. She resolved to maintain her advantage, for idleness was not an option. Producing a dungeon ticket, she chose to embark on a solo venture. Let us tackle a dungeon akin to a zombie apocalypse. Simiao extracted a small squirrel from her pocket, and placed it on the sofa as she utilized her dungeon ticket. Welcome, player, to the Trial Tower. Rule 1. The higher the levels you conquer, the more bountiful the rewards. Rule 3. Death or abandonment incurs a deduction of 10 survival points. After contributing 120,000 to the Wind Pig, Simiao found herself with a mere 1,000 survival points remaining, with 10 points equating to 100. She pondered the cost of 2 bags of pet food. Her financial state was precarious yet oddly reassuring. However, she soon realized that many of her skills relied on consuming survival points, including the rather expensive bow, the aviator, and the turtle shell, leaving her unable to smile. Chapter 111. Trial Tower 1. Simiao appeared in an arena-like setting, surrounded by spectator tears, yet she was alone. A 2-minute countdown loomed before her. Swiftly, she opened her back end to review her skills and inventory. Her offensive capabilities included wood-based abilities, B Fireball, 201 daily, B Thunderbolt, 201 daily, D Water Arrow, 67 daily, and mental attacks. Her arsenal comprised firearms, a heavy machine gun, a cold weapon, a mutated engineer's shovel, along with a gas mask and a pot lid designed to enhance weapon durability. For defense, she had a shield 310 minutes daily, turtle shell, talisman little yellow duck, angel wings, and a substitute doll. Her control skills were even more abundant, with 9 instances lasting 3 seconds each, 1 lasting a minute. In the domain of the king awaiting experimentation, Simiao cast a glance at the 300 children's songs, casually flipping to a page that momentarily dulled her opponent's murderous intent, serving as a brief intermission, provided her adversaries could hear it. Her skills included light as a swallow and aviator. Healing was scarce. A single slumber sufficed for recuperation. Though she possessed 13 basic healing cards, rewards from treasure chests, which she had been conserving without use. In light of this, Simiao felt rather affluent. After all, one trains troops for 1,000 days to use them in a single moment. It was time to unleash her skills. She raised her hand and extracted the mutated armory from her right ear, enlarging it and assuming a defensive stance. As for saving her progress, she decided against it for the moment, wishing to assess the difficulty first. Otherwise, reverting to previous saves would necessitate starting anew, which was quite tedious. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. A large goose materialized in the arena's center, a familiar foe. With a wry smile, Simiao wondered what was afoot. How accommodating was this novice stage? She observed the long-necked bird flapping its grand wings as it approached, and with a swift motion, she sent it flying with a shovel. Opting not to utilize her skills unnecessarily, Simiao pressed her advantage, grasping the goose's head and delivering a sharp slice with the blade's edge, turning the goose into a delightful meal and causing a wooden box to materialize. Upon opening the chest, she discovered Water X1, Steamed Bun X1, Braised Goose Feed X2, Survival Points X1, Experience X1. Congratulations, player. You have cleared the level and advanced to the second stage. The opening countdown was set for 2 minutes, allowing players to commence early. Simiao, bemused, stowed her rewards and chose to start ahead of schedule. The adversaries in the second stage were also familiar. She dispatched the basin-sized spider with relative ease, earning Water X1, Bun X1, Spider Silk X2, Survival Points X2, Experience X2. The third stage introduced a gray wolf. Simiao opted for a headshot, as bullets were inexpensive. Rewards: Water X1, Self-Heating Hot Pot X1, Survival Points X3, Experience X3. In the fourth stage, she encountered a wraith, receiving Water X1, Soul Pearl X5, Survival Points X4, Experience X4. Simiao collected her rewards with a stoic expression, slightly invigorated. In the fifth stage, she was finally faced with an unfamiliar adversary. Sensing something emerging from the ground beneath her, she hastily dodged to the side, only to find the same scenario unfolding. She maneuvered swiftly, soon revealing the true nature of the objects beneath her feet. It was a field of plum blossom stakes, an array of wooden posts of varying heights and distances. The game rules echoed in her ears. Players would be considered defeated if they touched the ground within an hour. Simiao immediately leaped onto a wooden stake and summoned her powers to rapidly cultivate seeds. Within mere seconds, lush green vines enveloped the plum stakes, creating a dense web with gaps no wider than a finger. There was no possibility of falling through. Just as Simiao reveled in her triumph, An alarm blared in her mind, prompting her to swiftly dodge aside, narrowly avoiding a cold arrow. She glanced towards the source of the threat, discovering a circle of arrow towers surrounding the plum stakes. In the blink of an eye, another arrow was loosed. Simiao evaded it while analyzing the firing pattern of the towers. In an instant, the neighboring tower released a third arrow, and she realized that they were shooting in a clockwise sequence. While avoiding the arrows, she wasted no time and launched an attack on the arrow towers. It was time to unleash her skills without reservation. With a swift motion, she cast a thunderous spell towards the arrow tower. A crackling sound resonated as a violet lightning bolt struck the structure. The unfortunate news was that the tower remained steadfast. Yet the fortunate revelation was the emergence of a health bar, displaying 99-100. A health bar was indeed a welcome sight, for players dread the uncertainty of progress when there is none. She deftly evaded the fourth arrow and summoned tendrils to simultaneously assault the 12 arrow towers. The hardened vines lashed fiercely against the towers, then entwined and constricted, employing the binding technique with lethal intent. The wooden tower creaked ominously, sending a sharp pain through Simiao's ears as she dodged yet another arrow, continuing her relentless growth of vines. She aimed to either shatter or topple the tower, but then reconsidered, realizing that fire might yield swifter results. Thus, she decisively severed the connection between the tower and the plum blossom stakes, retrieving a large barrel of gasoline from her spatial storage. While evading arrows, she spun around, dousing the area frantically. Once completed, she discarded the empty barrel back into her space and leisurely produced a lighter. With a swift click, the lighter spun and struck the verdant tower, igniting a fierce blaze in an instant. Simiao donned a gas mask, clutching an invincible rubber duck, standing composed in the heart of the inferno, the flames dancing upon her cold mask. It was slightly toasty. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the health bar of the burning tower diminishing. It did not cease its assault immediately. The first volley of arrows rained down in a clockwise manner, followed by a counterclockwise barrage in the second round, and a chaotic flurry of 3 arrows in the third. Initially, Simiao practiced her agility, gracefully maneuvering with a rubber duck amidst the flames, but soon chose to relax. Lying down in the center and clutching the duck tightly, calmly listening to the cacophony of arrows clattering against the ship's hull. Thanks to the great fire, the cold arrows had transformed into fiery projectiles. Simiao promptly severed the tendrils surrounding the rubber duck to prevent the flames from encroaching. She reclined on the green netting, covered by the duck, awaiting the conclusion of the external tower's blaze. Wait, did this scene remind her of a roasted chicken? Simiao covered her face. After approximately 20 minutes, the arrows outside finally ceased. Simiao sprang up, looking around to find the charred remains of the towers collapsing into rubble. The countdown still showed 28 minutes remaining. After thoroughly searching the debris for any dropped items and finding none, she settled down on the plum blossom stakes, patiently awaiting the conclusion. So, this was a test of endurance? As the hour concluded, the rewards for passing the level were directly bestowed upon Simiao, who eagerly began to unwrap them. Skill Book 1, Survival Points 50, Experience 50. Her levels had risen. Simiao opened the skill book. Plum Blossom Stakes, upon use, summons a 55-meter plum blossom stake formation. Available 3 times daily. A stable supplier of wooden charcoal. The countdown for level 6 commenced. Simiao secured her rewards and chose to commence early. The terrain shifted. The plum blossom stakes vanished, replaced by an array of varying-sized grave mounds. An immediate chill enveloped her, accompanied by gusts of eerie wind. From a mound merely half a meter away, a skeletal figure with missing limbs emerged. Simiao scattered a handful of thorn seeds upon the ground, urging them to grow, twisting into a massive whip that lashed out at the skeletal entity. With a sharp crack, the white bones shattered into 8 pieces, scattering across the ground. Chapter 112, Trial Tower 2. Simiao barely had time to rejoice before the surrounding graves began to emit spectral bones. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen skeletal figures clumsily surrounded her, prompting her to immediately activate the skill Plum Blossom Pile acquired from the previous level. The 55-meter Plum Blossom Array rose majestically, and Simiao leaped onto the adjacent pillar, sending the skeletal figures within the array flying, their feet trembling as they became lodged between the columns. With a twitch at the corner of her mouth, Simiao compassionately pierced its spine with thorns, liberating it from its torment. Standing atop the plum blossom pile, she surveyed her surroundings, a total of 66 graves, an oddly auspicious number. She summoned thorns to entwine the plum blossom array, preventing the skeletal figures outside from entering, and began her assault on the graves within the array. The thorns lashed fiercely against the grave mounds, raising clouds of dust. As the newly emerged skeletal figures were shattered into fragments, their health bars reflecting a count of 99, 100. Gaining clarity on her strategy, Simiao settled into a calm demeanor. Within the plum blossom array, there were 12 grave mounds, and with her limited abilities and energy, she could only summon 5 thickened thorns to attack simultaneously. Perched at the highest point of the plum blossom pile, she diligently dismantled the graves, while also having to contend with the continuously respawning skeletal figures. Fortunately, while these skeletal figures appeared fearsome, they were, in fact, more fragile than an elderly woman. Those ensnared by the thorns outside the plum blossom pile futilely hurled themselves against the thorny barrier, lacking even a semblance of skill. After a while of combat, Simiao discovered that shattering the skulls of the skeletal figures caused them to disassemble, yet they could quickly reassemble and rise again. It was essential to obliterate the larger bones to prevent them from reconstituting. The atmosphere was filled with the sound of chaos as thorns and bones flew in every direction. Graves were systematically destroyed, the challenge not being particularly arduous, yet the process was monotonous. After half an hour of relentless labor, Simiao ultimately resolved that fire would be a swifter solution. She cleared a path with thorns, departing the plum blossom pile to the edge, where she turned back and doused the area with gasoline under the control of thorns, igniting a fierce blaze that twisted the bones into ash. Clad in a gas mask, Simiao ruthlessly bound the skeletal figures with thorns and sent them to the pyre to stoke the flames. Under the scorching heat, the health bars of the graves gradually diminished, prompting Simiao to summon a plethora of flammable plants to incinerate the entire area, ultimately leaving her no choice but to activate her aviator skill, allowing her to ascend into the air at the cost of 1 survival point per minute. Heart heavy, Simiao hastened her attacks on the graves to clear the scene. 10 minutes later, she landed on a desolate patch of ground, devoid of graves or skeletal figures. Albeit slightly hot underfoot, Simiao skillfully produced a small rubber duck to cushion her feet, sitting cross-legged as she took out a bottle of water and a slice of watermelon to replenish her hydration. The fire blazed for a full 30 minutes as Simiao rested her chin in her hand, waiting patiently, knowing that this was yet another test of endurance. As the last Grave-S health bar emptied, the completion rewards materialized before her. Item 1. Survival points 66, experience 66. Simiao found herself growing fond of this dungeon. Although the experience points were meager, the generous distribution of skill books and items was truly remarkable. Item. Grave, producing 1 skeletal figure per minute. Silently, Simiao pondered the futility of it all. Whatever, on to the next challenge. The 7th level unfolded into a drone battle, where 2 aircraft loomed above, relentlessly deploying drones for self-destructive attacks, those equipped with precise targeting systems. Simiao dashed about the arena, clutching her turtle shell, unwilling to relinquish it for even a moment. Utilizing her flying skills, she ascended to one of the planes, while the foolish drones targeted her with reckless abandon. Clutching her shell, she remained unscathed as the aircraft beneath her was blasted away, plummeting from the sky. With a sigh of exasperation, she replicated her previous strategy to eliminate another plane. And the completion rewards materialized: 70 survival points and 70 experience points. This dungeon isn't as generous as it seems, Simiao remarked, only to have the rewards promptly diminished after her fleeting praise. Grumbling to herself, she calculated the inputs and outputs of the 7th level while the countdown for the 8th level ticked away. The turtle shell consumed 1 survival point per minute, and so did her flying ability. The battle lasted a mere 5 minutes, costing her 10 points and yielding a profit of 60, along with 70 experience points. At least she hadn't incurred a loss. Simiao advanced to the next level. The 8th level transformed into a marshy terrain. As she settled onto her little yellow duck, she immediately sensed an immense force surging beneath her. A crocodile, measuring an estimated 3 meters in length, launched her duck into the air. While her duck boasted formidable defenses, it was still susceptible to capsizing. Drenched in mud, Simiao reluctantly stowed away her duck and activated her flying ability to hover above the mire. A swarm of gargantuan crocodiles emerged from the swamp, fixated on her with drooling mouths. Although a shiver ran down her spine, it was merely a physiological response, as her flight skills guaranteed her safety. Yet flying came at cost. She needed to conclude this swiftly, lest her completion rewards fail to cover her expenses, resulting in a net loss. With cold determination, Simiao produced a handful of thorn seeds and scattered them across the marsh, urging them to grow wildly. The thorns ensnared the crocodiles, piercing their eyes with sharp tips and burrowing into their skulls. The crocodiles roared in agony, thrashing about before ultimately succumbing to death. Habitually, Simiao nearly retrieved a barrel of gasoline for a barbecue. In the end, she turned the marsh upside down, dispatching several small crocodiles ensnared at the bottom of the pond, thereby concluding the level. While opening her loot, she pondered the solitude of invincibility. There was not a single worthy opponent. She received 1 piece of equipment, 80 survival points, and 80 experience points. The equipment was a pair of crocodile boots that granted an agility boost of 1. Without hesitation, Simiao donned them. Level 9 commenced. Simiao found herself plunged into a large pool surrounded by oversized vegetable plushies, giant pumpkins, winter melons, green and red peppers, as well as large and small cabbages. Instinctively, she flailed a bit, and the rules appeared. It was a large-scale match-3 game, requiring her to place 3 like vegetables into the frames at the pool's edge to eliminate them. Completing the task within 30 minutes would signify victory. Upon seeing the countdown begin, Simiao, disregarding her inclination to complain, soared into the air to gain a vantage point and commenced the rapid growth of vines to seize the vegetables. Multitasking, she first targeted the most prominent vegetables, throwing pumpkins, winter melons, and cabbages into the frames for elimination. The vines danced like octopuses, occasionally colliding and tangling, rendering the scene chaotic and disordered. As Simiao's eyes darted around, she hurriedly tossed similar vegetables into the box while searching for the next set, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Perhaps it was best to save her progress. Seizing a moment, Simiao saved her game, for if she were to be eliminated in the match 3 level, it would be utterly humiliating. In Chapter 113, The Trial Tower 3, it became evident that seemingly simple games often concealed revolting narratives. Simiao transformed into a frantic match, 3-player, her vision becoming blurred. Upon blinking, she discovered that the very pumpkin she had just eliminated had mysteriously multiplied in the large pool. Instantly alert, she used vines to thoroughly search the vicinity of the pumpkin, uncovering a glowing, cream-colored mini refrigerator that flickered and spat out a carrot right beneath her eyes. Exasperated, Simiao attempted to capture the refrigerator for a humane disposal, but her efforts failed. As she continued her match, 3 quest, she subjected the refrigerator to a barrage of imagined tortures, while the innocent appliance blinked and produced more vegetables. Realizing her folly, she decided that if she couldn't destroy it, she would find 2 more refrigerators to toss into the game instead. What a foolish oversight. She blamed the previous level's arrow towers and grave mounds for her preconceived notions. Shifting her strategy, Simiao directed the vines to rummage through the surroundings, ultimately locating 2 more identical refrigerators in the corners. She tossed them into the box, successfully eliminating the continuously multiplying boss. With each vegetable tossed into the pool, Simiao completed the task in a remarkable 23 minutes. Excellent. She promptly descended from the air. Every second wasted was money down the drain, and retrieved an energy orb from her backpack to replenish her powers. As the 10-minute mark arrived, the completion rewards dropped. Item 1. Survival points 90, experience 90. Vegetable refrigerator. Randomly produces 1 vegetable each day. A vegetable blind box, perhaps. Simiao collected her rewards. This round consumed 23 points for flying, and the energy orb cost 20 survival points, totaling 43, with a net gain of 47. She had a premonition that possessing numerous skills and absolute defenses might not lead her to defeat and death, but rather in financial ruin. Once the costs of clearing the level outweighed the rewards, what was the point of playing? It would only be a self-inflicted hardship. Simiao gathered her thoughts and proceeded to the next level. In level 10, the objective shifted from capturing vegetables to capturing pigs, geese, and chicks. With a stoic expression, Simiao executed the octopus binding method as the captured pigs and chickens squawked, feathers flying everywhere, blowing away the goose feathers that came at her. She pondered where things had gone awry. Where was the seriousness? Where was the thrill? A large goose dashed past her, only to be ensnared by the pursuing vines. Bound and delivered to the edge of the box, ready for elimination. Massaging her throbbing temples, Simiao noted that this was the first time she had utilized her powers so frequently and meticulously. She consumed another energy orb, costing her 20 points. Since these were live animals, the time limit for this level was extended to 1 hour. Simiao completed the task in 36 minutes, immediately landing with gritted teeth, incurring a cost of 36 points. She had attempted to land and capture the pigs, but the lowered perspective hindered her progress. Survival points 100, experience 100. In level 11. At last, it was no longer a match, 3 game. Simiao dashed through the deserted supermarket, pushing a shopping cart laden with an extensive list of items. Her mission to gather everything within 20 minutes and proceed to check out. She meticulously categorized the list into food, daily necessities, snacks, and beverages, comprising over 100 assorted items. Overwhelmed, she gazed up at the categorization signs suspended from the ceiling, her eyes scanning the shelves as she sprinted. As she tossed a sun-protective garment into her cart, she caught a glimpse of the tag that read Biaoxia customer. Rolling her eyes, she muttered to herself that such branding was unnecessary in a moment like this. Having learned from past mistakes, she became particularly vigilant about brand names while selecting items. What kind of supermarket sells 8 walnut and 9 walnut products? She grumbled, angrily tossing a can of Levy back onto the shelf, feeling her frustration mount. As the 20 minutes elapsed, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead when she was informed of 3 incorrect items. It was Wang Laoji, not Wang Laogu. It was Blue Moon, not Blue Shell. And it was Wusa beer, not Niaosu beer. The screen prompted her to pay 30 survival points to continue the game or face elimination. With tears welling in her eyes, she reluctantly paid the price. Reviving by sacrificing a water balloon would cost her 300 survival points. And she was determined not to face such a horrid challenge again. The trend of paying to revive had inevitably seeped into the survival game. With no rewards for cheating her way through, Simiao transitioned directly to the next level, where a 2-minute countdown commenced. To steady her nerves, she opened a bottle of Sprite, reflecting on the harrowing 20 minutes she just endured, having spent 30 survival points in the process. What a futile endeavor, she lamented. Yet she had at least kept herself busy. In level 12, she was tasked with assembling a gaming chair within 10 minutes. Upon spotting a large delivery box before her, she violently tore it open, swiftly extracting various components and laying them out for easy access. Following the instruction manual, she began the assembly, first attaching 5 wheels, then securing the armrest to the seat with screws, connecting the backrest to the seat, and finally inserting the entire assembly into the base. Utilizing a total of 20 screws with remarkable speed, after placing the cushion on the backrest, the chair was complete. Pleased with her work, she brushed her hair back and prepared to tidy up. As she checked the plastic and foam, ready to return them to the box, a glimmer caught her eye. She quickly picked up a transparent card and examined it against the black chair. It was a paper-colored cartoon logo sticker. Amused, Simiao promptly peeled it off and affixed it to the armrest, noting that the design was rather unappealing, hinting that the brand might soon vanish from the market altogether. Gaming chair acquired. Survival points 120, experience 120. In the subsequent levels, Simiao assembled a coffee table, a wardrobe, and then decorated a house, placing furniture in designated spots within the time limits. She felt busier than an overworked assistant. As she reached the final decorative piece, she searched in vain for a suitable spot, growing increasingly frantic. The screen prompted her once more. Pay 100 survival points to continue the game or face elimination. Simiao exclaimed, "This is hardly a legitimate trial tower." She reflected on the skills, items, survival points, and experience she had acquired, reassuring herself that one cannot solely focus on the gains and losses of a single match, but must consider the overall performance across all levels. As long as she had not suffered a loss, there might be promising skills ahead. In short, she decided to persevere. Simiao paid 100 points to cheat her way through and entered the next round. The challenges of the trial tower were rather casual, varied in type, including battles against the bone spirit, catching geese, and even decoration games. It resembled a compilation of mini-games within a dungeon. In the 26th level, Simiao obtained a skill book that provided a healing ability, restoring health 3 times a day, and she felt rejuvenated. By the 29th level, she acquired a ticket for the Trial Tower, which could directly unlock the dungeon upon use, a valuable item to keep. By the 37th and 42nd levels, she had gained 2 more Trial Tower tickets. At this moment, Simiao had unfortunately spent all her earned survival points, even incurring a deficit of 936 points. The levels were so utterly frustrating that she had lost all desire to restart. Never mind, she thought, money could remedy her misfortunes. Yet, it was not without its rewards. She amassed a total experience of 5,250, 2 skills, 3 items, 3 Trial Tower tickets, and a variety of miscellaneous items. From the results, it was a fruitful dungeon. However, the experience left her feeling entitled to some form of emotional compensation. In Chapter 114, titled Casting Call, during the 43rd level, Simiao found herself unable to resurrect due to her poverty and was ruthlessly expelled from the dungeon. The silver lining was that with only 64 survival points left, she faced a deduction of 10 points, rounding down to a mere cost of 6 points. This felt trivial, as even a mere knife would cost 10 survival points. Simiao had a love-hate relationship with this dungeon, her emotions tangled. Sitting on the plush sofa of her vehicle for a moment, she opted to put 2 Trial Tower tickets up for sale, inviting others to experience this wretched dungeon as well. After all, she still possessed 1 ticket and had a save file. 1 ticket was no different from 3. She posted the tickets in her personal showcase, ensuring she would only accept a maximum of 50 points in total gains, excluding experience, and required a level of 7 or above. Otherwise, if someone entered and made a loss, she would suffer too. Shortly after posting, a buyer named Xiao Tao sought her for information on the relevant dungeon. Simiao remarked, "I'm a woman. Don't you have anything better to do than browse the internet all day?" Xiao Tao replied, "I've just gathered a few assistants. How could one person keep track of everything? Naturally, I need to develop a team. I'm a woman. I'm the top player in Zone 28, a notable figure. So I must deploy people to monitor information." Simiao felt conflicted about Xiao Tao, this information broker, harboring both affection and resentment. Anger surged when her information was leaked, yet she craved more when she obtained a wealth of information. After sneezing and wiping her nose, Xiao Tao promptly sent 80 of the reward for the information she had provided about I'm a woman. Upon seeing the package, Simiao's expression shifted immediately. She saved an upgrade card for her vehicle, allocated part of the remaining funds to her labor team, and tossed the rest into the recycling system. Eager to restore her health, her account held a mere 2-digit balance, a stark reminder of her prolonged state of impoverishment. She purchased information about the Trial Tower, receiving a friendly reminder to bring ample funds, as one could spend to resurrect in the game. Seeking insights from Xiao Tao, she thought, it sounds enticing. I am tempted to buy a ticket myself. Observing her level, which stood at a mere 6, Simiao considered that Xiao Tao was likely focused primarily on reselling information. While equipment and skills could be acquired using survival points, the experience required for leveling up was not purchasable. However, money could indeed grease the wheels of progress. After all, having a boss level up in the game was a fundamental practice. As Simiao pondered this, Chui Feng Zhu sent her an invitation. Chui Feng Zhu invites you to join the upgrade squad. Do you accept? Curiosity piqued, Simiao clicked to agree. The upgrade team comprised just 3 members, herself, Chui Feng Zhu, and Hao Xueshi. Chui Feng Zhu announced, "All right, everyone is here. Are you still tossing and turning, troubled by the lack of upgrade experience? Here lies a truly magnificent plan. Don't let this opportunity slip by." Simiao perused the plan shared by Chui Feng Zhu, realizing that they had devised a method to predict the number and type of participants in dungeons, intending to form teams to farm experience and skill items. Chui Feng Zhu elaborated, for instance, in a 10-player competitive dungeon, based on past experiences, 3 players will receive rewards while 7 will be eliminated, losing survival points and resources. We can utilize team cards or cuddle cards to ensure all 10 players enter the same dungeon, discern the rules, eliminate those who must be eliminated, and distribute the rewards for mutual benefit. Chui Feng Zhu continued, imagine 3 players at level 69 paired with 7 at level 15, working to maximize total gains and minimize losses. After deducting costs, the 3 seasoned players would gain experience and have priority in selecting skills, while the 7 ordinary players would earn survival points and other compensations through their efforts. Simiao raised an eyebrow at this, realizing that the opportunity to farm experience had indeed arrived. "I am on board," declared I Am a Woman. Although she had a means to earn, she lacked experience. "I have no objections either," stated How Shueshi. "We can dominate the group with seasoned players and have ordinary players contribute. It's a win-win scenario." However, team cards and cuddle cards are not available in the trading mall. This model may not be feasible. Shui Fengzhu replied, "I can produce 1 cuddle card daily, enough to initiate 3 10-player dungeons." Shui Fengzhu added, "And How Shueshi, don't you have the title of a teammate who can lead? You should be able to guide a team into the dungeon, right?" Simiao covered her face, exclaiming internally at the rampant spread of information. Why must titles be so revealing? How Shueshi remained composed, responding, "I can only lead 2 players." To which Simiao, one of those 2, thought, "I should not be in this group." Shui Fengzhu concluded, "Let us first test 1 dungeon. The initial batch of seasoned players will just be the 3 of us. I will recruit 7 ordinary players from the devoted group. Await my update." "I am on board," I Am a Woman echoed. Simiao observed the now quiet group chat, rising to the bar for a drink. The self-service beverage machine dispensed a cup of milk green tea, while a little squirrel stealthily approached, only to be shooed away by Simiao. Taking a sip of her tea, she gazed out the window, noticing the snow beginning to fall, blanketing the gray desert with a delicate layer of white. Simiao opened the window, allowing the cold air to surge in, disrupting the vehicle's climate control. The little squirrel promptly leaped into Simiao's hat, peering curiously. Snowflakes were swept into the bar by the wind. Simiao raised her hand to catch 2 of them, their icy chill quickly melting in her palm. Could the next map be a snowy landscape? She recalled that during last night's soul exploration, there seemed to be a few anti-slip chains, deepening her speculation. It was no major concern. While sipping her milk tea and admiring the snowfall, she casually monitored the regional channel and several group messages. The efficiency of the Windy Pig was remarkably high. Discussions about support plans were still underway in the group, prompting her to swiftly share a recruitment notice. She sought 7 level 45 players willing to accompany and exert themselves, promising to cover any elimination costs. Prior to the game, she would securely store the survival supplies to minimize losses. Truly a sacrifice for the sake of duty, she muttered to herself, "Let us do this. Idleness breeds idleness." Without hesitation, she signed up. The contribution points to survival points ratio for the dedicated squad was approximately 2:1. In a trading mall, a self-heating hot pot could be purchased for 5 survival points, yet required 10 contribution points to buy from the group warehouse, with many items subject to purchase limits. Before long, a group administrator privately messaged her, requesting that she deposit her survival points and vital supplies for trade to be returned along with her rewards post-dungeon, formalizing the arrangement in duplicate contracts. Waiting for the summons from the sky, she easily gathered 7 ordinary players, especially with her being a woman. Along with the encouragement of diligent study and the group leader's guidance, prominent players from Area 28 were all present, ensuring they would not be taken lightly. This was the essence of reputation. Chapter 115. Snowy days pair perfectly with barbecue. The numbers were sufficient, yet the Windy Pig indicated that the dungeon would have to wait for the right moment. As Simiao noticed it was lunchtime, she decided to prepare herself a lavish meal. With the snow falling outside, the ambience was just right. Simiao opened the car door, exhaling a puff of mist, propping up the outdoor canopy, and setting up the outdoor stove along with the table and chairs. Snowy days and barbecues were indeed a perfect match. She took out the freshly acquired vegetables from the refrigerator, retrieving a miniature potato that gradually grew to a hefty 1-pound tuber in her hand. Simiao peeled and sliced the potato, placing it onto a plate she had bought temporarily. She rummaged through her stock to find 2 braised goose heads, chopping them into quarters, slicing buns, and cubing watermelon, before heading to the dedicated squad's group warehouse for shopping. Fresh duck legs, beef, and shiitake mushrooms soon filled the table with an array of 7 or 8 dishes, complemented by fruits and beverages. Simiao mixed herself a sweet and spicy sauce, perfectly done. As the gentle snowflakes drifted down, Simiao leisurely settled under the canopy, the grill before her sizzling with delightful aromas. The little squirrel nestled in her lap, both fearful and expectant, wagging its tail, while the green goblin, off duty, was curled up asleep in a potted plant. Simiao relished a beautiful meal. But as the snow intensified, she found it necessary to switch into a down jacket and don a fleece hat. One must protect their clever mind. The little squirrel, akin to a hand warmer, was playfully held by Simiao as she affectionately stroked it, encouraging its evolution. After finishing the meats and vegetables on the grill, Simiao sank in her chair, feeling a bit drowsy. She languidly switched on the regional channel. In the absence of a designated rest area, players possessing dungeon tickets immersed themselves in battles, while those with team cards sought companions to share their tickets. Others, equipped with nest cards, likely stealthily occupied their spots, leaving players without any resources to diligently traverse the roads, gathering a few boxes along the way. After all, even the smallest fly is still meat. The envious, I concede. The winds of cost-cutting have undoubtedly swept into the survival game. Initially, wooden crates contained 4 or 5 items, but now they hold merely 3 standard provisions of water, steamed buns or dumplings accompanied by a power card. Nothing more. The wealthy heir. Who's to blame for your inability to acquire dungeon tickets? What can 3 trifles on the highway possibly yield? The envious. Get lost. You may be impressive, but you're only at level 6. I'm not even qualified to purchase a trial tower ticket for the Women's Showcase. Indeed, the 2 trial tower tickets for the showcase have become widely known. They require no monetary expenditure. One can board the vehicle and pay later. However, there's a threshold. According to data compiled by Shoutout, there are currently only 167 players at level 7 or above in District 28 out of a total of 913 players. High-level players are active, but they're truly a rarity, not something one encounters frequently. Within 10 minutes, the trial tower tickets were snatched up, acquired by familiar faces, a level 7 bibliophile and an 8-level stalwart, both guaranteed in strength. Simiao awaited their return to provide her with supplies. Simultaneously, the recruitment for extras in the life-saving group infiltrated the regional channel, provoking discussions among numerous players. Fishing until death. Here comes another support plan and extra recruitment. The life-saving group has shown its true colors. Fishing until death. Remarkably, some have signed up, with only 3 dungeon attempts permitted daily. Did these fools sell their attempts for such meager compensation? Blowing Wind Pig. How about you, being kind-hearted, provide each of them with 3 dungeon tickets daily? It would be a pity to let them go to waste. Fishing until death fell silent. The group collectively mocked. Many see, oddly enough, I was just illuminated by holy light. Where is the Holy Father? Such a grand figure. Clumsy feet, probably off picking at his feet. Terrifyingly strong. Sister you. Rainy Day copied and pasted a line, aware of her own sacrifices, 3 dungeon slots daily and the risk of losing her life, perhaps even facing torment during elimination. Yet, these elements hold no value without buyers. The life-saving group is willing to pay, openly acknowledging their worth. This is far superior to those who only offer derision and stand by without suffering. The life-saving group is genuinely exploding with gold coins, while these others merely mock them, deriding their struggles, with better players avoiding any association with them. After silencing the clamor in the regional channel, Blowing Wind Pig hastily stuffed food into her mouth, feeling overwhelmed. Her game interface was inundated with messages having been added to several groups, life-saving squads, game breakers, and management groups. An idea struck her, and she quickly added, I am a woman to the management group. In the regional channel, some questioned her motives, accusing her of exploiting others, while the management group experienced quite the opposite, wondering if perhaps they had given too much. In a group comprising 3,000 individuals, matters concerning group repositories, contribution point exchanges, verification of defaulters, and a multitude of public opinion surveillance issues abound. The diligent organizer, overwhelmed by the enormity of responsibilities, sought assistance and identified several astute and meticulous players. Their levels may not be particularly high, yet their efficiency in executing tasks is undeniably commendable. The initiative proposed by Cotton Candy entails exchanging 30 upgrade cards for 2 nights of box opening rewards. Although the total value is approximately double, this merely reflects the marketplace pricing. Our objective is to convert these assets into tangible benefits. Skill items command a higher price, while basic materials are sold at steep discounts. Additionally, we must consider inventory management costs, which means our net gain is less than that of players purchasing support packages. For instance, if I, as a woman, invest 120 000 to support 4 players, I would receive 90 of the box opening rewards. Assuming the total value of reward from 2 nights is 6,000, I would net 5,400, while the support group retains 600. Aside from skills and items, the conversion of ordinary materials necessitates markdowns and time. Conversely, the supported players receive 30 vehicle upgrade cards instantly, valued at 3,000 survival points, along with 4,000 experience points and 200 survival points, elevating them from a precarious state to one of self-sufficiency. To the dozen or so individuals managing the group, it appeared that their efforts yielded less profit than mine, thus establishing a clear hierarchy of financial power. However, if they earned less than the players they supported, it would certainly raise eyebrows. With a mouthful of food, the organizer patiently replied, "We are earning modest sums through volume. Supporting one individual yields a commission of 600. Aiding 100 individuals results in 60,000. Who earns more than us? Moreover, the materials they receive require conversion and will be stored in the group repository. We must also take a cut from the trade of warehouse goods. Let us not fixate on a few transactions. Instead, let's consider the bigger picture and the long-term benefits, shall we?" Meanwhile, Simiao cat observed the unfolding interactions within the group, casually playing with a small squirrel while her tea on the table kept rolling. The management group fell into silence, whereas the regional channel remained vibrant with chatter. Most speakers were level 57 players. Those with lower levels refrained from speaking, while those above level 78 were preoccupied with leveling up, exhibiting an air of superiority and rarely engaging in lighthearted banter. From a support initiative to group casting recruitment, Simiao meticulously monitored the developments of both events and discerned a rather intriguing phenomenon. The first category of individuals ridiculed lower-level players, questioning their poor performance and whether they lacked effort, believing that the weak should be eliminated. The second category viewed lower-level players as impoverished relatives, reluctant to associate with them, harboring a sense of wariness and hostility against any moral coercion. The third category specifically targeted the organizer. However, what she perceived was not the flaws inherent in lower-level players, but rather the potential value they possessed. Indeed, lower-level players may struggle due to misfortune, laziness, or clumsiness, among various reasons. Yet, none of these factors can invalidate the resources invested in them within the game. The nightly Spectre attacks are lethal for lower-level players, but for high-level players, who possess ample funds yet find no outlet for spending, these encounters represent an irresistible opportunity. The Windy Pig leapt forth, utilizing the resources of the devoted community to take a hearty bite of the succulent rewards. She had no time to indulge in moral evaluations. Her sole focus was on earning and accumulating wealth. Before the Windy Pig, even the formidable Black Bear and the apparently sharp-witted Mooncatcher appeared as naive as infants. Of course, Simiao considered herself a baby as well. At that moment, a message arrived in her inbox from 10-year Bookworm and Endless Time. Had they just emerged from the trial tower? Simiao felt a surge of interest and sat up slightly straighter. She first opened 10-year Bookworm's 50-point earnings, then skimmed past the trivial items like water and steam buns, noting the 100 survival points and a single valuable item, a ticket to the trial tower. Although she knew the odds were slim, Simiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you cheating?" After all that effort, receiving nothing but some water and buns worth less than 200 points was disheartening. She at least expected a decent item. 10-year Bookworm, staring blankly from within the vehicle, grimaced at the response from I Am a Woman and exclaimed, "I brought in 2,000 survival points. I spent it all to revive." Those trivial mini-games, particularly the time tasks, were utterly infuriating. Despite the hard work, he ended up losing 2,000 survival points, gaining only 2 tickets to the trial tower, 1 item, and a hodgepodge of basic supplies, plus 3,000 experience points. Although the contract stipulated that he owed I Am a Woman 50 of his earnings, 10-year Bookworm, having the right to choose the items first, naturally kept one of the items and 1 ticket for himself, sending the rest to I Am a Woman while adding some survival points to sweeten the deal. Exhausted, utterly drained, 10-year Bookworm wore a dejected expression, feeling disenchanted. Simiao sensed his frustration through the screen, sheepishly rubbing her nose before checking the package from Endless Time. With a higher level, Endless Time performed relatively well, providing not only a ticket to the trial tower amidst the clutter, but also an item, a mooncake blind box. Simiao remarked, "The content of this game's mooncake blind box is excessive. What are these people thinking?" Endless Time responded, "I brought in 300 points. And the outcome can be described as leaving empty-handed. I couldn't afford to revive and got kicked out. The Trial Tower's dungeons were immensely deceptive, akin to a classic scam. Endless Time had reached level 36, where reviving cost a maximum of 300 survival points, seemingly high. Yet, if he passed the next level, he would gain a reward of 370 points, potentially recouping his losses and perhaps even obtaining skill and item rewards. Thus, he gambled recklessly, continuously spending to revive until he ultimately lost 2,900 points and could no longer revive, forcing him to cease his endeavors. Moreover, the dungeon strategy of luring with a sweet promise only to leave players with negligible penalties upon failure offered a slight consolation. Simiao commented, "This dungeon should simply be renamed the Bankruptcy Game." Speechless, she chose to relist the 2 tickets in her personal showcase, albeit with modified rules. No restrictions on player level, with a fixed price of 200 survival points. Initially, she had hoped to acquire a few more props and skills. However, the 7th level Bookworm and the 8th level Eternal Desolation yielded only a meager assortment of items. Simiao had lost all hope. It was time for her to take matters into her own hands. 2 Trial Tower tickets were swiftly purchased by someone who had been observing her movements. The wealthy heir exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, I bought a dungeon ticket for 200. Let me see what the fuss is all about." He ventured forth and returned, declaring, "This dungeon is toxic. Entering it will lead to bankruptcy." The envious retorted, "Ha ha ha, serves you right for being so smug. You fell into the trap." A novice lamented, "What is the storyline? I couldn't snag a ticket." The affluent heir added, "It's a pay-to-respawn dungeon, dangling experience and items, a gambler's paradise." Upon hearing this, a multitude of gamblers emerged, boasting of their good fortune, convinced they were the exceptional ones. Some players, confident in their self-control, asserted they could escape before incurring losses. Simiao observed the lively discussion in the regional channel with amusement. After tidying up her pots and pans, she organized herself and returned to her vehicle for a brief hour of rest. At 2 in the afternoon, her companion, Windy Pig, issued an early warning. 10 minutes later, Simiao accepted a team invitation from Good Study. She tumbled to the ground, glancing at her rosy hooves, astonished to find she had transformed into a pig. Was this dungeon about becoming a pig? As she pondered, she unexpectedly returned to her human form, standing up bewildered and surveying her surroundings. Below her feet lay a track divided into 3 sections by white lines, with no one around, adorned by the vibrant greenery of oleander. Welcome players to the dungeon. Infinite track. Rule 1. 10 players will compete together. The last 3 remaining will receive rewards. Rule 2. Players must run forward. The use of any transportation tools to cheat is prohibited. Rule 3. Elimination incurs a deduction of 50 resources. The countdown begins in 1 minute. Simiao noted a row of cartoon avatars above her field of vision, corresponding to the IDs of Windy Pig and Good Study. There were exactly 9, plus herself, making 10 in total. She examined the situation and found there was no communication channel. However, Windy Pig had anticipated this scenario. The 7 accompanying players had been trained and knew when to withdraw. As the 1-minute countdown concluded, the competition officially commenced. Simiao furrowed her brow, wondering what was happening. Wait, why was the wind picking up? She looked around, but noticed nothing amiss. However, when she glanced back, she saw that just 2 meters behind her, a cliff loomed, and the track was steadily propelling her toward it. With a jolt, Simiao immediately began to run forward, distancing herself from the precipice. What a formidable treadmill it was. Chapter 117. Infinite Track 1. While maintaining her distance from the cliff, Simiao calculated the treadmill speed, noting how many steps she had taken and how many seconds had elapsed. Ultimately, she estimated that the treadmill was retreating at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour, or approximately 67 meters per minute. To ensure she did not fall off the edge, she needed to sustain a pace of 6 on the track. In the realm of gaming, a speed such as this is exceedingly rare. It would be remarkable for 1,000 ordinary individuals to achieve such a feat, while professional marathon runners can sustain a pace of 20 kilometers per hour. However, the present players possess extraordinary attributes, rendering a pace of 6 a mere trifle. Yet, this contest is one of endurance. The rules stipulate that only the last 3 players standing shall be rewarded. It is not a matter of distance covered or quantity run, but rather of who can endure the longest. Simiao cast a glance at her impressive standby title, bolstered by 4 attributes each rated at 60, and felt a surge of confidence. She accelerated forward, eventually halting 10 meters from the precipice, where she was met by a soft yet insurmountable barrier. She paused, allowing the track to carry her to the very edge of the cliff. A mere 36 seconds elapsed. As she approached the precipice, just 30 centimeters away, she surged forward, re-establishing distance, and settled into a steady jog 10 meters ahead. What can one accomplish in 36 seconds? A breath, perhaps, or the time it takes to recover from a fall. The dungeon was quite considerate. After determining her speed, Simiao began to investigate the distinctions among the 3 tracks, running left, right, and center in succession, only to find their speeds identical. Suddenly, something glimmered ahead. With her exceptional eyesight, Simiao discerned a resplendent golden ingot hovering above the central track, radiating a dazzling light. She swiftly maneuvered to the right track for a closer look. Within 2 seconds, the golden ingot appeared before her, and as it brushed past, she leapt to grasp it. Caught off guard, she was propelled back 2 meters, expending great effort to secure the ingot in her embrace. Once steady, she examined the ingot. It was neither too large nor too small, reminiscent of the golden ingot candies from her childhood. Upon opening it, she discovered a trove of small chocolate ingots. The contents also included a survival point, with a reminder, "Please do not litter." Simiao promptly opened it. Survival point 1, though scarce, yielded gold coins. This would necessitate an endless pursuit. The survival points were automatically credited to her account. Simiao recalled the warning against littering and attempted to stow the golden ingot in her backpack or space. But predictably, the attempt failed. With a sigh, she accepted reality and retrieved an empty mountaineering backpack from her space, placing the ingot inside and strapping it on. Given the backpack's capacity, it could hold no more than 7 or 8 golden ingots. Storage posed its own challenges. With newfound hope, the seemingly endless track no longer felt torturous. Was this not akin to an exhilarating escape from a temple? Simiao's gaze was fixated on the track ahead, her eyes bright with determination. Though the next golden ingot had yet to appear, one player had been eliminated. Simiao noticed that one of the 9 players' information had faded, indicating a member of the pacing group had been ousted. This type of dungeon could unfold in 2 ways. One where each races independently, and another where the scores of eliminated players can be inherited. Currently, they were in the experimental phase. If scores could be inherited, the remaining 7 pacing players would need to exert themselves a bit longer to expand the prize. If not, there remained 2 possibilities. Either the collected supplies could be taken outside, or they could not. If it were the latter, an early demise would lead to an early reincarnation. If it were the former, it would indeed test the integrity of the players. Would there be those among the supporting players who, in their quest to gather resources, might forget their role and inadvertently eliminate those in the top 3? Before entering the dungeon, the Windy Pig meticulously drafted a set of intricate rules for the supporting players, outlining several scenarios and stipulating that unless explicitly informed to continue by the leading trio, supporting players must vacate the dungeon within the first 30 minutes. Should they stubbornly disregard this and usurp the positions of the top 3 players, they would face the wrath of the dedicated enforcement squad. Simiao believed that if the incentives were sufficiently enticing, such as encountering a formidable dungeon where securing a top 3 position could elevate one from level 4 to 9, then the risk of being blacklisted would be worth taking. Although the contract was formidable, the game itself could not feasibly impose a rule mandating players to abandon the game within the first 30 minutes. That would be akin to undermining their own foundation. This supporting game still required refinement. Returning to the matter at hand, 5 minutes after the elimination of the player, Simiao awaited her second golden ingot. With newfound experience, she leapt directly onto the track where the ingot lay, successfully grasping it upon landing, this time without being pushed backward. A bottle of cola seemed rather superfluous to Simiao. The dungeon did not prohibit system resources. Yet this cola was heavy and occupied precious inventory space, utterly unnecessary. As time progressed, Simiao collected 3 golden ingots, unlocking survival point 6 and acquiring 2 energy gels. The number of eliminated players dwindled to 3, either due to others inheriting their legacies or because the legacies were simply non-transferable. The absence of a communication channel proved inconvenient. Simiao ran on, numb, with a white towel draped around her neck for easy access to wipe her sweat. She gradually replaced her heavy attire with more suitable running gear, a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Changing pants every 3 seconds felt somewhat rushed. She ran while adjusting her trousers, hurrying along, nearly stumbling. Half an hour later, all supporting players had exited, leaving only Simiao, How, and Windy Pig, with 3 reward slots secured. Even if she were eliminated in the next moment, she would still receive her reward. It was only then that Simiao experienced the exhilarating sense of being preordained for the top 3. It was an unparalleled security, absolutely pressure-free. She surmised that if this model were to proliferate, Windy Pig would undoubtedly levy a fee for the top 3 slots to compensate the subsequent 7 supporting players, alongside costs for dungeon tickets, team cards, and other associated expenses. Objectively speaking, if a dungeon could guarantee a minimum amount of experience, say 30 or 50,000, Simiao would willingly invest in such an upgrade package. However, this would inevitably result in the affluent becoming even wealthier, transforming a survival game into a capitalistic endeavor. A moment of urgency gripped Simiao, but she quickly realized that she herself was the greatest asset. Windy Pig would toil relentlessly to manage such an extensive operation, accumulating capital to amplify influence, while she, through the fishing system, could effortlessly achieve this objective, with the game serving as the sole intermediary. She was no longer an ordinary individual. Hatred, wariness, and resistance were emotions that no longer suited her. She sought to control, suppress, and balance. She has acquired the ability to alter the overarching environment, employing a fishing system to gradually diminish the existence of misogynistic players, creating a balance that reverses the situation. She gazes towards the golden ingot appearing on the runway ahead, moving forward in anticipation, calculating the perfect timing to leap, landing flawlessly, her movements seamless. Upon opening this time, instead of survival points and ordinary supplies, she discovers a 10-minute rest card. Her eyes gleam with excitement. This rest card signifies a rare opportunity for humanity. Without hesitation, she chooses to use it. As the runway gradually comes to a halt, a 10-minute countdown appearing in the upper right corner. She promptly rehydrates and replenishes her energy before sitting down to rest for a moment. After an hour of continuous running, even players can feel fatigued. Chapter 118. Infinite Runway 2. With only 10 minutes at her disposal, Simiao hastens to make the most of a respite. Prior to entering the dungeon, they had agreed that when it was just the 3 of them, they would compete for rankings based on their own merits. All were skilled players, their spirits high. Simiao savors a piece of energy gel, a resource obtained from an 8-kilometer drop, perfectly suited to the current environment. She rummages through her skill library and items, seeking any little tricks that could give her an advantage. Close-range melon eating, available 3 times daily, allows her to spy on the status of the wind-blowing pig. A kviknop, available once a day, can restore her energy completely, ideal for those moments of extreme fatigue. Holy Light, a healing skill usable 3 times daily, should also alleviate weariness. Night Owl Champion, an alternative for extended standby. Honor Certificate, an item obtained from the Princess Rescue Dungeon, can facilitate a trip to Gem City. Essentially a mid-game break for rest and recovery. How splendid! The more she contemplates, the more hopeful she becomes. Closing the page, Simiao glances at the countdown. Only 3 minutes remain, and she finds herself in a quandary. The issues of eating and drinking are resolved, but the latter 2 concerns are quite vexing. One cannot carelessly litter or relieve oneself inappropriately. Does that mean she must run while burdened with excrement? Simiao's expression reflects her distress, the countdown exacerbating her anxiety. It can only be said that when one reaches a dead end, inspiration can strike unexpectedly. Suddenly, she recalls the universal trash bin on the vehicle, capable of solving all waste-related problems. Of course, purchasing a universal trash bin would suffice. Simiao quickly opens the trading mall, locating the universal trash bin, momentarily perplexed. Was this the price she had seen before? Valued at 500 survival points, it could buy her a sea-level fireball spell. The game is indeed capitalizing on the moment. Simiao grumbles, but ultimately places her order, and a standard household trash bin materializes in her hands. Without delay, Simiao removes her bag and stuffs the several golden ingots inside the trash bin, which then vanish without a trace through some miraculous means. Overjoyed, She realizes time is running short and hastens to resolve her physiological issues. The countdown reaches 0. With her bag on her back, the trash bin nestled within, she resumes her run. With the universal trash bin in hand, Simiao no longer needs to concern herself with weight limits. Upon encountering golden ingots, she unhesitatingly scoops them into her embrace. Survival points 10, survival points 6, survival points 8. Little by little, they accumulate. If one could earn 30 survival points every hour, that would amount to 720 points in a single day. What a fortune! Oblivious to the vastness of the world, Simiao was delightfully calculating in her mind. However, by the third hour, she felt as if she were on the brink of collapse. Exhaustion had set in, overwhelming her. Occasionally, she would sprint to a distance of 10 meters, allowing the track to carry her towards the precipice, all for the fleeting respite of 2 or 3 seconds. The rest cards were notoriously difficult to obtain. Simiao was drenched in sweat, her clothes damp and then dry, her hair matted into a clump. Make it hard to breathe. She continued to run, from sunrise to the blazing midday sun, sweat cascading down like rain. At one point, she leaped to seize a golden ingot that had landed, only to discover it contained a bottle of electrolyte water. Without hesitation, she drank half the bottle, discarding the ingot into her backpack's trash compartment. Overwhelmed by fatigue, she sought to divert her attention and find something to occupy her mind. Simiao opted for a close-range observation of Hao Shueshi, who was equally drenched in sweat, clad in sportswear from the mall, and carrying a bag stuffed with a similar versatile trash bin. For a fleeting moment, Simiao felt a pang of regret. How infuriating! Why were they all so clever? Hao Shueshi occasionally lifted a hand to check the watch on his wrist, presumably a sports watch, before extracting an energy gel to consume. To Simiao's dismay, a drone hovered ahead, broadcasting a video to him. She caught a glimpse of it. It was an intensive course packed with knowledge. A red egg. Why must one strive to learn under such pressing circumstances? Simiao nearly stumbled, feeling as if she might kneel in defeat. After a minute had passed, she hurriedly turned her attention to Cui Fengzhu for a close-range observation. Good. Cui Fengzhu was not studying either, though she appeared quite disheveled. Yet, she wore oversized glasses that resembled VR goggles. Enough was enough. Simiao felt the cracks in her composure, but also found inspiration. She quickly accessed the trading mall and searched for items like music players. Gritting her teeth, she discovered that the once inexpensive MP3 player had skyrocketed in price from 50 points to 500 points, an outrageous tenfold increase. It felt like a robbery, once disregarded. The MP3 now returned to haunt her, leaving a sting that was all too real. With a heavy heart, Simiao pounded her chest and, teary-eyed, placed her order with a remaining balance of 500. She donned her headphones and played a song filled with love. Why was it all my fault? With the music from the MP3 enhancing her spirits, Simiao found her pace a touch easier. As the sun began to set at the 6th hour, just before she could no longer resist invoking the holy light, she received her second rest card, granting her a lengthy 30 minutes of respite. With a sigh of relief, she sprawled out on the track, gazing at the beautiful sky, reflecting on her own misfortune. Trembling, she summoned the green ghost. The green ghost materialized, displaying an unwilling expression, clearly not yet ready for work. Simiao rolled her eyes and rummaged through her basket space to retrieve a massage chair, the origin of which was a mystery. She clumsily rolled onto it, eager to relax, her muscles screaming in agony. The green ghost floated about, then paused before Simiao, tilting its head curiously. On the clear, foolish face were inscribed 4 words. What do you want me to do? Simiao gulped down a substantial portion of water, regaining her composure as she patted the massage chair, inquiring, is it possible to store it within your belly? Resources taken from the space could not be returned, and Simiao was not inclined to discard one simply because of a chair. No amount of money could justify such extravagance. Thus, she contemplated utilizing the green ghost as a mobile storage space. This spirit had stealthily concealed soul beads and pet food, undoubtedly possessing its own realm. However, she was uncertain whether it could accommodate such a sizable item. If not, she would need to find the time to dismantle the massage chair and dispose of it in the omnipotent trash bin for its humane obliteration. The green ghost continued to tilt its head, feigning ignorance of Simiao's words. Simiao's forehead twitched. I'll reward you with a bag of pet food. The green ghost promptly nodded, eager to comply. No problem. Easy peasy. Chapter 119. Infinite Runway 3 with a 30-minute rest card. Simiao spent the first 10 minutes lying quietly, followed by 10 minutes of consuming food, specifically those that could rapidly replenish her energy: bread, bananas, and sports drinks. In the final 10 minutes, Simiao swiftly wiped her body with a damp towel and donned a fresh, invigorating running outfit, feeling entirely revitalized. Due to the inability to dispose of waste, Simiao, wary of water splashing on the floor, proceeded with utmost caution. Subsequently, she donned an adult diaper with a look of exasperation. Continuous running and sweating necessitated constant hydration, and without the rest card, there was scarcely 3 seconds to spare for a restroom break. She had no choice but to resort to her pockets. A living person cannot perish from the urgency of nature. After all, the cunning game had already anticipated the player's actions, and even the most basic supplies, such as diapers, had seen a price increase. During Simiao's preparations, the green ghost had also secured the massage chair within its realm. As the half-hour concluded, a rejuvenated Simiao was ready to re-enter the fray. The wind rose. The runway began to shift backward. Simiao, well acquainted with the routine, quickly fell into her rhythm. The retreating green ghost pondered. Will the spirit also be carried away by the runway? Simiao, perplexed and astonished, wondered if the system had classified the green ghost as her pet, necessitating its movement as well. The foolish green ghost floated in midair, drawn perilously toward the edge of cliff. Just as Simiao was about to beckon it to catch up, the green ghost seemed to sense a crisis, its expression shifting to one of alarm. Before darting forward with a jolt and colliding with a barrier 10 meters away, Simiao couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. The green ghost drifted before her with a mournful expression, then plopped down atop her head. Simiao felt the weight pressing down, her neck nearly straining under the burden, and she hastily pulled the spirit away. This cheeky ghost sought to hitch a ride. Not a chance. Simiao pretended not to notice the green ghost's sorrowful demeanor and donned her headphones, playing music. After 10 minutes of running, Simiao acquired her first golden ingot, revealing 10 survival points, quite satisfactory. The green ghost hovered behind her in the shade, exuding a palpable aura of resentment. Being forced into labor was one thing, but under such intense conditions, it was tormenting. Surely, additional compensation was warranted. Simiao glanced back at it, breathless, and remarked, "Do you realize how lewd it is to chase after me? Do you wish to consume my behind?" If the green ghost could speak, it would undoubtedly utter the most profane expletives. With such a blazing sun overhead, it certainly wouldn't bask in its rays. Uncertain of how long it had been running, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the last vestiges of light faded from the sky, Simiao continued to sprint along the darkened path, relentlessly pressing on. The green ghost illuminated its bulbous eyes, drifting alongside like a specter. At this moment, it ceased to demand additional compensation, having realized that its master was equally burdened by resentment. Simiao muttered, "How arduous." Suddenly, she spotted a resplendent golden ingot on the track to her right. Without hesitation, she veered onto the adjacent path, leaping with purpose. "Rest card, rest card, rest card," echoed her mind. When the ingot revealed itself, Simiao's initial disappointment quickly transformed into elation. It was not a rest card, but rather an acceleration card, with a note that it could be gifted. Her expression shifted from one of indifference to a comically sly grin as she clicked to gift it, selecting the player Breezy Pig. Breezy Pig was at level 7, while Study Hard was at level 8. It was time to eliminate the weaker players and oust the third-place contender from the list. The gift card transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing into Breezy Pig's cartoonish avatar. Simiao immediately utilized her last chance for a close-up view, reveling in the spectacle that was sure to unfold. In a fleeting moment of blurred consciousness, she arrived on a pitch-black track, where Breezy Pig's VR goggles blinked with signal lights, its footsteps heavy and breathing labored, reminiscent of a kettle boiling. It appeared to be equally fatigued. When the acceleration card activated, Breezy Pig remained unaware of any anomaly until it nearly stumbled off the precipice, at which point it was struck with alarm and dashed forward in a panic. Removing its goggles, it questioned existence for a moment before erupting in a torrent of curses. Who the hell is that? Which scoundrel is behind this? Simiao nearly fell over laughing. Observing Breezy Pig's frantic little legs, she realized the acceleration card doubled the speed, Maintaining a pace of 3 was essential to avoid being flung off the cliff. She wondered how long the acceleration would last. As the minute elapsed, Simiao reluctantly retracted her consciousness, fixating intently on Breezy Pig's avatar, wondering why it had not yet turned to ash. Simiao cast a healing light upon herself, restoring her state to full capacity, ready to run once more. This was her final healing light, with only one more opportunity remaining before she could simply rest. She possessed 4 healing skills that refresh daily, allowing her to use one every 6 hours for recovery. Additionally, she had 13 healing cards at her disposal. Opening the trading mall, Simiao intended to purchase a few more healing cards for backup, only to find that the price of a card, originally set at 100, had skyrocketed to 500. She felt as though she might choke on her own frustration. As for healing skills, there were none available. With a decisive click, Simiao closed the trading mall and pressed forward, determined. Thanks to her late-night endurance, she felt no fatigue even in the dead of night. An eternal engine. The green ghost had already begun devouring soul orbs, drifting endlessly, even it could not endure. As the first rays of sunlight ascended from the track, Simiao squinted, her mind replaying the unremarkable details of her past life, even revisiting every nuance of the dungeons. Even the mini-games within the trial tower now seemed effortlessly navigable. She wondered why she had once struggled so. Simiao glanced at her watch, noting that it was 6 in the morning. She invoked a radiant blessing upon herself, a gentle light shimmering above her head, alleviating the nagging pain in her ankle, calf, and thigh, making her feel as invigorated as if she had been reanimated. However, just 10 minutes later, she stumbled upon a golden ingot, from which she drew a rest card, nearly sending her into a spiral of despair. The rest card afforded her a full hour of respite. As she reclined in the massage chair, fatigue should have overwhelmed her, yet her mind was astonishingly alert, rendering sleep elusive. The green spirit lay motionless on ground. With a resigned sigh, Simiao resolved to cleanse her body and wash her hair. She purchased an oversized bathtub, ensuring that not a drop of water would escape onto the floor. After her bath, she disposed of the dirty water and soiled clothes into a versatile trash bin. Feeling several pounds lighter post-bath, she began to eat. The aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air, nearly bringing her to tears. She guzzled half a bottle of cola and decided to indulge in a close-up observation of the 2 beleaguered sisters' circumstances. The wind-blown pig scurried about, occasionally rolling and tumbling, looking utterly disheveled. This was as it should be. Studying diligently couldn't lead to much better, yet the courses still lay before her. Simiao sensed some mental assault creeping through the network, inducing a wave of panic and shortness of breath. How could anyone be so enamored with studying? Not willing to endure even a minute longer, she hastily severed the connection, afraid to look again, fearing her heart might not withstand it. After dawdling for half an hour, Simiao finally felt a hint of drowsiness and quickly reclined on the massage bed, seizing every precious second of sleep for half an hour. When the alarm rang, she sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, ready to resume her journey. The green spirit floated up, lazily collecting the massage chair, then drifted into the shadows beside Simiao, seeking refuge from the sun. With determination, Simiao endeavored to control her breathing as her legs propelled her forward at an astonishing speed, unaware of which mischievous soul had bestowed her with an acceleration card. The green spirit, bearing a mask of agony, seemed to plead for a break. Chapter 120, Infinite Runway 4. Simiao had long been curious about the duration of the acceleration card's effect, and now she learned it lasted a full 30 minutes. She nearly lost her breath, her heart racing, and promptly utilized the healing card. The silver lining was that during this accelerated half hour, the probability of finding golden ingots had doubled. While grumbling under her breath, Simiao accumulated 67 survival points, 1 sports drink, a bunch of bananas, and a skill book. She immediately examined the details of the skill book. Do not come near. A passive skill, the nemesis of the nest card. Simiao rejoiced. This was splendid. She must take this skill with her. DJ music filled her ears, accompanied by Dolby sound effects, as if she were amidst a vibrant dance party. Returning to a normal pace, Simiao ran with ease, and the green spirit floated effortlessly alongside her. At noon, under the blazing sun, Simiao retrieved a sun hat from her space and donned it, while the green spirit promptly nestled beside her hat. Keep your distance. You're too heavy. Simiao's disdain was evident on her face, even though she couldn't fathom why a spirit should feel heavy when resting on her. Was the game truly disinclined to allow the green spirit to hitch a ride? That would indeed be splendid. After an exhausting 30-plus hours of running, Simiao had succumbed to darkness, her sanity fraying. "Let destruction reign," she exclaimed, biting fiercely into an energy gel and accurately tossing the wrapper into the trash bin behind her. At 2 p.m., she finally retrieved her rest card, granting her a half-hour respite, a rather decent interval. A whirlwind of activities ensued: a massage, a meal, and a change of her diaper. She even managed to doze off for 10 minutes in a haze. Upon resuming her journey, Simiao swiftly acquired a golden ingot, unveiling a new item. Scene card. Upon use, it can alter the terrain and climate of the running track, and it is transferable. Simiao emited da unshakably, destroying the ingot and clutching the card, delaying its use. Instead, she opted to observe her two competitors from a close distance. Good Study was still diligently engaged in learning. Simiao's eyes ached slightly. Blow-in Pig appeared invigorated, showing no signs of the previous day's struggles, likely having employed a healing skill or taken a break. This was not merely a test of endurance. It was a contest of resources. Simiao had entered the instance with only 500 survival points, augmented by the 367 points acquired from the golden ingot. She had spent 500 points on a universal trash bin, another 500 on an MP3 player, and had also purchased sportswear, a bathtub, diapers, and various energy replenishments. Presently, her account held a mere 678 points, sufficient to procure only one basic healing card. Simiao chuckled at her own financial predicament. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to alter her strategy, opting to invest the card in Good Study. The group that Blow-in Pig had formed was evidently aimed at profit-making, their survival points abundant. In contrast, Good Study was focused on mastering the game through an elite route, emphasizing discussions on various skills within the instance, with reselling as a mere side endeavor. Simiao decided to bypass the affluent competitor and target Good Study first. The scene card transformed into a beam of golden light, merging with the avatar of Good Study. Simiao immediately employed her last close-range observation, scrutinizing the changes in Good Study's environment. The once smooth road morphed into a gravel path, flanked by chaotic thorns replacing the oleanders, creating intermittent obstructions. This was not the end, however. Simiao noted a shift in the weather. The clear blue sky began to gather ominous clouds. Good Study was caught off guard, her brows knitting in distress as she was compelled to produce a climbing stick to clear the obstacles. Simiao reveled in schadenfreude, retracting her awareness. Suddenly, she found the path beneath her feet remarkably agreeable. Yet 2 hours later, Simiao's amusement dissipated. The previously flat and straight road had transformed into a muddy country lane, riddled with potholes, each step splattering mud, with weeds flourishing on either side. Reluctantly, Simiao ventured onto the new track, her crocodile boots sinking into the muck, splattering mud as a nearby green specter swiftly dodged, grumbling as it shoved a soul bead into its mouth. Before long, Simiao had transformed into a filthy child. The uneven terrain posed a risk of twisting her ankle, instantly escalating the difficulty level. She could only brainwash herself with thoughts of hope, wondering if the scene card, like the acceleration card, had a time limit. Clinging to this anticipation, Simiao ran from dawn until dusk. That wretched road showed no signs of improvement. She, with an expressionless demeanor, employed her healing skills. The crocodile boots she had just acquired from the last dungeon were now rendered useless. In a flurry, she donned a new pair of running shoes and continued her race. Gold Ingot 1, rest card, 1 hour. The green specter adeptly extracted the massage chair, while Simiao leaned back, exclaiming, "Ah, bliss!" Her back was rhythmically pounded, her calves, thighs, forearms, and upper arms enveloped in a gentle yet firm massage, allowing her muscles to unwind. The green specter lay on the ground, resembling a pancake. Regaining her composure, Simiao hastily consumed her food and slept. As soon as her eyes closed, she fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken again, ready to run. She rose stiffly, glancing at the movements above, where the windy pig and the diligent cartoon avatar stood resolute as mountains. They can really run. Simiao donned a mask of agony, the same feelings from the endless walking dungeon resurfacing. She shut her eyes momentarily, gritting her teeth to keep running. Her thoughts gradually emptied. Her feet felt disconnected, as if propelled forward like a mindless automaton. Only when the gold ingot appeared did she feel a flicker of vitality. Survival points, 49. Small bread, 3. Electrolyte water, 1. Item, smart electric wheelchair. Quite useful, though unnecessary. Dungeon rules prohibited the use of any transportation tools. Besides the gold ingot, Simiao's own 8-kilometer drops continued to yield supplies, albeit consisting of energy gels and water. She lacked for neither food nor water, thus saving herself some expenses, a small fortune amidst misfortune. As the sun rose and set, clouds rolled by, Simiao kept running, until on the 5th day of the dungeon, after over 100 hours of relentless motion, she collapsed. Players could indeed go mad. She opted to use her honor certificate to take a break in Gem City, hoping for a stroke of luck to acquire a dragon scale or dragon blood. The dungeon kindly reminded her, regardless of how long she dallied outside, it would be but a fleeting moment. In short, do not attempt to cheat. Simiao's last shred of hope dissipated like smoke as she tumbled into the Gem City dungeon. The system notified her that an honor certificate allowed only a 7-day stay. Simiao, undeterred, skillfully scaled the walls to enter the city, seeking a hotel to rest, plunging into a deep, dark sleep. Chapter 121. Infinite Runway, 5. Simiao slept for a full 3 days and nights before awakening, her stomach growling. Sitting up, she quickly stuffed several small breads into her mouth to quell her gnawing hunger. The green specter, brought along, floated behind the window, peeking curiously. How lively it was! Simiao's dazed mind gradually revived. Glancing around, she noticed the green specter fidgeting behind the window, warning, there are genuine magicians here. Don't let them annihilate you. The green specter retreated to the bedside, looking small and obedient. Simiao fetched a bag of pet food for it and checked the trading market for any signs of price normalization. To her dismay, the prices remained inflated, with a healing card still at the exorbitant price of 500 survival points. She was resolutely determined not to let players get stuck in a bug. With a sigh, feeling sticky, she headed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. What a marvel it is to dwell in a magical realm, where the inn's bathroom offers a steady stream of hot water, an exquisite convenience. Indeed, magic serves to enrich the lives of the populace. After taking a refreshing bath, Simiao changed into a fresh set of garments, stowed away her green spirit, and stepped out of her room in search of a warm meal. Upon checking in, she had paid a hefty 6 gold coins for 6 days of lodging, feeling quite taken advantage of. Naturally, she sought a more reasonably priced establishment for her meal, as players cannot easily withstand such exorbitant charges. As Simiao strolled through the bustling streets, she observed the long-anticipated Gem City, pondering how much time had elapsed and whether the dragon-slaying squad had resumed their exploits. Perhaps there were still players seeking quests? Ultimately, she discovered modest, seemingly struggling restaurant in a corner, ordered a bowl of noodles, and inquired with the proprietor about the current happenings. Has the silver dragon atop Gem Mountain resumed its activities? She asked. The owner responded cheerfully. The Lord Silver Dragon has recognized its past transgressions and no longer abducts princesses. It now serves as our guardian beast in Gem City. Simiao nodded in understanding, realizing that the narrative had shifted. It seemed that the Silver Dragon had sustained severe injuries previously, having been outmaneuvered, and was likely disinclined to resume its operations anytime soon. After finishing her meal, Simiao ventured out of the city toward Gem Mountain. A prestigious certificate of honor could not merely serve as a token of respite. That would be a tremendous waste. She aimed to acquire some dragon scales or dragon blood, and if all else failed, even dragon dung would suffice. In short, she could not arrive empty-handed. Once away from the city, Simiao utilized her flying skill to traverse the open air, transforming what would have been a grueling 3-hour trek into a mere 20-minute ascent. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she descended gracefully and extended a cordial request to visit. There was no response from within. Hesitating momentarily, unwilling to leave empty-handed, she activated her invisibility skill. Consuming 1 survival point per minute, she stealthily entered the Silver Dragon's lair. Holding her breath, she cautiously glided deeper into the cavern, striving to remain as silent as possible. The cave was vast, its icy walls exuding a chilling aura, prompting Simiao to wrap herself in a layer of down. After approximately 2 minutes of flying, she rounded a bend and spotted the corner of the pool that had once ensnared the silver dragon. The sound of splashing water reached her ears. A dragon. Simiao instinctively drew her shell for defense, peering cautiously into the scene. To her surprise, she beheld an old acquaintance. The wind-blown pig, puffing and panting, was using a large brush to groom the silver dragon's feet as it dozed in the pool. Simiao realized that, during her initial foray into this dungeon, she had entered by riding on Windblown Pig's ticket. Surely, if she could think to take a break in Gem City, Windblown Pig would have the same idea. Floating into the cave, Simiao was met with the silver dragon's twitching nostrils, which dispelled her invisibility. Resuming her visible form, she appeared obedient and demure. "You've come too, Gulme. Let us attend to the Lord's feet." Windblown Pig joyfully beckoned. Glancing at the unmoving silver dragon, Simiao approached and took the brush enthusiastically offered by Windblown Pig. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, through a series of gestures and expressions, they communicated the situation. It seemed that Windblown Pig had attempted to sneak in for some local delicacies, but had been caught by the silver dragon and, upon capitulating, had been assigned the task of a laborer in exchange for grooming its claws. As a matter of course, hundreds of pounds of fruit needed to be procured. Simiao's immediate reaction was one of despair. Her already meager possessions would be depleted for the sake of purchasing fruit for feeding, leaving her at a loss upon returning to the dungeon. The windy pig, adept at maneuvering, murmured, "Fear not, I've arranged everything. 1 ton of fruit in exchange for 1 ton of dragon dung. After some back and forth, we shall reap considerable profits." The game was quite cunning, forbidding players from reselling for profit, thereby disturbing the market. However, rare resources such as dragon scales and dung were exempt from such restrictions, allowing for unlimited acquisition. The cheapest fruit in the marketplace cost 1 survival point per pound, totaling 2,000 survival points for a ton, while reclaiming a ton of dragon dung yielded 3,000 survival points, even at a discounted rate. The original price for a ton of dragon dung was 30,000 survival points. Indeed, a lucrative endeavor. Unable to resist, Simiao cast a glance at the silver dragon's rear. "Is there truly that much dragon dung?" she inquired. The windy pig reassured her, "Don't worry. An elephant produces 200 pounds of dung daily. Just imagine the output of a dragon of this size over a few days. Moreover, if my dung were worth its weight in gold, I would hoard it." Simiao found this reasoning sound and felt a swell of gratitude. The windy pig was genuinely loyal, always considering her in times of good fortune. "If one day I fall from the top of the rankings, will you still cherish me?" Simiao asked. The windy pig rolled her eyes dramatically, exclaiming, "I am only a sycophant to the strong." Simiao chuckled lightly, noting the pang of insincerity in her words. As they busily tended to the silver dragon's feet and back, one could not help but remark on how trusting this creature was, allowing humans to climb upon it even after having been prodded once before. Such a heart it possessed. The silver dragon, having cultivated the ability to read minds, feigned ignorance and lifted her wings, indicating that she was not yet satisfied with her grooming. Without hesitation, the windy pig and Simiao dutifully set to work on her wings. After 2 hours of diligent labor, the dragon gleamed with a renewed luster. Following their bathing session, they armed themselves with shovels to clean the dragon's latrine, primarily to collect dung. Fully equipped, Simiao donned a gas mask. The sound of the shovel piercing through the dung was excruciating, yet the thought of the financial reward invigorated her, and she worked tirelessly. The silver dragon was quite the astute business entity, collaborating with the bipedal creatures of Gem City to establish a tourism project, amassing a substantial fortune in gemstones and gold coins. She was well aware of the value of her dung, often reluctant to relieve herself in the wild, instead returning to the latrine to ensure it was properly collected. When space became scarce, she even designated a specific area for storage, periodically selling to the bipedal creatures that collected dragon dung. Today, 2 such collectors had arrived, selling to whom was of little consequence. The silver dragon nonchalantly munched on a watermelon, the fruit yielding a crunch akin to that of plum. After an afternoon spent shoveling dung, Simiao and the windy pig netted a tidy profit of 3,000 survival points. The silver dragon instructed them to set down the fruit and rewarded them with 2 fallen dragon scales. Before a single sneeze sent the 2 of them tumbling out the door. Holding the dull dragon scale, Simiao noted its worth at 500 points. Originally valued at 5,000. While it did not compare to the scale she had previously fished out from the murky waters, it still held significant value. Chapter 122. Infinite Runway, 6 with hearts brimming with bounty. Simiao and the wind-blowing pig departed from Gem Mountain, each showcasing their unique talents as they made their way back to the city. Sister, may I borrow your bathroom? Simiao remarked, observing the wind-blowing pig confidently stride toward her bathroom, a sight that felt oddly familiar. During their quest for the evil dragon princess, the wind-blowing pig had similarly commandeered her bathing facilities. How is it possible that you, a leader of a group of 3,000 with ventures worth hundreds of thousands, cannot afford a hotel room? Simiao exclaimed in astonishment. Emerging from the shower, the wind-blowing pig retorted with conviction. Money should be spent wisely. Simiao could only roll her eyes in exasperation. After drying her hair, the wind-blowing pig reclined on the plush, inviting bed, emitting a contented sigh. When did you arrive? She asked. I came in on the 5th day, Simiao replied. The wind-blowing pig marveled. You truly have an impressive endurance. Suddenly, her expression brightened. We've not only taken a break, but also profited from reselling. Buying more healing cards means returning to the run can be more advantageous than diligent study. Simiao chuckled in agreement, just as their laughter echoed. A radiant light appeared in the room. Both women braced themselves, fearing it might be an indigenous sorcerer come to seize their dragon scales. However, as the light faded, an old acquaintance emerged. Let me assess my pig teammates and offer some guidance, remarked Good Study, surveying the surroundings before extending a friendly greeting to the 2 stunned pigs. As the team leader, you are entitled to check on your pig teammates' quest progress at any time. Simiao and the wind-blowing pig exchanged glances of dismay. What a miscalculation. Had I known I shouldn't have skimped on those 2 borrowed nest cards, I would have acted differently, lamented the wind-blowing pig. Good Study, feeling at home, headed straight for the bathroom, exhausted from the day's endeavors. Simiao, hands on her hips, gazed at the 2 snoring figures on her bed, contemplating tossing them out. The wind-blowing pig had entered 2 days earlier and, after the 2nd day, faced the 7-day limit, getting expelled from Gem City only to run back in despair. Meanwhile, Simiao still had 2 days of respite, as Good Study brazenly took advantage of her extended time. During these 2 days, Simiao spent most of her time resting at the hotel, occasionally venturing out to scout for business opportunities to earn extra survival points for purchasing healing cards. Yet, the game's standards were exceedingly high, rejecting all common materials, including gems, and Simiao lacked the audacity to pry scales from the silver dragon, ultimately returning to the runway with a mere 3,000 survival points. Sneaking back to the runway alongside Good Study, who had also been unceremoniously returned, felt like a fleeting moment after spending 7 days in Gem City. Upon landing, Simiao quickly found her rhythm, adjusting her posture and breathing to maintain her speed. The green ghost, equally discontented from being pulled back, lamented the hardships of its ghostly existence. Opening the trading market, Simiao purchased 6 healing cards, bringing her total to 12, including her existing stock. She meticulously allocated the 4 daily healing opportunities, ready to employ a card should unexpected injuries arise or if she found herself unable to continue. With unwavering determination, Simiao pressed on, repeatedly questioning, who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? What is the meaning of life? As thoughts began to swirl chaotically in Simiao's mind, she found herself pondering profound philosophical questions. When her face felt damp, she instinctively touched it, momentarily believing it was raining, only to realize it was her own tears. Life could be so cruel. Why must she endure such suffering? After all, achieving 3rd place could suffice, couldn't it? Simiao hastily dismissed this ominous thought, opting instead to closely observe her 2 competitors. The wind-blown pig tumbled around clumsily, while hard-working scholar remained engrossed in study. With a sudden snap, Simiao pulled herself back to reality, donning a mask of anguish. Days passed, and upon exhausting 12 healing cards, Simiao used her survival points, acquired through golden ingots, to purchase 4 more. She felt rejuvenated as she activated an acceleration card for the wind-blown pig. Despite the pig's grumbling, it ultimately tumbled off a cliff, meeting elimination. Simiao laughed et artidi, reveling in the fact that the choice now lay between the 1st and 2nd places. She deemed it necessary to employ a cunning strategy. After rummaging through her skill library and inventory, she settled on a remarkable script that would alter external perceptions for a limited time of 3 minutes, costing 10 survival points each use. With a meager total of 98 points left, she clutched the glimmering script and, while running, established the premise that the second place held a hidden reward. The golden text activated instantly. Simiao then peered closely to gauge hardworking Scholar's reaction. Confusion flickered across hardworking Scholar's face as she grappled with the sudden emergence of an additional rule in her mind. Furrowing her brow, she sensed something was amiss. Simiao, disappointed yet unsurprised by hardworking Scholar's refusal to abandon the competition, understood that for such an astute individual, an unexpected rule was as suspicious as a cabbage sprouting in a field of carrots. Determined to shift her approach, she consumed another 10 survival points, establishing the premise that the divine was about to commence writing. Hardworking Scholar stumbled, nearly losing her balance. What on earth was happening? Who had implanted this information in her mind? Simiao once again expended 10 survival points. The female protagonist was a brilliant scientist who accidentally traversed to ancient times, becoming a merchant's daughter named Hao Ruan. Simiao utilized the script creatively, passionately narrating the tale. In an era where independence was unattainable, Hao Ruan relied on her father and brothers. To protect her reputation as a woman, she selflessly dedicated her inventions to her family, aiming to improve their circumstances while she remained a quiet, unassuming girl in seclusion. Yet, Hao Ruan felt no resentment. Instead, she appreciated her progressive father and brothers who supported her experiments, allowing her to focus solely on her research, indifferent to the mundane world outside. Hardworking Scholar, glancing at the soul-illuminated cartoon character proclaiming, "I am a woman," found it amusing. She resolved to retaliate. With a curse, she declared that the next endeavor of her target would inevitably end in failure. Simiao, reveling in her mischief, was suddenly caught off guard, nearly choking with laughter. She quickly realized it was a skill of hardworking Scholars, a curse once cast during a sprint-class dungeon that had backfired on the Gambling King. Simiao laughed so hard she nearly gasped for breath, quickly taking a sip of water to steady herself. As she ran, she scribbled. The series of transformative inventions presented by the Hao family captivated public attention, earning the father and son official titles and noble ranks. Hao Ruan, too, basked in their glory, transitioning from a merchant's daughter to a noble woman, compelled by familial honor to engage in social circles. Diligently studying, she attempted to grasp the material, yet the distasteful text struck at her very soul, proving utterly insurmountable. Hao Ruan immersed herself in research, often drifting off during gatherings, only to be ridiculed by the noble ladies for her lack of decorum, a trait attributed to her merchant lineage. However, the noble gentleman found her uniqueness appealing. Coming to her defense, observing from the sidelines, Hao Ruan remained indifferent, even smiling lightly when splashed with water, choosing not to engage with these unenlightened individuals of ancient society. Diligently studying, her expression gradually contorted. Simiao wore a peculiar smile, pressing on. The regent unexpectedly discovered that all of Hao's inventions were the brainchild of Hao Ruan, leading him to scheme to marry her. Hao Ruan, flowing with the current, viewed it merely as an opportunity for further research in a new environment. Moreover, with the regent already surrounded by children, she would not need to bear any herself, a painless path to motherhood that she found appealing. Initially, the regent intended to announce to the world that these inventions were Hao Ruan's masterpieces, yet she declined, calmly asserting that promoting technology under a man's name would facilitate its spread for the greater good, deeming her personal fame insignificant. The regent, moved by her magnanimity, ultimately respected her decision. Diligently studying, she abruptly halted, allowing the receding path to lead her towards the precipice. Dismissing the reward for first place as unworthy of such spiritual pollution. Chapter 123 Infinite Runway. Ha 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 ha. Simiao successfully dispatched her final competitor, letting out a triumphant roar. This inspiration stemmed from the cunning tactics of a decade-long bookworm in a walking quest, updating the absurd plot online. A marvelous script has the power to transform perception. It is not merely about hearing a tale, but akin to an indelible mark on the soul, where the subconscious believes it to be the truth. Yet her years of diligent study reminded her of its fallacies, leading to a mental clash, with her left and right brains at odds, spiraling into confusion. And yet, The impoverished Simiao accomplished such a feat with merely a few survival points. She deemed this extraordinary script to hold immense potential, capable of inciting mischief even in times of scarcity. After reveling in her victory, she regained her composure. Now, with the dust settled and first place secured, all those chaotic thoughts were cast aside, leaving only one objective: to run until exhaustion. She buried her head and sprinted forward, hoping for an abundance of gold ingots, wishing for skill items to materialize. Scene cards? Simiao hesitated with the newly acquired scene card, realizing she had no friends to share it with and could only use it herself. Either the path would improve after use, or it would worsen her situation. Having grown accustomed to the muddy trails, she deemed it unnecessary to take risks. A snowy running path would be disastrous. She tucked the scene card away and continued her run. Survival points, 3677. Perhaps she had been running for too long, for the quest decided to introduce some chaos. Gold ingots began materializing alongside an assortment of bizarre items, including cockroaches. Heaven knows how terrifying it is to have a large cockroach suddenly leap onto one's face upon opening a golden ingot. Simiao couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Gritting her teeth, she crushed the cockroach, mindful of the rules against littering, and disposed of the corpse in the trash bin to conceal the evidence. A lesson learned from experience. After acquiring the golden ingot, Simiao donned a gas mask. Suddenly, hail began to fall from the sky, each piece as large as an egg. Caught off guard, Simiao frantically covered her head and ran about, ultimately resorting to using an ancestral pot lid as a shield. Tears of frustration streaming down her face. She realized that the game was subtly pushing players away. How petty! She could run until the end of time. After a prolonged struggle, the snow-laden terrain she dreaded most finally arrived. The thick layer of snow towered above her thighs, making every step a challenge. Not to mention achieving a pace of 6. Simiao, having just cleared a path with her wood-based abilities, was mercilessly hurled into a chasm, leaving behind a cry of despair. Meanwhile, the green ghost was overjoyed, finally able to clock out. Did it know how arduous these past days had been? Congratulations to the player for completing the dungeon, Infinite Runway. Congratulations on securing first place with a continuous run of 766 hours, earning 800 experience points, 300 survival points. The capacity to carry 3 items and 1 title. Simiao collapsed onto the sofa, her eyes wide as she began to peruse her rewards. A little squirrel immediately nestled on her shoulder, snuggling close. 766 hours. How astonishing. Nearly 32 days had passed, and Simiao herself was taken aback. Unbelievable. A prompt appeared, detecting that the player possessed an experience doubling card. Would she like to use it? Yes. Experience doubled. 459, 600. Congratulations to the player on leveling up. 3 attribute points available for distribution. Simiao glanced at her personal profile. Level, LV10, 9051081600000. It had been an arduous journey. She rejoiced momentarily, but upon noticing that the next level required 6 million experience points, 70,000 points short, her joy was soon replaced by a headache. The only solace was that while she fretted over experience, other players were likely in a worse predicament. In short, she could maintain her lead. An idea struck her, and she quickly opened the profiles of Good Study and Windy Pig, both of whom had also leveled up, one from 8 to 9, and the other from 7 to 8. Quite evenly matched, Simiao commented before returning to the matter at hand. The 300 survival points were negligible. Title, Loyal User of Diapers. Effect, Passive. Your posterior seems connected to a diaper kingdom, automatically recycling waste, yielding 1 survival point per ton. Simiao raked her fingers through her hair. Trembling, she took a screenshot of this title and sent it to Windy Pig and Good Study. To her knowledge, these two had also resorted to diapers to maintain their running status, right? It was unreasonable for the game to mock only her. Windy Pig replied, Life is tough, but cheer up. We are on the same level as Silver Dragon, albeit with a significant disparity in worth. A disparity indeed. Dragon dung, at a ton, could be recycled for 3,000 survival points. It was better not to mention their own situation. Moreover, an average adult excretes about 200 grams daily, necessitating a continuous effort for 5,000 days, approximately 13 years, to accumulate a ton of waste. In 13 years, will I earn a survival point? This game certainly knows how to mock its players. Simiao felt exhausted. With a stoic expression, she examined her inventory. MP3 gold ingots, randomly granting one item daily upon opening. Don't come near me, she thought, irritated by the proximity to the nest card. Scene card randomly alters the current environment for a limited duration of 10 minutes. Infinite treadmill, a large treadmill, a splendid companion for physical exercise. The remainder consisted of basic supplies such as energy bars, bananas, and electrolyte water. Simiao opted for the gold ingots, resolutely choosing to relinquish the skyrocketing MP3 with a heavy heart. She selected the scene card. As for the infinite treadmill, though useful, it invoked psychological shadows in her mind. After completing these decisions, she opened the trading market to purchase the MP3 back at its original price, spending 50 survival points, saving where she could, spending where necessary. Simiao styled her hair into a bun and headed to the bar to pour herself a drink. Outside, the snow was falling more heavily, and the temperature inside the car was dropping. She recalled the existence of a thermal plate, contemplating its use. In the group chat, congratulations for level ups flooded in, a copy-paste of excitement. Congratulations to the honorary president, I am a woman, for reaching level 10. Congratulations to the group leader, Windy Pig, for leveling up to 8. What a manufactured settlement interface. Simiao copied the response script that Windy Pig had privately messaged her, replying to the group with an air of aloofness before feigning disinterest. Windy Pig became noticeably more active, first thanking everyone for their congratulations, then, as promised, distributing the rewards for the 7 accompanying runners. Xiang Yutian received her stored supplies, a reward of 100 survival points and 200 group contribution points. The administrator kindly reminded her that these contribution points could be specifically used to purchase a heavy machine gun for the warehouse. Xiang Yutian immediately made the purchase. Clutching the machine gun, she burst into exuberant laughter. Ha ha ha. Chapter 124. The loyal user of diapers. The large group was lively, while the small group was also abuzz with messages. In the 3-person leveling squad, Study Hard was inquiring and seeking answers. Study hard. I am a woman. Your skills are quite sinister. Simiao burst into laughter. I am a woman, just following a template, nothing serious. Windy Pig, what skills? What skills? Did I miss something? Study hard. You wouldn't want to know. Windy Pig was efficient, swiftly providing the investment and returns for this dungeon in the leveling squad. For team of 10, 1 dungeon ticket, 1 positioning skill, and 7 team cards amounted to a total value of 4,500 points, with rewards for the accompanying players set at 1,400, plus a service fee of 10. Windy Pig and the others were indeed busy for profit, adding everything together. This dungeon that enabled all 3 to level up had an investment of approximately 6,500 points. As for the gains, experience was abundant, but survival points were pitifully scarce. Collectively, the 3 had only 600 points, a miserly sum. With 6 skills or items available, Simiao managed to acquire 3 on her own. Currently, the prices of skills and items in the secondary market have been slashed to approximately 70 to 80 off. In the trading mall, skills such as Water Ball and Thunder Strike can mostly be exchanged through barter. However, skills and items that are unavailable in the trading mall, such as healing techniques and experience doubling cards, generally hold a value exceeding 1,000, with few being offered for sale. Team cards and squat cards range from 200 to 300, while dungeon tickets cost over 300. Simiao estimates that the value of the items she has acquired is around 1,000. The gold ingots may yield survival points and skills, which could easily fetch 800. The scene card is capped at 100, bringing her total value to approximately 1,900. Averaging this out, the total income from skills and equipment for the 3 of them amounts to 3,800. Additionally, there are titles. Although this particular title seems rather frivolous, it proves to be quite useful. Simiao has now become a superhuman capable of foregoing food, sleep, and other necessities. Blowing Wind Pig, to be fair, how much would you be willing to pay for this dungeon? This time, I am personally funding the gathering, but next time there will be a fee. I am a woman. I can offer 3,000 without an issue. Study hard. 1. Simiao has no shortage of funds. She can tackle 3 of these dungeons daily. Blowing Wind Pig. I still have 2 sets of items, but the timing must be right. Blowing Wind Pig. There are 6 slots. The 3 of us will partake again. And I need to release 3 more. Study hard. I need 2 for my group. Blowing Wind Pig. That leaves one to be thrown into the regional channel. Simiao watched as they divided the cake. Blowing Wind Pig. The team of game breakers and the devoted squad are good sisters, right? Study hard. Naturally. Simiao. Throughout this process, Simiao acts as a mascot, or rather, a bargaining chip for Blowing Wind Pig in negotiations with Study Hard. Despite the devoted squad being composed of ordinary players, their honorary president is ranked first. Such a title is not easily earned. Simiao took a sip of her drink to steady her nerves. It was her first time in such a role, and it felt unfamiliar. She had accumulated 400,000 experience points in this dungeon, which, while exhilarating, is not irreplicable. This amount is sufficient to elevate a player to level 9. A sense of urgency began to arise. At this moment, the news of the 3 leveling up spread throughout the regional channel. Everyone knows that the experience required for higher levels becomes increasingly daunting. The trio devised a plan for a support run, amassing a substantial amount of experience in just half an hour, leaving many restless. Fishing to death. No way. You guys are cheating. Fishing to death. Isn't this utterly unfair? You've gained hundreds of thousands of experience, and perhaps even rare items and skills, while those who supported you only received 100 survival points and inflated contribution points. Capitalists would weep at this. Rich second generation. Aren't they the new game capitalists? Anti-wealth. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, they still come. Blowing Wind Pig. There is 1 slot remaining. Interested players may contact me and the devoted admin to register. Starting at 3,000. Blowing Wind Pig. The 200 contribution points from supporting can be exchanged for a heavy machine gun originally priced at 500 survival points. No inflation whatsoever. Indeed, Simiao has begun to sell her heavy machine guns again, even remembering to replicate them amidst the infinite runway dungeon, though at times she forgets due to mental lapses. Nevertheless, she has accumulated around 20 of them. She has already contributed 300 heavy machine guns to the mission groups, with 80 remaining in stock, far too many for anyone to purchase. Thus, she exchanged them for other resources with the Wind Pig. Despite the clamor in the regional channel, private messages between the Wind Pig and several administrators were overflowing, all vying for a single spot. Those with wealth were generously offering their coins, while others attempted various forms of haggling. Within the breach group, the likes of Ant Fat and others were actively bidding for 2 spots. The starting bid was 3,000, with the first spot auctioned off for 5,000 survival points, and the second reaching an astounding 6,000. Simiao had always considered herself affluent. Yet upon witnessing the bidding of the piggy heroine and the information-seeking Xiao Tao, she felt a renewed sense of urgency to strive for more. Information seeker Xiao Tao. I can offer more to secure the first position. Hardworking student. The top 3 agreed upon fair competition. It's not for sale. Information seeker Xiao Tao. I can increase my offer. More money, more money. Simiao couldn't help but smirk at this. It was evident that Xiao Tao had indeed profited from selling information. After all, her information membership was priced at 100 per month, and with 500 members, she amassed 50,000 survival points. Who could earn as swiftly as she did? Even the Wind Pig had to step back. However, with Xiao Tao's level at only 6, which was merely above average, it was clear that if her level were slightly higher, she might struggle to maintain her position. No wonder she was so eager to offer such a high price. As Simiao pondered this, Xiao Tao made her entrance. Information seeker Xiao Tao. Sister, let us team up for a dungeon run. I'll give you 30,000 as a token of appreciation. Simiao, what a shameful temptation. I am a woman. How much do you intend to offer the other person? Information seeker Xiao Tao. 20,000. Your worth is the highest. Simiao, truly wealthy indeed. It's hard not to entertain thoughts of robbery. Alas, she had been ensnared by the allure of the moon. Simiao quickly shook her head and took a moment to calm herself. After completing 2 dungeons today, she still had 1 spot left, and, as usual, she first cleared her resources, earning 1,000 points. Opening the trading mall, she discovered that some items had been unlocked upon reaching level 10. Simiao rummaged through the offerings, but found no healing skills, settling for 5 basic healing cards as a substitute. She spent 500 points and received a return of 5 survival points. With 500 points remaining, Simiao pulled out a dungeon ticket, deciding to strike while the iron was hot and solo a dungeon run. Welcome, player, to the dungeon. Bullet screen rule 1. Players must use bullet screen prompts to guide the protagonist through the storyline. Rule 2. The higher the score, the more substantial the rewards. Rule 3. Causing the protagonist's death results in a random deduction of 1 skill. Simiao was astonished. She never imagined she would one day take on the role of the bullet screen. In a pure white space, she transformed into a spirit floating before a large screen, which displayed the newly traversed protagonist. The dungeon was considerate enough to provide a narrative, explaining the protagonist's identity and background, lest she fail to comprehend the plot. The protagonist, Jiyun, traverses back to ancient times, finding herself as a mere palace made in a desolate cold palace. The story begins with chaos, yet she possesses a substantial golden finger, a trading system that allows her to procure various items with gold and jewels, including high-tech detox pills, fertility elixirs, and beauty potions. Simiao gazes enviously at this system, yearning for its power. On a grand screen, Jiyun awakens from the feverish haze of a deceased maid, her complexion ghostly pale. Upon discovering her golden finger, she alternates between tears and laughter. As she acclimates to her surroundings, she resolves to seek a powerful ally. Though she anticipated a script rife with palace intrigue, the elderly emperor, frail and reeking of age, is hardly appetizing. While Simiao indulges in her musings, she acquires a dossier revealing the essence of the bullet comments, spoilers that illuminate the future trajectory of events. How could she divulge such information without knowing what lies ahead? The dossier explicitly states who the next emperor will be, the impending calamities, and the hidden secrets of the consorts and officials. Simiao is armed with a cheat sheet for this narrative. Her gaze falls upon the first line. The old emperor, despite his sickly appearance, has 3 more years to live. The next emperor is a prince from the Cold Palace, soon to be claimed by the grieving Liu Guofei, thus soaring to prominence and securing the throne. Simiao strokes her chin, a plethora of plot lines bubbling in her mind. Typically, she would hint in the comments about the Cold Palace prince being a promising candidate, guiding Jiyun to form a bond with him. They are of similar age and would endure hardships together, fostering affection. By the time the prince ascends, Jiyun would be the empress, perhaps birthing twins, a dragon and phoenix, the sole favorite of the harem, crafting a compelling narrative of a powerful female lead. However, Simiao is no longer the person she once was. Such a trajectory now appears to be a foolish sacrifice. With a golden finger of such magnitude, she refuses to play the role of a submissive concubine. To hell with that, she exclaims, not a chance. Simiao saves her progress and inputs her command. Alas, the once great empress is now in the Cold Palace, starving and shivering. How tragic. Is this time-traveling archaeological device reliable? Surely it cannot be a mere performance. The scene resembles the intricate reconstructions unearthed from ancient tombs. Indeed, Simiao embodies all the comments, flooding the screen with her thoughts. As Jiyun, who is desperately contemplating whose favor to seek, witnesses the comments swirling past, she is suddenly jolted. An avid reader herself, she realizes the implications, her eyes widening in shock. Could it be that the once great empress is I? Jiyun's heart races wildly. Simiao's grin stretches from ear to ear as she continues to click away. The empress, at present, is even nameless, ranked 16th. How unfortunate for her to grow up in the Cold Palace, neglected until the age of 13. Jiyun feels as though a bucket of cold water has been dumped over her, cradling her head in despair. How humiliating. Simiao revels in her mischief, a wicked smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it was all intentional. Embracing unconventional narratives, the story takes a daring twist. Instead of allowing the nurturing female protagonist to aid the prince, she resolutely directs her efforts towards uplifting the princess. Why should assistance be gender-biased? The 16th princess, a figure not merely conjured from imagination, truly exists, embodying a stark contrast to the prince in the Cold Palace. Lacking the favor of a high-ranking consort, she was hastily married off at a young age by the family authority, only to have her husband indulge in debauchery and ultimately return with an illness that claimed her life before she reached 30. Meanwhile, the 30-year-old prince from the Cold Palace has just extinguished the Liu family's power, brimming with vigor. It is no wonder that the empress, having endured such misery in the Cold Palace, later decimated it upon ascending to power, uprooting everything in a fervent purge. Upon reading the comments, Jiyun felt a chill run down her spine. She, too, was now a member of the Cold Palace. Desperate to preserve her life, she sprang from her bed. initially contemplating how to secure a different position away from the cold palace. Yet, realizing that her future benefactor was nearby, she resolved to seize the opportunity to align herself with the dragon's ascent. As Ji Yun began to approach the princess, both overtly and covertly, she resorted to bribing the supervising eunuch with silver to position herself close to the princess. She endeavored to enhance the princess's living conditions, only to discover that the princess could not even recognize characters. This prompted her to personally undertake the task of enlightenment. How could one so illiterate ascend to the throne? Frequently questioning her own existence, Ji Yun found solace in the comments, which could not be mistaken. She ground a precious enlightenment pill, which she had painstakingly acquired, into powder and discreetly mixed it into the princess's meals. With the aid of the pill, the princess's learning accelerated exponentially, filling Ji Yun with profound satisfaction. However, the princess soon fell ill due to a lack of charcoal at night, succumbing to a fever. Gritting her teeth, Ji Yun administered her own health-enhancing pills to the princess, whispering, "You are my hope for the future. You must recover." As she held the princess's hand, fatigue overtook her, and she fell asleep by the bedside. The princess, however, opened her eyes, contemplating the figure beside her, a flicker of profound understanding passing through her gaze before she feigned sleep, pretending to know nothing. With a sense of amusement, Simiao produced sunflower seeds, reveling in the entertainment provided by the narrative. The scenario was considerate enough to offer snacks, such as peanuts, and ate treasure porridge for moments of boredom. When weariness struck, one could indulge, and after rest, check on Ji Yun's progress, with the option of receiving timely plot hints. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed on the grand screen. Lu Guifei's son met his demise in a hunting accident, plunging her into grief. Yet, Lu Guifei soon rallied, determined to seek out another prince. Being a niece to the Empress Dowager and part of a formidable family in the court, Lu Guifei was not one to retreat easily. She aimed to secure a prince to continue her ambitions. The 11th prince, lacking a biological mother and residing in the cold palace, became the prime candidate. As for the 16th princess, who shared the cold palace, she was scarcely acknowledged. Ji Yun awaited the opportune moment for the empress's rise, believing Lu Guifei's loss was the pivotal turning point. However, as she observed the cold palace prince being repeatedly groomed for affection, the princess remained neglected, causing her frustration to manifest in the form of blisters at the corners of her mouth. Simiao observed and leisurely typed a comment. Isn't Ji Yun the most trusted confidant of the empress? Historical records mention she possesses some mysterious spells. Is that true? Chapter 126. Comment 2. Upon seeing the comment, Ji Yun abruptly slapped her thigh, finally resolving to act. Her name is inscribed in history. She is a part of the continuum of time. The so-called golden finger is merely a tool for cheating. What does it mean to seize an opportunity? Why is it that when the chance comes to me, it is deemed theft, but when it favors you, it is considered fate? Perhaps the heavens delight in watching people vie for their fortunes. Simiao watched as Ji Yun appeared to have made a significant decision, fervently amassing gold and silver to purchase cheating artifacts. She contemplated deeply. So this is how one justifies their actions. Previously, she had been perplexed by the support of puppet emperors or actions cloaked in the guise of restoration. Now it all seemed crucial. Everything Ji Yun had done since her arrival, whether strategizing to serve beside the princess or collecting gold and silver to exchange for items in the marketplace, was fundamentally defensive or aligned with the direction provided by the trading system. The motivations guiding her actions were survival and mission, along with the merits of the dragon, which were familiar territories to her. However, faced with the indifference towards the princess while the prince from the cold palace soared to prominence, Ji Yun found herself in a dilemma. As a modern youth who had traversed time, she subconsciously felt that if she intervened in Lu Guifei's interest in the cold palace prince, it would be somewhat dishonorable. This situation was not merely a matter of forced defense or following a prescribed path. It demanded an initiative. Ji Yun lacked the impetus to take action. Therefore, Simiao provided her with the justification to strike. This was a matter sanctioned by history, and she could assert her claims openly. How intriguing it is to have a justified cause. Simiao tossed a melon seed in her mouth. On the big screen, Ji Yun busily amassed enough silver to purchase a charm of affection, inscribing the birth dates of Lu Guifei and the princess. This charm could inspire instant attraction and foster familiarity upon subsequent encounters, ultimately depending on her own skills. Ji Yun discerned Lu Guifei's preferences and ensured the princess memorized them. She then bribed a young maid to learn of Lu Guifei's movements, intentionally bringing the princess along to enhance her visibility. Under the influence of the charm, Lu Guifei felt an instant connection with the princess, immediately embracing her warmly. After all, adopting one or two made little difference. So she took both the cold palace prince and princess under her wing. Naturally, the little maid serving the princess rose to prominence, becoming a senior maid, delegating the menial tasks to a few younger maids, finally freeing herself from the drudgery. An arduous journey indeed. She laughed heartily, hands on her hips. Simiao leisurely typed another comment. My goodness, the princess has finally taken her place at the table. The turning point of the Second World War has arrived. Let the battle songs commence. Upon reading this, Ji Yun felt her path was affirmed, filled with ambition and confidence. However, she quickly snapped back to reality from her elevated status as a senior maid, realizing that Lu Guifei's affection for the princess was limited to playful antics, and the lessons taught by the esteemed nanny revolved solely around court etiquette. At best, she would merely review the accounts. Meanwhile, the similarly adopted 11th prince was attending classes in the imperial study. The teachings are delivered by esteemed figures akin to the current grand tutor. There are even plans to study for 2 months, acquire qualifications, and then elevate him to the court for an official position. Ji Yun was infuriated, gritting her teeth in condemnation of this patriarchal and feudal era. Bah! She refused to accept it. At the opportune moment, Simiao chimed in. Indeed, the beloved consort Lu is nurturing a potential threat. Does she not realize that the 11th prince harbors resentment against her? After all, his birth mother was cast into the cold palace due to consort Lu's favoritism. Holding the script, Simiao expressed some doubts as she typed that line. The records indicated that after the cold palace prince ascended, he lay dormant for years, secretly plotting the downfall of the Lu family, with one of the charges being that consort Lu caused his mother's demise. While the noble may be forgetful, it is unlikely that consort Lu would forget having placed the cold palace prince's mother in such a dire situation, allowing her to grow up in isolation, only to later bring him under her wing for cultivation. Was that not foolish? Simiao leaned towards the notion that the new emperor, in a bid to assume a moral high ground, crafted charges against the Lu family to justify their execution. Ji Yun was elated upon witnessing the barrage of comments. She swiftly devised a scheme for the 11th prince, allowing consort Lu to witness firsthand how the prince longed for his mother and believed, due to some rumors, that his mother had perished from the machinations of consort Lu. Naturally, consort Lu could not afford to raise an enemy who harbored hatred towards her. Thus, she promptly expelled the 11th prince. Ji Yun, hands on her hips, let out a triumphant shout. Competitor 1. Seizing the opportunity, the princess expressed her filial piety, delighting consort Lu, who then rewarded her with a bounty of gold, silver, and jewels, along with an imperial estate. Ji Yun immediately took charge of the estate, purchasing grain seeds from the trading market and secretly cultivating high-yield crops to enrich the princess and amass capital. Furthermore, she provided refuge to a group of unfortunate women from antiquity, enlightening them with knowledge, and then utilized the princess's name for business ventures, opening taverns and selling glassware, basic yet essential enterprises. Although Simiao thought Ji Yun was taking considerable risks, she deemed it manageable. She could always revert to a previous state. Simiao felt as though she were engaged in a nurturing simulation game. How exhilarating. The princess held immense trust in Ji Yun, never questioning her various miraculous methods, even providing ample cover. Ji Yun felt a surge of gratitude, believing she had found a worthy sovereign. However, her smile soon faded. The cold palace prince had died. His demise was rather abrupt and entirely accidental. Yet Ji Yun noticed the corners of consort Lu's mouth stretching unnaturally, leading her to understand the grim reality. She was tormented. All she wished was to eliminate the cold palace prince from the equation, never intending to take his life. Watching Ji Yun's anguish and guilt, Simiao, who was outside the screen, nearly lost her fighting spirit. Adhering to the principle of righteous origin, she immediately commented, Indeed, it is the king of hell battling. While the innocent suffer, The 11th prince's untimely death means that his retinue must also follow him to the grave. What a wretched, feudal society. Ji Yun, nestled in bed and questioning her existence, thought, "Yes, I am but a servant. Why should I mourn for a prince? Bah! The weight of 2 mountains rests upon the prince's shoulders, while I am burdened by a mountain range." Realizing the severity of her predicament, Ji Yun steeled herself anew. She did not wish to become an unwitting casualty, nor could she allow the princess to suffer the same fate. She must rise above and make her mark. The dragon's legacy is destined for her. Ji Yun racked her brain to advise the princess on how to win the favor of the beloved Lu Guifei and the old emperor. The princess put forth great effort, and Lu Guifei generously bestowed upon her the title of Princess Shengping, along with a prosperous fief. Ji Yun was poised to embark on grand endeavors with a newfound territory. However, the next day, Lu Guifei adopted a young prince, scarcely sparing a glance at the princess. Ji Yun felt a pang of sympathy for her. To make matters worse, when Shengping princess discovered Ji Yun's ambition to propel her towards the dragon throne, she was taken aback and utterly perplexed. After all, she was merely a princess. Ji Yun, not anticipating setbacks from behind, nearly lost her composure as she clutched Shengping's shoulders, exclaiming, "You are destined to be a queen. What else could I desire?" Ji Yun often found herself in a state of bewilderment, while Simiao frequently provided clarity. She hastily sent a flurry of messages, humorously affirming the rumors that the empress was merely a puppet of Ji Yun. What happened to the empress's laughter? Is she naturally devoid of joy? They jested. Yet, the trust the empress placed in Ji Yun was unmatched by any emperor in the realm. Ji Yun appeared resourceful, complimenting her with a partner lacking in opinions. Forming an ideal ruler-minister duo, lying listlessly in bed, Ji Yun mused, "Indeed, though the princess may lack ambition, she is obedient. I shall indulge women as I do men. So what if the princess is unambitious? Her simplicity ensures she will not betray herself for power. She is just a naive young woman, convincing herself." Ji Yun found her reasoning sound, her gaze toward the princess tinged with affection. She soon rallied her spirits, brimming with determination. Simiao laughed uproariously. While Ji Yun had yet to devise her next move, when Lu Guifei surprised her with an unexpected announcement, summoning the scions of the Lu family to the palace. She gestured grandly, allowing the princess to select any of them that caught her fancy. "My Lu family members are all paragons of virtue. Choose any that you desire. Once you are wed, I shall beseech His Majesty for a decree permitting you to reside in your fief, living carefree." Standing behind Shengping, Ji Yun gritted her teeth. Sensing the hidden agenda behind Lu Guifei's seemingly benevolent act of securing a fief for the princess, it became clear that while Shengping would bear the title, the Lu family would retain control, a crafty maneuver indeed. She surveyed the so-called paragons before her, instinctively feeling they were all rather unimpressive. Noticing Ji Yun's expression, Shengping shyly expressed her desire to spend more time with Lu Guifei. Seeing her filial piety, Lu Guifei, recognizing her youth, acquiesced, but permitted Shengping to summon the Lu family members for companionship during her excursions outside the palace. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun swiftly grasped the key information, freedom to leave the palace. She exchanged knowing glances with Shengping, prompting her to agree. Subsequently, Shengping nodded in assent. Upon returning to their own palace, Ji Yun eagerly began to analyze Lu Guifei's ulterior motives to Shengping. When the time comes to visit the fief, with all her subordinates being members of the Lu family, we would find ourselves powerless to command even a single person, rendering us mere puppets. Should the prince harbor any ulterior motives while being far away in the fief, we would find ourselves utterly helpless, with no recourse to call upon heaven or earth. Shengping discreetly observed Ji Yun, who stood with arms akimbo, clearly agitated, and thoughtfully remarked, "While I may evade the initial troubles, I cannot escape the later consequences." For Shengping, her transformation from a neglected princess in the cold palace to one now endowed with titles and territories felt like a remarkable ascent from the depths of obscurity to a position of prominence. She saw no disadvantage in marrying into the Lu family. Their illustrious status and the possibility that the prince they supported might become the next emperor offered her a chance for effortless elevation. The path to becoming a female emperor that Ji Yun suggested seemed preposterous, devoid of historical precedent. leaving Sheng Ping incredulous at the thought of earnestly vying for such an ambition. Ji Yun had come to accept Sheng Ping's lack of aspirations, regarding her with a fondness that acknowledged her nature as merely a girl of ancient origin, which was not a fault of her own. Following the logic that refraining from gambling and scheming defines a good man, one could equally argue that the same applies to a good woman. Ji Yun encouraged Sheng Ping to venture beyond the palace, seizing opportunities to build her own influence and cultivate her own allies. Soon, the rice in the imperial estate ripened, and Ji Yun beamed with joy, only to be struck down in an instant. From the shadows emerged two archers from the Liu family, witnessing the dying Ji Yun. They began to indulge in villainous monologues. Was she not deemed cunning? Was she not still flesh and blood? One might ponder the peculiarity of the imperial estate's rice. It turned out that the Liu family had long been aware of the high-yield rice, and as the harvest approached, they could no longer restrain themselves from reaping the rewards. Such an achievement would undoubtedly be credited to the Liu family, and with proper maneuvering, a change in dynasty was not beyond possibility. Ji Yun, having consumed a vitality elixir, exhibited a remarkable resilience, managing to absorb the unfolding events despite her perilous state. Trembling, she exchanged 10 packs of explosives in the trading market. With a resounding explosion, flames soared into the sky, obliterating both the people and the rice fields. Simiao, she did not pause in her efforts, rewinding time. Water sphere technique. The timeline reverted to the moment Ji Yun had just traversed into the realm of a humble palace maid, reveling in the discovery of her golden opportunity. Simiao rested her chin on her hand, unhurried in sending out comments. She began to analyze the situation. How had things gone awry? Ji Yun had not even embarked on the path of supporting a female emperor. She had merely harvested a crop before meeting her demise. After much contemplation, Simiao reached a conclusion. The fox's tail had been revealed too soon. Both the imperial estate and the fief relied upon Liu Guifei and the backing of the Liu family. Ji Yun had discreetly cultivated high-yield rice, but failed to pledge her allegiance to the Liu family at the earliest opportunity. To whom else could she turn? From the Liu family's perspective, this was an act of betrayal. Ji Yun and Sheng Ping were too vulnerable, having yet to mature, and abandoning the Liu family without securing a new protector was a path to certain doom. In the time spent reflecting, the Ji Yun within the screen had already begun to take action. The flow of events on-screen and off-screen differed markedly. As Simiao focused intently on the screen, time within it seemed to synchronize perfectly. Yet, the moment her gaze shifted, the narrative accelerated as if a fast-forward button had been pressed. Although she had only pondered for a mere 10 minutes, months had elapsed within the timeline displayed. With no barrage of comments to guide her, Ji Yun ventured forth according to her own inclinations. She cleverly acquired her first pot of gold, bribing the palace steward to facilitate her departure. Once outside, she embarked on an entrepreneurial journey, establishing a hot pot skewers business. Due to the overwhelming popularity of her venture, she soon found herself confronted by local thugs demanding protection fees. Perhaps it was fate that intervened, for in her moment of desperation, she was aided by the prince of the Cold Palace, adopted by consort Liu. Naturally, Ji Yun became the prince's financial confidant. As Simiao continued reading, a sense of foreboding gripped her heart. Mustering her courage, she pressed on, only to discover that Ji Yun had fallen deeply in love with the Cold Palace prince. Ji Yun endeavored to assist him in claiming the throne. But when the prince married a Liu clan girl, their relationship soured, leading to heated arguments and ultimately her reluctant submission, relegating her to a position of cold indifference while washing his garments. Her sole act of defiance was to remain outside the palace, serving as an anonymous purse. It was not until many years later, when the prince had consolidated power and eliminated the Liu family, that Ji Yun entered the palace with several children. Embodying the role of a revered matriarch, Simiao thought to herself that perhaps there was still a chance for resistance. Thus, after traversing through the years, she found herself in possession of the queen's script. Ji Yun's second miraculous opportunity, however, arrived belatedly in the form of the comments from the future. How tragic it was! While she laughed joyfully, it would not be long before several children met a grim fate, and she herself would succumb to madness in the Cold Palace. Such is the heartlessness of imperial families. A bucket of cold water was poured over Ji Yun's head. Impossible. Although the emperor, under duress, had taken one consort after another, she firmly believed that her love was genuine. How could she possibly face such a dismal outcome? Unthinkable. In chapter 128, the barrage of comments continued. Oh, why is her reaction so intense? It's as if she can see the comments. Things were becoming interesting. Ji Yun's face displayed a spectrum of emotions. Unable to maintain her composure, she hesitated between feigning ignorance and revealing her true self, but ultimately decided to confront the barrage head-on. Addressing the empty air defiantly, she inquired, "Who are you? Are you the critics of the second creation who have come to judge me?" She refused to believe that the emperor could be so unfeeling, preferring instead to think that it was envious dream girls from the future who resented her unwavering bond with the emperor, crafting numerous second-rate narratives, such as one where a time-traveling girl usurped her position as the emperor's true love to deflect accusations of stealing a man. They had painted her as a wicked female antagonist. Ji Yun had read countless novels before her time travel. She was well acquainted with their tropes. Simiao raised an eyebrow slightly, unfazed, and sent a comment. "Who we are is of little consequence. What matters is that according to the plot, you only have 2 years left to live. If you doubt this, allow me to spoil a plot twist for you. A princess who also emerged from a cold palace will succumb to illness and die next month. You may certainly send someone to ascertain the situation." Ji Yun could hardly contain herself, immediately dispatching someone to the princess's residence to investigate. Princess Wanping is gravely ill, emaciated to the point of resembling mere bones. The room is desolate, devoid of warmth, not even a brazier to provide solace. The situation is utterly tragic. As the dust settles, Ji Yun's heart feels as if it has turned to ash. The comment stream speaks the harsh truth. Simiao continues to weave her schemes. "Surely, now you believe the emperor was once elevated to power by the Liu family, marrying a Liu woman and fathering 2 children. And what became of that Liu woman? You have witnessed her fate, and even those 2 children met untimely ends. How many coincidences can there be? What distinguishes you from the Liu woman? No, you possess the ability to earn, and you have not yet been completely drained of value. Enough!" Ji Yun cries out, clutching her ears in agony. Her face contorted with horror and despair. Thoughts that had long been suppressed now surge forth uncontrollably. Why must she be deprived of the comfort of self-deception? Struck hard by these revelations, Ji Yun lies feverish and unwell in bed. The emperor arrives, concerned, demanding to know how the physician has been tending to her royal health, threatening the physician with dire consequences should any negligence occur. Years have passed, yet the spirit of labor within Ji Yun awakens once more, feeling an inexplicable sympathy for the physician. She gestures for him to leave. Still unwilling to relent, she probes the emperor further. "Your Majesty, you must seek justice for Princess Wanping's injustices." The emperor, first cursing the prince consort, then ponders aloud, acknowledging the prince consort's utility. Here we go again, Ji Yun thinks, weary of hearing about the usefulness of various fathers and brothers. Forced to endure and retreat time and again. Impatience overtakes her as she interrupts. "If our daughter were to find herself in Princess Wanping's predicament, would your Majesty still expect me to endure?" The emperor vehemently assures her that their daughter would never face such a plight. Simiao immediately seizes the opportunity to send a flurry of messages. "I would give my life. Power is worthless." "Absolutely not. Yet, not a single solution is offered. I have my own struggles. Can you not empathize? I too have my burdens. Cannot the empress consider my plight?" Ji Yun, observing the juxtaposition of his words, feels a mix of anger and amusement. It was once I, but now it is we. Simiao fans the flames of discontent. "Empress, do not be ungrateful. Empress, the inner court must not meddle in governance. Your duty is to care for the children." A pang of frustration strikes Ji Yun, and she coughs up blood. The emperor, alarmed, exclaims his familiar line, "Physician, physician, the empress's life must be preserved. Otherwise, you shall all accompany her to the grave." Simiao rolls her eyes skyward. A melodramatic phrase inexplicably flashes through her mind. "If she sheds a single tear, I shall slaughter an entire city." Help! Who inserted such lines into her thoughts? Retreat, retreat, retreat. Under Simiao's instigation, Ji Yun descends into darkness. She is a woman wielding a transaction system. As empress, she lacks neither gold nor jewels and swiftly exchanges for a contraceptive pill to administer to the emperor, secretly resenting that she had not done so sooner. She begins to rally court officials, administering drugs to weaken the emperor's health. If she can turn against the emperor, whom she once held dear. How much easier would it be to deal with those princes who pose a threat to her position? They will either perish or be left in ruin. None shall escape. Simiao watches in astonishment as Ji-yun spirals into madness. As the emperor lay bedridden, beset by ailments, unable to maintain his dignity, he had no choice but to abdicate, becoming a mere retired sovereign. Ji-yun ascended to the role of Empress Dowager, overseeing affairs from behind curtain. Gradually, she found the veil obstructive and decided to remove it, allowing her 10-year-old son, the young emperor, to play nearby as she reviewed memorials. With a mere stroke of her pen, she could alter the landscape and future of entire regions. A casual remark about her preference for a robust daughter-in-law could shift the beauty standards of noble women in the capital from slenderness to strength. In the barrage of comments, Simiao interjected, questioning the ongoing dialogue. She responded slowly, "It's somewhat intriguing, but not overly so. Just wait. Within 3 years, your esteemed son will begin to rebel." Ji-yun's brow furrowed, yet she felt neither the dread nor the fury she once had. All fear stemmed from the unknown, and having reduced the emperor to a retired sovereign, could she truly fear a mere child? Simiao regarded her with newfound respect and pressed on. "What being Empress Dowager? You are still merely safeguarding the imperial legacy, toiling without complaint. And should fortune favor you, perhaps a virtuous name may endure. However, should fortune turn, you might find yourself nothing but a footnote. Much like the once revered consort Liu and Empress Dowager Liu, whose legacies faded into obscurity." Ji-yun fell silent, unable to counter such a poignant observation. Their relationship was a tumultuous dance of love and rivalry. Simiao relentlessly urged Ji-yun to seize power, illustrating the concept of speaking boldly while remaining unscathed, reveling in the chaos. She encouraged Ji-yun to forsake the title of Empress Dowager in favor of the throne itself, suggesting that the succession should favor daughters over sons. Ji-yun retorted, "If you wish her demise, just say so." In the face of these matters, even the bedridden retired emperor seemed a novice. In a fit of rage, Ji-yun cursed, demanding the barrage of comments to cease mere bluster and offer real counsel. Simiao confidently assured her, "I can revert to a prior state. You can proceed without fear." Casting a glance at her skill set, she noted her water sphere technique at level 7, and while other skills were not particularly precious, none were beyond sacrifice. Simiao found this scenario exceedingly amusing, contemplating the possibility of contributing some skills into the mix. After all, she had the means. If necessary, she could always return to reap more profits later. With fervor, she declared in the comments, "Proceed boldly." Ji-yun was moved to tears. The truth dawned upon her. She was not a time-traveling heroine, but rather a mere NPC in a simulation of life. Chapter 129. Barrage 5. Upon realizing her existence as an observed NPC, Ji-yun initially succumbed to despair. However, after 2 days of lethargy, she rallied once more. In the turbulent currents of power, stagnation equates to regression. Indeed, she held the reins of power, yet this did not guarantee tranquility. Countless hands sought to unseat her from her lofty position. In the eye of the power vortex, stability was but an illusion. Ji-yun gradually began to comprehend the emperor's tribulations over the years. She approached the bedridden emperor, no, the retired sovereign, to express her previously misjudged sentiments. "In these years, I have misunderstood you. The situation in the capital is intricately woven. One thread pulled affects the entire tapestry, compelling us to endure and retreat." The retired sovereign, stirred by emotion, shone with renewed vigor in his eyes. Then, Ji-yun sighed and lamented, "The border wars have reignited, and the treasury is in dire straits. I have pondered long and hard, and it seems the royal clan has taken more than its fair share, breeding like pigs in litters. In a century since the founding of the nation, we have multiplied into hundreds of thousands. Even the emperor's household is not without its burdens. Rest assured, I shall cull half, leaving you with the other half of our relatives. I too have my own grievances. Surely the Grand Emperor can empathize, for you have once held the throne yourself." As she spoke, Ji-yun found herself amusing, causing Simiao to laugh heartily alongside her. Ji-yun, fully liberated, would vent her pressures before the Grand Emperor in moments of distress. "It was that guard who presumptuously climbed into my bed. It was not my intent. Yet the desires of the flesh are a natural inclination. I merely committed the same folly that all men are prone to." The Grand Emperor's breath quickened, his eyes nearly bulging out. Ji Yun reflected on the incident and remarked, "Young men do possess such vigor." The Grand Emperor, in his excitement, lost control of his bowels. The stench filled the air, prompting Ji Yun to cover her mouth in disgust as she departed, eliciting another round of laughter from Simiao. How could she not find joy in this outcome? It was a peculiar delight to witness her efforts bear fruit. Previously, she had been the one guiding Ji Yun. Now, it was Ji Yun who was bringing entertainment to her. Well done. Ji Yun frequently engaged with the audience, her words flowing abundantly. The two exchanged banter across the large screen, thoroughly enjoying the interaction. Of course, they did not neglect their ambitions. Ji Yun first gathered her daughter and 2 sons into the imperial study for lessons, along with the surviving princesses. Under the pretense of companionship and learning, she summoned the children of officials ranked 5th grade and above in the capital for training. Such a grand opportunity, the civil and military officials would not dare refuse. Naturally, many ministers privately speculated that the Empress Dowager's actions were merely a means to hold their children as hostages. Yet, the overt nature of her scheme was its strength, being both transparent and advantageous. To accompany the princes and princesses in their studies was a tremendous honor, and with proximity to the imperial family, the fruits of their efforts were readily accessible. Ji Yun gazed at the palace specifically designated for this purpose, where a multitude of 8- and 9-year-olds gathered. With approximately 600 officials of 5th grade and above in the capital, each contributing a boy and a girl, the assembly boasted 1,200 young ones. While this number seemed substantial, it was comparable to the student population of an ordinary high school in a county. A satisfied smile graced Ji Yun's face. This new mandate required that 5th grade officials provide 1 boy and 1 girl. Those without children were to borrow from their clans or purchase from the streets. Regardless, the numbers must be met, as this was a target. She popped a longevity pill into her mouth, resolutely declaring, "I have made my decision. I shall outlast those old fogies." The longevity pills available in the trading marketplace, when consumed over the years, could extend one's life. At merely 30 years old, should she live to 100, that grants her 70 years of life, while those entrenched in power at the court are mostly in their 50s or 60s. After 70 years, they would be but dust. Meanwhile, the next generation would be cultivated right under her watchful eye, ensuring a seamless transfer of power. Ji Yun believed herself to be exceedingly clever. Any old official she found distasteful, she would burden with a multitude of tedious tasks, exhausting them to the point of demise. Indeed, dying in service to the public would be a glorious end. Simiao. How to put it, there may not be sweeping reforms, but the gradual approach of boiling frogs in warm water is also commendable. Merely relying on the will of Ji Yun is insufficient to overturn the world. The key lies in nurturing the next generation. 70 years, after all, is merely a matter of 3 to 5 generational shifts, isn't it? The obstinate old guard will inevitably fade away, while the capable and resourceful youth will emerge in succession. Simiao communicated with Ji Yun via bullet comments, deliberating on what textbooks to use for the study group and what content to cover. Anything too advanced is certainly off the table. The notion of equality for all is a mere fantasy. Before speaking of equality in front of a group of vested interests, one should first release the palace maids and eunuchs to leave a mark in history. Who could possibly refuse such a grand vision? Furthermore, in governing the nation, establishing a prosperous era, or expanding territories, the study group dedicates 28 days a month to learning within the palace, thereby eliminating the contamination of outside knowledge. Even if they harbor some bad habits, a couple of years of cultivation could transform them into aspiring youths. If one cannot reform and becomes a source of disruption, then expulsion from the program is the alternative. Much of Ji Yun's efforts are invested in the study group and in nurturing her daughter, while her son is free to pursue his passion for cricket fighting, as one must respect a child's innate nature. Simiao commented, "Boys are naturally mischievous, and their nature deserves respect. As for studies, one can only do their best." Watching Ji Yun diligently pursue her ambitions from behind the screen filled Simiao with great satisfaction. She then shifted her focus using the fast-forward technique, and 3 years later, when she refocused on the screen, she discovered that Ji Yun had indeed been forced out of power. Her prophetic words had proven true. Within 3 years, the young emperor, no longer content with being a mere mascot, was surrounded by a cadre of old guards, all petitioning for Ji Yun to return to power and retreat behind scenes. Ji Yun, glancing at her timid son, raised her hand and instructed for the retired emperor to be brought forth. A magical clash was imminent, and who doesn't understand legitimacy? With the retired emperor making an appearance, the court officials were deftly dismissed, and Ji Yun promptly fulfilled her promise, purchasing diapers for him. Simiao mused. A generation of emperors has indeed fallen to the point of bowing for a couple of packs of diapers. How heartbreaking it is for those who hear of it. Well done. She sent a bubbling comment. Before the fast-forward technique, she had already briefed Ji Yun. When Ji Yun saw the reappearance of the bullet comments she thought had vanished for 3 years, she was almost moved to tears. Does she know how she endured those 3 solitary years? Even the young man sleeping beside her had lost his luster. I thought you had abandoned me for a more engaging game. Leaving wouldn't matter. Losing a mountain of criticism overhead is trivial. But such a miraculous skill as reverting time cannot be taken from her. Simiao inquired, how will you handle your beloved son? Ji Yun sighed. He is still young and easily swayed by the court officials. Simiao's eyebrows raised slightly, only to hear Ji Yun continue. Such a soft-minded person has no right to be emperor. So I have decided to have him abdicate and let Xiao Ba take the throne for the time being. Chapter 130 Bullet Comments 6 Xiao Ba is Ji Yun's youngest son, and after 3 years, he is only 5 years old, with a tiny nose. This way, Ji Yun can rightfully govern behind the scenes for at least 5 to 10 more years. Simiao boldly speculated, so this palace coup was deliberately orchestrated by you. To flush out those discontented individuals, was it? What benefits could the emperor's dismissal bring to those ministers who stirred up trouble? At best, they would face demotion. At worst, their families would be implicated, leading to execution. The positions would certainly be vacated, wouldn't they? In response to Simiao's inquiry, Ji Yun immediately nodded, exuding a sense of pride as she remarked, even in gaming, I know to lure the monsters first. Those old officials who occupy their positions without purpose cannot be dealt with without cause. A coup bears such a fine reputation. With a mere wave of my hand, I could uproot them all. Who would dare intercede on their behalf? For instance, in this coup, there were a chancellor and 2 ministers involved, all of whom were on Ji Yun's list for confiscation. Simiao kindly cautioned, be careful not to falter. Ji Yun raised an eyebrow. But aren't you able to revert time? Reverting requires replaying the entire narrative from the moment you first traversed here. What if you stray from the path? Simiao countered. Moreover, after reverting, you would lack memory. Strictly speaking, the next timeline would not concern you. Ji Yun's expression fell at that. Then, remembering something, she probed further. So this isn't the first timeline, is it? Simiao, unperturbed by her deduction, disclosed the previous timeline's storyline as if sharing gossip. In the last timeline, I misled you into believing that the cold palace princess was the empress, and you went to ingratiate yourself with her, ultimately leading to the demise of the cold palace prince years earlier. Ji Yun stared wide-eyed. And then what? Then he perished. You supported the princess to curry favor with Lu Guifei, earning titles and lands, only for your bountiful harvest to be cut short, struck down by an arrow. But fret not, Simiao added, you met your end with dignity, having exchanged for 10 packs of explosives, obliterating everyone, including the grains. Well, that's something, Ji Yun conceded. She wiped her face and suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. After a long silence, she inquired, so you deceived me. Simiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Ji Yun looked up, fixing her gaze on the air before her, articulating each word with precision. Just as the Wanping princess is sent T the empress, the supreme emperor has not betrayed my trust. Has he? You have been guiding me all along, causing discord between my husband and me, turning my son against me. I'm a living being, not your puppet. It is you who have imposed your will upon me. Confronted with Ji Yun's soulful interrogation and accusations, Simiao candidly admitted, indeed, if I did not achieve the desired outcome, I would simply reset. Ji Yun gazed at the cold, unfeeling comments flashing across the screen, feeling as though a bucket of ice water had been thrown over her, leaving her chilled to the bone. All her anger and inquiries transformed into a profound sense of helplessness. After a moment, she bitterly smiled. I was hoping we could negotiate some leverage. I never expected I would be stripped of even my dignity. Simiao tossed a sunflower seed in her mouth, crunching it. In the first timeline, Lu Guifei took the cold palace prince, while the cold palace princess was left neglected. You were frantic, your mouth frothing, yet unable to intervene. It was I who provided you the impetus to move forward. Ji Yun frowned. I sent a barrage of comments, noting that the historical records depict the Empress's first confidant as possessing certain mystical capabilities. It seemed you had resolved to intervene, binding concubine Lu and the princess of the Cold Palace with a charm, thus decisively boarding this grand vessel. Ji Yun relaxed her furrowed brow, lost in thought. After all, this was a matter sanctioned by history. How could it be deemed unethical? Following that initial act, your subsequent maneuvers became increasingly adept, swiftly toppling the prince of the Cold Palace and indirectly leading to his demise. At that time, you were quite distraught, never intending to cause death. Yet, I remarked in the comments, in this vile, feudal society, when a master dies, a host of servants must accompany them to the grave. In an instant, you reassessed your role as a servant, withdrawing your sympathy and remorse for the prince, and regained your composure. Seated upon the dragon throne, Ji Yun murmured to herself, layer upon layer, what a renowned justification. Indeed, why would you expect me to feel remorse? After all, I am merely engaging in a game. Your every joy and sorrow is merely a string of data, and I bear no guilt regarding it. Therefore, if you intend to negotiate based on this, prepare for disappointment. Simiao hummed a tune, leisurely typing out this line. There were, of course, unspoken thoughts lingering in her heart. Unable to afford the cost of empathy and guilt, she chose isolation and severance. Should she opt to empathize with Ji Yun, she would be compelled to contemplate the other's plight. How could a soul trapped in a scenario find liberation? With no visible path ahead, only despair loomed. Think positively, I think. Therefore I am. As long as you are still contemplating, isn't that a testament to your existence? Ji Yun forced a strained smile, saying, I appreciate your sentiment. She rubbed her cheeks, straightened herself, and pondered. So what kind of conclusion do you envision? Simiao replied, ascend to the throne and pass on the dynasty, advanced technology. Establish equality for all, with cola and fried chicken, televisions, and mobile phones. Stop, stop, my head is spinning. Ji Yun exclaimed, I wouldn't dare dream of such things. Televisions and mobile phones. Once they laid their cards on the table, the two ceased to discuss the matters of guidance. Ultimately, Simiao theories overshadowed Zvi Yun's reluctance. Simiao stroked her chin, sitting cross-legged in contemplation. So if someone wishes to persuade you, does that mean they must be prepared to reach into their pockets? Ji Yun found herself powerless against the barrage of comments and unable to manage the others. Following her plan, she enacted justice in the autumn, deposing the young emperor, supporting the rise of a new emperor, dismissing a batch of ministers, and executing a thorough sweep of households, resulting in a cascade of severed heads. For half a month, the execution grounds were thick with the scent of blood. The princess came pleading for mercy. Several of her companions had been implicated, and, as they were women, they would not face execution but would traditionally be relegated to a life of servitude as singers. Ji Yun waved her hand, granting them amnesty. After spending years in antiquity, she had grown accustomed to the taste of vengeance. What did it matter if the daughter of a sworn enemy was involved? After all, wasn't it known that even the likes of Shangwan Waner and Wu Zetian eventually shared mutual respect? Simiao found little objection to this. She added a provocative note. You've ascended to the status of Empress Dowager. If the emperor decrees a dismissal, it is done. If the ministers call for execution, it is executed. Can you truly bear to witness your own kind struggling in the brothels? Ji Yun remarked in a soft tone, we are of the same kind. I do not perceive your sympathy towards me. The individuals behind the barrage, urging her to ascend and support women, were undoubtedly women themselves. Simiao responded, indeed. The boomerang has struck back. In Chapter 131, amidst the barrage revelations regarding the brothel, Ji Yun found herself unable to disregard the matter. Disguising herself with her daughter, she ventured out of the palace to clandestinely investigate the various brothels in the capital. They arrived just as the guests were being welcomed. Every young woman wore a smile, engaging in gentle song and graceful dance, their laughter abundant. Ji Yun inquired about her daughter's perspective. The princess frowned and remarked, they are of low status. Ji Yun sighed inwardly. Indeed, just as one would not empathize with a pig, the ancient aristocracy did not perceive themselves as akin to the lowly servants. It was only when their own fortunes declined that they would recognize the blood and tears of the downtrodden, subsequently penning melancholic verses lamenting their unrecognized talents. Simiao observed as they proceeded to the southern courtyard, a place where male performers offered their smiles. Ji Yun had matured into a shrewd politician, adept at concealing her true intentions beneath layers of fabric. She had come to understand that self-interest was the ultimate driving force. Establishing a textile factory, she leveraged her privileges to recruit the favored performers as laborers, using the profits to subsidize military campaigns on the frontier. No one could fault her actions. She decreed that henceforth, all women of low status would be conscripted into the factory as laborers. Naturally, those whose businesses were threatened expressed dissatisfaction, countering with arguments about human emotions and the notion that suppressing outlets would lead to greater chaos, such as the potential for harm to respectable women. Ji Yun countered with a piece of data. How can there be no outlets for release? I observe that the patronage of the southern courtyard is quite substantial, with officials and commoners alike seeking diversion there. The records detailed which respectable families' youths frequented the southern courtyard. Such matters were ultimately unfit for public discussion. Ji Yun's actions were akin to trampling their dignity into the ground, rubbing it in further. With a twitch at the corner of her mouth, Ji Yun declared, "Rest assured, I am well aware of your concerns. Therefore, I have only dismissed the female performers. The male ones remain. Thus, my lords need not worry about those without outlets causing trouble. Moreover, since the founding of the dynasty, there had always been encouragement for population growth. Women, capable of bearing children, should not be devalued in brothels, while men, who could not bear children yet were numerous, could serve as entertainment. Was this not acceptable? There were countless impoverished men who could barely afford a meal. If they could find sustenance in the southern courtyard, it was indeed a form of merit. Simiao could hardly contain her admiration for Ji Yun. Heavens! I often encountered such foolish rhetoric online, suggesting that without brothels as legal outlets for expression, public order would be even more chaotic. Rather than condemning those who create disorder, they rationalize the oppression of victims, rallying for the perpetrators under the guise of fairness and justice. What social roles and limited productivity? They wouldn't even grant the oppressed their identity. Simiao held Ji Yun in newfound esteem. Ji Yun, feeling quite accomplished, privately boasted to the barrage, "All logic resides with me. This sensation is simply magnificent." Simiao found it hard not to agree as Cuckoo entered comments. You have adeptly learned to choose advantageous entries while disregarding the opposing side. Ji Yun lightly scoffed, stating, "After all these years, I have not idled away my time. Whenever I wish to rise, I can uncover countless theories to support my ascent." Simiao raised an eyebrow and typed away, "When you desire to kneel, you can also justify your submission. Just as you willingly became the purse of the prince in the cold palace, convincing yourself that in ancient times, one could not survive independently without a patron." Ji Yun retorted, "Hey, digging up black history is quite impolite, you know?" Simiao not only dredged up the past, but also burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha," Ji Yun declared. "I shall endure." Although she could counter, such as claiming that she had deliberately leveraged her identity as the prince's confidant to ascend, showcasing her courage and wisdom to maintain some semblance of dignity. Ji Yun no longer wished to deceive herself, nor provide a theoretical foundation for those who choose to kneel. She candidly acknowledged that in her early years, she had indeed wallowed in disgrace. After the profits from the textile factory emerged, silence enveloped the court. As everyone scrambled to establish similar enterprises, running a brothel could not compare to the wealth generated by a factory. Simiao eagerly anticipated the ensuing developments and signaled to Ji Yun to fast forward. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Simiao observed as the familiar narrative unfolded on the screen, a palace coup. There was nothing new under the sun. A throng of old officials surrounded the young emperor, demanding Ji Yun to abdicate and restore power. Ji Yun deftly invoked the retired emperor, initiating a comprehensive campaign of confiscation and extermination. Subsequently, she deposed the young 8th prince and reinstated her eldest son, who had been imprisoned since his prior dismissal. Having multiple sons proved advantageous. They could alternate in their rise and fall, thus creating a cycle of upheaval within the court. Simiao chimed in, praising Ji Yun for her adept handling of affairs, before continuing to fast forward. Another 5 years later, the female workers' textile factories flourished, as these establishments welcomed women, providing them with ample employment opportunities. Consequently, society began to favor the birth of daughters over sons. At this juncture, Ji Yun was 43 years old, having presided over the court for over a decade, with most of the officials being her appointees. The first batch of students she mentored were now ready to be assigned positions. Ji Yun continued to employ her strategy of binding quotas. Initially, she admitted one male and one female per family, and the same ratio applied during assignments. Men into government service, women into their roles, while those unwilling to serve were dismissed. Simiao marveled at this approach, as it employed short-term gains to undermine long-term advantages. No one could foresee such a lengthy horizon. Even if they could, they were reluctant to relinquish immediate benefits, each official eager to reap the rewards for themselves, keeping the bounty within their own realm. It was akin to how every well-versed official understood that land consolidation was detrimental to the dynasty's longevity. Yet none refrained from claiming land under their name. Simiao, brimming with excitement, praised Ji Yun's deftness, invoking the passage of time. A decade later, at 53, Ji Yun was sprightly and vigorous, confidently seated upon the dragon throne in the council hall. Though she had yet to be crowned emperor, she donned the dragon robe, and not a single official dared to speak against her. Simiao observed that the officials appeared noticeably younger, and there were quite a few young ladies among them, although still positioned in the back row, held promising futures. Over the past decade, Ji Yun had continued her methodical approach, with her two sons alternating in their ascendance and deposition. Regrettably, the number of fish caught was dwindling. The remaining civil and military officials seemed to ponder. Dare we change our bait? The princess, having reached the age of 30, now managed the women's industries. 3 years prior, she had conceived in a dream, reportedly blessed with divine seeds by Nuwa herself, resulting in the birth of a girl. Ji Yun rejoiced and awarded her a parcel of land. Simiao, cracking sunflower seeds, remarked, "Well, it seems she has also delved into feudal superstition." While enjoying the company of attractive men who were massaging her legs, Ji Yun noticed the long-awaited barrage of comments and waved away those around her. She casually remarked, "Celestial resonance and divine right of kings. This is a deity of their own making. Are you preparing for your ascension? Let us build momentum over the next 3 to 5 years." In Chapter 132, the ordinary populace may need to concoct clever schemes for feudal superstition, but for Ji Yun, who wielded a transaction system, it was a mere trifle. Even summoning a golden dragon to soar above her head would be effortlessly achieved. Simiao was eager to witness the conclusion, employing a time acceleration technique. 5 years later, after 3 decades of strategic planning, 58-year-old Ji Yun ascended the throne, heralding a new dynasty. Comment. Speak. Simiao generously offered her praises. Following her ascension, Ji Yun did not forsake her unworthy husband, instead establishing the former emperor as the reigning sovereign. With heartfelt tenderness, she grasped the frail hand of the man, now reduced to mere bones, and reflected, "Though you have aged and lost your charm, though you are incapable and your position is precarious, and though you remain ungrateful, my unwavering affection for you remains unchanged." Simiao burst into laughter, finding humor in the rapid replication of the narrative. Upon noticing the barrage of comments, Ji Yun swiftly released the old man's hand and ceased her performance. She had no qualms in addressing the comments directly. "How do you find this ending?" "Well done. Keep it up." The man in bed, breathing heavily, finally managed to rasp out a question. "Who are you speaking with? You truly are a monster." Ji Yun rolled her eyes dismissively. "When I ran a hot pot restaurant and served as your financial support, you turned a blind eye to my business tactics. Why do you now call me a monster? Simply because the benefits no longer fall to you." The man, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Your ambition knows no bounds. Promoting female officials and establishing factories are one thing, but how could you manipulate your 2 sons, repeatedly deposing and reinstating them, raising them to be as foolish as pigs? It is laughable. Even a tiger, known for its cruelty, does not consume its own cubs. You are truly terrifying, unable to resist." Simiao interjected, "When cubs are weak or ill, a tiger may indeed consume them. In times of scarcity, it chooses to feed on the frail offspring to sustain the others. A male tiger, in a bid to hasten the female's mating cycle, may consume its young to mate with her. The saying that even a tiger does not consume its cubs lacks any basis. It is merely humanity projecting its notions onto tigers." Ji Yun turned her head and delivered a piece of scientific knowledge to the man, shaking her head in disapproval. "The Lu lady bore you 2 children. Yet they perished just 2 months after you exterminated the Liu clan. How can you dare to speak to me? At least I managed to spare my son's life. I am truly benevolent. Such was the nature of old Deng. Once Ji Yuan ascended to the throne, this man became utterly useless. He ceased his life-sustaining medication and, within 2 months, departed from this world. Ji Yun mourned deeply, abstaining from court duties for 7 days. The court was filled with sentiments of the emperor's profound love, while the empress was deemed unfortunate. Subsequently, several young men bearing a resemblance to the empress were presented as tributes. Ji Yun graciously accepted them all, remarking on their remarkable depth of feeling. Since the entertainers had been incorporated into the factories, the southern courtyard became the sole venue for leisure. Slender and handsome young men sprouted like mushrooms after rain, and there were even those who specialized in this trade, seeking impoverished households to procure young boys for cultivation in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, mastering every style imaginable. Ji Yun insisted on taking a longevity pill. By the time she reached 60, many esteemed officials from her youth had passed away. At 70, her 2 rotund sons succumbed to depression in succession, and a princess was designated as heir. By 80, the crown prince, in his 60s, was ousted, and her 30-year-old granddaughter was appointed as the new heir. At 90, her daughter also passed, leaving her granddaughter, now in her 40s, a mother of 2. Upon reaching a century, she gazed upon a court filled with youthful faces. The steadfast Ji Yun amidst a transient assembly of ministers. In a world devoid of mobile phones and televisions, cameras had emerged. Simiao watched as Ji Yun captured her centenary photograph, bequeathing the throne to her 50-year-old great-grandson, then closed her eyes, dismissing everyone, sitting quietly in the courtyard. Watching the sun set, bathed in the glow of the evening sky, her white hair shimmered with hues of orange. The comment thread read, "Are you still here? Indeed. Are you satisfied with my life? It has been splendid, but I am not satisfied." Even though she had achieved unparalleled accomplishments, revered in historical texts, and would be a source of pride for future women, she was aware that there was always a higher realm beyond. She had not forgotten how a mere comment thread had altered her destiny, or perhaps manipulated it. She felt defiant. "If given a chance, would you take me away?" Simiao replied, "To be candid, this cold-hearted woman is awaiting Ji Yun's final breath, ready to rewind time, intending to alter the course and guide Ji Yun into the embrace of the people, embarking on another revolutionary path." Ji Yun's journey as an empress was indeed significant, yet Simiao believed there was room for further development. Perhaps having remained silent for too long, Ji Yun sighed. "As expected, you are still dissatisfied with my ascent. I had long suspected that with every achievement, you would demand higher standards, always finding fault, perpetually unsatisfied. Overcome with sorrow, she wept profusely in your eyes. No matter my efforts, my life is imperfect. You are a heartless woman." The 100-year-old lady wept like a child. Simiao felt a pang of conscience. "I will take you, I will." Upon receiving affirmation, Ji Yun immediately brightened, reclining in her rocking chair, languidly concealing the glaring onion slices. "I shall rest now. I am a bit weary." The elderly lady closed her eyes as the warm glow of the setting sun caressed her weathered visage, the scene frozen in this moment. Simiao had no time to voice her thoughts before being expelled from the instance. Congratulations to the player for completing the instance. Barrage. Story rating, 99. Congratulations to the player for earning 900 experience points, 990 survival points, and 1 copper chest. Simiao sat atop the vehicle, shaking her head in amusement. She gently patted the little squirrel that had approached her and opened the chest. Skill 1, Invitation Card 1, Video 1. Simiao clicked on the skill. Barrage. Allows the user to send a barrage to a designated target. Simiao attempted to send a barrage to Wind Pig. "Hello." The busy Wind Pig, engrossed in planning a new project, glanced at the barrage drifting by. "I am a woman." "Hello?" She blinked and opened her private messages. Finding I am a woman. New skill? I am a woman. What style is it? Wind Pig replied. "It's just your ID followed by hello floating past me." After testing the skill, Simiao dismissed it from her mind. Unfortunately, it was a one-sided barrage. However, if used in close proximity while observing, one could witness the reactions of the others, which was rather delightful. She took a moment to compose herself and solemnly clicked on the invitation card. Invitation card allows you to invite one target to join the survival game. Simiao's mind. She typed in Ji Yun's name, confirming it 3 times before finally using the invitation card. Approximately a minute later, a prompt immediately appeared. Target has joined the survival game. Service area anonymous. Simiao leaned back on the sofa, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Upon opening the last segment of the video, she discovered it was the second storyline. From the appearance of the barrage to Ji Yun's century-long departure. The edited clip had a duration of 6 hours, divided into 12 episodes. With a brisk pace that was far from tedious. The video could be played on the vehicle's television, with the playback duration proportionally reflecting the player's earnings. Upon seeing this, Simiao instantly perked up. She was thoroughly tired of the programs on the vehicle's television. The early old movies were hardly worth watching. And it was time to refresh her friend's eyes. With a swift motion, she uploaded the legend of the Cloud Emperor and then advertised in the regional channel in 2 groups. I am a woman. Quickly turn on the television. A new drama has launched. Chapter 133. Wealth awaits. Simiao was the top influencer in District 28. With a single shout, hundreds of people immediately turned on their vehicle televisions, witnessing the new drama occupying the main page with 13 slots. Incredibly strong. The Legend of the Cloud Emperor? So poorly done. It's a barrage drama? The beginning is a barrage to the face, caught off guard, They watched the drama while discussing the plot in the regional channel, engaging in a nationwide viewing frenzy. Upon seeing Ji Yun confirm that the barrage could foresee the future, the discussion turned to her swift usurpation of power, sparking a flurry of opinions. Rich second generation. Clearly a drama made for women. What female emperor, female general, utterly superficial. Anti-wealth. Disperse. The audience ISNTS. So poorly done. Hurry and disperse. Not try to earn male viewers' money. So much nonsense. By the way, where did this video come from? Was it a shadow from the instance that I Am a Woman participated in? What role did I Am a Woman play? Ji Yun? Wind pig. Wrong. She's the barrage. I Am a Woman. The regional channel erupted in laughter. Anonymous. Help. There's actually a dungeon that plays like a barrage. So many farts. This dungeon is truly exhilarating. Wielding a god's perspective is akin to playing a simulation game of life. Is there an entrance fee? I wish to purchase one. Simiao replied that there isn't. In just a short while, Simiao noticed her account balance gradually increasing. Approximately 100 hours of viewing would yield 1 survival point. Yet the audience was still scant. Although the video earnings were modest, the resources acquired from the fishing system were remarkably substantial, particularly as the storyline progressed, with Ji Yun ascending to the throne and significantly elevating the status of women. Culminating in the bequeathal of the throne to a woman, it left male players utterly disconcerted. Thus, Simiao, who provided the video, became immensely wealthy. Truly, she was earning while reclining in leisure. She resold a complete set, netting 600, with each attribute increasing by 10. The Elite King returned 1 point of agility, and she finally gazed at her personal homepage. Player nickname, I Am a Woman level, LV10, 920258 1600000 race, human talent. Fishing system 20 superpower. Would attribute constitution, 73 agility, 74 strength, 72 spirit, 77 survival points, 1730 allocatable attributes, 6 equipment, spatial basket, mini bamboo house, kidnapped little fish, green ghost, material exchange station, little yellow duck, mutated armament shovel, surprise blind box, angel wings, honor medal, alarm, amulet X2, stasis space, 69 gourmet dishes, fishing rod, net, diving pearls, turtle shell, 300 nursery rhymes, voluntary overtime application X2, rest area ticket X1, dungeon ticket X1, piggy bank, treasure mouse fur, wallet space, mobile phone, 3 incense sticks, expensive bow, magical script, experience doubling card X1, stand and all, vegetable refrigerator skills, golden words, my rules are law, B-class fireball technique, close range melon eating, rest assured, a nap will suffice, light as a swallow, gaze upon my offspring, B-class thunder technique, shadow, hey I'm out to water, arrow harden, shield, aviator, copy, cheating tips, versatile hairstyle, save, 8 kilometers resource drop, do water ball technique 7, stand at attention, raise your hands, school's out off work, king's domain, night owl champion, loving caress, invisibility, plum blossom post, holy light, keep your distance, barrage titles, diligent worker, teammates have been vomiting for 3 days and nights, let me speak. If you don't talk, no one will consider you mute, fisherman, long standby, king of hats, king of leaks, mooch food and drink, loyal user diapers. Truly, it is brimming. Having exhausted her 3 dungeon slots for the day, Simiao completely succumbed to a state of relaxation. Indulging in food and drink while awaiting the spectral attack at 6 in the evening, she engaged the smart driving feature, nestled on the sofa to watch the Cloud Emperor, savoring the regional channel's commentary, which had her in fits of laughter. The food-saving enthusiast, ha 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 ha, indeed, is a legitimate outlet that reduces social crises. Men venting on men creates a perfect closure. The terrifyingly strong. Yes, it even provides a job opportunity for impoverished men who find it unbearable to continue living. How can that not be considered merit? After all, surviving in ancient times was of utmost importance. Resilience is key. This is the true benefactor. The windy pig. Is it not a bit too sentimental for Jian? Even when the fallen monarch met his untimely demise, she still honored him with a posthumous title. Truly, her affection knows no bounds. Cotton candy, indeed. Moreover, if one scrutinizes the favored male companions that followed, echoes of the fallen monarch can be discerned. The loss of a beloved can only be mended through compensatory means. Sigh. Her love is truly profound. Aunt Fat. Is it not true that she only loves men who remain perpetually 18? The windy pig. How absurd. Simiao could hardly contain her amusement. These individuals were exceptionally entertaining. Throughout the afternoon, the regional channel was inundated with news from the Cloud Emperor, leaving male players unable to interject, their frustration palpable. They sought refuge in a small group to vent. Fishing to death. I have long maintained that a single rest card would ban me from playing as a woman. Just look at the antics she's engaged in. Shoe sole. In the premium mall, one can acquire voluntary overtime cards. Bans are simply infeasible. Fishing to death. At the very least, she should be compelled to spend double on those voluntary overtime cards. No? Wealth hater. And then double dip from us, I presume? Indeed. Simiao's fishing skills were no secret. However, this explosive situation could be contained for now, but once unleashed, it could upend everything. Fishing to death. Are we merely to watch her antics unfold? Shoe sole. I've grown accustomed to it. She isn't excessively outrageous, is she? She simply sports an ID that states, I am a woman, and then forms teams devoid of men. Penny pincher. A bunch of losers. I'm leaving the group. King of survival. One who lurks in the group to purchase intel raised an eyebrow at Xiao Tao. Turning to Simiao, she shared a laugh. Simiao was no longer the same Simiao. She had long since stopped fretting about the repercussions of her fishing skills being exposed. At 6 in the evening, Simiao savored a beef pie while observing the wandering souls respawning along the roadside. A horde of souls charged forth, their presence quite imposing. Simiao stood on the second-floor balcony, leisurely casting fireballs and thunderstrikes, competing for kills with the defensive turrets. An hour elapsed, yielding 2,000 experience points, 200 survival points, 38 wooden boxes, and 8 iron boxes. Simultaneously, the contract took effect, automatically transferring the contents of several assisted players' boxes into Simiao's backpack. Upon inspection, she discovered 153 wooden boxes and 30 iron boxes. Fortune smiled upon her. Chapter 134. Shadow and Echo. The two waves combined produced a total of 191 wooden boxes and 38 iron boxes. To facilitate future bookkeeping, Simiao decided to open the boxes separately, commencing with her 38 wooden boxes and 8 iron boxes. Opening the 38 wooden boxes yielded 22 waters, 2 milk teas, 32 Sprites, 1 roasted duck, 1 shrimp dumpling, 1 family bucket, 2 self-heating rice meals, 5 self-heating hot pots, 1 self-service beverage machine, 1 sled, 9 pieces of charcoal, 1 electric blanket, 2 military coats, 16 thermal cottons, 6 universal pet foods, 10 30-minute power cards for 1-hour power cards, 6 vehicle upgrade cards, 2 vehicle skin design cards, 1 rest area ticket, 1 rest card, and 2 basic healing cards. From the 8 iron boxes, 6 waters, 2 attribute cards, 6 energy balls, 3 basic healing cards, 6 backpack slots, 1 skill book, 1 mooncake blind box, and 12 contracts. The more Simiao opened, the more her expression soured. What was happening? The value of these boxes seemed to diminish by the day. A flood of discontent. In addition, there is the mooncake blind box. Simiao has lost count of how many she has acquired. While she was tidying up the battlefield, the cheerful green ghost, busily gathering soul orbs, drifted a bit further away, flitting from one orb to another, collecting this and that. Simiao opened her skill book. Shadow bind a pet, consuming 100 survival points to teleport to its side. A smile finally graced Simiao's face. She glanced at the mischievous spirit stuffing soul orbs into her belly and the obedient squirrel nestled on her shoulder. After a moment's contemplation, she chose to bind the spirit. The little squirrel was too delicate and quite a living creature, hopping about, while the green ghost was far more stable, only appearing during work hours, albeit a bit clumsy. It's still capable of some communication. With a promising influx of resources, Simiao felt rather pleased. She hummed a tune as she continued opening boxes. From 153 wooden crates, she unearthed a plethora of supplies, filling the terrace on the second floor to the brim. Excluding the basic materials, Simiao selected several items of notable value. Universal pet food, X13, basic healing cards, X7, electrical cards, X26, smart driving cards, X2, vehicle upgrade cards, X9. Voluntary overtime applications, X1, dungeon tickets, X2. Disregarding the basic materials from 30 iron boxes, she acquired attribute cards, X6, energy balls, X20, basic healing cards, X6, skills, X3, and items, X1. Simiao tossed the mooncake blind box into the resource group chat, rubbing her hands together in eager anticipation as she opened 3 skills. Wind dance. The player can summon a gust of wind to lift themselves, with the effect and duration determined by their mental strength. I'm fine after use. The player can withstand for 30 minutes, but will then enter a state of weakness for 30 hours, during which no recovery skills or items can be used. Upon seeing this, Simiao thought it was utterly lackluster. No one would want to buy it, as the water ball skill at least provided a source of hydration. Thus, she placed it at the top of her sacrificial archive list. Breathing can enhance strength, with a chance to increase attributes. Simiao was enamored. She turned her gaze to the final item. Backtrack, a one-time use item that allows return to a memorable dungeon for a fresh start. Simiao's eyes lit up. This was splendid. Although the thought of endlessly running through dungeons filled her with dread, the first thing that came to her mind was the prospect of 400,000 experience points. The suffering was well worth it. Simiao resolved to seek out the Wind Pig once more and assemble a running team. Wait, could she also charge for the top 3 spots? Imagining selling the information to Xiao Tao for a hefty 6,000 survival points per spot, Simiao felt her mouth water. Simiao estimated the rewards obtained from assisting players, calculating a rough figure, and sent it to the Wind Pig. Following their agreement, she discounted and sold off her surplus supplies into the resource group's warehouse. Observing the increasingly abundant resources in the group warehouse, she felt the ragtag team was finally coming together. Meanwhile, the regional chat had shifted from discussing television dramas to the evening's soul attacks. The 100 players who had received assistance had not gained any box rewards, only earning 2,000 experience points and 100 survival points. Typically inconspicuous, they were suddenly all the rage that night. Their intentions could not have been more evident. Players who received unboxing rewards were quite cunning, claiming that the game had balanced things out and that they had not obtained anything of value, only a hodgepodge of mundane items like water, electricity, and assorted cards. After a long day, Simiao retired early to rest, while the diligent green ghost patrolled outside the vehicle as the snow continued to fall heavily. At 6 the next morning, Simiao gazed out at the pristine blanket of snow and quickly accessed the vehicle design page to apply all the insulation materials she had acquired from the unboxing. She set the indoor temperature to a comfortable 25 degrees, while the outdoor temperature had plummeted below -10 degrees. Simiao opened the car door, stepping into the snow with her snow boots, finding the crunching sound quite soothing. The ground was covered in ice and snow, so she equipped the vehicle's tires with anti-slip chains. Fortunately, the installation was a one-click process. Otherwise, Simiao would have been quite distressed. After circling the vehicle, she returned inside, immediately enveloped by warmth. She shook off her boots at the door and hurried to the kitchen to pour herself a cup of hot water. For breakfast, she enjoyed the shrimp dumplings she had opened the night before, a pack containing 16 deliciously springy dumplings. After a night's passing, the total viewing time for Cloud Emperor had reached 3,000 hours, earning her 30 survival points. Simiao also discovered that this feature allowed for comments, with the screen above the video filled with laughter. It seemed that everyone's survival lives were rather monotonous, and the new series had been met with enthusiastic acclaim upon its release. At 10 o'clock, having completed the required mileage for the day, Simiao was about to use her instance tickets when a district-wide announcement suddenly caught her attention. Ding! Welcome players from District 28 to the limited-time instance, Winter Cat. In the blink of an eye, Simiao found herself transported from her vehicle to a new environment. Before her lay an abandoned forest farm, with distant snow-capped mountains and the sun casting a soft glow upon her, the silence profound and devoid of any human presence. She exhaled a breath of cold air and checked the rules. Players were to select a difficulty, easy, hard, or hell, remembering the adage that greater risks yield greater rewards. Simiao, unhésitatingly, chose et difficulté. Welcome players to the hell difficulty instance, Winter Cat. Rule 1. Starting capital is 10,000. Players must survive the long winter for 6 months in the forest. A special purchasing channel opens every morning from 9 to 12. Rule 2. Quality is paramount in Winter Cat. Ratings will affect the final rewards of the instance. Rule 3. Hell difficulty allows for the random unlocking of one skill. Rule 4. Death deducts 10 attributes. A sum of 10,000 cash landed at Simiao's feet. She picked it up and tucked it away. Skill extraction completed. Plum blossom pile. Simiao's mind. In extreme cold survival, warmth and food are of utmost importance. The plum blossom pile allows one to summon a 55-meter-long pile, consisting of 25 logs, each averaging 15 meters in length and the thickness of a thigh. Roughly calculated, one use of the plum blossom pile yields 750 gene of wood, and it can be utilized 3 times daily, totaling 250 gene. With over a ton of wood produced each day, she need not worry about heating. This was an excellent skill to acquire. Simiao couldn't help but smile with delight. Chapter 135. Wintering Cats, one having indulged in a moment of self-satisfaction. Simiao set her sights on a row of houses 100 meters ahead, glancing at her permissions. As anticipated, her spatial backpack was disabled. The marketplace was inaccessible. Private messages were barred, and group chats were prohibited. Yet, surprisingly, the regional channel remained operational. It was, after all, a district-wide dungeon. Simiao surveyed her surroundings but saw no signs of life, leaving her uncertain whether it was a solo or multiplayer instance. Approaching the row of houses, she noted that they resembled temporary metal structures often found at construction sites, with white walls and blue roofs. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned that the roofs were adorned with blue tiles and the walls were impressively thick, albeit weathered, with uneven windows that hinted at their age. There were 10 houses in total, all appearing quite similar from the outside, yet each door bore a rental notice detailing leasing information, which would activate automatic deductions upon removal. Simiao meticulously examined the 10 rental notices. Unit 01, 10 square meters, rent 800 for 6 months, include the stove. Unit 02, 20 square meters, rent 1,000 for 6 months, includes a stove and a con. Unit 03, 30 square meters, rent 1,200 for 6 months, includes a stove, a con, and a firewall. Unit 04, 40 square meters, rent 1,600 for 6 months, includes a stove, a con, a firewall, and electricity. Unit 05, 40 square meters, rent 1,800 for 6 months, includes a stove, a con, a firewall, electricity, and water. Unit 10, 100 square meters, rent 5,000 for 6 months. Simiao turned on her heel and walked away. With only 10,000 in startup capital, needing to last 6 months, and with rent consuming half of that, what was left to sustain her? After a protracted deliberation, she decided to remove the notice for Unit 05, and her pocket money automatically deducted 1,800. Her balance now stood at 8,200. With a click, the pig liver-colored, peeling security door swung open, and simultaneously, the adjacent unselected houses seemed to vanish into thin air. As Simiao pushed the door, it creaked ominously. Inside, there was another wooden door with a wall half a meter thick, allowing only 2 people to squeeze between the 2 doors. Upon pushing open the wooden door, she was assaulted by the musty odor that greeted her as she surveyed her dwelling for the next 6 months. The 40 square meter space was divided into 2 rooms. Upon entry, the kitchen awaited, featuring a stove that barely reached Simiao's knees, while a firewall separated the bedroom, which contained a con against the wall. Connected to the stove, The place was devoid of furnishings. There were no pots, pans, or utensils, nor tables, chairs, or wardrobes. The walls were moldy and peeling, and a thief would likely think twice before leaving even 200 behind. Simiao's emotions were a tangled mess. The basic amenities were indeed present: a stove, a Kong, and a firewall with water and electricity supplied. Yet, everything was in a state of disrepair. The stove was cracked, one corner of the Kong had collapsed. The firewall was fissured, and the water pump, attempting to draw from the underground supply, coughed up a mouthful of stale water. The wiring had been gnawed by rodents, rendering it faulty, and there were meters for both water and electricity that would incur charges. Simiao felt a throbbing at her temples. Just then, a loud clattering from behind startled her into thinking danger was imminent, only to discover that a gust of cold wind had blown in, causing the security door to buckle. Furthermore, the windows had succumbed to the storm, and even 2 tiles from the roof had fallen. Simiao, just a moment ago, she believed she could rent a house for 6 months at a mere $1,800, which seemed quite economical. However, it now appears that repairing the house is even more costly than the rent. Standing amidst the dilapidated surroundings, Simiao found herself momentarily lost in thought. The game was rather considerate. Each damaged component bore an interactive icon. With a mixture of emotions, she approached and tapped the icon above the stove. "Would you like to spend 500 on repairs?" Simiao exclaimed. "Here we go again. This relentless demand for money is back." The stove simply had to be fixed. With tears in her eyes, she paid the 500, leaving her with a balance of 700. The repaired stove, however, did not emerge renewed, but rather retained its antiquated charm, functioning adequately. Simiao then spent another 500 to restore the Kong, 500 for the firewall, 500 for the water pump, and 500 for the electrical circuit. After a flurry of expenditure, her balance dwindled to 700. Overwhelmed, she decided to pause her spending for the moment. Perhaps she could attempt to repair the doors and windows herself to save on costs. Urgently, she needed to test the effectiveness of the 8-kilometer drop. Departing from a now elevated sanctuary, Simiao ventured into the muddy terrain outside, beginning to jog around the shelter. The game, ever thoughtful, labeled this as an extreme cold winter, yet did not impose immediate challenges upon the players. A glance at the weather forecast in the upper left corner revealed a temperature of 0.12, warmer than that on a nearby road. Thanks to the frigid road conditions, Simiao donned her thermal gear, consisting of a quick-dry base layer, fleece-lined boots, windproof trousers, a lightweight down jacket for warmth, and a thick black windbreaker. She resolved to save a set of winter clothing, planning to purchase a change later. After running several laps around the shelter, she triggered the 8-kilometer drop, receiving an axe. Elated, she picked it up. Such passive skills were indeed advantageous, aside from the slight disadvantage of sore legs. The axe weighed 7 pounds and was remarkably effective for chopping firewood. Simiao summoned a cluster of wood in a plum blossom formation in front of the house, with 25 pieces of varying heights rising from the ground. Grasping the axe, she selected the outermost piece of wood to begin her work. There was still a section buried beneath. It felt more like digging than chopping. With several resounding strikes, the wood fell, leaving a sizable pit. Simiao transformed the wood into smaller pieces, stacking them in the vacant space before the house. She worked rapidly and vigorously, finishing all 25 pieces before the procurement phase began, drenched in sweat and her stomach growling. 10 minutes later, a special procurement channel was opened, prompting players to prepare. A gentle reminder: to avoid market disruption, players' outputs cannot be traded with the natives and may only circulate among players. Disappointed, Simiao realized she had lost a potential revenue stream. She set down the axe and counted the bills in her pocket. 700. 10 minutes later, following the prompt, Simiao arrived at the spawn point, a mere 100 meters from the shelter. A flash of white light enveloped her, and she was immediately surrounded by a cacophony of sounds. The aroma of fried foods wafted towards her. Captivated, Simiao swallowed hard and approached the nearest fried dough stick stall, inquiring, "How much do they cost?" 6 yuan per pound. The vendor frying dough sticks greeted warmly. This was the first time Simiao discovered that dough sticks were sold by weight. She picked up a pound, which amounted to 4 pieces. Pressed against her chest, she immediately devoured 2. How delicious they were! With a dough stick in her mouth, she wove through the bustling crowd at the market, reminiscing about the vibrant fairs of her childhood. Each stall beckoned her to approach and take a look. With 3 hours to shop, Simiao decided to ascertain the general prices. Potatoes were 1 yuan per pound, cabbage 80 cents, oranges 2 yuan, sweet potatoes 150, green peppers 250, and a large bundle of green onions was merely 8 yuan. Such astonishingly low prices. Simiao suddenly felt a wave of confidence regarding her living conditions for the next 6 months. Sunlight roses were only 250 a pound. Who would believe it? The market value of sunlight roses had plummeted. When Simiao reached the special offer for potatoes at 80 cents, she couldn't resist grabbing a bag. 20 pounds for just 16 yuan. Carrying a hefty bag of potatoes, she felt a complex mix of emotions, a profound sense of the pain of low prices hurting farmers. Chapter 136. Wintering Cats 2. Simiao quickly found her attention diverted by the 20 pounds of potatoes in her hands. They were rather heavy. The market opened for procurement only once every 5 days, and today the weather was friendly. Who knew if tomorrow would plunge to -10 degrees? She needed to quickly gather her essential supplies. It was cumbersome to shop while lugging a large pile of goods, and seeing those around her either dragging carts or riding tricycles made her realize the necessity of acquiring a transport tool for her goods. She ventured to a second-hand market on another street, where, after haggling, she purchased a second-hand two-wheeled handcart for 60 yuan. It was spacious enough to hold 200 to 300 pounds, the kind typically used on construction sites for transporting cement and materials. 20 pounds of potatoes made it appear quite small. Pushing her cart, Simiao continued her shopping in the second-hand market. Much like the plethora of merchants on platforms like Xianyu, the second-hand market was also filled with vendors vying for attention. Simiao paused at a stall selling bowls and chopsticks, their designs rather rustic yet the prices delightful. Only 2 yuan per bowl, allowing her to choose freely. She picked a bowl for rice, a soup bowl for noodles, 2 plates, a rice spoon, a soup spoon, and a set of 5 pairs of chopsticks. Spending just 12 yuan, she now had her dining utensils. Next, she hurried to purchase cookware. A second-hand rice cooker was 30 yuan, a second-hand induction stove, also 30. A second-hand kettle 10, a second-hand iron pot with a lid 15, a second-hand clay pot 10, and they even included a wooden spatula for frying rice. For someone like Simiao, who was financially constrained, these second-hand items were truly a treasure. With a balance of 90, Simiao swiftly moved on to other stalls. Occasionally, she would spot others zealously shopping as well. No need to ask, for they had IDs hovering above their heads. Simiao seized a 3 yuan second-hand tin bucket, intending to use it as a trash can, while resting her other hand on the bucket. Turning her head, she spotted a plump ant pushing a similarly worn-out cement cart. "Don't buy that. There's one for 2 yuan over there," the ant advised. Simiao's face lit up with joy as she abandoned the bucket. The stall owner chimed in as the 2 women departed the stall, huddling together to exchange information. The good news was that the initial capital for everyone was set at 10,000. Simiao had not faced a reduction in funds despite the daunting difficulty level. Aunt Fong opted for Room 05, a 40-square-meter space equipped with basic amenities. Hailing from a rural area in the south, she was unfamiliar with repairing the heated bed. Thus, she spent a considerable sum on maintenance fees. I inquired earlier and learned that local renovation craftsmen charge 200 to 300 per day, excluding materials. The game is surprisingly fair in this regard. Simiao commented, "Is that so?" Aunt Fong took Simiao to purchase 2 iron buckets for 2 yuan each. "By the way, our apartment lacks a toilet, so do not forget to get a toilet bowl." Upon hearing this, Simiao displayed a subtle smile. She was a loyal user of diapers, and her title had always been passively effective, so she never had to worry about such matters. Aunt Fong generously shared her experiences, and Simiao reciprocated by mentioning her ability to produce a ton of firewood daily, which could be exchanged for goods on the next market day. "That sounds great. I just found out that a ton of coal costs 1,300 yuan here, and for our 40-square-meter home, we would need 3 tons to survive a winter, nearly 4,000 yuan. Firewood is somewhat cheaper since we are close to a forest. It costs 400 per ton, but we would still need 5 to 6 tons. Electric heating? That would lead to financial ruin." Aunt Fong chose the difficult mode, randomly unlocking 2 skills or items, 1 healing skill and a mooncake blind box. "If you catch a cold, fever, or have a headache, I can grant you a healing skill." Simiao beamed at this news. It was splendid. At the second-hand market, Simiao purchased a new wash basin for 8 yuan, a used vegetable knife for 5 yuan, and a brand-new chopping board for 25 yuan. She had nearly acquired all the pots, bowls, and utensils she needed. After leaving the second-hand market, they returned to the bustling marketplace. Numerous stalls sold clothing, predominantly for the elderly, and the scene was crowded with players sporting ID tags. Simiao squeezed in, and prices had been driven down by the eloquent players, leaving the vendors overwhelmed, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. 29 for snow boots. Buy. 19 for a large hat. Buy. 99 for thick gloves. Buy. 199 for a scarf. Buy. 40 for a set of thermal underwear. Buy. 30 for thick cotton pants. Buy. 45 for a fleece jacket that can be worn inside or out. Buy. 69 for a military coat. Buy. 10 yuan for 3 pairs of underwear. Buy. 10 yuan for 5 pairs of socks. Buy. The aesthetic appeal of the items mattered little. What was paramount was warmth. Simiao donned a mechingat, feeling the warmth envelop her as she admired the vibrant players around her. She returned to her cart, showcasing her collection to Aunt Fong, who then joined the throng to procure supplies. While waiting, Simiao took stock of her inventory, assessing what was still needed. The military coat, priced at 69 yuan, was genuinely substantial, lined and thick, providing immense warmth, though it felt somewhat heavy in hand, weighing around 7 to 8 jin. She rummaged through her pockets, counting her scattered coins, and found a balance of 5,197 yuan. In that brief time, she had spent 503 yuan. Money truly slipped away quickly. As Simiao waited, her gaze wandered, and she recalled that she had yet to purchase toiletries upon spotting towels at a stall. After Aunt Fat returned with a pile of clothes, Simiao mentioned the need to purchase toiletries. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Aunt Fat promptly handed her 2 banknotes, entrusting her with the task. As their cart filled with more and more goods, the market became increasingly crowded, making it difficult to maneuver. Thus, they decided to pause and leave one person behind to guard the items. Choose whatever you deem suitable. Buy one of everything we need, she encouraged. Simiao, seemingly entrusted with a significant responsibility, boldly set off with the notes in hand. Given their limited budget, she opted for the cheapest options available, provided they were not of outrageously poor quality. Toothbrushes for 25, a toothbrush cup for 2, toothpaste for 35, 2 towels for 5 each, a shampoo and shower gel set for 20, and a pack of 2 soaps for 7. Salt was 2, cooking oil for liters, cost 40, monosodium glutamate was 6. Soy sauce was 6, and she grabbed a pack of chili powder for 6. After an extensive shopping spree in the grocery store, her expenditure totaled 162, leaving a balance of 5,035. She couldn't help but exclaim how quickly the money seemed to vanish. Struggling with an armful of items, she made her way back to Aunt Fat, where they divided the soap between them. While overseeing their supplies, Aunt Fat didn't forget to gather and exchange information. News from the regional channel announced a nearby marketplace where the price of a large cotton quilt had been slashed to 129 for a 10-pound blanket. Let us hurry and buy 2, one for the mattress and one for the cover. The price for a 4-piece bedding set has also been reduced. With 25 floral designs to choose from, she urged. Simiao was astonished. Who set these prices? Aunt Fat exclaimed. Who else but the leader of the hard-working group? Simiao felt a sense of not being surprised. It dawned on her that there seemed to be an overwhelming number of players among every 10 people in the street. 3 were players, not even counting those using anonymous cards. I just inquired, and this market is the largest in the north. On holidays, the foot traffic can reach up to 100,000. Chapter 137. Wintering Cats 3. With nearly 10,000 players flooding the marketplace, the crowd surged, and those with limited time tasks rushed about like locusts, waving their tickets and buying anything in sight. In a state of urgency, Simiao and Aunt Fat hurried to purchase quilts, only to find the stalls teeming with impatient players. The locals stood by in astonishment. The merchants were nearly hoarse from shouting. Simiao, with her added strength, left Aunt Fat on the periphery to guard their cart and squeezed her way into the throng, successfully snatching 4 large quilts and 2 sets of bedding. The quilts were all white, neatly wrapped in plastic, while the bedding sets were adorned with vibrant patterns. Aunt Fat held up a classic northeastern quilt cover, her expression slightly bemused. She hadn't realized that Simiao favored such a style. Wiping her brow, Simiao remarked, It's a frenzy. We're taking whatever we can get. It's so crowded that turning around is a challenge. There's no time to be picky. After purchasing the quilts, her expenditure reached 283, leaving a balance of 4,752. Should they buy pillows? No, they're 10 each. A stack of clothes makes a fine pillow, she concluded, being frugal with her spending. They had now adequately stocked up on pots, bowls, daily necessities, and warm clothing. With only an hour left for shopping, Simiao and Aunt Fat hurried off to buy food. The potatoes priced at 80 cents had already sold out. Simiao pushed through a few impatient players to reach the grain stall. The price tags on the rice bags read 2 yuan per kilogram, 2.5 yuan, as well as 5 and 8 yuan for premium rice. Simiao glanced past the more expensive options, pondering the nature of her household. Over the course of 6 months, or 180 days, consuming a kilogram of rice daily would amount to just 180 kilograms, costing a total of 360 yuan at the price of 2 yuan per kilogram. As Simiao hoisted 3 bags of 50 kilograms each and made her way out, she suddenly realized how remarkably inexpensive grain was. She had sensed something amiss during her earlier shopping trip. For instance, her rent and repairs for room 05 had already consumed 300 yuan, with another 500 yuan required for windows and roofing repairs, bringing her housing expenses to 800 yuan. The essentials and heating supplies, purchased at the lowest prices, had nearly cost her 1,000 yuan. Following Aunt Fat's advice, she had opted for firewood for heating, managing to spend only 2,000 yuan. Adding these figures, she found herself with a mere 200 yuan left. This sum had to last for 6 months of basic sustenance, averaging just 66 yuan a day. It felt profoundly impoverished. Yet, the realization that 180 kilograms of rice for 360 yuan could sustain her for half a year was striking. If she added some cabbage and potatoes at 1 yuan each, averaging a kilogram a day, her total for 6 months would be only 180 yuan. Altogether, she could maintain her livelihood for a mere 540 yuan. Simiao and Aunt Fat pondered this calculation with great emotion. Simiao purchased only 150 kilograms of rice, then turned to acquire a 30-kilogram bag of flour for 60 yuan, alongside 20 kilograms of potatoes, thus securing her staple foods and ensuring she would not go hungry. As for vegetables, fruits, and meat, she refrained from excessive purchases, knowing the market would convene every 5 days. She seized the opportunity to buy discounted cabbage at 6 yuan each, 10 kilograms for 6 yuan, along with 3 yuan tomatoes and a bag of green onions shared with Aunt Fat for 4 yuan. Eggs were priced at 6 yuan per kilogram, with 10 eggs in a kilogram. A bunch of sunlight roses at 25 yuan was a must-try. With her balance remaining at 5 yuan, the two strolled towards the meat vendor. The prices of pork varied by cut, approximately between 8 to 22 yuan, while beef was priced at 23 yuan per kilogram, shrimp at 20, and crabs at 30. Simiao, averse to fatty meat and unable to afford beef, recalled her title as an angler and resolved to fish for her own sustenance. After purchasing the food, her remaining balance stood at 366 yuan. Aunt Fat needed to hurry and buy firewood, and Simiao, intrigued, followed to observe. The firewood vendor was surrounded by players. Given the considerable space firewood occupied, purchasing in bulk would require a large truck, and the market did not offer such quantities readily. Thus, under the leadership of the energetic Blowing Wind Pig, a team was organized so that each player could only purchase enough firewood to last 7 days, ensuring more players could acquire heating supplies. Amidst the crowd, Simiao spied Blowing Wind Pig busily directing operations, feeling a wave of admiration for such talent. She had never anticipated that the first major gathering of players would involve a bustling market. With just 10 minutes left for shopping, a reminder echoed through the air for players to keep a close watch on their supplies. Upon seeing this announcement, Simiao immediately turned to check her cart, assessing what she might be missing. As she considered her necessities, she suddenly realized, oh no, I forgot to buy a lighter. A gasp arose from nearby players. Simiao was also taken aback. She had not made a purchase either. Glancing around, she spotted a small grocery store 100 meters away and hurriedly instructed Aunt Fat to keep an eye on her belongings before swiftly merging into the crowd. "Excuse me, coming through," she exclaimed as she navigated through the throng, dashing into the shop where she promptly acquired 6 lighters and 10 boxes of matches. Remembering the rolls of paper nearby, she smacked her forehead, realizing she had forgotten them, and grabbed 2 bags. With her supplies secured, Simiao felt a slight sense of relief. Retracing her steps, she incessantly repeated, "Excuse me, coming through." Suddenly, a figure clad in red obstructed her path. Simiao pushed against the figure, but could not make any headway. When she looked up, she recognized it was Lanyu. It had been quite a while since they last saw each other. Lan Yu adjusted her disheveled hair and flashed an elegant smile. Simiao continued to push forward. Excuse me. Without her supplies at hand, she felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. Simiao forged ahead, with Lan Yu trailing behind, chattering away. I'm leaving soon. The death notice she possessed allowed her only 2 days, and this instance appeared deceptively ordinary. Being trapped here was akin to a dead end, and she needed to escape before her time ran out. Simiao remained silent, focused solely on her path, craning her neck to spot Aunt Fat's reassuring figure. I still have over 4,000 left. Do you want it? Lan Yu revealed a stack of bills. Unable to resist, Simiao turned back to give her glance. Lan Yu's intention to abandon the game was as anticipated. The narrative of this winter cat instance was becoming increasingly clear, seemingly mundane. Lan Yu still bore the death notice, and if she did not freeze to death in this 3-day winter, she would be claimed by the notice instead. You're so generous? Simiao questioned. Lan Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Do you want it? Of course not. A mere 4,000 is just the timber yield for 10 days of plum blossom steaks. Simiao pushed forward, clutching her 2 bags of paper. Lan Yu ceased to follow, standing still and clicking her tongue. I can't even give away money. Was her luck truly that poor? Lan Yu examined the skill she had drawn this time. She had selected hellish difficulty, randomly unlocking a skill. Daydream. Weave dreams that ensnare the target in rapture. She selected her target, then nonchalantly grabbed a kitchen knife from a nearby stall and swept it across her neck. Retreating from the game, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Hearing the screams behind her, Simiao quickened her pace. When she finally grasped the shopping cart, a wave of relief washed over her. She handed the lighters and 1 bag of paper to Aunt Fat, not even pausing to collect her change before being thrust out of the market. Chapter 138. Winter Cat 4 Simiao appeared at the spawn point, pushing a cart brimming with goods, with her modest yet valuable little shack 100 meters ahead. She quickly checked the contents of the cart. Excellent. Nothing was missing. As she pushed the cart home along the bumpy, muddy path, she exerted surprising strength, managing to bring the cart right to her doorstep, inadvertently bumping the front against the door, which consequently collapsed. With a grasp of the general prices, Simiao felt more at ease and did not hesitate. She swiftly repaired the windows and the damaged roof. Expense, 1,500. Balance, 2846. She sneaked to the window, glanced around, and, feeling quite satisfied, clapped her hands, preparing to return and organize her supplies when she noticed a broom lying on the ground. Simiao immediately beamed with joy as she bent down to pick up the old-fashioned mop, crafted from reeds, perfectly suited for cleaning such a vintage abode. She had seen a similar broom at the market selling for 15 yuan. Simiao unilaterally declared the 8-kilometer stretch to be a golden legend, second only to the fishing system. Alas, she had been bustling about the market for 3 hours that morning, accumulating enough steps to cover 8 kilometers. However, amidst the throngs of people, her mind preoccupied with shopping, she failed to notice something had fallen from her possession, inadvertently benefiting another. Now equipped with her cleaning tool, Simiao resolved to sweep away the dust from both rooms before moving in her supplies. For lunch, she settled for the remnants of 2 oil sticks to tide her over. As she cleaned, she kept an ear tuned to the regional channel. One player lamented about forgetting to buy cleaning tools, remarking that in such a dilapidated house, even a stomp could dislodge 2 pounds of dust. How could one possibly live there without going bald from frustration? Another chimed in, pointing out that room 07 had tiles laid down and that saving a few hundred yuan on rent was futile. A wealth critic retorted, claiming that with the game's notorious penchant for draining funds, even those tiles would eventually need repairs, costing an additional 500 yuan, leading to meals of steamed buns and pickles. This prompted a flurry of complaints, with many expressing that repairing houses was more expensive than paying rent, suggesting the game was designed to have them engage in constant renovations. A plump aunt declared her skill in wall scraping, asserting it was straightforward and required no funds for repairs, promising to compile a tutorial to share later that night. The community buzzed with gratitude, and Simiao joined in the chorus. However, wall repairs also demanded a hefty sum of 500, an expense she could scarcely afford. With a plump aunt leading the charge, players began to share various life hacks. One player inquired if anyone had purchased floor coverings that were easy to clean. Another, unfamiliar with the term, sought clarification, only to be advised that even old newspapers could suffice, and suggested scavenging at the second-hand market. beyond the sharing of tips. Many players lamented their financial constraints. A significant portion of their budgets had been consumed by lodging expenses, leaving them with a mere 1 or 2,000 yuan after purchasing daily necessities and heating supplies. Those who splurged recklessly on new items looked down upon second-hand goods, only to find their funds dwindling further. Amidst the complaints, others resorted to verbal outbursts. Simiao observed for a moment, then realized the commotion behind her was triggered by the sudden appearance of a player from the Lan Yu group, causing panic among the locals. This turmoil led to many players being separated from their hard-earned supplies after 3 hours of laborious shopping. Simiao felt a sense of relief, grateful that she had fled swiftly to avoid the chaos. It took her a solid 2 hours to thoroughly sweep both the interior and exterior of the rooms. She tackled spider webs and insect eggs on the walls, and the dust on the Kong was relentless. The floors varied. The kitchen boasted a rough cement surface, while the room with the Kong had wooden flooring marred with greasy stains that clung stubbornly, proving nearly impossible to clean. After completing her circuit, it was no exaggeration to say that several bristles had fallen from her broom. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, she had long discarded her jacket onto the cart. The sweeping was merely a preliminary step. A thorough cleaning required the use of cloth to wipe down every nook and cranny. As Simiao had not procured a cleaning cloth, she ingeniously repurposed an extra pillowcase from her bedding set for this task. After a cursory tidying up, she commenced arranging her bedding. She laid out 2 large plastic bags flattened on the bed, managing to cover a significant portion of its surface. Utilizing one comforter as a cushion and another, encased in a duvet cover from the set, as a blanket, Simiao placed her hands on her hips, surveying the vibrant array of bedding with satisfaction and a sense of festivity. Newly acquired items emanate a delightful freshness, yet she lacked the means to wash them. Seizing the warm midday sun, Simiao employed her plum blossom post technique, summoning 25 pieces of wood of varying heights, draping the 2 comforters over them to bask in the sunlight, ensuring a comfortable night's sleep. With her sleeping area arranged, she swiftly turned her attention to the kitchen. Arranging jars and bottles on the floor felt disconcerting to her, prompting Simiao to resolve to seek out a second-hand table during her next trip to the market. She boiled water in her rice cooker, kettle, induction stove, clay pot, and frying pan as a means of sanitizing these second-hand items. Alas, she had forgotten to purchase dish soap. With a sigh, she tore the colorful pillowcase in half, using a small portion for dishwashing and a larger piece as a cloth for wiping down the table. Though the tasks were modest, they kept her incessantly occupied. In the midst of her chores, she took a moment to fetch a bucket of water, fashioning a makeshift fishing rod from a broom and a plastic bag to test her angling skills. The good news was that she had indeed earned the title of fisherman. The bad news was that the fish and shrimp caught were so minuscule they barely filled a gap between her teeth. Simiao resolved to venture out the following day to explore the map in search of small rivers or streams. After a flurry of activity, she suddenly realized that the sun had set and the air had grown chilly. Hastily, she retrieved the comforters to prevent them from absorbing moisture. Panic struck, she had forgotten to buy a lighter. A seasoned bookworm lamented that even if she had one, she couldn't afford to start a fire. Fool! A playful voice chimed in. You must split the firewood into smaller pieces to ignite it. Simiao seized an axe and set to work, deftly chopping the wood into manageable pieces. This task posed no challenge for her. As the flames roared to life in the stove, Simiao placed the lid on top, watching as the temperature visibly rose. Determined not to waste the heat, she placed the sanitized clay pot atop the stove, added chopped potatoes seasoned with soy sauce and MSG, ensuring the water covered the potatoes. She intended to toss in some cabbage later, planning for a hearty meal of stewed potatoes and cabbage. With dinner prepared, Simiao casually pressed the switch for the nearby electric light, only for the bulb to flicker twice and extinguish. With little hope, she wandered to the inner room to turn on another light, which, as expected, was also faulty. She switched to the community channel, greeted by a cacophony of complaints. Changing a light bulb is quite simple. We likely use the same model, just buy a new one, chimed a voice full of warmth and consideration. Simiao noted to add light bulbs to her shopping list for the next market trip. With the last remnants of daylight, she took her axe once more to chop firewood, refusing to let her daily plum blossom post practice go to waste. With a rhythmic thud, she summoned the wood again. Hey, guy, loudly, bang, 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 80, 80, 80. Simiao worked with remarkable speed and vigor, occasionally returning indoors to add cabbage to the clay pot. Before darkness fell, she had reduced 50 logs to a substantial pile of kindling, neatly stacked beside the house, a sight that filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 139. Wintering Cats 5. As night descended, the only light illuminating the interior and exterior of the house emanated from the hearth. Simiao removed her gloves and, cradling a bowl, sat before the stove to enjoy her meal while warming herself. She pondered whether the temperature would plunge below freezing that night. She added a sizable log to the fire and, with a bowl of potato stew and cabbage in hand, navigated her way to the adjacent Kong, where the warmth enveloped her, perhaps a tad too warmly. Being inexperienced with heating the Kong for the first time, Simiao scratched her head and sought assistance in the community forum. Not eating cilantro. You don't need to keep the Kong burning continuously. If the temperature is too high, it will turn the bed into a frying pan overnight. Many farts. But how can we cook without heating the stove? Not eating cilantro. Buy a secondhand induction cooker or rice cooker at the flea market. Anonymous. Who knows what someone else used that secondhand item for? Not eating cilantro. The money for a new rice cooker could buy you a set of pots and dishes at the secondhand market. Given the current conditions, we must be patient. Foot-picking vegetable. I'm a woman, and I buy secondhand items too. I even get the cheapest toothbrushes for $2 and compete for 70-cent leftover cabbages. We are all in the same boat. Simiao was amused to see her name mentioned in this context. However, today, everyone was preoccupied with gathering supplies for the upcoming 6 months of winter. And even if they crossed paths, there was little time for anything else, except for Chui Fengzhu, who adeptly seized the moment to establish rules for purchasing. Through the matters of blankets and firewood, the dedicated team successfully transitioned from online to offline, steadily garnering a substantial following. Many were concerned about whether they would have enough time to prepare their own supplies, while Chui Fengzhu and others organized the order. Chui Fengzhu, rest assured, everything has been purchased uniformly. No one will go hungry or freeze. Chui Fengzhu, players cannot barter their resources with the locals. On the next market day, the dedicated group will set up a temporary market beside the firewood sales area, allowing everyone to exchange their excess supplies according to their needs. A chorus of gratitude followed. Anonymous. Woe is me who understands. We come to this survival game and are still under the comforting protection of our mothers. Chui Fengzhu. He of course. If any players intend to bully others, like coercing women, our dedicated group will gladly intervene to ensure justice. We are all in this together, helping one another as we weather the winter. Simiao observed the entire exchange, utterly awestruck. The disparity between individuals was more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. While she was busy vying for 70-cent cabbage, Chui Fengzhu had already established order. Firewood and coal were essential resources, and in a situation where supplies were scarce, competition among players was inevitable. Chui Fengzhu's establishment of rules ensured that most could procure heating materials, leaving only a few discontented players, while majority felt reassured and secure. Yet, she also managed to monopolize the heating market, achieving a dual victory in both reputation and profit. Simiao took a bite of the tender, flavorful potato stew, realizing that from now on, players would have to acquire firewood and coal through the dedicated group's distribution. Amidst the chaos, a modest commission could yield substantial profits, as the resourceful wind pig accumulated a wealth of cash through the heating market. Players, constrained by their limited cash reserves, would inevitably have to rely on her channels for purchasing external supplies. Upon realizing this, Simiao felt a surge of enlightenment, a sense of having acquired new wisdom. She devoured a large pot of hearty potatoes and cabbage, utilizing the hot water from the pot to wash her bowl. Unfortunately, the kitchen lacked a proper disposal area, necessitating that wastewater be carried outside in a bucket. Thankfully, Simiao was spared the inconvenience of needing a restroom, which alleviated a significant burden. The black bear suggested that for those without a toilet, biodegradable garbage bags could be purchased. Once used, they could be discarded outside, decomposing within 6 months. Such is the brilliance of collective wisdom. The wealthy heir boasted of having a private bathroom in room 07, having already enjoyed a refreshing shower. The envious remarked that when temperatures plummet to -40 or 50 degrees, he would be left frozen solid. These two were seasoned participants in the ongoing banter. After a quick freshening up, Simiao climbed onto the heated Kong, where the regional channel buzzed with activity once more. For those seeking information, Look for Xiao Tao. Ahem. Esteemed Xiao Tao members, due to private messages being restricted, daily updates will now be posted directly on the regional channel, updated every evening at 8. This is a member service now openly available to all players in the region. Let us collectively wish our esteemed members prosperity. Prosperity to the boss. Echoed the impoverished. Prosperity to the boss. Cham Xiang Yutian. Prosperity to the boss. Repeated the envious. Simiao blinked. Feeling no envy towards the profits Xiao Tao was amassing. Information from Xiao Tao. The known dungeon difficulties are categorized into easy, hard, and hell, unlocking 3, 2, or 1 skill or item at random respectively. Basic resource prices are as follows. Rice at 2, flour at 2, firewood at 400 per ton, coal at 1300 per ton, cotton pants at 25, and cotton vests at 25. The second-hand market offers shoes for 10 yuan, with a selection to choose from. There's also a rural online shopping outlet at the market, where supplies can be ordered and collected in 5 days. Players who publicly withdraw from the game will cause disturbances, prompting local authorities to restore order. Thieves caught by local law enforcement will face fines and detention. Simiao, cocooned in her blanket, skimmed through the messages rapidly. How infuriating it was to have overpaid for cotton pants. However, the regional channel was bustling with activity. Rolling on the warm calm, she broke into a sweat before reluctantly curling up at the edge, drifting into slumber. In her dreams, Simiao transformed into a little girl, following her mother into a wealthy family, confronting her stepfather's feigned concern and the open disdain of her step-siblings. She wept, yearning to escape, but her mother chastised her, saying a mountain pig could not nibble on fine grains. Growing up in such a stifling environment, filled with scrutiny, she strived relentlessly to become exceptional, determined to silence the whispers of the outside world. She was no mere ugly duckling lost in a wealthy family. When she entered a relationship, her stepsister's curiosity prompted her mother to insist on a breakup to avoid scandalous rumors of sisters vying for a man, which could tarnish their reputation. Even as she shone in her career, her mother admonished her for overshadowing her stepbrother, urging her to remain humble and low-key. Had it not been for your mother's marriage into our family, you would not have had the privilege to access such exceptional educational resources. Everything you possess is a result of our generosity, and if you're dissatisfied, you must bear it in silence. In her dreams lingered a multitude of chaotic narratives, and upon awakening the next day, Simiao found her head throbbing, suspecting that she had been visited by an oppressive spirit during the night. Chapter 140. Wintering cats, 6 as the night passed. The warmth of the heated bed finally subsided, leaving Simiao, who had endured a night of discomfort, parched and restless. Rising, she ventured to the kitchen next door to boil herself a kettle of water. Gazing through the window, she beheld a world cloaked in silver. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the land overnight, and the temperature had plummeted. As she donned her outerwear, she glanced at the temperature in the upper left corner. The next day promised clear skies, with temperatures ranging from 0 to 9 degrees. In the regional chat, a group of players who had never encountered snow before were reveling in the newfound wonder. "Ha ha ha, what fresh snow! This is so much fun!" exclaimed one. "I want to have a snowball fight," cried another. "Enjoy it while you can. Soon you'll be crying while shoveling snow every day," warned a third. "Wonderful, with snow. We could drink snow melt. I'm glad I didn't choose a house with water, saving 200 on rent and 500 on repairs." Simiao had experienced snow before and felt only a moderate thrill. Her mind was still savoring the dream from the previous night, which was becoming increasingly vivid in her recollection, every detail crystal clear. She sensed something was amiss. Typically, dreams of winning the lottery would leave her with only a fleeting sense of joy upon waking. Yet this time, it was remarkably distinct. Could there be some hidden mechanics within this scenario? She inquired in the regional channel, only to be met with a chorus of complaints about poor sleep. Some struggled with the high heat of the stove, making sleep elusive, while others shivered from not securing blankets. Adjusting to a new environment often led to insomnia and vivid dreams. This was hardly unusual. Furrowing her brow, Simiao's mind briefly conjured the image of Lanyu. However, she had no immediate solutions. She needed to focus on the tasks at hand. She stoked the fire, roasting a few potatoes, and once the kettle was boiling, she poured half the hot water for brushing her teeth and washing her face, reserving the rest in a cup for drinking. The hot water cooled rapidly. She found herself in need of a thermos. Otherwise, she would have to rise in the middle of the night to boil more water. How troublesome. Thus, she added it to her shopping list. As the potatoes continued to roast, Simiao donned her outerwear and opened the door, only to be greeted by a gust of frigid wind that chilled her face. She exhaled a puff of cold air, and as she stepped into the snow, an 8-kilometer drop triggered a snow shovel to appear in her hands. Bending down to pick it up, she marveled at the generous shovel, thinking how considerate 8 kilometers was to provide her with the necessary tools. Little 8, how dull it is here. Could you send Little P my way? She made a solemn wish, donned her gloves, and began shoveling snow. The snow was not deep, just covering her ankles, crunching beneath her feet. Simiao first cleared a wide path, shoveling all the way to the side pile of firewood, from which she gathered a bundle of chopped logs to bring back to the kitchen, stacking them beside the stove. With the snow falling, she realized she ought to find a tarp to cover the firewood, lest it become damp and difficult to ignite. Shopping list 1. After completing her snow shoveling, Simiao began to jog around the house, aiming to accumulate her 8-kilometer drop. Boredom can be quite the catalyst for productivity, and thus, she resolved to gather a bit more supplies. At her current pace, she could effortlessly procure a piece of material in just half an hour, relishing the joy of unboxing. A cotton mask, a thermos. Simiao was overjoyed, as these were precisely the items she urgently required. Feeling hungry, she returned to her abode with her 2 treasures to enjoy breakfast: roasted potatoes sprinkled with a hint of chili powder, delectably fragrant. After her meal, Simiao commenced chopping firewood, summoning 3 plum blossom stakes at once to encircle her home, creating an impressive sight. 80, 80, 80. Simiao was always remarkable in her endeavors, managing to extract 75 logs in under 2 hours. She purposefully set aside 2 pieces of wood, intending to retrieve a rope later to use for hanging laundry. In the winter months, one must find ways to keep busy. After all, Simiao was not alone in her industriousness. Most players were similarly engaged. Some ventured out to explore the map, others pickled vegetables at home, while a few, who were adept at renovations, busied themselves repairing their houses in hopes of saving a considerable sum. Simiao was particularly interested in pickling vegetables, a straightforward process. Yet her materials and tools were lacking. 10 kilograms of cabbage sounded ample, yet amounted to merely 2 heads. She decided to temporarily forego chopping wood and ventured outside for some fresh air, hoping to locate a water source for fishing, aiming for a meaty lunch. Armed with her DIY fishing rod and her newly acquired thermos filled with hot water, she carried a rusty bucket, glancing around before choosing to explore the mountainside to her right. After approximately half an hour, the sound of flowing water reached her ears. Rushing forward, she discovered a small creek, not particularly wide, just over 2 meters, its crystal-clear waters seemingly devoid of fish. Nevertheless, Simiao exuded confidence as she found a piece of discarded wood to sit by the creek, ready to fish. With the expanse of water before her, the catch was no longer limited to tiny shrimp, but comprised lively little fish, each the size of her palm, a delightful sight indeed. She filled her bucket with some water and tossed in the fish, and within a mere half hour, she had accumulated a dozen small fish. How splendid! Simiao even began to indulge in a bit of playful bragging, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, exhaling a puff of chilly air. The title of an infallible angler had, from that moment, overshadowed the joy of fishing as a delightful surprise. Fishing, after all, emphasizes the journey rather than the outcome. Alas, as lunchtime approached, Simiao reeled in her line, squatting by the riverbank to gut the fish. With temperatures plummeting below zero, she need not worry about food preservation. The natural cold served as an effective refrigerator. Thankfully, she had refrained from purchasing that second-hand refrigerator for 50 yuan yesterday, which would have been a waste. Simiao was quite the astute planner. After processing the fish, she also collected the rotten wood from beneath her as additional firewood. The stove she had lit that morning still retained some warmth, and with the excellent insulation of her 50-wall structure, the indoor temperature was likely a pleasant 10 degrees. Despite the freezing conditions outside, just as she pondered this, an 8-kilometer drop triggered the appearance of a temperature gauge. Simiao's eyes lit up as she picked it up, noting the reading, 15. Lunchtime would feature braised fish served with rice, accompanied by the lively chatter of the regional channel. Cotton candy, good news. There are twigs to be gathered in the direction of the mountain. But one can only collect withered branches and rotten wood. Cutting down trees incurs a fine. No cilantro. Y me estunda. How can there be restrictions on tree felling even in a survival game? Anonymous. Can you not discern the game's true nature even now? It is designed for us to enjoy the game within the confines of its rules. Whatever divine skills we possess have been balanced. If players could freely chop wood, they would swarm the mountains, saving on heating expenses, wouldn't they? No cilantro. If that is the case, it seems everyone in this dungeon has been balanced, especially those level 8 or 9 players. If they opt for hellish difficulty and unlock only one skill or item, wouldn't it be more challenging than for ordinary players? Simiao raised an eyebrow upon reading this. Anonymous. Do not forget the enhancements of level 8 and 9 players. Their physique, strength, and agility far exceed ours. Moreover, should they perish in this dungeon, they will only lose a maximum of 50 resources. If they offend someone, will they even be able to continue? Windy Pig. Let us not forget the passive titles, which are also unrestricted, along with our valiant squad ready to maintain order. You are the valiant group, not the official group, mind you. But Simiao could only exclaim, well done. Chapter 141. Winter Cats 7. However, speaking of titles, Simiao quickly pulled out her array of titles to examine. Diving into her tasks, her teammates had already been complaining for 3 days and nights, urging her to speak up. If she remained silent, no one would regard her as mute. Titles such as Fisherman, Long Standby, Hat King, King of Chives, Freeloader, and Loyal User Diapers, most of which were quite practical, especially the Loyal User of Diapers, as Simiao had seen many players lamenting the restroom situation. Only rooms numbered 7 and above are entitled to independent bathrooms. In other rooms, there are no restrooms, let alone sewage systems. However, it is said that when the temperature drops to minus 40 or 50 degrees, the sewage will freeze. Even Simiao's water pump is on the verge of failure. Fortunately, during the snowy season, there is no fear of a lack of drinking water. While she contemplated her titles, Windy Pig had already started to rally the troops in the regional channel. Windy Pig, what skills and items has everyone drawn? What resources have been obtained? Let us exchange information in advance. I'm sketching a rough layout for a stall, so it will be convenient for trading. 3 hours is quite limited. The management of the Valiant Group and loyal users began to share their skills or items. Cotton Candy, Cake Blind Box, Xiang Yutian. Heavy Machine Gun, what a heavy machine gun. This will surely make a ruckus. The regional channel was momentarily filled with chaos. Xiang Yuqian, cradling his heavy machine gun, nestled at his doorstep, munching on roasted potatoes in the sun, burst into joyous laughter, feeling the exhilarating power of wielding such firepower. This is absolutely fantastic. Although the heavy machine gun only came with 50 rounds, there was no place for replenishment. Fat Ant. I unlocked a healing skill. Usable 3 times a day, and I can exchange treatment for resources. Fat Ant. By the way, there's also a Mooncake Blind Box. Speaking of the Mooncake Blind Box, everyone had something to say. Penny Pincher. Mooncake Blind Box 1 Soul Bottom. Mooncake Blind Box 1 10-Year Bookworm. Mooncake Blind Box 1 Frugal 1. Mooncake Blind Box 1008-6 Terrifyingly Strong. Wait, does the Mooncake Blind Box dominate the game? Ah. The player has long been troubled by the Mooncake Blind Box. Simiao found herself in an amusing yet exasperating situation as she shared her own resources. I am a woman, said Chai Huiyu. It must be our guild leader. What is the yield like? I am a woman, replied Chai Huiyu. We're producing a ton of firewood daily, and while I haven't finished fishing yet, I should have a few dozen pounds. All right then, said Chue Fengzhu. I'll arrange a VIP stall for you later with 2 sales assistants. You can decide on their remuneration. Simiao, of course, would not decline this offer, given that she could only venture out for 3 hours every 5 days. She preferred not to spend her time merely selling goods at the stall. She wished to explore the bustling market. After enjoying her lunch, Simiao nestled on the heated bed for an hour's rest before taking her bucket and heading out to fish at the familiar spot. Initially, the fish were of decent size, but after catching dozens of pounds, they gradually shrank, eventually turning into mere shrimp. It was true that fishermen rarely returned empty-handed, yet even the smallest fish held value. She grumbled to herself as she emptied the bucket of fish into her cart, planning to stock up for the afternoon deliveries. It was then that she realized her cart was leaking. Pushing a cart full of small fish back to the shelter, she couldn't resist stopping by the foot of the mountain to gather some dry twigs. Though they burned quickly, They would serve well to kindle a fire. On her return journey, she stumbled upon a sharp pair of scissors, perfect for gutting fish. Upon arriving home, after a brief rest, Simiao resumed chopping firewood. Splitting the log she and T finished in the morning into smaller pieces stacked beside the house. She took a moment to stoke the fire inside and prepared a simple dinner of potato and fish stew with cabbage, adding whatever she could find. The day flew by in a flurry of activity. Sitting by the stove with her bowl of food, Simiao resolved to purchase a second-hand dining table. Of course, I need a heated table. It's so much more comfortable to eat at a heated table. Eating in bed? Someone queried. What's wrong with that? It's not cold enough yet. When the chill sets in, you'll be reluctant to leave your bed even for the restroom. Ding, ding, ding. It's time for the nightly 8 p.m. news sharing. My little monkeys, feel free to share the information you've gathered. Speaking of restroom matters, I must mention a title known as the Kingdom of Diapers, which automatically recycles waste and rewards 1 survival point per ton of waste collected. Simiao nearly spat out her food, her toes curling in disbelief. What? Why would such a private title be revealed? Who? One should study diligently rather than sell such information. Could it be Chui Fengzhu? Simiao gritted her teeth, exasperated at the thought of this person being so obsessed with money. The regional channel was left dumbfounded by the title of the Diaper Kingdom, and though many envied it, no one dared to speak up. All right, let us get to the main topic. Players who missed out on resources, do not despair. The map still holds wild resources. If our map modeling is accurate, to the left, near the mountains, you can gather dry twigs and leaves, while to the right lies a harvested field where you can unearth food stored for the winter by mice. An hour's walk ahead leads to a dirt road, where small coal chunks may fall from the coal trucks passing by, and in the mountains behind, there are hibernating black bears. The riverbank is abundant with wild spinach and shepherd's purse. In the realm of gaming, players who stockpile soybeans can cultivate bean sprouts, with 1 pound of soybeans yielding an astonishing 812 pounds of sprouts. The tutorial unfolds with a whimsical note about crafting frozen pears, while the protagonist, Simiao, expresses exasperation over trivial matters. If there is nothing of substance to convey, silence may be preferable. Yet, Simiao contemplates hoarding some soybeans and frozen pears for future use, pondering the possibility of foraging for shepherd's purse during a fishing trip the following day. The game, after all, allows for some leeway. As night descends, the temperature drops, and the warmth of the heated bed is just right, providing a comforting embrace. Lying cozily, Simiao reflects on the vivid dream she had the previous night. What awaits her? A spectacle of supernatural intrigue. To her surprise, it resembles a dramatic series. The increasingly remarkable protagonist finds herself ensnared, not achieving autonomy, but rather trapped beneath the title of a wealthy stepdaughter, facing numerous setbacks, ultimately coerced into marrying an older man to sustain the family business. Despite this suffocating oppression, Simiao gradually detaches from the narrative, perhaps to emphasize the protagonist as a caged canary. The grandeur of the wedding is overwhelming. Set in a castle with luxury cars lined up, adorned with diamond rings worth billions and wedding gowns valued in the tens of millions. Even the bouquet crafted by a master at an exorbitant price of $999,000. Simiao, in her humble existence, chuckles at the extravagance, noting that even during Qing Ming, she would not dare to spend so frivolously. As dawn breaks, Simiao rises, her mind still occupied by the extravagant bouquet. Poverty indeed limits her imagination. She throws on her coat and heads to the adjacent kitchen to stoke the fire, casually placing a few roasted potatoes on the lid. Finding humor in her predicament, she is convinced that someone has deliberately infused her dreams with this series, immersing her completely in its narrative. The style of the story is unmistakably reminiscent of the moon-gathering genre. Simiao mutters insults towards the characters, recalling how she had not received the 4,000 yuan at that time. Skills, it seems, are often unreasonable. Feeling a pang of discomfort, she realizes that others cannot be at ease either. Thus, she decides to create a blunt reinterpretation of the dream and shares it on the regional channel, believing that joy is best when shared. I am a woman. I wonder which scoundrel decided to implant this series in my mind. I'm releasing it for your amusement. I am a woman. Thus, Huowanqi, a top student, a brilliant young man, recognized for his songwriting and accolades, is overshadowed by his title as the heir of the Wang family. With his achievements and efforts dismissed, I am a woman. at the age of 22, during a crisis in the Wong family business. This somewhat illustrious stepson is forced into marriage with a woman 30 years his senior, an influential figure capable of shaking the very foundations of the city with a stomp of her foot. On the wedding day, luminaries gather as Hua Wangqi dons a wedding suit worth tens of millions, clutching a bouquet valued at 999,000. Stepping into the grave of matrimony. Early risers among the players. If there is guilt, let the temperature drop at midnight to freeze them. Rather than waking up to such a fate, the Hat King title subtly activates, as many feel nauseous, their previous meals threatening to resurface. Simiao bursts into laughter. A bouquet worth 999,000? How amusing. What do you mean by an older woman 30 years his senior? She is simply a charming, wealthy old baby. Poor dental health. I cannot fathom what the male protagonist is feeling in his plight. The affluent elder gentleman is generous and undoubtedly does not lack for youthful admirers. Still, he chooses to offer him a title. A man cannot have it all. Incredibly annoying. My goodness, no wonder I have felt a persistent discomfort. Once the notion of a dependent partner was introduced, it all became clear. The male protagonist is truly overindulgent, while the elder gentleman possesses a remarkable capacity for compassion. What grievances could he possibly harbor? We women often yearn for such sustenance, but find it elusive. Terrifyingly strong. Sister, do not marinate in your woes. After an emotional onslaught, Simiao washed her face and brushed her teeth, then set out to gather firewood. As per routine, she undertook the challenge of extracting 75 logs in a single session. After breakfast, she ventured forth to fish. The temperature had dropped further today, ranging from 1 to 16 degrees, causing her to shiver. The dozens of small fish left outside last night had frozen solid. How splendid. The issue of storage was rendered moot. Otherwise, with daily hauls of several dozen pounds, the logistics of preservation would pose a significant challenge. Simiao wheeled her cart to the riverbank, where she fished for small fish and shrimp until she had enough, then began to search for wild vegetables along the shore. The monkeys were quite considerate, providing detailed descriptions of shepherd's purse and wild spinach, which Simiao quickly identified. She gathered them. After 3 hours outdoors, she returned with a bountiful harvest. On her way back, she stumbled upon a bundle of rope approximately 100 meters long, a welcome addition for hanging laundry. Lunch consisted of braised fish accompanied by rice. After a brief rest, Simiao pushed her cart forward, walking for over an hour until she reached a dirt road, where she indeed discovered scattered lumps of coal. Such a free treasure brought her great joy. Picking up piece after piece, she lost track of how far she had wandered, and by the time she returned, her cart held around 30 pounds of coal. She wondered if this bounty would refresh daily. As winter days grow short, the sun had set by now, and Simiao dared not venture further but retraced her steps home. By the time she arrived, twilight had descended. That evening, she planned to burn coal and stew tomatoes, potatoes, and cabbage, complementing the meal with a fried egg for nourishment. While the stew simmered, Simiao hurriedly chopped the remaining firewood. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming sense of busyness throughout the day. Initially, she intended to clean the fish to enhance their quality for resale to other players. Yet her laziness led her to abandon that thought. If they were edible, splendid. If not, so be it. Several dozen fish lay piled on the left side of the house, frozen together by morning. At 8 o'clock, Xiao Tao logged on punctually. She purchased information from Xiao Tao. At 6:35 a.m., a woman, allegedly fell victim to nightmare attacks and chose to share the burden of suffering, noting, "I bear the title of the Hat King," which implies, "Your words can sometimes be rather distasteful." Players responded, "The cursed burden of suffering. At times, I genuinely wish to report this." Buying information from Xiao Tao, the dead branches and leaves collected the previous day will not refresh, while the coal lumps by the roadside have reappeared, albeit in varying quantities. The wild vegetables by the river no longer refresh, and the rats' nests, emptied of stored grain, are no longer replenished. Simiao was truly enlightened. Is there truly someone who goes to extract the rats' reserves? Incredibly annoying. Oh, dear me. I awoke to find my home gone. The terror of strength. Was it not excessive? Had the mouse not consumed its stored food with great precision? Before the players, what significance does a mouse hold? Even the hibernating creatures in the mountains were roused, stripped of their warmth. Just before slumber, an athletic watch fell from an 8-kilometer drop to Simiao, enabling her to tell the time, quite splendid indeed. As she drifted into sleep, she took a moment to announce in the regional channel, "Wait for it. I shall update you all tomorrow." With poor dental health? Excellent, excellent. I love it. The evening's plot had evidently reached its zenith. The protagonist, having married into wealth, found herself disenchanted with her elderly husband, drawn instead to her youthful and handsome stepson, clandestinely engaging in a narrative of stepmotherly romance. After a series of twists and turns, the old man suffered a stroke from indignation, and the stepson inherited the fortune. The protagonist then sought cosmetic enhancements, returning to her stepson under a new identity. Life was meant to unfold in tranquility, yet her stepbrother, who had never regarded her highly, was captivated by this unfamiliar visage, persistently teasing her. The protagonist was no longer the innocent flower of yesteryears. She had darkened, embarking on a clandestine affair with her stepbrother, plunging the Wong family into chaos. On the day of the Wong family's bankruptcy, Simiao finally discerned the elusive appearance of the protagonist. Was this not a moonlit embrace? Simiao remarked, "The fox's tail has been revealed." Perplexed, Simiao wondered, what significance does this hold? She shook her head in disbelief, fulfilling her promise by posting a gender-bent version in the regional channel. "I am a woman." Thus, Huo Wangqi shattered the shackles of his earlier life, achieving redemption and attaining freedom. With poor dental health. How infuriating! He relished it. Simiao had long been a top influencer in District 28. And with everyone idling through the winter season, they began to delve into the meaning of this dreamlike experience. Cotton candy could be a form of psychological attack? Simiao responded that aside from feeling a bit dazed upon waking, she experienced no lingering effects. Anonymous, or perhaps a kind-hearted individual, fearing your winter hibernation would be too dull, bestowed upon you a drama? Simiao chuckled, expressing her gratitude to the unknown benefactor. Chapter 143, Winter Hibernation 9. Today, as temperature plummeted further, ranging from 18 to 3 degrees. Simiao hurried next door to stoke the stove, opting for potato porridge for breakfast. After only a few days of consuming potatoes and cabbage, she found herself weary of the two dishes. Next market day, she resolved to procure a greater variety of ingredients to enrich her dining experience. Dressed warmly, she bundled herself tightly and opened the door, greeted by a gust of frigid wind that sent shivers through her. First, she cleared the snow from the rooftop, then released 3 plum blossom stakes. Digging up 75 pieces of wood to warm up, while engaged in her tasks, she kept an eye on the regional channel, her attention suddenly sharpening, her movements slowing. Studying diligently. The most crucial aspect of being human is possessing self-awareness. To clarify, self-awareness is always a commendable trait, signifying an individual's ability to accurately and clearly recognize their own capabilities and their current standing. Diligent study. This essential quality is not possessed by everyone. For instance, individuals ensnared in the grind may lose their self-awareness, empathizing with the capitalists. Similarly, subservient souls may also lack self-recognition, genuinely feeling that their masters endure hardships, even as their own knees threaten to wear away from kneeling, yearning to shed tears for their lords. As for the players, indeed, there are often those who fail to grasp their own positioning, believing themselves to be the strong amidst a survival of the fittest mentality, deriving fleeting pleasure from a false sense of superiority. The envy of the affluent. Previously, a group of individuals idolized a wealthy heir, attempting to adopt his perspective, mistakenly believing that they too would attain wealth. Diligent study. When engaged in mundane tasks, such as consuming a 1 yuan potato or a 2 yuan bowl of rice, one becomes acutely aware of their ordinary status. With accurate self-positioning, it is all too easy to drift into the complex and ethereal realm of the mind, losing one's anchor and being led astray. I understand this. While watching seal documentaries, one wishes for seals to be spared. When observing polar bear documentaries, one is reminded of the relentless struggle, as the bear strives to consume the unyielding remnants of its prey. The players, such a vividly illustrative example of QQ sausage. However, this example is indeed strikingly clear. As Simiao felled a wooden stake, she leaned on her axe, continuing to absorb the analysis of diligent study. Diligent study. After immersing ourselves in the tales of ancient nobility governing lands and shaping destinies through cinematic portrayals, we may forget our own status as once oppressed individuals. Similarly, After witnessing the disciplined lives of capitalists rising at 4 each morning, precisely managing their time, one might misguidedly attribute their success solely to hard work and self-discipline, mistakenly believing that poverty results from laziness. Diligent study. Likewise, I perceive that the orchestrators of this narrative have woven it into the dreams of women, subtly influencing perceptions. Diligent study. I am a woman, and if I am not mistaken, this dream is experienced in the first person with a female protagonist, correct? I am a woman, yes. Diligent study. Then, having personally experienced her confusion, struggles, and resistance, has her image in your heart been transformed? Simiao pondered carefully. Her impression of Lan Yu still tethered to the 480,000 yuan debt. Moreover, there's the bouquet worth 9.99 million. Nevertheless, Simiao comprehended the essence of diligent study's words. Is Lan Yu crafting such a dream to redeem herself? Simiao expressed her dissatisfaction. This person has been strategizing against her, yet the strategies have veered far astray. Can I not even copy the homework? The Cloud Emperor's legend lies untouched. Simiao shook her head, dismissing the matter from her mind. After gathering 25 logs, and with the potato porridge now ready, she grasped her axe, preparing to return indoors. However, her gaze caught sight of frozen fish, causing her to halt abruptly. She hastened over, picking up a frozen fish with its tail gnawed away. Observing the uneven bite marks, Simiao could vividly imagine a mouse from the previous night, gnawing on the fish. Her home had been invaded. She quickly rummaged through the hundreds of small frozen fish, relieved to find only 3 or 4 at the edges had been nibbled. Thankfully, it was not a total loss. Simiao wiped her brow, contemplating the multitude of little fish scattered about. They would not last long indoors, and left outside, they would be devoured by rodents. Even turning them into salted fish would require salt. She returned home, her heart heavy with thoughts, and sought assistance through the regional channel. Not a fan of cilantro. Grandma is indeed grandma. She has begun to fret over the surplus food storage. Not a fan of cilantro. Did you buy a bucket? It can be transformed into an ice bucket. No need for a lengthy tutorial. Simiao was immensely grateful. There truly are many kind-hearted individuals. She purchased 2 second-hand, worn-out tin buckets at the market, one for holding domestic water and the other for waste, as she would still need these during the day. She resolved to wait until nightfall to commence her work. After breakfast, Simiao went fishing by the river. Resources should not go to waste. Fishing, foraging for wild vegetables, collecting coal, gathering firewood, and scrounging for grain, as well as engaging with small animals. Upon reflection, she realized there was much to do daily. However, the various locations were disparate, and time was often squandered in transit, necessitating choices. Simiao opted to fish first, then head to the dirt road where she had gathered coal the previous day. She needed to check how many coal pieces had replenished along the roadside today. If she could sustain her daily heating needs through self-sufficiency, her firewood would no longer hold market value. As she picked up coal, she mentally calculated the haul. Oh no, it was even more than yesterday, weighing over 30 pounds. In the regional channel, some cunning players began sharing tips. The poor fool has arrived. Since the coal is shed by passing coal trucks, why not create some obstacles along the road? That way more will spill out. If a coal truck were to overturn, wouldn't that lead to fortune? Simiao found this reasoning sound, yet suspected the game mechanics might not permit such tactics. She decided to observe first, letting others pave the way. Time always flew when engaged in labor. Before retiring for the night, Simiao crafted 2 ice buckets and loaded her cart with a heap of small frozen fish, covering them with a thick layer of snow. Aware that mice would be prowling about at night, she slept lightly, awakened by faint sounds in the dead of night. She immediately opened her eyes, stealthily crept to the window, and peered outside in the moonlight. Lo and behold, a large mouse. No, upon closer inspection, it resembled a fox. What mouse? It was unmistakably an adorable and captivating fox. Chapter 144. The winter cat. Simiao's expression shifted in an instant as she crouched behind the window, watching the fox rummage through her pile of fish. How charming! Perhaps she chuckled softly, startling the fox, which hesitated before seizing the hard-earned frozen fish and disappearing into the snowy night, leaving behind a trail of disordered little footprints. Wrapping herself in her military coat, Simiao stepped outside, carefully restoring the displaced fish under a thick blanket of snow. After some thought, she set aside 3 fish on the ground. If they feasted on those outside, they would not disturb her food reserves. She adjusted her coat, and returned to the warmth of her room. Her shoes were somewhat cumbersome. Next time at the market, she must purchase slippers and fuzzy footwear. Once she fell asleep again, the dreaded dreams returned, likely replaying those same narratives. Simiao felt as though she were being harassed, which did little to lift her spirits. On the fourth day of winter, the sun shone bright, with temperatures ranging from 19 to 3. The 3 fish she had thrown outside were gone, leaving a trail of chaotic footprints. Fortunately, they had not raided her food reserves. Simiao was busy, chopping wood, fishing, collecting coal, and she hadn't even found a moment to glance at the rumored spots where one might unearth food supplies. Amidst the hustle and bustle, the second market day swiftly approached. Simiao gazed at the towering wall of firewood, lost in contemplation, producing over a ton of firewood daily. The remnants barely sufficed for her needs, and now, a staggering 5 tons had accumulated into a formidable pile. The dilemma arose: how could she transport for trade? In addition to the firewood, she managed to catch an average of 80 to 90 pounds of fish each day, with only a fraction left for her own consumption. The first day was consumed with cleaning, leaving no time for fishing. Over the course of 4 days, she had amassed around 300 pounds, filling an entire cart. The abundance of resources was truly overwhelming. Having indulged in her musings, Simiao hurriedly pushed the cart laden with frozen fish to the spawn point before the 9 o'clock rush. She constructed a makeshift wooden frame and made numerous trips through the snow, dragging the firewood to the spawn point. With a simple yet effective knot, she bound one end of the rope to the firewood and the other to herself. Game on. Hopefully, the game would cooperate. As 9 o'clock arrived punctually, Simiao gripped the cart, and an instant later, a cacophony of noise enveloped her, causing her ears to ache. Glancing to the side, she was relieved to see that all her firewood had been successfully brought over. Guild leader, your stall is over here. The leader of the Cotton Candy Brigade spotted her from afar, adorned with a large bundle of firewood, and rushed over with 2 helpers in tow. As previously arranged in the regional chat, the devoted group had provided her with 2 assistants to facilitate her sales, liberating her hands. Together, they neatly arranged the firewood and commenced their sales. The firewood from the surrounding forest was off-limits for cutting, and any fallen branches and leaves had been thoroughly collected. The coal supply was erratic, sometimes yielding nothing at all. Thus, firewood remained a necessity for purchase. Consequently, Simiao's stall quickly attracted a crowd. Transactions among players were conducted through barter rather than currency. Simiao had her eye on frozen cakes from the cake blind boxes, spicy strips from the snack blind boxes, and sunflower seeds from the seed blind boxes. As for mooncakes, a couple of those would suffice. With a few pieces of firewood exchanged here and there, a significant buyer finally approached. The formidable black bear slammed a complete beef leg onto Simiao's stall, exuding an air of dominance. Simiao nearly drooled, eagerly lifting the beef leg for inspection, inviting Black Bear to propose a price. Without hesitation, Black Bear demanded 2 tons of firewood and 50 pounds of fish. In one fell swoop, half of Simiao's firewood was traded away, urging him to take the goods swiftly. Her mind raced with thoughts of the 18 different culinary methods for preparing beef. In the shadow of the beef leg, the other players' offerings appeared rather mundane. After half an hour of guarding her stall, boredom began to set in. Having briefed her 2 helpers on her preferred items, she decided to take a leisurely stroll around the bustling market. The devoted group not only established a temporary marketplace, but also initiated a collective purchasing system. Cabbage at $1 each. Let's band together to buy hundreds or even thousands of pounds to secure a better price. Simiao also planned to pickle some sauerkraut, placing an order for 100 pounds and paying $100, knowing that someone would deliver it to her stall and refund any price difference. This arrangement spared her the hassle of carting multiple bags around to buy supplies. Quite splendid. Simiao also noticed Aunt Fat organizing a group to collectively purchase tools needed for wall renovations. In a flurry, Simiao hastily placed her order, unable to endure the oppressive darkness of the walls. She ordered 50 pounds of potatoes and 20 pounds of sweet potatoes through a group buying platform. For larger items, she opted for group purchases, while she decided to procure smaller items herself. She pushed her cart into the bustling marketplace of the indigenous people. It seemed the instance had undergone some peculiar alteration, rendering the natives oblivious to the temporary market formed by the players, as if they were invisible. This saved considerable effort, allowing players to operate freely. For instance, Xiang Yuqian, tasked with maintaining order in the market, lounged atop a high perch, brandishing her heavy machine gun, the cold barrel emanating an aura of intimidation, her expression as frigid as if she had spent a decade butchering fish in a market. Simiao made a beeline for the second-hand market. A used Kong table for 20 yuan, a second-hand shelf for 15 yuan, a folding table for 10 yuan. She also needed to pickle cabbage, purchasing several large plastic water bottles, leaving her with a balance of 10 yuan, 2 notebooks, and 2 pens for merely 2 yuan. Upon exiting the second-hand market, Simiao proceeded to buy slippers and fluffy slippers, leaving her with 25 yuan. Underestimating the local temperature, she added a pair of cotton pants and a fleece-lined jacket, leaving her with 55 yuan. After completing these purchases, Simiao hurried off to procure seasonings. For pickling cabbage, salt was essential, and her usual cooking needs required more than just soy sauce and monosodium glutamate. Heavy seasoning was a must for beef. She weighed out some loose vinegar at 5 yuan per pound, a bottle of oyster sauce for 9 yuan, a bag of sugar for 5 yuan, and 2 packages of deliciously spicy hot pot seasoning at 10 yuan. Additionally, she needed yellow beans for sprouting, affordably priced at 2 yuan 50 per pound. She bought 4 pounds, totaling 10 yuan. This time, her shopping list was concise and focused. In less than an hour, Simiao completed her procurement, leaving her ample time to leisurely sample the various stalls. To be fair, the Sunlight Rose grapes she purchased last time were delightful, but Simiao decided to try something new. 5 pounds of oranges for 2 yuan and a bag of 3 pounds of apples for 10 yuan. Fortune telling, fortune telling. Don't miss out. Could this be a legitimate way to attract customers? Curiously, Simiao pushed her way forward to discover a player with an ID overhead, operating a stall. The rules dictated that player-generated goods could only circulate among players, yet this verbal skill seemed likely to earn some coin. Simiao observed as the individual charmed a crowd with their banter, effectively engaging in a form of psychological counseling. Besides the fortune teller, there were performers as well. The feat of breaking stones on one's chest seemed rather juvenile. Simiao noticed a player, likely having unlocked a water ball skill, performing magic with great flair, leaving the NPCs in awe. It appeared that everyone was struggling financially, seeking ways to generate income. Simiao pondered whether she should also earn some money. Earn money? The winged pig shook a sack of cash earned as a middleman and thrust a handful into Simiao's hands. Instead of toiling away, you should team up with Xian Yutian. Just make sure your ID stands out more prominently. Simiao thought it was not that she wanted to be a henchman. Rather, the winged pig was simply offering too generous a sum. She tucked the money into her pocket and sought out Xian Yutian, who shifted position for her and exclaimed, "Sister, your heavy machine gun." Simiao, in a moment of impulsiveness, exclaimed, "No, it's your heavy machine gun." The two exchanged glances, their eyes wide, and burst into laughter. Chapter 145. Wintering Cats 11. The makeshift market, teeming with a few thousand people, was no small affair. Simiao stood elevated, observing the throngs below. Many players adorned with their IDs hovering above their heads. With a 3-hour time constraint, everyone was in a hurried frenzy, the sounds of bargaining reverberating loudly. If something could be sold, it was sold, and if not, they quickly repositioned to avoid wasting time. Simiao had anticipated some friction, deception, and a disregard for rules. Considering each player was armed with formidable weapons, their spirits notably elevated, striding with purpose. The group leader had mentioned a certain effect. What was it called again? The broken windows effect, Xian Yuqian remarked, clutching his weapon. The broken windows effect posits that if an environment is dirty and chaotic, individuals will emulate such behavior, potentially escalating it further. Conversely, when the surroundings are tidy and orderly, people are more inclined to uphold this favorable state, thus diminishing destructive actions. Simiao stroked her chin thoughtfully. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This larger environment had indeed been invigorated by the fervent spirit of the players. She mused, "You still have to lead the charge. We often exploit your authority." Haha. Xiang Yutian had officially joined the ranks of the dedicated, a loyal user now. With a slight smile, Simiao thought, "Isn't this akin to collecting fees?" In the final half hour, she returned to her stall. The firewood had sold out, and the fish had been snatched away, with the procured goods piled in the cart, and those that could not fit were bound together with ropes into a neat bundle. "President, everything is right here. Take a look," someone called out. Simiao inspected the haul, finding it largely comprised of snacks she had specifically requested. numerous mooncakes, biscuits, and several frozen cakes, along with 5 pounds of sunflower seeds. It was her first encounter with the concept of a blind box for sunflower seeds. According to Xiao Taozi statistics, players of varying skill levels randomly unlocked 3 or 2 skills or items, typically including a mooncake blind box series, hence the surplus of mooncakes. In addition to the blind box items, there were also handcrafted goods from players, such as woven mats made from corn husks and baskets crafted from bamboo. There were countless odds and ends, and before she could finish inspecting, the ordered cabbages, potatoes, and sweet potatoes arrived. The group purchase prices were cabbage at 80 cents, potatoes at 90 cents, and sweet potatoes at 1 yuan 20. This was the adjusted price after refunds. Count them. What a bargain. Simiao exclaimed. 100 pounds of cabbage for 80 yuan, 50 pounds of potatoes for 45, and 20 pounds of sweet potatoes for 24. The group purchase prices were a few cents cheaper than buying separately. With players now more frugal and calculating, every penny mattered. Delighted at having saved money and avoiding the hassle of running around a shop, Simiao was indifferent to how much profit the middleman made. Just as she was reveling in her savings, she turned to see Aunt Fat approaching with a toolkit. Everything is here: wall scrapers, waterproofing agents, putty, latex paint, and ground film. Follow the tutorial I provided, and I guarantee your walls will be refreshed and spotless. There are also 2 light bulbs to be replaced, Aunt Fat added, setting down the items and wiping her brow. There's still some money left. Here, 36 yuan back from the 400. Simiao promptly accepted the refund and handed Aunt Fat 2 frozen cakes in return. The cake blind box produces a single cake each day, modest in size, reminiscent of the affordable tiramisu sold in bakeries. With such a small portion, players consume them in one bite. However, they're now particularly frugal, opting to freeze one each day for trading essential items during market day, such as firewood. Aunt Fat does not hesitate, tossing 2 firm cakes into a plastic bag as she busily attends to the next player in line. In the final 5 minutes, players cease their wandering and huddle beside their supplies, vocally engaging with one another, repeatedly discussing their purchases. Simiao enjoys her lunch of 2 large meat buns, rewarding her 2 selling assistants with a bag of fish each and 2 bundles of firewood, promising to seek their help again in the future. As the time draws near, Simiao returns to the spawn point with her supplies. She then begins to transport her goods in a manner akin to ants carrying food, placing her items outside, covered with plastic wrap, while moving bedding, clothing, pots, and pans out as well. During the afternoon, Simiao abandons fishing, focusing instead on refurbishing the walls, eager to inhabit a clean, pristine room. The tutorial provided by Aunt Fat is thorough, and the regional channel is currently broadcasting the renovation process, indicating that many are intolerant of the moldy, peeling walls. Following the progress, Simiao first lays plastic sheets on the bed and floor, scraping away the moldy patches on the walls before filling cracks and holes with wall paste. Afterward, she must wait for the materials to dry. Renovating walls is not a swift task. Several steps may take 3 to 5 days, as both primer and top coat require hours to dry. Impatience does not yield quick results. Simiao claps her hands and sits on the second-hand stool she exchanged for, pulling out a collection of crumpled bills. It is time to tally her earnings. The remaining balance from the last market day was 846. For vegetables like cabbage, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, she spent 149. Wall renovation costs amounted to 364, while the second-hand market contributed 57. Shoes and clothing were 80, seasonings totaled 49, and fruits and vegetables were 30. Simiao takes out her notebook to record her expenses, deducting each item, leaving a balance of 117. The wind pig has handed her a handful of bills, a mix of denominations, from 50 down to a dime. After counting, she finds her income to be 672. Ultimately, her remaining balance stands at 842. Simiao retrieves a plastic bag to secure her money, tucking it beneath the bedding to prevent theft by mice. After completing these tasks, she begins to inventory the items she has traded for. 1 beef leg weighing 50 pounds, 6 frozen cakes, 5 pounds of sunflower seeds, a bag of pine nuts, 5 mooncakes, 3 packages of spicy strips, a Kong mat, 2 large bamboo baskets, 2 medium ones, and 5 small ones, all suitable for holding fish. What is this notebook doing here? Simiao opens it to find signatures proclaiming diligent study on the inner pages. A sense of foreboding creeping in. Upon further examination, it reveals a simple summary of a scholarly student's insights. Simiao remarks, "What I lack are insights. No, what I truly need is a clever mind." She decides to engage with the regional channel to learn properly. I am a woman. Is that a form of mental assault? Study diligently. It is a skill. Just give your head a gentle tap to awaken your senses and ensure your mind is sharp. Aunt Pang, I need it. Simiao has already been knocking her head. Surprisingly, after her antics, she seems a tad more astute, like immediately realizing she has been deceived. I am a woman. You have changed. Study diligently. There are still many blank pages at the back. It's merely a signature book. Simiao flipped through it, and indeed, the back was empty, suitable for use as a notebook or even kindling. Simiao sighed in exasperation. I am a woman. How many supplies did you exchange for the signature book? Study diligently. Not much, just 1,000 pounds of firewood and 50 pounds of frozen fish. Simiao, are you threatening my little sales assistant? Please cherish your feathers. Study diligently. How could that be? I merely promised that after the quest, this signature book could be exchanged for a one-time knowledge database sharing. Simiao, she admitted that she had spoken a bit too loudly earlier. Aunt Pang, I need it. Chapter 146. Wintering cats. 12. Some engage in superstition. Some crush stones against their chests, and others overdraw their skills for supplies. Simiao, holding the notebook signed by Study Diligently, marveled at the diverse talents of players, while she appeared rather ordinary. She placed the notebook and money in one bag, as valuable items require presentation. Simiao counted the remaining supplies. Various bulk spices, Sichuan pepper, star anise, ginger, garlic sugar, cooking wine, scattered remnants suggesting that players had purchased them in bulk and exchanged a portion with her for firewood. Truly meticulous. Coupled with the spices Simiao had purchased herself, she could prepare most dishes. Simiao rummaged through another large white bag, which felt quite heavy. 3 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of flour, 2 pounds of potatoes, 1 cabbage, 2 tomatoes, 10 red peppers, 2 frozen pears, 3 packs of fragrant milk tea for $1 each, 1 pack of seeds, 1 sheet of seaweed, and 2 frozen fish. Simiao, this fish looks somewhat familiar, as if it has made a round trip. However, she pondered why it resembled the large gift bags distributed by the company during festive seasons. Suddenly, it struck her that both Xiang Yutian and the 2 players who helped her sell goods seemed to have similar white bags. Could these be supplies prepared for the players managing the order in the sales group? Simiao had not anticipated her inclusion. One must admit that the wind-blowing pig has maxed out its emotional intelligence. She continued to rummage. A basin, 2 balls of yarn, and 2 knitting needles? Knitting a sweater? She cannot do that. Simiao opened the regional channel. I am a woman. Who procured the supply package for the sales group? Cotton candy. It was me. What of it? I am a woman. Yarn balls? Cotton candy. Quite simple like this and that. Simiao. Cotton candy. Look for a thin instruction manual in the bag. It contains the basic knitting techniques. In the cold depths of winter, it's hard to go out, so it's a way to pass the time for the sisters. Simiao found the manual, glanced at it, and it seemed rather simple. The penny pincher has arrived. What supply package? Drooling JPG, many players expressed curiosity as to why they did not receive one. Xiang Yuqian. The management of the temporary market needs manpower. Shouldn't they be compensated for their efforts? Receiving her supply package on a rainy day, Simiao found provisions sufficient for approximately 5 days, including rice, flour, meat, and fruit, while fuel had to be purchased separately. After calculating the costs, she estimated around 40 yuan, with discounts for bulk purchases. The regional channel buzzed with excitement as impoverished souls clamored for benefits, eager to sign up. Cotton Candy warned that there were prerequisites based on contributions to the labor group. Shaking her head at the chaotic regional channel, Simiao set aside her yarn and instructions. At 4 in the afternoon, the wall plaster had dried, prompting Simiao to tirelessly begin sanding the surface, applying a primer, and initiating the drying phase. It became apparent that she would not complete the task today. However, she managed to replace the light bulbs in 2 rooms and tidy up the column. The previously laid plastic sheets had become wrinkled from the heat, so she replaced them with mats woven from corn husks, which proved quite functional. After organizing her oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar on a second-hand shelf, Simiao commenced building a bathing area. She planned to construct a small room on the side of the house using wood from plum blossom piles, wrapping it with plastic sheeting for wind protection. Lacking a drainage hole, Her bathing routine had consisted of simple wipe-downs, but with better conditions now, she was determined to create a proper bathing space. She initially hoped to scour the second-hand market for a used bathtub and purchase disposable bathtub liners for a luxurious soak. Yet the modest marketplace yielded no such finds. Thus, she settled for a makeshift bathing area. Simiao worked swiftly and vigorously, forming a rough structure before nightfall, intending to seal it with plastic sheeting the following day. In the meantime, she had also built a stove and prepared a pot of potato beef stew, spiced with red oil and chili. Holding her bowl, she sat in her brightly lit room, while outside, the wind and snow howled. Yet inside, the air was thick with spice. Life was indeed improving. As she perused the regional channel for entertainment, her joy soon waned. One user, not eating cilantro, shared that a bathhouse at the market had offered a rejuvenating experience for 15 yuan, leaving them feeling 2 pounds lighter and thoroughly satisfied. Another, nail-biting vegetable, pointed out that 3 hours was hardly enough time for a bath, and the cost was steep enough to buy 10 kilograms of potatoes. Not eating cilantro retorted that one must experience it to judge its worth. Terrifyingly Strong lamented the effort spent building her bathing area, while many farts commended her diligence. And Soul concluded that her efforts were commendable. Simiao urged them to cease the discussion, having momentarily forgotten about the existence of the bathhouse, which was indeed a native player's advantage. As night fell and the lights illuminated her space, Simiao found her bedtime delayed. Nestled on the Kong, sipping fragrant, all-natural milk tea, she pondered over the instructions for knitting a scarf. Her fingers, clumsy like a chicken's foot, accidentally snapped her crochet hook. Wiping her brow, she heard Aunt Fat remark on her long absence from knitting, yet her skills remained intact. Cotton Candy suggested it was merely a way to pass the time, to which Aunt Fat agreed, promising to buy 2 more skeins to enjoy. Aunt Fat's joint purchase of putty supplies also came from the labor group. Successfully acquiring her supply package, Simiao quietly inquired about the cost of commission knitting. Aunt Fat replied that payment was unnecessary, only asking for some fish. However, this prompted complaints regarding Simiao's fish, which had not been properly processed, as the entrails remained after thawing. I am a woman. Can I really manage to catch over 1,000 fish? To slay fish, one must encounter water, and the current chill of the waters is indeed biting. Simiao would not endure hardship in vain. Not only does she refrain from killing fish, but she has also resolved to cease splitting the wood she unearths, leaving it for the buyers to chop into smaller pieces themselves. Once she found a substitute for weaving, Simiao felt justified in casting aside 2 balls of yarn, intending to bring them to Aunt Fat on the next market day. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a sensational story broke on the regional channel. A user in the gossip forum noted, "Did you hear? There's a player at today's market who is offering fortune-telling." To which another replied, "Please, let us get to the point." The first user continued. He praised a local for their virtuous appearance, claiming they would bring prosperity and have 3 sons, but he was met with a beating. Simiao, upon reading this, was instantly awake. The first user added, "I witnessed the local authorities arrive and take him away for mediation. Is he still there? Give a sign." "Sign," responded another user. "Superstition is not to be tolerated." Simiao chuckled at the absurdity of this exchange. The second user lamented, "Times have changed. Even flattery must evolve. If you can't grasp this trade, let me handle it." The first user retorted. He initially hoped to serve time in prison, but when the time came, he was transported back to his spawn point, losing all his supplies. Now, for the next 5 days, he must survive on mooncake blind boxes. What a hardship. Chapter 147. Wintering Cats 13 Before sleep, Simiao felt an inkling of something forgotten. In the dead of night, she awoke groggily to the sound of rustling outside. A sudden realization struck her. She had sold all the fish today and hadn't gone fishing. The fox that habitually visited her shelter at night to pilfer fish would now be at a loss. Draped in her military coat, she approached the window and indeed spotted an Arctic fox standing in the snow, its expression a portrait of vulnerability and helplessness. After pausing for a moment, the fox sprang, its face hitting the ground with a thud. Simiao recognized this as the fox's unique hunting technique, and her heart ached for it. Since the visitor had arrived, how could she allow them to leave empty-handed? Simiao ventured into the kitchen and tossed out 2 semi-thawed fish. The fox, startled, darted into the night, but soon returned, stealthily probing back and forth, leaving a chaotic trail of paw prints. Simiao watched as it leaped around, snatched 1 fish, and scurried away, only to return and claim another. How endearing. As for the audacious mice that dared to steal, they were bold indeed. The following day, Simiao engaged in wood excavation, fishing, and wall scrubbing. With no need to chop firewood, her time had become considerably more abundant. She began to pickle cabbage. While 100 pounds of cabbage may sound substantial, it amounted to merely 11 large heads, 10 from her own efforts and 1 gifted by the labor group. She planned to pickle 9, leaving 2 for fresh consumption in the coming days. Following the tutorial shared in the regional channel, to expedite fermentation and save time, she shredded the cabbage, salted it to draw out moisture for 2 hours, then packed it into a large plastic bottle, sealing it tightly to sit in her dwelling. In a month, she would be able to enjoy her pickled vegetables. After pickling the cabbage, Simiao turned her attention to sprouting beans, and once completed, she finally found the opportunity to explore the farmland to the right of her shelter. After approximately an hour of walking, during which she triggered an 8-kilometer drop, she was rewarded with a box of nails. Picking it up, she tucked it into her pocket and continued pushing her cart forward. Simiao now takes her cart wherever she goes, hoping to scavenge a few supplies to bring back. The harvested fields stretch endlessly, covered in a blanket of white snow, revealing discarded corn stalks beneath, their dark and dirty silhouettes contrasting against the pale snow. However, with a careful search, one can occasionally uncover a stray ear of corn. There are also the winter stores of mice. Simiao tossed a half ear of corn in her cart, and, after walking a short distance, she spotted a hint of yellow peeking through the snow. Bending down to investigate, she discovered yet another ear of corn. Unfortunately, while such corn is suitable for feeding livestock, it is inedible for humans, even for players with iron stomachs. Previously, a particularly stubborn player had boiled a pot of corn kernels, only to find himself suffering for days with a hard belly and unable to relieve himself. To avoid wasting the free corn, some players decided to purchase a pair of rabbits at the market, intending to keep them indoors to survive the harsh winter for 6 months. Rabbits breed rapidly, producing 6 to 12 offspring per litter every month or so. If well cared for, one might soon find themselves with a room full of rabbits within 6 months. Simiao, skilled in fishing, preferred not to create a mess in her room. After collecting a satisfactory number of ears of corn, she ceased her foraging. As for the mice's provisions, Simiao refrained from disturbing them, fearing retaliation that could lead to her own supplies being raided. It is best for all to coexist peacefully. Today, she had another important task, to collect some soil for planting vegetables. Among the supplies sent from the group, there was a packet of fast-growing Chinese cabbage seeds, which could be harvested in just 20 to 30 days if nurtured indoors, with temperatures plummeting below freezing for several consecutive days. The ground had frozen to a depth of 20 centimeters. Simiao spent a great deal of time chopping away with an axe, perspiration beading on her forehead. After filling most of her cart with soil, she began her journey home, only to stumble upon another supply drop 8 kilometers in. Initially expecting tools, but instead discovering her golden legend MP3. Finally, it had arrived. She had wished for it every single day. Simiao picked up the MP3, deftly inserting the headphones into her ears and immediately selecting a cheerful song. Today truly felt like a fortuitous day where all her hopes could come to fruition. Upon returning home, she pushed the soil inside, warming herself by the firewall, and used a bamboo basket, obtained through barter, to store the soil before planting the Chinese cabbage seeds. With the cabbage pickled and the Chinese cabbage seeds sown, Simiao found her winter life more comfortable with the MP3 as her companion. The Arctic fox that frequently visited her home gradually lowered its guard, occasionally appearing during the day. When Simiao was fishing, the fox would stealthily approach her side. Simiao tossed a small fish to it, causing the Arctic fox to flee in fright, only to hesitate a few steps away, cautiously approaching back and forth several times to confirm that the bipedal creature meant no harm before finally seizing the fish and darting off. Simiao, observing the scene from the corner of her eye, smiled faintly. It would not be long before she could pet the fox, its fluffy fur seeming delightful to touch. As Simiao hummed a tune, she felt a tug on her line. With a swift motion, she pulled up, only to hear a sharp crack as her makeshift fishing rod, constructed from a branch, snapped. Skillfully, she replaced it with another branch and secured a new line. Perhaps on the next market day, she could search the second-hand market for a proper fishing rod. After 3 days of effort, the renovation of the walls was finally completed, and Simiao moved into her pristine, snow-white room, organizing everything in a clear and orderly fashion. She nodded in satisfaction, feeling that life was indeed improving. As for formaldehyde, what form of it would dare to be reckless in front of a player? The investment of over 300 yuan was well worth it. However, some players took a different approach, opting not to spend that sum. Instead, they ventured to the second-hand market and purchased a hefty stack of newspapers by weight to cover their walls. A classic skin indeed. Simiao savored a fragrant fish hot pot while contemplating what supplies she needed to procure at the market the following day. The exchange value of firewood and fish depended on what other players could offer in return. For desirable items, one still had to spend their own money. After finishing her meal and washing the dishes, Simiao prepared to dispose of the dirty water. As she took a few steps, she stumbled upon an MP31. Picking it up, she retrieved another identical item from her pocket and pondered whether she had acquired too many. She resolved to sell the surplus, confident that idle players at home would present her with a satisfactory price. She made a post in the regional channel. I am a woman, offering MP3, looking to exchange for good items, serious inquiries only. Responses poured in, good study, signature notebook, fat ant, healing, black bear, beef leg, blowing wind pig, 300 yuan. For messages, fine Xiao Tao, 3 months VVVP membership. To be frank, Simiao's attention was captured by the offer of 300 yuan. Blowing wind pig was indeed generous. 10-year bookworm, customized writing, online serialization at a speed of 10,000 words per hour. Whatever you will read, I will write. Intrigued, Simiao's expression transformed into a sly grin. I am a woman. Can you write about a man with 8 treasures?